Crossing through the heavens, you have become a contemporary of the eternal emperor. As you come to your senses, you are instantly flustered. Can you really stand against the eternal emperor? While the world knows the eternal emperor as the dominant figure of the era, little do they know of you, who has crossed through time to be here. Born in the same era as Wuxia, you became the unparalleled genius of the Ji family by mastering the complete 9 secrets bestowed by the system, defeating all opponents in the eastern wilderness. No one can withstand 3 moves against you. You are hailed as the most promising candidate to become the emperor in this lifetime. Until a guy named Wuxia emerged out of nowhere, pushing aside all opponents, also hailed as the one with the potential to become an emperor in this lifetime. Just as you broke through the Zhandao realm, a challenge letter was handed to you, with the words Wuxia written on it. At this moment, within the sacred land of Yaoqi, many powerful beings from the eastern wasteland and some peerless geniuses have gathered. Even people from the central plains have arrived, all of them rulers of their respective dynasties. At the same time, you see a person with a sharp face, tall stature, dressed in a black patterned dragon robe, with 9 golden little dragons swimming around him. He is the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty in the Central Plains. Behind him, there was a young man with an extraordinary aura. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and when he glanced at you, a disdainful expression curled his lips. What do you mean? Look down on my big brother? If you dare, fight me. Seeing this, Ji Zifeng immediately got angry, took a step forward, and stared fiercely at the young man behind the Grand Xia overlord. At this moment, all eyes turned towards them. Under the gaze of the crowd, the powerful ruler of Xia revealed a gentle smile and said, "Young one, don't be too hot-headed. This is Xia Yuhua, a descendant of our imperial dynasty. If you wish to spar with him, please ask the elder of Yaoqi to open the ancient battlefield." The 3 words Xia Yuhua were mentioned, and the people present lowered their heads and whispered. It is rumored that Xia Yuhua comes from the banks of the Great Ming Lake, and in recent years, she has begun to shine in the Great Xia Empire, sweeping aside all the young opponents of the Great Xia generation. Although you are known as the strongest of the younger generation in the eastern wastelands, your reputation is well-deserved. However, you have never crossed paths with the top talents from the Central Plains, Western Desert, Northern Territories, and Southern Ridges, indicating that they do not fully acknowledge your strength. He's here. The prodigy from the Western Desolate Mount, Tian Lai, has arrived. As the few individuals faced off, a young monk in white robes stepped into the jade pool. He had kind eyebrows and gentle eyes, with a soft face that appeared delicate and beautiful, yet no one dared to underestimate him. As the most famous genius in the Western Desert, no one thought he was as simple as he seemed. Several powerful figures were quietly discussing the outstanding talents on the field, such as Xia Yuhua from Zhengzhou, Xiang Tian from the Western Desert, and the divine body of the Jiang family. These were all top-notch geniuses, and many holy sons and daughters also appeared. Although not very famous, their strength was not weak either. Everyone was watching Xia Yuhua and Ji Zifeng on the field. "Forget it, you are not my match." Xia Yuhua looked at Ji Zifeng, her face full of disdain. With these words, everyone present was shocked. So reckless, showing no respect at all, not giving any face to the prestigious ancient wilderness family, even if they are from the Central State Dynasty, the Ji family is not afraid. It's worth noting that they are currently in the Eastern Wilderness Territory, truly unafraid of the Ji family making a move. The crowd's gaze turned to the head of the Ji family, only to see his calm expression like still water. No one knew what he was thinking, but the faces of the several clan elders behind him had already darkened. "Yuhua, you must not be disrespectful." The ruler of Daxia stopped Xia Yuhua. "If this continues, the 2 families will have to go to war. Brother Ji, children's jokes should not be taken seriously. I apologize to you here." The ruler of Daxia clasped his fists in a salute. "It doesn't matter whether it is true or not, we will only know after Zimo has fought against Wuxia." With that, he coldly returned to his seat among his own clan. "You are being too audacious." The ruler of Xia secretly transmitted to Xia Yuhua. "I am stating facts," Xia Yuhua replied coldly, showing no fear of the ruler of Xia. "Elder brother, why won't you let me speak?" Ji Zifeng protested discontentedly in secret. "What he said is right, you are indeed not his match." Hearing this, Ji Zifeng fell silent. Princess Xin gave birth to 2 sons, one is you, and the other is Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng's talent in cultivation is average. If it weren't for you, his cultivation resources would probably be no different from those of ordinary family disciples. Suddenly, a shower of sparkling flowers drifted down from the sky, accompanied by a faint fragrance that was refreshing to the soul. The sound of celestial music filled the air, calming the emotions of those present. A group of disciples from the Yaoqi palace appeared, dressed in pure white fairy robes, their graceful figures exuding a serene beauty untouched by worldly concerns. The holy land of Yaoqi is shrouded in mist, filled with exotic flowers and treasures. The Western Emperor Pagoda above radiates colorful celestial light, cascading like a waterfall from the heavens, enchanting and awe-inspiring. That was a true imperial soldier, alerting everyone. If a commotion were to break out here, a ray of light from the tower above could easily descend from the Yaoqi pagoda, even a sage would be slain on the spot. At the next moment, a divine radiance surged in the sky, and the contemporary Queen Mother of the West appeared. Her face was as beautiful as jade, her eyes as clear as water, her figure graceful and charming, her skin crystal clear and delicate, dressed in white robes, resembling a fairy from the heavens. It is a pleasure to have you all here at the Yaoqi today. This is a place of peace, not for fighting. If everyone can gather happily in the end, Yaoqi will offer the sacred water of Yaoqi. The water of the Yaoqi pond can prolong life, although not as effective as the divine spring water, it is quite similar. Therefore, many elders and powerful sects will seek some Yaoqi water to take home for alchemy or consumption. Where is Wu Shi? He clearly agreed to a duel, why hasn't he shown up until now? The speaker was a young disciple from the Jiang family. Their own prodigy had been defeated, leaving them feeling ashamed, yet they also recognized your prowess and wanted the two of you to confront each other as soon as possible. If Wu Shi lost, he would also be able to watch him make a fool of himself. If Ji Zimo were to lose, given his reputation, the Ji family would suffer even more. Ji Zimo glanced at the Jiang clan's godbody, who was in a bit of a trance, his face colorless. At the sight of Ji Zimo's face, he smiled slightly while a voice rang in his head. Beginningless is very strong. You have to be careful. A young man walked in outside the main gate of the Yaoqi. His face was light and breezy, and his posture was upright and full of greatness. Beginningless. It's appeared. Chapter 4, Dueling the Beginningless. Beginningless raised his eyes and immediately discovered where the Ji clan was sitting. Before this, he had thought that the Ji family would have set the battlefield in the middle of nowhere, or an ancient battlefield. In order to prevent the other party from laying a hand on him, he deliberately went to invite his Taoist protector. However, he did not expect the other party to directly set the battlefield in his lair, which also made him think highly of Ji Zimo. Since you're here, let's fight. Ji Zimo stood out. This was the first time he had met with Beginningless, and the two of them glanced at each other, each able to see the powerful battle intent in them. Seeing that it had come to this point, the Queen Mother of the West did not say much and waved her hand. A ruin's hole appeared in the sky, where the ancient battlefield was connected. In an instant, the two of them disappeared into the ruins cave. Cold winds, no grass. This is an ancient battlefield. A desolate aura came from the distant sky. Blood could be seen so far, and the Tao flickered. Beginningless stood on a 1,000-meter mountain peak, the cold wind pounding against his face, carrying a boundless killing intent. But his figure was unmoved, standing up like the grandest mountain in the world, unshakable. Ji Zimo, on the other hand, was standing on the opposite side of the large mountain, his body covered in immortal light, a huge Taiji diagram slowly taking shape behind him, the two to be distantly opposite each other. The Ji family is truly remarkable. I see the Tao diagram behind that. It is suspected to be related to the ancient heavenly father Tao de Tianzuan. Could it be that the Ji family has obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly father? When the Violet Mansion Saint Lord saw the image shown by Yaoqi, his gaze fell on the Taiji diagram behind Ji Zimo. He was greatly shocked, so he exited and asked, I don't know about this. Some years ago Zimo went out for a training trip. Perhaps he had this chance. The Holy Lord of the Ji clan was a bit floundering, as Ji Zimo had been mysterious since he was a child. No disciple in the family had ever been able to last more than 10 moves in his hands, basically being contained from the start and resolving the fight within 3 moves. To this day, it remains the same. The major celestial pride in the family did not change when they faced him. This made him, the Holy Lord of the family, equally unclear about Ji Zimo's strength and cards. My brother is definitely the most powerful. Xia Longyin can't do it. Xiangtian can't do it. The Jiang clan's godbody can't do it. And even Beginningless can't do it. Ji Zifeng pinched his own fists. His eyes looked at the image in the sky, and the invincible brother from childhood surfaced again in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, this statement attracted the prying eyes of many. It caused the 3 great heavenly prides on the scene to frown, and even the many holy sons and daughters threw over unkind gazes. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Lord of the Ji clan directly sealed Ji Zifeng's mouth. Good Lord, this kid can keep his mouth shut, and when he does, he offends a whole bunch of people. On top of the high platform, the Queen Mother of Yaoqi, the corners of her mouth revealed a few smiles. Boom! A loud bang came out. Look, they did it! In the Yaoqi ancient battlefield, the great mountains there crumbled piece by piece, and a huge rattling sound came from them. The commotion that was like destroying the sky and the earth instantly attracted everyone's attention. Beginningless took the lead. His name was Beginningless, and he was not afraid of all the strong enemies in the world, so he raised his hand and fiercely slapped out. Endless Daozei flickered in the air, containing the power of the mountains and seas, the huge palm, like a Buddha, the power of a palm down, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Unstoppable. Ji Zimo's face changed. The power of this palm was so great that feeling the great threat in it made him sweat a little. The first divine body since the beginning of time. Even ordinary moves and styles could be comprehended to the extreme. naturally suited to various Dharma doors and able to unleash the greatest power. Great Palm Seal of the Void. In the Void, the great handprint in the void that possessed the 9 secret edition quickly took shape, and Gizmo similarly quickly slapped out a palm. The large black palm, which was like a stretch of ancient mountain ranges, covered the sky and collided fiercely with the palm of the beginningless hand. A time of destructive power spread out in all directions. Thousands of mountains have been killed, and they have been directly beaten into flying dust. The people watching outside had already changed their faces. With such powerful strength, the two deserved to be known as the strongest heavenly pride of today's generation. Even Xiao Longyin put away the look of disdain on his face when he saw this palm, and his expression began to become proper. When that monk from Sang Tian saw this scene, his face changed slightly and he united his hands, chanting Amitba Buddha in a low voice. The Jiang clan's divine body even paled. When he faced this palm from the beginning, he was seriously injured by a single blow, and then it was even more unresisting, and was pushed straight across the room. If the other party didn't have any killing intent, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand here today. Only the Holy Lord of the Ji clan nearly stood up directly in excitement. The power of the Void Great Handprint was immense and could be considered a killing move, but the fact that it was used at the very beginning was enough to show that the opponent was powerful and terrifying, and was a very strong opponent. But what made him excited was that Gizmo had immediately struck this palm out. One must know that the Void Great Handprint could be called a killing palm, and its power was definitely not bad, but the only drawback was that it took too long to coalesce, giving the opponent time to react. But in Gizmo's hands there was no sign of this at all, and it was almost as if he had brought it to use. It was simply strong to the extreme, and based on that, Gizmo wouldn't lose easily. In the endless dust meeting, beginningless figure was as fast as lightning as he made seals with both hands, and line after line of golden words appeared around him. Those words seemed to contain supreme secrets and eventually formed a large bell that flew towards Gizmo to suppress him. The big golden bell, which was like a mountain, higher than 10,000 feet, enveloped Gizmo in one go. This place is like a world, within 100 miles, on the surface of the birds and flowers, peaceful and calm, but actually contains infinite killing opportunities. This was clearly a scripture that didn't belong to the Emperor's scriptures, and it was absolutely terrifying. It could also be seen that Beginningless attached great importance to Gizmo, and came up to use a big move. Gizmo's eyes stared, instantly touching the secret of all words, whether it was strength, power, spells, divine soul, all received a tenfold increase. This change was undoubtedly heaven-defying. Among the 9 secrets, the All Secret was created by an emperor during the mythological period and was absolutely heaven-defying. Even when Yi Fan in his later life had just reached the great completion of his sacred body and crusade against the Forbidden Zone, he relied on this secret technique. Otherwise it would have been very difficult for him to hold out. It's worth noting that it's hard to trigger the all-word secret. It was almost a 1 in 9 chance, and if each additional layer was cultivated, the chance of touching it would be 10% more. He was now in possession of 9 secrets, and every time he operated the all-character secret, he had a 10% chance of triggering it, which was quite counterintuitive. Great Handprint of the Void. Once again, he slapped out a palm, and the power of this palm was more than 10 times greater than just now. The golden bell that enveloped him was directly shattered hard. The color of excitement was clearly displayed in Beginningless eyes. Few people had lasted past their first 2 moves, but the enemy in front of him effortlessly broke his 2 moves, and his strength still belonged to the same level as him. However, he could also see that the other party possessed some sort of secret art from the 9 secrets, which was naturally not surprising. However, it shocked everyone on the stage. Even the Taishan sect leaders stood up violently. The secret of all words. In today's world, no one has been able to comprehend the secret of the word all on the ascent to the clumsy peak, and even within the clumsy peak, no one has been able to comprehend it. So where did this secret art come from? The other holy lords had a light in their eyes, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 5, The 9 Secrets of the Absolute. Kill. Gizmo bellowed, setting off boundless killing opportunities. In today's battle, he would go all out, regardless of who the opponent would be in the future. Outside, the image was blurred for a while, and was swept away by an intense force that eventually destroyed it outright. What's going on here? Some unknown holy lords immediately stood up and looked at the image that had dissipated in the sky, and the pride of heaven, too, were extremely dissatisfied. I saw the most intense part of it, and it's gone. This time to originally come is to catch a glimpse of the style of the 2 absolute pride of heaven, to see what exactly they have the means of the bottom. But I didn't expect the picture to be interrupted directly, spoiling the fun. Some seniors have interfered with the grand formation and don't want us to see it. Shortly afterward, the Queen Mother of the West gave a reply that even she was a bit shocked by just now. She was well aware of who the beginning was, but just now, A divine sense had been transmitted within her sea of consciousness, telling her that there was no need to panic. The next fight was bound to proceed to an even more intense level. Just the means displayed in the first two moves were enough to shock the world and make the group of heavenly prides in front of them honestly quiet down. The holy lords present were all human, and once they heard that someone had disallowed them to watch, they probably had a number in their hearts. At this time, Wuxia had already gained insight into Ji Zimo's arrival, and immediately flew to pounce, his large palm slapping down fiercely. Boom! The void here shattered, directly crushing this heaven and earth. The two of them rushed into the sky and killed their way out of this void. You are powerful. The first person I have seen since I was born. Beginningless was calm and collected. His battle intent was majestic. At this time, the white clothes on his body had been torn away to a small half, and the first god of the ancients had left a path of wounds on his body, looking quite miserable. Ji Zimo on the other side was similarly not feeling well, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His arm was nearly yanked off, but fortunately, he had the secret of the word of the one, which restored his injuries all over his body. At this situation, both sides' physiques were recovering rapidly. Only Ji Zimo, who possessed the word secret of the people, was a step faster. Ha ha, Liao Zhan, you are likewise the strongest person I have ever seen. I can feel that you haven't gone all out yet. At this realm and at this age, there are only a few people who can reach it throughout the ages. The two men collided with each other and competed against each other. While killing each other, they couldn't help but feel a sense of heroes cherishing heroes. If it wasn't for the Emperor's path contention, the two might have become friends. Boom! Beginningless once again killed. His overwhelmingly strong, swung palm. It wasn't a simple palm, but rather it was like a small world. Thus it had such a great power that it was difficult for ordinary celestial pride to resist it. Ji Zimo immediately greeted him. He was not afraid of anything. Having the full version of the 9 secrets was always his biggest card. Not to mention, he also possessed the complete version of the Void Emperor scripture. Beyond the sky, a white-haired old man stroked his beard and nodded in disbelief when he saw the two people who were killing each other. Remarkable. Remarkable. To be able to fight with the number one divine body of the ages until now, to say that it is absolutely heaven-defying. If not for the Emperor's son coming out of the world, it is highly likely that this kid will be a great emperor of the current generation. No one knew the terrifying nature of the innate sacred body Tao fetus better than this white-haired old man. However, it was such a person who had fought the Tao fetus of the innate sacred body with a mortal body for more than 500 moves, and was still undecided between victory and defeat. Boom! The two collided again, and Beginningless moved for real at this point. When he struck out, the killing opportunities were infinite, and some of the supreme forbidden arts struck at Ji Zimo without stinting, and many of them contained the Western Imperial Mother's imperial arts. The Beginningless clock is overwhelmingly simple, dividing heaven and earth into 10 directions and reversing the universe. Beginningless brought all of his battle power into play, and the space was directly fixed, making the art of the void, the line of display, become incomparably difficult. Boom! Put! Ji Zimo coughed up blood in a large mouth. His body shook continuously. His figure instantly withdrew hundreds of miles. His eyes stared deathly at Wu Shi. Innate sacred body Tao fetus plus emperor body. It was really powerful. The Taiji diagram behind him unfolded, and a large white seal appeared in his hand. The emperor ruled the 9 heavens, and the great seal in his hand was also a symbol, containing endless power and supreme strength. This seal he gave the name Heavenly Emperor Seal, which showed his ambition to become the Heavenly Emperor. The casting materials of the Heavenly Emperor Seal were extremely extraordinary, made from divine stones that were hard to find in the world. Although it couldn't be comparable to the great bell quenched from the chaotic divine material of the Beginningless, it had a special function. Giggle! Beginningless took the next blow hard with his fleshly body, and his body continued to shake, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The celestial pride in front of him was the strongest and most powerful enemy he had ever had since he was born, bar none. It was also the only heavenly pride that was able to go head-to-head with him and had yet to lose a battle. Beginningless made a seal with both hands and struck out a secret technique he had created, capable of instantly knocking the enemy back to his childhood and killing him immediately afterward. This technique was overbearing, even if it wasn't perfect, but Ji Zimo was the first person who had allowed him to perform such a killing move. Ji Zimo's pupils shrunk, and he was instantly struck by a ray of strong light. With the moment of turning around, he returned to his childhood, the overwhelming genius with the powdered face and bright eyes. Time to kill! Beginningless immediately struck horizontally. This secret art of his was not perfect and was able to knock the enemy back for nearly a split second when he was a child. And this moment was the best time for his extermination. It's over, Beginningless spoke to himself, forcing him to use a forbidden divine art. The other party was proud enough. Seeing the apparent silence of the two men, Beginningless blasted a blow against them and retreated violently. These two were both Ji Zimo. To be precise, Ji Zimo's Dao body. One used the secret of all the 9 secrets, and the other used the secret of the word pro. The pro character secret, the most mysterious of the 9 secrets of the shadowed heavens, could forcefully ascend to the divine forbidden by executing this secret technique. Therefore, none was encountering a Ji Zimo with 10 times the battle power, while the other was a Ji Zimo in a state of invincibility. Regarding splitting, this was another secret technique, the digital secret. Being able to split and have the split possess 90% of one's own strength. An instant is fleeting. Ji Zimo's main body recovered and looked indifferently at Beginningless, and the 3 Ji Zimo forcefully struck horizontally. 3 people besieging 1 person. Even the rumored renowned Beginningless had a close call. An arm was removed and slapped into a bloody mist. At the same time Ji Zimo also paid the price. A bilocation was cut off half of the head. The bilocation also possesses the word secret of the person. A few moments will be restored as before. Beginningless blood stained the sky. His robe stained with blood. Facing 3 Ji Zimo, all mastering the complete version of the 9 secrets. Under siege, even he was a bit overwhelmed. As the tug-of-war unfolded, Beginningless seized the moment and slapped out one of Ji Zimo's doppelgangers, nearly turning the situation around. With 1 against 2, Beginningless no longer had as much power as he did just now. At the end of the battle, neither of them could help each other. The battle became a draw. A black hole appeared in the sky, and without beginning turned away without looking back. You're arrogant, my ass. When you die someday, I'll bounce on your grave. Beginningless, who had gone out to the battlefield, heard these words, and with a clang in his footsteps, his face visibly darkened. Ji Zimo smiled slightly, his mind relaxing a lot. To be able to fight the number 1 divine body of the ages to a draw, this would surely be passed down for generations to come. Chapter 6, Prideful Xiaolongyin. At this time, Ji Zimo's black battle clothes were flying. His face was a little white, and he had suffered a lot of losses just now when he was in close combat with Beginningless and him. The body was cracked, and even with the persona secret, it had used up a lot of origin and needed to recuperate for a while. Beginningless didn't curry any favors either. His chest was penetrated by his fist, and he was just 1 move away from tearing his opponent in half and staining the sky with blood. Well, the white-haired old man smiled as he looked at Beginningless. He didn't intervene just now. Despite seeing that the other party possessed at least 5 or 6 9 secrets, one couldn't help but lament Ji Zimo's heaven-defying chance. But this was good. These 9 secrets made Ji Zimo incomparably terrifying, able to become a whetstone for the first divine body, the first time to draw with someone, and the fight to the end of the helpless. No beginning do not want to say too much. It only saw Ji Zimo as the strongest enemy in the battle for the Emperor's path. He relies on the 9 secrets for the majority of his battle power. I need to close my eyes for a while to realize the method of breaking the 9 secrets, and then I will be able to defeat him at that time. Thinking back to the scene of the battle just now, the 9 secrets could be said to have done Ji Zimo a great favor and made him suffer. He recalled that legendary empress, who had spent her entire life fighting against the descendants of the 9 secrets, and finally succeeded in researching a way to break it, with overwhelming splendor. Your natural talent is the strongest I've ever seen ever. That Ji Zimo is indeed a bit strange, and is the best whetstone on your path to growth. The old man stroked his beard again and laughed, gazing at the heavenly pride present at Yao Qi. Being born in this era would be a sorrow for all of them. On the scene, only Ji Zimo appeared. As for Beginningless leaving by another path, those in the arena did not know that this move was made to avoid having an ambush set against him. As soon as he appeared, all eyes were fixed on him, tying that desperate to know an answer. It's a draw, Ji Zimo said calmly, and then turned to leave, not realizing that these words made the whole place close to boiling. After this battle, the world knew that Beginningless was as terrifying as he was, able to fight Ji Zimo to a draw. This made those who secretly wanted to count on Beginningless have no other thoughts. Counting on someone so strong was tantamount to seeking death. Queen Mother Yaoqi looked at Ji Zimo in shock. Others didn't know who Beginningless was. She knew it all too well. It was a true emperor's son. Where is the beginning? Some people got up the idea of befriending each other and searched for Beginningless in the field. No is not here, but has come out of the Yaoqi by some other path. As the son of an absolute emperor, as well as the strongest divine body in the world, Beginningless' path was destined to be filled with blood and tears. Therefore, he did not want to involve Yaoqi, so he also never publicized his identity. Night. The Yaoqi was full of flowers, and some of the female disciples, with their slender bodies, walked through the banquet, exuding a floral scent that couldn't help but make people a bit mesmerized. Duke Ji, I'll drink to you. At that moment a woman appeared with a bright smile on her face, displaying 2 sweet dimples. The breeze flicked and blew her white dress, but it was the holy maiden of Yaoqi. She has bright eyes and white teeth, and between her shallow smiles she looks like a country that has fallen to the city, with a layer of hazy water mist shrouding her body. In a trance, there seemed to be crystalline petals floating down, ing, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. Ji Zimo nodded. Although a big battle, drinking a little wine would not hurt. The young monk is untalented and would also like to toast to the scholar. Not far away, Xiangtian also walked over with a slight look of joy on his face. He was the favored disciple of a high monk in the western desert, and this time he had come down to the mountain, originally thinking that he had come to see the outstanding people outside. However, he had not expected that Yao Qi would be deeply shocked at the sight of him. Since when do monks drink wine? Ji Zimo smiled faintly and drank down another cup. The holy maiden of Yao Qi had a bright-eyed smile on her face. In fact, she also wanted to ask, but etiquette did not allow her to do so. Amitabha Buddha, my Buddha has said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, and drunkenness is not kept in mind. In this way, it is as if one had never been drunk. Sang Tian hemmed and hawed, apparently looking a little different from what the world thought of as a virtuous monk. Boom, boom, the door to the void opened and Ji Zifeng flew out from there, cloaked in hair and covered in bruises. And then, Xia Longyin walked out from it and gave Ji Zimo a condescending look. Brother, you have to avenge me, brother. He doesn't practice martial arts, he does sneak attacks, and he even kicked me in the crotch. Ji Zifeng came up crying and disgraced himself. The Ji family head's face visibly sank, and the faces of the few lodgers behind him weren't very good either. Beating a disciple of the Ji family in public benefited from ruthlessly smacking the Ji family's face. The great summer overlord immediately stood up and laughed. Misunderstanding. Longyin's hand was a bit heavy. If there is an opportunity in the future for your clan disciples to fight back, enough. Today's matter, get the hell back into seclusion for 50 years. If you come out early, I'll waste your legs. Yes, big brother. Ji Zifeng is usually not afraid of the sky and the earth, but he is afraid of this big brother. Under the eyes to see Ji Zimo angry. At that moment, he also snickered and didn't dare to say too much. Ji Zimo stood up and his gaze fiercely met Xiao Longyin. You should be an ancient man of the past, and all the heavenly pride of your same generation died? What? You can't beat that generation and are coming to bully the descendants? These words are very sharp. The people present smelled a strong fire. Anyway, watching the fun is not too big. What a loquacious yellow-haired child. Today you have fought in the beginningless, and in the coming day I will come to comprehend and understand your Ji-clan dharma. Xiao Longyin was sarcastic in public. His face could not hang on. His face was gloomy, and he asked Ji Zimo to fight again in the future. His true identity was also indeed a heavenly pride from the ancient times, with an unparalleled talent, only to have someone become an emperor not long after he was born, and for that reason he had to be sealed in the afterlife. Who do you think you are? You still need to use the day to beat you? Since the people of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty are so arrogant, today, Mr. Ji is not talented enough to give you a lesson. Unbridled, the Great Summer Hegemon just wanted to get up and rebuke him. What kind of person was he? Yet he was being rebuked by a junior. How would he face the world if this got out? It was when the words were just spoken. A huge pressure descended from the sky like a titanic pressure, instantly suppressing the chair under the buttocks of the Great Summer Hegemon, breaking in inches and exposing the veins on his forehead. He was only at the peak of the second level of Xiantai now, so how could he be Ji Zimo's opponent? You passed. Xiao Longyin's figure immediately dodged away. As an ancient heavenly pride, his cultivation had also reached the realm of the Daozhen Dao. The Daozhen Dao 2 heavens. He indeed had proud capital. Within Yao Qi, fighting is not allowed, and the two of you have reached this point in your feud. Then I will open the battlefield for you. The holy maiden of Yao Qi chimed in and waved her sleeve, and the ruins cave opened up once again. It was only at this time that the crowd placed their eyes on the holy maiden of Yao Qi, not expecting that the glistening, stunningly beautiful holy maiden's cultivation had already stood on the same level as theirs. When he saw, again, Ji Zimo, beginningless, the Jiang clan's divine body, Xiao Longyin, Xiangtian, and a host of other celestial pride, he couldn't help but sigh. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the previous waves. Chapter 7, Stomping on the Face Hard. Let's fight. If you want to fight, you really think I'm afraid of you. If you lose, don't say that I, Xiao Longyin, bullied you. Xiao Longyin let out a cold smile. His gaze was like the boundless starry sky, unfathomable. Turning back, he entered the market cave. Zimo, beware, do not take the enemy lightly. The admonition of the Ji-clan's holy lord came from his mind. Being able to be sealed from the ancient times was enough to show that Xiao Longyin's talent was absolutely overwhelming, or else it wouldn't have been possible to cause a great power to spend a divine source to seal it away. Ji Zimo was silent as he turned around and ascended the ancient battlefield. You are the heavenly pride of the world. But being called the most promising person to witness an emperor is your biggest mistake. You are still far from qualified. Although you and beginningless are powerful, they are mere stepping stones in front of me. Xiao Longyin. Xiao Longyin stood on a high mountain, his battle suit hunting and his body surging with golden light, forming one swimming dragon after another. There were 9 of them, each of which was lifelike, like 9 superbly sharp blades. Celestial pride, all have an invincible faith. Go forward, cut down everything, but there should be a yardstick. Over is not good. Ji Zimo couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Who gave him the courage to do this? Liang Jingru? I really don't know if beginningless in the original story ever met this kind of person and how he suppressed him. Qualified enough? This world has always been the world of the strong. Are you qualified to say that to me? Ji Zimo laughed coldly. Xiao Longyin was crazy. He was going to be even crazier than Xiao Longyin. As a fellow heaven's pride, he didn't even spoil beginningless. Would he still go and spoil a nobody? Xiao Longyin? Shameless child. Arrogant to the core. Xiao Longyin exploded with anger. No one had ever said to him that it was not enough. Feeling insulted, a vision violently appeared behind him. And in that vast universe, 9 dragons crossed the sky, striking the heavenly gods above and the earthly realm below, overlooking the universe. The giant dragon in the pattern behind him, a light passed in its eyes, and a ray of light instantly chopped in, like an absolute sword that could split the entire universe. Boom! The large mountain at the bottom of his feet directly exploded, stirring up dust and ash flying in the sky, as the dragons and phoenixes danced around Xiao Longyin, chopping out several overwhelming attacks in the process. Ji Zimo got up and used the Great Void technique, directly disappearing in front of the other party's eyes. In an instant, he descended beside Xiao Longyin, and his large palm slapped down, reversing Qianquan and cutting off yin and yang. This palm contained the entire world. It was Ji Zimo utilizing the Dozi secret to make the beginningless palm technique reproduce. Boom! 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 3 loud sounds were revealed as this palm fell, directly hitting Xiao Longyin and spitting blood from his mouth. His body shook and was almost on the verge of splitting apart. Although he hadn't utilized his true strength yet, Ji Zimo wouldn't give him a chance. The all-character mystery tenfold battle power triggered, deadening Xiao Longyin. Ji Zimo slapped hard on Xiao Longyin's face, causing his face to quickly swell up, then kicked him in the ass several times, playing him like a game. Not qualified enough? Then what are you? You can't even last 2 moves. Or are you a supreme heavenly pride that has survived from the ancient times? Just a waste. There is no better way to kill a man than to kill his heart. Finally stomping his head on the ground with 1 foot, Xiao Longyin reddened his face, his forehead veins bulging as he roared. Ji Zimo, do you have the ability to move your feet away? Just now it was just my carelessness. When we face each other again, I will make your life worse than death. Just after the words were said, he was instantly sent up into the sky with a kick, and then once again, he was ruthlessly stepped into the ground, a face that was almost on the verge of being twisted as Ji Zimo stepped on it so hard. The 2 were not the only ones who knew this, and all those who saw it in the Yao Qi felt incredulous. Xiao Longyin was also a heavenly pride that had been sealed down in the ancient times, and he was beaten so badly that he didn't even have the power to fight back. And then his eyes looked at the great summer overlord, shaming and provoking all of them. There are also many people, also sympathize with Xiao Longyin, was humiliated into this kind of appearance? I'm afraid that in the future it is difficult to raise their heads in front of the world, unless they defeat Ji Zimo. A snow shame. Yes, I'll see how he goes wild in front of me from now on. Ji Zifeng was incomparably happy, constantly waving his hands and shouting. In the Yao Qi, the great summer overlord who was watching coldly grunted, Brother Ji, if you have to spare others, you guys have gone too far. Could it be that it's to start a war with my great Xia imperial dynasty? Emoer's action is indeed inappropriate. He is young and rash. I hope Brother Xiao will forgive him. Ji Neng, quickly go call off ZMO. The Ji family head sat on the side hanging a few apologies. His heart had long been happy. This move undoubtedly gave their family a great long face. If the fight continued, the face of the ancient imperial dynasty would be lost. The divine body of the Zheng clan was silent as he looked at the scene in the picture. Back then, this was how he was defeated by beginningless. But the other party did not humiliate him. His gaze once again went to Ji Zimo's cold face, and his heart trembled fiercely. You can't mess with it. You can't mess with it. If you really piss off the other party, you're afraid that one day your own face will be stepped down hard in front of everyone. Seeing this, Xiangtian hurriedly lowered his head and chanted Amitba Buddha, my Buddha's compassion a few times. The holy maiden of Yao Qi, looking at Ji Zimo's figure in the sky, had a sweet smile on her face. This caused many of the holy sons as well as admirers who had been following her openly and secretly to sigh. Zimmer, it's ready. a clan elder appeared in the middle of the battlefield and shouted at Ji Zimo to stop. But in his heart, he was also already happy. Looking at Xia Longyin, who was nearly beaten into a pig's head, he then had a few moments of forbearance in his heart. This move had greatly increased the face of the Ji family. What's so crazy about being crazy? When you meet me Ji Zimo in Beidou in the future, put your head down and behave. Ji Zimo's foot that was stepping on Xia Longyin's head was lowered, and he carefully patted the dust on his shoulder before turning to leave. Since the head of the family have sent people to shout that the fire has been almost, and then fight really have to two big families to turn the face of the war. That way it is not worth it. Xia Longyin lifted his head, his eyes nearly crazy, but he forced himself to be sensible, because he really couldn't his opponent, even if he went all out. Ji Zimo, if I don't take this revenge, I won't be a human being. Who knows? Ji Zimo seemed to sense something, turned around and smiled coldly at him. If you want to take revenge, come anytime. You'd better find a place where no one is around, so that it's all over and no one will see you lose face. After saying that, he revealed his white teeth, like a demon, and anyone could hear the killing intent in his tone. Gentlemen, see you again sometime. Feeling disgraced, the great Xia overlord immediately got up and rode in the chariot pulled by the 9 scaly dragons. Leaving on that note, some people think about Ji Zimo's great heroism. Even the ancient masters are not his opponent. Then the beginning of the war with him should also be so horrible. The hearts of some such people who wanted to count the beginningless chilled. A few days later, the group of people once again returned to the ancient Ji clan. As for the retaliation of the great Summer Imperial dynasty, Ji Zimo was not worried in the slightest. For one thing, he was powerful himself, and secondly, the current Ji family was far more powerful than the unknown number of times in the latter days of the era that Yifan was in. There were not a few sages sealed in the Forbidden Land. He had already gained insight into the fact that there were at least 3 peak great saints in the Forbidden Land, as well as an even more terrifying existence. Suspected quasi-emperor, and there was even an emperor's son. Such an underpinning made the Ji clan wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Chapter 8, The Opening of the House of Kish. Battle with the beginningless. And Tide. This if placed in the later generations, set out anyone will not believe. But now but real happened. Ji Zimo sat in his place of seclusion, surrounded by 9 types of light. Each of these lights emitted the sound of the great Tao, as if 9 great emperors were chanting scriptures to him. The earth surged with golden lotuses, dragons and phoenixes, brilliant golden radiance, illuminating the entire hall, reflecting all sorts of supreme figures. Those people, standing in the 9 heavens, each one seemed invincible, the avenues rumbling around them, unrivaled. It was the 9 secrets, reflecting the truest of the 9 ancient celestials, who had personally taught him the secret methods. If the ultimate taboo of the unity of the 9 secrets is struck, even the current beginningless would have to lose. Ji Zimo stood up as the light in the great hall dispersed and said to himself, the moment he fought with beginningless, he fully witnessed the other party's special physique. Every inch of his flesh and blood surged with a brilliant divine radiance. It was like a divine spring. The speed of recovery after the body was torn apart was incredibly fast. Definitely the strongest qualified person he had ever seen. After this period of seclusion, he had digested the experience of fighting with beginningless, and his strength had risen to the next level. In the past few days, there were also some clan elders from the family who paid a visit to the door, wanting to obtain the 9 secrets in his hands. On that day, many people saw that Ji Zimo had more than one secret technique on him, which made many people's hearts flutter. Zimo, just how many of the 9 mysterious arts do you have on you? Ji Zimo's own father, Ji Jin, inquired. 3 kinds, Ji Zimo replied without mincing words. After all, since childhood, this father of his still loved him. Could you pass it on to your younger brother? Ji Zifeng. Only Ji Jin in the entire Ji family dared to ask out so openly. No, Ji Zimo decisively refused. It was obvious that he didn't think highly of his brother Ji Zifeng, the whole person a playboy disciple. If you go out to get away with it, it is likely to be controlled by someone who has the intention to break through the sea of consciousness and get the secret art. One must know that the art of the 9 secrets is extremely coveted even by the saints on the Beidou today. I already know. So practice well. Ji Jin finally sighed and left this place. He couldn't blame anything. After all, his current position as well as resources were all gained by his son. And on that day, the world shook. The reason is closed for 8,000 years of the Central State Chishire House once again enrollment. Said that the Starry Sky Ancient Road will be opened again. Those who have the destiny can go. The threshold of the Chishire mansion was extremely high, and in order to step into it, none of them were the holy sons and daughters of a party, or possessed strength relative to it. And those who set foot on the ancient path of the Starry Sky must be the best of the best. Many people looked at each other sideways with intent. A few days later news came that the Jiang clan's godbody had embarked on the path to the Chishire mansion, and other holy places, such as Shaking Light, and the Shaking Light Saint's son had also traveled to the Chishire mansion. Chishire House, wide collection of Beidou people, can go to the people without exception, are a side of the top genius, or a side of the Gaishire famous people in Jie. Neither the ancient nor the current world is an exception. Ji Zimo had decided to go, and at the same time, the Ji family head had sent the god body Ji Zijie and a bunch of other celestial pride to the Chishire mansion. Over the years, he had been pressurized by Ji Zimo, without any semblance of scenery. That's why he decided to head to the Chishire house to face off against the other geniuses. Although Ji Zijie was a Ji family divine physique, which was extremely similar to the latter-day Ji Haoyue physique. However, over the years, shrouded by Ji Zimo's glory, the world only knew that the Ji family had produced a Ji Zimo, who was hailed as a figure with hopes of proving an emperor. Ji Zijie was not well known, especially after being viciously defeated by Ji Zimo several times. He became even more silent and speechless, barely out of the limelight, honestly languishing in the corner. Ji Zimo didn't choose the magic formation teleportation. He was preparing to go there by himself to comprehend the laws between heaven and earth, and also to lament the sorrows and sufferings on earth. So on that note, it was 6 months. Along the way, he experienced many kingdoms, some of which were mortal kingdoms and some of which were cultivator kingdoms. The war was unending, overgrown and strewn with corpses, and everywhere people were starving and fleeing. On this day, as the rain poured down, he walked into a cultivator's tavern in the ancient city. There was a cacophony of voices here, discussing anything and everything. He ordered a plate of cranes, as well as 2 jugs of sake, and ate in silence in the corner. He didn't know how long it had been, but he could clearly hear that someone was talking about the news about the Ji family as well as the Chishire mansion. Have you heard? Half a year ago, the elders of the Chishire mansion personally traveled to the Ji family of the desolate ancient family to invite the young emperor Ji Zimo to train at the Chishire mansion. Hearing the name of the young emperor, Ji Zimo was first stunned. Should I say that the name was quite nice? It was very domineering and showed that the people of the world recognized him as a young great emperor. Naturally, I've heard about it, but in the end, didn't the young emperor claim that he was going to walk to the central state on his own? What? Hasn't he walked by now? The people at the other table were also extremely curious, and their gazes swept over. That's another thing, but by all accounts it should have gone long ago. I don't know why it's late to show up now. The one who spoke was also puzzled and frowned. So what was your original point? Someone continued to ask. Right now, the Ji clan, who is having a hard time in the Chishire mansion, is being deliberately targeted. And it seems that they just want to deliberately draw out the young emperor. Why haven't I heard about it? But I did hear of something else. The Great Xia dynasty. Recently a supreme heavenly pride has appeared, named Xia Longyin, known as the Xia Emperor. At that moment, a voice came out from another corner. Half a year ago I heard that the young emperor suppressed a supreme heavenly pride from the central state after dueling with Beginningless. And now the 2 of them, one of them is known to the world as the young emperor and the other as the Xia Emperor, which is clearly taking advantage of the young emperor. Ha ha ha, what this brother said is reasonable. It is also considered a wizard of sophistry. Come on, I'll toast you. The 2 men laughed and exchanged a toast. Ji Zimo's face darkened. This Xia Longyin wants to be his father from the great power of the name to press him head. In fact, the Ji clan has not only produced a Ji Zimo, but also a Ji clan divine body. This Ji clan divine body is not as famous as the young emperor, but it is also known as a supreme heavenly pride. With him, the people of the Ji clan shouldn't have been targeted so miserably. He has also united other people. All of them are mighty supreme geniuses. You all know who else? That cultivator was still trying to sell a story, wanting the crowd to guess. Hey, I know of one person. He comes from the northern domain. He is very mysterious. He has struck out a few times, and is speculated by outsiders to be the inheritor of the chaotic ancient emperor's current generation. Ancient cloud deity. Not bad. You guessed it. In fact, it's not just him alone either. There's also Prince Jioli of the Jioli dynasty. The 3 of them took the lead and led the central state's heavenly pride to deliberately target. I know about this. The last time a certain secret realm of the Chishire house was opened, the Ji family's pride was deliberately targeted and 2 people died in a row. Chapter 9, The Girl in Green. The restaurant was bustling with activity, and these cultivators were quite intent on being scholarly, stirring up words, and pointing out the mountains and rivers. The truth is that they are all at the bottom of this cultivation. The qualifications are down, and the cultivation is inching forward. First, they discussed the affairs of the world here, as well as the wind, and when they were in the mood, they directly drank wine with the people and made brothers. Of course, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the city. Insight into the world. After 3 rounds of drinking, the people here left one after another. Ji Zimo walked up to the person who had just made a big speech and inquired, "Have you ever known that the beginning has traveled to the house of the Odd Fellows?" The man, drunk and hazy-eyed, spoke, beginningless. "Is that the one who drew with the young emperor? I have not heard of him coming to the Cheshire house." "Thanks." Ji Zimo nodded and gave a friendly smile. "Wait, who are you?" The man's mind snapped awake, and by the time he asked this, Ji Zimo had already disappeared from sight. "Am I drunk again? Are there visions in front of my eyes?" He smiled helplessly and bitterly. Unbeknownst to him, the figure of Ji Zimo, who had just asked the question, appeared hundreds of miles away. This world is so big, the group of heroes, the sea of people, there is only a beginningless let him fear. The rest of the other people, he is not careless, and will not be put in the heart. The group of celestial pride in the family, although they belonged to one family in total, were divided into different branches, as well as various factions, and it wasn't bad to hone them in such a high-pressure environment. Suddenly, two sharp rays of light cut across the mountains and rivers headed for, and wherever the light passed, the trees were destroyed, and the rocks and mountains were shattered, and it went straight into the ground for 300 feet, startling the birds and beasts to fly. Ji Zimo looked far away as two knights in iron armor cut through the mountain range recklessly high above the sky, seemingly looking for something or someone. "What man?" A bellowing cry came from the sky. Those two knights came, holding three-pointed two blades in their hands, with cold light and precious light emanating from them, and immediately landed in front of Ji Zimo's body. "Who are you? State your name?" The two knights opened their mouths again. If they could not see the depth of Ji Zimo's cultivation, I'm afraid that this time they would have already made their move. Ji Zimo frowned as the two knights in front of him were reduced to pieces without a sound. Further on, the knights here instead became more numerous, in groups of 3 or 5. Suddenly, a huge fluctuation erupted from the western mountain. The trees tugged wildly, kicking up rocks and stones, and all the knights, all of them, ran towards that place. "Kill! Capture Princess Lioli alive!" There the shouts and killings rushed to the sky. The sounds of arms and weapons came, and many people were screaming and tearing their hearts out. Ji Zimo turned his head to look, only to see a green light, shooting far from the sky, with endless pursuers behind him, one magic treasure after another smashing in, almost on the verge of destroying the sky and the earth. Not wishing to meddle with anything else, his pace was as fast as the aurora borealis, and he disappeared in a flash. So fast, could he be the one the old heavenly master was talking about? Wrapped in green light, a young girl murmured and chased after Ji Zimo in the direction he disappeared. This place belonged to the central state, and he had traveled all the way through the mountains and had seen the hardships of the world, as well as the great rivers and mountains. Eventually he stopped at a small bazaar. It was easy to relax here with all the people, no war breaking out, and happy smiles on everyone's comings and goings. "Brother, I'm hungry, can I have a couple of buns?" Walking in the bazaar, Ji Zimo was tugged by a human car by the corner of his clothes. He turned his head to look. It was a little girl, a pair of big eyes soulful revealing a kind of choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo light. The little face was a little dirty, but you could vaguely tell it was a beauty. She pulled on Ji Zimo's coat corner and pointed with her little finger to the steaming buns across the street. A few moments of hesitation flashed through Ji Zimo's mind. This couldn't be the Empress, right? The female emperor became Taoist 160,000 or 170,000 years longer than the beginningless first. Counting with her fingers, she should have lived out about 3 or 4 lives at this time, and it would not be strange if it was Nui Nui in front of her. Seemingly seeing the hesitation in Ji Zimo's eyes, the little girl's pupils showed a look of fear and said, "Forget it if your brother doesn't want to." She lowered her head and turned to leave when suddenly her small hand was grabbed tightly. Looking back, it was the older brother from earlier. "Come on, I'll take you for a bun." A bright smile appeared on Ji Zimo's face. He had just probed. The little girl in front of him was not Nui Nui, and was seen through by him at a glance. It was an ordinary little girl. "Thank you, brother." The little girl smiled happily. "Xiao Air. 3 buns. All right, customer." What a kind person. This little girl has been begging here for more than 10 days, but someone has bought a bun for her. Xiao Air's face was full of smiles as he neatly wrapped the buns in oil paper and handed them to Ji Zimo. Kazimo hesitated. 10 days without food? The shopkeeper, a dark-skinned young man, covered one side with his mouth when he heard this and whispered, "Not really. Every single day I've been hiding from the shopkeeper and secretly handing this little girl a few steamed buns. How else would she hold up? Speaking of pity, I do know this little girl. I don't know what the reason is." A thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Let her family's home destroyed. Also fortunately she was outside to collect firewood, only to be saved from a disaster. If the gentleman is kind, don't tell her to take back as a maid to raise, watery, grow to 12 years old. body and bones watery. Surely have your blessing. The shopkeeper smiled lewdly, revealing a smile that all men understand. Amount. Ji Zimo was rather speechless. The little girl wolfed down the bun and suddenly realized that Ji Zimo's gaze was looking at her, so she hurriedly ate it in small bites. Ha ha, what's your name? The little girl made him laugh with this behavior. My name is Choo Choo, the little girl said crisply. Don't be afraid, eat all you want. Wait here for me for a while, I'll be right back. Ji Zimo turned around and disappeared into the sea of people. For some reason, a look of anticipation grew in the little girl's eyes. Not long afterward, Ji Zimo did return again. Behind him also followed a rich businessman dressed as a middle-aged man, came to adopt the little girl back, and left with repeated assurances that will not be treated badly. Choo Choo. Ji Zimo nodded. Just now there was also a discovery that Choo Choo had a wisdom root in her body that could be cultivated, but he wasn't just taking in people as he saw them. Suddenly, Ji Zimo's face turned cold, sensing the changes in the surroundings. The entire town had been laid down in a large formation. A green light descended from the sky, and it was a young girl with dark hair like clouds and bright eyes, the beauty of the closed moon and shy flowers, out of the world to almost dreamy. The sleeves of the clothes flicked, like the Lingbo fairy. This gentleman, please save me, will be rewarded. The young girl's bright eyes revealed a few moments of pleading. Her red lips were tantalizing, and her shell teeth were like jade. Chapter 10. Obscure. At this point, Ji Zimo were not able to see that laying a killing formation should be to round up the young girl and bring the scourge here. Ji Zimo reached out a little, and the other party's figure stood still, unable to move. Then Ji Zimo's figure disappeared into thin air. He had the secret of the word line. He came and went freely between heaven and earth. Even if there was an overwhelming killing formation blocking him, he could see it as if it was nothing. As he disappeared, the young girl followed. Thousands of miles away, Ji Zimo looked at the young girl beside him and caved in a moment. Divine Light Talisman. Good tactic. The Divine Light Talisman was a popular rune in the world that could not be made by a saint, and after locking onto a person, the rune would be as fast as the other person was, and for a short time, it simply cannot be lifted. Saving my life will be rewarded. The other party's divine sense intermittently transmitted a voice of distress, and a few moments of pleading flowed from his eyes. Kill. Don't let them escape. This is Princess Lioli, who is ranked number 1 in beauty in the central state. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky in the distance, and one iron rider after another was almost on the verge of shattering the dome of the sky. At the same time, there were also absolute powers chasing after them, with terrifying fluctuations that could be felt from afar. Princess Lioli, an absolute powerhouse. This was obviously two dynasties dueling. Ji Zimo didn't want to interfere in it, although he didn't fear trouble. He didn't want to invite trouble for no reason. Take me with you and I'll give you half of the Taiyin true scripture. The first beauty of the central state, Princess Lioli, transmitted her voice, like a supreme immortal song, her voice moving and pleasing to the ears. Deal. Ancient scriptures, is a synonym for people's hearts, as if there is some kind of magic, so that throughout the ages I do not know how many heroes and heroines tend to rush, especially the Emperor's scripture, which is related to the fundamentals of a power's inheritance, and can lay a supreme foundation for the descendants. So just ask, who could not be moved? Ji Zimo was still a bit surprised and couldn't help but glance at Princess Lioli. This woman really had the audacity to give away half a volume of the Taiyin true scripture, which was almost too much to think about. I won't lie to you, take me away piece by piece, and I will definitely repay you with the true scripture when the time comes. In the rear, the shouts of killing were near, mixed with the fishy wind and blood while those people had grim faces, the beasts on their hips opened their bloody mouths, just like killing demons, while more cultivators chased down, as if they were heartless. Ji Zimo looked at the crowd that had come, and directly swung out a fist, which carried a glistening light, like a long dragon, breaking everything. Boom! A huge explosion occurred as a punch was thrown out, and a bloody storm literally drifted between heaven and earth. Broken bodies were splattered and strewn about, and the place seemed to have become a land of Shura. How dare you! How dare you kill a strong person of my ancient moon dynasty? I think you're impatient with life. Above the sky dome, a supreme powerhouse pulled out a Bagua mirror and threw it at the two. The strong power fluctuation almost caused Princess Lioli to change her face. That 1/8 trigrams mirror, which flowed rapidly in mid-air. It was as if the entire world was pressing horizontally. The void was shattering. The air currents were surging rapidly, and there was a great sense of oppression. How dare you show off your skills with a little carving? Ji Zimo pointed out with a finger. Ka-ching! The 8 trigrams mirror high above the sky directly shattered. The absolute power behind him had his body split apart in an instant. His immortal platform was chopped to pieces, and there was no more life. Ji Zimo rushed out of the sky, defying everything, and all those he encountered were pushed across the sky, with hardly any suspense. While he was behind him, Princess Lioli was covered in a greenish-colored light, as if she was sealed in a piece of amber, with extraordinary spirituality, just like a fairy. As she looked at Ji Zimo's overwhelming figure, an unprecedented sense of security surged through her heart, feeling incomparably fulfilled, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally, the two killed their way out, destroying everything along the way, without half a doubt. And they were already nearly 100,000 miles away from that battlefield. At a beautiful mountain peak, Ji Zimo turned around to look at Princess Lioli behind him. Well, it's safe here, so it's time for you to make good on your promise. Ji Zimo chopped off the divine light talisman, breaking the connection between the two. It almost surprised Princess Lioli slightly. Thanks for letting me stand out. I will honor my promise and share half of the Taiyin true scripture with you. Between the words, he stretched out his jade-like hands, and in front of him, spiritual light spread out, forming a piece of text. It dissipated in a flash, but with Ji Zimo's memory, a split second was enough to memorize it all. You have the complete Taiyin Sutra on you? Ji Zimo was very curious, because what he got was the first half, and where the breaks were, they were intermittent. And it was obvious that the woman in front of him was proclaiming that she had the complete ancient scripture. I still have half, but there is only one possibility. If you will marry me, I will give you the other half. Princess Lioli came forward, her soulful eyes flashing wisely. It is like a black jewel with a refreshing aroma, long flowing skirt, hazy curves, dignified posture and jade-like skin. The girl is joking. This matter is about destiny. I've done what I promised you. Let's leave it at that. Kidding aside, saving a person could still knock himself in. He was an existence that wanted to fight for the Emperor's path with one mind, and his opponent wasn't simple either. It was the beginningless one in all ages, giving him a lot of pressure, and he categorically couldn't fall into gentle incense. The light dispersed, and Princess Lioli couldn't help but freeze as she looked at the departing figure in front of her, and then stomped his foot in anger. Damn it, this princess has made it so obvious and still refuses me. What was his name again? This is just a small episode of the same passersby in life. In the Chisel House, GZJ roared furiously in anger. You are bullying people too much. Aren't you afraid that my G family will settle the score with you later? At this moment, his battle armor was shattered, his hair was cloaked, and his body was stained with blood, and a few G-clan celestials around him were even worse off, looking vigilantly at the enemy in front of them. Ha ha ha, deceiving people too much. What is this compared to G Zimo? Just humiliate you. Humiliate the G family? What can you do to me? Xiaolongyin walked from the distance with a cold smile on his face, holding a long sword in his hand, which was a replica of the Tai Huang sword, possessing uncommon power. He walked forward, and the group of followers beside him all had cold faces. It looks like the rumors are all true. Sure enough, he was stomped on his face so hard by my G family's absolute pride that he was beaten on the ground and couldn't get up. You're incompetent. You don't dare to settle the score with him. Instead you come to bully us. If you have the ability, let's have a duel. Ji Zijia's face was expressionless, but filled with sneers. Very well, behead them all here. I want to see if the Ji family, Ji Zimo, can make waves in this central state. Xiaolongyin's face became colder and colder as Ji Zijia's words clearly provoked his nerves. Brother Longyin, are we really beheading them? Gu Yunde came from afar. After all, he was going to execute a few seedlings of the draconic ancient family. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause the draconic ancient family's G family to be enraged. At that time, I'm afraid that no one would be able to bear the wrath of the desolate ancient family. What are you afraid of? This is in the middle of the secret realm. They are to blame for their deaths, and all the witnesses will be cut down. Who can be clear that it was us who did it, and it wasn't them who mistakenly entered the dangerous place? On the other side, the prince of the Jioli imperial dynasty also walked over. His face was clearly wearing a few playful colors. Killing disciples of the desolate ancient family was something he had never done before, and it was interesting to think about it. What are you afraid of? In which era has their G family not disappeared and died? What's more, even if he knows about it, so what? It's hard to believe that he would dare to turn his back on our three families? Xiaolongyin smiled. Not afraid at all. What to do? The few young celestials behind Ji Zijia panicked. The other party was just determined to kill them. Beware that they were besieged in this one canyon. The side was covered with overwhelming killing formations. They were in a dilemma. Even Ji Zijia's face sank to the extreme. It might as well be like this. How about you defect with me and target Ji Zimo together, and I'll give you a way out? Xiaolongyin looked at the several people and stated the ultimate purpose. No way. Ji Zijia said it out loud, sternly. Then die. Chapter 11, Invincible. setting foot in the Cheshire residence for the first time. Looking at the coming and going of the heavenly pride and talent, Zimo couldn't help but nod his head secretly. Where do you come from? Suddenly a young male came up and asked. Eastern Wasteland, Kazimo replied. That's a shame. The man shook his head, sighed, and then left. And then another psychic woman came up and asked about it, only to leave shaking her head. What the hell is this? Zimo was puzzled. Brother Mo. A familiar voice called out to him from behind. Zimo turned his head to see that it was the Jiang family's godbody, Jiang Mo. As the top genius of the Eastern Wasteland, Jiang Mo's every move was highly scrutinized, and soon, many gazes gathered on him. Your clan, they are being hunted down in the secret realm. It would be bad to go late. Zimo was stunned for a moment, then gave a thank you and turned to leave. Shaking Light, do you know what he is? Beside the Shaking Light Saint's son, a peerless beauty looked at Zimo's back and asked. The number one person in the Eastern Wasteland, young Emperor Zimo. Then we need to notify Xia Longyin and the others quickly. It's no use. It's already too late. They'll probably have a hard time trying to come back alive. Shaking the Light bitterly laughed. As the Eastern Wasteland family, and how would not know Zimo horror? He hadn't lost any dry fights, and if it wasn't for the fact that Beginningless had come out of nowhere some time ago and drew with him, he didn't even know if there was anyone else in the world who could be his opponent. I'm afraid that the only person who could make a generation of Holy Sun sigh so much was Zimo. What? The absolute beauty's tone trembled for a moment, but in just half a day, the rumor that young Emperor Zimo had already arrived at the Cheshire residence spread throughout the entire Cheshire residence. That is recognized as the first person in the Eastern Wasteland, out of the world is to sweep the general existence. Although in the central state, the heavenly pride is not as East Wasteland that generally fear him, but still is a reputation far and wide. The secret realm has been closed. You need to wait until 10 days later to open it. An old man in front of him with gray hair and beard, dressed in an ancient robe that appeared to have a Taoist charm, reached out to stop Zimo from moving forward again. Then why can the other entrances advance again? Zimo reached out and pointed to the other entrances, and the personnel entered as usual. This place is more dangerous with different entrances running to different secret realms. It's the best honing stone for that group of heavenly pride, so you can only enter once in half a month. The old man explained again. Zimo sensed the trajectory of the Tai Huang Jing running inside the opponent's body, laughed twice coldly, and swept him away with a slap. That old man's eyes widened. He was an absolute powerhouse. This celestial pride in front of him must have the cultivation level of a Dao chopper. Where is this person from? To be so raw. It's useless. You still can't enter a domain gate that you don't know how to open. Although you are a supreme heavenly pride, you have to admit that in the world, there are some things that you can't do as well. Humph. Zimo smiled coldly as his divine sense directly entered the old man's immortal platform. Sweeping his memories over, the old man's body shifted, and the domain door in front of him suddenly opened, causing him to stare in disbelief. Zimo possessed the group word secret of the 9 secrets, and he had studied this aspect during the week. Thus he was able to open the door so quickly. He dragged the old man into the world within the domain gate and then slapped him into flying dust. The reason for this was that he had gained insight into the other party's Tai Huang scripture and harvested a great secret, and if he didn't silence him, there would be no end to the consequences. The several great supreme lineages appeared to be at odds with each other, especially the several great imperial dynasties of the Divine Prefecture, and the several great supreme lineages of the Eastern Wasteland appeared to be in harmony on the surface, but secretly did not make a lot of blackmail. Boom, boom, boom. The loud roaring sound coming from the valley in the distance was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. The ridge in the distance was directly smashed, and a rain of blood drifted between heaven and earth. Xiao Longyin, you despicable and shameless villain. Fight me squarely if you have the ability. A hissing voice cut through the sky, his tone filled with resignation. Ha ha ha, what despicable and shameless? Despicable and shameless is just a means. Upright and honorable is also a means. It's just a matter of choosing a different way. As long as I can win, even if I am despicable and shameless, I can be passed down through the ages, and future generations will have to praise me for being wise. The same voice responded to him, and in the sky, 5 or 6 great powers bellowed in unison. All sorts of magical weapons covered the sky, and endless light flooded the place, as if heaven and earth had reopened and everything had returned to chaos. Suddenly, the great powers who had mastered the various spell formations in the sky spurted out a mouthful of blood in unison, and then, a figure swooped in, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and between the destruction, divine light surged, blood flew, screams continued, and limbs shattered all over the place. What a guy! Guyunda rushed up to the sky, a 9-colored glow emanating from behind him. It was like a rainbow, overwhelmingly bright, and with a large hand, the nine-colored light behind him surged forth, capable of instantly decapitating 5 or 6 great powers. However, Ji Zimo smiled faintly. His body shape was a vertical leap, as if he had traveled through infinite space and time, directly appearing beside Gu Yunda, and with a forceful tug, he directly ripped off one of the other party's arms. Blood flew across the room, and Gu Yunda wailed, "Who the hell are you?" Boom boom! A chaotic big picture attacked, covering the sky and the sun, with endless mountains and rivers in the picture, and Ki bloomed with amazing light. It was an unrivaled great power that came toward Ji Zimo to suppress him. Jiuli too. Ji Zimo was violently startled, and his figure retreated violently. The Jiuli too was the strongest imperial weapon in the world in terms of defense. There was none, and it possessed infinite greatness, capable of redefining gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In a moment, he gained insight into the truth that it was just a replica. If a real emperor's soldier appeared here, then why try the refining? Directly all the way to sweep just. Ji Zimo frowned. There was a kind of potential on that big picture. It was emperor potential. In other words, although it is not the real Jiuli map, but still has a few of the underlying. Good thing, though, it's not a real 9 lives chart. Ji Zimo pulled out his own heavenly emperor seal, the body of the seal developing a ghostly blue glow. This heavenly emperor seal had once been added to the eternal blue gold by him. Of course it was only as big as a small thumb, but it made this heavenly emperor seal have a drastic change. This piece of divine seal rushed up into the sky and confronted the imitation 9 lives figure, eventually battling to a standstill. Ji Zimo looked at that Jiuli figure carefully. It was definitely a holy weapon. And not just any holy weapon. It was the king of holy weapons. The secret of the running character was fast to the extreme. And with the addition of the Ji family's emperor scripture, it was like a tiger with wings, breaking through the overwhelming light of the imitation Jiuli diagram in a few moments, and arriving at the side of the emperor of Jiuli. Between Ji Zimo's raised hand, the great tablet wrestling hand was thrown out, and a void divine tablet ruthlessly impacted on Emperor Jiuli's chest. Instantly, his partition was in tatters. This can't be right. His body reorganized in the distance, hissing out the words. Ji Zimo had long since not cared that much, disrupting the spell cast by the Jiuli emperor, relying on the secret of the character of war. He directly grasped that imitation Jiuli diagram. Boom! He manipulated the diagram and ruthlessly suppressed it towards Emperor Jiuli, and in an instant, the holy radiance scattered, and the powerful Emperor Jiuli was crushed into bloody mud. Gu Yunda, who had one of his arms ripped off, saw the scene and pulled his legs out, like a mad dog, fleeing into the sky. Seeing this, Ji Zimo's big figure swept again, and the boundless might struck, enough to open up the mountains and rivers, turning this area into nothingness, and the powerful force caused Gu Yunda's tendons and bones to crack by inches. He directly crashed through a few mountain peaks, rocks splashed, and he viciously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The eyes were filled with horror. What kind of person was it that was so terrifying? Chapter 12, Saints Attack. The peaks in the distance, towering over the forest, on which stood quite a number of heaven's remarkable people. All of them had heard the commotion and came here to watch the battle. It was just a matter of moments, and the two great prides of the world were defeated and fled in a sorry state. This made them not help but suck in a breath of cool air, each having calculations in their hearts, worthy of being the number one person in the eastern wasteland. I'm afraid that such strength can only be matched by those few top demons. Not bad, but those people's cultivation has already arrived at half-saint and are about to step onto that ancient path. So there's simply no one who can restrain him anymore. Someone nodded in agreement. There were a few overwhelmingly powerful heavenly prides in the Cheshire mansion, who had come earlier in the day, and their cultivation levels were already strangely high when they arrived. Now it was even arriving at half-saint, leaving people in the dust. Emperor Jiuli, Gu Yunda, and Xia Longyin weren't the slightest bit less talented compared to them, but their cultivation levels weren't as high as theirs. Within the Great Formation, absolute killing on surged forth, and the sky and earth changed color, whipping up gusts of wind and creating boundless waves. One divine light after another shot up into the sky, intertwining high in the air and strangling toward Ji Zijia. Ji Zijia held a mirror above his head, which was modeled after the void mirror. It was very old, and ancient words were branded into the mirror frame, arcane and inscrutable, taking in the soul, while emitting a strong light to ward off the absolute killing formation. Ding ding ding, like a knife cutting and slashing, an ear-piercing sound was emitted, and the power coming from the mirror was enough to lift several mountain peaks off the ground. You won't last long. I'm giving you one last chance now, either merge or die. Xia Longyin completely ran out of patience, and just now his two best friends went out of the formation. Obviously, he had met a strong enemy, possibly Ji Zimo, so he was given little time. Cold sweat broke out on Gzg's forehead. His face was pale, and a strand of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the G clan behind them did the same, almost reaching the end of the mountain. Big brother, or we should just surrender. It's not shameful to have already persevered to this point. What's more, Gzmo has suppressed us for so many years. Even if we go together we can't help him. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The man behind him spoke, his forehead bruised and clearly on the verge of not being able to hold out much longer. You fart. We can't surrender. Once we surrender our hearts are scattered. There are only G family members who die in battle, not G family members who surrender. As soon as the words fell, the grand formation suffered a violent impact and broke as if it had been destroyed, and Xia Longyin, who was controlling the grand formation, changed his face and directly withdrew. Gzmo. Xia Longyin gritted his teeth and glared at Gzmo. Gzmo smiled bashfully. What? You don't kneel down when you see me coming, waiting for me to stomp on your face? At these words, there was an uproar among the watchers, and there were some whispers. So everything is true. Xia Longyin's anger rose as he coldly looked at Gzmo. In the Yaoqi battle, I was momentarily inattentive, and only then did I let you gain the upper hand. Let's fight today, so you can see my true strength. After saying that, the 9 dragons crossed the sky, and a touch of sharp sword intent pointed straight upwards to the heavens, shattering the heaven and earth, while at the same time, golden rays of light chopped down. Gzmo slapped his big hand, and the great tablet wrestling hand was then displayed. A huge void god monument appeared out of thin air, like the earth, thick and heavy, atmospheric, suppressing all disobedience. Boom boom, the two struck in the air, causing the mountain peaks hundreds of miles away to directly explode, and those heavens' pride in humanity had no choice but to stand farther away. Gzg watched Gzmo arrive. A smirk spread across his face as he watched the two exchange blows and immediately retreated beyond the 1,000 mountains again. From afar, only 2 rays of light were seen battling, 2 figures exchanging blows. The sword cuts through the void. Xia Longyin took out one of his own swords, a purplish-red longsword that shone with a demonic light, yet he soon sensed that something was wrong. The divine power was impassable, and this long sword seemed to stop in midair. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he watched Gzmo slap another palm without the slightest impediment to his movements. Gzmo was very subdued, a large handprint in the void, directly slapping the vision behind him. The void great handprint, incomparably rigid, was an overwhelming blow, both in terms of power and space. Go! Xia Longyin's scalp numb, face pale, roared, immediately pulled back. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the other party hadn't even played his bottom card yet, and he was already on the verge of not being able to hold on. It was too evil. Stop! A loud voice came out, shaking the heavens and earth and setting off a chaotic roll. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared, and a large hand grabbed Xia Longyin while slapping out a palm. The large palm ancient wave without light, as if it came in collision with the entire world. Gzmo's large handprint in the void, directly shattered. Gzmo's foot stepped on the Xingzi secret and cleaved through the attack area of that big slap. Gzmo, what exactly is your intention in beheading the disciples of the Qishir house for no reason? A middle-aged man walked from afar, his body's holy might spreading out to the heavens, almost crushing one's breath. Xia Longyin stood behind him as if he had a backer. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, he immediately looked around and suddenly realized that Emperor Jiao Li had already fallen. Elder, it's this person. He's despicable and shameless, mutilating his fellow disciples. He deserves to be put to death. Please seniors take action to kill this person and return justice to the Qishir house. Senior, I have no intention of killing anyone. It's just that I heard that people of my clan were trapped here, so I rushed here in a hurry, not realizing that I had inadvertently stepped on a bug. Gzmo looked straight at that middle-aged man without the slightest hint of timidity on his face. Good guts. Killing a royal prince of a royal dynasty without a hint of guilt. The people of the G family to cultivate are all such goods. At this time, I will definitely report to the house master, and from now on, you will be expelled and not be allowed to be included in the Qishir house. At this point, almost anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was taking sides, having been on Xia Longyin's side from the start. Senior, it was they who rounded us up first in the front, and we had no choice but to fight back. And 2 of my G family members have already died under the roundup of this despicable and shameless smile. At this time, Gzg stood out, with a fit of rage, pointing at Xia Longyin. Enough! Who's to blame if you're not as skilled as you are? The middle-aged saint's face was calm and cold as he looked at the several people and said, I saw with my own eyes that you killed your fellow disciples, and I'm detaining you here today to wait for the G-clan saints to come and deal with you. The middle-aged saint closed his large hands, using the sky as a cage and the earth as a prison. The hands combined to form a heavenly net, and the Tao rules continued to intermingle in midair, swarming towards the few people. Boom! Zemo directly struck out. It was a replica of the Nine Dawns diagram, and with one swing of the large diagram, it shattered the heavenly net. How dare you resist? The offense is compounded. The middle-aged saint was visibly angered, and then he slapped his hand fiercely, his palm flickering with endless lightning, as if forming a separate piece of the thunder field. The two formed a huge might, causing everyone to stay where they were, not daring to move a muscle. It was extremely dangerous to know that there was a world of difference between a saint and a chopping Tao, and that all under a saint were ants, and a single drop of a saint's blood would be enough to kill a chopping Tao. Shame on you. This is the first time I've seen such a brazen person, calling black white. I killed the man. So what? Zemo was full of disdain. He had his own cards. Chapter 13, The Heavenly Tribulation to Survive a Strong Enemy. The Jolie diagram in his hand couldn't be used anymore. If the gods inside were startled, Zemo would definitely incur a backlash. This was a Saint King soldier, and once it backfired, Zemo would be a bit unable to fight back. Boom boom boom. In an instant, rolling thunder resounded in the heavens and earth, and the clouds were so dense that it seemed as if they were going to extinguish the heavens and earth. The heavenly tribulation was ferocious as thousands of thunderbolts descended, turning the place into a true sea of thunder. The middle-aged sage's face turned green and immediately withdrew his palm. Every time they crossed the tribulation was undoubtedly the pain of pulling out tendons and cramps for them saints, and no one wanted to enter into that kind of suffering again. Not even saints. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting Zemo to be uncompromising and directly open the heavenly tribulation, catching that saint off guard. Boom! As a supreme pride, how could Zemo's thunderbolt be poor? Although it couldn't reach that level of beginninglessness, it could definitely shock the world. A shocking white aura flooded this heaven and earth. The earth fell, and the mountain peaks tumbled, turned into a scorched earth. Trees, flowers, plants, birds and animals. In this moment the earth crumbled and smoldered, lifeless. Shoo! Zemo's body traversed the void and ran madly towards the middle-aged sage, bound to include him in the thunder tribulation, thus triggering an even greater heavenly tribulation, the Great Sage Tribulation. Stop! The middle-aged saint's eyes widened, and as he watched the other party quickly rushing in, wanting to pull him into the Great Tribulation, he hurriedly flickered toward the distant mountains. Xia Longyin, who was beside him, also immediately turned around and fled. He was smart. Zemo's target was the middle-aged saint, so he changed directions and ran for his life. The sundry fish only, even give him water, can only last through a dozen moves. Sooner or later can be cleaned up. Zemo lazy to look at him, toward the middle-aged saint chased down. Zemo was in hot pursuit behind him, and the 9 secrets were activated. First entering the Divine Forbidden, and then unleashing the All-Character Secret, with the 10 times speed that was instantly brought up, as well as the invincible state. In a moment, he appeared behind the middle-aged saint, and that distance is getting closer and closer. Dog, don't run, fight me if you have the ability. Whoever runs today is a grandson? Zemo ran with all his might, spittle flying from his mouth. This saint in front of him was too infuriating. You wait, little brat. When the thunder tribulation is over, you will definitely be extracted and stripped of your soul, and your soul will be sent to the 9 hells, and you will not be allowed to turn around for eternity. The middle-aged saint was grieved. This was too humiliating, especially with so many people watching. It would be too hurtful to spread the word later. At this moment, all the celestials were almost petrified. What did they see? It was simply a myth that the Tao beheading realm ran along with a saint and chased that saint down. Why does the picture look so weird? The middle-aged saint was not idle either. Seeing that the thunder was getting closer and closer, he immediately laid down one piece of overwhelming killing formation after another, attempting to be able to put Zemo to death here. But he was overthinking it. Zemo Xingzi's secret was in his hand, carefully avoiding the absolute killing machine, and chasing madly towards him. Zga, as well as the crowd of G family's prides behind him, were stunned at this moment, and after reacting, they silently cheered for him in their hearts, feeling a surge of pleasure. Old piker. Just now he was talking big, and now he's being hunted down and running to the sky and the ground. Zga laughed out loud. But of course, these words were also in his mind, not daring to put the words out. The middle-aged saint at this time, his eyes were wide open as he watched Zemo pass through the absolute killing formation unharmed. His face turned green, and he frantically fled forward, not daring to take it lightly by half. Don't run. Fight me for 300 rounds. If you lose, call me father. Zemo took great advantage of the situation and soon brought the middle-aged saint into the range of the thunder. Boom boom boom. Greater thunder formed, overwhelmingly terrifying, and boundless havoc descended. Surprisingly, it was gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 great catastrophes, as if they were opening up the heavens and the earth. With thunder flashing and chaotic light flickering, the sea of thunder boiled. Millions of thunderbolts flashed, more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The middle-aged saint was enraged, and this matter could not be thought about. Doing his best to fight against the heavenly tribulation, Zemo instantly moved away. It was extremely fast and proficient in the art of the void. The middle-aged saint could not catch up with him. Go! Zemo shouted at the G-Clan's crowd to get them to exit this small world. They were here. Zemo had scruples and couldn't let go. Once they were outside in the Cheshire mansion, even if the middle-aged saint was no more powerful, it was impossible for him to make a move there, and it was relatively extremely safe. Understood. Zia quickly left with a group of family disciples. The thunder struck Zemo's body and was dispersed by the protective divine light. He was a supreme celestial pride. Such thunder was nothing to him, far less powerful than the level where he had just broken through the Tao beheading. Half an hour later, he finally passed the lightning tribulation, and was also in quite a mess. Thunderbolt to the backside of the more violent, and ultimately he also ate a small loss. If a little bit of injury are not subject to, it is impossible. It is only the size of the problem. He looked over there from afar. The middle-aged saint was miserable and incomparable. His skin cracked like ceramic. A mouthful of blood spewed out. He was victimized by Zemo today. When I've crossed the thunder tribulation, I'll definitely screw you over. Half a day later, the great saint's tribulation passed. The middle-aged saint looked like he had lost half of his life, cloaked and wretched, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a step into the 100 miles. Coldly, he looked at Zemo. Zemo sat peacefully on top of the highest mountain peak, quietly gazing at the air, the Taiji diagram behind him slowly flowing like an immortal divine ring. Little bastard, what else do you all have to say? The middle-aged saint stared at him coldly, but saw from his face regret, fear, and other expressions. He even wanted to see Zemo kneeling on the ground and begging him bitterly. Zemo opened his eyes and glanced bashfully at the middle-aged saint. Been waiting for you for ages. At these words, the middle-aged saint's eyelid snapped. In an instant, another piece of thunderbolt descended here. You broke through. The middle-aged saint was completely speechless as he watched the even more massive heavenly tribulation creep up on him. Zemo hemmed and hawed, wiped his feet and immediately slipped out. With his speed, even saints couldn't catch up with him and could leave with ease. This heaven and earth, once again, was shrouded by the heavenly tribulation. The lightning streaked across the sky, and the remaining celestial pride had long been few and far between. No one wanted to find that sin. The old master of the Cheshire mansion appeared, and although he was in his dying years, he still had black hair and was wearing a sackcloth. If you don't look closely, you'll think it's an old man planting vegetables on the side of the road. It's true that geniuses come out of youths, breaking through 2 realms in just one day. This is hard to see even in ancient history. Zemo saw the old mansion master walking towards him and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, house master. Successive generations of Cheshire mansions had all been very fair, and were never held by those from the big families. Some of them were from this house itself, while others were Jedi cultivators of the Nodezo Kirin, who were not famous in their own right. There is no need to be polite. It's even rarer to have the stature of a great emperor and still be so humble. The old mansion master laughed. His eyes were full of admiration for Zemo. Chapter 14, The Late Imperial Soldier. The middle-aged saint was heavily injured, but he still managed to hold on to his breath to come before the old mansion master and saluted. At this point I already know that it was you who were at fault first, and if it wasn't for favoritism, why would you be in this miserable state today? Yes, the old mansion master was unfathomable. The middle-aged sage didn't dare to confront him, and coldly stared at Zemo before turning to leave. In the middle of the room, Zemo closed his eyes to avoid the world. Having obtained the Tai Huang scripture, as well as half of the Tai Yin ancient scripture, he had to comprehend it. Steeply, 27 ancient characters sprang up around him. Each one was mysterious and unusual, containing 1,000 words. Each word was marvelous, the most essential great Tao in heaven and earth. In accordance with the ancient scriptures, he reshaped his own foundation, which was even more solid than before. Since that day, the old mansion master stepped in and suppressed the matter, but secretly the wind was rising, and the 2 forces were fighting in the dark. Everyone could see it, except G's side. After Zemo came, the disadvantage was made up for, and a number of clans sided with them. And last time, Gu Yunda, who had managed to get a life, rejoined with the mongrel Xiao Lonin. But at this time, there was an even more powerful character who joined in, with the cultivation of a half-saint, and this person was called the Dark Knight Monarch. When he was young, he was also a famous and unrivaled genius in the central state. On this day, Ji Zemo came out of the gate, his body's aura becoming plain and natural after a period of time settling down. Ji Zemo was also like a teenager, long and harmless, even a little coy and shy. The eyes were pure as water, with no bad intentions. I know you. Your name is Ji Zemo, right? At some point, a voice called out to Ji Zemo, and he turned his head to see that it was Princess Lioli. Ji Zemo frowned, a little surprised, and then asked, "Why are you here? Can't it be here?" The young girl smiled with bright eyes, her voice as clear and bright as a bell in the spring breeze. Princess Lioli, white as snow, beautiful and dusty, embroidered black and supple, crystal white melon face, flashing a sweet smile, like a jewel-like eyes waves of light flow, looking straight at Ji Zemo. Naturally, Ji Zemo nodded, when the gazes of the surrounding celestial pride had swept over. Who is that woman? Born with an ethereal spirit. Why is she staying with that demon? Not afraid of retaliation from the people of the Central State Imperial Dynasty? Then what is there to fear? The Ji family is no worse than the Central State Imperial Dynasty. So naturally, there is no fear. I recognize that woman. It's the princess of the ancient Moon Dynasty, Princess Lioli. I heard that there was a mutiny within the dynasty, but I didn't expect it to appear here. And what a status Ji Zemo had nowadays. Every move was accompanied by great attention. Anyone who knew of his feat, the three great celestial pride, he killed one of them, and the other two fled in a sorry state. Even powerful saints were hunted down and killed by him, so it could be imagined that he was now out of great fame. Brother Mo, there's a party tomorrow. May I invite you to join me? Princess Lioli's gaze tightly looked at Ji Zemo, waves of light flowing in her eyes. In that case, go on. Ji Zemo nodded and didn't refuse. At the same time, Ji Zijia's figure appeared, the corners of his mouth slightly tilted, his face displaying a faint smile. Princess Lioli then left. Big brother, the family key. Ji Zijia gave a look, and Ji Zemo instantly understood. The two of them then quickly disappeared together in the eyes of the crowd. In the house, a row of spiritual flowers and plants were in full bloom. The crystal-like petals were emitting a glittering light, and the stamens were like jade, also releasing a faint aroma. A plain table was placed in the center of the living room. It was not an ordinary table, but a rumored cultivation wood that emitted pure jade aura. Cultivating for a long period of time can grow divine sense. Ji Zemo came here, reached out and lifted his hand. Several spell formations were thrown by him to all corners of the house, isolating outsiders from eavesdropping. The clan learned of what happened to us and was furious. The old ancestors in the Forbidden Land awakened several of them, and one of them has already taken up seclusion near the Chishire mansion, urging us to act without scruples in the future. This was natural. The draconic ancient family all had their own temperaments, and there was absolutely no way that they would tolerate it. But anything if it's not done right, it's definitely going to war. Ji Zemo's eyes lit up. It's good to have a big tree at your back. It's good to have a family. Once aggrieved, the family can back it up. Brother, catch the mirror. Ji Zijia's expression suddenly became solemn as he took out an ancient mirror, which was ancient and simple and natural. One must not be fooled by its appearance, for this item is the Ji clan's imperial weapon, the Void Mirror, a true imperial artifact. Once it was truly executed, its power was undoubtedly terrifying, enough to slay the Starfield. With a wave of his hand, Ji Zemo took it in, and the ancient mirror sank into his sea of bitterness. Now, he has completely no scruples. If that group of people dare to take action against him again, to see himself dry or not dry them on the end, there is one more thing that the old ancestor has calculated. You may soon set foot on that ancient path, and the Emperor's soldier must not be taken away. Therefore, he entrusted me to pass on a small tower to you. The small tower was 7 stories high, each one a different color, with a precious glaze of different colors. The small tower was just taken out, but surprisingly, the sound of the great avenue roaring again, the divine patterns intermingled in mid-air, clanking, quasi-emperor soldier. Ji Zemo froze slightly before reacting. The old ancestor had high expectations of him, seeing him as a void emperor. For this reason, he did not hesitate to put blood money on his body, sending out a quasi-emperor pagoda just to protect Ji Zemo's path to becoming an emperor. In truth, Ji Zemo already had 2 saint soldiers on his body. One was taken from the Jioli emperor, and the other was gifted by the family for self-defense. It was just that on that day, the one who struck out was a saint, and the saint's weapon that he himself had brought with him was rendered useless. And right now, these things just made up for his shortcomings, and were completely capable of crushing everything like beginningless. On the other side, Princess Lioli looked at the white-robed man in front of her, nodded, and said, "He has agreed to attend the party tomorrow." The man's face was as sharp as a knife. His appearance was divinely handsome. He was dressed in white, and his abundance was like jade, giving an extremely strong sense of oppression. The aura on his body was very strong, and at a glance, he was an absolute heavenly pride. Gu Feng was his name, and being in this realm of the Tao of chopping, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Longyin and the others. Are you still a little reluctant, sister? Gu Feng calmly asked, his face ancient and unperturbed. No, now that you and I have both been driven out of the dynasty, like lost dogs, if brother doesn't do this, he won't be able to deter those curmudgeons in the dynasty. It's not a wise move for brother to do this. How? Gu Feng's gaze was like the stillness of the starry sky, and a cold light appeared in the hidden. Before I left the dynasty, I sought an audience with the old heavenly master from Antian Mountain. He told me that in this world, there will be a great and amazing genius who will push everything across and have no enemy. And after I came down from the mountain since I could meet it, today I saw him and thought that he was actually the same as the one you talked about. I am even more confirmed that it is him. It's just that those opponents of his are now more powerful in terms of us. It's unfavorable for us, and when he defeats those opponents of theirs, we will have a greater deterrent effect if we go forward. The world is unpredictable, and it doesn't have to be. We have no way back but to choose to let go. Chapter 15, Princess Lioli. The Vermilion Bird Building, very famous outside of the Chisel House, stood next to Bisho Lake. The dragon carp in the lake leaped out of the water, 2 dragon whiskers fluttering, scales shining brightly. The spirit is extraordinary. It was rumored to be the property of one of the great powers of the Central State Imperial Dynasty, and the conditions were very high if one wanted to enter the building, unless one was a heavenly pride, an absolute power, or an overlord of all parties. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to even think about coming in. Naturally, the people who came were not generalized, so the ones who enjoyed the place were treated at the top. All of the ingredients are top-notch ingredients. Jiaolong gallbladder, Jiaolong meat, and 1,000-year medicinal king, which are not uncommon here. Invited by a beautiful person, Ji Zimo entered this building, and looking around, many heavenly pride and talents had already taken their seats. Some of them knew each other, and some of them didn't, and to his surprise, Xiao Longyin and Gu Yunda were also among them. They sat beside a man with black hair, clear eyes, and a great, imposing figure, a man who had been in power for a long time. His gaze struck, like a long sharp sword, able to pierce through one's heart, straight to Ji Zimo's body. Humph! Ji Zimo coldly grunted, and that top invisible long sword directly collapsed at the same time. The 2 figures beside the man moved and trembled, obviously being attacked indiscriminately. That person was no other than the famous Dark Lord. The human Jia present were violently startled, such as Shaking Light, the divine body of the Jiang clan, as well as Ji Zj of this clan, as well as Gu Feng, who was seated on the side, and many, many holy sons and holy daughters. Right at this moment, Princess Lioli appeared, her ebony hair brushed, her eyes like water, and her eyelashes were long, with crystal clear skin and a love heart adorning her brow. They were intertwined in the gorgeous light, soulful and natural, and beautiful to behold. Princess Lioli is truly worthy of being the #1 beauty in the Central State. Thank you for inviting us to drink tea. The Shaking Light Saint Sun stood up and smiled at Princess Lioli, with the obvious intention of easing the atmosphere. I have invited you all here today, not in the hope that you will be sword fighting. Please listen to me play a song of lightness. In that case, then I'm grateful to the princess. The corners of the Dark Knight Monarch's mouth hooked up slightly with an evil smile, sweeping a glance at Ji Zimo and turning around to say thank you. And beside the 3 of them, a young male, thin and bony, with a green robe, ancient. He spoke faintly. Please, sir, begin. Ji Zijia came up and brought Ji Zimo into the main seat and whispered, we have quite a few enemies today. Look at that green-robed male next to those 3. He is the Grand Prince of the Jioli dynasty. The one you killed is his own brother. He obviously came with hostility. I'm afraid that he will target you, so you have to be careful. As soon as the words fell, a melodious sound of immortal music rang out, and the sound of the zither was like the flow of water in the mountains, trickling down, brushing over the lake in front of him, and also causing the willow trees to slightly raise their willow branches, bringing people into a good state of mind. Gradually, a flock of birds, accompanied by the sound of the zither, circled over the roof of the building, seemingly attracted by this wonderful and moving fairy music. Princess Lioli's hand stroked the zither like a butterfly. It gives a light and bright feeling, with a serene and beautiful sound that calms the mind and body. When the song ended, a group of people clapped and applauded. This Princess Lioli's zither skills are amazing, and her looks are also a masterpiece, with both talent and appearance. She deserves to be the #1 beauty in the Central State. Not bad. If I could marry her back, it would certainly be a blessing in 9 lifetimes. Oof. Others sneered and didn't say a word. I'm afraid it won't be long before the world knows. Princess Lioli will not be called a princess, and the dynasty behind her is about to fall. Princess Lioli, who had been playing the zither for a while, slowly opened her mouth. Today, I'm glad that all of you are able to be present to help us. At the same time, I will also reveal a shocking secret. At these words, the crowd looked solemn. Even the most prodigal of males watched very attentively as the captivating princess spoke. Brother, rumor has it that half a year ago, the ancient Moon Dynasty's supreme experts discovered the Taiyin true scripture that was left within the Taiyin sect, and it was later exploded by traitors. Several ancient lineages, which jointly controlled the ancient Moon Dynasty, did not discover this ancient scripture, and the greatest suspicion is on the Qishir house duo. There is also a brother named Gu Feng. Ji Zimo's divine thoughts resounded in Ji Zijia's mind, and of course, the reasons and results were all told. Taiyin ancient scripture, rumored human emperor scripture. Who wouldn't covet it? This one emperor scripture owned is undoubtedly one more path, stronger base, and more capable of being passed down through the ages. Many people have come here today with ill intentions, all because her brother, Gu Feng, has confessed to people that this gathering will explode with a shocking secret, and I guess, 9 times out of 10, it's related to this emperor scripture. Ji Zijia once again explained the reason for his visit today. At the same time, it also pointed out that why all the heavenly prides present had gathered here. Princess Lioli's appearance was one thing, and that was the most important thing. Many people in the arena were gazing at the Princess Lioli with their eyes fixed on her. Half a year ago, my dynasty's experts accidentally discovered the Taiyin ancient scripture at the Taiyin sect's ruins, and then encountered a traitor's betrayal, and had no choice but to let someone have their way. My father's heart aches for me, so he handed over this Taiyin ancient scripture to me, and I didn't expect. Princess Lioli paused, her gaze looking towards the heavenly pride present. Everyone was staring at her, hoping she would say the following. Her gaze inadvertently swept a glance at Ji Zimo, and only after realizing that the other party was calm, with a playful look on his face, did he continue speaking. Encountered a pursuit. Later, I met a man who saved me, and handed over half of the ancient scriptures to that man, while the other half was destroyed and deeply embedded in my mind's sea of consciousness, and invited a saint, gave a prohibition. Whoever marries me, I will give the other half of the ancient scripture to whoever. After saying this, Princess Lioli swept over all the celestial pride present, her gaze finally resting on Ji Zimo. What she said was the truth, and this was irrefutable to Ji Zimo. No heavenly pride is a cutie pie. With such a blunt hint, anyone could see that the saving of Princess Lioli was done by Ji Zimo. Brother, Princess Lioli was really saved for you? Ji Zijia's voice rang out urgently. At the same time, the divine thoughts of the other celestial pride similarly rang in Ji Zimo's ears. Not bad. Half of the Taiyin ancient scripture was indeed obtained by me. So what? Ji Zimo was calm and collected, and boldly admitted it. His gaze swept over the magnates present, and except for a few, no one dared to meet his gaze. He was too powerful. The rumors from a few days ago were still circulating, and no one dared to belittle him or anger him. Ha ha ha, Princess Lioli, I'm willing to marry you. The Dark Knight monarch stood up and laughed, looking down on Ji Zimo with an extremely proud demeanor. Take what? Your life? Ji Zimo's gaze coldly swept this Dark Knight monarch, and a powerful sense of oppression filled the entire room. Everyone could see that Princess Lioli was asking Ji Zimo for help, and the Dark Knight monarch came out to pick a fight. This might not be to pick a fight, but really to get that half of the ancient scripture. Ji Zimo, do you think I'm afraid of you? The Dark Knight monarch, with a cold expression, within his pupils were like countless starry night illusions, coldly staring at Ji Zimo. Chapter 16. Boom! The entire building visibly trembled, and the magnates were violently startled, only to see Ji Zimo directly strike. This made them unable to help but stare. As a disciple of a great family, this character was too rigid, and at the slightest indiscretion, he directly struck out to suppress it. But in fact, it was the other side that provoked the first. Ji Zimo's 5 palms closed, pulling the Dark Knight monarch into another space where they dueled. The dark starry sky was boundless, like a barren and silent universe, with no semblance of life, desolation, or indifference in sight. Suddenly that was brought into this space. There were obviously a few moments of panic in the Dark Knight monarch's heart. One must know that although he was of unparalleled strength, in the other party was able to pull himself hard into this space right under his nose. This showed that the other party's strength was originally extraordinary, and it was no wonder that he was the Eastern Wasteland's supreme pride. Ji Zimo, you are too arrogant. Do you think that by pulling me down here, you're bound to win? The Dark Knight monarch quickly adjusted his mindset and looked at Ji Zimo cautiously and coldly arrogantly. Are you something? As far as I am concerned, there is only one opponent in this world, beginningless. The others are nothing more than dirt and dogs. Not worth mentioning. Ji Zimo looked at the other party coldly, since he wanted to be proud. Then he himself would be even more proud than the Dark Knight Monarch. Very well, I hope you'll be able to say that with a smile on your face when the time comes. Outside, the sky had already exploded above Princess Lioli's banquet. Xia Longyin and Gu Yunde sat on the side, coldly glaring at the people of the Ji family. Are all the people of the Ji family so overbearing? To start a fight at the drop of a hat? Is it possible that all the good things in the world belong to your Ji family? Xia Longyin opened his mouth, sneering in his voice. Ji Zijia was not the least bit afraid, slamming the table with one hand and looking at the other party with a sneer. Your great summer imperial dynasty is no better. It's better than some people coming in secret. Ji Zijia, don't forget that you're no match for me. Your older brother isn't here, and now you're mouthy looking for a beating? Princess Lioli was thoughtful and wanted to open her mouth to stop it, but Ebel was fixed in place. Her gaze went to her brother, Gu Feng. Things happened to such a scene, both what she wanted to see and what she didn't want to see. Control of the scene was no longer in her hands, and a flash of powerlessness flooded her mind. In another space, the Dark Lord, who became famous at a young age, known as today's ether terrifying incomparable genius, the comprehension of the road, is definitely standing in the top of the young generation, and now it is a half-saint cultivation. More cannot be ignored. Purple flames blazed on the darkness monarch's body, streams of light flashed, and a lavender spear appeared in his hand, its tip sharp and pointing upwards. At the same time, a huge figure appeared behind him, like a god of creation, surrounded by holy light, looking down on the living world. Is this the other side of the vision? Ji Zimo was also secretly shocked by the heavenly prideful generation that eventually existed in the world. The fact that Beginningless was able to push everything across the board wasn't that the heavenly pride wasn't strong enough, but rather that Beginningless was a strong mess that made even the strong enough heavenly pride unable to catch up with him. The space outside changed, and inside the building, a terrifying pressure was instantly felt, like a mole cricket looking up to a heavenly god. Some of them were shivering and pale, and it was a great oppression. Even across space? It struck fear into the depths of their souls. What kind of duel broke out there? How could it be so powerful? Those with weak cultivation levels muttered, almost somewhat in disbelief that this was the power emanating from the supreme heavenly pride under the sky. Ji Zimo looked at the tall figure behind the other party that almost filled the entire sky, like a true creator god. So what if you are a heavenly pride of the world? Ji Zimo? So arrogant. Then today, let you pay the price you deserve. The god of creation standing between heaven and earth spoke, his voice as deafening as rolling thunder. Outside, one house after the other, the power spilled out and nearly collapsed the entire building. The large palm fell, like a large hand of Buddha, spreading over the sky. All the space in all directions was locked up, and there was no way to avoid it. Ji Zimo clenched his fists and slammed out a great tablet wrestling hand, fiercely blasting against that huge hand in the sky. Boundless light fell on the huge palm, directly smashing him hard out of a hole. The palm of that hand was like a firework blooming, and it kept splattering blood. And then, countless long swords appeared around Ji Zimo. With a wave of his big hand, all of them shot out, and the huge palm was pierced through by a rushing sword, and no law could stop it. Put! The 9 mysteries touched in Ji Zimo's body, and the void god palm slammed out with a powerful force that shook the 9 heavens and set off wave after wave. All character secret, fighting character secret. The Dark Knight Monarch was calm and collected as he laughed coldly. Even if you possess 2 kinds of 9 secrets, you're bound to lose. Claiming what the Junior Earth? I'll completely thwart you today. The people outside waited anxiously, not knowing what kind of scene the fight had gone on inside, especially those on the Ji clan side. The Dark Knight Monarch was an overwhelming figure in the Central State hundreds of years ago, and his cultivation had long since reached the half-saint realm. Although it was rumored some time ago that Ji Zimo had hunted down and killed saints, that was done with the help of a heavenly calamity. They were also supreme geniuses, but their realms were different, and they were incomparably worried. Rumble! Ji Zimo decided to fight quickly. His body vibrated, and 27 ancient characters flowed out around him, just like a great Tao, isolating everything. In the end, these 27 ancient characters transformed into 27 cavernous heavens, each resembling the sun in the sky, blossoming with incomparable light. Ji Zimo stood under the sun, and a layer of battle clothes steeply appeared on his body, flickering with a violent golden light, like an absolute god of war, valiant and unstoppable. He swung his fist out violently, directly smashing through the darkness monarch's body. For a moment, blood flowed, and that supreme and incomparable god of creation was chattering blood. That's impossible? The darkness monarch suddenly realized a terrifying fact, and just as he wanted to turn away, his body was nailed to death. The huge purple flames turned the huge silhouette behind the Dark Knight Monarch into ashes. Ji Zimo walked calmly, his boundless light enveloping him, making him as dusty as a war immortal. To be the opponent of beginningless, he must be incomparably terrifying. And with all his firepower, no one would be able to carry a few moves in his hands. Even the Darkness Monarch, who was known as a supreme genius, was similarly so. Pop! Gizmo slapped him and sent him flying, and the 27 ancient characters, which he had transformed into an overwhelming array with the secret of word formation, suppressed the Dark Knight Monarch to death, unable to move a single bit. Don't be complacent. If I die, someone will surely come to avenge me. The Dark Knight Monarch stared at Gizmo with a deadly gaze, not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Then you can't see it anyway. Gizmo was absolute and unrivaled. Like a god of war, he reached out and slashed his hand, and the Dark Knight Monarch's body was directly cut in half. Gizmo stepped directly into his sea of bitterness to search for this treasure. Not bad, not bad. This is good stuff. Gizmo found a green feather battlesuit that was at the level of a saint, which was very rare. For some reason he wasn't wearing one, or it would have taken a lot of work to move him. Gizmo, you bandit. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 17, Saint King's Soldier. For a while, Gizmo slowly and methodically pulled out one divine weapon after another from his sea of bitterness. There was a treasure bell from the ancient times, and there was also a treasure pearl that could assist in cultivation and increase the speed of cultivation by 10%, which was a heavy treasure. The Dark Knight Monarch felt that he had suffered humiliation, exactly like a person who was eyeball to eyeball, watching others take away more of their treasures, but was unable to make any resistance. Grieving and helpless, he fell too quickly, and there were some things that he simply didn't have time to use, like the great killing weapon in his sea of bitterness. Extremely helpless at the moment, he wanted to burn the jade, but he was nailed by an even stronger light. Gizmo, I'll kill your whole family. I'll make your life worse than death. In the end, Gizmo pulled out a small object, which was a jade pendant with the likeness of a woman engraved on it. The woman was lifelike, and when she took this out, the Dark Lord went completely insane and lost his mind. Looks like you still have a lover. Gizmo finally pulled out a small clock, turquoise and translucent, like warm jade, with ancient runes engraved on it, and as soon as he took it out, he was able to make people feel the vicissitudes of the ages. That's a Saint King's soldier. Gizmo was very happy. In that case he already had 2 Saint King's soldiers. Going back to close his eyes for a while, with the Emperor's weapon, he could take in the Divine Dion and the 2 weapons and use them completely for him. The Darkness Monarch, at this point, had gone quiet, and being suppressed, he was not able to do anything in the slightest. The 2 are enemies, not friends, and there's no suspense to speak of. As for being afraid of the background behind him, that's even more bull. You kill me. I have been defeated and have no face to go back. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. As soon as the words fell, his immortal platform was smashed by Gizmo's slap. In today's realm, only saints could pose a threat to him, and whatever half-saints came, they would all be suppressed by him. The secret arts that he himself possessed were all extremely amazing. The Void Emperor's scripture, the half-step Tai Yin ancient scripture, and the Tai Huang scripture, plus the complete version of the 9 mysteries. If he really blended them all together, there would be very few enemies in the world. Gizmo stepped out of that space, a blazing fire burning behind him. That body was blazing, tickling the power of the great Tao, perhaps burning for hundreds of years before it could be extinguished. When his figure appeared, there was a moment of silence around him, and even the Grand Emperor of the Jiuli dynasty, seeing this scene, silently left. Xia Longyin and Gu Yunda had disappeared at some point, and the prosperous restaurant in the past collapsed and turned into a piece of rubble, no longer in the previous state of prosperity. Elder brother, you're in big trouble, beheading your enemy in such a large crowd. This will surely make countless people hate you to the bone, and even intercept you openly and secretly. Gizmo said with a bitter and admonishing smile. No harm done. Whoever comes, suppress them all. Gizmo's gaze exuded a touch of essence, invincible and proud of the world. His white clothes fluttered, the battle intent on his body slowly faded, and the light of Manhwa lingered around him, like an immortal god. The rest of them were shocked in their hearts as they watched. Gizmo had simply been powerful to the extreme. Under the heavens, it would be hard to find a few more people who could compete with him. Gizmo descended in front of Princess Lioli and gazed at her coldly. Princess Lioli was sweating coldly, her beautiful cheeks were actually a bit vainly white, and her soul was trembling. I was kind enough to save the princess, why did she harm me? Between the words, it was very oppressive, and Gizmo released a curtain of light to isolate the world from probing. Your Excellency, Lioli didn't mean to frame Your Excellency, she just wanted to seek rescue. I never expected to get into today's situation, please forgive me, I'm willing to be at your disposal. Princess Liuli lowered her head. That brother of hers, Gu Feng, had long since left this place, fearing that there would be something that could not be explained clearly in a moment. Very well, I want you and your brother dead. Ji Zimo's face was icy cold as he looked straight at Princess Liuli. At these words, Princess Liuli smiled and looked at Ji Zimo, shaking her head and said, Your Excellency doesn't have to terrorize me. I still have something on me that Your Excellency wants, and Your Excellency can't afford to kill me. She smiled out of the dust, like a flower blooming, famously beautiful, absolutely beautiful. She also knew very well in her heart that if Ji Zimo wanted to kill her, he would never talk nonsense and would do it directly. Ji Zimo forced his way forward 2 steps, and his eyes were incomparably terrifying as the starry realm disillusioned. Do you really think that the Ji clan really lacks this emperor's scripture? If everyone can't obtain it, this scripture, whether it appears or not, seems unimportant. Ji Zimo's eyes were filled with a sense of oppression, which made Princess Liuli feel dangerous. The other party was like a fierce beast that could launch a killing blow at her at any time. She was in a cold sweat, but remained calm and collected. Today has already gone out and offended a major power for nothing. If the princess doesn't come up with something, I'm afraid that in the future, she will only be able to be a guest in the Ji family. Thank you, Gongzi, for taking me in. Liuli is already a bereaved dog. Since Your Excellency wishes me to be a guest of the Ji clan, I will honor your order. Ji Zimo had a bit of a headache with this woman's knife and gun. It's not like they'll force a woman to give up something. They can only put her under house arrest for now and see what she has to say about it later. Although the Ji family was not very short of emperor scriptures, but he, Ji Zimo, was short of them, and if he were to fuse a variety of emperor scriptures together, it was hard to imagine how powerful they would be. Princess Liuli's face was devoid of color, and she didn't dare to look different. Cultivation had reached a level as high as Ji Zimo's, and beauty could not be measured for anything long ago. It was just the most basic condition. Now in this situation, Ji Zimo instead is not good to say anything else. Directly then left, Princess Liuli followed beside her. Seeing this, the world was alarmed. What the hell? What exactly did I see? Princess Liuli actually took the initiative to follow Ji Zimo. Is this defecting to the Ji family? Ha ha ha, with a Taiyin ancient scripture, even if it were me, I would agree. Someone agreed. My princess, the goddess of my dreams, just left with someone else. What am I supposed to do then? There are those who wail that the goddess of their dreams is being led away and that there is nothing they can do about it. One man gave him a cold look, wondering which place he had run out of barbarians to speak so bluntly. So it was suggested from the sidelines. It's simple. Just take out Ji Zimo. Better not. Don't use me as a gun. I'm not stupid. Ask how many people in the world could him. The man turned away. Nowadays, Ji Zimo already had a cultivation level of the 5th sky of Dao beheading, which was far higher than the cultivation level of a group of Supreme Saint Masters. It had already been reached, and there was no fear, at all, of other great powers coming to look for trouble, unless it was a saint that had been sent out. On the other side, Xia Longyin and Gu Yunda were pale, and both seemed to have developed a bit of fear towards Ji Zimo. No matter how the means came out, the other party was able to press horizontally, pressuring them to the point where they could barely catch their breath. Ji Zimo is too powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to fight against him. Gu Yan spoke up. Receiving the inheritance of the chaotic ancient emperor made him confident that he had already surpassed the ordinary holy sons and daughters. He had wanted to fight for the emperor's path in this life, but he had never thought that there was even a pervert like Ji Zimo, which almost made him extinguish the mentality of fighting for the emperor. Chapter 18 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. Xia Longyin is not so, was sealed for 10,000 years, and now being pushed horizontally. The psychological have is what kind of the same. Feel failed the hope of the ancient ancestors. So what? It's not like he Ji Zimo is absolutely invincible. Isn't there another person in this world who can fight him to a draw? Let's befriend that person and join forces to target Ji Zimo. I don't believe he can still go against the heavens. Xia Longyin's eyes flashed a few fierce colors, and Gu Yunda naturally understood who the person he was talking about was. It was the only beginningless who was currently tied with Ji Zimo. It's the only thing to do when it comes down to it. The two of them secretly nodded their heads and silently sent people to find the whereabouts of Beginningless, the enemy of closure. Beginningless looked up at the stars in the sky, where the stars twinkle and the light surges, almost endlessly. That is where man should conquer. The white-haired old man was leisurely playing chess in front of him, and nodded his head slightly as he looked at the beginningless one with this appearance. I've heard that sole enemy of yours has taken out a big movement in the central state, chasing down saints with his own strength. Beginningless sniffed at the dissimulation, his eyes revealing a few shades of surprise. Hopefully, it is only the color of surprise. If he were to face a saint, he would basically be fearless and could directly suppress it without invoking the heavenly tribulation. he had an object called the Chaos Bead. Sealed inside was his cultivation at the time of his birth, as well as his essence, which could be injected into his body at any time, allowing him to cut down the saints. This means he did not exert on Gizmo, his generation of heaven and earth, the first divine body in ancient times, did not even bother to do such things. Moreover, Gizmo had fought him squarely without using any crooked hands. Otherwise, he could have broken the rules as well. He is indeed amazing. To face me with a mortal body and not lose. I'm afraid he is the #1 mortal body since the beginning of the millennia. Beginningless did not mince words in praising Gizmo, calling him his only opponent. You have completed your seclusion, and your harvest is certainly not small. Seeing this, the old man did not delve deeper into this issue, but asked him about his own gains. I've researched some means, but some of them are still too shallow. I'm making progress and my opponent hasn't stopped growing. There will be a battle in the coming days. Chi Shi Fu Y. In the middle of the compound where the G family has operated for many years. This place is isolated from the outside world and is a world of its own. The void mirror floated in front of Gizmo as he took out the two weapons. One was a preventive 9 lives chart, and the other was a small crystal-colored jade-colored bell. There was no doubt that these two Sage King armaments had awakened and were being suppressed by an Emperor armament, and they were terrified that the void realm was right above them. There is no doubt that they will shatter at the slightest drop. In the end, at the moment of life and death, these two weapons submitted. The hair trick of the two weapon clocks made him feel a lot of insights and had a lot to gain. Time is lush and green, and 5 years have passed since the turning of the sword. Between these 5 years, the big and small movements of all the big clans were constantly occurring, and fights were practiced. The young generation's prideful competition was not immune to some of the older generation's characters being involved in it. That saint who had struck out at Gizmo back then ended up dying in an unexplained manner. Heads were being hung above the peaks, which was certainly a warning. During these 5 years, Gizmo and Beginningless had become more and more famous, and were known as the two supreme heavenly prides that stood shoulder to shoulder with each other. In spite of this, it is very strange. The two people have a tacit understanding generally 5 years in the middle of not seen one side, both intentionally or unintentionally avoid. Both of them were clear in their hearts that once they shined, it was expected to be an overwhelming battle. Boom boom boom. In the sky, thunder flashed continuously, rolling thunder, and the power of annihilation spread over hundreds of thousands of miles. Gizmo had broken through, finally breaking through to the 9th heavenly hall of Tao beheading. After breaking through 4 minor realms in 5 consecutive years, his previous accumulation was consumed, and his opponent, Beginningless, was even more terrifying, having reached the cultivation level of a half-saint, giving him a great deal of pressure. Sure you want to leave? Gz's eyes widened inquiringly, somewhat resigned. According to the rumors from the outside world, in a secret realm, several saints had joined forces to strike at Beginningless, only to be ruthlessly crushed and directly pushed sideways all the way through. In that battle, many supreme figures watched the battle, and it was later revealed that Beginningless already possessed a half-saint cultivation level. However, the world speculated that Gizmo, who was alongside him, also had the same level of cultivation, or even higher. However, in reality, those who truly understood realized that Gizmo had been left behind, and the gap wasn't exactly small. Is this the power of the physique? Gizmo murmured. The other party breaking through the minor realm was as simple as eating and drinking water. There was no hindrance at all. He, on the other hand, had consumed his previous accumulation, but it didn't matter because he still had a king bomb that he hadn't used and remained in the system space. Not bad. It was that very same 9 revolutions immortal elixir. As a mythological emperor level elixir, not only can you extend your lifespan by 3,000 years, but you can also improve your physique and go against the grain. The mountain phoenix that Yifan rescued from the 18 layers of hell on Mars in the years to come was the one that mistakenly ate a crippled 9 revolutions immortal elixir when it was young. Later on, he went all the way up and broke through to the quasi-emperor triple realm. This pill can change fate against the heavens, even on the unusual heavenly pride of people eat, thousands of years later, can achieve the quasi-imperial, let alone him. However, it contained a tremendous amount of medicinal power that could also allow him to break through several levels. He thought of staying to use it at critical moments, and as for the realm of saints, it was still far from being able to use the 9 revolutions immortal pill. Extinguishing the thought of wanting to swallow the 9 revolutions immortal pill, his gaze looked towards the starry sky, and there was only one path to choose from. It is to embark on that ancient path of the strongest earthly trials and temporarily avoid engaging with the beginning. Even if the two of them did not intentionally compare themselves, the rumors in the world made him feel a great pressure. If the other party was the stream of the heavenly emperor's son, he hadn't been so Alexandrian, but the other party was the Beginningless, who fought at the end of the immortal path. The beginning who once encountered the beginning's path became empty. Even if the change of ruthless people, Yi Fan came in the same period, can only suffer crushing. It's confirmed. It's rumored that on the road of the strongest trials, there's an ancient star that contains countless laws. Becoming a saint there will be even more powerful. Ji Zimo explained. I understand. Princess Lioli is tricky. The second half of the Tai-in true scripture is almost fused with her immortal platform. The slightest touch and the entire person will completely disintegrate. She is truly ruthless, being pushed to the brink. The old ancestor can't do anything about it. Ji Zijie spoke of Princess Lioli, and a few moments of admiration passed through his gaze. On the contrary, it was his brother, Gu Feng, who was as soft as a wimp, and rarely came to visit Princess Lioli for 5 years, not daring to turn the other cheek at all. The things of this world, those who have a destiny with me will have a destiny. There is no need to force it, just leave her within the Ji family. His brother, no matter how carefully he acts, will one day be unable to suppress himself, and at that time, see how she deals. Ji Zimo remembered Gu Feng, having seen him a few times, clearly not weak in talent, but able to hold back to the extreme. If he didn't strike, it would be a thunderous blow that would shock the world. However, if he is not prepared for everything, it is also very easy to lose the battle, depending on the last moment, whether Princess Lioli is willing to ransom his life for him. Chapter 19, The Treasure. The two of them exchanged half a day's worth of information, and Ji Zimo handed over that one void treasure mirror to Ji Zijie and set off on his journey. As for Xiao Longyin, Gu Yunda's stream was not seen as an opponent by him, so he naturally did not care. The biggest reason they have been able to gain over the past 5 years is that they have become extremely peaceful and careful, with very little going wrong. If not, Ji Zimo wouldn't mind taking them in at all. The old mansion master was dressed in sackcloth. His hair was pitch black, and his eyes were shining and shrewd. He looked at Ji Zimo in front of him and laughed. Finally, it's here. Originally, I thought that you would leave 5 years ago, when you did not make this choice. Unexpectedly, you would request to leave 5 years later. Ji Zimo smiled with some embarrassment. These 5 years, although he had been subjected to malicious sniping, in addition to the old ancestor, it was this old house master who had made several attempts for him in the dark, blocking many disasters. If not, it would be an emperor's soldier crossing the sky, slaughtering everything, and God knows how much of a mess it would stir up. I didn't really think about it at that time, but I think about it now. Ji Zimo nodded, his teeth bright and snow white, and smiled a little coyly. Although you have amazing natural talent and a world-class cultivation, but this path of the strongest trial in history is equally uncomplicated. It is a path that has caused countless celestial heroes and heroines to spill their blood, and there have been a few people in history who have been called junior great emperors who have died in battle on the path and never returned. It is incomparably brutal. Have you really thought it through? Turn back now. There is still a chance. The old mansion master's gaze became serious as he solemnly looked at Ji Zimo in front of him. With these words, Ji Zimo nearly rolled his eyes. This is simply talking. The most powerful human Jia on this path is on this ancient star behind them. The former person is even more terrifying. Is he still comparable to beginningless? I do, and have long since figured out that there will be no place for regrets. Ji Zimo nodded heavily. Good. This path is of your own choosing. I hope that a great emperor will return in 1,000 years and be able to suppress the forbidden zone and sweep away everything. The old man's eyes became smiling. He brought Ji Zimo to a dark room that no one could approach, laid an absolute spell formation to isolate the outside world, and chose a coordinate. Shortly afterward, the two reappeared. Ji Zijie, as well as a number of prideful people from the Ji family had come to see them off, and even in the crowd, Ji Zimo saw his own brother, Ji Zifeng. It was our father who told me to come out. He said that it was the time of the cultivation world and there were many heavenly talents, so he told me to go and try out. Ji Zifeng said this. Princess Lioli also came. Her gaze went to Ji Zimo, and she just watched Ji Zimo there without speaking. Parting, after all, was sad, and even though he usually spoke very little with these Ji family disciples, it was still inevitable that he would be a bit uncomfortable going to face the pale world alone. But beginningless gave him too much pressure and had to go outside to accelerate his growth. As soon as he turned around, his body disappeared from the five-colored altar. This ancient path of heaven's pride was indeed incomparably dangerous, only opening once in 10,000 years. Those who died on this path were the top geniuses of a planet, a starfield. Ji Zimo eventually left, but for decades, he swept through the invincible, beheading the Dark Knight monarch and leveling the beginningless in battle, and was renowned for his prowess. But in the eyes of many people, the path of the strongest trial, that is a road of no return in every era. There are people who are outstanding to step onto this road, but the people who come back are few and far between. Everyone who comes back is not to be messed with, and claims to be a king. Even if one was at the level of an emperor's son, stepping onto this ancient path would be dangerous. The raging hurricane finally gave the nearly collapsing planet a few breaths of air, breaking the deadly silence. Zimo stood on this planet and looked out from afar, where there were nothing but black rocks. There wasn't a hint of life, nor did it look like there was any sign of life present. Alone on the path of the strongest trial. No friends, only loneliness. This instead made him relieved. Beginningless was his archenemy, but that kind of physique was too terrifying. Strive for the path of the emperor, even if you are beginningless. Zimo muttered as he walked for most of the year, flying through the void, alone, facing the darkness of the universe. There was no one to talk to, and he sought out the altar and crossed from this planet to another. This is the ancient people have long explored the road, can only go all the way forward, cannot turn around, otherwise will completely unable to find the direction. The violent hurricane, which blew up the black stones in the sky, the edges of the stones were polished extremely sharp, just like a handle of sharp darts that ran across the sky and earth. Meanwhile, some white bones have resurfaced. Zimo moved forward. The protective divine light on his body formed one Taiji diagram after another, fending off the flying rocks for him. He let go of his divine sense and searched the ancient star, finally discovering a head into which his divine sense entered. Treasure. I want absolute treasure. I want immortal medicine. Some people were murmuring and whispering. Their tones were full of unwillingness and loss, walking the path of the emperor and burying their bones here. How sad it was. Points of light flickered like stars in a dark night, eventually converging into a treasure map that had a dozen or so locations marked on it. Coincidentally, there is a location right on the planet. Looking at this treasure map, Zimo became interested. He slowly searched and searched for a small half-month. It finally stopped in front of a rocky hill, and the address that was eventually displayed was here. He snapped his fingers and the mountain in front of him shook tremendously, steeply scattering countless rocks and setting off dust and ash all over the place. A huge stone tablet appeared in front of him. It was very old writing, which had a weak fluctuation of divine sense. Step into this path and gain supreme treasure. I don't know who was talking, but Kazimo would be a little happy to walk up and check it out. It says that this place possesses the Emperor's scriptures, as well as one of the 9 secrets, and it even hides a quasi-emperor soldier. Zimo above the words read out, his heart actually vaguely borne a few points of anticipation. Boom! The huge stone door unfolded automatically, shaking off dust like a waterfall, like a dream. It seemed like a dream world in there as well, densely dotted with starlight. Eventually, that piece of starlight converged into a few big words. Zimo sensed the fluctuation in it. Its meaning should be stay tuned. Bang! A few rays of light unfolded, forming a blade so powerful that it was able to crush a few large mountains. And just moments after stepping through the gate, he was attacked. It's great to finally see someone alive. Instead of having a hard time with the attack and thinking about killing the enemy, he was somewhat happy to finally see the creatures. Broken. Zimo snapped his fingers, and a few rays of light were directly crushed, and then he kicked hard, sending a cow flying. What kind of a world is this? It was as if the place was cut off from the outside world, a separate space, while light flickered before it. The yellow-haired calf hit the inside of the mountain hard, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, biting his tongue, and lying lifeless on the ground. Zimo looked at the creature that had just attacked him, which was a calf, and felt a few moments of incredulity. However, now he had a few moments of relief instead. Finally saw the creature, albeit a calf. Get up! Chapter 20, The Barbarian Divine Bull. Zimo kicked the calves as so hard that his 2 pearl-sized cow eyes rolled upwards in pain, jumped straight up and ran east and west through the cave. This bull calf was still unusual. Every time his feet stepped on the earth, it splashed a layer of green ripples, and his speed was fast, except that he couldn't escape no matter what. The exit was forbidden by Zimo. This strong man, I have no grievances with you. You can't eat me. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out in Zimo's mind, and it was from this calf. What breed are you? Where did you get that beast? At these words, the little calf in front of him was half angry and glared with both eyes. I'm a savage sacred cow. A sacred cow, not some animal. Please show me some respect. Kazimo looked at what he said and teased. However, this bull calf really should not be underestimated. At this time, his cultivation had already reached a half-step great power. Very powerful. It's been a long time since I've eaten after walking in this withered land. You look good. Cultivation is also enough. Your meat must be delicious. As the words fell, the calf hastily knelt down on all 4 legs, and tears of cow's tears actually flowed from his eyes. Strong one, don't eat me. I've just been born and have been on a mission to protect the treasure. If you do not kill me, I will give you the treasure. The calf was in tears and pleading language. Let's go. let's see how you do. Zimo patted the cow's butt, signaling it to lead the way. It didn't take long before he had arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where a piece of spell formation was arranged, belonging to the aura that should be expected of a strong Dao chopper. Zimo was slightly stunned. This should not be, if it is an emperor's scripture, or the 9 secrets, and also a quasi-emperor soldier. Those were understandable, but they shouldn't have been a spell formation laid by a strong Dao chopper. Are you sure this is the right place? Zimo said with some skepticism. Bullcalf nodded vigorously. I'm sure this is the place. The bullcalf was very sure, and there was innocence in the bull's eyes. With the snap of a finger, the spell formation broke, causing a huge sensation. However, a Taiji diagram slowly rose up in front of him, obliterating all the explosions. Seeing this scene, the calf violently sucked in a breath of cool air, and those eyes looked at Zimo with what he thought in his heart. Fortunately, just now, he immediately submitted himself, and if he had resisted, he might have been beaten into a slagwee. The light revealed itself, and a jade bottle in the color of green and basilisk appeared in front of him. This jade bottle exuded a pearlescent aura, with rainbows lingering around it. It was extraordinary, and a touch of fragrance flowed out of the air, but it tasted a bit strange. By now, Zimo already had some doubts about whether what was loaded inside was the treasures he had in mind. He already had the full version of the 9 secrets and no longer needed it. What he coveted was the Emperor's scriptures. One more Emperor's scripture is one more path, one more way to refer to. Arriving at his present position, he has begun to create the way, and these are his references. The little calf eagerly carried the Qing Xian this glazed bottle over, a pair of eyes pitifully looking at Zimo. Hopefully, in a while, Zimo wouldn't forget to give it a little favor. Uncorking the bottle, the aroma rushed to the sky. Zimo Dingyan took a look, and in an instant, his face went black. Useless. Looking at the treasure map in his hand, Zimo looked like a prank anyhow. This kind of lack of morality has been done, except that it was the Black Emperor of the latter days, suppressing several people in a cesspool, laying down a treasure map, and finally fooling even himself. Sure enough that dogs exist in all times. Zimo dropped the treasure map in his hand. Half a day of hard work, stopped for a long time, but it was a pile of xiang. It made her black face black for half a day. At least it was an existence that was able to face off with beginningless. If this was spread out, it would surely be a laughingstock for the ages. Luckily, though, a calf was also found. This green and basilisk-colored calf looked extraordinary. Suspected to be an ancient relic species, there really isn't any treasure left here? Zimo's wise eyes were like a torch, staring straight at the little green cow with a very oppressive feeling. My lord, there really isn't any more here. The calf's gaze was clear and natural, not like a lying look. Zimo let go of his divine sense and searched back and forth in the cave a few times. It was only when he found that there was indeed no more treasure hidden away that he was convinced. Once again on the road. Only this time Zimo had a small green ox by his side. This little calf was glowing with vigor and bouncing around. Who would have thought that just such a cow had the cultivation of a half-step great power? Standing on the ancient altar, the man and the bull left the planet and reached another. It was still a dead land, and as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a living thing, not a single plant. Little calf, since you've followed me, I'll definitely take you on the path of the great Tao. Making you a saint is no big deal. Zimo was idle and bored, patted the calf's head and drew a big pie. At those words, little green ox rolled his eyes. How willing to talk to you do not have a number in mind. Do not go can still live? One man and one woman walked again for a long time, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. From time to time, a gusty wind blew, and the dust and ash formed an eerie figure in the wind that looked creepy. The little green ox always felt that there was something unusual around it and hid behind Zimo. Walked into this place and it was so weird. The surrounding area seems to be filled with the aura of death, and countless people must have been buried here. At the same time, Zimo suspected that he had sensed something and raised his head to look up at the sky, and suddenly, his pupils shrunk slightly, only to see a huge steel battleship beyond this planet, sailing across the void like. The metal shell of that battleship gave off a cold light. This gave Zimo a feeling of time and space changing, as if he had entered the interstellar era 10,000 years after Earth. Is this the civilization of the eternal starfield? Zimo muttered to himself, and a look of hatred passed through the eyes of the little green ox beside him. There's a treasure on their ship, the legendary evolution liquid. It's enough to make a breakthrough in cultivation and has no side effects. Hearing the little green ox's words, Zimo's eyes lit up. At this time, the Eternal Star Realm's formula for the divine evolution liquid should still be around, with plenty of room for maneuvering. As soon as the words fell, a man and a cow turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. That one steel battleship was very huge and incredibly fast. capable of making space jumps. Luckily, they did not leave, but descended on a nearby planet. Crossing the stars was no longer a problem for Gizmo. Having just descended to that planet, suddenly, the Earth seemed to crack everywhere as if a landslide had occurred. From time to time, huge storms rolled up and filled the sky. Boom boom boom. The great battle erupted. The void shook, and suffocating auras, as well as fluctuations, came once again. Gizmo's body stood high, watching the battle on that side from afar as the two beings fought. A being in lavender armor with a blue blow, holding a broadsword, fought with another being with a fiery body, which caused the kind of volatility that existed today. Both of them had half-saint cultivation, and when they raised their hands, the heavens crumbled and the earth split, and their power swept across the 8 directions. At the back of a ridge, the little green cow clung to the trunk of a dead tree. A greenish glow emanated from its body, wrapping it in death, and it rolled up its eyes as the corners of its mouth frothed with exhaustion. Those two powerful existences exchanging blows were no problem for Gizmo, but for the little green ox, it was nothing less than a disaster. Chapter 21, Fire God Ape. Gizmo possessed the former word secret, and once there was danger, his divine sense would automatically warn him, and now it wasn't, which meant that the food ahead posed little threat to him. You stay well here. I'll go to the front and have a look around. Gizmo dropped a formation platform, transforming it into a party guardian formation, isolating the raging aura of the outside world, which allowed the calf to catch his breath. The good stuff isn't brought out early. It's exhausting for this lord. Looking at Gizmo's departing back, the calf's nostrils bubbled thickly and raised its hooves, really wanting to smash a hoof on Gizmo's face. Gizmo quickly approached that area and concealed his figure, only to see that where the two were, the volcano erupted, and the red shang magma flowed out like a fountain, and the firelight was 1,000 miles, almost about to reflect the sky red. Why do you have to do that? It's just that we want to borrow your Vulcan stone. We can pay you accordingly and be able to revitalize this planet of yours. In the sky, the man in purple armor said, his voice majestic. Humans, do you think I'll ever believe anything you say again? You humans are the most shameless race I've ever seen. You can do anything. Boom boom boom. The huge fluctuations came again, and without saying 2 words they dried up again. Vulcan monkey. Gizmo was hidden in space, looking at the monkey on fire in the sky, and the only thing that existed in his mind was the ancient books that he had seen in the G family. The fire god monkey, which has existed since the mythical period, survives beneath the earth, feeds on magma, and survives as a pack, and is very powerful. The fire god stone was their clan's greatest treasure, a necessary item that could be hammered out into a divine evolutionary fluid. Enough, we talked with you kindly, but you made a move on me 3 times. Don't force us all to use the destruction strike. The person wrapped in purple armor was visibly angry, and his words were filled with threats. At the same time, the massive battleship in the sky let out a faint roar, as if it was building up its strength for a single blow. Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? You bunch of robbers. We have stronger people sitting around. Don't be afraid to die. Then do it. The monkey, whose body was emitting flames, looked at the huge battleship that shifted slightly in the sky. A few scornful looks flashed through his pupils, which instead made that person not dare to make a move, because they all knew that the fire god monkeys lived in groups, so there might really be someone stronger. Bang bang! On the other side, the earth directly exploded, and 2 people in green armor broke out of the ground. Behind them, the 2 fire monkeys followed closely, showing their teeth and wailing strangely. Boss, failure has come. There really is a more terrifying existence in there. Just a mere wisp of breath scares us so much that we don't dare to move. Those 2 fled to the purple armor and said so. However, the fire monkey on the opposite side exploded with anger and struck again, the fire coloring the sky red. Gizmo's mind moved. In the family, he had also gone through some classics and knew about the existence of evolutionary fluid, and the fire god stone was the necessary thing needed for evolutionary fluid. He hemmed and hawed and turned around and dug into that pit in the ground. As he traveled through the void, very few monkeys were able to detect his presence. It didn't take long for Gizmo to cross into the underground, and the further inside he went, the higher the temperature became. Fiery red lava was everywhere, while some red-colored monkeys were swallowing it in one gulp, their hair exploding. The image looked creepy, and Gizmo was slightly alarmed as he headed deeper. What man? A loud voice suddenly rang out, spreading through the cave. A huge force pierced through the void and pulled out Gizmo. Shameless little boy. Come once, come again. I'll make you stay here today no matter what I say. Gizmo's expression became cautious. Opposite him was a saint ape that had broken through to the level of a saint. On the other side, all kinds of strange cries came from inside the cave, like the hissing of hellish ghosts and monsters, which made his scalp numb when he heard them. No offense. How about making a deal? I'll exchange the fire god stone for the same value. As soon as Gizmo's words fell, two fire god apes with huge bodies and burning fire had already pounced out. Confused. Kill you and the stuff is mine. Besides, your words are simply ridiculous and not malicious? Why sneak and hide in? You humans are all the same. You're all robbers. Gizmo frowned, being thought by the other party that he was in league with the man outside, but with the two clans at war, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enter if he didn't come in like this. This battle seems to be unavoidable. Gizmo swung his fist out. Yin and Yang Taijutsu appeared in front of and behind his body. The 4-2 pivot 1,000 pounds. All the attacks all returned. The powerful force carried a group of fire god monkeys back and forth, their bodies cracking and spitting blood. Arrogant. A fire god ape rushed in, picking up a big stick and hitting it. The flames flowing from his body were terrifying. Even the air was scorched. This was another Ben sacred beast that was frighteningly powerful. Boom! The powerful strike hardened and crumbled the Taiji diagram in front of Gizmo, and with a press of his great stick, he directly suppressed this space. Gizmo smiled slightly. In terms of space, he counted himself as the ancestor of this group of apes. He forcibly tore through space and headed deeper. Stop! That one-aged fire god ape was somewhat incredulous that he couldn't stop the other party. The man lifted his leg and walked away, not even bothering with him. In the blink of an eye, Gizmo searched for a cave that was stocked with 3 facepalm-sized, red onyx-like fire god stones. With a wave of his hand, Gizmo took away a fire god stone. Seeing that this situation had occurred, the eyes of the group of monkeys were red, having once again encountered robbers ransacking them, and their hearts were saddened to the extreme. However, Gizmo threw down many divine origins with a big wave of his hand. As worlds, these divine sources might seem precious to outsiders, but they were nothing more than that to Gizmo. With hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, there was no shortage of this item in the family. Seeing the precious divine source, the group of fire god apes stopped and looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Some of these divine sources were of great help to the younger generation, but the old monkey, who had already reached the half-saint realm, pointed at the pile of divine sources and said, "So you're sincere, but you're not worth enough." After saying that, Gizmo threw out a small shield, as well as 2 small swords. All of them were king's soldiers, and each of them was very powerful, having been acquired by Gizmo from his opponents back then. Eyeing so many things, the old monkey calmed down, and the holy beast behind it was silent. Gizmo was very skeptical that the so-called saint was probably out of his mind. If not, he wouldn't have failed to make a move when he was intruded into this heavy ground. Have any of you ever seen anyone walking this ancient path? Yes. The old monkey nodded and told the story of what someone had gone through a few years before, except that there was no crossover and they weren't interested in each other. You have had any powerful or impressive figures here at one time or another? The old monkey thought for a moment. The years had gone by too long, but after word of mouth within the community, he was still able to tell some of it. For example, once a holy body covered in a golden glow once came. There was also a man dressed in white, known as the Ruthless Man, who had also visited. Chapter 22, Boarding the Battleship. Gizmo's heart shook. I'm afraid that not long from now, the beginningless will also arrive and start an immortal legend. After coming out from here, the battle outside was already going on to a fever pitch. The sky and the earth churned and the fire burned the red clouds, almost coloring the place into a field of fire. Regarding the struggle between the two forces, Gizmo didn't participate and turned around and vanished into the void. You're finally back. The voice of the little green ox sounded in Gizmo's mind. The overwhelming battle between the two was soon to be pushed across. Fortunately, Gizmo's overwhelming spell formation blocked it from being affected. But the little green ox master is to see in the eyes, anxious in the heart. Really, if it is to let a few people to fight over, I do not know whether the formation can carry it? Gizmo nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he unraveled this one spell formation, and the violent airwaves rushed over, and the little green ox was nearly lifted off the ground. Bah! What a great thing! Don't let me see you two again, or else I'll absolutely suppress you in a can. The little green ox that had suffered a loss was dissatisfied and let out a cow howl into the sky. I'm afraid no one but himself knows what it means. It was a battle that ended quickly. A powerful ray enveloped the area, with a radiance so bright it made the sun lose its color. It was the battleships in the sky that had struck. Powerful laser rays that caused several half-saint level fire god apes to fall back with serious injuries. The powerful might made Gizmo hesitant to look at it. Yet hesitation was hesitation. And within moments, he was aboard the massive warship. I don't know how long it will take to find the phalanx in this way autonomously. There was just a warboat under his eyes, so he took it to the eternal starfield and then found his way to the next stop. Ding! 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 We have a creature invasion. Slaughter squad, please move out. A mechanical voice rang out and was accompanied by a red warning light coming on. The rear hatch opened and armor after armor flew out. Zimo took the little green cow and hid it in the void, so they couldn't find it. Landing on the metal-like floor of the battleship, the alarms sounded again, and for a moment, various lasers came flying and cutting. The Taiji diagram suddenly appeared, and the intense laser could not help Zimo. The light wrapped around the little green ox, causing its eyes to widen. Who exactly are you? Why are you wearing the garb of a barbarian? At some point, a woman appeared in front of her. She was dressed in a black battlesuit, her purple hair lightly raised and tightly wrapped around her black battlesuit, displaying her proud body perfectly. One couldn't help but gulp at the sight of it. Holding an electric whip in his hand, his body crackling with purple thunder. And this woman, surprisingly, also had the cultivation of a great power. It doesn't matter what I am. I'm only here today to borrow your ship to fight my way across. Zimo stood still in the void, his clothes and skills flying like an immortal god. I see. You are the natives left over from the past. The woman in the black battle dress had a pair of translucent and sober eyes that radiated a stern light. In the next moment, the lightning light whip instantly attacked, cutting through the sky, and this whip was enough to whip 100 mountain peaks into dust and ash. Zimo looked at the long whip that tore through the void and blandly stretched out 2 fingers. For a moment the tremendous force was like a mud cow entering the sea. The whip was caught between Zimo's 2 fingers, unable to move. What? The black battle-robed woman was visibly startled, her pupils shrinking slightly. Zimo reached out a little, and a milky white light flashed like a layer of spatial ripples, directly fixing the black battle-clothed woman in front of him. Savage, don't hurt my lady. A loud shout came out, and several men in armor struck in the air. Their power was not bad and shook the void. However, Zimo's 5 fingers slightly opened, and all the attacks came to a screeching halt. In a few moments, those who were manipulating the armor were wide-eyed, and the armor on their bodies no longer obeyed them. Instead, he was involuntarily sucked in by a huge suction force, unable to move freely and quickly leaning towards Zimo. Click, click, click. The sound of armor shattering rose and fell, and the armor of the 6 people in front of them shattered with a loud bang, turning into pieces of iron all over the ground. The people inside also sprayed blood, and several of their bodies fell to their knees uncontrollably. These people were too weak, and the highest was only a great power. Unable to fight against him at all, he detained the entire crew of the battleship, a dozen or so people. In the hands of Zimo did not have half a chance to resist, directly to the ground capture. The woman in black war clothes, with difficulty, raised her eyes to stare at Zimo. It was only at this time that she realized the terror of the man in front of her. This kind of strength, she was afraid that calling him an ancient saint would not be enough. Calling for backup. This is the captain. Members unleashed the 5 colors of divine light and immobilized the other side. A mechanical sound rang out from within the ship. It was the call of the person piloting the half-saint level armor outside. The battle there had been going on more and more violently, and the holy beasts hidden in the divine flame apes forbidden land finally struck. The huge palm covered the sky and annihilated everything. Even those half-saint armors could only keep dodging in a sorry state, unable to confront them head-on. They were all shocked, not having thought that there was such a terrifying existence within this group of savage races, and had no choice but to request for support. They hadn't known that their old nest of battleships, which had already been taken down by Zimo, would never be able to provide them with any assistance. Savage, your cultivation is very high, but I advise you to better let us go. We come from the Eternal Star region, where strong people are like clouds, so I advise you to tie your hands. Among the crew, some saw the fierce battle outside and could not help but feel secretly anxious. That was their captain and a legendary trapper of the Eternal Starfield, and once he died, the crime was heinous. Shut up, you've all become prisoners. What does it matter to you if you're as strong as the clouds there? Maybe you'll all die soon. Zimo looked at them coldly. The little green ox also appeared, glaring at them fiercely with a pair of ox eyes. If he remembered correctly, it was this group of people in armor that had gotten him in trouble. And what they said, the little green ox naturally understood. He took 2 steps forward and directly stretched out his leg, stomping the man who had put up a fight against the wall with such tremendous force that the entire ship shuddered. Do you know who this woman in front of you is? Once if she is lost, the clan behind her will definitely not spare you. A bearded youth stood up. His eyes staring fiercely at Zimo was very unconvinced. Seeing that he was not accustomed to his actions, he let out harsh words. Ah! Zimo looked at him, which made the body cracked inch by inch, as if it had been cremated. In just a few moments, it was directly flamed to ashes. Looking at the crowd present in fear to the extreme. Pilot the ship and get out of this place, Zimo ordered. No, no, our captain is still out there. One of the crew members shuddered. Listen to him. The woman in the black battle dress snapped her head back and chided the crew, scaring the man so much that he didn't dare to speak and cowered in the corner. This strong man is hungry. Why don't we make a deal? We'll send you to where you want to go. Can you do me a favor? The woman in the black battle dress thought calmly, her eyes looking at Gizmo. Is that what you want? Chapter 23, Meeting the Old Ape, Today's Explosive. Gizmo smiled faintly, and the fire god stone as big as a faceplate appeared in his hand. Vulcanite! With a gasp of shock, the 20 or so people in front of them couldn't help but breathe a few times faster when they looked at this stone that was the size of a face basin, red-hued to the sky, and full of divinity. This was a divine ore that was extremely rare and valuable. Not many pieces have been found since ancient times, and now a face-sized piece has appeared, which symbolizes monumental wealth. At this moment, even the black battle-robed woman was unable to remain calm, her chest rising and falling, a heart thumping. Such a large fire god stone could directly change their tribe and make it stronger. Boom boom boom. There was a tremor in the outside world, and Gizmo raised his eyes to see that the so-called captain, in the end, did not manage to escape that giant hand in the sky. It was directly pinched and turned into dust and ash. These bandits, they really deserve to die. A roar came from the sky, and the figure of an old monkey surfaced in the sky. There was incomparable anger in that old monkey's pupils. However, unlike the unusual divine flame monkeys, the monkey had white fur and long eyebrows that almost hung to the ground. Even from a distance, there was a feeling of old age and vicissitudes. It seemed to be old as hell and was forcing its way out at the moment. Bang! He flew over, aiming for none other than the battleship. Perhaps at the end of his life, he wanted to destroy the alien battleship, let it fall silent and avoid any further infestation of his community. Senior, stop. Gizmo's figure emerged, just now in the cave. The old monkey did not strike at him. Instead, they were impressed with him because he was the only one to take out the divine source and the two swords of the Dao beheading king's weapons in exchange for the divine fire source. Are you with them? The pale ape inquired in the sky, speaking without anger, almost collapsing aside of the sky. Terrifyingly incomparable. Not so, Elder. I need to take their airship to reach the place I'm going. Naturally, after arriving at my destination, I'll chop off their memories and abolish their cultivation, so that they won't be able to learn about what's going on here. No, as far as I know, you should come from another ancient star of life. You have other paths, and these people must die. The old ape stood in the sky, refusing to take half a step back. Offended, Gizmo instantly stormed up. All word secret violently launched, then the void big palm print one hand shot away. This black big palm print. Thunder strike. Heaven and earth change color. Boom. The exchange of hands between the two. Here again turbulence up a big bang. The old apes and monkeys are already aged. Strong support this breath. As for Gizmo, he was a supreme heavenly pride, and furthermore, his cultivation had long since reached the 9th heavenly hall of Dao beheading. It was still strong against an average saint, not losing any ground. Surprisingly, he's a disciple of the Void Emperor. Hundreds of miles away, the old ape spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered, "Let's go. The Void Emperor has done too much for all the races in the world. I won't make things difficult for you today. I hope you keep your promise." The old ape's body flickered away as if it had never been there. The little green ox on the battleship sniffed, and a pair of ox eyes rolled upwards. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and you're still bringing it to the head of the Void Emperor. But he couldn't help but be very speechless. Is it hard to admit you're weak like he is? Returning to the top of the battleship once again, a group of people's faces had changed when they looked at him. Being able to repel a saint beast with a hard palm, this kind of strength could be called heaven-defying. You are very strong. If you can be my helper, and by offering that piece of divine flamestone, you will surely get the strongest evolutionary liquid. And that, for you, is what you want. The black battle dress woman spoke again, her gaze honestly looking at Gizmo. After all, the strength just now was enough to prove everything. Not weaker than a saint, or even said to be stronger. This was a rather rare existence in their clans, and it was even said that the entire eternal starfield in plain sight, no more than the number of hands, a few hundred years someone's strength reached, that also relies on the saint war armor. This means that Gizmo, absolutely called one of the top combatants, if pulled together, undoubtedly for the family to find a backer. Throwing out temptation, he looked at Gizmo delicately. Make way. No need to say so much. I will decide then. Sweeping a glance at her, Gizmo ordered the road. There was nothing the woman in the black battlesuit could do, and the battleship started up again, sailing away from the planet at a very high speed. Believe me, the divine flame stone is not very useful to you, because you are an ascetic cultivator. The most important thing is to explore your own potential, whereas with us, we focus on the perception of the Tao and not on cultivating the body. The woman in the black battle dress said again. Then do you know much about the divine evolution fluid as well? Ji Zimo asked expressionlessly. Knowing some of it, that is the topmost evolution liquid, and the materials needed are unimaginable. Nowadays, several great clans possess the formula, but they are unable to gather the required medicinal ingredients. Thus they are unable to refine it. But, the Eternal Star region is considered extremely powerful in this regard, researching evolutionary fluid formulas, and thus also spawning extremely strong body types, such as the primordial demon body, the Brahma heavenly battle body, and the supreme immortal body. Seeing the appearance of several primordial battle bodies, Ji Zimo couldn't help but be interested. Rumor had it that the supreme immortal body was born innately, and he remembered that after endless years, in Yi Fan's era, there had been a great power called the Tao Palace, the granddaughters of the Yellow-Tooth Elder in the Taoist Palace, all of whom were in the supreme immortal body, died when the Yellow-Tooth Elder died. It was said that the supreme immortal body would be allowed to face off against the immortal heavenly emperor's second son. So it could be seen that the supreme immortal body's qualifications were absolutely astonishing. It wasn't even weaker than the sacred body, but Ji Zimo thought that it certainly couldn't be compared to the beginningless as well as the chaotic body. Even against the second son of the immortal emperor, there was no doubt that he would be defeated, and it was undeniable that this physique was powerful. The primordial demon body has appeared, a very powerful man named Tang Dust. Very few people stand alongside him, almost unrivaled. As for the heavenly constructing battle body, according to the news within the clan, it should have come out as well, only that it's now snowed under and has never come out, hidden very deeply. I don't know about the last type of physique. I've never heard rumors of it coming out. The woman in the black battlesuit shook her head and told all the information she knew. In the exchange, Ji Zimo knew a lot of things. There were two ways for people in the Eternal Star region to make evolutionary fluids. The first was to search for divine minerals, which was similar to the divine firestone Ji Zimo had in his hand, and the second is to capture powerful beings, or extraordinary physiques, and extract their blood, or bloodline, thus helping them evolve. An even more absolute point was that they could duplicate the exact same person with the same powerful battle strength. By saying this, I have already shown that I have no intention of harming you, and that I would love to work with you, because your potential is high. I don't want to offend you and want to cooperate with you for a win-win situation, the woman in the black battle dress said sincerely. What about these people? Ji Zimo smiled faintly. Only this time it was a divine sense transmission. Chapter 24, Holy Strike Ships, Today's Explosion. Tomorrow's Shelves for Subscription. Collection. This group was originally a warband under my hand. Except the captains are gone and there's no need for them to exist. The woman in the black battle dress similarly replied with her divine sense. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ji Zimo's mouth twitched. This was also really ruthless. The people under his hand were killed when he said so. The gains and losses of interests are clearly divided. You can cooperate, but not as a friend. Suddenly, there was a distortion of space in front of them, and a huge ship appeared steeply not far away. That ship, bigger and grander than this one. Above the ship, an ancient flag flew horizontally, inscribed with ancient designs. Not good. We've been spotted. The black battle-robed woman's expression was shocked and her eyes widened, then returned to normal. This is a saint-level ship. There's no way they could have come so quickly. Perhaps they had a premeditated plan. To show up at this opportune time means that there are spies within our ship. The black battle-robed woman's eyes flashed, analyzing the matter in a flash. Boom boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud explosion from the front of the warship. Someone had deliberately damaged the engine unit. Ji Zimo had a headache for a while. How? He wanted to arrive at that place quietly, but he didn't expect that he still attracted trouble. This was in the middle of the starry sky, not in front of the village, not behind the store, and only saints could barely cross the void. Although his battle power had arrived, his realm was still some distance away. The massive ship shone with a cold, dark light. In the middle of the starry sky, it was like a star river beast, full of terror. The ship, which looked significantly smaller to the one across the street. Meanwhile, armor after armor came out of that ship and pounced. Miss, that traitor light left blew up the engine unit. There's no way we can outrun the Tang Clan Saint-class battleship in terms of power. What should we do? At this moment, the deputy captain walked up, his face full of eagerness, his heart full of oppression in the face of the behemoth of the rival family. The biggest traitor is you, isn't it? The black battle dress woman's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. What? The sub-captain, visibly startled. The black battle dress woman immediately struck out, the powerful whip in her hand, instantly cutting through the air, directly targeting the deputy captain. The sub-captain snapped, not expecting his opponent to strike so crisply, and then he also reacted, and a large shield appeared in his hand, blocking it across his body. Being of the same great power, the gap between the two was sky high, just like an ordinary person and a boxer. Click, click, click. As a loud sound came out, this whip directly broke the large shield and fiercely lashed the body of the subcaptain. Blood splattered in all directions, piercing right through the body of the subcaptain. The little green ox was stunned by the change at this time and hurriedly hid behind Gizmo, observing everything in the scene. On the other side, rows of battle armor fell across the hull of the ship, and they lined up in a murderous line. One of the men at the head of the group, watching the changes on the field, had a helmet on his head that fused with his armor, revealing his head. It was likewise a woman with purple hair flying in purple pupils that had a demonic beauty. She looked at the two men fighting in the ship with a flavorful smile on her face. Choom-hum, how does this feel? She opened her mouth, and there seemed to be a few seductive notes in her voice, and the array of armor behind her trembled slightly, as if in mockery. Gizmo looked at the woman in black battle clothes not far away and also knew her name. Zimo, my lord, help me. A wail came from the deputy captain's side, only to see his head, directly cut off by the long whip, was currently in a state of panic. Rubbish, you can't even do this little thing right. Where is the divine flame stone? The purple-haired woman opened her mouth, her sexy lips moving slightly with a special flavor, and came up to point out her intention. The deputy captain's entire head had just been aimed at Gizmo, and without waiting to open his mouth, he was directly blown up by a whip, dripping with blood and splattering his brains in all directions. Zimo, so what if you killed him? You won't be able to escape with your wings today. The purple-haired woman laughed, her chest fluttering. Even through the metallic exterior, her almost perfect body could be seen. Her long purple hair was soft and smooth, her body was slender, and especially her straight legs were almost perfect. Not to say it made anyone else's mouth dry, but just his group of men couldn't take their eyes off it. This person's name is Fuji Yushue. He is very uncomplicated and also has a special physique. He has been working against me for many years, so please help me. Zimo's voice begging for help sounded in Gizmo's mind. At this moment, Zimo looked calm to the extreme on the surface. In fact, a pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Fuji Yushue, their eyes bitterly cold, itching to break them into pieces. Gizmo quietly watched the changes on the field, and the little green ox behind him blinked his eyes, only knowing that danger was imminent. Alright, this young lady doesn't have time to waste with you here. Hurry up and hand over the divine flame stone and I'll give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death. Fujiyuki towered over the crowd, looking down on them, and her words had a meaning that could not be refused. Like a queen, do you just think you're going to win? For so many years, you and I have been opposing each other openly and secretly, so why don't we have a fair fight? Zimo opened his mouth, his gaze looking straight at Fuji Yushue. That woman was too proud, her body hovering silently, looking down on everything, whatever it was. It seemed worthless in his eyes. Ha ha ha, a fair fight. Only the weak demand fairness from the strong. Miss, there's no need to say more. I'll go and split her. A tall mech beside her let out a sneer. Then his body immediately killed, as fast as the wind. This was an overwhelming power like armor, and although it couldn't be compared to a true overwhelming power, the power it exerted was extremely terrifying. Both sides fought physically, creating layers of ripples within close proximity. Whips swung, and between the sparks of electricity and stone, it caused a large explosion to occur here. The two then jumped out of the ship and fought in mid-air. Fuji Yushue looked at the faraway figure and stopped paying attention, her gaze deadlocked on Gizmo's body. Ever since the first moment, there had been something different about the man she saw. The others within the battleship were either fearful or resentful. Some were outwardly strong, and there was only this man and bull standing here in a strange and incomparable manner. This person, moreover, was wearing an ancient robe. How dare you? Who allowed you to dare to look at Miss so directly? Why don't you kneel down quickly? An armored man with a short frame spoke up. A laser emanated from his eyes and shot straight at Gizmo. Gizmo's eyes were ancient, but a few points of anger rose in his heart. The breeze brushed slightly, and without a second glance, the Taiji diagram appeared, bouncing this laser directly back. I mean no harm, and I don't want to get involved in the ill will between you, but I'm afraid I can't get out of here now. Gizmo said helplessly with his hand outstretched, seeking death. Tonight I will eat your flesh and boil your bones. That armor with a short frame saw his strike being blocked by the wind. Again, in front of many brothers, he felt irritated and immediately dodged. Click, click, click. Gizmo pulled his big hand. His 5 fingers were like knives, flashing with crystal light, easily slicing through the armor. The people inside were killed before they could even let out a scream. This. The remaining few people looked at each other in disbelief, not daring to imagine that the scene in front of them was real. The barbarian in front of him seemed to look too relaxed, killing a man too easily, with little effort. Chapter 25. The eyes of Fujiyuki flashed in her eyes, and her perfect body was displayed in a striking manner. You're not a simple barbarian. I'll fight you. You? Ji Zimo laughed coldly. Although this was a king's armor, the gap turned upside down and should not be underestimated. Not bad. It's me. The Tao and Dharma in you are extraordinary. You should come from another star realm. If you fail, you will be my follower from now on. How about it? Fuji Yushue smiled with a full smile, like a purple siren, absolutely beautiful and moving. What if you fail? Ji Zimo couldn't help but laugh. How can a young lady lose? You barbarians are simply being whimsical. You really don't know what's good for you. You still dare to laugh, not realizing that Mrs. Body refining technique has reached an extremely deep level. So far not many people have been able to fight with Miss. Simply ignorant. How could the primordial demon body's body tempering method fail? I don't know how many geniuses challenged Miss before and all returned in defeat. Fighting with Miss, isn't that looking for death? The other armors let out loud laughter, simply not believing that Ji Zimo would be able to defeat Tu Yushue. A few more armors flew by in the distance, their helmets blending into their armor and revealing a teasing smile. Hearing the voices of these people, Ji Zimo's divine thoughts moved and then asked, "You're the primordial demon body?" The primordial demon body, the heaven-building battle body, and the two injurious immortal body were among the most powerful few physiques in this heaven and earth, and were bound to possess uncommonly formidable qualities that were not to be taken lightly. Ha 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 ha, Brett, there's no point in talking more. Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness immediately? You don't have half a chance of winning. Be a good girl and act as the lady's attendant. It's a chance that no one else can even dream of. Ji Zimo was dumbfounded. It was as if this group of people had eaten themselves up, when it was really the ignorant who were fearless. On that side, Shu Zimo was there transformed into a sea of fire, with heat waves running, shaking 100,000 miles. She personally grilled that mech to death. In the blink of an eye, 3 more mechs rushed up and tangled with them again. She's not a primordial demon body, yet she's using the primordial demon body's body tempering method. A voice came from Chu Zimo, and then it was broken off by the sound of a terrifying fight. The corners of Fujiwara Yuki's mouth curled up into a smile. The helmet on her body was worn and she was about to strike. She extended a mechanical finger and hooked her hand at Ji Zimo. If I lose, whatever. Ha ha ha, kid, fend for yourself. Miss, but she is able to bring out 100% of this armor's combat power. Boom boom. Almost in the instant the words fell, Ji Zimo's figure shifted out of thin air behind Tang Yushue. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was like an instantaneous movement. Where can I react? Ka-ching! In Ji Zimo's large hands, this armor was as fragile as tofu, falling apart in an instant. At the same time, a delicate body was revealed. Snow-white skin like jade, moving body, perfect to the extreme. That hand, even the body's intimate clothing, was burst open. The difference in strength between the two was too great to avoid. A group of people stared at this scene with wide eyes, unbelievably, and the entire group was dumbfounded. Close your eyes, all of you. Fujiwara Yuki was really shocked and angry, feeling as if she had met a rascal. The perfect body was naked and exposed, barely covered. The little green ox watching from afar widened his bull's eyes. It was totally a small knife pulling his ass and opening his eyes. I didn't realize that his master, who usually looked serious and domineering, had this side in private, and the image that Ji Zimo had built up in the past collapsed. Ji Zimo was also dumbfounded, not having ever thought that he would encounter such a situation. But looking at the other party's moving body, that's not 1,000 times better than greening your own woman in your previous life. One in the sky and one on the ground. It's not bad, it's quite smooth. Ji Zimo smiled flirtatiously. Shameless child. I'll kill you. Tu Yushue's face was cold to the extreme. Since he was a child, he had never been so humiliated. A radiant light flooded this place, and the divine chain of order, cutting through the sky, rendered this place into a sea of killing. To think that she, the great miss of the Fuji family, had countless followers among the stars, and now she was being treated like this in full view of everyone. His lungs were about to explode with anger, and he couldn't wait to break Ji Zimo in front of him into pieces. The battle over there had already come to an end, and it was still Chu Zimo who had won. Those few people were beaten into dust and flew away by her. However, she herself had also suffered considerable injuries, and her delicate body was nearly torn apart just now. And now I see my opponent in this state, smiling like a flower, and very soulful under the stars. Death Mire. She pinched her spell, and one magnificent ripple after another spread out in all directions, and wherever she passed made people feel as if they were plunged into a quagmire. Ji Zimo calmly watched all of this, his body constantly flickering as if it was illusory. a smile on his face. No matter how much this quagmire spread, it couldn't catch up with G Zimo. Damn it, how dare you humiliate Miss. At this time, the surrounding armor finally woke up and rushed to pounce in all directions. No more to block G Zimo, blocking his body in that quagmire, so that it could not move. How about we work together to rush out? And when it's done, I'll give you the level 5 evolution liquid and cause the family to refine the ultimate evolution liquid? Under the starry sky, G Zimo's ears once again heard Chu Zimo's voice. G Zimo still didn't say a word, his gaze looking in that direction, and after being seen by many people, he immediately surrounded on Chu Zimo. Not enough, G Zimo's big hand grabbed and crushed a piece of armor, and blood flowed out over there, incomparably bloody. His figure, charging across the crowd, was bound to kill one person with every strike. At the same time, 5 armors surrounded Chu Zimo, and this time, she was really in danger. How about I give you the level 5 evolution liquid and guarantee to facilitate the family's refining into the ultimate evolution liquid, and split 20% of it with you? Chu Zimo gritted her teeth, itching to bite G Zimo to death. She had never seen such a brazen person. The ingredients for the ultimate evolutionary liquid were hard to find, but for a worldly family like theirs that had existed for unknown thousands or tens of thousands of years, after generations of accumulation, the bottom line is deep. Only a few flavors of the main medicine are missing. If G Zimo helps, there is still a certain possibility. I want the level 7 evolutionary liquid. As for the ultimate evolutionary liquid you mentioned, sharing 20% of it with me is enough. Hearing G Zimo's request, Chu Zimo's back teeth were almost on the verge of crunching. Now that she was in a desperate situation, she took advantage of the fire, but at the moment, she had to rely on G Zimo. Otherwise, it is highly likely that you will die here. Deal. Boom. G Zimo sniffed and really struck out. His gaze condensed as he deduced the void mirror with the holy law of battle. The moment the void mirror appeared, the entire starry sky shook, especially on that mirror. A huge vortex appeared, and the armor that lunged forward was instantly swallowed by that mirror. Click, click, click. The sound of bones being crushed rang out chillingly. One of these powerful existences was almost crushed into a piece of pastry. His body cracked and all the bones in his body were crushed. What's that? Fujiwara Yuki had calmed down by now. This man was so powerful that it was almost unimaginable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the world. Chapter 26, Battle of the Saints. A powerful suction force came, and Fuji Yuki's face changed as she felt suffocated. She slashed her hands forward, striking a brilliant light in a vain attempt to block it with her bare hands. Uncle, please make a move. Her body quickly fled, pleading for help to the Saint-class battleship under the starry sky. G Zimmer's body followed closely. The laser cannons on the hull of the ship he had seen before, although it was only at the half-saint level, the power was still not to be underestimated, and he didn't want to take a few shots for nothing. Don't run. You said you'd be at my disposal if you lost. What? Words don't count anymore? G Zimo chased after him, deliberately leaving a distance for the other party to flee, intent on getting close to that one Saint-class ship. Shame on you. Fuji Yuki's face reddened with anger, hating to turn around to fight with him. But the speed of turning his head to flee became even faster. A middle-aged man appeared. His figure was magnificent and domineering. Like a dark beast, he stood on top of the battleship with countless cosmic illusions in his pupils. Fujiwara Yuki landed behind his uncle, her hanging heart dropping only slightly. Her uncle, but one of the few saints in this starry sky, was incredibly powerful and was the family's backbone. G Zimo also caught up and watched as the two stood on the ship, also hovering in the universe. You should be from another star realm. You are very powerful. Even in this shoot you starry sky you can be considered a top genius. I'll give you a chance to submit to me. The middle-aged man stood on the ship, not wearing armor, and he uniquely possessed the aura of a superior man, as well as the aura of a saint, giving people a great sense of pressure. It was a saint of peak years, incomparable to the old ape on that planet, with plenty of chi and blood. He stood above and cloaked the world, having seen countless years of tumultuous darkness and blood, and had long since changed to be unassuming and indifferent to everything. Since you see my potential, I'll also give you a chance to submit to me. G Zimo was not the least bit intimidated and looked straight at the other party. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Did you know that? The last person who spoke to me like this had grass growing on his grave for 800 years. It's a threat, undisguised. On Chu Zimo's side, the battle had already ended long ago. A woman and a cow stood silently above the burning battleship, watching the two men move. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about that kid. I've read countless people. He should be from an ancient family in a certain starfield, and he has a lot of tricks on him. The green ox barked at Chu Zimo, signaling that she didn't need to worry. Chu Zimo also nodded. looking at this green ox beside him with a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, the cultivation of this cow is extraordinary, and also so small. The heart vaguely put down the heart. The little green ox skimmed his mouth. Although the relationship was not long, but he could not return that boy. There are risks. He is not at all dry. Boom! Huge fluctuations came from that starry sky, and the battle between the two had begun. A bright light illuminated this sea of stars, more blinding than the sun, and the two had a big collision. The powerful power fluctuations made almost everyone alive turn pale. Zimo rushed to the sky and fought with the man as the middle-aged man's legs transformed into scissors and cut horizontally. 1,000,000 pounds of gravity was applied to his thighs, causing his face to change. Zimo's physical strength, even though it wasn't as perverse as beginningless, was still too powerful to be taken lightly. After being strengthened tenfold, it was even more directly able to fight against saints. The middle-aged man immediately retreated, and with every step he walked, an additional black hole appeared under his feet. Yubu. Uncle was actually forced to use Yubu by him. The great universe, endless. With this kind of pace, every time you step down it's enough gravity of a black hole. The power is heaven-defying. If this kind of pace is utilized to the extreme, a single foot can shatter a starfield, and even the most powerful person will be stepped into a bloody mist. The middle-aged man came in quick steps, step after step, with great strength. That black hole seemed to contain countless worlds, and with every step, the black hole grew larger and larger, shocking people. However, Zimo was blocking it all in, slapping his large palm away. The tremendous force shook the soles of the middle-aged man's feet raw. The middle-aged man couldn't hold out any longer, and the divine radiance on his body intertwined, and a piece of radiant battle suit appeared, with green light flashing, and at a glance it was by no means extraordinary. Zimo was known as a young emperor. Where would he be willing to be stepped on? He struck with force, going all out and directly interrupting this kind of footwork. One step against the sky to tear it alive. The middle-aged sage was shocked. There really was a heavenly pride, with the cultivation of a Dao-zapping king, striking straight at the sage and causing him to feel the danger. Rubbish! A large palm print of the void was slapped. A large black palm, spreading over the sky, was like a shocking strike from the reappearance of a void emperor. Boom! The void collapsed, and cracking sounds resounded from the middle-aged man's body as his bones were slapped to pieces and his body was directly crushed. Fuji Yushua was dumbstruck, and even Zimo as well as the little green ox in the distance felt a wave of incredulity. The secret of the lines on the bottom of Zimo's feet flickered with absolute brilliance. In a flash, the kill came. The middle-aged saint reacted and wanted to fight with him, but it was too late. A palm chopped down, directly shattering the immortal platform. Captain, defeated. A saint, a true saint, no more than a double palmful of saints in the eternal starfield, fell in this way, and the rest of them were shocked, not believing the result. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that he is the heavenly building battle body? The supreme immortal body, those two almost invincible physiques? A group of people were alarmed. Suddenly, the huge battleship launched violently, sending ripple after ripple through space before jumping violently, disappeared in this one place as if it had never been. Zimo's hands tore with force, and the saint in front of him was torn into two halves, blood staining the starry sky, while those he was guarding, seeing that the situation was bad, had long since departed in their battleships. Zimo stared at the space in the distance, silent. Inside the wrecked ship, the two energy probing craft were still functional. Zimo then piloted this airship, bringing Zimo and Little Green Ox on the road of return. Boss, can you give me that saint's corpse so I can refine it? I can't always hold you back. The Green Ox smiled and walked over, a humanized smile on his face. For a while it was hard to tell if it was a man or a cow. Zimo was completely speechless and threw the body to him. The blood, bones, and carcass of a saint were all of great use, and when used well, they could be refined into a valuable holy weapon. But there was certainly no shortage of them on the road ahead, and in the end, Zimo still gave the corpse to the little green cow. As he said, he was really a drag now, not helping at all. In the airship's cockpit, Zimo spoke. You beheaded someone from the Tang clan. They definitely won't let it go and will definitely send more people against you. No harm done. Zimo shook his head. With his strength today, who would he be afraid of to take revenge on him? Unless a great saint, a sage king came, they all had to die, and he had a deep base. Zimo was all speechless. She knew in her heart that this person must have come from a foreign land. Even the natives of this side, I'm afraid they've long been famous. Who would dare to mess with them? Chapter 27, The Eternal Starfield. She pulled the other party in and the other party agreed without hesitation. That meant that the other party was not afraid of the family behind her and probably possessed some powerful cards. Two men and a cow go through a time jump and emerge from an ancient heart gate. Zimo raised his head to look into the distance and felt a strong breath of life. There was a huge planet there, very suitable for survival, with vibrant life on it and strange fluctuations of life force. Not long afterward, Zimo piloted his ship within the starfield. A huge ancient star ahead, very large and big. It was barely inferior to Beidou, with a majestic aura that flowed with the aura of an ancient great emperor. Zimo was a little shocked when he looked at those planetary molds because he felt as if there were great emperors hibernating on that planet. Just like facing the forbidden zone alone, or entering within the void realm, that great emperor aura could not be mistaken in any way. A few moments later, Zimo regained his composure. A great emperor had appeared here. The name is Dao Yen Emperor, and there is a dormant emperor's son who will awaken in 100,000 years. The little green cow seemed to have never seen this before, with bigger cow eyes and pouting buttocks, looking from side to side in front of the window, very curious. He was now but a calf. Yet his potential was amazing, an ancient relic, and if he grew up, he would definitely be a great help. The ship didn't stop at the planet that was the Emperor's star, but stayed on the planet that was orbiting that Emperor's star. There were 36 planets in total, ordered according to a certain law. Each one was like a pearl, magnificent and dazzling, like an ancient saint or an ancient emperor with great vigor had personally laid out the planets. The airship was firmly moored in an airfield, and a large number of people rushed in, some of them older, but most of them young. Girl Moo, you have suffered. It was the clan's poor consideration, but it was not expected that a saint would personally ambush you. An old man had gray hair, yet his face was rosy and his eyes were glowing. He stepped forward to comfort Zimo. Grandpa, where is this your fault? If you want to blame it on the two family for being too shameless. A saint for old age personally ambushing a junior like me. Zimo's gaze looked in all directions. She knew very well that this statement would definitely be spread today. Is this? The old man's gaze went to Zimo. This is my friend, and as I told you before, this is the friend who saved my life. The light in the old man's eyes shone brightly, and he came to shake hands with Zimo and greeting in a very cordial and friendly manner. This is a supreme talent. It must be treated well. That night, Zimo was brought to a large villa, which was covered with spell formations everywhere, and there were also people out in the dark. Zimo was in a trance. The architectural style of this Beidou star and 100,000 years ago was too much like the Earth after 100,000 years. For a while, the hesitation was so intertwined that those who didn't know it thought they had gone back to the old days. The little green calf is in this new house, unimpeded and natural, cheering and jumping around like a child who likes to be naughty. He returned to his room and used his unique practicing method to remove some essence from some object. This was very much like the cultivation method of the demon emperor from over 100,000 years ago, Shuadweiqing. He had also taken a close look at it, and it should have come from a remnant of the demon emperor's law, which was not complete. Besides, it was only suitable for demonic beasts to cultivate. On the other hand, the old man was in a private room whispering confidentially with Zimo. The old man's name was Chu Xingxion, and in earlier years, he was a wizard of the Eternal Star region, making his family even stronger and breaking into great fame. Moro, this person's strength is really strong? Not bad. I personally watched him kill a saint. Moreover, as a condition for getting out of the trap, I've already promised to give him level 7 evolution liquid, as well as 30% of the ultimate evolution liquid as well. Chumham was straightforward and honest. For a while, Chu Xingxiong fell into silence, because these things are also extremely important to their big family now. Then, according to you, after utilizing him, can we do away with him with the help of another family? At these words, Zimo was a bit flustered, her eyes looking around. However, the surroundings were blocked by spell formations, and no one could enter unnoticed. Grandpa, be careful what you say. He's too powerful and holds many unknown cards. Once he gets angry, that will be disastrous and everything will be turned upside down. Although he hadn't had much contact with Zimo, he had finally gotten a good look at his character in the past few days. Definitely the kind that has an axe to grind, and one that doesn't care about anything but killing the enemy. The words fell, and the old man was silent for a while. I feel it's a bit of a pity that such a heavenly pride is not used for me. I wonder if Grandpa will betroth you to him and give him a rope to hold, so that he can be used for my family in the future. The old man spoke again, his gaze looking if anything in the direction where Zimo lived. This matter cannot be forced. This person is like a flying dragon in the sky. Don't make a grudge even if you can't do it. There will be benefits for our family in the future. Zimo saw it all clearly. In and out. Staggering. In the end, the old man nodded, sort of agreeing with his granddaughter's idea. On the second day, 2 level 7 evolution agents were sent over. and the old man exchanged pleasantries for a while, asking where they came from. It all turned out to be vaguely told by G Zimo that it came from another starfield, and the family power behind it was very powerful. Definitely not something his clan could afford to mess with. Boom boom boom. Thunder continued in the sky, striking fiercely at the body of the little green ox. It made her constantly wail in the midst of the lightning tribulation, utilizing all sorts of divine patterns, trying to dodge the heavenly tribulation. However, all of this was just in vain. The heavenly tribulation that should have been there, all of them hit the little green ox's body one by one, no less. This heavenly calamity is also terrifying, carrying the aura of destroying all things. G Zimo does not want to dip too much. After the heavenly tribulation, the little green ox finally broke through to a great power, and it didn't seem so wasted anymore. G Zimo pulled out 2 level 7 evolution potions and poured them into his mouth at once. Suddenly, it felt hot and dry, and powerful forces rushed through him. It was a new and different feeling. G Zimo felt the power bulging within his body and sat down, directly refining it. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes, and the Taiji diagrams in all directions loomed large, and eventually they all turned into smoke and dispersed. It works, but not much. G Zimo shook his head and laughed lightly, wanting to break through to Half Saint. I'm afraid it would take some time. Boom! Suddenly, the door rattled as if it had been slammed. That sound of metal tearing and grinding was extremely harsh, like a form of torture. G Zimo walked over and the gate unfolded, only to see a young man with a knife-like face and a straight posture looking at G Zimo with an arrogant and domineering face. There were also 2 old men standing beside them, and a few guards behind them. You're G Zimo, aren't you? That youth tilted his head and asked arrogantly. Yes, I am. What can I do for you? G Zimo's eyes were flat, calmly looking at the youth in front of him. I'm telling you, there's no way my sister will marry you. You don't even piss around to see what you look like a savage. The youth spoke nonchalantly, and there were murmurs in the distance. Chapter 28. From the voices of the discussion, G Zimo learned that this person was the young master of the family, named Chu Yun, Chu Zimo's own brother. G Zimo couldn't help but be a bit speechless. He didn't say he wanted to marry his sister. As beautiful as it was, he had higher peaks to climb, so where was he to care about the view at hand? I'm telling you, get lost or I'll beat you up every time I see you, little master. The 2 guards beside him also spoke up, their gazes cold, and they laughed outright. You have to listen well. The grass on the graves of those who don't listen to the young master in this city grows several meters high. People should have self-knowledge sometimes. If you want to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix, first of all, let's see if you have that ability. G Zimo's face darkened. Now anyone could come to him and spread their wildness? Snap! Directly slapping Chu Yun's face furiously a few times, he directly turned him into a pig's head, and then with a slap, he directly slapped him tens of meters away. I trouble you to inquire what kind of people you're messing with next time you come here. Next time you dare to come over, I'll rip your head off and make wine out of it. G Zimo's breath trembled. The sky and earth changed color, the void trembled, and the 2 guards who had opened their mouths just now died directly and tragically. For a while, G Zimo was like a god king in the world, unrivaled and invincible. The powerful aura caused Chu Yun's bones to click, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He really hadn't inquired about G Zimo's background before he came. I just heard that G Zimo was brought back by Chu Zimo, and that the family clan elders discussed highly to marry Chu Zimo to G Zimo. It didn't take long for some of the principals in the family to arrive. Respectfully, he thanked G Zimo while explaining the stakes. At the same time, Chu Zimo appeared, a white dress fluttering in the wind, immortal aura, skin like jade, eyes like water, a pair of legs straight and long, very beautiful, like a fairy in the sky. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed Chu Yun's ear and apologized at the door. Kazimo nodded and ended up walking some distance after her, informing that there was nothing else on his mind. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. G Zimo's reputation had risen in these 10 years, pushing several great king bodies, during which time he had struck out and shocked some saint-level figures. Thus his reputation had risen. There had also been several invitations by the Chu family to search for divine minerals, with a big bottom line out on the way. And now he had finally gathered all the ingredients to refine the strongest gene evolution liquid. Pill Refining Mountain, located dozens of miles from the city, where every day the sun shines brightly and the morning sun streams out. The mountain is filled with all kinds of essence, and the aura surpasses the outside world by more than 100 times. The vegetation in the mountain was also extremely lush, and every day the cauldron here would roar and move with starlight, which was refining the evolutionary fluid with ancient immortal methods. It was rumored that this method was related to the most famous emperor of the Eternal Star region, Dao Yan Emperor. This spell was obtained by several superpowers to extract the essence. Ji Zimo had lived in this place for several years, and on the way, he had accidentally obtained this spell. After some observation on his part, it was discovered that this was not the output of the Daoyan Emperor, and that more than one great emperor had appeared in this starfield, so perhaps it was left behind by an even more ancient existence. 3 months later, a loud bang came from this place, and the holy furnace floated, bursting out with incomparably blinding light, surrounded by billions of strands of immortal radiance. Bang! A corner of the holy furnace exploded, sending out a special aroma that was refreshing to the heart, and this fragrance broke through the curtain of light and rocketed upwards. The foot of the mountain was filled with people. The Chu family's great trouble over the years had been heard by quite a few clans, and there were numerous scouts at the foot of the mountain. In the end, under the attention of all the people, several long dragons flew out of that furnace, and the Qilin also proceeded to manifest, and then the phoenix flew, surrounding that furnace and continuously spitting out true fire. The strongest evolutionary fluid is out. Some people exclaimed in alarm, but this mountain had already been blocked by the Chu family, and all kinds of visions were in abundance, with the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu, all surrounding this furnace. Ji Zimo's eyes flashed, alert to the extreme. Every time this time, someone was bound to show up to cause trouble. Therefore, he had to be incredibly careful. He was not the only one sitting within this mountain peak. There was also an ancient ancestor of the Chu clan. The furnace is open. The furnace is open. I don't know who shouted, but the whole mountain was violently shaken. On the other side, Ji Zimo instantly arrived in front of the furnace. Boom! This place directly exploded. Immortal arts surged, and it was definitely not a single person's strike. Ji Zimo immediately put away the furnace, and suddenly one appeared in front of him, and he slapped it with his big hand, hardening it into 2 halves. The light passed and he left in an instant. Damn! Beginningless! You! Ji Zimo's lungs were about to explode with anger as he saw the person. It was none other than Beginning, who hadn't appeared for many years. Thinking about it for more than 10 years, Beginningless should have shown up long ago, and he's been sticking around. Boom! The Chu clan's ancient ancestor struck out. His huge palm covered the sky, and Beginningless glanced at him coldly, then slapped his palm. Boom! The Chu clan's ancient ancestor immediately fell backward and reversed, his chest collapsing, and his entire person was like shattered ceramics, nearly falling apart. Ji Zimo was just about to catch up when a figure stopped in front of him. I don't know where the red-haired little brother came from, but the whole person was like a demonic obstacle, exuding a demonic aura. There was no doubt that he was powerful and should be some kind of special physique, domineering and quiet and cold-eyed. Hand over the strongest evolutionary fluid. Hand it over, you douchebag. Ji Zimo collected half of the evolutionary fluid and directly struck out with all his might. For a moment, the heavens and earth rumbled, and the entire mountain disintegrated. Primal demon body Tang dust. Some people stared wide-eyed at the red-haired figure in the sky. That brat from the Chu clan is in dire straits. The primordial demon body is invincible, and if the other 2 major physiques don't come out, who will compete? I haven't heard of him for decades, but I didn't expect him to appear now and come to compete for the strongest evolutionary fluid. The onlookers from afar were in an uproar. That red-haired person was the most prestigious genius in this immortal region, Tang Duan. And now it was already obvious that it was a king of great accomplishment, the strength of which could be imagined. There were also people watching the show from afar. Ji Zimo had been too domineering over the years. There was no telling how many clans had been offended, and they all wanted to see him suppressed. There was a great deal of light there, and the haze of the strike was more dazzling than even the sun, capable of easily tearing through the void. Ji Zimo and primal demon body Tang Dust exchanged blows in close combat. Tang Dust's body radiated black light, like Ashura walking the world. It was terrifying, and his fleshly body was strong. Today we're settling old grudges with new ones. Remember Fuji Yuki? Tang Dust's tone was cold. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, grasping hard and fiercely. Strong force, steel-like body, directly tearing Ji Zimo's clothes apart. Ji Zimo's fleshly body was similarly tough, no worse than a normal body. Despite this, the skin was still gouged with 5 bloody marks. The Taiji diagram behind Ji Zimo shone brightly. For a time it was incomparably bright, and a fist fiercely blasted out, like a party of heaven and earth suppressing and coming, vast and boundless, thick and invincible. Chapter 29, Escaping the Battlefield. Boom! Tang Dust was fiercely blasted out by a punch, and the massive force not only caused blood to spill from the corners of his mouth, but his body ruthlessly crashed through the mountain peak. Living here for a few years, Ji Zimo had been told that Fuji Yushua was Tang Chen's fiancé. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to possess the primordial demon body's law, and the man informed him to be careful of Tang Dust. On this side, having just blasted Tang Duan down, A few more kings of the Tao beheading immediately appeared in front of him. Kill. Grab the strongest evolutionary liquid and kill Gizmo. The sky was shaking. A star river emerged behind Gizmo. A vast universe. The star river was immense, directly enveloping the crowd. What kind of law is this? It's actually devouring our flesh and blood. Some people were wide-eyed, being enveloped in it, feeling deep in the mire. The more they struggled, the faster they died. The feeling of being powerless, the most horrible. This is definitely not an ordinary dharma. Perhaps it should be the dharma of an invincible emperor. I detect the arcane rhythm of an emperor. Gizmo's palms closed, and several people all exploded into a bloody mist. Swish! In the next instant, the primordial demon body Tang Dust once again killed, his body emanating a heavenly ferocious light and burning with demonic flames, just like an immortal demon lord. Just now, he was slapped out at once, making him, as a heavenly pride, a bit ashamed of himself, and he fought to pounce forward to fight the world and the devil. Tang Dust roared, and a demon king's forbidden zone appeared behind him, smoke and dust rolling out as countless dead people fell to the ground. White bones were scattered in the field. The ground was burning red blood, and the fury was fluttering. It was an extremely frightening world, just like hell. And in the next moment, those white bones stood up from the ground one after another, assembling into a complete corpse. There were ancient great powers among them, as well as heaven-swallowing beasts, iron-eating beasts, and a series of other giant crocodiles. This caused a tremendous pressure to be felt, drilling out from the world behind him with ferocious flames, and those watching from afar couldn't help but tremble in their legs in fear. For a while, countless demons came in front of Gizmo, wanting to ruthlessly tear him apart, his flesh and blood crushed into mud, and his soul dragged into that infernal hell. Is this the ferocious might of the primordial demon body? Someone murmured, and Fujiyuki also appeared in the distance, looking at Gizmo, who was wrapped in countless demons, and couldn't help but wave her fists. She remembered a whole decade of that day's insult and couldn't wait to be able to avenge it herself. But she couldn't go there because it had become the center of the battlefield. Countless Big Brother-level characters were striking out there, and that mountain was almost flattened. Gizmo looked at the majestic beast, his body constantly weaving and dodging in the void. There were too many people here. Too many people had already struck out at him, both openly and secretly, and it was necessary to kill his way out. To kill his way out. The secret of the word line is unrivaled in heaven and on earth, and the void art is an imperial art, and when practiced to its fullest, it can appear anywhere one wishes to go with a single thought. With the combination of the two, there is little that can stop him. Turning around, Gizmo had left. The Chu clan's ancient ancestor, seeing that this was not a good situation, already had several saints clashing with him in the dark. The body immediately drew up the sky and flew at great speed in the direction where Gizmo was. Stop! Gizmo, don't run if you have the ability. You and I will have a good duel. What kind of hero are you like this? Tang Dust chased after Gizmo all the way, following closely behind him, thousands of kilometers away. Gizmo turned to look at the pursuing Tang Dust, his body immediately pouncing. Boom boom boom, the two of them dueled in mid-air, and Gizmo exuded unrivaled power with every punch and every stance. Tang Dust's hair flew and his eyes were bloodshot. With each impact, he felt a great pressure. It was as if the entire starry sky was suppressing up, and it was almost too much to bear. The two of them exchanged 3 moves, which condensed the essence of thousands and thousands of moves. 3 moves later, Gizmo killed out of the endless demonic light and plucked off Tang Shen's head with one hand. The people who followed up were shaken physically and mentally when they saw this scene. That was the famous Tang Dust, the primordial demon body, one of the 3 divine bodies of the Eternal Star region. Now it was just decapitated, with its head in its hands. At that exact moment, the Chu clan's ancient ancestor chased after him, with several figures behind him in hot pursuit. There are all kinds of means in this universe, and that is not the real person of those people. It can be understood as a double. The Chu family ancient ancestor, looking at the head Gizmo was carrying in his hand, was also greatly shocked. Primordial devil body, mythological general physique, and now lost so dry, in their case, but in the blink of an eye got out of the victory or defeat. I'll share half of the stuff with you and we'll go our separate ways. Remember to thank Chuzimo for me. Gizmo waved his hand and took out half of the divine furnace, in which the divine liquid was boiling, emitting a refreshing fragrance that was refreshing and tantalizing. The Chu clan's ancient ancestor immediately put it away as the pursuers behind him were about to arrive. When they saw the ultimate evolutionary liquid, they couldn't help but eyeball it, and they could speed it up. He glanced at Gizmo, look had a few dissatisfaction, because at that time said that it was 20% of the ultimate evolution liquid, but at the moment the strong enemy is approaching, and cannot waste time, so he had to stop, and left. Gizmo looked at the saints coming after him at the moment, and reached out with his hand and took out a pagoda, which had purple light flowing out of it and a chaotic aura enveloping it. He slammed. The pagoda crashed through the void, destroying everything. Those some people watching this scene face cannot help but change. Scattered. However, this spacetime had been blocked off by the pagoda, and on the pagoda, one after another overwhelming killing light flashed out, instantly turning one saint after another into corpses. Those corpses fell. Some dissipated with the wind, and some turned into a Taoist talisman. Zimo put away the pagoda. This was a quasi-imperial weapon. If it was truly powerful, it could wipe out all of this starfield. It was a card he kept to quasi-deal with beginningless. With this item in place, he could also feel at ease against beginningless, and having gotten rid of his pursuers, he immediately decided to turn around and leave. In the barren planet, Zimo swallowed the strongest evolutionary liquid in one gulp. Boom boom boom. The thunder in the nine skies moved, and thunder light struck down one after another, and in the end, it directly developed into a sea of thunder, as if it was going to blast this planet to pieces. Zimo, his body was struck by the sea of thunder. His body was crystalline, every inch of it flickered with a morning sun-like light, full of vitality. From afar, it looked like an immortal thunder god, washing his body with the sea of thunder and forcibly quenching his body, coupled with the constant repairing of the word secret of the people, allowed his fleshly body to become more and more powerful, barely weaker than an average divine body. A few days later, Zimo walked out from this planet. His cultivation had already reached half-saint, and now he and Beginningless were considered to be on the same level once again. When Beginningless snatched his strongest evolutionary fluid, he didn't go after it because of the possibility of being suppressed. Crossing levels was as good as a joke in front of the Beginningless. It had always been the Beginningless level that challenged others. If he were to do so, it would be tantamount to looking for death, and a fight into a draw at the same realm would already be considered an immortal myth. Once again, I returned to this ancient planet, yet it was in ruins. It turned out to be the original war did not know how many people affected. Most of the houses were destroyed. The planet was also damaged to some degree. It was a holy war after all. Chapter 30, The Blood Rolls On. Return to the Chu house where he lives, the most long gone. Think of the time should have experienced some killing. Even his war pet, the green ox, has disappeared. Walking through the ruins, two silhouettes hurriedly walked in front of him. Their Tao was still shallow and they didn't notice Zimo's presence. This Zimo is really something. Just a few moves between the primordial demonic body. It's simply unbelievable to say. I heard that it's still from another star field. Indeed, once upon a time, we in the Eternal Star region always thought that the three great gods would be undefeated forever, and that even if they were defeated, they would only be defeated at the hands of the other two. I never expected to be decimated in just a few moves, making it a bit hard to accept. An unrivaled existence also appeared in this battle. That person is called Beginningless. Several saintly silhouettes chased after him, but they only returned empty-handed, and some of them were even directly crushed hard. It was truly terrifying. Not bad. He seems to be an outsider as well. Never heard of his name. The two were talking and walking at an extremely fast speed, but the two were not some flying cultivators. Otherwise they wouldn't be walking on the ground. Stop. Zimo suddenly appeared. The genius startled those two people, looking at Zimo and shivering. The information technology here is very common, and Zimo's face is imprinted into almost everyone's heart. What did you stop us for? Even though the other party was a senior with a high level of cultivation, the two were not intimidated by it, and if they really made a move against them, two shrimps are just two shrimps, and the other side crumbles in one breath, which need not be feared. Do you ever know where the people in this yard go? Zimo pointed his finger at the courtyard behind him. When the Great War broke out a few days ago, it was Miss Chu Zimo who relocated all the people here to avoid causing secondary damage. Zimo nodded and turned to leave. Long after he was gone, one of the two men fell to the ground, his face white. Under the starry sky, Beginningless stood on an extremely high mountain, and the cold wind blew his robes to the point of whistling. He had a magnificent figure and stared at a certain place, and before long, that place directly exploded and out walked a young white-clothed male. I, Xianhua, pay my respects to brother Beginningless. That young male smiled faintly, made a bow with his armrests, and paid his respects to Beginningless. Why are you following me? Sneaking around. Beginningless opened his mouth, his gaze faintly looking at a young man who called himself Xianhua, who had a magnificent figure and was sealed as if he were a jade. Standing there, like an immortal monument, anyone could see that he was invincible. Nothing else. Seeing your brother's heavenly talent is overwhelming. I just want to be friends with you. Wuxia stared at him coldly. If he were a friend, he would have already shown up. Until now, when he was forced out hard, This is the only way to pay lip service to being friends. Hypocritical to the extreme. Shenhua sensed that something was wrong and swept his gaze toward Wushi. What? Brother Beginningless is not willing to make me a friend? If you are willing, then forget it. I originally wanted to invite you to deal with Ji Zimo together, but now it seems that you might not be as good as him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Beginningless moved. Shenhua was aware of this, and his body was surging with Tao, brilliant with light, forming a huge wall. Boom! Beginningless directly killed. Unstoppable. Even those Tao laws could not stop him, and they shattered with a bang. The two masses of light battled together, shocking the heavens and moving the earth, and in just a split second, Xuanua's body was crushed and flew out, and all the bones in his body were knocked to pieces. A large palm slapped again, and Shenhua was struck so hard that his body exploded into nothingness. I don't need a sidekick to lecture me on a duel between me and him. After saying this sentence, Beginningless turned around and left. Brother Zi Ming, leaving like this? Chu Zimo quietly looked at Ji Zimo, a pair of beautiful eyes flowing, waves of light flashing, the ancient robe on her body flying. Not bad. It's been a long time since I stopped here. It's time to set foot on the Emperor's path, and this time, I've come to look for my ox. Chu Zimo covered her mouth and smiled lightly, like a flower blooming, bright and elegant, like a fairy in the sky. What if your cows don't want to follow you? With a flourish of Chu Zimo's thin hand, the green ox burrowed out of nowhere. The green ox grinned with an open bull's mouth. Embarrassed? You don't want to leave with me? Ji Zimo calmly asked. In his opinion, to go or not to go is all up to the individual. He will not force it. Boss, my parents died during the turbulent years, so that I can live a good life. Met the boss to bring me out of that barren land. Very grateful, but I don't have the heart to fight for the Emperor's road. I just want to find a beautiful woman, not a calf, and live out this life quietly. The green bull hemmed and hawed. No harm done. Ji Zimo nodded and turned to leave. Brother Mo, if you return from the Emperor's path, could you come and see me once? The voice rang behind him like a crisp bell. May. Ji Zimo nodded again and quietly left. A few days later, the Chu clan's old ancestor came out of the gate with an even more powerful aura that defied everything. On this day, several big clans had been hit on their homes by someone who was rampaging around, holding a pagoda, and wherever he passed, heads rolled. After that person came out, he hung the saint's head in front of the gate, arrogant to the extreme. The ruins are in ruins, and there is a great deal of mourning. Tu Yushui half kneeled in front of Ji Zimo, severely injured, leaving behind blood that burned brightly. You're killing innocents so indiscriminately and letting blood stain the earth. Aren't you afraid of really messing with the main star Imperial clan? Ji Zimo laughed lightly. You are not innocent people. I was born in the Imperial clan, so how could I be afraid of the people there? As soon as the words fell, Ji Zimo stretched out a finger and pointed it at the other party's forehead. Fujiwara Yuki's body was burning with blood, and eventually exploded with a loud bang. On this day, the several ancient sacred families that had secretly struck out against him were all bloodied by him. A few days later, the Eternal Host Star Emperor clan was enraged and sent out saints, who came to kill Beginningless, placing Ji Zimo in second place. One day, Ji Zimo heard somewhere that Beginningless had beheaded a supreme genius, a heavenly constructing battle body of the day, and a lineage in the Imperial clan, thus incurring the wrath of the people. Ji Zimo didn't care about those, piloting the airship and arriving at the Imperial Road intersection. The cold universe, vast and boundless, the loner's journey tastes of loneliness. Ji Zimo crosses one star field after another alone. Although there were many crises, Ji Zimo directly forced his way through. During the walk, there were constant crises and hardships encountered that were not known to outsiders, and there were several accidents that nearly resulted in serious injuries. During this section of the path, he had fought saint kings of the bloodthirsty Fey race, fought saints sealed in stone, and traveled through thorns and thorns, day and month, all the way to the constant fighting, constantly consolidate their cultivation. Several years of war, the baptism of blood and fire, so that Ji Zimo Dao heart like iron, out of a path of their own, finally killed it. Ji Zimo's gaze flickered with divine radiance like a star in the sky as he stepped into the universe, one step splashing a ripple that shattered the meteorites around him. Pride Roar. Chapter 31, Gong Daotian. The savage beasts whistled long, shaking the sky and moving the earth, and the sound was transmitted to the universe to give people the feeling like a group of prehistoric ferocious beasts running past, and the earth was trembling, lifting up rolling smoke and dust. Ji Zimo was surprised to see a number of people, coming from different paths, converging together on this one. After a moment, he was lost in mute laughter. There were stepping stones in every life, and these people would die. As he followed the path forward, he saw quite a few foreign beasts. For example, dragons that look like unicorns, with horns towering, scales and armor arranged in a cold atmosphere. Look like they have experienced a great fight. There's also a brazen animal with a golden glow and huge fangs, which is a spooky sight to behold. There are also some beautiful and dusty women, driving various birds or cranes passing by, floating and moving, simple and natural. A short distance into one walk, a magnificent giant city appeared in front of them. It was not on a planet, but in the starry sky, with countless starry lights enveloping it. Very sacred. This city covers an extremely wide area. The city wall is like a mountain. A glance cannot see the head. The heavy city gate closed, no matter how many thousands of troops, but also impossible to open the gate. Quite a number of powerful people converged here, all of them being supreme powerhouses from various planets. Each of them had mounts, such as the golden-winged rock that glowed with golden light and radiance, and the domineering candle Joeen that was incomparable, the divine crane that shone with purple thunder, and the divine beast that gnawed on the dragon. In front of the city gates, the beasts screamed and roared, shocking the heavens and the earth. Those masters who sat on their bodies were silent. Zimo stood alone in the void, slightly humble compared to those people. From time to time, there were also divine senses sweeping in and passing over his body. Is this looking down on me? Zimo smiled. I'm afraid that group of people didn't consider him a threat, because a strong person will definitely have a powerful mount. Just as well, keep a low profile. If they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. Knock. A thick bell rang out. The sound reverberated agitatedly, echoing like a yellow bell, resounding through the 9 heavens. The heavy doors opened and some soldiers revealed themselves, each of them murderous and wearing green metal armor. Spears pointed to the sky, their blades razor-sharp, leering at the crowd, while others reached out to lick the sharp edges of their weapons. They contained a strong killing aura, as if they had conquered many starfields and experienced countless killings, and now they were guarding this place, and no one was allowed to offend them. With that murderous gaze, I'm afraid that those with weaker minds would not be able to withstand it and quit on the spot. Yet this imperial road would ultimately be dyed in blood. Zimo gazed around. Among the crowd, there was one person who was most conspicuous. That person stood on the golden-winged rock, dressed in silver armor with a knife-like face. He looked strong and held a sharp blade. On the other side, the Taoist nun sitting on a crane was equally powerful. The killing intent emanated, causing those close to her side to feel suffocated, their bodies retreating back and forth. Boom boom! A roar came from the other side, and the middle-aged man straddling Candle Joeen's body flew straight up into the sky. The body rushed into the pale universe, while the Candle Joeen on his hips was viciously nailed to the city wall with a spear. Zimo raised his eyes and looked. The one who struck out was a teenager, his body luster flowing, extremely extraordinary, just like a god inviolable. Many people's gazes were directed towards the teenager's figure, their eyes filled with shock. That spear was so stunning that it barely made a dent in the crowd. It directly nailed a half-saint level foreign beast to death, and many people's scalps went numb when they saw this. The master of Candle 19, with a gloomy face, stared at that teenager in death. His eyes were glowing. Killing intent surfaced. He wanted to make a move now, but he couldn't. Several soldiers looked at that teenager with a cold gaze, their breath cold and intense, wearing icy armor with a radiance that forced people to breathe. Killing is not allowed in the city. I'm warning you once. If there is a next time, you will be killed. A tall, tiger-backed soldier chief with a black war spear and cold eyes said to the teenager. So what? Whoever dares to mess with me here will surely die. The teenager acted very wildly, not curbing his sharpness in the slightest. Everyone watched the scene, knowing that the soldiers in front of them were not simply soldiers, but losers from the competition ahead. Every single one of them was extremely powerful, and there were quite a few saint-level powerhouses among them. What are you talking about? Say it again. The soldier chief's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was almost on the verge of being dense to the extreme. Who messes with me? Who dies? I don't want to say it a second time or I'll fight my way in with what I've got. Once these words came out, the people around them looked at this teenager with different expressions. Could it be that he had any other means? Zimo was also interested, feeling that the teenager in front of him was not very human. Very well, I'd like to see how you can fight your way in with strength. The head soldier reached out and blocked the teenager out. Boom! A huge light flashed, and a furnace covered in ghostly blue flames appeared out of nowhere, smashing hard into the city. The head soldier changed his face and his body immediately retreated. Return to the city in a flash. If not, I'm afraid I'll be worn out in the first place. Isn't this just coming in? How about this? If you dare to say one more word, do you see me killing you today? The teenager's tone was cold, and his gaze was arrogant as he looked towards the head soldier. The head soldier was silent and speechless, and turned away. The surroundings violently boiled. Having just arrived at the first level of the human Imperial Pass, such a powerful scene occurred. Someone was not afraid of the soldier leader and directly forced him back. And you, this debt that you deliberately instructed Candle Joeen to injure me just now has yet to be settled for you. The teenager put away the ghostly blue furnace and his body rose up into the air, directly killing the middle-aged man. In just 10 moves, the middle-aged man was pierced through with a spear, and the teenager picked his body with his spear and entered the city with arrogance. Many people watched that teenager from afar, feeling unprovoked and strong to the fullest. Don't ever provoke him. He is a heavenly pride from the ancient star of Tontian, named Gong Daotian. Having pushed all his enemies across the board along the way, he should be one of the strongest human experts among our group. Someone whispered to his sidekick. I see. No wonder the teenager in front of me actually dares to be so arrogant. Actually not even afraid of the soldier chief. I didn't expect to have strength on his side. On this Emperor Road, there will basically be very few heavenly prides that are as strong as him, so be careful and don't offend him. Again the companion spoke up and cautioned. Don't worry, my guts aren't that big. I still want to live for a few more years, so naturally I will avoid him from afar. Chapter 32 Slaying the Holy Beast. The city was huge and the streets were very wide. Both sides were planted with ancient trees with lush foliage. There were also numerous buildings, such as pills, weapons, taverns, inns, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of aborigines here. Ji Zimo inquired carefully. Fortunately, he did not behave outstandingly without being targeted. Finding an inn, Ji Zimo resided quietly. This inn was extraordinary. There was a small lake in the backyard, where it was colorful and fuzzy. A few golden dragon carp fish leaped out of the water, and the lake was shimmering, deep and green. The sound of the zither drifted between heaven and earth, sometimes floating and ascending to immortality, sometimes childish, sometimes displaying a great spirit, sometimes depressed and unpredictable. What kind of person is this? Could it be a daughter? Ji Zimo had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't have much curiosity. At night, he opened his eyes and stared in a certain direction, his tone morose. Come out. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to come and sell some manuals with the strengths of many of this generation's heavenly heroes and heroines. This was a middle-aged man who already had the cultivation of a half-step great power. I don't need it. Back off. Ji Zimo shook his head. He was able to level even beginningless, and other characters could be pushed across the board as usual, without the need for any manuals. It's the foes that should be needed right now. I know that you all have a strong Dao heart and are bent on killing until the end, but throughout the ages, how many people have been able to succeed? Buying a copy of this will give you insight into the strength of the heaven's remarkable heroes, and you will be able to have a great guarantee. Besides, it's not too expensive. Just 50 pounds of divine origin. The middle-aged man said again. I'll give you one last chance to get out. The middle-aged man looked at Ji Zimo and sighed, then turned to leave. A few days later, the secret realm opened. Ji Zimo stepped into the secret realm. He was very low-key and traveled alone. It was a small world, but it was divided into many areas, and Ji Zimo calmly walked in the strongest area under the watchful eyes of the crowd. That place is extremely dangerous. How dare this person go there? Ha ha ha, just asking for death. Some people are just born high-minded and pretentious. Some people looked at Ji Zimo's back with disdain and said. Dong Daotian grinned at the corner of his mouth. Then, striding into the strongest area, without a care in the world, he glanced at the crowd. Seeing that he was going alone, there were several strong seated players who had moved on. They are conceited that they are not weaker than anyone else, and they want to kill a world and a clear sky there. Ji Zimo stepped into this world and his figure then disappeared. He had traveled that ancient path for 5 whole years, through many bloody battles, and now there was no need to fight. It was the depths of a mountain range, and a savage aura came from it, with foreign beasts roaming about, birds and birds whistling, and a deep sense of hostility. The small medicine king that only grows in 50,000 years, Ji Zimo picked up with his hand. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a mountain-piercing armor burrowed out of the earth, its golden armor gleaming, instantly opening its bloody mouth to bite at Ji Zimo. The golden light glowed, and everything here was immobilized, making it difficult for unusual people to move the slightest bit. Ji Zimo directly took off and broke this forbidden domain. His 5 fingers were like swords, directly killing the mountain armor with a single blow. Walking through the secret realm for several days, he didn't come across anything very valuable. His gaze looked towards the forbidden area in front of him. It was extremely dangerous. Ji Zimo had heard when he came that even ancient saints who entered that area would most likely fall. Without hesitation, Ji Zimo took a big step in. The black mountain rolled over and the giant mountain towered into the sky. It was as if he had traveled to ancient times here, and Ji Zimo saw with his own eyes a Tyrannosaurus Rex-like creature, running fast and shaking the earth. This is an extremely ferocious beast that can kill many hunters. Although he was not the top of the food chain in this heaven and earth, with a powerful aura hovering over him, he had to tremble. Ji Zimo felt an unspeakable and overwhelming killing chance, which was transmitted from the ancient times of the ancient times, pale and desolate, which made people panic. Suddenly, Ji Zimo felt that he was being stared at, and his gaze went towards the place where a powerful holy beast had its eyes fixed on him. It was indeed dangerous to be targeted when one had only just come in. He had just walked into a forest, and suddenly, it was as if he had fallen into the swamp of time. A brilliant light lit up in all directions. The sword wind was fierce, and a monkey with a blue light emanating from its body was maneuvering everything in the distance. Ji Zimo stepped in to break the area, and with a large hand, he suppressed all the long swords. With a single movement of the void art, he came to the monkey's side, and in just a few breaths of effort, he had already decapitated his head. It wasn't that this sacred monkey wasn't strong, but Ji Zimo went all out and he didn't want to cause prying eyes. This place was indeed dangerous. Just as he walked to a cave, the power of the Tao of transformation came from inside, and Ji Zimo instantly moved away. Boom boom boom. A shocking sound of fighting came from the party, and a ghostly blue furnace swept across the mountain range, monopolizing the dome of the sky and reversing the dry heavens. The sky took on a ghostly blue color, and it was obvious that it had been monopolized. Gong Daotian, you don't speak of martial virtues. If you have the guts to put down that heirloom saint soldier in your hand, let's have a fair duel. A stormy roar came from someone. A few divine lights streaked across the sky, and those people were burned by the furnace, holding their heads in their hands. It wasn't an ordinary furnace, but was made of eternal blue gold, a great saintly weapon with infinite power. And now that piece of furnace seems to revive as if it is bombarding this heaven and earth. Mountains and rivers are shattered, and countless living beings take the road to escape. Speak of martial virtues, as long as you die, I am the ultimate victor, the strongest on this path. The arrogant voice came out and shook the sky. Ji Zimo appreciated this kind of attitude of wanting to win, not counting the means and blackmailing to death. But he didn't appreciate this kind of behavior. But it was none of Ji Zimo's business for them to fight them. Ji Zimo had traveled across this continent, killing at least hundreds of demonic beasts, and there was no shortage of them containing dozens of sacred beasts. However, it did not find something to make it stronger. An altar appeared out of nowhere in the void, with various patterns intertwined, and over 170 people waiting here, and then they all ascended the altar and left the space of this trial. Congratulations, you have taken the first step towards success. You may leave. Having passed the first hurdle of the human race, a silhouette appeared, and it was none other than the chancellor of this city. He was wearing a green shirt with a beard and waving a feather fan, like a party of tall people. Since this day, Ji Zimo's reputation had risen among this batch of trialists. There was no doubt that Ji Zimo was very powerful, able to walk through the forbidden zone alone, and there were even people who had witnessed him grisly slaying sacred beasts. As a result, he was given a mysterious luster, enigmatic and understated. The night was very peaceful. A figure appeared in the shadows, sped over to the inn where Ji Zimo was, and threw out a furnace with a flickering blue light. The furnace was radiant and incomparable, and the silver blue fire that burned out of it directly dyed the sky red, and many people were awakened and looked in that one direction. Chapter 33. Ji Zimo's figure instantly flashed out and arrived in front of that person, slapping him to death. The floating light flashed, and the man turned out to be just a puppet. That blue furnace also shattered at that moment, with a tremendous power that blew the street right over, and countless people died in the rolling heat wave. Ji Zimo was speechless. Just now he had seen it for real. That furnace was just an imitation. It didn't have the true flavor of eternal blue gold. Such a simple planting tactic was hoping that the two heavens' pride would face each other in advance. Ji Zimo was fearless and able to see everything clearly. What happened? Fighting is not allowed within the city. The soldier chief arrived with a group of soldiers, their armor glittering with cold metal, their spears pointing to the sky, and their murderous aura. There was no fight, but someone tried to assassinate me. After I discovered it, I cut off the diversion and severed the connection. Under the starry sky, Ji Zimo's bright eyes flickered with light, so calm that it was almost scary. In the distance, there were also some human Jia who were talking about it, as some of them saw the purple light heaving, and also witnessed that it was a small furnace, and to cause such damage, it was almost too blatant. The head soldier frowned and said, "In that case, I will make a decision after I report to the chancellor." This night was destined to be sleepless. How could one sleep after such a thing happened in the city? They were all on each other's guard, fearing that someone would strike again. Bah! Goon! I thought it was some kind of heavenly pride. People don't even dare to resist when they beat on the door. In the tavern, there were whispers of scorn. Emperor Road Journey, regardless of whether this matter is right or wrong, it's only right that they should strike out at each other. After all, Heaven's Pride should not back down from a fight. For a while, many of the Heaven's Pride people belittled Gizmo. However, only a few days later, a loud bang came from the city. Powerful power fluctuations shook the entire city. Gizmo struck out, and the moment he struck out, he killed. The figure disappeared into the boundless void, finally picking up the rat, which was then killed with a thunderous strike. The city shook, powerful auras scattered without a trace, and almost everyone knew how powerful Gizmo was. A group of soldiers quickly broke through the sky from the sky. The soldier chief's eyes were icy cold, came to Gizmo and said coldly, "Why break the rules again and again when you're allowed to strike from within?" This naked questioning caused Gizmo to be a bit dazed for a moment, and his voice sank as he looked suspiciously at the group of soldiers in front of him. "By that, you mean I shouldn't have killed him?" "It's true that you shouldn't have killed him. You should have left it to us. Since you have already struck out, you should go back and explain the situation to us." The soldier leader's tone was morose. "It's almost like Little Flower. Is it hard to believe that you guys are in cahoots? You fart. You have violated the rules of the city, and it is my duty to kill you on the spot." The soldier leader was imposing, with a stern gaze. "Come on then." After saying that, Gizmo immediately rushed to kill, his figure suddenly arriving, fast to the extreme. The head soldier watched as his opponent approached. Boom boom. In an instant, this place set off an even bigger storm, as Gizmo, like destroying a team of soldiers, beat their bodies to the point of almost crumbling, and their flames of life were dying. For a moment, many people froze. Originally, it was thought that a Gong Daotian would have appeared, and it would already be an extremely extraordinary existence, daring to call out to a city head-on. But I didn't realize that the one at hand seemed to be even fiercer, and with hardly any extra words, it went straight to war. Those soldiers were all human heroes left behind from the previous road fight, and now they were all destroyed and defeated, without a single bit of resistance to speak of. In the darkness of the night, Gong Daotian was all silent as he watched, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly. "Interesting, someone has appeared who is even wilder than me." Gizmo directly fought all the way to the city lord's mansion. What the so-called chancellor of all the unified suppression? No half suspense can be said. The receiver walked out, his eyes burning and coldly staring at Gizmo. "My lord, save your life." The general in Gizmo's hand that he had defeated wailed continuously, begging for help from this receiver. "Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here?" The receiver was silent for a moment, and unwilling to cause more trouble, he simply bowed his head. After so many years on this path, he had seen an unknown number of heavenly prides, and never had one of them been as generally strong as this to the end. This night, Gizmo smiled as he walked out of the city lord's mansion with a great harvest, because at the last moment, that group of people took out treasures to purchase their lives and pleaded with Gizmo to spare them, although it was his to kill them all. Things couldn't go too far. The analysis came over quickly a few days later. The loud and clear horn sounded once again, pale and distant, and an altar appeared, appearing above the dome of the sky, shimmering with a mysterious aura. "You guys managed to get through the first level, now you need to kill your way to the second level. On this path, anyone can strike out at each other and raise the world." Many people's bodies shook, and it was clear that a night of bloodshed was about to unfold. Jasper purple grapes, golden mouth-watering yuan-li fruit, like a red agate like phoenix fruit, a bunch, one hanging on the roadside tree. The fruity aroma is tantalizing and refreshing as the breeze blows. Gizmo walked this side of the world and walked for almost hundreds of miles without seeing a single living person. His gaze looked to the sky, where there was an unparalleled prohibition against sage kings. No one could fly up here. Suddenly, there was a tremor in all directions, and the air rippled round and round. Gizmo was shocked and looked around with some god-shifting. There was a large lake in front of him, the water of which was crystal clear and the bottom was visible at a glance. And at that moment the lake below was flooding upwards, and in the twinkling of an eye, upending the whole lake and making it muddy. Suddenly, a huge, face-melting rock burst from the bottom of the lake. A bright light shone in the sky, simply brighter than the sun, and a breath of the most innate heaven and earth flowed. It was a mysterious force that could represent the approval of this heaven and earth. This basin-sized rock broke through the air towards Gizmo and hovered in front of him. Gizmo's expression was a bit dazed, and with a wave of his big hand, he immediately took it in. Anyone would know that this was definitely something good. In an instant, dozens of figures scurried out from the sky and earth. "Where is the source of the Tao?" An old man was almost trembling with excitement. This was a great opportunity. If one was able to integrate the source of the Tao into the immortal platform, the benefits that could be gained would be immeasurable. A group of people locked their gazes on Gizmo, and some of them couldn't help but tremble and back away. That day someone had seen Gizmo's overwhelming ferocity, even if he didn't even put the city lord's mansion in his eyes. I have it here. What? Who wants to come and get it? Ji Zimo stared coldly at the group of heroes in the sky. In a moment, the dozen or so people drew away. On this day, this side of heaven and earth almost boiled. Heavens! Such a radiant piece of the source of the Tao is rare in all ages, and it finally appeared in this life, and was taken by a person named Ji Zimo. How could it be? The source of the Tao has a spirit and will only choose the approval of heaven and earth, and even those who look favorably on becoming an emperor. Don't they have a chance? Chapter 34, The Source of the Way. In the cave of a certain mountain peak, on Ji Zimo's palm, a piece of the source of Tao that was the size of a faceplate appeared. This object was very peaceful and holy, with all sorts of great Tao runes emerging, mysterious and unfathomable. A vague will came from the source of Tao, causing Ji Zimo's expression to tremble. You have been chosen by heaven and earth to walk with the great Tao, and can be certified as a one-time great emperor. Ji Zimo was very touched in his heart, and immediately closed the door. He wanted to fuse the source of Tao into the immortal terrace, and the two would be completely united. Boom boom boom. The brightly colored divine chain of order vibrated, and lightning flashed and thunder roared in the dome of the sky as millions of robberies appeared, striking at a figure. Terrifying heavenly tribulation flew about, and the blazing sea of electricity boiled, almost drowning this place into a terrifying heaven and earth. Lightning flashed into pieces, and all kinds of creatures manifested in the thunder, all of them killing towards Ji Zimo, like a heavenly god roaring to destroy everything in the world. The enormous thunder attracted the attention of everyone in this world, and there were quite a few prideful celestials who thought they had amazing talent. He was looking for Ji Zimo to compete with him and take away the piece of the source of Tao in his hands. However, seeing this vast expanse of thunder, many people changed their faces. Each of them is a party of heroes. Extraordinary insight, have crossed the thunderbolt, but this kind of thunderbolt. This is simply an ancient immortal tribulation. The sea of thunder is so vast that it's almost impossible to stop it. Who can survive such a great calamity? Some people had a look of disbelief on their faces and were shocked. Boom! The sea of thunder was vast, and each thunder was like a galaxy. The atmosphere was majestic and powerful, which could never be resisted by flesh and blood. Whoever saw a heavenly calamity of this magnitude, they drew the line early and stood outside the safety zone for fear of being dragged into it. Who is this person? Why is the heavenly tribulation so terrifying? Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It should be the best of our group, even the strongest, and now it's hard to survive. Perhaps it has something to do with the source of the Tao. Having obtained a divine artifact, his strength has become even more powerful. Naturally, he also has to suffer the corresponding consequences. If he hadn't fallen, he would be terminally terrifying. Ji Zimo muttered to himself. This kind of thunderbolt, although it looked terrifying, was no longer of any use to him. Opening his mouth, he instantly swallowed countless thunder to sharpen himself. The source of the Tao, absolutely heaven-defying. The curtain engraved the most original thing of this universe, the existence of some kind of will, mysterious and abnormal. The source of the Tao transformed into a ray of light that existed in his immortal platform, branded with all sorts of mysterious and unusual symbols that were extremely powerful. This thing is not extraordinary to intermingle with him, but if you want to completely refine it, you still need 100 years. Now that he had sensed something in the source of Tao, he was about to break through to sainthood. The void shook as a blurry silhouette appeared, the light of the Emperor Tao flickering on its body. It should be an emperor from the distant past. Ji Zimo was thrilled. In the previous years, even if the heavenly tribulation was no more terrifying, it was never so terrifying that a human-shaped heavenly tribulation appeared, and now that it had truly appeared, it represented a kind of recognition from the heavens of his strength. Not only that, and not only him, but right after that, one after the other, one silhouette after another surfaced. There were 9 of them. Ji Zimo was completely shocked as various Tao and laws slapped fiercely, shining brightly and almost shaking this heaven and earth. A precious mirror slashed down on his head, light flashing. That was actually the teenage Void Emperor. His divine might was overwhelming, nearly invincible at the same age. Or rather, every great emperor was an invincible existence. The ever-due furnace shook the void, hot enough to be able to vaporize a person, and the ever-due emperor appeared, cloaking the 9 heavens, invincible. The feathered emperor also appeared, clapping his hands with a pale yuan magnetic immortal light, hitting Ji Zimo and causing him to stagger. One teenage great emperor after another appeared, shocking the world of onlookers from afar. Ji Zimo unleashed the digital mystery, his body split into 9, facing the 9 teenage great emperors and directly fighting hard. The 9 secrets were constantly in operation, along with the Void Emperor Law and the Tai Huang sword technique. In the starry sky Ji Zimo all battled to the boiling point, especially the Void Emperor of the same period, which gave him a lot of insight. Ji Zimo's strength was heaven-defying, although that was beaten and coughed up blood repeatedly. and his body was torn apart an unknown number of times. But the same did not make it easy for the enemy. He fought against the heavens, and was definitely many times stronger than the latter-day Yifan's close calls. Boom! The void shook as the emperor's shadows in front of them disappeared one after another, and a new batch of peerless teenage great emperors appeared. The tough guy appeared, with a mask on his face, laughing instead of laughing, crying instead of crying. The power of the flying immortals attack was unrivaled, barely weaker than the Dozi secret, the Tai Huang Jing, and a host of other secret techniques. It seemed to have been deliberately formulated to target the 9 secrets, causing Ji Zimo to suffer greatly and to chatter blood. In the same period of time, in one-on-one single combat, Ji Zimo was confident that he could defeat her. The secret arts pioneered by the ruthless man that specialized in the 9 mysteries were not complete as a few arts on their own. The so-called one style against the all-character secret, with the shadows all over the body transforming into 9 with 1. A joint strike was enough to withstand the all-character secret. However, once the numerical secret came out, the 9 Ji Zimos struck out the all-character secret together, and the female emperors of the same period, even if they were more heaven-defying, would not be able to withstand it. The Tai Yin ancient emperor appeared, with all sorts of secret techniques and face-to-face outputs that shook the starfield, counting as a counter-heavenly extermination. The holy emperor of the sun also appeared. At the end of the battle, Ji Zimo's other 8 figures were completely shattered, making it difficult to summon them again for a short period of time. 1 against 9, he roared, swinging his fist upward enough to break down a nebula. It was too terrifying. One person facing so many heavenly prides in history and still being able to live. This in itself made people feel unbelievable. Eventually, the heavenly tribulation dispersed. Ji Zimo had successfully become a saint. At the same time, a long sword soundlessly chopped towards the back of Ji Zimo's head, wanting to kill him here with a single blow. Both the source of the Tao and Ji Zimo's own strength were so powerful that they were almost perverse. Almost no one wished for him to survive, and if he were to embark on this path, he would surely become an emperor against the heavens. For a while, various other weapons smashed in. They had calculated the right time. At this moment, Ji Zimo was at his weakest moment. Many strong people struck out. Since the beginning of time, money has moved people's hearts, not to mention the source of the Tao that was against the heavens, and a person who was against the heavens. Ji Zimo felt like his body was going to shatter into 4 or 5 pieces, and he still held his breath strongly, killing up into the void. It would have been to meet the strong and kill amongst the endless experts. With the heavenly emperor's seal in his hand, every time he smashed out, he could shatter the heavens and earth, and a piece of it would be smashed to death. 1 body, 2 bodies, 3 bodies. More corpses weren't celestial pride, but beings of this world. It was also an unprecedented massacre. Blood was dripping, almost staining the land red. Both the natives and the trialists were killed one by one in front of Ji Zimo. The Taiji diagram flowed and a mysterious light enveloped the world. He was inherently invincible and naturally devastated against his enemies. After killing for half a month in a row, this place turned into a sea of blood, fighting until the sun and the moon lost their light, and the sky and the earth lost their colors. Chapter 35 Quasi-Emperor Soldier appears. There are more powerful people appearing, all indigenous to this world. Among them was the cultivation of a sage king, and Ji Zimo had been exhausted to the extreme for this reason, deliberately avoiding it. As he turned to leave, the blue furnace descended from the sky. It was a true great sacred soldier, and an emperor weapon material. Gong Daotian struck out. He had been secretly observing Ji Zimo for several days, and he had already reached the point of exhaustion at this point. The performance of Ji Zimo in the past few days directly cooled his heart. This batch of adventurers, almost 9 out of 10 were killed by him, so powerful that it was almost perverted. But right now, the other guy is at the end of his rope, and it's all coming back to him, whether it's chance, or the source of the Tao. Boom! Faced with a surefire strike, Ji Zimo's bright eyes turned cold, and between his outstretched hands, a hazy ball of light was thrown up into the sky by him. The 7-layered pagoda was wrapped in a chaotic aura and was sacrificed by Ji Zimo while awakening the gods within. For a time, it was as if another true god had revived in the sky, looking down on the heavens and the earth. The two clashed with each other, and the furnace made of eternal blue gold was immediately defeated. There was no comparison between the two, because one was a true quasi-emperor soldier, while the other was a great sage soldier. Even if the material was extraordinary, that was no match. Gong Daotian's face changed when he felt that strong aura and immediately turned around to leave. Seeing that quasi-imperial weapon, he already felt the danger. Could that be a true emperor's son? How else could a traveling adventure possess something so terrifying? He pulled his leg out and left. The quasi-imperial soldier revived and was unsealed, and this heaven and earth trembled. Even the first pass of the human race, as well as the second pass of the human race, which were countless thousands of miles away, were trembling. Who can come near? Even a sage king would have to kneel and submit. With the revival of the quasi-emperor soldier, the quasi-emperor slumbering far away in the G-clan's forbidden land twilight opened his eyes with a powerful aura that caused the heavens and earth to be surprised, and the heavens to explode. After a moment, he closed his eyes again. The quasi-emperor soldier in the sky calmed down, putting away its might and bringing back a precious furnace, covered in blue and emanating an immortal light. The gods within it were incomparably fearful. Being suppressed by a quasi-imperial weapon, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback in the future. Since today, Ji Zimo's fame spread throughout the entire ancient path, and his strength was heaven-defying. Killed with his batch of people chills, only a few people left, folded back to the first pass of the human race, no longer forward. A man becomes a soldier, lecturing future generations about the horrors of those in the former degrees. In particular, the figure of that one who was like a demonic god left a shadow in their hearts, unwilling to mention it again. This was also a golden age, with all sorts of heavenly pride and talents constantly emerging. The great world was brilliant, and in the road ahead, there were also two top talents constantly exchanging blows. One of them was a sacred body, while the other was a heavenly demon body. The two were known as the absolute teenage supremacy on this path, and now there was one more person to be added, named Ji Zimo. Arriving at the 10th level of the human race, Ji Zimo was in seclusion on this planet, which was densely covered with laws and was the most suitable place to become a saint. After Ji Zimo comprehended the Tao rules here, he had been in seclusion, and he wanted to fully integrate the source of the Tao into the immortal platform as a way to increase his own base. In the later generations, there was also a person named Empyrean. It was also recognized by the source of Tao, but it was just a pity that for hundreds of years, it hadn't been able to make the source of Tao fuse into the immortal stage. Otherwise, it is not impossible to become a true top genius like the Divine Sovereign, the Golden Cicada, Zhang Bairen, the Emperor, Yin Tiande, and a host of others. Time passed in a flash, and 30 years passed, and the Backroad's heavenly talents set foot on the path of contention one batch after another. One of the most famous of them was named Beginningless, as calm and understated as Ji Zimo, but with the same horizontal push to destroy everything. In the short span of a few decades, this heavenly pride had fought all over the world without any enemy. Everywhere he traveled, directly pushing all the way across, his reputation was not weaker than the saint body, the heavenly demon body, or Ji Zimo. In the path at the very front, Beginningless had forcefully suppressed the heavenly demon body with an almost devastating gesture, causing the heavenly demon body to utter that one sentence: "I'd rather fight the great completion saint body than the Beginningless." Since then, Beginningless had claimed the ancient road of the human race, but he had been lingering on the ancient road of the human race, seemingly waiting for a certain person. It wasn't until several decades had passed that Beginningless wasn't willing to wait any longer and headed towards the ultimate land of the ancient path of the 10,000 races. Beginningless' reputation was getting louder and louder, only to see that wherever he passed, he pressed down on the invincible, pushing all the way across the board, hardly ever encountering an enemy. The celestial pride born in this world almost despaired, heading to a peerless figure blocking the way, no one able to contend with it. He was like a mountain that stood in the way of the world's empire, almost crushing one's breath. One day, news came from the front that the sacred body fought with the Beginningless, and after 100 moves, it was directly defeated. The world was once again viciously shocked, realizing that the sacred body was one of the strongest few physiques in the universe. There were very few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and even then they were defeated so completely. For ordinary heaven's pride, fighting for days and nights was no big deal. The heavenly demon body and the saint body back then had fought for days on end. The radiant great world, like the rolling tide of ages, is almost unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed, and the great name of Beginningless circulated in the heavens. He had completely dominated the ancient path, and the world was abuzz with the spread of one piece of news in particular. Rumor had it that in the years that Beginningless had advanced, he had encountered the Emperor's Son and the Holy Spirit, and all of them had ended up being no match for him, and had been severely thwarted by him. More than 100 years on the peerless Emperor road, there was no doubt that this was a loneliness that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. Beginningless already had a group of followers by his side, each one of them overwhelmingly powerful. Heavenly prides thwarted by his own hands. Seeing that there was no hope of becoming an emperor, these people willingly followed behind Beginningless to see a true emperor appear in the world. The final level of the ultimate ancient path. Beginningless stared at the stone wall in front of him a bit dumbfounded. Ji Zimo's name didn't appear on it in the end. He had thought that the other party was ahead of himself, calm and low-key, not showing his reputation. Now that I look at it, It's possible that the other side is still far behind and not present. We've reached the end of the ultimate ancient road. Where are we going next? A follower inquired about the beginningless path. Beginningless gazed behind him as several powerful followers stood up, their powerful eyes shaking the heavens and earth, seeming to cut through time and look to the back roads. Not going. Waiting for someone. Waiting for who? A few of Beginningless followers asked extremely doubtfully. Beginningless defeated the Heaven's Pride Invincible and called it the Young Supreme. It's hard to believe that Beginningless still has enemies? In fact, they did guess well. Wait for the young emperor. Beginningless withdrew his gaze, no longer looking elsewhere, which sat down, meditating and combing through his own Tao and Dharma over the years. He knew that person very well. The other party held at least no less than 5 or more of the 9 mysteries, and his chi was heaven-defying. Furthermore, he had heard that the other party had obtained the source of the Tao, although it was unclear where the other party had gone. What was clear to him was that that person definitely had the strength to fight him. Chapter 36, There is an enemy without beginning. He was an innate Tao fetus and an emperor's son, born against the heavens, born to stand at the pinnacle of the world. And yet, there was a man who fought him to a draw in a mortal body. It would have been incredible and left him hanging for a long time. On this day, news came out from the ultimate ancient path that Beginningless was staying at the last level of the ultimate ancient capital, waiting for someone named the young emperor to fight him. This piece of news almost caused the people on the ancient road to boil over, and caused many of the heaven's pride and heroes to regather their hearts to fight on the emperor's road. Even Beginningless, who was so powerful, had opponents, and they had a chance. But there were also more people who were curious about who this young emperor really was. I wonder if you brothers have ever heard of the name of the young emperor? Unheard of. Inside the restaurant at the first level of the human race, a young male inquired. Looking around the tavern, it was overcrowded with people. All of them were some heavenly pride and heroes who had come from various star regions. As soon as they stepped onto the path of the strongest trial, they all perked up their ears at the words. Several years ago, Beginningless had said that he would be at the ultimate imperial pass, waiting for someone, and no one knew what that person was called. Only know that Beginningless called him the word Shouty. This in itself was a form of recognition, a recognition of strength. The current Beginningless was a mountain that could not be ignored on the Emperor's Path contest, standing in the way of everyone. People who could make Beginningless treat them like this were few and far between in themselves, and made the world even more curious about the identity of the young emperor. Brother Xiangtian, the young emperor should be able to sweep the world, but the current generation has no beginning to emerge, and already walking ahead of everyone. The young emperor would not appear, sealing himself as a divine source, tens of thousands of years before manifesting in the world. At a table, a young man in a green shirt said to a monk beside him who wore a white monk's uniform with a 9-pointed dot on his forehead. The monk was the Western Desert Celestial Pride Xiangtian from the Northern Dipper, the one who had witnessed Ji Zimo's great battle with the Beginningless at the Yao Chi's meeting. Ahem! Listening to his best friend's words, Xiangtian nearly spat out the tea he was drinking in his mouth in one gulp. Others don't know who the young emperor is? Does he, Xiangtian, not know? It was quite emotional to say the least, and as the same heavenly pride that appeared in the Northern Dipper, he felt somewhat ashamed. 100 years passed before he broke through to half-saint, before he made up his mind to embark on the path to the stars. But who had ever known that the area that had just been traveled through countless lives and deaths, to the other side of the stars? Just as he was about to let go of his fists and go big, he turned around and heard that Baidu's strongest heavenly pride, Beginningless, had already claimed the emperor's path. And back then, the young emperor, who shared the same name as Beginningless, disappeared after possessing a short period of legend, causing many people to feel strange. What? Does Brother Xiangtian know some inside information? The green-shirted youth opened his mouth to inquire. In my opinion, sooner or later, the young emperor will appear and break out in a shocking battle with Beginningless. Sagittarius smiled, his words filled with certainty. Once these words came out, all of the heavenly pride present held their breath and quietly drank the tea in their hands. Every heaven's pride human expert, who reigned as king on their own planet as well as in their star domain, naturally had extraordinary means. What's more, Sagittarius didn't intend to hide it from the world. His voice echoed inside the tavern for a moment, and there were some people who turned their gazes to him. How? The good friend inquired again. The green-shirted youth, whose name was Wu Wen, came from the Tongtian ancient star. The two of them were on the road, and at first sight, they knew that there was no hope of becoming an emperor, so they came here to practice their cultivation on the ancient road. Beginningless and young emperor both come from the Northern Dipper star domain, where the two once fought a battle when they were young. It was truly astonishing, with unparalleled battle power. So it's from the Burial Emperor star. Someone exclaimed out in shock. That starfield had gathered the largest number of ancient emperors and great emperors. possessing unimaginable celestial pride and strength that was unrivaled in the world. The starry sky ancient road opened once every 10,000 years, but every time, an unknown number of people from other star domains died in the hands of the human masters who appeared on the Burial Emperor star. So much so that later on, everyone was united in targeting those who came out of the Burial Emperor star in a joint effort. And hearing that the young emperor as well as the beginningless all came from the Burial Emperor planet, they came to a sudden realization. The young emperor was not famous. They had never heard of an existence with the name young emperor in the starry sky. It turned out that the two came from the same place, and it was not surprising that they knew each other so well. Next they pricked up their ears again and listened intently to the monk. When they were teenagers, the two had broken out into a terrifying battle, and everyone wanted to know who had won and who had lost. Xiang Xiong, don't sell the story. Tell us quickly. Wu Wen really cannot stand it. Hate to kill the person in front of him. How monks all like this. Every day to sell. The two ended up in a draw. Zhang Tian took a fine sip of tea and rubbed his chin with his hand before finally uttering these words. What? There's actually someone in the world who can draw with beginningless? Someone exhaled in surprise, feeling incredulous. Last time, the heavenly demon body was suppressed and uttered the phrase that it would rather battle the greatest sacred land than the beginningless. Afterwards, after decades of degradation in the stars, the black silk turned white hair, and there was immense despondency. It is said outright that there can be no one in the world who can defeat the beginningless. And the same is true even if the great emperor of the ancients returns to his teenage years. And the rumors that followed further confirmed this point. The holy body was defeated in battle. The emperor's son was also defeated in battle. And there was once a holy spirit that came out of the world was similarly so, and was defeated dryly. Even the body was taken out by beginningless to refine the medicine. So it could be considered the most miserable, almost sweeping the same generation. Ask the world, who can be a rival? And now that someone had told them that there had been a figure called the young emperor who had drawn with the beginningless, they felt incredulous. Young emperor has come to this ancient path and is renowned. It's just that you guys don't know his name. As soon as I say the name, you will all immediately remember. Amitabha Buddha. Xiang Tian united his hands and chanted Amitabha Buddha in a low voice before raising his gaze. Who is it? Is it hard to believe it's that Dokuraphon from 30 years ago? Someone couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire about the Dokuraphon of 30 years ago, who had similarly come out of nowhere, calling it the strongest among their group. No one knew just how terrifying he was. Dokufang is from the Skywolf star realm. There's no way he's a young emperor. Some shook their heads in denial, putting that speculation to rest. Hardly? Xia Longyin from the same era. No, that's not possible either. Although Xia Longyin is from the northern Dipper star region and has a low profile and mysterious strength, it seems as if he has concerns about beginningless and never shows up in the same place. Shrinking so much, it's definitely not the young emperor. At that moment, a man sitting in the corner spoke up. He was clad in iron armor with an icy metallic glow. His hair was gray, and his voice was hoarse. It's Ji Zimo. At these words, Xiang Tian's eyes snapped on, looking at the war soldier in the corner who was guarding the edge of the city wall. The other party was quite extraordinary. What is this senior's name? Sagittarius arched his hand to the man and asked. Alas, a name is nothing more than a code name. Adding a bit of sadness for nothing. A nameless junior. Where is there any name? The corners of that war soldier's mouth were filled with bitterness as he tilted his head and drank the wine in his cup. I recognize you. You're not the absolutely peerless Daogong Tian senior of the Tongtian ancient star 100 years ago. Wu Wen's eyes snapped open. The war soldier just now had a head of white hair, ate silently and said nothing, and now he looked up, which recognized him. Chapter 37 The Name of the Young Emperor. What's wrong with Senpai? Wu Wen looked at Gong Daotian with a few moments of incredulity. After all, 100 years ago, he could only look up to this senior, who had single-handedly suppressed a party of holy lords and claimed to be invincible for millions of miles. I've met Ji Zimo, and I've also met Beginningless, and the two of them are strikingly similar, crowning a generation, beating the same group of people so much that not many of them would be willing to go on the road, especially Ji Zimo. I've seen him slay the worlds of the first and second levels. Everyone who was his enemy was all turned into fertilizer there by him, and no one could escape. At that time, he had still only just broken through to saint, and he had decimated several saint kings. Gong Daotian sighed and spoke somewhat forlornly. His body actually trembled slightly for a few moments as he remembered that figure in his mind, who had also escaped from death back then. This senior monk, is the young Emperor Ji Zimo? A maid stood in the second floor compartment and inquired about a delicate figure in the room, which appeared mysterious and powerful. Not bad. The young emperor is Ji Zimo, Sagittarius affirmed. In an instant, the entire tavern was on the verge of boiling over. This was a big piece of news, enough to set off a storm. So it's him. Back then, Zemo was incomparably powerful, and could be on par with the sacred body of the front path contenders, the heavenly demon body. There were also people who recalled back to the time when Zemo came out of nowhere, dazzling like a comet, and then when he reached the 10th level of the human race, he lost track of it completely. The latter Comer, a strong man called Gu Tiande, deliberately searched for Zemo's hiding place in that planet, but the result was that he never found it. Later on, it was rumored that Zemo had been cultivating there for some time and had left there long ago, and where it has arrived now, no one knows at all. Many of the events of that year have been picked up, and almost 100 years have passed, and there are so many different opinions that no one can sort out right from wrong. Brother Xiangtian knows so much. Is it possible that he also walked out from that burial emperor star? Again, Wolfen inquired curiously. Not bad, it was from there that the young monk came out. That's why I understand the habits of the two. The young emperor became famous earlier than Beginningless, and was undefeated at a young age, almost pushing across without an opponent, so he was given the name of the young emperor. But I suspect that he is an emperor. Once again, a piece of news came out from Xiangtian, almost shocking a group of people's jaws. Another emperor's son had come out? The young emperor's name is Zemo. It's hard to believe that his father couldn't be the Void Emperor, right? Someone was smart enough to guess where Zemo came from based on the name and the statement provided by Xian Tian? Dong Daotian in the corner was dripping blood inside when he heard the news. It was a quasi-emperor soldier that came out of nowhere in the first place, disrupting his plans and catching him off guard. In that battle, he completely lost his family's inheritance of supreme divine weapons, great saint weapons, and emperor weapon materials. It also threw away all his arrogance and left him disillusioned. After seeing Zemo's divine bravery, he no longer had any hope for the emperor's path, so he returned to the first pass of the human race to act as a gatekeeper. In the end, he sighed. Everything became unimportant. The Tao heart was broken. How so? What do you mean by another emperor's son coming out? Sagittarius was flabbergasted. Beginningless is on the front path, defeating a powerful emperor's son. Someone spoke out this news, and Xiangtian's eyes bulged. Was the beginning so fierce? Not only that, the saint body that was defeated by Beginningless once said that Beginningless' physique had similarities to his physique, yet it was stronger than his. Someone spoke up, and it was clear that someone in the road ahead had said just enough to make him take note. Is it hard? He's the legendary chaotic body. Someone slapped the sitting position. Once the beginning was a chaos body, then everything would be explained. The chaotic body was absolutely invincible, and in the mythic era, it didn't become the Tao, but it nearly spelled the death of a heavenly father and was extremely heaven-defying. When he was later killed, his body was made into a 5-colored altar, which still exists today. Not really. It should be another kind of physique, not weaker than the chaotic body. Some people once again opened their mouths to refute. Things have come to today's appearance. There is a lot of talk. The crowd talked about all sorts of things from the physique, but also eventually dispersed. However, they always believed that the young emperor and the Beginningless would have a battle. Since there was a war tie when I was a teenager, I said that it was going to be a result no matter what. After this day, an explosion of information spread throughout the universe. The news that the young emperor was a Void Emperor's son spread in all directions, and the clouds of the 8 directions moved, finally realizing where the young emperor came from. It was also true that he knew that the young emperor and the Beginningless had the strength to fight. Deadlands. This place is as its name suggests, and as far as the eye can see, the starry sky for 10,000 miles in a radius is dead silent, with not a single star lit up, nor a single star illuminating this part of the world. There was no sound here. Withering silence, coldness, no semblance of life, as if it were hell, and like an endless abyss of darkness, a dark beast swims through space on the edge of a huge planet. If someone was here, they would be shocked to recognize that this was the heaven-swallowing beast, an incomparably terrifying space beast, specializing in devouring planets. And one this big is definitely comparable to a saint. The heaven-swallowing beast swam around the edge of the planet as if it was guarding something, refusing to move away from the planet. It was so huge that it could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with an asteroid, and with a dark sheen emanating from its body, it struck fear into the heart just by looking at it. However, this planet where he was located was also very huge, and in front of this planet, the huge heaven-swallowing beast, too, seemed to be only as small as a small beast, bland and extremely small. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the universe. The wave of light was like water, and the entire star field of the planet was fluctuating, and the source of it all came from the planet on which the heaven-swallowing beast was keeping watch. Rumble. A loud sound came from the sky and earth. The heaven-swallowing beast sensed the danger and immediately moved away. Having just escaped 180,000 miles, the huge planet behind him directly exploded. a silhouette was exposed in the universe, shining brightly, containing endless divine light, brighter than the sun, completely illuminating this dead starfield. Amidst the endless divine light, the heaven-swallowing beast looked at that person, who was surrounded by the divine chain of order and had a nine-colored divine radiance flowing behind him. Divine sunlight erupted from his body, just like a god in the immortal realm. At the same time, the great Tao rumbled, and this piece of heaven and earth shook with it. A star field seemed to come to life, and where the light shone, everywhere was full of vitality. The light dispersed. Zemo stood in the starry sky. He sensed his immortal terrace, where most of the gods were mingled chanting sutras. Most of them originate from the ancient or mythological period, as if traveling through time and space. It took 100 years to finally integrate the source of the Tao completely into the immortal terrace. His immortal terrace was crystal clear, emitting bursts of divine surmounting colors, radiant with light, and shrouded by a divine ring of 9 colors, incredible to the extreme. And as 100 years passed, Zemo's cultivation had come to the peak of Sage King, and the robbery he had crossed was too powerful, turning this starfield into a dead starfield. What year is this? Zemo murmured and asked as the distant heaven-swallowing beast ran at a rapid pace, its body shrinking smaller and smaller in mid-air, eventually forming the appearance of a young man. Chapter 38, Out of the Gate and Into the World. The youth's face was like a knife, and he was wearing black armor that had an icy metallic texture, giving him an unfathomable feeling. This was a mount that he had unintentionally taken in, the heaven-swallowing beast, which was very powerful. At the peak of Saints, Lord, more than 130 years have passed, the heaven-swallowing beast said calmly. 130 years. Zemo looked at the starry sky in the distance, and the appearance of beginningless appeared in his mind. More than 100 years had passed, and that pervert had definitely reached the great sage realm, while he had been in seclusion for more than 100 years. In addition to melting the source of the Tao into the immortal terrace, he had gained a lot of enlightenment, and there was a qualitative increase in his strength. With a flash of light in his hand, a golden pill appeared, the 9 revolutions immortal pill. After eating it, even a supreme being in the forbidden zone could live for 3,000 years, and even the scraps could make a mountain chicken a quasi-imperial. Looking at the elixir, Zemo swallowed it into his belly without hesitation, and for a while, heavenly thunder rolled. He's going to cross the threshold, the great sacred sacrifice. The heaven-swallowing beast's figure immediately disappeared far away. The heavenly tribulation extermination was terrifying to the extreme, and it was not unusual for the young emperor to come out and fight 1 against 9. The rumored ancient heavenly court reappears, and Zemo fights the most legendary figures of the ancient past in palace after palace. He has fought emperors, fought heavenly emperors, fought against the holy emperor of the fighting war, discussed battle techniques with the female emperor, fought with Amitabha Buddha, and fought with the Taiyin sun until the heavenly vault boiled. In the end, Zemo bloodied all out of the ancient celestial court as he looked up to the sky. It was the heavenly court forged by the supreme catastrophe that was eventually dispersed by his voice. The heaven-swallowing beast was trembling from afar as he watched all of this, having already submitted long ago, and seeing the scene that was happening in front of him. He was somewhat fortunate to have followed such a lord. The secret of the word of the one flowed and quickly restored his body, and there was also a powerful origin power that quietly flowed out of that one. Zemo still didn't care. He had a strong origin now and was in his prime. Nowadays, he had become a genuine great saint, and with a slight movement, he could shatter the 9 heavens and push across the 10 earths, taking out his own heavenly emperor's seal. The white light glowed against the blue light. The laws and divine haze continuously intertwined in midair, and the light of chaos flashed from time to time, now becoming more and more sacred. 100 years of Xena. He smashed that furnace made of eternal blue gold into pieces with the help of a quasi-imperial soldier. All of it was then incorporated into this heavenly emperor seal, causing this seal to completely transform. After nearly 100 years of delay, it's time to hit the road, Zemo muttered to himself, and the distant heaven-swallowing beast immediately flew in, transforming into a black horse that stepped through the universe and pointed directly at Ling Xiao. Zemo sat on the heaven-swallowing beast and started the journey once again. After 100 years of seclusion, he was finally truly strong and fearless of everything, enough to push across this road and make all his injustices. The young emperor appeared, sitting on a black horse stepping through the heavens, making his way to the ultimate land. On this day, this ancient road was shaken, and then more people saw the young emperor riding a black horse through an imperial pass. Someone took a closer look and realized that the horse was not an ordinary horse. The bloodline was pure. It was an ancient heaven-swallowing beast. For a time, the world was shocked that on the ancient path of the demon race, there was also a heaven-swallowing beast that was called the demon race's junior supreme. The young emperor was undoubtedly slapping his face in such a way and showing the world how powerful he was. Elder, take me. I'm willing to follow you. In front of Ji Zimo, there stood a young man with a handsome posture and a hunting clear robe. His natural talent was amazing, and the light of wisdom seemed to be flowing out of his heavenly aura. He was already at the cultivation level of a saint, and was definitely described as an average expert. May not. Ji Zimo leaped into the sky with his horse and disappeared from this place. How troublesome it would be to lead a group of followers. It would be better to conquer the world and wreak havoc by oneself. How can it be? He actually doesn't want me. The young man looked at his hands as if he had been struck by something, staring wide-eyed and muttering, Ji Zemo, what's so great about you? Remember, I, Battle Heaven, will definitely stand in front of you and face you in a dignified manner. Remember, my name is Battle Heaven. The youth was furious to the extreme, and he, Warrior Sky, was one of the most powerful few in the same group, and now, putting down everything and just wanting to follow, but being rejected in such a perfunctory manner, his chest was burning with anger and unwillingness. The 36th level of the human race. Young Emperor, I've heard that you are so powerful that you stand shoulder to shoulder with the beginningless. I, Liao Tianxian, don't believe in it, so I'm going to fight with you today to find out the hypocrisy. An absolute immortal struck. It was Yuan Magnet Immortal Light. The attack power was extremely extraordinary, causing the people watching to gasp in amazement. Ji Zimo looked at that youth, who already had the cultivation of a Sage King. At the same time, he knew that Beginningless was waiting for him at the ultimate Imperial Pass ahead, and thanks to Beginningless, he was now famous. Therefore some people wanted to step on his name to get to the top and become the world's hot young supreme. These too difficult to come across quite a few people who struck out at him, and those people were too weak for him to bring up any semblance of interest. Without a word, Ji Zemo pointed out a finger. In an instant, that person's body was like ceramics shattering inch by inch, having been pierced through the immortal terrace by a single finger, with absolutely no chance of survival to speak of. Great sage. Some people are shocked to say out words. Ji Zemo one shot let the world already know. That year I put my hands in my pockets. Do not know what is the opponent. The great sage was a threshold, and without crossing it, anyone who came would be sent to their death. When the world's fastest day of cultivation Beginningless has become a great saint, will be the original saint body, heavenly demon body, Emperor Sun, Holy Spirit, all left behind. I originally thought that the young emperor is difficult to fight with the Beginningless. Today a C, belonged to let me shocked. Someone shocked and close to petrified uttered the phrase. Many people nodded their heads in agreement. The young emperor was worthy of being able to face off against Beginningless. Already walking in front of a crowd of heavenly prides, the road ahead I'm afraid only Beginningless will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. The 80th level of the human race. In a separate small courtyard, the sound of the zither rang out, with a leisurely voice, like a ranger swinging between heaven and earth, and like a wandering fairy outside the misty chamber, drifting naturally and vaguely. Xia Longyin quietly played the zither. The more he played, the more annoyed he became in his heart, and the rhythm of the zither became faster and faster. Almost 100 years had passed, and he had already broken through to the 80th level of the human race, but Kai had just broken through to the Sage King, while his opponent had already become a great saint. At first, when he was in the Beidou, he tried to join Beginningless, but he was rejected. Later, when he stepped onto the furnace of immortality, he didn't realize that Beginningless had already dominated this ancient path and was about to join forces to target Ji Zimo, but who knew that he had suddenly disappeared for more than 10 years. And now that the other party was now famous and had become a great saint, the gap widened further and further. You are impatient in your mind. The mysterious voice sounded behind him. Hearing this voice, Xia Longyin stroked the strings of his zither with both hands and stopped playing the zither. Well, are you sure you can handle him? Xia Longyin inquired. Naturally, but these two can indeed be called a rare talent in the ages. It's a pity to die, but who let them mess with my master? A dead genius is not called a genius, much less a wizard. Then I'll be grateful to Brother Dao. When Xia Longyin heard this, he was sort of relieved, and his gaze became evil. Chapter 39, moving on. Don't forget your promise. You need to take out half of the scriptures to exchange with us, the mysterious man said again, a teasing smile hanging in the corners of his mouth. There were a few moments of hesitation in Xia Longyin's gaze, and the man was in no hurry, sitting quietly to the side, playing with the small sword in his hand. In the end, Xia Longyin gritted his teeth and offered half of the scripture. Ji Zimo made a long journey across the void and obtained the divine light table from a receiving official. Standing in front of the last level of the human race, he looked forward. The road ahead was dark and full of death, and at the end of the road was the ultimate ancient pass, where Beginningless awaited him. Nameless rat, peeping in the dark, come out. Zemo Light looked aside to the starry sky, which was empty, like nothing existed. The heaven-swallowing beast was shocked, completely unaware of what had happened. As soon as the words were spoken, the three men teamed up and walked out. They wore white battle armor and straddled a variety of divine beasts: the Iron Eater, the Candle Dragon, and the Yellow Kirin. Each divine beast was extraordinary, and if anyone was released, it would be able to sweep the party. Zemo stared coldly at the three people in front of him. These three people's bloodline was very powerful, very similar to the G family's Gzj's divine body bloodline, and should come from the divine race if nothing else. Sure enough, the one in the lead then spoke. "We have no ill intentions in coming here. We just want to invite you to join the God clan." The God race was also a section of the human race countless years ago, only that each of them was rich in divine bloodline and held themselves to be noble. And then they separated from the human race and formed their own lineage, calling themselves gods. During the Radiant Years, it had also succumbed to Emperor Zune and the Immortal Emperor. However, it was undeniable that this clan was extremely powerful, and within the clan, it was highly likely that there would be a quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens Extreme Taoists. Zemo inquired with a few cold smiles hanging at the corners of his mouth. "Why don't you invite Beginningless to join?" At these words, the one at the head of the group looked a bit ugly and said, "Beginningless defied our gods, so naturally he doesn't deserve to join our god clan. You and Beginningless are rivals, so I hope you can join us. We have countless techniques here, and even Emperor Dao scriptures. If you want, there will be a great person teaching you to cultivate immortality." "It's not necessary." Zemo coldly and domineeringly refused, without the slightest hint of reversal in his tone. "Young Emperor, we came here with sincerity. I hope you don't know what's good for you. You are not truly invincible. Our clan's greatest pride was once defeated at the hands of the Beginningless. If we cannot regain our face, the great ones in the divine clan will personally descend, and none of you will be able to escape at that time." The one in the lead, with divine light shining brightly behind him, vibrated, and the threatening intent between his words was already revealed. Zemo decisively struck out, one palm spreading across the sky, overthrowing the Qianquan and inverting yin and yang. The three people's faces changed drastically as they joined hands to strike in unison. The two attacks collided, and for a time, the center of the exchange collapsed, erupting with a light brighter than the sun. The three of them were knocked back by the powerful shockwave, spraying blood furiously from their mouths, and the mounts on their hips were also slapped into flying dust in a moment's time. The Great Void Technique. Zemo's figure flashed, and for a time, this universe was filled with his figure. Dazzling the three men, he grabbed them in his large hands, and then with a firm grip, he erupted into a huge cloud of blood mist. What is the God race? If you really want to piss them off, they don't have to exist in the future. Zemo stared indifferently into the depths of the starry sky and transmitted this to the person who had the intention to do so, and that person shook physically and mentally and fled in a sorry state. A few days later, the world was shocked, and a wave of frenzy was almost set off in the universe. Zemo struck out at the people of the divine race, and three of the divine race were directly pinched to death with one hand. Beginningless, Zemo. Their battle prowess has surpassed the world's imagination, and it will be difficult for future generations to see the back of them again. Someone sighed, lamenting how there was no place for others to live when such a heavenly pride came out. They're too overbearing, even daring to strike the divine race. In the future, the divine race will definitely come looking for trouble. It might even descend on a paragon. A few great saints who favored the two also had concerns. No harm done. A Jieshur heavenly pride wouldn't be called a Jieshur heavenly pride if it died so easily. There was also some persuasion. Almost every generation of emperors and emperors had to face such dangers, and the path of growth was not always smooth, the most famous being none other than the chaotic ancient emperor. However, Zemo didn't care as he had arrived in front of the ultimate imperial pass. The majestic pass stands, surrounded by chaotic divine light. There is no one here, silent, in the emptiness of the lofty. One gigantic stone pillar after another went straight into the sky, holding up the sky and the ground, and on each of them were copies of the most powerful emperors from ancient times. Now that era was similarly invincible, and all of them had eventually become emperors, or ancient emperors. The rows of stone pillars were lofty and compelling, draped with the most young qi, and the sound of the heavenly Tao roaring was faintly heard. That was bound to be the holy emperor of the sun, a ghostly mark with a smile amidst tears. That was the life of a ruthless man. Zemo sought his ancestor, the Void Emperor, holding a mirror with a mutilated figure, pacifying unrest until he died in battle. There was also a sword qi that tore through the nine heavens and shook the heavens, and that was the Tai Huang. There was another person. The chaos bell's aura filled the air, suppressing the ancient and modern worlds, and the back of the Beginningless was on it, with its back to the living world. Beginningless and the others were not here. But Ji Zimo knew that the other party was bound to be nearby. Staying in front of the ultimate emperor all the time would undoubtedly expose itself and give those opponents a chance to target it. Ji Zimo had come here. Then the other party would definitely know that a great battle was imminent. Ji Zimo walked over step by step, quite emotional, branding the pillars with the splendor of one era after another. And in today's world, Beginningless exists and is a strong contender on the path to empire. Even if he became an emperor, the Beginningless could also become, like the chaotic body, the rules of this heaven and earth could definitely not suppress him. The heaven-swallowing beast under his crotch was also extremely excited. With his strength far from being able to come here, under Ji Zimo's shelter, he was also able to appreciate the elegance of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride. Ji Zimo took one step at a time and saw one great emperor after another standing in the world, fleeting and incomparably lonely, viewing the monuments and looking down on the past and present. Without realizing it, we have come to the end. The great majestic pass was quiet and went straight into the sky. Not a single person was here to guard the place, and the gates were closed, like a deserted city. This gate, too, only a great saint has the ability to open it. And after the gate, it was the one more path for those who could truly compete for a great emperor. With a minimum threshold of great saints, a crystal wall flashed in front of his body. Being able to leave his name here would mean the birth of a supreme powerhouse that could traverse a domain. Master, look at your opponent, Beginningless, who was ranked at the 30th position. The heaven-swallowing beast reminded. The crystalline wall towered into the nebula, each name on it shining and glowing. It was like a sword carving, strong and powerful, radiating divine sunlight. The wall was unusual in that as the eye swept over each name, a silhouette was revealed, as if each word had a life. It's only 30. Which means this life is just beginning. Kazimo nodded. Chapter 40, The Terrifying Beginningless. At the same time, from the sky landed a figure that was wrapped in chaos, hazy and mysterious, staring at Ji Zimo. Greetings, young emperor. Ji Zimo looked at the other party coldly, not sensing any malice, and asked solicitously, "What are you?" "There is someone waiting for you 300,000 miles away." The visitor didn't say anything. His voice was a bit indistinct. And then he turned around and left. Ji Zimo instantly understood that Beginningless had waited here for a long time to fight him. Ji Zimo suddenly had a feeling of danger. He closed his eyes and an overwhelming figure emerged, his back turned to all beings, incomparably powerful. In the end, a sword was chopped out of the pale chaos, and the light of the Emperor's Tao flashed, destroying everything, which made Ji Zimo's scalp go numb. Ji Zimo opened his eyes. Silence in front of him. Ji Zimo's eyes calmed down. This former word secret in the warning. Something terrible will happen on this trip, dangerous to the core. Eyes flickering, Ji Zimo looked at the unpredictable chaotic mist, a few smiles hanging at the corners of his mouth. The beginning can't be that shameless. There must be someone to eliminate the two most stunning geniuses of the time and pave the way for others. Without the forward secret warning, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to get out. And now, with defenses in place, hurting him was a dream. Damn it! The void mirror was too far away. If not, no matter what, it was too late to go and take a lesson. Right now, clouds surrounded the indistinct mountains as they loomed. Above it stood a magnificent figure, with his back to all beings, overwhelmingly powerful. Is Ji Zimo coming? One of the followers still had doubts in his mind as to whether Ji Zimo would come. It will definitely come. No one will withdraw from the battle of heaven's pride. Doing so will damage the Tao and prevent one from entering the great emperor realm for life. Another follower added. Instead, I'm even more curious as to who is more powerful, the Lord or Ji Zimo? Another follower opened his mouth. Ji Zimo's coming had already become a fact, recognized by the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to the ultimate imperial pass so quickly. At this time, all the people have calmed down. They firmly believe that Beginningless will win. The opponent is also extraordinary. Who will win and who will lose? Who will win and who will lose? We will only know after the battle. According to the guidelines, Ji Zimo had already arrived at this planet, on top of the highest mountain peak in the world. Wuxia looked at Ji Zimo who was rushing in. Without speaking, both sides looked at each other from afar. Each could see the powerful battle intent in the other's eyes. Kill. In an instant, the two figures moved in an instant, ruthlessly colliding together. Rumble. The void exploded. Space distorted. And an extremely splendid explosion was created here. The powerful might cause the followers of Beginningless to turn pale at the sound of it, and their figures immediately fled far away, or else their lives and deaths would be hard to predict. Ji Zimo's figure surfaced in the sky, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The innate sacred body Tao fetus was truly extraordinary, stronger than the sacred body, and again almost making up for all the shortcomings of the sacred body. If he didn't possess the line character's secret figure that flashed instantly, I'm afraid that he would have been torn apart in an instant. After not seeing him for a few years, beginningless terror had exceeded his expectations. No wonder even the former word secret was warning him. Beginningless pounced on him, and over the years he had been a master of loneliness, pushing almost all his enemies across the board. And now that Zimo, who was opposite him, appeared, he naturally refused to let go of this opportunity. Boom! The great handprint in the void was immediately struck out, with a terrifying power that broke the sky, emitting a trace of residual power that caused hundreds of nearby planets to directly shatter apart. The large black palm prints spread across the sky, dark palms that were filled with the aura of death. Just one move was enough to turn the winds of people. This palm, without using the all-character secret, was still terrifyingly powerful, fusing the source of the Tao. Zimo's cognizance of this palm stance reached an extremely deep level, even if it was his ancestor, the great emperor, who was resurrected. At the same realm, one might not be as advanced as him. Beginningless face was expressionless. His figure was magnificent. This palm made him feel the slightest bit of danger, and he similarly slapped out a palm. Several years had passed, and the beginningless palm technique was so powerful that it seemed to encompass 1,000 worlds. The atmosphere was majestic, and a palm strike could almost make people feel desperate. Boom! Huge explosions churned again. The void shattered. The aura of chaos replenished, and the two exchanged blows like they were reopening heaven and earth. The all-character secret was instantly activated, reopening a palm, this time with more than 10 times the power of the party. The black palm overturned the starry sky, and the massive might made even the followers who were millions of miles away feel their scalps tingle and their souls tremble. Against such a strong palm, Beginningless was also forced to stop, and for a moment, a brilliant divine light surged out from his body. The innate sacred body Tao fetus was a combination of the sacred body and the innate Tao fetus, possessing all the advantages on both. The innate holy body Tao Tire was innately invincible once it became a great success. All Tao attacks would be weakened in front of the innate saint body Tao Tire, which was extremely similar to the chaos body. The moment the great palm seal of emptiness slapped over, it was affected in some way and its power was sharply reduced. Zimo was keenly aware of this feature from a distance. Damn it, how could it be so perverted? It was just as he expected, and although he had learned from it hundreds of years ago, that was the only time he had ever exchanged a draw. Beginningless slapped out another palm, dryly dissolving the Void Emperor's palm. Kill! The two ran into each other again, and the radiant divine light glowed, causing the surrounding universe to erupt in an incredible wave. It was like a ripple, spreading down into the depths of the universe. The two divine lights collided, the interplay of Tao and Dharma, and the two were terrifying to the extreme, casting spells that were beyond one's reach. A natural-born Nirzair could comprehend the power of various spells and was able to be easily insight. A person who had grasped the origin of heaven and earth and possessed the enchantment of the all-character secret. The Six Paths reincarnation fist was unstoppable, crushing everything, brave and invincible, hitting Zimo and coughing up blood. He was shocked, not realizing that with the tenfold augmentation of the all-character secret, he still couldn't stand on the same level with the other party in the flesh. The opponent's strong chi and blood shot straight up into the clouds, reversing the heavens, almost making one's scalp go numb. The followers in the distance were also shaken to the point of spitting blood from their mouths, which was almost a catastrophe for them. These two are too terrifying. Definitely the strongest I've ever seen ever. Zimo has lived up to his reputation by fighting the Lord to this extent. The great battle had reached a point where it had far exceeded several hundred moves, and the two had collided thousands of times consecutively, exchanging more than 1,000 moves. These followers had never encountered such a character. Even a saint body couldn't do this. Zimo's blood splattered, and the secret of the word of the person was sent to the extreme, and the wounds on his body recovered in a steady stream. At the same time, the beginningless in front of him was also getting injured, and the two of them were almost in a physical fight. With the overwhelming blow, Zimo was instantly shaken to 10 million miles away. The bones in his body felt like they were shattering, causing him to suck in a cool breath. Since he came out of the world, he had never been beaten so badly. Beginningless knew that he possessed the 9 secrets on him, and thus created a special method to restrain it, and Zimo suffered a great loss on it. If you don't bring out your full strength, you'll die for sure, and I won't hold back. Beginningless cold eyes flashed with lightning, powerful and incomparable, like a true supreme being, killing from afar, cold to the extreme. Chapter 41 9 Secrets in 1. Zimo's eyes flickered as if they contained countless rivers of stars. The mountain's aura snapped, and the entire person stepped into the metaphysical realm of divine prohibition. At the same time, the all-character secret on his body did not dissipate, and he could still strike with all his might. Both sides once again punched each other, And Ji Zimo possessed that state of invincibility. The fighting character secret, the all character secret, the one character secret, and the crazy operation were almost as fast as they could be. Ji Zimo went all out and pierced through Beginningless' chest with a punch. And Beginningless similarly ripped off one of Ji Zimo's arms. But now that they were truly on the same level, they were fighting with all their might and blood was spilled. Ben was in a state of invincibility, hitting the world without fear of anything, unless the opponent is able to crush. No one can stop this state of affairs. Innately invincible. The laws of the Emperor's Tao scattered from Beginningless' body, so sharp and incomparable that it was almost on the verge of shattering the heavens and earth. In addition to being an innate Saint Body Tao child, Beginningless was also a disciple Emperor's son, possessing the bloodline of a great emperor, terrifying to the extreme. The great battle lasted almost a day, and the destructive power of the two was so terrifying that wherever they fought, they were turned into chaos. The strength of the two men covered the sky and the earth, and unless chaotic body King Bo came out, there would be no enemy. Beginningless encountered the greatest enemy ever, causing the battle blood within him to boil and his body to be torn apart countless times. Ji Zimo was likewise, and also suffered countless heavy blows. In the midst of the chaos, Beginningless wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His battle clothes tattered, his hair cloaked, and he was in a sorry state. Ji Zimo across from him wasn't much better. His clothes were in tatters, and blood was almost caked in his hair. He was in a sorry state. Beginningless ran it over and over again, and in an instant, his body and mind were clear, and he also arrived at the divine forbidden. As a supreme genius, the number one physique in the ages, the divine ban, he could naturally enter as well. Only Ji Zimo had not given him this opportunity, and now that he had taken a gap, he had similarly taken a step into this realm. A few cold smiles flowed from the corners of Ji Zimo's mouth. Trying to defeat me just by stepping into the divine prohibition is a fool's errand. A bad feeling arose when Beginningless raised his eyebrows. Boom boom boom. Thunder descended, turning the place into a terrifying sea of thunder, overflowing with all sorts of living beings. The female emperor's figure appeared. The battle saint emperor's figure appeared. The void emperor's figure appeared. The Tai emperor's figure appeared. The Hongyu emperor's figure appeared. And the emperor's figure appeared. Unrivaled and invincible. All of these were juvenile great emperors of the same realm that he had branded when he used the source of the Tao to cross the threshold. Each one shocked the world. Ji Zimo possessed the source of the Tao, being copied the most original brand between heaven and earth, causing them to appear and help themselves. With such a terrifying figure appearing, even Beginningless felt a mountain of pressure all of a sudden. And with the addition of another Ji Zimo, his forehead veins rippled, and he deeply felt an unparalleled pressure. Being an absolute heavenly pride and terrifying to the extreme, Beginningless was no stranger to these people. He had once fought in the Sea of Thunder, but now, his strongest opponent had summoned a man of the past generations, causing his face to completely darken. Boom! The Empress took the lead, holding the heaven-swallowing devil jar, a radiant cave of immortal radiance that was going to refine everything, fearless of anyone. The beginning also stepped in, and the chaos bell came out to suppress the Qinkuan and reverse everything. At the same time, the other teenage great emperors did not stop and surrounded them. Various Tao methods amazed the world and were invincible. Ji Zimo laughed out loud and frowned at the same time. He possessed the source of the Tao, although he was able to copy it. It was not the true heaven and earth avenue after all. It was able to reveal their figures and show their Tao, but it was unable to allow them to advance to the divine prohibition along with Beginningless. Otherwise it would be absolutely invincible. Still, it's enough. Boom! Ji Zimo once again struck. The line word secret was unrivaled in the world, and the void method was invincible in the world. In a flash, he appeared behind Beginningless. His large palm slapped out, and Beginningless was staggered, spraying a mouthful of blood from his mouth. With one against many, not to mention the strongest since the beginning of time, even the Beginningless who had stepped into the divine prohibition was powerless to care for him and was unable to do so. The followers in the distance had long been shocked to the point where they couldn't put it into words. The legendary Ji Zimo was truly heaven-defying, being the only blocker on the path of the beginning, bar none. A moment later, Beginningless had a keen insight that this group of people did not have divine prohibitions, and began to strike out with all his might, completely without scruples. One person faced all the emperors, and even a few of the most powerful existences in history, and made a strong move. Undeterred by everything, his figure split into three, appearing as three doppelgangers. Although not the full strength of his original body, it had been enough to delay time for him. Seeing the right moment, he struck out an infinite divine art, completely collapsing one of them. Facing a group of the strongest people in the ancient world, the Western Emperor Mother's forbidden moves were directly used, no longer having any concealment, and the battle power was fully opened, almost fighting to the point of insanity. Blood flew horizontally as a group of people's great battle shocked the heavens and shattered everything, and beginningless crumbled two more Emperor's shadows, completely withdrawing from the state of divine prohibition, to such an extent that he could only struggle to hold on, with heavy wounds all over his body. Since his emergence, he had never been in such a sorry state, and it also revealed his overwhelming battle power. Facing under the joint attack of the strongest group of heavenly prides in the ancient times, he was still able to harden himself and counter-kill three of them. Such a battle record was enough to shock the world when spoken of. Zimo slapped his palm out fiercely and printed on beginningless chest. The tremendous force directly penetrated the other party's body and blood flew across the room. It was hard for beginningless to defeat four hands with two fists. The opponent's method was too shocking and amazing. But this situation was not insurmountable. He was waiting until all these Emperor's shadows disappeared. The beginningless bell was beaten and almost shattered, emitting chaotic divine light, and was held over his head by beginningless to block the attacks of a group of people. The female Emperor's figure collapsed like a bubble, and the Emperor's figure dissipated immediately afterward. Several other juvenile great Emperor figures also became illusory. Zimo knew that the time had come. Although he could make the teenage great Emperors descend, he couldn't make them live on in the world for a long time. Not even the great Tao could. In the descending heavenly tribulation, the teenage great Emperors could only exist for a period of time, let alone him, Zimo. Wusher's gaze was stern, staring at Zimo. Both sides had long since fought out the real fire. All kinds of means were frequently used. Zimo has also long retreated from the divine prohibition, the pro-word secret, and cannot let him stay in the divine prohibition forever. Otherwise it would have long been against the sky. Beginningless bellowed, and for a moment, space and time stood still, and it was as if this piece of space and time had been plunged into sludge, unable to move and blocked. An overwhelming divine light, containing all kinds of great Tao laws, struck Zimo. The wheel of time, the years reversed, hundreds of years is the gas of chaos in it, are going back to the previous hundreds of years ago. Absolute death strike. Beginningless was already exhausted to the extreme, but still struck the stunning strike that amazed the world. It was a word spoken by the Emperor ages ago. The ultimate strike of the 9 secrets in one shattered almost everything. Boom! The tremendous power on both sides collided in such an extreme manner that space was boiling and the universe was shattering. The two extremes, standing in this realm, were enough to threaten a paragon emperor, and were even able to cross the level to kill. Chapter 42, Years and Years. A group of followers, already numb from the shock of the two demons, still felt their scalps numb and their souls trembling at the sight of this attack. Pervert, not human. After the blow, Zimo half-kneeled on the ground, blood continuously gushing out of his mouth. The expressionless face in the beginningless chaos walked over, his clothes tattered and torn, and he had obviously reached the last step as well. Beginningless looked at the strongest man who had ever lived and almost pushed him to the end of his rope. If he could, he would have wished that such a person would have accompanied him to the end of the battle, but the other party seemed to be deliberately not going away, as if he had a major illness. Fine, I forgot to tell you something. There's someone with an Emperor's soldier, coming to behead you. As soon as the words fell, a radiant imperial Tao light unfolded. The endless chaos was like peeling away the mist to see the moon for the first time, and that piece of imperial sword hung above the 9 heavens, emitting infinite divine might that shocked the heavens and covered the earth. There was a hazy shadow behind that person, clearly a great saint, Emperor Lu Tian. Beginningless looked up to the heavens and read out the name of that person, an emperor's son who had once lost to him. I didn't expect to reappear and carry out an emperor's soldier. Ha ha ha, beginningless you also have today. I will definitely kill you in Zimo today. The two of you have far exceeded my expectations and have shocked me so much, but after today, there will be no more beginning in Zimo in the world, and no one will stand in my way of becoming an emperor afterward. Zimo, with blood in his mouth, looked at the silhouette in the sky and laughed, his figure slowly fading away. Looking at Zimo's disappearing figure, beginningless fell into silence. This was clearly just a bilocation, and although it possessed its own battle power, it did not possess the body's base card. The celestial emperor seal did not appear, nor did the digital secret. This was enough to speak for itself, and in just an instant, beginningless had gained insight into the origin. Emperor Lu Tian above the firmament also detected the abnormality and laughed unmercifully. Beginningless, you're conceited that you fought all the ancient paths without an opponent, but Zimo's single detachment has forced you to this point. It's really laughable. You don't have a chance to find him again. Today you must die. As soon as the words fell, the endless imperial radiance had already fallen, so powerful that it almost tore the heavens and split the earth. Beginningless gaze became cold as he stretched out a hand. Light flowed and an ancient steel appeared in his hand. The steel was mysterious and flickered with mysterious runes. A powerful force wrapped the beginning, which was not mortal. Instead, it was a quasi-imperial weapon, the ultimate quasi-imperial weapon, the imperial weapon of his father's great completion sacred body. The godhead within the period had already awakened, ferrying him that strand of essence, allowing him to recover quickly. Meanwhile, Beidou, Yaoqi, the Mother West Emperor's pagoda shook violently before turning into a ray of divine light and disappearing into the sky. But what no one noticed was that after Dita left, a touch of weirdness followed. It made the sacred water of Yaoqi mutate and killed countless Yaoqi disciples. 10 million miles away, Ji Zimo opened his eyes and straddled the heaven-swallowing beast, choosing to leave immediately. For beginningless, he wasn't worried at all. The number one physique in the ages, not to mention being an emperor's son, possessing means that were unimaginable. If he wanted to defeat the beginning, then it would be harder than climbing up to the heavens. And if he wanted to kill the beginning, unless a supreme being appeared right now, everything would be exempt. A few days later, a piece of news came that shocked almost the entire ancient road. Beginningless grimly killed the emperor's son, Emperor Lu Tian, and suppressed his Emperor Lu Tian's emperor soldier. This piece of news was undoubtedly subversive, which caused the paramount emperors who were preparing to go to the beginningless to weigh their options and ultimately hit the road. There was a piece of news that came out that the young emperor and the beginningless had fought for 2 days and 2 nights at the ultimate emperor pass, with the winner unknown. Even the followers around them don't know who won or lost. As soon as the news came out, the world almost boiled. There was also someone in this world who could finally resist the beginningless. This was the only person who could be a forceful enemy. Let him not be so lonely on his path to becoming an emperor. The young emperor's figure flitted about like an absolute master, and no one knew where he was. After the battle with the beginningless, he rarely appeared in the eyes of the world. On this day, a powerful paragon emperor of the divine race descended in front of Ji Zimo to settle the previous grudge. Several years had passed, and Ji Zimo had successfully summoned the void mirror on that very day. Someone had seen with their own eyes that the young emperor had come out of nowhere, chasing that one paragon for dozens of starfields with a void mirror on his head. It made the world dumbfounded, completely recognizing Ji Zimo as the void emperor's son. If not, how could he be so heaven-defying? In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The long river of time flows on, stirring up 2 rays of light that are difficult against the sky and make the world feel. Over the course of 300 years, tens of thousands of strong people had appeared on this ancient road, conquering on this imperial road. Regardless of whether or not there were 2 great mountains dead ahead of them, several very stunning people also appeared during this period. A resounding battle song, a stunning figure that raised the world's attention. Let the older generation lament that they were born in the wrong era. If they were born in another era, those few would still have the hope of becoming Taoists. But now, someone shook their head as 2 overwhelming figures hovered in front of the road. Their aura alone was enough to press down on the future generations to raise their heads. Is there really no hope? Some human jerks hissed at the universe in defiance. Some people who had seen the 2 strike before sighed softly. No, unless the chaotic body reappeared and emperor respect was born. The 2 were too powerful. And in this world, great emperors were born in the 2. During these 300 years, the world has not been quiet, and many things have happened. For example, the Hellmouth appears to travel through the universe and take the bodies of dead powerful people. And a force called the God Organization also appeared, going toe-to-toe with Hell. And the 2 organizations started a shocking war in many starfields. The crystal wall in front of the Emperor's Pass on the ultimate ancient road had reached over 200 nominees, from all kinds of communities, like what the God Clan, the God Organization, the powerful Bull Demon Clan, and so on were among them. The people nominated above also felt despair because those 2 were too strong, almost overwhelming everyone. On that day, a certain planet erupted with overwhelming immortal light, and 10,000 flowers bloomed in the void, each one more dazzling than the sun. There are rumors that the woman is still alive. Someone went to check it out and found nothing. On the ancient path, the descendants of the 8 divine generals of the immortal imperial dynasty also stepped onto the path and manifested before the eyes of the world. It was a glorious era. And while some bloodlines from the mythic period reappeared in the world, shocking the world, there were also people who felt sorry for them. 300 years had passed, and those 2 were occasionally exposed to the eyes of the world. But everyone knew that it was 300 years ago that the 2 of them were already great saints. It should have become a paragon by now no matter what. Under the void, the first level of the human race, there was once a war soldier, named Daogong Tian, who spoke of other pasts with many people, having once fought the young emperor, and was praised. And when the world praised him, he always looked with hot tears in the direction of his cosmic home. Who knows the sadness in his heart? In these times, a way out that cannot be seen at a glance. At the same time, there were many people who advised him that losing to that person was not scary and that he should become stronger and follow his own path. The reasoning was clear to him, and after thinking for a long time, he stripped off the battle armor of the war soldier and stepped back into the Emperor's path. Chapter 43, Return to Beidou. And there was one person, named Battle Sky, whose reputation on the Emperor's road was growing, and his followers knew it. Warrior Sky once wanted to follow Ji Zimo and was rejected, and then was unwilling and wanted to frantically follow Ji Zimo's footsteps and fight him. Dazzling with nebulae and filled with chaos, this is an extremely mysterious place. Passing through the chaos, he entered the Pale Star River, which was vast and infinite, with brilliant stars. There was a large star in here, glowing with immortal light and vitality. As far as the eye can see, the turquoise forest, the green earth, the blue sea. This was the ancient earth, which was not inferior to the northern Dipper in the slightest, and there were huge immortal cultivation clans on it, as well as quasi-emperors residing on it, so powerful and prosperous that one couldn't help but be impressed by it. On the ancient Kunlun mountain, Ji Zimo looked at the broken and only 1/3 of the green tripod in front of him and smiled faintly, and all of the branding on it was integrated into the heavenly emperor seal. The big blue seal on it looked even more radiant and mysterious, and now he was already a quasi-emperor fifth heaven. Looking at the world, apart from beginningless, only the supreme beings in the Forbidden Land could be his enemy. A ginseng fruit tree in front of him covered the sky with many fruits, but only one of them was a true immortality pill. A white tiger cub emerges from the ground, alive and vivid. Very cute. This is the white tiger immortality pill. The ginseng tree's leaves are turquoise and verdant, one by one as if they were glazed, glittering with a bit of Belchu starbursts. The flowers that bloomed on it, too, were brilliant and eye-catching, and their fragrance radiated and refreshed the mind. And the little white tiger, which kept flying in mid-air, had a big king, like a milky puppy, engraved on its forehead. Request the great emperor to take me away. A voice rang in Ji Zimo's ears. It was the white tiger immortality pill. Being an immortality medicine, it had suffered from countless covets over the years, so they sought out powerful great emperors to protect themselves while also contributing their fruits. The ginseng tree, swaying and pale, glistening between heaven and earth, also had this idea. Both of you come with me. Ji Zimo waved his big hand. A mysterious light flowed out of his hand. 300 years had passed, and he had managed to walk out of a path of his own, overwhelmingly powerful. He was very ambitious and wanted to become the heavenly emperor of this side. And the source of the Tao had great inspiration for him, branding the emperor's shadow of the heavens, letting it fight for himself. The Tao of the emperors of the heavens was his Tao. The 10,000 paths are one, and they become chaos on their own. When he comes to great completion, with a wave of his hand the emperor's shadows of the heavens, he himself is comparable to the heavenly calamity of the heavens, and in that case, who can be his enemy? It was a difficult path, and Ji Zimo was also dragged down in his cultivation, having reached the fifth heaven of the quasi-emperor. But he knew that Wuxia had long since walked out on a path of his own, far more terrifying than him, and his current cultivation level was only higher than his. He straddled the heaven-swallowing beast and stepped back onto the ultimate ancient path, giving him more emotions, and in truth the path no longer served him. Beidou. Ji Zimo's figure riding the heaven-swallowing beast appeared outside this ancient star, where it had been nearly 400 years since he walked out. I wonder if my old friend from before could still miss it. Ji Zimo smiled faintly. This is the legendary hidden emperor star. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at the huge planet in front of it with curiosity in its gaze. What exactly is the secret here? It could make so many great emperors and ancient emperors throughout the ages bury themselves here. The present-day heaven-swallowing beast, whose cultivation had already reached the coming great sage realm, had a great sage realm figure give him as a mount. It was also quite unbelievable, and spreading the word was enough to shock the world. The huge star slowly rotated, as if it had birthed a huge divine child, waiting for the time to come out. In the sky hung a sun and a moon, and the figures of these two planets, far smaller than the Big Dipper by 100,000 times, were rotating according to some special law. He stood on the outside of this huge planet, his eyes flashing as he suddenly realized the planet's secret. Zhengzhou, the eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern ridge, and the northern plains, the 5 continents are connected, and with a few more strokes of divine awnings, it's already a 5-colored altar. A truly divine stroke to try to rush up to the immortal realm. Kazimo lamented. His words caused the heaven-swallowing beast under his crotch to tremble fiercely both physically and mentally, and it was also a sort of insight into this big secret. As expected of the burial emperor star, just coming here has taught me a lesson. The heaven-swallowing beast's figure flickered. Ji Zimo suspected that his speed was too slow and imparted the secret of the Xing character to it, and just after descending to the ground, he felt the killing intent rushing to the sky. Someone was in a fierce battle. The aura of heaven and earth revived, and the great Tao on this planet was no longer suppressed, and many saints appeared. and in front of them a group of saints were fighting. There were many races. There were scaly dragons, golden rocks, human races, and so on, as many as 17 or 18 of them, and they were fighting fiercely. Perhaps this could be considered a big battle for the people on Beidou, but in his eyes, Zimo's eyes, it would be considered a small fight at best. Even the heaven-swallowing beast at his hip could easily slap all of these dozen people to death. They traveled through the area and saw a dozen warring groups, all of them killing each other, with blood flying across the ground in a gruesome manner. The heaven-swallowing beast also sucked in a breath of cool air when it saw the situation. This Beidou truly is the spirit of heaven and earth. So many saints have appeared, and the fights are constant. There was no doubt that today's Beidou was like it had become a period of warring states, with saints arising frequently and destined to be a chaotic world. After centuries of absence, I am back, Kazimo spoke softly. Back then, he was pressured by beginningless and set foot on the ancient path of the stars, and now his cultivation was so overwhelming that he was on the same level as beginningless and was able to fight against each other. The heavens and earth shook as a giant ship of hundreds of meters rumbled in, with 6 saints standing on it, not like humans or demons, but like the ancient race. Who's up ahead? Get out of the way. The group of people approached, and someone shouted to get Zimo to dodge out of the way. A group of powerful characters, piloting the green copper warship, a sage king stood at the front, while the remaining 5 took a half step back. Very strong. Zimo looked on blandly, and the heaven-swallowing beast on his hips narrowed its eyes, half-heartedly not going to back down, not opening his mouth, but already showing his attitude. Hundreds of meters of the warship suddenly stopped. The Sage King's face showed a look of gravity, suddenly felt a wave of uneasiness, and hurriedly arched his hand at Zimo and said, "Please don't be offended by the offense just now. We'll go around the road immediately." Ancestral King, is that man terrifying? Why are we retreating? We are representing the ancient clan truly if there is a conflict. They wouldn't dare to start a war. Shut up, what do you know? The mount on the crotch of that person just now is a great saint. At those words, a shocked look appeared on the man's face. Zimo continued to move forward. Many warships brushed past them, and a group of powerful men from the Central State Imperial Dynasty approached, shocked by the aura of the 2 men, and watched from afar. Among them was a man in green and mysterious robes with several dragons engraved on his clothes, who was imposing and proud of the party. It was the rising generation of the Jioli Imperial Dynasty in the Central State, famous in the heavens, who looked at Zimo and his face suddenly changed drastically. "I think I saw Zimo." He looked away from the ship, wanting to confirm it again, but the heaven-swallowing beast had already disappeared from their sight, causing him to frown. Chapter 44. What's wrong with you, Grand Prince? Someone behind him sensed something was wrong and opened his mouth to inquire. The Grand Prince of the Jioli Imperial Dynasty was considered one of the top 10 experts that had risen to fame in Beidou in recent years. That overwhelmingly powerful person sitting straddling the black horse just now resembles a person. A look of gravity passed over the Grand Prince's face. Like who? The people behind him were taken aback. I'm afraid that there are not many people under the sky who can make the Grand Prince lose his temper like this. Like Zimo, one of the Northern Dipper's greatest generation pride back then. What? The several saints behind them were stunned, their expressions very shocked, their voices trembling a little as they asked, "It's really him. It was a shadow that was seen. It could very well be him, but I'm not sure. This person is too terrifying for our generation," the Grand Emperor said. In the past, Zimo had crisscrossed the Cheshire mansion, pressuring a group of heavenly prides to catch their breath and erupting into one struggle after another with the Central State Imperial Dynasty. The former Grand Prince had wanted to take revenge for the young prince, but as a result, he fell into silence after seeing Zimo decapitating his enemy, the most terrifying enemy in his heart, the beheading of the Dark Knight Monarch, the young prince of Jioli, the thwarting of Xiaolongyin, ancient heavenly deity, the divine body of the Zhang clan, and a host of other heavenly prides made him famous, causing the younger generation to almost despair. Later on, fortunately, a beginningless came out and was able to fight against it, and beginningless, too, made them so desperate that it was almost difficult to see the back of it. To report to the family? Someone inquired. Inform immediately. Tell everyone in the family not to mess with the G family, but that Zifeng bullied people too much. Do as I say. Zimo descended on the eastern wasteland, and many people had seen him and exclaimed in astonishment, that person, seems to be young Emperor Zimo. Some people recognized his figure and were filled with horror. It's really him. That peerless king has returned. There was another person next to him who was equally surprised, looking at Zimo's back and froze out of sight, before calmly saying, "It has nothing to do with us, Lord. The aura here is so rich. It's even more abundant than the ancient stars that flourish in the depths of the universe." The heaven-swallowing beast was sensitive to auras. Ji Zimo stepped on this one large ground and truly sensed the abundance of aura. The great Tao was no longer suppressed. The aura spewed out. The earth veins were hidden, and it was unknown how many times stronger than before. This atmosphere is vigorous and full of life, and the avenues are intermingled and do not lie dormant here. With such a rich aura, there were bound to be celestial pride constantly emerging, and the cultivation of the older generation would skyrocket. And without the great Tao suppressing them, cultivation would be many times easier than before. The gate of the Ji clan was a magnificent and incomparably large mountain, over 1,000 feet tall, and inside the gate, island after island was suspended in the sky. Tens of thousands of waterfalls flowed down from the island, incomparably spectacular, while the immortal aura was hazy, an absolute treasure. Once upon a time there was a great river flowing into the distance, swift as thunder, named Ji Shui. Ji Zimo walked to the Ji clan's main gate with the heaven-swallowing beast following behind him, and the elders watching immediately recognized Ji Zimo. Zimo is back. The elder was shocked and even a little disbelieving that Ji Zimo summoned away the void mirror 300 years ago. His family thought he had met an overwhelming enemy, and now it appeared, doubly saddened. It's Zimmer. At the same time, a large group of people walked out, mostly a few old men with gray hair. Ji Zimo was the current generation, the outstanding genius of the Ji family, who stepped onto the ancient path, and after a farewell of more than 40 years, he finally returned today. It was important to know that few people had been able to return alive from that ancient path since the beginning of time, and those who came back alive have undoubtedly become a party of absolute power. No one dares to mess with. Go report to the family head. Zimo is back. The sound of the bell was heard throughout heaven and earth. It was a golden bell used to summon important people. The sound of the bell rumbled and spread throughout the land. An old man suddenly appeared, his face covered with wrinkles, his white hair thinning, and his gray robe flying. There was an arcane aura flickering on his body, and he stood there like a huge mountain that inspired awe in the heart. The appearance of this person caught the group off guard, and they hurriedly reached out with a salute and called out, "Greetings, old ancestor." This 100 years was the same old ancestor who had told Ji Zimo to let go in the Chishire mansion back then. After so many years had passed, he had already taken a step into the great sage realm and his cultivation was exceptionally terrifying. I really did not look at you wrongly. The bloodline in your body has already returned to the ancestor, and it is similar to that of even the emperor's son. And this cultivation level today, the old ancestor's eyes shone with a superb light, and he could see a lot of things in an instant. Naturally, because the two chakras were connected, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to gain insight. Suddenly, he snapped and looked at Ji Zimo, an unbelievable look spreading across his body. I didn't realize that you had already reached this forbidden amount, against all odds, thanks to the old ancestor's guardianship back then. If not, how could I have traveled so far so easily? Ji Zimo said, "Let's go. With your cultivation nowadays, you can go and meet your big brother and know some of the secrets." After saying that, he transformed into a stream of light and led the way ahead. Ji Zimo immediately followed. Ji family forbidden land. Ji Zimo entered the most central area. The surrounding aura was even thick to the extreme. Densely packed hundreds of divine crystals were listed in front of him, emitting a brilliant light. Inside sealed many ancient saints. There is no lack of the existence of sage kings. Looking at the figure, all of them are Ji family sages. The further back they walked, the more powerful their cultivation became. And a saint of the great saint realm actually possessed 3, which was enough to shock the world when it was spread out. That one is Himiko. The old ancestor pointed to a piece of divine source. That sealed one, with a bland appearance and a bland aura, even if it was thrown in a crowd, it probably wouldn't be able to be illuminated. Ji Zimo nodded his head, the only remaining emperor's son of the Ji family. He was not the main attraction of the day, and proceeded to walk him forward, finally coming to a figure that seemed to sense someone coming. The silhouette in a huge divine source opened its eyes, like a flood beast opening its eyes, shocking the hearts of the people. Sealed inside there was an old man with white hair, and even through the divine source, there was an aura of decay coming from it. "Greetings, old ancestor." Ji Zimo made a bow, and the 9-layered pagoda on his body emitted a glittering light, drilling out from within him and haunting the old man's body. In a moment, the divine source shattered, and the old man walked out from it, his figure trembling a bit. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that in this life. The Ji clan would have a heaven-defying genius like you. It's only been a full 400 years and your cultivation is even more profound than mine." The Ji clan's old ancestor in front of him, called the Great Ancestor, was the son of a dead emperor, and his bloodline was so pure that it was almost on the verge of catching up to an emperor, but he was in his dying years, with half a foot in his coffin, and clearly didn't have many days left to live. And today's cultivation level was also seen by Ji Zimo at a glance. Quasi-Emperor Triple Sky. It was also quite astonishing, with a cultivation level that stood almost at the top of the entire universe. The great ancestor in Ji Zimo exchanged a lot of feelings about some of the Tao. The great ancestor was almost on the verge of stepping out on a path of his own, but there still wasn't much hope of witnessing the Tao, and being able to reach the third heaven of a quasi-emperor was already the limit for this great ancestor. Chapter 45. There will be dark turmoil in this world. Half a second later, the great ancestor spoke a terrifying truth that almost made Ji Zimo's body and mind shake. He knew that dark turmoil was bound to break out, but it was also in time for Beginningless to become the Tao, both of which had two supreme beings come out and tried to blood this great world, all of which were slapped to death by Beginningless. But the question is, how would the great ancestor know? As if he could see Ji Zimo's doubts, a few smiles hung on the great ancestor's pale face. Great Emperor Geisher is so overwhelming that he is able to count to the ancient and modern times. The Yao Qi disciple has come out of the world. It was also true that some powerful emperors were able to meet something in the future. Even a flash of light is enough to deduce many things. The emperor is presumably referring to the Western Emperor. I once had an audience with the Western Emperor. She was a very strange woman with a dojo on her body, innately invincible. There was also a great saintly body who, in his later years, grew golden hair all over his body, lost his mind, and fell into a demonic state, killing countless people. Even he couldn't control himself, and the Western Emperor had no choice but to seal him. Later on, the great success saint body didn't want to invite trouble for the mother and child, and then killed itself, and the child left behind was beginningless. The great ancestor uttered a shocking text, revealing a past that had happened before, when he had reached the strength of a quasi-emperor and understood many things. Ji Zimo nodded his head. There were many things he couldn't know in great detail. He could only get some information from his later life and peek at it. Born as a saint, that kind of physique is simply heaven-defying. If it wasn't for the Western Emperor's fear of his lack of sharpening and chopping away his cultivation, I'm afraid he would have become an emperor by now. The great ancestor was quite emotional. Ji Zimo nodded his head, and nowadays, he was still struggling to face Beginningless. That was definitely his strongest enemy, bar none. What surprises me is that amongst the current generation, to be able to fight against the Beginningless with a mortal body is already considered to be against the heavens. If the great emperor knew of this in the 9 springs, he would surely be ecstatic as well. Not bad. I have fought with Beginningless twice. Both ended in a draw. I wonder for us to fight to the end. In the end, who will be better? Ji Zimo said calmly. If you have no regrets in your heart, you can completely avoid this world and choose another era, and you will inevitably become an emperor. At that time, my Ji family will have 2 emperors in one family, the first and second in history. The great ancestor's eyes radiated a brilliant light as he suggested. If he doesn't become an emperor, then I'll fight with him all the way. If he becomes an emperor before me, then all the fighting becomes meaningless, and I'll naturally choose another great world to become an emperor. Something that Ji Zimo thought about very clearly. It's good that you understand. The great ancestor nodded slightly before his gaze traveled through time and space and landed on Yao Qi. 300 years ago, the Western Emperor Pagoda suddenly disappeared when it was summoned by something, and a huge change occurred in Yao Qi, killing countless people. Even some of the underpinnings died in it, and there was an ancient saint who escaped in desperation and shifted the Yao Qi. Otherwise the Yao Qi clan will surely be completely wiped out. In the middle of the past few days, a shocking change took place there, and in the end, the Western Emperor Tower returned and resuppressed the place. But it was too late. Do you know about the change? Ji Zimo's gaze looked toward the direction where the hell was located in the endless void. It's fine. The people in the hell are making a fool of themselves. Later on, Beginningless will naturally settle the score with them. Ji Zimo chatted a lot with the great ancestor, talking about some taboo topics involving the immortal emperor and the empress. The great ancestor claimed that when he had just become a saint, he had also stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky, beyond the endless star realm, had seen the 5-colored light rising against the sky, the absolute imperial might, like a sea of ocean suffocating people. The immortal emperor is not dead, perhaps he has always been. The old man kept repeating this phrase, always feeling that there was a huge conspiracy to make the world sweat. Ji Zimo's heart was also shocked when he heard these words. In this universe, not 100,000 years later, there were too many things he couldn't grasp, especially since the immortal emperor was still in this universe. However, there was no need to worry too much because an existence like that aimed at great emperors, Tai emperors, and fighting saint emperors, the Beginningless were all missed by the immortal heavenly emperor in their later years, to collect their blood and be reborn by bathing in the emperor's blood. The two of them talked for a long time, and in the end, the great ancestor gave Ji Zimo his lifelong sense of the Tao. It's nothing special. but it can still provide some lessons for Ji Zimo. Ji Zimo had returned, and the entire Ji family was almost abuzz with many people coming to visit. Jijin had a spring in his step these days. His status was originally not low, and now his son had returned from the stars. To what terrifying extent the cultivation had reached, no one could say. Therefore even some people of very old generations and higher cultivation levels were respectful to him and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Ji Zifeng was also exceptionally happy, and he went to see his elder brother in a row, and managed to obtain some Tao and Dharma, as well as some heaven and earth spiritual cultivation treasures. Ji Zijie also came, except that he was now the contemporary holy lord of the Ji clan, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of Sage King. It was one of the 10 greatest experts of the young generation born after Ji Zimo left. The Ji family had calculated long term. Ji Zimo was out rushing on the path of the emperor, on the path of the great emperor, and Ji Zijie for the god body. After the great completion of the strong and incomparable, can control the family, is also considered a back road. The 2-1 attack and 1 defense, is the family's strategy. Big brother, after so many years, Princess Lioli is still impossible to open her mouth. In accordance with your current cultivation, you might as well take him in. Ji Zijie smiled, picked up a jug of cloudy wine, poured a cup for Ji Zimo, and talked about the past. All these years? Ji Zimo was a bit surprised. After all, after he stepped into the starry sky back then, he didn't care about what happened afterward. It's always been there, and now his cultivation level has reached the Dao beheading king. However, we all underestimated Princess Lioli's brother, Gu Feng. He's really holding back, and he's a one-shot wonder. Putting aside his other battle achievements, he once picked up an imperial soldier to come over to the Ji clan to try to forcefully take Princess Lioli away, but unfortunately failed to do so. However, he instead allowed it to borrow an imperial soldier and retook over his kingdom, instantly killing 1,000,000 people in one night, which also contained some saints. Ji Zimo nodded his head with a slight smile on his face. From his realm, all of this was considered trivial. A few moments later, Ji Zimo saw the woman again. She stood in the pavilion, her white clothes fluttering, her black hair dancing lightly, her eyes like water, and her eyebrows like a misty water mist. It gave people a dreamlike feeling, and the moment she saw Ji Zimo, the woman's figure trembled. After the passage of many years, Ji Zimo had to admit that this woman was indeed flawless, couldn't find half a flaw. Among the beauties he knew, there weren't many that could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even Chu Zimo was slightly inferior. Greetings, Your Excellency. Hundreds of years have passed and Your Excellency has returned safely. I'm afraid that as the world has said, the young emperor becoming an emperor will really come true. Princess Lioli laughed gloriously. Her body was slender and curvy with hazy curves. Her jade body was graceful. Her skin was crystalline, and her voice was as melodious as heavenly music. Chapter 46, 10,000 Dragon Nest. After all these years, you're still obsessed. Ji Zimo smiled blandly and ignored what she said, instead going straight to the point. What are you saying, Your Excellency? If you had been able to hold my brother all these years, I wouldn't still be clinging to the treasure code now. The words came out with a few more provocations in his voice, like a rose with thorns, and he didn't fall in the slightest. After trapping you for nearly 400 years, and being too persistent, you leave. The people of the Ji clan will not stop you again. Ji Zimo waved his hand and let it go. Back then, he was weak and wanted to obtain this one type of scripture for reference, but now that he was strong, he knew of a place that possessed the 2 complete ancient scriptures of the Taiyin and the Sun, so there was no need to waste his words. As for the current Princess Lioli, she can no longer enter his eyes. Trapped her for nearly 400 years, even if there is hatred has been dissipated. What? Princess Lioli's eyes widened, as if she was like a glaze. A few moments of unbelief appeared in her eyes, and she lost some of her composure. You're really willing to help me take away the Taiyin ancient scripture? Ji Zimo smiled faintly and turned to leave without the slightest bit of attachment. Northfield. The mountain range towered continuously, straight into the sky, and it was at an extremely high altitude, tens of thousands of meters away. The mountains were snowy and looked like 10,000-year-old icebergs. Ji Zimo stood at the top of the snowy mountain, looking at the terrain and couldn't help but frown. Between the mountains, the snow was flying, but there was an overwhelming aura of killing, like an ancient forbidden land. But Ji Zimo knows very well that this is not the place. North of the northern region, there is a place called Tai Chu Ancient Mine, and east of that, there is a place named Immortal Mountain. In recent years the 2 dark turmoil has been extremely frequent, Taizu had told him. 90,000 years ago, dark turmoil erupted in the Tai Chu Ancient Mine, and blood flowed on the earth. Even the universe was bloodied. 50,000 years ago, the Immortal Mountain erupted into dark turmoil, and the world was devastated. And now, counting the time, it is exactly 50,000 years an installment, and it is the turn of this world. He was an absolute quasi-emperor and could see into the origin of everything, and compared to a great emperor, it was only a matter of the length of time. Who are you and why are you trespassing on my underworld god palace? Someone droned out loudly, wanting G Zimo to leave quickly. G Zimo checked the terrain of this side of heaven and earth and paid no attention to him, but his figure instantly disappeared without entanglement. In a radius of 10,000 miles, snow flew horizontally, great mountains towered into the clouds, and the tallest peak, which was occupied by the underworld god palace, kept monkeys. The origin of the underworld god palace is mysterious and incomparable, low profile and unusual, never involved in the world's family strife, silently guarding this place, with ulterior motives. G Zimo had followed him here again, and there was a great dragon divine vein in the middle of this earth, containing a huge piece of divine source. His intention was not a divine source, but an underground dragon vein. He disappeared into the ground, and for a moment, a strong dragon chi impacted into the sky, radiant and incomparable. Found it. G Zimo directly punched through this mountain range and went deep beneath the earth, eventually coming to an ancient bronze gate. The dragon energy here was incomparably brilliant and extremely dense, a place where all dragons returned to their clan. This place also had a resounding name, called the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, the place where the vicious emperor buried his bones and buried his brother. With a sweep of his divine thoughts, he realized that the Taiku kings here, the sleeping kings, were densely packed, and that there was an old paragon emperor. Being swept by G Zimo's divine thoughts, he immediately awakened. He looked at G Zimo's direction. A huge crisis loomed over his heart, and he didn't dare to move at will. G Zimo smiled blandly. Reaching out a piece of divine source was then detained by him. Inside there was a primitive man with his limbs chained. It wasn't until G Zimo was far away that the one royal paragon in the 10,000 dragons nest breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure just now was too great, numbing the scalp, as if a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. However, after looking at the Taiku sage he took away, he was a bit pained that the two ancient scriptures of Taiyin and Sun were all lost. In the end, he laid down a spell formation to perfect the place and proceeded to fall asleep. G Zimo didn't linger in this place even after getting the person he wanted. He knew that there was the true dragon immortality pill here, but there was no plundering. He already had the white tiger immortality pill in his hand, as well as the ginseng fruit tree immortality pill, which had long been enough. The Heim family. G Zimo looked at a huge divine source in front of him, inside of which there was a bony old man, sitting on his knees, naked, skinny and bony, with the lower half of his body encircled with animal skins. A coil of chain wrapped around his body, strangling it almost to the flesh and blood. The greenish-golden iron chain radiated with light, and there were many runes on it, which were not mortal at first glance. The ancient sage, Tai of the East. After that was the famous human demon elder. The Taiyin True Sutra and the Sun True Sutra that this old master cultivated at the same time were extremely terrifying. One must know that these two supreme divine techniques, cultivating any one of them would be enough to astonish the heavens and move across the world. And both of them practiced, resulting in the holy power collision. Not compatible, previously brewed into a great disaster. In the ancient times, it was so powerful that it killed living beings without blinking an eye and regarded the Holy Spirit as grass. He was a god by day and a devil by night, delirious, and executed many of the strongest members of the ancient race at that time. Similarly, he had also killed many human race powerhouses as well as demon race powerhouses. It could be said that during the years of the Taigu, the Eastern Tai committed heinous sins and was reviled by many races. The divine source in front of him shattered, and the ancient saint inside woke up violently, opening his eyes and bursting out a brilliant light that shocked the heavens and moved the earth. The sky was covered with densely packed runes, shrouding all the strands of easily dispersed power from existence. That was the great emperor formation pattern, and now it had also been activated by this Taiku sage. G Zimo waved his hand and pressed down the revived emperor pattern. Big brother, what happened? Outside the great hall, G Zijie's voice came out, and this change startled many people, causing the gazes of many sages to look towards this place. No harm in taking care of a few minor things. Upon hearing this, G Zijie turned around and left, and some of the ancient saints shifted their gazes elsewhere. Who are you? The human demon's eyes burned as he stared dead at G Zimo. He felt a huge threat. As long as he could, the other party could press him to death with a single finger. I saved you and want the two great divine powers in you. The human demon was silent for a long time, seemingly pondering something. I can't give it to you. These two divine techniques are born to clash and collide with each other. Your cultivation is astounding. Once you become a demon, it's even more terrifying than I am. It will be a catastrophe at that time. The human devil was kindly persuaded to tell the truth now that he was in the waking stage. No harm done. My path is the way of the heavens. One yin and one yang is nothing to me, and I can pass on the method of dissolution to you as well. Zemo drew a Taiji diagram in the air, displaying his Tao and Dharma. The Taiji diagram was arcane and inexplicable, with a clear distinction between yin and yang. It contains the theory of time and space change, which is profound and incomparable. Zemo's astonishing paragon, like He-Fan who could only draw a Taiji diagram and let the human devil old man ponder on his own. But he had provided an exact method. Eventually the Sun Ancient Scripture and the Tai-Yin Ancient Scripture appeared in Zemo's mind. Chapter 47, Plundering the Ancient Scriptures of the 10,000 Clans. Zemo brought the human demon elder to an ancient island and set up a formation, allowing him to cultivate inside, knowing that he was truly able to master the Tai-Yin Sun before releasing him into the world. The two kinds of ancient scriptures that Zemo has been comprehending for 3 months have made great gains, and the Tai Emperor and the Sun Human Emperor, the silhouettes can be shaped completely, possessing a true divine charm. He looked at this eastern wasteland Earth, which was called the ancient star of the buried emperor and possessed a dozen or so imperial scriptures. Zemo hammed and hawed. In the outer heaven battlefield, a Jiang clan saint hissed vigorously, condensing the Everdew furnace in his hand with a power that shocked the heavens and the earth. And his opponent was no match for him as the two slugged it out in midair. Zemo's figure appeared in the void, and with a single movement of his divine mind, the voices of the two people were instantly stopped, rigidly fixed in midair, unable to move. Suddenly, the sage of the Jiang clan only felt a huge surge of divine thoughts pouring into his brain. No good. The saint of the Jiang clan's complexion snapped, shocked to the extreme. The power was too massive, leaving him powerless to resist. The lack of previous mental preparation made it difficult for him to even commit suicide for a moment. Everything in his mind was instantly insight, and as that enormous divine thought receded, the sage of the Jiang clan spewed out a mouthful of blood. In return, his opponent turned into a mist of blood. Damn it! Just who is it that dares to gain insight into my clan's ancient scriptures? The saint of the Jiang clan was furious and immediately returned to the clan, asking the old ancestor to come out and investigate the matter. Zemo looked at the scene and smiled slightly, erasing the traces of his arrival. A Yaoqi chopping Dao King was sitting in the ancient mine, when suddenly her complexion lurched, and in less than half a second, she snapped back to normal. What's going on? She shook her head and looked at the side of the world in front of her, her mind clear enough to think she'd just dozed off. Jioli Dynasty, an ancient saint sitting at the border of the battlefield. Suddenly Tarzan pressure. It caused his divine sense to suffer a heavy blow, and when he reacted, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who is it? He looked around in shock, unable to gain any insight into who was actually striking. Zemo's figure dispersed and turned to find the next person. Zemo's strength was too powerful as he crisscrossed the star field of the Northern Dipper. In just a few days, in his hands, he had already gathered most of the surviving Imperial ancient scriptures. This behavior is extremely shameless, and there is no difference between robbers. But the cultivation world is weak and strong, and a big fist is the hard way. At this time the Beidou has shaken the sky. It is rumored that a number of imperial dynasties, desolate ancient families, hidden families in the saints, chopping the road to the past, was attacked by someone's divine sense, took away their emperor's scriptures. When this news came out, Beidou immediately turned the sky, and countless old ancestors awakened, knowing that a family's inheritance was a matter of family survival. If the emperor's scriptures were to be borrowed by someone else, and thus develop a specialized method to deal with it, then it wouldn't be far from the demise of this great power. In order to prevent the suspicion of others, Zemo's own family of ancient saints were not spared. Zemo's figure appeared in the sky. The ancient scriptures in the current world had been plundered. The next step was to head to the place of the sleeping ancient race. Zemo possesses the secret of the word line, and can come and go as he pleases across the world's great formations. A few days later, the sleeping ancient clans of the Beidou awoke violently, and the quasi-emperors and great saints among them came out one after another. Undoubtedly, the ant's nest he had previously stabbed had united the entire Beidou ancient family like never before. Bound to find the person who had stolen the ancient scriptures, Zemo was closed for enlightenment. With more than 10 imperial scriptures and imperial texts in his hand, given 50 to 80 years, he would dare to charge through the gate, his true body branding the heart of the heavens, and become a great emperor in the universe. At this time, the outside world had already exploded, with 7 or 8 emperor clans coming out, and some of the great saints within their clans awakening one after another, robbing the ancient emperor scriptures. How was this matter any different from when the vicious emperor devoured the world's physique? Definitely an enemy of the world. Which thief is it that stole my ancient scriptures? If I know, my G family will kill him even if I have to spell out my family's reserves. Jia was so indignant that his voice shook the sky. At the same time, A great saint of the Jiang clan awoke and brought the Hongyu furnace to the part of the world where the emperor's scripture had been seized, using the emperor's soldier to revive the scene before. Boom! The Hongyu furnace erupted with a shocking light, and a phoenix emerged from the endless flames at the mouth of the furnace, illuminating the sky and shining a million times brighter than the sun. The phoenix crossed this part of the sky, and by the method of the phoenix manifestation, the fire burned the void and made it present traces. Suddenly, multiple black shadows appeared in the sky, some with extremely familiar scents, all of which were eliminated one by one, because that strength simply couldn't invade a saint sea of consciousness without leaving any scent behind. Boom! The sky shook, the fire phoenix directly collapsed, and even the Hongyu furnace shook. The great sage of the Jiang clan violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, having suffered a backlash. How is it possible? Could it be that the one who struck was a paragon emperor? His eyes widened in shock as the paragon emperors had almost all stepped out on a path of their own. Who would be so brazen as to see someone else's ancient scriptures? In the sky, the great Tao rumbled as the Nine Dawns diagram was displayed. Sweeping across the sky, an immortal light emanated out, and the sky was penniless and quiet. The great sage of the Jiuli imperial dynasty immediately darkened his face as the great sage angrily shouted, "Your Jiang family erased all traces. Could it be that the one who claimed the ancient scriptures was someone from your Jiang family?" At this moment, several people from the great powers descended one after another. Some came carrying emperor soldiers, those without emperor soldiers came carrying quasi-imperial soldiers, and once again some were great saint soldiers. Hearing these words, all of them looked coldly at the great sage of the Jiang clan. "Don't you bleed?" The great sage of the Jiang clan almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood out, having discovered some clues. Who could stand being slandered like this at this moment? Your Jiang family isn't much of a good thing. Have you done enough stealing chickens and dogs and stopping and robbing people? The great sage of 9 lives spoke coldly. Your Jiuli dynasty is a good thing now. How come I heard that 100 years ago when you invaded the ancient Moon dynasty, you were beaten like a lost dog? It's really pathetic and ridiculous. How could the great sage of the Jiang clan stand this kind of anger, and immediately returned the favor without showing weakness? Humph. In that case, why don't we fight? A few moments of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the great sage of 9 legends. Come on. I'm afraid of you. The two seniors mustn't get carried away. Let me use the void mirror to shine a light on which despicable person is it. Ji Zijie rushed forward to urge a fight, followed by a great sage of the Ji clan, his face gloomy to the extreme. On the other side, the ancient Yu dynasty and the great Xia dynasty had gloomy faces as their gazes looked at Ji Zijie. Not bad. Use Ji family ancient mirror to shine, in order to reveal the true culprit. You too excited? Oh, what the hell? Do not spoil the trace. The person from the great Summer imperial dynasty said with a gloomy face. Ancient scriptures were stolen. Anyone's heart will not feel good. 100,000 fire. Want to eagerly pull out the people who stole the ancient scriptures. Now the two fire fight is the intention of the people in the dark. The void mirror emitted a radiant light, its body shaking and emitting burst after burst of immortal light into the void. The realm of the void, the shield imprinted void, can reflect some things from the past, but it is not absolute. Sure enough, the void almost boiled, and the air currents poured out to the sides like a sea ocean. Eventually a silhouette loomed in the void, powerful and incomparable. It's him, it's him! Chapter 48, A Leap Against the Heavens. An ancient sage from the great Xia imperial dynasty agitated at the sight of that person's figure, having seen a shadow that was so powerful that it was almost unbelievable. For a moment, several great powers gazed tightly at the shadowy figure in the air. Boom! The void mirror shook, and the underworld seemed to be stopped by some force. Ji Zijie spewed out a mouthful of blood, a shocked look spreading across his face. The silhouette in the sky immediately became blurry and eventually disappeared. That's a paragon emperor, deliberately erasing traces of himself. In order to forcibly restore it, it would only be possible with equal cultivation. Otherwise it would never be possible. The great sage of the Jiang clan spoke the truth that he had gained insight into. When it came down to it, a look of gravity flowed out of almost everyone's face. That was definitely an extremely powerful quasi-emperor. Before being able to possess such strength that even an imperial soldier would not be able to replicate it completely. There are only a few paragon emperors in the world right now. Just ask. Someone made a noise to ask the paragon on the Northern Dipper. And now on the Beidou star, there were indeed 2 quasi-emperors, both at the cultivation level of around 1 or 2 heavens, and some people went to confirm and inquire about it, and found that it was not the 2 of them. The ancient clan came out. 2 or 3 powerful existences came out in a chain of necks, led by a paramount emperor, reflecting the void with an ancient imperial soldier. It eventually reflected the 9-headed divine dragon lingering around him, and the sword intent was monstrous, like someone from the great Xia imperial dynasty. A group of people immediately broke through the air and descended on the great Xia imperial dynasty. erupting into a shocking battle. Directly the great summer imperial dynasty within the old ancestor to provoke out. Fong will be the matter to calm down, and ultimately ascertain that it was actually a misunderstanding. That person's tactics, so that people are laughing non-crying. This matter set off a big wave, disturbing the Beidou family into a mess, trying to find out the real culprit behind the scene, and ultimately nothing was done. Time flew by, and we came to 80 years later. Ji Zimo opened his eyes, and in his eyes, countless laws changed obscurely and mysteriously. It's time to break through and prove the emperor in one move. Ji Zimo stood up, his body's aura falling, calm as usual, like a mortal. The great ancestor came and looked at Ji Zimo almost startled. He was keenly aware of a supreme aura flowing from Ji Zimo's body, causing him, a quasi-emperor, to be alarmed. Truly reached that point, the great ancestor said with an agitated expression. Under the starry sky, Beginningless stood proudly at the top of the mountain peak, his cold eyes flashing, his figure magnificent. At this moment, he had returned to the Beidou and viewed the former site of Yao Qi, and his heart was filled with killing intent. I'm old. I'm useless. An old man in white clothes emerged behind him, the protector of the Tao from many years ago, at the moment very old. His back was a little stooped, a few bitter smiles on his face, dryly watching the years go by like a tidal wave. Elder Wei, Ji Zimo returned to come to Beidou long ago? Beginningless calmed down. He came back 80 years ago, and not long after he returned, he fell into seclusion. You don't know that a great event that shocked the Beidou happened 80 years ago. A mysterious person seized a dozen or so supreme scriptures, each of which was an ancient scripture left behind by emperors and emperors. Upon hearing this, Beginningless fell into silence. There was a sharp intuition that told him that this must be unrelated to Ji Zimo, but with so many great emperor ancient imperial texts, what exactly was he going to do? Reflecting the ages? For this great enemy, his heart flourished with wariness. Since you're back, let's fight. He had already reached the seventh heaven of a quasi-emperor and could leap against the heavens in a single bound. Beginningless cold eyes flashed as his gaze swept over the Ji clan, radiating a wisp of micro-potential. Boom! In an instant, the Ji clan's gates shook violently as the emperor formation was activated, rumbling and flashing with endless laws and divine radiance. This wisp of might could be directed at the Ji family, and although the other families felt it, the damage they received was not strong. Humph! Who dares to spread wildness in front of the Ji family's gate? The void mirror shone brightly, sensing the danger and truly reviving. For a moment, the entire Beidou trembled as an old quasi-emperor walked out, his aura covering the mountains and rivers. It caused countless people to look sideways and be shocked. Without a doubt, this was a matchup against the heavens, about the struggle between paramount emperors. A wisp of breath casually released was enough to cause thousands of stars to crumble. A few moments of surprise passed over Wusher's face. Ji Zimo didn't appear. This should never be. Could it be? Ji Zimo wasn't on the Beidou yet? Mythic battlefield. Beginningless looked at the void mirror that smashed in, and slammed his fist up, carrying the emperor's weapon with his flesh. Boom! An overwhelming explosion occurred here, and the deity inside the void mirror awakened violently, glowing with a shadow. It was an ordinary and great man, staring dead at the Beginningless. Beginningless looked at each other with cold eyes and killed again. The sky was almost shattered. In the end, the old paragon as well as the void mirror lost, and lost completely. Beginningless was only competing for the emperor's path, and did not lay four hands on this old quasi-imperial emperor, as well as the void mirror, but rather allowed him to leave. And his opponent was only one person named Ji Zimo, Beginningless, a man of great vigor. The old quasi-emperor was clearly a great ancestor, and as he looked at Beginningless, he couldn't help but be amazed in his heart by the other party's formidable strength. Ji Zimo had left the Ji family months ago, and the gate was smashed, causing him to take action. The ancient path of the stars. Ji Zimo stayed on the main star of Tian Lang, here to be precise a human head. That man is known in mythology as Tong Tian, and here he is called Lingbao Tianzuan. This ancient star was very prosperous and the living beings were extremely powerful. Back then, he passed by here and did not investigate it in detail. Instead, he was preoccupied with going to war with the Beginningless. He pushed on again, and now he possessed the strength of a supreme being. In a moment, however, he gained insight into the truth and tore through the void, traveling to a mysterious heaven and earth. The other side, a real place, not a fabrication or fantasy, is rumored to be inhabited by the gods. The sea of bitterness was pale and vast, and from time to time, it remembered stirring up amazing tides and emitting a shocking killing aura. Ji Zimo stood on the shore. The light had traveled through countless time and space and landed on that so-called god's domain. He wants to get the four swords of the immortal execution here. Before it was more than enough. Now it is physically and mentally. It is a good time to start. his figure immediately disappeared. God's domain. In the temple, a god of this era who dominated the divine realm sat on top of a high throne, sitting in meditation and practicing. The power of faith around him was almost on the verge of becoming extremely dense and terrifying. Suddenly, he felt his eyebrows wanting to crack and snapped his eyes open, suddenly seeing Zimo in the great hall smiling as he stared at him. Who is it? It's so terrifying. The god's heart jolted and his scalp tingled, almost on the verge of jumping out of his skin. It was too terrifying. This person in front of him made him not even think about making a move. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my treasure hall? Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, the god pulled himself together, the divine light on his body shining brightly, the power of faith surrounding him, as if he could have a few moments of security this way. Having traveled far to get here, I'll borrow your supreme weapon. Zimo spoke directly stating his intentions, with a tone that could not be refused. Impossible. The supreme divine artifact that I am in charge of will never be handed over to anyone. This one deity shouted, and at the same time, a formation diagram emerged. Chapter 49, The Supreme Being Awakens. Zimo smiled indifferently and stretched out a hand, and that one divine diagram was directly ingested by him. The god's eyes widened, and then Zimo slapped his palm down, directly shocking him to death. Spirit Treasure Heavenly Father's formation diagram. Subduing you will give you 4 killing swords that, when combined together, are invincible under the heavens. Zimo muttered. The formation diagram in front of him had not yet revived. Zimo searched for a place of seclusion and communicated with the deity within the formation diagram. Submit to me and serve me. No way. The deity within the divine diagram shouted. The divine diagram's divine light shone brightly as it fought with all its might, wanting to summon the 4 swords of the immortal Punisher to battle Zimo against the heavens. This place was isolated by divine lines, and although it was an imperial diagram, it was clearly unable to fight against Zimo. 3 months later, this figure submitted, and the god within it was refined and branded with Zimo's mark. Soon, 4 absolute killing swords cut through space and time, shuttling in and out, their light flashing as the 4 emperor soldiers gathered together in an absolute and heaven-defying manner. Zimo refined them one by one, claiming this first killing formation of the shadowed sky as his own. He was here in seclusion for enlightenment. He possessed the group word secret, and after obtaining this killing formation, he had undoubtedly reached an extremely deep level of understanding of formations. 20 years later Zimo walked out of the cave. A hiss shook the clouds, and for a moment, heavenly thunder rolled down, descending a boundless catastrophe. The heavenly tribulation was terrifying and immense, densely turning this place into a sea of thunder, exuding an aura that shocked an unknown number of starfields. At the same time, far away in the Beidou astral domain, Beginningless sensed a wisp of aura from the starry sky and violently opened his eyes, his figure immediately breaking through the air. Zimo looked at the sky, the densely packed thunder, and with one mouth, swallowed all of them into his stomach for melting. Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven. Zimo's eyes radiated a few moments of light as he turned his head and slowly gazed at a peerless figure descending. That was Beginningless, the peerless great emperor who was known as the one who contends at the end of the immortal path, the one who sees the beginningless Tao become empty. You've come this far too. Beginningless looked at Zimo quietly. The two sides met and fought on the emperor's path, each other being the strongest enemy on this path, causing each other to suffer many losses and staining the starry sky with blood. I'm going to take the ultimate leap. And rumor has it that before great Emperor Hun you took the ultimate leap, 8 or 9 challengers came. It just so happened that he stepped into the divine forbidden and cleaved everyone to death. He may not be the strongest, but he was born in response to fate and chosen by the heavens. Zimo smiled faintly. The sky was trembling. The second thunder tribulation was about to descend. He was going to cross successive tribulations, breaking everything and finally making the ultimate leap. I don't believe in heaven, let alone heaven's determination. Defeat you and I'll enter the Emperor realm. At this time, another heavenly tribulation landed. A heavenly tribulation that he had attracted from Beginningless, to fight Zimo in a fair battle. The final battle. He would become a great emperor between heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The heavens almost exploded as the heavenly tribulation of the quasi-emperor's 7th heavenly layer half stepped into the realm of the forbidden. No one had any concealment, and the thunderous light shocked the world, drawing everyone's attention. Someone in the current world is going to witness the Tao. On the road of the strongest trial, many people's gazes were attracted to this. As one powerful figure after another appeared in the void, there were heavenly demon bodies and sacred bodies, and they were silent as they recognized one of the figures. Gu Tiande, Xia Longyin, and the others also saw Zimo's figure, not realizing that he had gone this far. The heavenly tribulation stirred, the absolute great tribulation, attracting attention, and those in the northern dipper, also watched from afar. The white-haired old man, with a stooped figure, looked at the figure in the sky and suddenly burst into tears. He looked in the direction of Yao Qi and muttered, "Protecting the way for your son, and now it's finally the right thing to do." In the middle of the Ji clan, the great ancestor looked up at the sky and saw that figure with a shocked expression. In the forbidden area, a supreme being had already awakened, and the wisp of breath that flowed out inadvertently caused the heavens and earth to shake tremendously. A pair of eyes swept through the world. Where the gaze passed, it was like a mountainous pressure pressing on the hearts of the crowd, and only after the gaze swept through did those people breathe a sigh of relief. The supreme being awakens. Those who have become Taoists have had to face this hurdle since ancient times. If they pass it, they become successful. But if they don't, they die. In particular, the 3-month period after the emperor's tribulation could definitely be called a period of death. Ji Zimo and Beginningless exchanged blows, mixing with the roiling heavenly tribulation. The world shook, breaking space and invincible to everything. Soon, the heavenly tribulation of the 7th sky of the quasi-emperor passed, and the heavenly tribulation of the 8th sky of the quasi-emperor arrived quietly. The heavenly tribulation filled the sky, and 2 huge grinding wheels appeared, on which quite a few figures flickered. The will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, with divine might that covered the world. The 2 looked at each other and rushed up into the sky, fighting against the silhouette in the millstone. Ji Zimo rose up against the sky, his fist ruthlessly colliding with the silhouette, and for a time, both were bloody, with white bones and flesh flying around. It's really strong enough, with flesh and blood. Is it really going against the heavens? But you guys will definitely lose. This is nothing more than a miracle under the heavenly tribulation forest. Ji Zimo drank loudly, his entire body's pores stretching, his body dripping with immortal radiance. The heavenly emperor's seal rushed up to the sky, instantly condensing an aura that terrified the world. The 9 rays of light that emerged from his body shattered the void for a time, and in front and behind him, 9 rays of light swirled around him, shattering everything. A strong mess. The 9 secrets of heaven and earth. The ultimate strike. On the other side, Beginningless body shook tremendously. The silhouette on that millstone made him feel bad as well. Blood flying across the room, bones and blood crumbling. He carved out an emperor pattern on his left hand, carving out a time, and on his right hand, he also carved out an emperor pattern of between, shattering the heavens and the earth, with the feeling of a long river of years rushing away. And near him time was messy, the years blurred, as if in a chaos where everything ceased to exist and was completely turned upside down. The chaos bell appeared behind him as he made a seal with his left hand and drew a circle with his right hand, shaking the earth with one hand for time and the other for space. This caused the supreme beings watching in the forbidden zone to change their faces. These 2 people were too terrifying. The heavenly pride surrounded by those 9 clusters of light gave off a destructive aura that subverted the heavens, and Beginningless had time in his left hand and space in his right, a fusion of time and space that was stunning to the extreme. Possessing infinite greatness, this secret art would not be worse than the 9 secrets when pushed on. This place was shrouded in divine light, chaos filled the air, and heaven and earth were reorganized, isolating almost everyone in the world except for the supreme being. Click, click, with the sound of 2 voices, the 2 gigantic extermination grinding discs directly collapsed. The heavenly emperor's seal emitted an ethereal blue light, crazily devouring the fragments of the world destruction grinding wheel, causing the heavenly emperor seal to become even more terrifying. The terrifying great catastrophe that condensed into a world-destroying great mill. The party that fought with the 2 was the will of the great Tao, which was shattered by the divine abilities that each of the 2 exerted. Beginningless opened his mouth and sucked in. The thunder in the heavens and earth was swallowed down by him and melted into immortal essence without wasting the slightest bit of power. Ji Zimo similarly did the same, wolfing down all the essence of this heaven and earth to replenish his physique. In a flash, the 2 displayed a strong appearance, and even the supreme being frowned a bit. It was too powerful, crossing the heavenly tribulation of the 8 heavens. Which one of them didn't die 9 deaths? And yet these 2 could easily break it. Chapter 50, being the first to become an emperor. Boom! A loud bang came out. The great tribulation in the sky descended, breaking through the sea of thunder, and the power of a higher level of tribulation unfolded, using chaos as a base to open the great tribulation against the heavens once again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the restricted area, several eyes exploded, staring at the 2. One should know that the several heavenly tribulations before becoming an emperor were even more difficult to get through, requiring 1 step at a time, swimming against the current, rather than reaching the sky in 1 step. Since ancient times, it had never been heard of anyone crossing 3 consecutive steps in 1 step. This was simply going against the heavens. And not only did the 2 people in front of them actually do it, they were preparing to harden themselves against the heavenly tribulation, almost causing several supreme beings to suddenly have palpitations. A sense of crisis surged through them, A strong feeling telling them that something would go terribly wrong if this went on. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, an overwhelming thunderbolt struck down, penetrating through all of the 8 heavens' heavenly tribulation. It was as if the light of heaven had reappeared and shattered everything. The sight is astounding. The 9 heavens' great catastrophe of the Gaijin was truly annihilating, with radiant stars shining in the heavens and earth, and thunderous light sweeping through the world. The heavens exploded and everything was damaged. Even if he was as strong as beginningless, he was nearly torn apart by a single strike, and just a single strike left him a bloody mess. When Zimo also faced this huge disaster, a lot of places appeared with white bones. Even if there are ancient people who have come this far, I'm afraid that they will have to die on the spot. And where will they get favorable treatment from heaven on the day they go against the heavens? The secret of the word of the one operated crazily, instantly restoring him to his original state, easily surviving this terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, this was merely a foreplay, and in the middle of heaven and earth, a ray of immortal light surged forth. A large rain of light flew down, and Zimo's entire body glowed. And now that the heavenly tribulation of the two of them had merged into one, it had become infinitely terrifying. The great Tao rumbled, and the heavens and earth shook. Kill. After crossing a small section of the lightning tribulation, the two once again fought together, with all sorts of world-defying divine techniques bombarding the space here. Blood flew horizontally and bones splattered, mixed with overwhelming immortal light. This action also finally made the supreme beings in the forbidden area breathe a sigh of relief. If the two really joined forces to become emperors, the two would be enough to overwhelm the forbidden zone. Zimo's black hair danced wildly, like a demonic god. His divine might was overwhelming and uncontestable, and behind him, a huge Taiji diagram emerged and merged with him, and heaven and earth roared. A terrifying figure also emerged behind the beginningless, and that figure stood in the midst of the chaos, overwhelming and heaven-defying, like a true immortal king of immortality, cloaking the 9 heavens and being invincible. Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm clicked. The secret of the word of the person flowed. His arm reattached. His face filled with wariness. The immortal kings behind beginningless roared furiously, fighting fiercely, their blood and bones breaking apart. Bang! The two of them once again faced each other with a palm. And here the sky crumbled. Ghosts cried and wailed, and all sorts of shadows flashed out, all of which were human masters that existed in the ancient times, breaking the space of time and allowing those people to reappear briefly. The narrow road is brave. Zimo's body appeared speckled with blood, white bones, blood spirit power. 2 legs were instantly chopped off again, and beginningless wasn't any better like this. His entire body was torn apart in its entirety, and then immortal light flowed and continuously reorganized. The two men's weapons were also constantly battling in mid-air. The sound of clanging spread throughout the world, various immortal lights dueling and true bodies colliding, strong to the extreme. The two frantically fought, but each had their own reservations, and there were layers of forbidden means stored in their hands, as they had not reached the final step. The two killed with extreme madness, enough to chill those supreme beings, letting them know that if they dared to come and block their path to enlightenment, they would definitely be buried in this starry sky. Boom boom boom. 9 Taoist temples appeared in the sky, grandiose and incomparable, as if they were in a different time and space, and then stacked one on top of the other. A heavenly court also gradually emerged, with a pale emperor's shadow and a majestic aura that covered the 9 heavens and suppressed the world. The mythical ancient heavenly court appeared. The two immediately separated, one rushing up to the heavenly court and the other striking at the Taoist temple. That savior represented the 9 heavenly dignitaries of the ancient times, a manifestation of the 9 secrets developed to the extreme, each of them being at their peak moment, terrifying to the extreme, even more terrifying than the great emperors. Zimo stepped into a Taoist temple. A Taoist man's brow glowed greatly, and his yuan shin emitted immortal light that was immortal, rolling over and over, chopping the sky and destroying the earth. This is the former word secret, incomparably terrifying. A single thought can reach the other shore, chopping up the stars and rivers, chopping up the gods and seizing the soul, and cannot be defended against. This was one of the 9 great heavenly dignitaries of the past, and Zimo mixed with him, constantly perfecting his own pre-word secret while also copying it, vowing to copy this immortal dignitary. Zimo does not retreat and mixes with him, and at this time there is no need to step into the divine ban, because as far as the heavenly tribulation is concerned, the stronger he is, the stronger the other side is. He's testing his own Tao fruit. The supreme beings in the forbidden area frowned, which meant that Zimo was even stronger than they had imagined. But where did they ever know that Zimo was copying the 9 heavenly kings? The 9 heavenly dawns were extremely terrifying, with various immortal laws striking, covering the heavens and the earth, and ultimately the 9 secrets were united, striking a forbidden strike. Zimo had been hit several times and nearly broken. On the other hand, the five elements Tao Palace was glowing, invoking the sea of bitterness. Heaven and earth transformed into the four poles, and a large dragon on the back spine raised its head, hooking up the blood chi rushing to the sky and rushing straight to the immortal terrace. Beginningless was trying to break into the realm of the great emperors, running through the immortal terrace, and taking a direct step into the realm. Countless laws flowed and runes emerged as he continued to learn and perfect himself in the battle with his enemy. And once this calamity passed, he transformed into an emperor. The innate saint body Tao birth. The Tao texts were infinite, and all kinds of Dharma phases competed to present themselves, resonating with heaven and earth. For a moment, the supreme beings in the forbidden zone couldn't sit still. This was a desire to become an emperor. The supreme beings in the forbidden zone changed their faces. Zimo also detected the changes in Rushur, the sea of bitterness, the Tao Palace, the four poles, the dragon transformation, and the immortal stage, emanating a terrifyingly radiant light. For a time, always the scriptures flowed on their own, and the figures of those people emerged, standing in the nine heavens. Boom boom boom. The universe was trembling as the two supreme beings were fighting for the heavenly heart seal, and the heavens could barely withstand it and nearly collapsed apart. The nine heavenly sovereigns struck with a joint strike, the ultimate move of the nine secrets, the supreme mysteries on display. The nine heavenly dignitaries, invincible in the heavens and on the earth, struck the ultimate blow once again at this moment, ruthlessly striking his body, almost causing his body to shatter apart. The emperor's shadows of the heavens emerged behind him, holding out for him through this difficult time. Boom boom. Beginningless killed. Both of them were battling. Both of them were supreme figures of the ages. And once one of them became an emperor, it will surely block the path to the rear. And it is also possible that both will become emperors. This place, Beginningless chose very well, unable to show the number secret. Otherwise the nine great heavenly beings would also show the corresponding number secret. Also unable to cast the divine prohibition. Otherwise also more suffer from the calamity. Zimo coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. His body was broken in pieces, and there was no doubt that this advance had failed. The Void Emperor appeared, holding the Void Ancient Mirror to deal with the nine great celestial emperors, which wasn't real. It was just a branding, and it was the strongest branding in Zimo's hands. Boom! The figures of the nine heavenly dignitaries appeared, and Zimo managed to copy the nine heavenly dignitaries, joining hands to target Beginningless. Beginningless had obviously not anticipated this situation, and in a moment, Beginningless was also shattered. His chi and blood dissipated, and his advance failed. Chapter 51, Suffering a Serious Injury. The two of them fought in the Thunderbolt and eventually fought directly to the Heavenly Palace. In the palace residence of the Holy Emperor of Battle. The Holy Emperor of Battle emanated golden light, cloaking the nine heavens. His aura was intense and overwhelmingly invincible. Zimo fought a great battle while copying a fighting Saint Emperor to fight with the Beginningless Jedi. In the end, the Battle Saint Emperor's stick shattered, and the two fought their way out of this heaven and earth. Beginningless was the birth of the innate saint body Tao, and it was only at this moment that he truly displayed his overwhelmingly terrifying strength. Even if the nine great heavenly beings were to join forces, it was also hardened by him, crumbling a few of them. Of course, in the end, it was only Zimo's own brand, otherwise it would never have shattered so easily. The desolate pagoda shook the world as if the immortal realm had reappeared, and the surrounding thunder resisted the attack as a great emperor emerged, terrifying to the extreme. Immortal bells emerged, and the sound of the bells was long and vibrated through the ages. Zimo dueled with Beginningless, dueling Beginningless with one hand and fighting against the heavenly tribulation with the other, imitating the emperor's shadows of the heavens, which was truly powerful to the extreme, causing the heavens and earth to be moved. This point caused his consumption to increase dramatically, and he had no choice but to collapse a few of his shadows, otherwise he would have consumed himself to death. The two fought their way into a palace once again. A woman of great splendor with a mask on her face, laughing instead of smiling, crying instead of weeping. It was none other than the ruthless emperor. The power of the flying immortal illuminated this ancient hall, and that attack was overwhelmingly heaven-defying, on the verge of blowing the two apart, and both of them detected the light flowing from this empress, not as if she was dead like those emperor shadows, but a vivid existence. Beginningless heart shook. The rumors of this empress in the outside world had never stopped since ancient times, and it seemed that she was really living in this world. The empress was too heaven-defying, and at this stage, she was almost close to fusing into a chaotic body, and Zimo had just copied it, and nearly suffered a devastating blow. The empress, against all odds, would never allow anyone to trample on top of her, much less allow herself to act as a punching bag. After recognizing the situation, Zimo decisively left. This is among the heavenly robberies. G Zimo has almost reached the extreme. The role of the divine prohibition to this realm is minimal, while the most effective is the secret of all words. Boom! The brand of the Void Emperor was crumbled by Beginningless, killing nakedly, disregarding everything in the outside world. G Zimo also charged and killed. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. Even their blood was boiling, and in the end, even their chi and blood were about to steam dry. Eventually, once again, he struck into an ancient hall, and just as he stepped into it, the sound of the heavenly Tao rumbled, as if it were the sound of the sacrifices of the children of the mythological period. A figure appeared with a phoenix wrapped around his body. It was the immortal heavenly emperor, and his traces were exactly the same as the female emperors. Alive and well. Beginningless didn't know if the immortal emperor was still alive or not, but he could see the end of it. The odds were that he was. The three of them engaged in a stunning duel. G Zimo gritted his teeth and insisted on copying his mark, and this time he succeeded. G Zimo dueled the real immortal emperor, while the one he branded dueled Beginningless. The four of them struck out the Gaijin immortal light, and suddenly, G Zimo felt that the immortal heavenly emperor in front of him flashed a few disdainful colors in his eyes, and his heart snapped. In an instant, an overwhelming killing blow exploded in front of him. It was the ultimate secret art of the 9 secrets in unity. G Zimo's scalp went numb as he struck out and blocked it. A strange change occurred. At this time, the immortal heavenly emperor, who had been copied by him, grasped the immortal heavenly blade and struck hard at his immortal platform. G Zimo was unprepared, and immediately suffered a heavy blow. His body directly exploded into a bloody storm. Sensing that it was not good, Beginningless slapped out a divine palm, enveloping all of the 2 immortal heavenly emperors, fighting 1 against 2, getting more and more fierce and soaring. G Zimo's figure reappeared, having suffered a heavy blow, and his immortal platform shattered. He froze, and his figure shifted, flashing out 9 G Zimo in a flash, truly striking out with all his might. For a moment, G Zimo completely used his full strength and no longer held back. Boom! The sky rioted, chaos emanated, and the 9 G Zimo frantically killed the immortal heavenly emperor for a moment. All sorts of divine lights flew, and several emperor shadows appeared behind them. Beginningless retreated to the side, and in just a moment, he gained insight into the truth before sighing and taking this opportunity to forcefully transmigrate. His body crackled as the 4 poles shimmered with radiant immortal light, evoking the chanting of the 5 palace deities within him. Echoing the bitter Sea Dao Palace, a large dragon behind it rose up into the sky and went straight into the immortal terrace. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and thunder surged wildly as he fought to strike, half of his body stepping into the emperor's way, about to become a heavenly emperor who would overwhelm the heavens and cover the earth. G Zimo glanced back at Wu Shi, his eyes filled with unwillingness, his head dancing wildly, the chaos aura enveloping his body, like an immortal demon god. The other G Zimo did the same, exuding their own extreme divine might. The power of the 9 of them covered the sky and the earth, directly blowing up the 2 immortal heavenly emperors in front of them. I am not to blame for the unreasonable behavior of the harpies. At the last moment, a voice lingered in G Zimo's ears as the immortal emperor was blown away, almost on the verge of infuriating him to the point of insanity. He wanted to make a copy of the immortal emperor, but he was detected by the immortal emperor and undermined him behind his back. And now that the immortal terrace was ruptured, this kind of injury would require a period of recovery and would not allow him to contend for the emperor's throne. G Zimo's face was dark, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even though he had the strength to become an emperor, half-stepping into the realm of a great emperor. However, I did not expect such a change, and now I am afraid that if I forcefully cross the threshold, I will be reduced to pieces. He took a deep breath, and the 9 silhouettes behind him dispersed, no longer caring about Beginningless. Just after breaking through one imperial palace after another, there is no hope of becoming an emperor, and now is the time to strengthen oneself. Beginningless looked at G Zimo's departing back and breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure G Zimo gave him was enormous. His lifelong enemy from the road. The 2 of them didn't have any major beefs, just the path to becoming an emperor and fighting for the position of an emperor. If not so, the 2 became close friends. Under the words, G Zimo clearly gave up and let him become an emperor. What? What kind of change has happened? The supreme beings in the Forbidden Land were startled, not having seen the scene in the Great Hall, but seeing that right now, G Zimo had almost given up on the fight for the emperor's throne. What exactly had changed? Even supreme beings were extremely curious. Boom! The great Tao tribulation descended, the divine rules flashed, and the lightning rioted, almost destroying the heavens and completely collapsing the earth. There were billions of thunderbolts, striking the universe at the edge directly into ruins. It's horrible. Is this still human? Some people are extremely shocked. That's Beginningless. Where is G Zimo? Has it already failed? Someone sighed softly. Beginningless was against the heavens and covered the world. His figure was magnificent. He fought hard and blasted his way up to the heavens in the midst of the thunderbolt, his body's immortal radiance emanating out. At the same time, an incredible scene took place. The 10,000 ways of heaven and earth were actually scrambling to merge with the beginningless emperor and help him become an emperor. And the light was so bright and brilliant that it almost made one's hair stand on end. Surprisingly, it's this kind of physique, the supreme beings in the forbidden zone murmured, and no one dared to make a move easily. Zimo couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. This is not a calamity. It is clearly that the heavens have all allowed it to become the way, and it has received the love of the heavens, not that Yi Fan, that 2/5 boy, who breaks the 10,000 paths with his own strength in order to become an emperor. Chapter 52 The Brilliant World. Beginningless had become an emperor, at the peak of his powers, completely taking the universe by storm and sweeping across the four wastelands. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Geishur aura surged, and the power of the ancient supremacy came to suppress it like an ocean, stern and rigid, wanting to kill all the paths of heaven and earth. At the moment of becoming an emperor, some supreme beings couldn't resist striking out, wanting to test the reality of Beginningless. Beginningless stood still in the starry sky, his body glowing with divine light behind him, and before that attack could reach Beginningless' body, it had already crumbled inch by inch and turned into a wisp of wind. Harmless, innate sacred body Tao fetus. Surprisingly, this kind of physique is not weaker than the chaotic body. In the middle of the forbidden area. I don't know who said such a sentence, causing almost all the supreme beings to fall into silence. This was undoubtedly a chaotic body becoming emperor, terrifying to the extreme. Yet it did not end there. As the beginning descended before the forbidden zone of life, taking one step in and returning to the trace, finding that one supreme being who had struck out, he stomped hard on the place where he was sleeping. For a moment that supreme being was furious, and an overwhelming killing fury was displayed. As a result, he was thrown onto the mythic battlefield by the Beginningless, slapping down with two palms and directly killing them as if they were destroying the world, causing the supreme being to be completely emboldened and silenced without uttering a single word. Zimo sat on the deserted planet and watched it all with a cold smile. Those people simply don't know any better and don't know how to die. At the same time a steady stream of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The immortal heavenly emperor had beaten his immortal terrace almost to pieces. This was about the origin of becoming an emperor, and all of a sudden, his hopes were cut short. This Liang was knotted. However, he was not qualified right now to stand in front of the immortal heavenly emperor, the other party's absolute battle. It's just a little hard to do with this injury. Later in the day, Yi Fan's immortal platform was damaged and he nearly died. With a lifespan of only a few years, he had taken the holy fruit that came down from the 9-myriad immortal tree, making up for his own immortal terrace Tao marks. There was another person with a shattered immortal terrace named Gai Zhou. In the days when the Qing emperor was not dead, a few times he crossed the tribulation, wanting to become an emperor against the sky. He suffered a serious injury of the great Tao. His immortal platform was shattered, and his cultivation retreated to the peak of the great sage. As for him, Zimo, he was also facing this dilemma. His current cultivation level was the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor, half a foot into the emperor realm. But it was also precarious, and those supreme beings in the Forbidden Land saw his true condition at this moment, and were relieved, no longer striking out to target him. The two supreme Gaijin had undoubtedly added a huge mountain to their hearts, and now one person's immortal terrace had crumbled to such a state. Time was running out, and the only way to survive was to cut off his cultivation, which was hardly a threat, which was the only good news. Beginningless came and stood in front of Zimo, gazing at Zimo, the opponent who had made him feel the most arduous along the way, not knowing how much blood and bones he had lost. Ha ha ha, is the great emperor looking at my jokes as well? In the end, he struck out an overwhelming immortal light that fell into Zimo's immortal terrace, which turned out to be useless as the immortal light directly overflowed and dispersed. Beginningless sighed. The hero fell, a supreme heavenly pride. If he hadn't suffered such a great injury, he would definitely be able to become an emperor, become one of those people who were the most powerful throughout the ages. But now, he shook his head. I have something to say to you. Zimo spoke calmly, snapping a finger. A large formation instantly wrapped this place, isolating it from the prying eyes of the world. Beginningless was silent and speechless, listening in silence. The immortal emperor didn't die. He has been alive all along. I gained insight into his technique, bathing in the blood of the emperor and being reborn in fire. Despite suspecting that the immortal emperor was not dead, he was relieved to hear Zimo's pleading voice and finally understood. But upon hearing that bathing in emperor's blood and being reborn from the fire, with the cold light in his eyes, he was almost on the verge of piercing through this heaven and earth. I already know. Thanks for telling me. Beginningless was about to turn around and leave, only to be called back once again. Since you have become an emperor, I will copy your emperor's shadow. Beginningless' face darkened at the words, then loosened his frown a moment later, then hardened as he watched an emperor's shadow being coalesced in front of him. No harm done. Beginningless reached out and flicked his hand, and two divine radiance fell into it, making that beginning seem to come to life as if he were alive, with divine splendor flowing in his gaze. For a moment, Beginningless knew some of the answers, and his lips parted lightly. Emperor, alive! Zimo quickly responded to him. In the glorious great world, celestial pride came forth, with the heavenly demon body in the front, and the saint body in the back. Even the Xiaolongyin that had been sealed by the ancient times had come out, and the great world struggle had finally come to an end after the fierce strife between the two. Beginningless had become an emperor, extremely powerful, invincible in the universe, defying the party, walking in the forbidden zone. The supreme being dared not speak, and about the so-called dark turmoil disappeared without a trace. The world rejoiced that there was such a powerful being suppressing the world, and the world was at peace. People will always remember the splendor of the winners, but they don't know the sadness of the losers. Zimo returned to the G clan. His immortal terrace was nearly shattered, and his state was extremely poor at this point. The great ancestor looked at Zimo worriedly, and he couldn't intervene even when things had developed to this point. No matter, it's just a minor injury. After I recuperate for a while, I'll be able to recover to my peak. Zimo took out his own weapon, the Heavenly Emperor seal, and handed it over to someone in the family for safekeeping. This divine seal, although it was not even remotely close to a true Emperor soldier, it was definitely not weaker than an Emperor soldier, and there was also a killer weapon within it, a shadow of his Emperor. The great ancestor took the Heavenly Emperor seal, and even inexplicably felt heartbroken. Such a great calamity, when it is really the sky does not love the G family. But Zimo didn't care about that much anymore. The immortal terrace shattered, disrupting almost all of his plans, but it wasn't without remedies. The only remedy, that of the immortality pill, would undoubtedly waste a lifetime, tens of thousands of years of his life, and so he decided to close his mind to comprehend the Xian Dharma. 1,000 years have passed, the sky was quiet, and only on that road of the strongest trial was there still a fight. On this day, a woman who called herself Zimo brought a green ox and piloted a huge battleship, stopping in front of the G family's gate. This woman possessed the cultivation of a sage king, and the bull behind her, which also had the cultivation of a sage king, claimed to be Zimo's friend who wanted to meet him. As a result, it was strictly rejected by the current family head, Jie. In the end, the woman took the green ox and once again piloted the battleship away. 5,000 years later, boom! The gates of the G clan shook once again, and a brilliant immortal light rested in front of the G clan's main gate, which was an invitation with only one word for war on it, with a surging battle intent that shocked the heavens and moved the earth. In the outer heaven battlefield, a figure stood proudly with incomparable Xian Hao in his gaze. That person's name is Battle Sky. He once wanted to follow the young emperor on the path of the strongest trial, and after being harshly rejected instead, it galvanized the fighting spirit in his heart, and he's now a terrifying quasi-emperor. That's why it's important not to give up at any time, and at the end of the day, how will you know if you're a hero, or a bear? On a high mountain on the ground, a great sage said to his young grandson, "Grandpa, battle heaven is so powerful, the hero in my heart, but who is the young emperor?" Sincere words lingered in the ears of this great saint. As a great saint, his expression lurched as he felt the vicissitudes of the years for a moment and finally sighed. Chapter 53, Running Amok, 3 Shifts. Young Emperor, it's a supreme powerhouse, alongside the beginningless emperor, but in the end that battle, he lost. The little guy frowned. Beginningless great emperor. Grandpa is always talking to me about the beginningless emperor. I want to be like the beginning emperor in the future, so that you can mention my name every day and extol my true name. Ha ha ha. This great saint had tears in his eyes from laughing, and his tone was full of vicissitudes, grief and helplessness. He thought so at first. A gust of wind blew and shook away his long hair. It was the divine body of the Zhang family. Good. Then Grandpa trusts you. The setting sun spilled down on the earth, and the divine body of the Zhang clan looked at the sun dropping to the west, its white hair flying, and laughed freely. When he was young, he had been defeated by the two absolute heavenly prides and successively, and later he tried to catch up all the way. Even reaching the path of the strongest human trial, he was still unable to catch up with the backs of the two, like Tarzan, never able to reach them. And now, the heroes are late, while new ones are growing. He took the child's hand and gazed up into the sky. More than 5,000 years have passed, and the world wants to know if you are still alive or not. Warrior heaven was glittering with divine light, that oath from back then, and now came to dialogue. He had already reached the seventh heaven of a quasi-emperor, and it was already enough to face an immortal terror-shattered supreme heavenly pride. Staring closely at the G clan's ancient door, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Once I was willing to follow you and was rejected by you, and now that I have grown to such an extent, I wonder if you have ever regretted it. I have come today for no other reason than to prove myself. He wanted to personally defeat that heavenly pride who had once looked down on him, so that he could open his eyes and see how far he had grown nowadays. The young emperor is in seclusion again, unable to answer the battle. Please come back after you're out of seclusion. A great saint of the G clan stepped forward and replied, I'll give you 100 years. If G Zimo doesn't come out after 100 years, I'll personally hit the door. Warrior Sky was spirited and made a 100-year promise. Boom! The sky shattered as a crystal and white bone great rod struck over, shattering heaven and earth with its might and shaking the entire starfield. Warrior Sky frowned, sensing the danger. His figure avoided far away. A primitive savage appeared, his upper body naked, his lower body clad in a manifest animal skin, carrying a white bone great stick in his hand, his head cloaked, emanating in overwhelming imperial might. Dongfang Tai, I've never messed with you. Why are you striking out at me? Warrior Sky inquired in a stern voice. The young emperor has a favor with me. This calamity, I'll take it for him. As soon as the words fell, behind Dongfang Tai, two overwhelming rays of light illuminated the heavens and the earth, one side being the hardest to the sun, and the other being the coldest to the yin. I can't believe it's him. Many people exclaimed out in shock. This human demon elder, who had been famous in the ancient times, was even more famous 5,000 years ago. By now, the Taiyan Sun divine skill was greatly accomplished, the divine power was overwhelming, and he himself had reached the quasi-emperor realm, so powerful that it was unbelievable. Rumble! The great battle between the two unfolded on the mythic battlefield, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, and a random wisp of breath exuding from them was enough to cause thousands of great saints to crumble. There is an insurmountable gulf between the two and they cannot be compared. At the same time, at the edge of the universe, the greatest heavenly demon body once again challenged beginningless, and lost miserably without the slightest suspense between the blood flying across the ground. How strong is that young emperor? The heavenly demon body inquired. The strongest enemy. You're no match for him. Beginningless shook his head and left. The heavenly demon body raised its voice to the sky, and the sound shook the 9 heavens. I'd rather fight the great completion sacred body than the beginningless young emperor. The war between the two of them in the mythological battlefield came to an end, and after fighting for a day and a night, Battle Heaven eventually returned with a crushing defeat. G Zimo was in the Forbidden Land, but he had also finally awakened. The laws in his eyes flickered, terrifying to the extreme. The void boiled, and the supreme beings in the forbidden area were violently startled, sweeping over with a glance, the absolute great formation blocking them, unable to peek. It's at the end of the line. Any further delay will never cure it. It's time. G Zimo took out a white tiger immortality pill and swallowed it. For a moment, he was covered in golden light. His skin was crystal clear, and every inch of his blood surged with divine radiance and spat out divine sunlight. Between heaven and earth, there appeared all the emperors of the heavens, chanting the scriptures in unison. 50 years later, the aura on G Zimo's body reached the extreme. His gaze was like a torch as he looked straight into the sky. The heavenly heart seal there rumbled, and the 10,000 ways fused into one. And even in terms of his current strength, he simply couldn't cross over a large realm to defeat the beginningless. Shaking his head, he took a step out, and the first thing he saw after exiting the Forbidden Land was the old ancestor. After so many years, the old ancestor was still at the peak of the great sage, and his strength hadn't progressed a single bit. Great saints and associate emperors are separated by a heavenly barrier. Some can easily cross it with only 100 years of accumulation, and some cannot cross it even in a lifetime. And this is the brutal truth. No matter what great emperor you pass into, the great ancestor died 3,000 years ago, and his only regret was that he never saw you come out of the gate. The old ancestor was filled with smiles, and the current G Zimo was at the peak of his condition, unable to see any half damage. Then the two of them chatted a lot. G Zimo's father as well as that one younger brother G Zifeng also passed away 2,000 years ago in succession. Father's cultivation was low and he could live for more than 3,000 years, and there was no telling how much the family had already given. And his brother, G Zifeng, was strangled in the stars because he was too wild. G Zimo sighed. The past is with the wind. Thousands of years of time, he was focused on cultivation on, and now that his cultivation had reached great success, he had practiced the proverbial secret to its peak. Although one could no longer approach the divine ban, one could still approach the emperor realm. It's kind of an alternative to becoming an emperor. Shortly afterward, G Zimo left. The current generation of the G family's head, was already a descendant. All the Holy Land Holy Lords of the Beidou were changed once every 500 years, and the Ji family was no exception. Ji Zijia had already reached middle age, and now he looked as divine as jade, like a party overlord. Ha ha ha. The two sat down and talked for a long time, and over the course of those 5,000 years, he fell in love with a girl that was engaged in great power. He was ultimately impressed by his sincerity, but the emperor clan behind the other party disagreed. Why don't I go matchmaking for you? The corner of Ji Zimo's mouth hung up a few smiles. If he went forward to matchmaking, I'm afraid that there are not many people in the whole world who can refuse. Even if they want to refuse, do they dare? No need. That person has already married. I don't want to bother her either. Man, how can you not have some regrets? Ji Zijia said with intentional emotion. Remember that guy Xiaolongyin? Ji Zijia asked. Ji Zimo frowned, remembering what happened thousands of years ago. Naturally, I remember that he was too weak back then, and then he became too lazy to kill him when he came up. He smiled, remembering the Xiaolongyin back then, as well as Gu Tianda. He's dead. He was beheaded by the ancient Moon Dynasty's Gu Feng himself. Even the Jiuli Dynasty's Grand Imperial Prince didn't manage to escape from his men. This Gu Feng now is already a quasi-emperor, mighty and invincible in the world. Even those few imperial dynasties don't dare to provoke him. Gu Feng, back then, I did underestimate him. To be able to hold back so ruthlessly is also considered a character. Chapter 54. Do you know why he died? Ji Zijia began to sell a story. I'm not that old celestial master who can count, so how would I know? He wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor realm and laid his hands on Princess Liuli, who preferred to die rather than obey. At this time, Gu Feng came to rescue him, and with endless unwillingness, he pinched Princess Liuli to death, enraging Gu Feng and directly causing him to go mad and unleash a massacre on several saints of the imperial dynasty. Speaking of that Princess Liuli, Ji Zimo's complexion was stunned as her appearance came to mind, and he couldn't help but smile blandly, and now he realized that the years had passed. Also finally be able to understand the generations since the great emperor ancient emperor. There are not so many relatives around the loneliness, the same era without a few. Let a person inexplicably sentimental. During the years you were in seclusion, there was also a woman who found you, named Chu Zimo, with a green ox behind her. She wanted to meet you. You were at a critical moment in your seclusion, and was refused by me. Ji Zimo sighed slowly, talked with Ji Zijia for a while, and turned to leave. He took a step into the void, lifting the world and a former enemy, beginningless. With a single step across, he arrived at the eternal star region, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that Chu Zimo. At this time, he was sleeping within the divine origin, and there was a green ox next to him. Ji Zimo collected the two of them before stepping into the starry sky. He heard many rumors along the way. Back then, Gu Yunda, who was carrying the legacy of the chaotic ancient emperor, also died. He was arrogant to the extreme during this period of time, and even Ji Zimo dared to take the initiative to trace back, wanting to give him a blow while he was in seclusion. He ended up, somehow, invoking the heavenly demon body, and then tragedy struck. As he looked back, he was surprised to see a hegemonic body in his path. This life's hegemonic body came out late and was unable to compete with the sacred body. Along the way he made his way to the extreme realm and once again ran into the old human demon master from back then. He knew about the battle between elder human demon and battle heaven several years ago. You don't belong to this era and were released by me in advance. Now that the beginningless emperor has suppressed the world, there won't be any dark turmoil. So avoid this world with me. Ji Zimo kindly reminded. Fight me. The human demon elder's battle intent surged, wanting to fight Ji Zimo. The result was predictable. The two of them fought for 300 rounds in the starry sky before they were slapped over by the human demon elder and sealed away in the divine origin. For the first 299 rounds, I'll let you have it. Ji Zimo laughed and turned to leave. At the end of this ancient path, he unexpectedly saw the great completion sacred body. The two people stared at each other in the void, without speaking, and came up to start an overwhelming collision. 2 moves later, the great success saint body was slapped to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of its mouth. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Ji Zimo. You really are against the heavens, not having the name of a great emperor, but having the strength of a great emperor. More than that, Ji Zimo shook his head. Even though he couldn't with beginningless, if he really had to fight, beginningless would have to be terrified to see him. Come with me. There is the beginningless in this world. Where is the need for you to suppress the dark turmoil in the world? Seal up all your friends and family and leave with me. In the end, the great success sacred body nodded its head. 20 years later, Ji Zimo glanced at beginningless from afar and turned around to the Taichu ancient mine. What do you intend to do when you come here? The supreme beings in the restricted area looked at the figure and instantly became alert. This was a ruthless person who was able to fight against beginningless. Once he couldn't survive, he looked for them in the forbidden zone to have a firefight. And no one would know how many people would die in the fight. And no supreme being dared to guarantee that he would return alive. They were all scandalized to the core, and inquired warily. They didn't realize that Zimo had already healed the wound of the great Tao long ago and wouldn't fight them to the death. Ignoring the supreme beings in the forbidden area, Zimo directly stepped in. His pace was marvelous. These ancient emperor formations were of no use to him and couldn't stop him. The supreme beings here were tense to the extreme, poised and ready for a shocking battle. In the end, Zimo took away 5 or 6 pieces, which were like small mountains of primordial lifestones, calling them immortal sources, and turned around to leave. The crowd of supreme beings were silent once again, watching his back go away, and none of the supreme beings dared to make a move to block his way. This great world, after all, is coming to an end. Zimo was quite a bit sentimental. Not many of the teenage generation of the G family that had once risen with them were still alive. In the younger generation, there was only him and Zijie. Yes, Zijie nodded in agreement. Sleep with me, and remain until 100,000 years from now, when there is hope for immortality. Zimo's entire person became incomparably deeper, looking up at the starry sky. Ha ha ha, big brother, do you think there are really fairies in this world? Zijie laughed bitterly. Cultivating to my level is enough to gain insight into some of the great secrets of the heavens and the earth. During the chaotic ancient period, there existed immortals in the heavens and the earth, but because of an overwhelming battle, the immortal realm was shattered, and the immortals were not visible. Zimo said calmly. Being able to get an affirmation of Xian's existence from the second person in the world was more convincing than anything else. Zijie shuddered and agreed to be sealed in the divine source. Zimo sealed himself into the immortal source, and nowadays, he was at the peak of this life, with unprecedented strength. By sealing himself so early, he was only trying to leave his most powerful state for future generations. And now that he had eaten the 9 revolutions immortal pill and swallowed the pill of immortality, even if he became an emperor, he was certain that he could survive the second life, but he might not be able to survive the third or the fourth. Seal yourself before it's too late and save it for 100,000 years from now. The long river of time rolls on, and under the long river of years, in this life and in this world, flutter 2 of the most radiant flowers that will surely shine through the ages. In the first life, Beginningless had lived for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years was not short. And it seemed even more impressive than Yifan's first life of 25,000 years. It wasn't even close to Shihao's first life of more than 30,000 years, and he was dying of old age, with no immortality pills following beside him. Invincible for a lifetime, lonely for a lifetime. He looked at the starry sky. The world was silent, incomparably lonely. Although he didn't have the immortality pill, he had gained insight into the secret of the second life and was able to live out the second life without any problems. Boom! The sky exploded as the immortal emperor came to attack. A gentleman who chopped a blade from the 9 heavens above, wanting to forcefully split the beginningless. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. This blade stunned the world, surpassing the world's understanding, unrivaled, and shaking the universe. Beginningless' face changed slightly, having remembered what Zimo had said to him. The immortal emperor struck out against the late great emperor, bathed in his blood and was reborn in nirvana. Beginningless was unprepared before and was taken advantage of as a blade slashed and directly split him in half. Immortal emperor, the beginning was enraged, his body recasting itself in the distance, condensing the power of the great Tao, ancient runes appearing one after another, and the 10,000 paths rumbling as they began to revive. This overwhelming battle stunned the world. Beginningless, the beginning roared, the river of ages reversed, time turned back, and the undying heavenly emperor's supreme light struck and was directly torn apart in the void. Chapter 55, 100,000 years. The immortal heavenly emperor's face changed drastically, not expecting that an existence that had become an emperor in one life would be able to tear him apart. He turned around and left, because the sneak attack had already failed, and there was no point in staying any longer. The immortal emperor was the immortal emperor, and if he insisted on leaving, there was nothing Beginning could do. After the immortal emperor left, Beginningless was filled with rage and descended on Beidou to fight the immortal emperor. He broke into the purple mountain where the immortal emperor's bones were buried, and waited for the immortal emperor here. At the same time, he discovered the Phoenix immortality pill, and with a big hand, he swallowed it in one mouthful, and his body's light was so bright that it collapsed the ages. and the great Tao rumbled. 30,000 years had passed, and the people on the beta looked at the peerless heavenly emperor curiously, wondering what had actually made him so angry. In this world, the two supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone could no longer hold out any longer and came out across the world to bloodily cleanse this world and unleash dark turmoil. But it turned out to be two slaps from Beginningless that smashed it into a roiling blood mist, and his real body went to the Forbidden Land to suppress the supreme beings. For a time it actually caused all the supreme beings to unite against the beginning, claiming that once they struck, they would raise their nests. Beginningless retreated. Despite his unparalleled power, it was impossible for him to decimate all the supreme beings. Once the supreme beings within the Forbidden Zone came out en masse, then it would definitely set off an absolute war, and the entire universe would crumble. This life went by quickly, and the immortal emperor acted as if he had never appeared and later tangled with him. Beginningless thought a lot. I'm afraid that the immortal emperor had also laid his hands on the ruthless emperor. The result was obvious, and now that he had hit a wall with him, he was unwilling to appear. In this life, soon to be in his old age, he was walking the world when he saw a little black dog by the roadside, dying in the freezing cold, about to die. The world is lost, and it is as if I have been abandoned by the times, and so have you. Beginningless smiled faintly, feeling a strong bond with this black dog. He picked it up and turned around to leave the place. Another few decades had passed, and Beginningless cultivation was overpowering enough to turn the tide. He looked down the long river of time, a radiant great world that shimmered with vitality. The little black dog also grew up and claimed to be the Black Emperor, and Beginningless smiled bashfully and sealed it. That night, on the Violet Mountain Tao platform, an overwhelming aura was emitted. The great Tao crumbled, and the 10,000 paths wailed. It was the aura of the Tao of transformation. The powerful force even awakened the sleeping supreme beings, who silently looked in the direction of the purple mountain and then closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The power was so great that all the paths collapsed and everything seemed to have come to the end times. Cosimo awoke and understood. More than 50,000 years passed, and Beginningless delved into the way of eternal life, causing his heart to pine away, and he lived a whole 10,000 years less. When he opened his eyes to look, all the light glowed, and the hope of life was clearly contained in the path of transformation, putting death to death. Beginningless is good. Zimo gained insight into the scene. With the power of the Tao of transformation, the Beginningless took the decaying mechanism of the body, leaving behind the substance of longevity, and then rebirth, which required a process. Afterward, Zimo shot out a divine light, and the chaotic light flickered as it headed straight for the purple mountain. Time moved brilliantly. A great world opened up, the aura revived once again, and all sorts of outstanding people from heaven and earth reappeared in the world. Various physiques also reappeared, extremely radiant. 8,000 years after the opening of the great world, the immortal road was opened, and it was claimed that the immortal realm could be reached by traveling far around the road. The immortal bell also appeared in the world, right in the eye of the sea in the North Sea of Mars near the ancient Earth. Countless people heard the wind. Even the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were no exception, and they all went to the eye of the North Sea of Mars. As a result, a tragedy occurred. The immortal emperor did the bureau, burying everyone. Since then this era fell. Mars North CCI claimed to have buried an era. The immortal emperor was also here, having obtained the blood of some supreme beings, and was reborn in Nirvana. Beginningless also came here, originally wanting to save the current world masters, but unfortunately, he came one step too late again and confronted the immortal emperor here. After another 20,000 years or so, the Green Emperor came out of nowhere, and his predecessor was the Pill of Immortality. He detached himself from the broken heel and was radiant and incomparable, soaring all the way to the top that no one was his opponent. On the ancient path of the starry sky, he met a man named Lone Heart Pride, his only opponent on the path of the emperor. In the end, Qing Di became a great emperor, invincible in the world. 10,000 years later, the Green Emperor met the desolate tower in the starry sky and suppressed it forcefully before disappearing. 2,000 years ago, a man of great talent came out of nowhere, named Gai Jiuyue, reaching the ninth sky of the Quasi-Emperor in less than 1,000 years, and his strength was so powerful that even the supreme beings had to look sideways. The Qing Emperor had disappeared for more than 5,000 years, and Gai Jiuyue had blasted the heavenly heart seal over and over again to become an emperor against the heavens, but he had failed once again. He had suffered an extremely serious injury from the great Tao. His immortal terrace shattered, and his cultivation fell to the peak of great sage. As time passes, the 9 dragons pulled coffin descends on earth, opening a whole new chapter. Northfield. Somewhere in a crumbling city, the tavern was filled with people, cheering and applauding. In that era, the Beginningless Emperor wasn't invincible either. His lifelong archenemy was the young Emperor Zimo. These two are both wizards who have amazed the ages, one astounding the world and the other solving the gods. On the road to becoming an emperor, they constantly battled, fighting all the way to the ninth heaven of quasi-emperors. On the high platform of the tavern, there was a storyteller, dressed in a Confucian white robe, telling stories from the ancient past, and his words were quite infectious. It brought the applause to a crescendo. So the beginningless emperor has another formidable enemy. Someone spoke up in shock. Impossible. The beginningless emperor is invincible, entering the forbidden land, sitting under the ancient tree of enlightenment, with his back turned to the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being dared not speak. He is the most powerful great emperor in my heart. Some disbelieved and were indignant, always refusing to believe that whoever fought at the end of the immortal path, and that the beginningless emperor, who saw the beginningless path become empty at the first sight of it, also had enemies. One must know that in the rumors, the beginningless emperor alone pushed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the supreme beings of the world. He was incomparably strong, almost destroying all of his foes across the board, especially during those tens of thousands of years. His fame reached its peak. In a certain room on the second floor, Yi Fan's eyes were deep, dressed in a gray robe, extremely low-key, eating the delicacies on the table, followed by a big black dog like a hairy calf. This dog is very unusual, calf-sized, black hair like silk, eyes like copper bells. People are surprised that the dog's tail is bald in half. Who fights at the end of the immortal road, and at the first sight of the beginningless Tao becomes empty? I didn't realize that even this legendary great emperor had an enemy. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Entering the Purple Mountain a few months ago had allowed him to see the remaining might of the beginningless emperor. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, it still shook him. Even a powerful person in the back, named Gu Tianshu, was extremely praising the beginningless emperor. Those profoundly impressive words were extremely impressive even to him. The dog beside him was the same mysterious creature that had appeared near the village after he had returned from the Purple Mountain. This time when he returned from the holy city, he met this calf-sized dog that called itself the Black Emperor. Fart. Chapter 56, Awakening. Suddenly, the Black Emperor on the side became furious and opened his bloody mouth, biting hard on Yi Fan's thigh. Yi Fan's face darkened as he picked up his fist and pounded the Black Emperor's head. The Black Emperor's head was very sturdy, and the clanking sound of iron sounded when his fist was swung on it. Dead dog, what are you biting me for? I'll have to stew you today. Yi Fan also knew the reason. Just now, that storyteller said that the young emperor had pierced through beginningless chest with a single punch, tearing it apart and sending blood flying across the room. Blah blah blah. The Black Emperor let go of his mouth. The holy body's skin was thick, and a bite on it was useless as, that kid is talking nonsense. The great emperor is invincible and has never been torn apart. That brat is talking out of his ass. I'll take him as a human favorite. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, incomparably angry. Accepted as a human pet. Yi Fan face blackened again. This dead dog is extremely unreliable. A dog accepting people as pets. Saying it out is simply making a fool of himself. Yi Fan pondered in his heart. Was this big black dog really related to beginningless? But it was nothing like he had imagined it would be. Zhang Fifth Master in that village had said that since he came out of the Purple Mountain, this black dog would circle around the Purple Mountain every day, and then swallow the sun essence and suck the moonlight every day. Yi Fan secretly nodded his head, and now in this situation, this black dog must be associated with Purple Mountain. A few moments later, a man and a dog left. A few days later, 1. This emperor will take you in as a human favorite and cure you of disrespecting the great emperor. On this day, the Black Emperor rode in on a man, who was in a sorry state, with his clothes scuffed. Where was the spiritedness of that day when he talked about the past and present in the tavern? For a while, it caused many people in the village to watch, and no one dared to go forward. This big black dog holds a grudge against the second little cutie. One said that this black dog was a bald-tailed dog, and as a result, he was held down on the ground and almost didn't pee in fear. Zhang Fifth Master is the descendant of the Source Heavenly Master, and is the village head of this village, which is very close to the Purple Mountain, and is kind to Yi Fan 8, informing Yi Fan that his ancestor, Source Heavenly Master Zhang Lin, was in the Purple Mountain and left that Source Heavenly Scripture in there as well. This was what allowed Yi Fan to go deeper into the Purple Mountain and see all sorts of things. Spare your life. Spare your life. What I have recounted is not something I made up out of thin air, but I learned it from one of my G family friends, the White Scholar, yelling for mercy. Being tortured by a dog was too much to bear, and when this part got out, how could he have the face to meet people again in the future? With Yi Fan's appearance, the Black Emperor no longer continued to tease him and jumped off his body, breathing heavily through his nostrils as he stared viciously at him. The scribe was so scared that a cold sweat broke out behind his back. I see that your cultivation is bland. From where did you learn about the young emperor? Yi Fan inquired. Spare my life. I had been caught laboring in the mines of the Ji family for several years, and by a lucky chance I escaped. But what I said is the truth, and I personally heard it from those 2 disciples of the Ji family. Yi Fan inquired a lot and found out that this was also just a person with a hard life, but he had already entered the village, so he arranged for him to stay. What are you looking at me for? Do I know the young emperor? The Black Emperor showed his teeth and stared viciously at Yi Fan. While locking eyes with Yi Fan, the Black Emperor was a bit weak. After following the beginningless emperor for so many years, he had heard of the young emperor's reputation in his spare time, and that was also an invincible existence. However, he firmly believed that the great emperor was the strongest. If not, why did the great emperor become an emperor in the first place? I have a hunch that you must know something. Yi Fan stared straight at the Black Emperor. He didn't believe a word this dog said. 10 pounds of divine origin. The Black Emperor uttered a number. Yi Fan turned around. Whether it was the beginningless emperor or the young emperor, it was all too far away from what he said. Being treated as a legend, he was just curious. 10 pounds of divine origin. And here is a treasure map of the young emperor. The Black Emperor had taken out a divine diagram from somewhere. A parchment scroll that was extremely old. Yi Fan sniffed the wind and turned around to look at the treasure map in the Black Emperor's hands, and was quite moved. How would I know? Is the treasure map in your hand real? Perhaps you are swindling me. Forget it if you don't believe me. This emperor will take this treasure all by himself. Rumor has it that the reason why the young emperor was able to draw with the beginningless emperor was because of his gong method. The young emperor was originally a mortal body, but with this technique, he was able to draw with the Tao fetus of the innate sacred body. And this technique is so great that it can be called the first of its kind in the ancient world. At those words, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. Feats is what he lacks the most, and now that he has reached the Tao Palace realm, he suffers from the lack of feats. Seeing that the ancient first feats are hidden in the treasure map, he is very heartwarming. The Black Emperor was complacent, a human smile on his dog face. This treasure map, he really didn't lie to Yi Fan. Back then, after the beginningless emperor had transformed into the Tao, a radiant ball of light descended from the sky, flickering for several years, and was eventually obtained by him. Bang! The Black Emperor grinned a doggy grin and giggled as a hard fist slammed into his doggy head, knocking him off his feet. A large hand reached out and immediately ripped the treasure map from his mouth. Damn it! Dare to take my treasure map! I'll bite you to death. A man and a dog pinched again. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Ji family, Ka-ching, a divine source ruptured, and an average-looking youth walked out. The Ji clan's imperial son, GZ, ding, 100,000 years have come and gone. The system is on. In a huge immortal source, Ji Zimo's eyes snapped open. The system had finally turned on, and it wasn't in vain that he had waited for so many years. Click, click, click. The immortal source shattered with a loud bang, and the milky white light flickered, emitting wisps of mist in this mid-air. Ji Zimo walked out from a field of debris. A letter was 100,000 years. It made him feel bad. His soul seemed to have fallen into eternity. Ding! System on. Ding! Detected that the host is so powerful that he no longer needs the system's auxiliary functions. But there is still a hint of a flaw, and will retain only a portion of the functions. Please ask the host to develop them on his own. Ji Zimo listened to the mechanical sound coming from his ears. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but draw hard. This system is designated to be a bit of a big disease. Ding! The system mall is closed, and the auxiliary combat system is closed. Do I need to make up for anything by retaining some of the functionality? Ji Zimo asked blandly. Whether the system helped him or not was no longer that important to him. Now that he is powerful, he just wants to see if there is a means to live 9 lifetimes longer. At present, he was only sure of living out the second life. As for the third and fourth lives were still unknown. Ding! The host has not reached the Great Emperor realm, and some of the functions, for the time being, have not been opened. So none of the functions currently used by the system are available to me? Ding! Great Emperor is only the beginning of cultivation and the minimum start of using the system. The host still needs to cultivate as soon as possible to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Oh, the system. Ji Zimo sighed. It seems that everything can only rely on themselves. The system cannot be relied on. Allow him to adjust the adjustment, and then a move to become an emperor. Greetings, elder. A plain-looking youth came and saluted Ji Zimo. What cultivation level was Ji Zimo? Half a foot had stepped into the Great Emperor realm. A supreme being who had alternatively become a Taoist, at the level of a quasi-heavenly emperor. With just a glance, one could tell that the youth in front of him had a pure bloodline, and with the emperor blood flowing within his body, he was a true emperor's son. Chapter 57, Great Opportunities. 100,000 years ago, He had come to see the great ancestor in the Forbidden Land, and he had also seen this person, who was the only remaining emperor son of the Ji clan, GZ. Ji Zimo nodded his head. In terms of his cultivation, he was straight after GZ's father, and was also his own senior ancestor. It wasn't too much for GZ to call him a senior. You're out of this world. Ji Zimo looked at the GZ in front of him and asked suspiciously. There was no one to awaken the emperor's son, and now the autonomy has come forth. Elder, my father had calculated that the path to immortality might open in this life, and several of my elder brothers admonished me to come forth in this life to suppress the dark turmoil. GZ looked at Ji Zimo in front of him. According to generation, his seniority was greater than Ji Zimo's, but he couldn't help the other party's high cultivation, so he could only respectfully call out a senior. Ji Zimo had traveled deep in the imperial path, and calling out to a senior was not a disadvantage. No harm done. You go ahead and fight. This life does have the path to immortality opening up, and it will also be accompanied by the most terrifying dark turmoil in history, so you need to grow up as quickly as possible. Ji Zimo admonished the other party that the Ji family started from the Void Emperor. His sons, one after another, came out in the dark years to suppress the dark turmoil, and now there is only GZ left, but GZ definitely couldn't grow up. He remembered that in the original story, when the dark unrest broke out, GZ was only at the Great Sage cultivation level. Within the next moment, Ji Zimo disappeared into the Forbidden Land. Dead dog, are you not lying to me? Yi Fan looked at a wild and desolate area in front of him. With the source Heavenly Master's inheritance that he had received, the terrain was mediocre and plain. It was impossible for even a divine origin to be birthed, and the young emperor was an existence that could fight hard against the beginningless emperor. How could he bury his grave in this mediocre side of the world? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Another dog bite. What is this? Yi Fan was speechless. This black dog was very vindictive, biting him once or twice from time to time. If he wasn't a holy body, I'm afraid he would have been bruised all over. The Black Emperor let go and squinted at him. What do you know? The young emperor's realm has returned to the basics. The more mediocre it is, only then will it be less likely to be targeted by others. So don't you dare hit on the idea of my treasure. I don't even know if your treasure is real or not. So what am I doing hitting him? Yi Fan looked at the dog and his teeth itched. This dog was just too beat up. Trying to get something out was harder than climbing up to the sky. The dog was so unusual, with its shiny black fur, harder than even Jin Jian, that slamming his fist on it wouldn't budge it at all. Don't think I don't know that you want the young emperor's scriptures. The Black Emperor tilted his head high, looking down at Yi Fan and said, don't even think about it. That's what I use. You're a dog and you cultivate human scriptures. You've really become an elf. Why don't you know how to fly in the sky? Yi Fan wanted to whack it, couldn't get it. What was the point of bringing him here? The current Black Emperor, who had just come out of the Purple Mountain and had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, had not yet reached the peak of his state and could not fly for the time being. This also made Yi Fan curious. Even if an unusual dog demon reached this realm of the Black Emperor, it would be able to fly. It's not impossible if you want to hit the shouty scriptures. Give me 10 pounds of divine origin and I'll sharpen my teeth. Yi Fan glared at him and said, you want to eat divine origin? Dream on you. I've never even seen it. Then what else do you kid have to talk to this emperor about? The big black dog turned around, tail high in the air, dogs as facing Yi Fan, ready to strut away. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. This dog was too infuriating. Actually, I know of the whereabouts of a demon race great emperor ancient scripture. Yi Fan spoke carelessly. Guess if I believe it or not. This little trick of yours won't work on this emperor. The Black Emperor wagged his tail, not believing it at all. Yi Fan didn't say anything and forced out a drop of blood that contained a light greenish glow. Sensing the scent of blood, the big black dog lunged forward, its sharp teeth on display. Dead dog, what do you want? Yi Fan pressed the Black Emperor down. You can't drink the blood of the demon emperor. I can smell the unique message of that demon emperor's blood. That makes you a believer, doesn't it? A faint smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. You should have refined that blood. No wonder I always want to eat you. The Black Emperor revealed his large, eerie teeth and immediately pounced. Yi Fan pinched his spell and a faint layer of golden light surged up on his fist before he fiercely blasted his fist over. Bang! Buzz! For a moment, the heavens and earth shook as a terrifying ripple spread in all directions. A man and a dog were frozen in some fear. Damn! This is a killing formation. The Black Emperor's face became even darker. At the same time, an ancient formation diagram rose from the Black Emperor's arms, emitting a milky white light, the surrounding killing formation, which dissipated away. And out of nowhere, a ruinous hole appeared in front of him, a void without light, as if it led to another part of heaven and earth. Kid, aren't you trying to get the young emperor's technique? Why don't you quickly go forward? The black hole revealed some weird aura that made people's scalp numb. And the Black Emperor was a little creeped out. So his eyes looked at Yifan and opened his mouth. The two of them agonized for a while. And finally the two of them topped off the ancient treasure map and stepped into the marketplace cave. Just after stepping into the cave, the light and shadow in front of him were intertwined and filled with immortal light. As if he had arrived in the immortal world. The Black Emperor was violently agitated. A pair of dog eyes looked around. This was a real world on one side. Very wide. More than thousands of miles. Suddenly, the Black Emperor stared at the Pill King of a mountain cliff. And his harumphs flowed all over the place before he fiercely darted away. Speed. A silver snake, as fast as lightning, snapped out and startled the Black Emperor. Ka-ching! The snake bit into the Black Emperor's body. And its pair of fangs violently crumbled off, turning into a bolt of lightning as it quickly fled. Yifan was a bit speechless. In the Purple Mountain, there were many Pill Kings growing there as well, only under the Dao platform. It wasn't easy for that black dog to untouch. It was really greedy. Seeing this, Yifan also moved his hands. There were 1,000-year-old medicines here, some of which were rarely seen in the outside world. Suddenly, the Black Emperor's body trembled as his eyes stared dead in front of him. Extremely curious, Yifan hurriedly walked to his side and looked towards that place, only to see that on that high mountain in front of them, a silhouette stood there, looking up at the sky, his clothes flying, as if he was an ancient great emperor. The Black Emperor's scalp was on the verge of exploding as he keenly smelled the aura of the Emperor's way, while above the sky, the great Tao rumbled. Seeing this, even Yifan's scalp was numb. The ancient great emperor had awakened. Once he realized that two thieves had intruded into his home, it would really be something to see. Is that the young emperor? Yifan gazed at that figure and felt that it wasn't too far off from Beginningless, who had collapsed on the Dao platform. No wonder he had become Beginningless' strongest enemy on his way to becoming an emperor. The ancient drawings emitted a surfeit of light, resisting the wisp of imperial might, and then flew violently toward a place. Kid, keep up, there's a big catch. A greedy look appeared on the Black Emperor's face as he immediately ran quickly towards that mountain. The Black Emperor is greedy. His life is only to honor the beginning. He does not care what the great or not less emperor. If there is a chance he will want, otherwise why would the tail be bald? Chapter 58, Visiting the Ancient Road Again. The helpless Yifan chased after him, and when he got close, he couldn't help but feel his heart and soul vibrate. That one silhouette was too powerful and left a deep impression on him. Feeling no worse than Beginningless, the ancient drawing stopped in front of a cave, and an ancient stone door appeared in front of it. There was a groove on it, and looking at its shape, it looked like a book. You're here. Ancient voices rang out, like the sound of the brilliant heavenly Tao, making one person and one dog scalp numb and look around vigilantly. Who, exactly, is pretending to be there? The big black dog looked around in awe. Suddenly, the massive shadows on the mountain peak looked at the two. For a while, the man and the dog felt like their scalps were about to explode, and the fear within them was even more extreme. Young Emperor Senior, the two of us do not have any malice. Get your drawings. This came, but also do not blame. Demons are blamed on this kid. He had to come over. Not that I want to. Yifan felt a cold chill all over his body, a cloudy wind blowing, making him cold from head to toe. Unexpectedly, the man would speak, and his voice startled them. So it was a field of shadows. This life has finally passed, and the beginning is dead. The figure on the peak of the mountain, once again, spoke and did not pay attention to the two. It really is the young emperor. The Black Emperor's doggy eyes widened as he looked at the figure, which was not a person, but Dao Yun. The great emperor is dead. You must be lying to me. The Black Emperor's heart was shaken, and rare tears flowed from his dog's eyes. What kind of character is the young emperor? Being able to separate himself from the beginning, the greatest rival on his path to becoming an emperor, with a realm that exceeded his by an unknown amount. How could he swindle the world? Sure enough, you dog is related to Beginningless, and the dead dog still wants to die without admitting it. Yifan insight into some of the truth, looking at the dog crying so sad. Do not know also thought that the dead father, it was a mistake to see that it was still alive. The figure on the high mountain murmured once again. What? Want? How dare you swindle this emperor? The Black Emperor turned from sadness to joy for a moment, and great anger surged to his heart as he kept barking furiously at the mountain shadow on the peak. When Yifan saw such scenes, his face couldn't help but blossom with joy. All the time he spent with this dead dog, he hadn't taken any advantage, and now that he saw this dead dog suffer, he was naturally happy. Wonky, what are you laughing at? The Black Emperor opened his bloody mouth and bit at Yifan, and the one man and one dog fought again. After a half a dozen moments, the two studied how to open this stone door. Not somehow. Yifan looked at the groove in front of him. which was becoming more and more similar to the source heavenly book in his hand, and he ghostly took the source heavenly book out and pressed it. In a moment, the entire stone gate was greatly illuminated, and the gate slowly opened. It really works. Want. The Black Emperor was the first to rush in. Dead dog, wait for me. Don't try to take it all. Yi Fan immediately rushed in, unaware that the stone gate mountain behind him was flickering with mysterious laws that copied the words of the source heavenly book one by one, forming a book of laws. A few moments later, the Black Emperor hugged a glazed jar and refused to let go of his hand, which exuded a breathtaking aroma that made people uncontrollably intoxicated. Dead dog, what's in that jar of yours? Yi Fan sensed that there was a strong aura fluctuation there, definitely not inferior to the divine origin. After all, where could something that could be privately hidden by the young emperor be any worse? The Black Emperor tilted his head and looked down at Yi Fan, saying, "Kid, I'm telling you, there's nothing for you. I got all this stuff." After saying that, he opened the glazed jar and the aroma rushed out. The Black Emperor's face instantly turned green and he hastily threw the jar to the side. Yi Fan was extremely curious and came forward to take a look. It was actually a pile of feces, preserved and just pulled no different. For a moment black lines couldn't help but pop up on his forehead. For him, the titular Black Emperor, the protector that the beginningless emperors sat down with, to come here for a piece of that was not 100,000 miles away. Saying it out loud would surely make the world laugh, and he might even be taunted. Dogs can't change their ways. Yi Fan couldn't help it. He was also swindled in it. He felt that things weren't that simple. At least it was a young emperor. It was also considered a generation of strong men. In any era it was enough to push across the middle of the same generation. How could it be boring to make this prank? In the middle of thinking, suddenly that one gaze swept over, and the one man and one dog instantly felt a huge force like a titanic pressure, and their souls were trembling. Wang Wu. The Black Emperor also didn't dare to bark. It was a true supreme being, cloaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping the heavens and the earth without equal, giving them great pressure. Ha! A curious voice rang out, causing the two to become even more fearful. The huge aura was reviving, like a volcano erupting, and the two of them were nothing more than ants under the volcano. Ugh! A sigh came out, and the sky instantly swirled in front of them as the two were sent to the outside world. At the same time, Yi Fan had the complete sacred body cultivation method extra in his mind. In the middle of that small world, the great perfection sacred body sat up as a divine thought entered his mind, causing his form to lurch. In the middle of the starry sky, Ji Zimo stepped out and reappeared in the world, and he was going to explore the ancient path of the starry sky once again. In the passageway from the first to the second level of the human race, Ji Zimo once again descended. Looking at this side of heaven and earth, there was a skyrocketing change from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The first moment he descended on this place, the winds in the sky and the earth rose up, and clump after clump of light merged from all directions and appeared in front of Ji Zimo's eyes. Pure heaven and earth Tao. The Tao rhythms flowed. This was the source of the Tao. At the same time, a divine light flickered and came. It was a young man, emanating an overwhelming radiance that was overshadowed and powerful. When he saw dozens of Tao sources appear suspended in front of Ji Zimo, his pupils shrunk slightly. "My name is Ditian. Meet Senior." That youth looked at Ji Zimo and felt like his scalp was about to explode. It was just too powerful, like a true supreme being walking the world. He only knew how powerful Ji Zimo was, but he didn't know just how strong Ji Zimo was. He guessed that the other party already had the strength of a great emperor level, and in any case, it was not something he could afford to mess with at the moment. "What is your business?" Ji Zimo's gaze easily glanced at the Ditian in front of him, who was only at the cultivation level of a half-saint, but he was not small in guts. "Nothing." Ditian's face changed slightly as he turned around and left, not daring to stay any longer. Just now, a fast source of Tao appeared from heaven and earth and landed in front of him, just pausing for a second or two before being attracted by Ji Zimo. So he came here to find out. Who knows that the person in front of him is incredibly powerful and invincible? It is not something he can mess with. His hand clenched tightly. It was the source of the Tao, an overwhelmingly heaven-defying creation. It was rumored that the young emperor had fused the source of the Tao into the immortal Terrace and had been invincible in the world ever since. He had fought with beginningless along the way, and now this opportunity was being taken from him. Nay, his strength was not good. He secretly vowed in his heart that when he was strong in the future, he would definitely look for this person to recover his karma and his face. Empyrean. Chapter 59, Transitioning the Emperor's Tribulation. Ji Zimo remembered this. In the early stages of the Emperor's path, this person was good. To be able to forcefully fight against Yi Fan's Green Emperor in the Saint King's calamity, his strength was quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't keep up with Yi Fan's pace and couldn't use the attention. and his highest achievement was only quasi-emperor. After collecting the source of the Tao, he traveled onward and eventually arrived at the heavenly soldier star. Rumor has it that tens of thousands of years ago, he came here once, swimming upstream from here in search of the divine realm, and eventually obtained the 4 swords of immortal execution. Now, he had once again descended here, not because of anything else, but simply because there was a golden crow emperor in nirvana here. Zimo was the supreme being of the world, and his figure immediately came to the depths of the ancient star. At the very center, the starfire burned, and at the center of that starfire, a golden egg floated and sank there, and the egg was covered with densely packed golden text, which was extremely divine. The great sage, who was sitting next to the golden egg, seemed to sense some kind of danger and snapped his eyes open. His eyes emitted a divine radiance that transformed into an absolute blade in midair, chopping at the incoming person in an instant. Ding ding ding! A terrifying fluctuation and a water curtain surfaced in front of Zimo, and these 2 attacks landed in front of Zimo melted and could not be seen. The golden crow great sage was shocked. Looking at the visitor in front of him, his pupils shrank and his eyebrows throbbed. At the very least, it was a quasi-emperor. Zimo stepped in and pointed out with a single finger, and this great saint who had been guarding the bird's egg was immediately pierced through the immortal terrace, and his body died. Zimo's eyes looked towards the bird egg, which was something special, a golden crow that wanted to become a Taoist against the heavens tens of thousands of years ago, being noticed by the Supreme Being, and then fraudulently dying and being reborn in nirvana. Thousands of years later, the second path to immortality opened, and this golden crow we came out across the sky to attack the great emperor fruit, and eventually succeeded surprisingly. However, he was born at the wrong time and happened to meet Yifan, who became a Taoist against the heavens and stepped on this golden crow emperor's heavenly heart seal under his feet, becoming not many heavenly emperor-level characters in the ages. The golden crow emperor, on the other hand, was miserable, becoming a stepping stone on Yifan's path, and until the final period of the sacred ruins, the name was still mentioned and nailed to the pillar of shame for several epochs. This world belongs to me, and when you become a great emperor, I'll help you free yourself. Zimo lifted his big hand. The supreme Tao and law revealed itself, instantly grabbing the bird's egg and arriving at the edge of the universe in a flash. Rumble! The powerful power fluctuation that spanned the heavens and earth also awakened the sleeping golden crow emperor within, and the imperial Tao aura immediately spread across the 8 wastes of the universe. Zimo united his hands and a prison was formed between heaven and earth, imprisoning the golden crow within it. This prison was infinitely large, and the golden crow struck heaven and earth upwards and explored the 9 ghosts downwards within it, charging across the world, wanting to get out of the trap. Zimo's face was expressionless as he slapped his palm down. The aura of a supreme being emanated, shocking the heavens and collapsing the sky. It fiercely slapped on the golden crow emperor, who was sent flying by the blow, crashing into an unknown number of stars, with blood pouring out of his mouth. Yet he was still imprisoned by the prison between heaven and earth. Who are you? I have not offended you, so why are you striking out at me? Zimo's expression was cold as he gazed at him and said, in this life, I am the emperor and will sweep away all contenders. You among them. Boom! A moment later, the golden crow emperor was torn in half, completely defeated. Zimo's hands finally joined together and a golden elixir appeared in the void, condensing all the essence of the golden crow emperor. The emperor's way is unforgiving, and every step he takes will result in 1,000,000 corpses. What's more, with his understanding, if he wanted to become a great emperor, this golden crow would definitely make a move to obstruct it. Just like in the original story, when Yifan wanted to become an emperor, the golden crow emperor was ambushing him in the dark. The golden crow is not beginningless and is not as broad-minded. Haven't fought for tens of thousands of years. Rusty, it took 3 moves to slap him to death. Looking at this golden elixir in his hand, a faint smile appeared on Zimo's face. If this was spread out, it would definitely shake the world. Killing a supreme being in 3 moves, the battle power was heaven-defying. In reality, it was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. These 3 moves he had made with all his might, condensing the essence of hundreds of moves. The majestic pass was higher than 100 feet. The chaotic aura lingered around it, and it towered into the cloudy sky. 10 ancient pillars were lined up, towering into the clouds, each one seeming like an ancient history. Many people were inscribed on it, such as the beginningless emperor, the ruthless emperor, the void emperor, and Amitabha Buddha, and the Tao rhythms flowed out in a lifelike manner. After a lapse of 80,000 to 90,000 years, he came here again. And he could not help but feel that things were different. Coming to the massive crystalline wall, this life had only just begun. This massive crystalline wall was polished and clean, not a single name branded into it. Zimo smiled faintly. and with a wave of his hand, carved his name on it. Nothing else, just want to tell those who come after him. This world should be his world. No one can stop it. Zimo's 3 big words had been famous throughout the world 10,000 ancient years ago, and these 3 words were enough to crush the heavenly prides of later generations. Who else was in the realm of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens? Who else could be even closer to the Tao than him? Near the ultimate imperial pass, Zimo sat down with his eyes closed, and the aura on his body slowly rose up. Boom! A loud, vibrating sound broke the tranquility of the universe as the great emperor heavenly tribulation descended, and for a moment, all of the prospective Tao formers sensed it. On a certain ancient star, the Emperor Lord was awakened violently by the sound of the heavenly tribulation, and in the next moment he looked at the heavens from afar to see who was becoming the way. Emperor Lord, the divine court founder, had the will to rebuild the heavenly court, and right now he only dared to call his power the divine court, because the word heavenly court was tainted with great karma. He didn't dare to call it heavenly court. Just who could it be? Surprisingly, you're going to be the first to become a Taoist before me. However, even if you take that step before me, so what? Will you be able to face the level of the Supreme Being? As the words fell, a cold smile rose on the Emperor Lord's face as he gazed at the Baidu. If it was not unexpected, the sleeping Supreme Being should be about to awaken. Baidu. In the middle of that small piece of heaven and earth, the great completion's sacred body looked at the universe from afar, its gaze penetrating the heavens. You should have become an emperor a long time ago. Someone who could compete with beginningless in that era and compete against each other should have amazed the world a long time ago. The great success Saint Body smiled blandly. The 2 strongest people of that era had successively become emperors. Who could resist? With his heavenly cultivation, he was naturally able to calculate that the path to immortality was about to open up in this life. Extremely bright, but in the midst of this bright Baidu was that extreme darkness, and now that such a heaven-covering and earth-defying figure had jumped out, absolutely capable of recreating the divine might of the beginningless, pushing across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing all disobedience, and even potentially even stronger than the beginning. These were all variables, middle states. An old man covered in gray robes raised his head in surprise to look up at the sky, and a few surprises appeared in that Song Wolf's steep and arcane eyes. What came in a flash was a kind of joy, and then a few moments later a look of concern rose. The old man's name was Gai Zhouyue, and he was born 8,000 years after the Green Emperor, under the suppression of the Great Tao. After using the shortest amount of time to achieve a cultivation at the peak of the quasi-emperor 9 heavens, he failed several times to impact the Great Emperor realm, causing his cultivation to fall to the peak of the Great Sage. But that didn't stop his supreme eyes from seeing and feeling. The imprint of the Green Emperor's Great Tao had just dispersed, and then someone was crossing the Emperor's tribulation. This was simply strong to the extreme. Chapter 60, The Supreme Being Strikes. It's the scent of a human Supreme Being. I hope you can succeed. Gai Zhouyue looked at the figure at the edge of the universe and couldn't help but sigh for that person. By watching from afar, he realized that the man was so powerful that he had to become an emperor. Even if that person deliberately suppressed it, he would inadvertently attract a heavenly tribulation and become a great emperor. Such a human master, even the heavenly apocalypse in the sky, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to help him. And the next thing he would have to face would be the siege of the Forbidden Region's Supreme Beings. Boom! With a loud bang, several Supreme Beings in the Forbidden area opened their eyes and looked up at the sky. Since ancient times, the aura of crossing a great emperor's tribulation could not be hidden from them. This was because the great emperor's tribulation was too huge, and it was simply impossible to conceal it. For a while, many Supreme Beings awoke from their slumber and looked up at the sky. Surprisingly, it's him. I didn't expect it to appear in this life. A Supreme Being recognized that person's figure. 100,000 years ago, how strong Zimo was, fighting with the beginningless emperor all the way to the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor. The Supreme Beings of the Forbidden Zone were extremely impressed. Later on, his immortal platform shattered and he ended up making a trip to the Tai Chu ancient mine. Eternity there, as if no one was there, with their backs to the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Beings were all silent in response. Strong to the core. Obscure. Some Supreme Beings uttered these 2 words, their tones filled with helplessness. The last one to become an emperor was the Qing Emperor. That was also a peerless figure, not seeing any loss to the chaos body becoming an emperor. Although the Supreme Beings struck out, they were all careful for fear that they would be discovered. Now, Zimo was going to become an emperor, and this person was no less stunning than the beginningless, the Qing Emperor. Who is this man? There were also Supreme Beings who had just awakened, having slept so deeply in the endless years of the past that even the beginningless Great Emperor, the Green Emperor who had amazed the ages, had not been awakened by the crossing of the tribulation of the people who had awakened him. There is a group of such Supreme Beings. This person is extremely powerful, having battled with beginningless all the way to the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor during the ancient era. Extremely powerful. A supreme being whispered. Who is the beginning? That supreme whispered. Who is the beginning? That supreme being had just woken up from his sleep and once again opened his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, some of the awakened supreme beings were unwilling to pay any more attention to him, at which point his descendants explained the situation for him. No matter how powerful beginning is, it's impossible to beat all of us joining forces. I don't believe this Gizmo can push across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the Forbidden Land, it was silent as the awakened supreme beings all stared tightly at the sky. Rumble. The ancient heavenly tribulation reappeared, but there was no ancient heavenly tribulation. The 9 immortal tribulation. That kind of terrifying tribulation. Perhaps the heavens sensed that his cultivation had been sufficient and sent down the light of the divine robbery, just for a moment, and beat Gizmo into flying dust. Gizmo's figure quickly reorganized in the void. This kind of heavenly calamity was nothing more than child's play for him. He focused on the tribulation and no longer cared about the outside world. Thunder densely covered the world, turning this place into a sea of thunder. Gizmo bathed in the sea of thunder, washing his body and strengthening his physique. After cultivating to a certain level, it was discovered that the mortal body was the strongest, with infinite growth possibilities, but at his realm, he obviously couldn't perceive it yet, and that would take a peerless heavenly emperor who had lived 4 to 5 lifetimes to perceive it. The great catastrophe fell. Gizmo suffered a serious injury, only to recover as before in an instant. Can be called an undefeatable little strong. As the last heavenly tribulation fell, Gizmo's aura spread throughout the entire universe. He stood in the universe, waiting quietly. The real calamity has just begun. In the starry sky, the Emperor Lord's face was gloomy because someone had truly become an emperor, regardless of whether he died or not. In the next 10,000 years, there will be no one else to certify an emperor. At this moment, that supreme being in the forbidden area was dumbfounded. What was going on? How come no one made a move? This emperor has just completed his tribulation. It's a good time for us to get our hands on him. Dare I ask you all why you don't have a small hand? The words fell on the edge of the universe. The breath of the Geishur surged, and the breath of the supreme being landed like an ocean, stern and rigid, killing everything. The being in the forbidden zone of life struck out. At this time, it is Gizmo's weakest period. It is a good time to start. This time do not do it, wait for a better time. A large hand slapped, severing all connections and transforming into a giant seal to kill Gizmo. The Imperial Lord struck out, a sharp sword, cutting through the sky, to take advantage of Gizmo's distress to cut him down still, and then with the supreme being, share the essence in his body. Ha ha ha, what ignorance! The great success Saint Body could not help but sneer when it saw that someone had truly launched an overwhelming killing attack on Gizmo. Any general character like Gizmo who made a move was bound to be liquidated. At the edge of the universe, Gizmo looked at the overwhelming killings in the sky, his face expressionless and calm as water. He shook his big hand, upending the universe and cutting off the yin and yang, and all the attacks all went up in smoke and all disintegrated. For a while, the people in the restricted area fell into silence, and no one made another move. Impossible. The person who crosses the tribulation. Which one is not 9 deaths? The eyes of that supreme being who had just awakened were wide with disbelief. At this moment, the Emperor Lord on a certain ancient star was almost dumbfounded that he hadn't erased his own aura, and as the consequences of striking out at a great emperor could be imagined. In a moment, he turned and fled, discarding the divine court. At the edge of the universe, the sky and earth were cold and everything was silent. Gizmo stood there like an immortal king. He exhaled slightly, devouring the essence of heaven and earth on a large scale. The nearby star field, dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, had just crossed the Great Tribulation, which had also caused some damage to him. However, under the heavens, no supreme being dared to take a shot at him again, showing his strength to the fullest. Gizmo just sold the breath. All of them returned to the traceability, showing a few supreme beings. His eyes were cold, and he was bound to liquidate. It's just as well that the tiger did it, but you're an animal worthy of coming over to join in the fun. Gizmo's gaze traveled through endless space and time, landing on top of the Imperial Lords rapidly flying back. Boom! The sky was full of twinkling stars, which were rapidly collapsing at that moment. Gizmo slapped out with one large hand, covering the starry sky and causing a star to burst all over. This scene was too terrifying. That big hand of purple light Shandong, swinging out from the extremely distant edge of the universe. In a moment, it covered the entire universe, and the heavens and the earth and the firmament all looked extremely small in front of this giant hand, like a grain of dust in the universe. This vast and expansive sight shook everyone. There were powerful cultivators passing by from here, Seeing a giant hand going across the sky, all of them were scared to the point of softening their legs. What kind of astounding greatness was that? Definitely capable of reorganizing the heaven and earth, and reopening the sun and the moon. The great emperor has struck out to find the person who laid hands on him just now to settle the score. The thought arose in everyone's mind at once, or there would never have been any other reason. Is this the god who opened up the heavens? Powerful and almost on the verge of slapping out everything. The huge purple palm was astonishing, like a myth from the ancient times, emitting a radiance that was more brilliant than the sun and moon, and it was a sight to behold. Chapter 61 Settlement of Accounts. The Emperor Lord who was fleeing in all directions had a huge sense of oppression at this moment, that intense power of a great emperor that made his scalp numb and his spine go cold. He hadn't thought that retribution would come so quickly. That great emperor, who had just become a Taoist, without even sitting down to recover his breath, he directly struck out at him, and for a moment, infinite remorse welled up in his heart. Boom! The large palm slapped down and instantly turned him into flying dust, not because he was too weak as a quasi-emperor nine heavens. The existence that was about to certify an emperor was very strong, but he was nothing in front of a supreme being, and in front of a great emperor, he was nothing. The universe was silent as this palm slapped down. The supreme beings in the forbidden zone couldn't help but change their faces a little when they felt that powerful power fluctuation. This strike could definitely threaten them. Let's see what he wants. Is he really going to come and settle things with us? That supreme being spoke again, with a few tremors in his voice, no longer as confident as before. Seeing the other party react in such a manner, a touch of eerie atmosphere flowed through the forbidden area, and all of them stared at the figure without a second thought. A strong character like that would definitely not let this go. Sure enough, the next moment, Ji Zimo moved. The Xingzi secret operated to the extreme, traveling through the void at extreme speed, and in the next instant, he descended in front of the forbidden land. This was the Tai Chu ancient mine, which housed the largest number of supreme beings, one of the most powerful restricted areas. Humph! Ji Zimo had just arrived here when a cold humming voice came, containing an overwhelming monstrous power that was enough to reverse the nine heavens above. At the same time, numerous gazes gazed at Ji Zimo's body, exerting pressure. This was the supreme being's way of giving him a wicked dismount. Even if Ji Zimo had certified as an emperor, he could not arbitrarily bully the forbidden land. Just as the beginningless had done back then, he had just slapped two supreme beings to death, forcing all the forbidden zones to confront him and ultimately having to give up. Ji Zimo ignored the pressure and continued to move forward, taking a step into the forbidden zone. The great Tao on his body rumbled and shook the heavens and earth, and for a moment, almost everyone's eyes were attracted here. The world's attention. Everyone was almost dumbfounded. What was the great emperor going to do? Having just certified as an emperor, was he going to go and push across the forbidden zone? This was impossible. So many great emperors, absolute heavenly pride men and women since the beginning of time, had been unable to do so. If some of the people in the forbidden zone were really pushed to the limit, they would ascend extremely and revert to Yama, slaughtering the entire world in blood. The magnitude of that kind of calamity is nothing less than the catastrophe that would result from unleashing a dark upheaval. It shouldn't be like this. Just became a great emperor. One needs to find a place to settle down for some years. Instead of being this strong. Some people were shocked. Those were some saints, and they frowned, exuding a worried expression. When the end of the immortal road, who is the peak, see the beginning of the road into the empty beginning of the emperor, did not dare to so brave. In the end, who gave the newly promoted emperors courage? Liang Jingru? They had to admit that Ji Zimo's strength was very powerful, and at the beginning of this world, he started to become an emperor, stifling the hopes of others. It's him, young Emperor Ji Zimo. A dusty great saint awakened and looked at Ji Zimo's figure and violently cried out in shock. For a time, the world shook. Ji Zimo, that peerless heavenly pride who fought with beginningless to the peak of the extreme Tao? This statement shocked almost everyone. Beginningless, the innate saintly body, the Tao fetus, pushed across the world without an enemy. Even if he meets a supreme being, he will be able to kill him in seconds. Such a strong and powerful person. In his whole life, there is only one enemy who fought with him all the way to the bloodbath. And that is Ji Zimo. That one being who was so powerful that he was feared. I didn't expect him to seal himself into this life and become a supreme emperor. In this world of heaven and earth, there will once again be a figure just like beginningless. That dusty ancient saint once again spoke, causing the world to nearly cheer. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? The era when the beginningless emperor was alive ushered in unprecedented peace among the universes, and the supreme beings in the forbidden zones didn't dare to come out. Even if it came out, it would be strongly suppressed without any half-suspense. And now that the equally stunning and determined Ji Zimo had become an emperor, it would be difficult for the world to erupt into dark turmoil. and the supreme beings would all be able to hide from this world unless the path to immortality opened. Some people held their breath, because too few people survived that era to really understand Gizmo. Gizmo stood in front of the Forbidden Zone, about to set off some amazing battle. However, the supreme being in the Forbidden Zone, in all eras, was likewise an invincible existence, fighting all over the sky and the earth, and in his lonely life, it was difficult to have an enemy. As long as Gizmo didn't provoke the supreme beings, no supreme beings would dare to strike at him, because of the knowledge that he had become a great emperor. Even if the supreme ascension, he might not be able to fight against Gizmo, and would surely be decapitated still, unless the crowd joined hands. The road to immortality was about to open, and none of the supreme beings dared to make a rash move against Gizmo. Inside the ancient Taicho Forbidden Land, even a single stone exuded an aura of barren antiquity, and the place was covered with spell formations everywhere, so that no one dared to enter it in the years that had passed. And today, Gizmo stood here. The supreme spell formation was not able to stop him, and some living beings all trembled at the sight of him. The existences in the Forbidden Zone awakened one after another, gazing indifferently at Gizmo. There were also supreme beings who wanted to make a move and were tempted to slap them out, but ultimately held back. Once that happened, a truly overwhelming battle would inevitably break out. What's more, they didn't know how powerful Gizmo was, they only understood a little. In case the other party showed enough strength to push the supreme beings across, that could count for something. Gizmo started the dark unrest and bloodied the Forbidden Land, and could be ridiculed for tens of thousands of years when he said it. For a time, the Taichu ancient mine was quiet to the extreme. Even the birds and beasts, insects and fish, didn't dare to make a sound. A shocking battle would break out here at any time. What do you want? Finally, a supreme voice came from the depths. Gizmo didn't speak. His gaze was like a torch, piercing through space and time, quietly looking at this barren land, releasing a powerful pressure. Almost in an instant, the divine light behind Gizmo shone brightly as two figures walked out. One of them, with cold eyes of lightning, his body flashed with an overwhelming light, and the beginningless bell was vibrating beside him. On the other hand, the Emperor's Tao aura flowed, the great Tao roared beside him, and the void mirror was suspended high above his head, defying everything. Seeing this scene, all the supreme beings were stunned. Boom! A loud sound came from a supreme being who was kicked out of the sky, and he didn't even know what had happened. It's none of our business that he made the move, so back off and clear the air with him. Things have come to a head, and if we don't make friends, the scene will be unmanageable. The Void Emperor and the Beginningless Emperor were summoned, and the supreme beings realized that, not to mention that although those two were shadows, they possessed the same battle power as their own. Void was fine, but beginningless, a group of supreme beings couldn't accept it. If they really moved, the damage that would definitely be inflicted on the Taichu ancient mining supreme beings would be incalculable. Therefore, the sneak-attacking supreme being was directly lifted off the ground, and whoever had formed the karma would pay it back. Chapter 62: The Battle of the Forbidden Zone. The corner of Gizmo's mouth hung out a smile. He himself was a little surprised that he could still play like this, not afraid of offending a supreme being. Perhaps they thought that it was unlikely that that supreme being would come back alive under his hand. The winds and clouds here were changing, and after Gizmo entered the Forbidden Zone, that group of saints were unable to spy on him. Not knowing what was going on, Gizmo turned around and then came into the starry sky, looking at that one supreme being with a smile on his face. This supreme being's face completely darkened. Originally thinking that they would fight against Gizmo together, they didn't expect that they would be directly discarded by the forbidden area and treated as an outcast. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowardly and incompetent people who don't deserve to be in my company. This supreme being laughed wildly with abandon, his hair flying like a demon god. Gizmo, they all fear you, but I, supreme light and darkness, do not fear you. I was born in the ancient times, I swept through my peers without any rivals, and became an emperor against the heavens. Who is my opponent? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to have to recreate my extreme Tao imperial might in this life, and before I die, dragging a young descendant into hell is not a loss. The supreme lord of light and darkness laughed loudly and wildly, his hair flying, his left eye light, his right eye dark. The appearance looked a bit bizarre, and now he was in the midst of madness, his body blossoming with absolute divine light, wanting to ascend and fight with the absolute. Every supreme being had been invincible, conceded that there was no equal in heaven and on earth. But the years had mercilessly chopped the heavenly pride, and despite the invincible strength, they had lost to the years. That supreme demon is extremely sublimated and is about to break out into a true emperor battle. The world was shocked, and a true imperial war was about to break out, at which point, there would be a devastation of life. Some of the older saints, looking up into the void, saw a brilliant radiance emerging from the light and darkness supreme, about to ascend. An absolute battle, about to come. In the entire Beidou, all the forces had immediately tensed up. The power of a supreme being was horrifyingly unparalleled. Just the breath alone could make the heavens and earth crumble. This is nothing less than a catastrophe for them. Many people flew into the sky and fled far away from here. They had a premonition that this place was definitely a powder keg that would explode at the slightest point. They didn't dare to stay here. At this moment, the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were also watching nervously, and they might not be without the intention of testing Ji Zimo's mind by throwing this supreme being out. Once Ji Zimo strained to complete the decimation, then they would also have no fear of Ji Zimo. Boom boom boom. Ji Zimo took the lead, simply would not wait for the other party to complete their sublimation, interrupting strongly in the process, slapping out with a palm that looked like the entire universe suppressing it, shocking the heavens and moving the earth. In an instant, that supreme being was directly slapped into a rain of blood in the sky, without the ability to resist in any way. He was in the midst of his extreme ascension and at his most vulnerable time, possessing flaws. It was this flaw that Yi Fan in the original picked, thus accomplishing a fatal blow. Although Ji Zimo was not afraid of the opponent's full output, there was no need to ask for trouble. It was clear that he could be resolved in advance. Why did he have to wait until the opponent's extreme sublimation had passed, and then fight him again? It's not like it's a fair fight. First to go. Who wouldn't put in a big word? Ji Zimo coldly grunted, instantly setting off lightning and thunder in the forbidden area, which was undoubtedly a warning. With a wave of his big hand, Ji Zimo wanted to lighten darkness supreme, suppressed into a blood dan, and would not pick up a bargain for someone. The Taicho ancient mind was instantly plunged into tranquility, killing a supreme being with a single strike. Although there was a suspicion of drilling a hole in the ground, it was also a symbol of absolute strength. The great emperor is invincible and fears nothing. Once again, some saints were still shocked and couldn't return to their senses for a long time. That was a supreme. Once also a supreme heavenly pride that covered the world without any rivals. But now he was beaten into dust by Ji Zimo with a slap. Even if it's a fantasy, that's not what it looks like. Immortal Mountain. A great black mountain towering in the sky. This is Immortal Mountain. A place that has not been willing to be mentioned throughout the ages, and no one dares to enter here on their own initiative. Ji Zimo descended here, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw a turtle slowly crawling beside a pool. The old tortoise shell exuded crack after crack. The ancient tree of enlightenment was rooted beside a small lake, each leaf on it crystalline and radiant, and the patterns on it varied, from bells to swords and spears. A powerful aura emanated, and the headless horseman in the mountain trembled, being suppressed by this powerful aura and eventually kneeling on the ground. A touch of breath flowed out and resisted Ji Zimo's pressure before the headless horseman quickly returned. Why are you here? No one here has taken a shot at you. An icy cold voice came out, obviously incomparably scornful of Ji Zimo, not wanting him to stay here. At the same time, in this mountain, 3 icy gazes were cast. After tens of thousands of years of great battles, the supreme beings in the immortal mountain, after being consumed by successive generations, there were only 3 left. I come from the desolate ancient Ji clan, and although the immortal mountain didn't put up a fight, we're worldly enemies, so let's make an end to it today. Ji Zimo's cold voice spread throughout this heaven and earth, and for a time, the heavens and earth shook. The mountains and rivers were upended, the rivers boiled, and the imperial aura rushed out of the sky. Anyone could see that Ji Zimo had come this time and was prepared to flatten this forbidden area without leaving them a single living thing. Humph. So you want to flatten the immortal mountain? If you flatten the immortal mountain today, won't you flatten all the forbidden areas in the future? A voice that spread throughout the Beidou earth, which was obviously not spoken to Ji Zimo, but to all the forbidden areas. For a moment, the world was abuzz with what they had heard. The great emperor actually wanted to level the immortal mountain. This made some of the saints who had just seen Ji Zimo return from slapping the light and darkness supreme to death in a flash have green faces. Really not giving a bit of life? Once again, he rushed up into the sky and away from here. Humph. Are you trying to force all of us supreme beings to all extremely ascend to fight you? In the immortal mountain, a voice came from yet another supreme being, directly putting the issue into the open. He wanted to goad all the supreme beings into opposing Ji Zimo. Don't you go too far. At the same time, there were also other Forbidden Land supreme beings who spoke up. All forbidden areas, one glory, one loss. Though in different times, there are fights between each. But now, a forbidden area was destroyed. This is definitely a big thing. The reason why the rabbit died, all the supreme beings understand in their hearts. Today, Immortal Mountain will be destroyed, and those who stand in my way will die. Ji Zimo's gaze swept across the forbidden zones between heaven and earth, his gaze blazing with a supreme dignity. Suddenly, Baidu's chi and blood rushed to the sky. His powerful chi and blood was so powerful that people could smell it, and it directly tore apart the sky and the heavens. The immense oppression caused nearby planets to explode one after the other. Great success, Saint Body. For a while, many supreme beings' gazes were drawn to that figure. Boom! A dozen or so Emperor's shadows emerged behind Ji Zimo, each of them overwhelmingly powerful, standing in the void. It was interwoven by laws and contained the laws of the Emperor's Tao, definitely possessing incredible battle power. For a moment, the remaining supreme beings of the Forbidden Land fell silent. Chapter 63, The Real Imperial Battle. Rumble. Ji Zimo's body was divided into 9, and he suppressed it in a strong manner. The immortal mountain was directly upended, and the supreme powerhouses inside rushed out of the sky. In a matter of moments, he was slapped into a bloody mist, and the other supreme powerhouse was also scared and pale. Junior, you're bullying people too much. The Stone Emperor charged violently into the starry sky, wanting to ascend extremely and fight Ji Zimo with all his might. Boom! Ji Zimo's large hand stretched out, a large purple hand that pinched one of the remaining supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone, and with a poof that person was directly grabbed into bloody mud. This caused a crowd of concerned supreme beings to look on in shock. They too had once reigned supreme, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, invincible in an era. However, in front of Ji Zimo, there was still no power to fight back, as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain, suppressing them and leaving them breathless. Unless extreme sublimation, there was absolutely no half-resistance, and they watched with varying expressions. This kind of battle power, unprecedented. Not many people could be found in the ancient times. The Stone Emperor only felt his scalp tingling with pressure. The other party had battled off 2 supreme beings in an instant, causing him to be incredibly vigilant as he leapt and rushed into the starry sky without the slightest hesitation. A moment of extreme sublimity. Ji Zimo looked at an emperor's shadow that appeared behind him, waved his hand, and in a few moments the smoke dissipated. So far, he had consecutively decimated 2 supreme beings, displaying his own unparalleled battle power, which was enough to shock the other forbidden lands. What's more, the opening of the road to immortality was imminent, and no supreme being would be foolish enough to stand up for him. All of them were silently concerned and alert to the core. The Stone Emperor frowned, his face ugly and scornful. The other party had no intention of letting them go. There was no more retreat, and there was no more choice. In this moment of extreme sublimation, his Tao, sectional climbing. Eventually, a pinnacle was reached, radiating immortal light. Boom! The true Emperor's Tao aura emanated, and this universe trembled as the distant planets, one after another, exploded one after another. The Emperor's aura emanated, and Shi Huang made no attempt to hide it. By now, he had absolutely no way to retreat. Shi Huang looked at this pale universe, never having thought of being forced to the point he was in now. He was completely and extremely sublimated. There was no way back, and he became a Gaisher Emperor who could only fight to the end. Today either he would die or Ji Zimo would die, and then devour all of his flesh and blood essence and return to the immortal mountain once again, waiting for the road to immortality to open. This was a true emperor, invincible and invincible. As a pair of icy eyes swept by, starfield after starfield trembled as the true laws of the imperial Tao flowed without a single blemish. A true ancient emperor appeared, a figure who was once invincible for an era, absolutely no rival in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so powerful that it suffocated everything in the world, and the light of darkness scattered, so that people could not see a bit of hope. Baidu. Everyone was watching nervously. The emperor battle was about to break out. One was a true emperor, and the other was a peerless, recently certified emperor. Both of them, at this moment, were the topmost existences in this world, standing there, invincible in the world. Do you think that just because you've extremely ascended into an ancient emperor, you can turn everything around? Ji Zimo walked from the Baidu, taking one step for a lifetime of flowers, radiant light blossoming like a supreme being who had walked pellucidly from the immortal ancient. Ha ha ha. The Stone Emperor looked up to the sky, light flowing in his eyes, and now that he had reascended to this realm, the passage of 10,000 ancient years made him incomparably emotional. Ji Zimo, I wanted to live for myself, to go against the heavens and step onto the path to immortality, so why did you come to stop me? And now, this emperor is extremely sublimated, standing in the same realm as you. You and I only exist as one person, and today, this emperor is going to make a clean break with you. With the Void Emperor, Stone Emperor's eyes released endless killing intent. It was hard to be forced out alive and strong to such an extent. It is indeed time to make an end, but today it will only be you who will die. In the next moment, the most brilliant light erupted in the universe, more dazzling than the explosion of millions of suns, shaking the ages, and a shocking battle that ancient history would record appeared. The Great Imperial War. a true imperial battle. Zemo struck out. A golden yellow light emanated out. This kind of light, even if a supreme being saw it, he would have to change his face. No one in the world knew what that yellow light represented. It was the light of the heavenly Tao, the light of the great Tao, stirring up the heavens. All the ages would shatter. The heavens would tremble. It was a supreme killing attack. It was Zemo's own Tao-in-law. The world was shocked. And on the Beidou, one brilliant light after another lit up, and one imperial weapon after another revived, enveloping over their clans to protect the race. And some of the old great saints of the ancient existences were awakened and watched the real emperor and emperor duel, one after another, all shocked and unable to speak. The supreme beings all appeared generation after generation, and no one had ever faced off at the same time, at their peak moment. And now, two true emperors and emperors waging a duel, rare in the world. This was like a myth. Unbelievable. Boom! In the middle of the universe, Zemo slapped his palm out fiercely. Golden light flashed, and the great Tao resounded. Countless stars crumbled. That was the power of the great Tao, and an extreme power that could stand alongside the power of non-immortals, surpassing the laws of the world. And for a moment, everyone was shocked to realize something. The Stone Emperor's figure was regressing. Even he himself was incredulous. It was because the Supreme Being's dictionaries all firmly believed that he was the strongest. And at this moment, for him to take the initiative to retreat was undoubtedly slapping his own face. Endless light shone brightly, stunning the world, and great fluctuations erupted there, which could not be viewed by non-supreme exalts. Soon enough, some people realized that blood was raining down, and every drop of blood there contained unparalleled power, blazing in the void as the laws of the imperial Tao flowed, only to see that in the center of that battlefield, all the paths of heaven and earth wailed, and an emperor-level powerhouse shattered his bones and splattered the universe with blood. In the restricted area, some people's divine thoughts fluctuated and spread out, capturing the results of the battle. How is it possible? There really is someone powerful to such an extent. In the forbidden zone, some supreme beings stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with disbelief. They saw an ancient emperor, who was forced backward as soon as he made his entrance, and then his entire body was torn apart, blood raining down as the imperial Tao wailed. The fluctuations there were too appalling. Even if it was a ray of immortal light from a great emperor, some star fields couldn't withstand it, and in an instant, they crumbled. Galaxies darkened and shattered into ashes. For a time, the universe seemed to stand still and fall into a dead silence, without a single sound. To die, before saying so many words, I thought he could be a bar with Zemo. It seems, alas, a true emperor collapsed in the starry sky, his opponent so powerful that he despaired, not giving him half a point to display his Tao-in-law, unable to deliver a forbidden strike, making people lament and grieve. There was no fighting back the entire time. Ancient emperor-level powerhouses were like papier-mâché in front of Zemo, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was really the case. Unable to resist head-on, and after exchanging a few moves, he hadn't even utilized his forbidden mastery. Chapter 64, Invincible in the World. Zemo, you have bullied me too much. Today, even if I die, I will still make you seriously injured. An incomparably angry voice came from the starry sky battlefield. Immediately after that, an overwhelming explosion came from there. The Stone Emperor was unable to defeat Zemo and directly blew himself up, ready to pull Zemo on before he died. Even if Zemo didn't die, he would still have to suffer a serious injury. The world was dumbfounded. The Stone Emperor was a holy spirit who had become a Taoist, and was an extremely strong powerhouse in the ancient times. No one in the 8 wildernesses of the universe was his opponent, and he didn't expect to be pushed so hard. The starry sky was shattered. A huge fluctuation as if a large stone had been thrown on the surface of a calm lake, and the ripples surged into the 8 wildernesses of the universe in an instant. This battle didn't last long, as the supreme beings observed that the Stone Emperor had lasted through 8 moves. There were also supreme beings who thought it was 5 strokes, and it was recognized that there were no more than 10 strokes. Their hearts were chilling as they realized the truth. Unknowingly, a figure as terrifying as this had appeared in the universe, one that could be called unparalleled in the ancient world. After a short exchange of blows, that battlefield, the sky crumbled, ghosts cried and wailed, and all sorts of horrible things happened as a black shadow flashed out. Those were the people in the hell. And the battle had just ended when that group of people instantly disappeared without a trace. Thinking back then, beginningless chased Earth all the way to the heavens, beating it to the ground, almost on the verge of doubting life. If not for the supreme treasure of hell, the Tong Tian underworld treasure, which is still there and has hidden the hell. Otherwise I am afraid that the hell that exists to this day will cease to exist. And now, Zemo looked indifferently in the direction of hell, looking at the supreme beings there, looking through and through, Today's hell is not the hell of the past. The number of supreme beings is far less than before, and the Tongtian meditation treasure has disappeared and no longer blesses the hell. The supreme beings in the hell. I'm afraid that there is only a prison suppressor emperor left, as well as some people such as King Yama of the quasi-emperor realm, who can hold up to an unbearable attack. Zimo didn't pay any attention to the hell. His body flashed with light, and in a single thought, he had descended on the immortal mountain. There were no more supreme beings here, yet there were still some descendants of supreme beings and even a few sons of ancient emperors who were trying to frantically flee. Zimo frowned. Exterminating all the supreme beings of the immortal mountain had long since resulted in a life and death feud. He wasn't one to want to make trouble for himself, and was just about to raise his hand to exterminate everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice came. Is the great emperor going to drive out all the people? It was the headless horseman, his armor glowing with an icy sheen, riding a celestial horse that stood in the way. The great emperor is so narrow-minded that he wants to drive everyone to extinction. The headless horseman's voice came again, and the sound traveled across the heavens. Zimo frowned. Why are people still doing this moralizing? Humph. He coldly grunted, and that headless horseman's body crumbled apart inch by inch. Even though it was a quasi-emperor, it was still like an ant in front of a true great emperor. The place was radiant. The altar emitted mysterious ripples. A group of people stood in front of the altar, their faces white. There were also a few youths, their gazes somber, their eyes filled with hatred. His name is Dark Bodhi. He is the son of the Stone Emperor. And because his father was forced by Zimo to blow himself up and die, his heart naturally possesses infinite hatred. It was a pity that he was too weak to avenge his father's death now. Zimo, one day, I'm going to make you pay in blood. Even though you are powerful, you always have people around you. Dark Bodhi secretly contemplated in his heart that at this critical juncture, he should flee immediately. Zimo stared at them indifferently, causing chills to run down their spines as the big formation was launched and the death of the headless horseman delayed time for them. A faint smile appeared on Zimo's face as his hand made a slight point in the void, instantly transforming into a square of formation patterns. The group of shadows on the altar disappeared, and there was a lurch in space. In a flash, it appeared in front of Zimo again. How could this group of people not have thought that they had clearly ascended the altar and were about to travel far into the stars and break away from this place? But they did not expect the bad news that appeared in front of them, which was undoubtedly like a nightmare. I'll fight you. A great saint immediately killed. Despite knowing that it was a moth to a flame, he still bloomed his entire body, his voice shaking the heavens and sweeping across the 9 skies. Only within the next moment, his figure cracked inch by inch, shattering like ceramic. You are at least a great emperor of a party. You should be broad-minded. You have already warded off the emperor. Why are you so vindictive? Some people in that group cried, telling of Zimo's crimes. However, he felt somewhat amused as his palm slapped down, and a group of people were directly vaporized, their immortal platforms crumbling, and their divine souls dissipating into ash. Immortal mountain, destroy. Zimo's voice reached the heavens and nearly boiled in the starry sky, and now he alone had pacified a forbidden area, doing what could not be done since the great emperors of all generations, and should be recorded in ancient history and be remembered for ages. It really did. There were some great saints trembling with excitement, especially those ancient emperor clans, the great emperors and their families, and the emperor's sons had all paid a terrible price in order to quell the dark turmoil. After all the hard work over the generations, and now, a forbidden area has been destroyed. What a feat! A few moments later, the entire Beta was on the verge of sealing up. A newborn great emperor, crusading against the forbidden zones, against all odds, wiped out a forbidden zone, creating an immortal legend that shook the 10 deserts and 8 regions. The commotion here had long been known by the powerful in the universe, and it had sparked a great cheer. And now in the world, there is an invincible powerhouse, radiating a radiant light that shines in the world. And now who dares to start a dark turmoil? All of the people in the forbidden zone fell into silence. Zimo had directly decimated a forbidden zone with such strong means, making almost all the supreme beings fearful of it. The road to immortality opens in a few hundred years. Once it's out, then we'll inevitably have to face Zimo. Success is good. You can enter the immortal domain in one fell swoop. If it fails, want to start the dark unrest. Every supreme being will have to weigh. Living in this era, every supreme being was not very comfortable in their hearts, because such an invincible existence came out of the world. It was as if it was like having a knife on their necks, making them feel the danger to their lives. There was a time when they would have worried about their own well-being, and it was so stifling it was irritating. Nay, the opponent is too powerful. Zimo is unprecedented. This name, placed 100,000 years ago, has shaken this side of heaven and earth. Although he didn't know why he didn't become an emperor at that time, but nowadays, It seemed obvious that he was a figure not weaker than beginningless. In the G family, Jizi's body couldn't help but vibrate greatly as he looked at that one figure. That one new emperor, surprisingly, was from the G clan, and besides, he was already so powerful that he had exterminated a forbidden area with a single strike. This made him sigh deeply, and he couldn't help but feel proud of it. The pride of being in the G family, or rather, the pride of Ji Zimo becoming an emperor. The Ji family, one family, two emperors, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor. Feeling that intense fluctuation, could not help but feel shocked by it, especially the Black Emperor. The dog's mouth was wide open. Not long ago he had just been teased, and now the other party had appeared against the heavens, becoming an emperor in the shortest possible time, and after that, he even overthrew a forbidden area. Such great achievements could not be compared to even the beginningless. Chapter 65, Creating the Heavenly Court. Is this the figure that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the beginningless emperor back then? Surely powerful. Yi Fan was shocked to the core. In terms of a realm like his, for the current Ji Zimo he could only look up. There was no emotion beyond that. In fact, if it wasn't for the immortal emperor, in a bit, I'm afraid that I could have become an emperor 100,000 years ago. Ji Zimo walked in the immortal mountain, and now it was all his. The ancient tree of enlightenment emitted a radiant light, each leaf crystal clear, with the figures of some people engraved on it. There were also some supreme emperor soldiers that had endless years of age, making people quite emotional. And that one Shin turtle, with its back cracked and incomparably vicissitudes, was now slowly crawling towards Ji Zimo step by step. A moment later, it had arrived in front of Ji Zimo, expressing its willingness to submit, not willing to follow Ji Zimo. Its owner has been killed by Ji Zimo, and now everything here belongs to Ji Zimo alone. Who can disobey? Who dares to disobey? Ji Zimo stepped in front of a cave, where there was then a piece of immortal tear green gold as big as a person, emanating a faint fury. This was also an immortal heavenly emperor in the future, very powerful and composed of pure immortal tear green crystals. It was claimed that the physique was strong and unrivaled, very powerful, and could not be seen to be weaker than the chaotic body. And now, this piece of immortal gold was intercepted by Ji Zimo in advance, and it was impossible for that heavenly emperor from later history to appear again. Greetings, great emperor. In the immortal tear green gold, a divine sense fluctuation came from the other party, who was too powerful. Even the current immortal tear green gold had to submit. Ji Zimo stretched out a finger and wore out its divine sense. Such a big piece of immortal gold. It's not good to make it into some kind of weapon, but also have to make it into a living being. The moment it was worn out, a curse followed. The Holy Spirit, that which is born and grows, is loved by the heavens, and whoever puts it to death will surely suffer karma. 100,000 years ago, after Beginningless became an emperor, a great success Holy Spirit had come out of the world to cause chaos. And as a result, he was decimated. And although Beginningless did not want to decimate such creatures very much, after all, he had gone too far at that time. Boom! Ji Zimo let out a vibration, completely dispersing that cursed power. He circled around the immortal mountain and eventually stood atop the dark peak, his gaze sweeping towards the rest of the forbidden area. Watching him move, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Was this not the end? The great emperor is going to raise his butcher's knife again and pacify all the forbidden zones? This is too fierce. Several restricted areas. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Icy cold gazes flickered out. A forbidden area had already been destroyed. If Ji Zimo wasn't satisfied, then they naturally had to come out into the world to fight as well. Ji Zimo flew high into the sky, and the entire immortal mountain was lifted by him and brought back to the Ji clan. People once again produced a shocked look, annihilating a forbidden area, and now even taking away the lair together. Shocking people. 7 great forbidden zones of life, and now one less is being swept away forever. The great emperor is too heaven-defying. The world was in an uproar. This was an incomparably brilliant achievement that was enough to influence the ages. Ji clan. Ji Zimo lifted the entire immortal mountain, causing this imperial clan to fall into a complete frenzy. Ancient saints after ancient saints walked out of the forbidden land, their pupils all revealing shock. Big brother, you're going against the odds. Ji Zijie also awoke from his slumber, looking at the figure that appeared in Ji Zimo's pupils. When something like this happened, he never expected it when he was dreaming. The old ancestor sleeping in the immortal source was trembling with this excitement. 2 emperors from one clan, and now they've even leveled a forbidden zone. ZMO. It is truly a supreme honor for my Ji family. Ji Zimo became an emperor, and the Ji family once again took a leap of faith and became the top family in the universe, leaving all the other emperor clans in the dust. After Ji Zimo placed the undead mountain in the middle of the back garden, he cloaked the 9 heavens and looked at the broken years. and the deceased had all awakened. By this time, even the self-appointed heaven's pride and heroes had awakened to witness this moment in history, an incomparably radiant achievement. Just having 2 emperors in one gate was enough to shake the ages. In the family's ancient hall, Zimo sat in the main seat, and the great success Saint Body sat on the side. Although he hadn't put in much effort, standing there was considered a great deterrent. On the left and right sides, all sat clan elders, even GZ also quietly sat on one side. In the middle of the conversation, a clan elder pulled out a young girl and brought her to Zimo and said, Gzu's eyebrows were curved, her eyes were like a clear spring, and when she smiled, she revealed a pair of cute little tiger teeth. The delicate little face showed small dimples, and the skin was crystal clear, just like white snow. Great Emperor, this is my family's heavenly pride of my generation, a Yuan spirit body that is rarely encountered in the ages. Zimo looked at Gzu below. This girl's eyes flashed and she was smiling, not timid at all. Zu, don't be quick to meet the old ancestor. Gzu has met my clan, the Supreme Emperor. For today's G family, Zimo was the Supreme God, saying one thing, and anyone had to listen. The G family was divided into several factions, with each faction fighting with each other. And now the Gzu's faction is all from the main family line. This young girl with outstanding talent pushed her way to Zimo. Even a single compliment is enough to spread the name through the ages. In the past, the G family concealed Gzu's physique, worrying that other families would target the G family. And now that Zimo has become an emperor, who would dare to target him? Moreover, the Yuan spiritual body is rare in the ancient times, and has only appeared a few times in the vast ancient history, but all of them failed to achieve great success due to various reasons. However, there was no doubt that this kind of physique was very heaven-defying, able to absorb the origin of heaven and earth for its own use. Not bad, cultivate it. Zimo nodded slightly, and the family lodgers of this generation all had happy looks on their faces. Old ancestor, there's another brother. He's an eastern desolate god body, even more powerful than me. Gzu was very agile, like a lively deer. If she didn't have the elders of the clan to deter her, I'm afraid she would be laughing and conversing with Zimo. When this girl said this, she was thinking of letting Zimo instruct Jihaoyue in her cultivation. With a great emperor guiding the cultivation of immortality, the path afterward would definitely be much smoother, and it might not be impossible to overwhelm the group. It seems that in this life, my G family is full of talents. Not bad. In the future, let that eastern wasteland god body it's come to find me. Gzijia opened his mouth. He was also an eastern wasteland divine body, and moreover, his cultivation had already reached the realm of a great saint by now. Upon hearing this, the group of clan elders once again smiled happily. Thank you, great emperor. After the assembly dispersed, Zimo stood at the top of the mountain cliff, his mighty wind whipping his divine might. It's time to make a name for yourself. The great success saint body appeared behind him and spoke. My name is Celestial Emperor, and I will start the Celestial Court. Zimo spoke blandly. 100,000 years ago, naming his Tao weapon the Heavenly Emperor Seal, just to wait for this day. In the vastness of ancient history, there were not a few people who called themselves Heavenly Emperors. For example, that desolate Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Zun, and Ruthless Emperor also called themselves Heavenly Emperors, and that era called them Southridge Heavenly Emperors, and Beginningless also called them Heavenly Emperors. Even the Green Emperor had intended to rebuild the Heavenly Court, but later failed to do so. Chapter 66, Gathering Gai Jiuyue. Although there was no clear division of ranks amongst the great emperors, Heavenly Emperors were different from ordinary great emperors in that their battle prowess was so overwhelming that ordinary great emperors could not be compared to Heavenly Emperors. Dongfang Tai, who had been sleeping in the immortal source, had awakened, and now that he was a quasi-emperor of the sixth heavenly layer, there were not many people who could be enemies with him when looking at the world. From the ancient slumber until now, I don't want to slumber anymore, and now that you have become an emperor, I'm afraid I don't have much of a chance. I desire the final step in my growth, to plainly cross the threshold. Dongfang Tai expressed to Zimo that he was not willing to fall asleep again. That kind of taste was really too unbearable, and it was tantamount to a kind of bondage for him. I wish to create the heavenly court. Would you like to join? Zimo looked at him blandly. With things having come to this point, Dongfang Tai couldn't refuse and immediately agreed. He wasn't alone either. He came from the Southern Ridge Barbarians and was the ancestor of that group, and now his addition represents the addition of yet another power. Zimo nodded his head. He had seen the pattern of the ultimate heavenly court in the heavenly tribulation, and copied it with his strength. It will be a bit of a hassle and take some years, but it can still be accomplished. He wanted to build the heavenly court, following the example of the desolate heavenly emperor, and once this heavenly court was built, Even the Yifan of the latter days would have to devote himself to the heavenly court. Ji Zimo established the heavenly court, which is undoubtedly a big spirit. Throughout the ages, that group of people, although they have a thief's heart, but they do not have the courage to be a thief. And now that he's doing it himself, he's manifesting a great spirit. The road to immortality will open in a few hundred years. After Ji Zimo made such a mess, those supreme beings will more or less have trouble sleeping before the road to immortality opens. After all, with a knife on their necks, who wouldn't be scared? Shortly afterward, Ji Zimo called himself the Heavenly Emperor and established the ancient heavenly court. When the news came out, it immediately shocked the entire Beidou. And over these days, many great saints of the clans came to have an audience with Ji Zimo and were warmly entertained. There was still an unbelievable gleam in their eyes when they heard the news. It was important to know that the heavenly court was an extremely ancient synonym, and the last heavenly emperor of the heavenly court was an emperor who was unprecedented and renowned. Those in later generations who wanted to establish the ancient celestial court were unsuccessful. Whether it was the immortal celestial emperor, or the successive ancient emperors and great emperors, in the forbidden area, the supreme beings were silent and speechless. After all, establishing the heavenly court was not a good thing for them. Ji Zimo and the great completion sacred body sat in the heavenly court, which was terrifying. Middle states, Ji Zimo concealed his entire body's aura as he walked on this vast expanse of land. A territory that was even more vast and boundless than the eastern wasteland. This piece of heaven and earth was heavenly, and many powerful people had appeared, such as the Central Emperor, the Southern Demon, and the contemporary Supreme Gai Juyu. Nowadays, who was the most stunning between heaven and earth was undoubtedly Gai Joyue. Even if the Green Emperor became a Taoist, it would not be able to annihilate his full glory. In the era when the heavens and earth had the strongest age suppression, Gai Joyue used the shortest amount of time to achieve the 9 heavens of the Quasi-Emperor. Such a supreme powerhouse. Throughout the ages, I'm afraid that there is only the ancient heavenly court's first divine general Chuaning, Ning Fei, the immortal dynasty's first divine general. Such a group of talents could be compared. Ji Zimo, as the heavenly emperor of the current generation, wherever he traveled, any secret swept past with a single glance would be pierced through by him, without any exceptions to speak of. On top of the ancient road, an old man with a stooped body and wearing a gray robe walked on the road. Looking out over the magnificent landscape of the mountains, he emitted emotions from time to time. And now there is a great emperor's emergence in the world of man. Unprecedented. And there are not many people in the ancient times who can be on par with him in terms of battle power. And he finally didn't have to worry about the dark unrest in a few hundred years, because there was a great emperor to suppress it. Walking on the road, suddenly he looked shocked. A person appeared in front of him. His face is like a knife. His skin is as white as jade, and his figure is great and extraordinary. Such a person will not be buried even in the crowd, and that kind of aura stands proudly in the crowd and can be seen at a glance. Gai Joyue looked at that one youth, his deep eyes flickering with extraordinary light, and waited until that youth walked up to him, reached out and clasped his fist, saying, "Greetings, great emperor, there is no need to be polite. Today I came just for you." Ji Zimo smiled blandly. To be able to have the great emperor come in person, I am honored. Gai Joyue had a few smiles on his face. To be able to have the great emperor of the day personally come and invite him was undoubtedly giving him enough face. I'm establishing the heavenly court and would like to invite you to sit in on it. I am grateful for the great emperor's love, but it's just that while I am deeply injured, I am unable to utilize my strength to suppress the darkness for the heavenly court. Gai Joyue was calm at this moment. His cultivation had fallen to the peak of great sage a long time ago. As for the establishment of the heavenly court, its greatest enemy was none other than the Forbidden Zone, and with his current strength, dealing with the Forbidden Zone was just a bit inadequate. No harm done. If it's an injury from the Great Tao, I have an immortality pill that can heal your Great Tao injury. A small white tiger popped out between Ji Zimo's raised hands, rotating around Ji Zimo's circumference. Immortality medicine. Thousands of years results once. Currently Ji Zimo has a lot of stock in his hands. White tiger immortality pill. In that case, thank you, great emperor. As a generation of supreme beings, Gai Joyue naturally knew about the immortality pill, but was unable to obtain a single strain of the immortality pill. The people in the Forbidden Zone would not give it. The rest of the world, he couldn't know. By accepting the immortality pill, it means that consent has been given. Ji Zimo smiled and nodded. Turning around, his figure had already dissipated. The heavenly court was established, but in just a few years, Ji Zimo traveled through the forbidden areas and ascended to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and spent some effort to find the materials to make it. A magnificent heavenly court stood in the starry sky with a grand atmosphere. It was the ultimate pattern of the ancient heavenly court, skillfully arranged. like a behemoth in the starry sky. Dang it! On this day, Zimo suddenly heard the beginningless bell rumbling, and the fluctuation of the powerful force also contained the overwhelming light of several other imperial weapons. With a glance, he found that the shaking light sacred body's dragon-tattooed cauldron, the Jiang clan's constant universe divine furnace, and the central state's Tai Huang sword were attacking the purple mountain. The sound of the bell roared, and the earth and sky trembled, and the sound of the bell was so long that it seemed to be able to shake one's soul. A few smiles flashed across Zimo's face as he descended on the holy city in just an instant. The holy city stood in the sky, a city in the sky, famous in his time. Walking in this city, the most that came out of the ears was the present-day pomp and circumstance, where several great holy places had united to attack the Purple Mountain, all of which had failed. As Zimo walked through this city, other voices also came to his ears from time to time. For example, from it, there was an out selection of a master source artist, a Kirin immortality pill seed, and a living, breathing monkey as well. On Zimo's face, there were a few bemused smiles. Unexpectedly, even though becoming an emperor came first, Yi Fan, the stirrer, still stirred up boundless storm clouds. His gaze looked far away, only to see that the Ji clan's void mirror was among them. For a while, the sky was silent, without a single sound. Did it fail again? It's estimated that quite a few more Saint Lords have fallen. Was that absolute God King saved or not? Chapter 67, Return of Jiang Taishu. Many people were discussing it on the side of the road, and some people from the Holy Land were worried. Many of the holy sons and daughters were worried that if the Holy Lord in the Holy Land failed and was suppressed, the biggest impact would be on their status. A few days ago, someone let slip that the tomb of the beginningless emperor was buried in the Purple Mountain, but in just half a day, it had attracted people from several great clans and dozens of holy lands to come and find out what was going on. After finally coming to a conclusion, the mind snapped. The beginningless emperor, but one of the most powerful emperors in the human race, fought with the heaven and earth of the current generation all the way to the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperors, and then became an emperor. No one knew specifically how strong beginningless was 100,000 years ago, and it was rumored that he pushed across the 9 heavens and 10 lands and stood at the peak of the immortal path, with no one being his opponent. The period of time when he became an emperor was one of the few peaceful times in all of history. Of course, that was only a legend, and no one knew exactly how strong he was, but the world knew that today's heavenly emperor was very strong. Back then, the beginningless was able to become Taoist one step ahead of the heavenly emperor, and his strength was not inferior to that of the heavenly emperor. Then, the scriptures and treasures in the Purple Mountain became the objects that everyone wanted to coax. The heavenly emperor was heaven-defying and overwhelming, a figure that beginningless could stand shoulder to shoulder with, and the place where he was buried naturally attracted the coveting of countless people. Failed again. Even the Ji family has failed, someone whispered. Half an hour later, the entire holy city shook. The eastern wasteland, the central state, 5 extreme Dao imperial armaments, and hundreds of great powers all joined forces in preparation to attack the Purple Mountain, and still failed. According to some injured saint masters, it was suspected that there was a great emperor's presence in the Purple Mountain, manipulating everything, otherwise it would be impossible to drive out all 5 pieces of imperial armaments. And if those people didn't have imperial armaments to protect their bodies, I'm afraid that one by one, they would have already exploded and died. Is this news true or false? Some people were shocked that all 5 imperial weapons had fought their way into the Purple Mountain, but they didn't expect to still be suppressed and driven out. This was simply appalling, causing some people to lament that it was worthy of being a figure who had stood shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly emperor in the first place. Still, they did not give up, handing over the imperial soldiers to the older generation for a life and death mission. Boy, why do I have a bad feeling about this? In a certain courtyard in the holy city, the Black Emperor disguised as a calf with a bad face looked at Yi Fan in front of him and said, the Black Emperor had been too conspicuous this time and had been collecting favorites in the northern domain. As for some of the women from the Holy Lands, their faces changed when they heard the Black Emperor's name. If a dog is really adopted as a human pet, I'm afraid that everyone will not be able to accept it, and it will be spread to the world. What's more, not everyone was qualified to be the Black Emperor's human favorites, and the ones he looked for were still some heavenly disciples. If his figure appeared in this holy city, he would definitely be hunted down by the holy places in the world without any suspense, and it would be extremely difficult to walk out alive at that time. On the other hand, Yi Fan was no slouch, not to mention the fact that he had been in the eastern wasteland before, and had long stirred up boundless storm clouds, causing various clans to issue wanted notices and offer rewards for the capture of Yi Fan, and once his true body was exposed, it would also inevitably cause the Ji family, the Jiang family, and all the other Holy Land families to come after him. What bad premonition! Let's see if they can't fight their way into the Purple Mountain. After all, the beginningless emperor can only exist alongside the current heavenly emperor, and the backhand left behind is extraordinary. After saying that, Yi Fan's face darkened slightly. The people of the Ji family were too shameless, and now a bounty has been issued, and on several occasions I have narrowly escaped death by being discovered. Now the Ji family has appeared a heavenly emperor. That is how rampant the entire Beidou earth. It is the Ji family's wind is in the right place, saying one thing, no one dares to mess with it. Therefore, as soon as the bounty order was issued, it attracted an unknown number of people to come at him openly and secretly, wanting to take his head and make friends with the Ji family. His current identity could not be exposed, and once it was exposed, he was afraid that he would have to die without a burial place. He wasn't the only one. Many of the people on the bounty were found and directly grilled. The human head was used to win the favor of the Ji family, if not for the fact that he had the source of the heavenly book, able to change their own breath and appearance. I am afraid that now we'll be robbed. This kind of pressure was just too much. To be precise, that was too much pressure from the heavenly emperor. So he set up a situation, wanting to stir up the winds and clouds of the northern dipper and seek refuge. Don't make me bite you. The black emperor was furious and opened his bloody mouth. And today, Emperor Wushuang, in front of the heavenly emperor, all of the black emperor's advantages were all gone, and he also felt a pressure that he had never felt before. Those few pieces of imperial armaments are naturally incapable of penetrating the Forbidden Land. You're trying to say that you're afraid that the heavenly emperor himself will come. Yi Fan knew everything clearly. Kid, you just did it on purpose. The current heavenly emperor and the great emperor, all the way to fight fiercely in the 9 heavens. Once they discover the Purple Mountain, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. Once the heavenly emperor himself arrives, the Purple Mountain may not be able to stop it. Nowadays, even the black emperor didn't come with confidence, and before, he knew that the beginningless great emperor was unrivaled throughout the ages. The backhand he had left behind could not be breached by anyone, not even by the Supreme Being himself. But who was the heavenly emperor of the current generation? Although he often cursed the heavenly emperor for losing his conscience on weekdays, the treasure left behind by a generation of heavenly emperors turned out to be a piece of. Even if he was a dog, he couldn't be insulted like this, directly making him break his great defense. But without a doubt, even the black emperor had to admit that the heavenly emperor was so powerful that even if a great completion's sacred body met him, he would definitely have no chance of survival. Nowadays, if the heavenly emperor was really to be invoked, the Purple Mountain's backhand might not be able to carry it. It's come to this, there's no way back for us. So what if the heavenly emperor comes? I only hope that we can truly bring that person back. Suddenly, Li Heishui barged into the courtyard. Divine King Jiang Taishu was rescued. It's now on its way back to the holy city. At those words, the big black dog's eyes widened. Once this person was rescued, there might be hope if he fought again. Although the Divine King has been saved, his body is still very weak. He can't return to the Jiang clan at all. He needs to be saved. Li Heishui was still very shocked and said again, a 5,000-year-old absolute God King, trapped for 4,000 years. This is incredible. Once he is rescued, he will be absolutely invincible. But he's so weak right now that the Jiang family is begging for all kinds of divine medicines, offering sky-high prices. Yi Fan had previously opened the seeds of the Qilin immortality pill, so naturally, he was known. All the people of the Jiang family were begging heavily for the immortality pill seed in Yi Fan's hands. At this moment, there were many people begging for their doors, wanting to buy the seeds of the Qilin immortality pill and befriend the Jiang family. No way. Absolutely no way. Yi Fan decisively rejected them all. The God King had been kind to him and had taught him the Dozi secret. He wanted to save the God King. Ji Zimo walked into the sacred city and heard about the remarks about the Purple Mountain. He had been quite busy these days and had forgotten about it. The 2 previous attacks on the Purple Mountain, which he had not heard of as he searched for treasures in various places in the starry sky, and now by chance, it reminded him of all sorts of things. 100,000 years on duty. He once said he'd bounce on the grave of the beginning. And who knows? Beginningless was the first existence to become an immortal emperor among the sky shading trio, and after he became an immortal emperor, he happened to be targeted to death by several dark immortal emperors in a joint effort. Chapter 68, Choosing the World. When that time comes to bounce on his grave, the yellow flowers will be gone. Looking in the direction of the Purple Mountain, the shadow on the Dao platform, Ji Zimo revealed a smile. God King Jiang Taishu has returned. Quickly make way. A loud roar came out, shaking the entire sacred city. Jiang Taishu. When Ji Zimo heard this name, he remembered the person Jiang Taishu, originally a Gaijin king from 5,000 years ago. He possessed one of the 9 secrets, the fighting character secret. with unrivaled attack power. Of course, any attack power that was unrivaled was not worth mentioning in front of him. Who in the world is worthy of white clothes? Only I, God King Jiang Taishu. Hearing this name, Ji Zimo's mind only recalled this sentence. How domineering and majestic it was. Immediately afterward, a group of Jiang clan members appeared, quickly escorting a stone wall back to the holy city's dragon transformation pool, where it was rumored to be extraordinary and where a true dragon had once appeared. This episode, although Ji Zimo was familiar with it, was not because of it. It was just that the beginningless bell rang, reminding him of some past events, and he was ready to come and redeem the promise of the past. But blind, since he had come across this mess, he naturally had to stop and watch the show properly. Ji Zimo stepped into a restaurant not far away and found a room to stay, quietly watching the development of the situation in the city. Ding! The host has reached the Great Emperor realm. Some of the system's functions have been opened. May I ask if the host is willing to travel to another world? Just then, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Upon hearing this, Ji Zimo was slightly stunned, not expecting that the system would come to prompt him to cross the worlds of the heavens. But the system is really pulling the crotch a bit. But crotch pulling is crotch pulling. If it wasn't for the 9 revolutions of salted eggs that the system had given him, as well as the 9 secrets, he might not have gotten to this point today. System, what world can I travel to? Ji Zimo meditated in his mind and asked the system. Ding! The first world, Doluwa continent. Ding! The second world, the Star River continent. Ding! The third world, the Holy Ruins. Ding! The fourth world, the Flood. Ding! The fifth world, the Perfect World. Ding! The sixth world, the Fighting Vault. A line of text appeared in front of it, like a transparent aperture that shimmered like a milky crystal, showing 5 options. Ji Zimo's brows visibly frowned when he saw the world of Doluwa continent. Why does this system look down on him so much? Isn't this a proper fantasy floor tile? This is also going to come over to touch the porcelain? He sneezed enough to make its entire world crumble. What did he go over there for? Foot stomp Tang San and barbecue that rabbit named Shao Dance? Or take all the beautiful women there into his harem? Shaking his head, he looked to the next world, which was called Star River Emperor. And when he saw it, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. There's nothing wrong with the battle power. It does match the world of Shade. But the protagonist in it is a tough guy, trying to break out of his cage. Sacrificed all the experts within himself. Countless years of cultivation, but finally repaired a lonely. That side of the world eventually also formed a new cage. The basket is empty. White sacrifice. As for the Flood, Ji Zimo glanced at it with some hesitation. The Flood world was immensely powerful, known as the Supreme Flood, and a single great Luo Golden Immortal in it could be in the Immortal Emperor realm. It might be a little dangerous for him, but the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Therefore, he chose Perfect World, and as for Holy Ruins, he should just forget about it. There was no intention of leaving anyone alive there, and at the beginning Earth had a dark Immortal Emperor staring at it. If he descended over there with the strength of a great emperor, I'm afraid that he would be targeted at the first opportunity. Moreover, that side of the Earth is in a small netherworld. Yin Chi flourishes. If he goes over, Blood Chi rushes to the sky. Will certainly become a spoof conspicuous bag. Want not to be noticed are difficult. After thinking about it, only the Perfect World is the most suitable. The two worlds were one and the same, and being familiar with the plot, it was bound to be a great help to him there. But there was no rush. He would first take care of things here before traveling to the Perfect World. In these few days, in the Holy City, the mountains were raining and the atmosphere was particularly tense, with a strong sense of oppression. Many people were looking for Yi Fan, wanting to buy the seeds of the come undying pill from his hands for a heavy price. Nor was it all about rescuing the God King and drawing closer to him. There is also a part of him that wants to put him to death, to cut off his hopes alive. A group of people were chasing Yi Fan around the city, wanting him to hand over the seeds of the Qilin immortality pill. Yi Fan arrived in front of the dragon transformation pool in the Holy City. He glanced back. He didn't know how many people were hiding in the shadows and watching intently. In the end, he was brought in. But in just half a day, the Holy City was shut down and no one was allowed to go out and enter. And on the night of the third day, the city erupted in great turmoil, with more than 24 holy lords, all killing the Holy City's dragon transformation pool, swooping down on the place of retreat of the one who was that Jiang Taishu. He will not be allowed to revive. He will be nipped in the bud. And after that, there was even a group of limited-class characters that made their appearance, all of them being the pride of the central state. As a darkness monarch appeared, a playful smile appeared on Ji Zimo's face. In his time, he had also personally ended a darkness monarch, which was rumored to be a physique that was no weaker than the Eastern Wasteland divine physique. On this day, The heavens and earth were extremely bright as the two emperor's soldiers faced each other in midair. God King Jiang Taishu revived. His aura covered the 9 heavens, and he and the Dark Knight Monarch launched a life and death fluctuation in midair, with all kinds of Tao and Dharma mingling, stunning the world. Ji Zimo sat in the restaurant and quietly watched that gorgeous movement. Quite wonderful. Much more interesting than any movie or TV show. In the end, the God King won and decimated his foe. The Dark Knight Monarch died. The king who was once invincible in the world of men and took the world by storm died and was beheaded by divine King Jiang Taishu. The reputation of the God King was laid down, and the legend was renewed for 5,000 years of unrivaled cover. One day later, inside the dragon transformation pool, God King Jiang Taishu was dressed in white with a soaring figure as he looked at Yi Fan in front of him. Having been trapped for thousands of years, the God King was not aware of what was going on outside, and now that he had learned of a peerless heavenly emperor that had overthrown the Forbidden Zone, he was also surprised. Since you saved me, you owe me a great favor. In a few days, I will go to the heavenly emperor for an audience, and during this period of time, you will be in the Jiang clan, and no one will be able to harm you. After learning that Yi Fan was wanted by the Ji clan's people, he had to go forward to have an audience with the heavenly emperor, or else there would not be a single point of reversal in the matter, not even if he was a God King. Yi Fan was very touched in his heart. The God King had been kind to him. Not only had he passed on the Dozi secret to him, but he also had to personally make a trip to the heavenly emperor for him to plead for him. What kind of character was the heavenly emperor? The supreme of heaven and earth. Even if divine King Jiang Taishu wanted to have an audience, he would most likely be rejected or even maliciously targeted. Once the God King was made not to look, the God King was also in danger. And the danger was geometrically multiplied from what it had been a few days ago. Noticing this, Yi Fan was thankful, and if he was fortunate enough to safely pass through the great tribulation of the holy body, he would definitely answer his thanks. Chapter 69 Entering the Purple Mountain. In the courtyard, the Black Emperor's dog face was blackened to the extreme. Yi Fan walked into the compound and looked at the Black Emperor's doggy face that was black to the core and thought that something big had happened. The heavenly emperor is coming. Yi Fan's body and mind shook when he learned this news, which was said by Li Heishui. It was said that the people of the Ji family were unable to open the Purple Mountain and sent someone to notify the heavenly emperor. And then rumors spread that the heavenly emperor was about to visit the Purple Mountain in person. The emperor of heaven is coming. At some point, this news spread throughout the entire sacred city, alarming many people. The present heavenly emperor has a grudge against the beginningless, and now that he is personally visiting the Purple Mountain, is he not? Oh my God, the heavenly emperor will really come. What a shock! A look of disbelief spread across many people's faces. After all, the heavenly emperor had not appeared during the first 3 attacks on the Purple Mountain. Sacred City, the center of the northern domain, gathering the world's wind and clouds. I don't know how many supreme figures there are. The imperial lord of the central state, the Wang clan's great powers of the northern domain, and the heavenly demon palace of the southern ridge. At this moment, all of these majestic overlords were all shaken. As heavenly emperor Yao descended on the Purple Mountain to obtain the treasure of the beginningless, the holy sons and daughters of some holy lands were in a hurry and had no time to wander around the city. Returning quickly to his strength, the heavenly emperor descended. The world was watching, to enter the Purple Mountain and get a great chance. That being said, the wind rumors between heaven and earth were also accurate, and Ji Zimo came here early. At this point the play was already considered finished, so he moved on to Purple Mountain. A magnificent mountain appeared in front of him, towering into the sky and stretching for hundreds of miles, which was only the tip of the iceberg, and there were other caves in its interior. The holy land of those dozen or so families had joined forces and fought their way into the Purple Mountain, and at that moment, they could see that cave entrance. When Ji Zimo took a glance, the feeling given there was like a starry sky, vast and boundless. Perhaps the previous holy lands had joined forces to attack the Purple Mountain and activated the formation patterns here. There was no doubt that this place was dangerous for others. Those formations, the yin and yang reversed and transformed into infinity, were the innate Tao formations of the beginningless, with very terrifying changes. Ji Zimo took a step out, and the Xingzi secret was performed to the extreme, emitting ripples and entering directly into that large formation. All of the Tao and Dharma he had created were killing methods used to attack. The secret of the word line, which could enter the heavens above and explore the 9 ghosts below, cultivated to its great completion. One could come and go as they pleased even in the imperial formation, reaching the ultimate in this aspect of speed. Suddenly, the great formation was energized, and door after door appeared in space, which were mysterious, leading to various star realms. Ji Zimo descended into this square world, surrounded by densely packed Emperor Dao runes. The breath of a true great emperor flowed and suppressed the ages. Small means. His eyes were like torches, and he immediately searched for the right path, and then traveled all the way forward. A silhouette was violently shocked, looking at the figure and falling into disbelief. The years have washed away the years, and there the jeweled buildings are covered with a thick layer of gray, covering up the light emanating from the original medicine. A high Dao platform flickered with the power of the Dao of transformation, and a shadow loomed. Zemo descended here as he struck a divine light, and a moment later a silhouette was taken over by him. This person was sufficiently at the cultivation level of a great sage, and at this realm, he was undoubtedly very powerful. You're the guardian of the Purple Mountain. A faint imperial Dao pressure descended, and the person in front of him instantly felt as if he was being pressed by a mountain, his forehead veins rippling. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor. My name is Gu Tianshu, and I am the Great Emperor's tomb keeper. A bitter smile appeared on Gu Tianshu's face. Had he known that the visitor was Zemo, he would not have needed to unleash the ancient formation. The fact that the other party had arrived here peacefully without touching the ancient formation or startling the beginningless clock showed that their strength was extraordinary, and they were indeed characters that could compete with the great emperors. At this time, the Black Emperor had already arrived at the Purple Mountain in a hurry. Just as it arrived, it saw a sneaky figure. That one man, wearing a purple Taoist robe, with a purple and gold golden crown on his head, the girdle around his waist, the shoes under his feet, the floating dust in his hands, all of them were good. But he doesn't seem like a nice, sneaky guy. The Black Emperor recognized that it was none other than that dead fat Duanda. Places where there were great tombs of the absolute world appeared were inevitably accompanied by the figure of Duanda. This guy was a pitiful cheat, and in the previous period of time, he had even posed as a holy body and tried to cheat the G family of the bounty. When the Black Emperor saw this fat man, he didn't say a word, opened his big mouth and took a bite. Immeasurable ing Heavenly Father. Where did that dead dog come from that actually dares to bite you? Master Duan? Why it's just like that heartless black dog. Suddenly his ass was bitten, and Dwayne jumped straight up. He was looking at this terrain and deducing the path in, and was so focused that he didn't even realize it for a moment. 1. It's none other than this emperor. Dare to curse this emperor. This emperor will bite you to death. As soon as he heard that this fat bastard was getting high on his mouth, the Black Emperor bit harder. So it's you, dead dog. See if I don't have to stew you. Haters crossed paths some time ago. Duan deposed as a sacred body, and the result was that he was pitted by both the Black Emperor and Yi Hei. Fleeing in a sorry state from the hands of the many supreme powers, he was nearly caught. The two major players of the Shadow of the Sky pinched, one for an emperor-level flesh body. Although it was sealed, it was harder to harm him than reaching the sky. A protector under the seat of the beginningless, having eaten the Phoenix immortality pill. His face is thicker than a mountain, and his skin is even thicker. Dead dog, you're going to spoil my Dao robe. Do you know the origin of it? I can't even pay you back if I sold you. Wang Wang, damn fatso. Let's see if I don't bite you to death today. How dare you think of the great emperor? Dang. Within the Purple Mountain, a bell sounded out. As if it was covered by something, the sound became extremely small, and could only be heard if it was close to within a 10-mile radius. As soon as he heard this voice, the Black Emperor was anxious, knowing that he had spent an unknown number of years in this mountain, in which, something must have changed. Otherwise, the sound of the beginningless bell could never have been so dull. Is it hard? The Heavenly Emperor has come. The Black Emperor's doggy eyes widened in shock as he quickly figured out the right path and immediately pounced. Infinite ing Heavenly Father. Mother dead dog, I'm going to chop you up. Duanda's expression snapped as he watched the Black Emperor in front of him suddenly disappear. Seemingly sensing something, the sound of the bell just now was a bit dull. The other day, the beginningless bell had swept away all those Emperor soldiers with 1 against 5. Then, when he thought about what the Black Emperor had just said, he couldn't help but shiver a little for a moment. The Heavenly Emperor is inside. Go away. Duande sensed the Black Emperor's forward trajectory and dove in headfirst. It's not in his nature to want him to leave. Not even a door. Unless it's his death. The beginningless bell awakened, and its vast sound echoed through the heavens and earth. But it was only limited to this part of the heavens and earth. The beginningless bell was very strong, with its master beginning in general, surpassing the vast majority of Emperor soldiers, and even if it faced two supreme beings it might not lose. But in front of him was a true Heavenly Emperor, and even if the beginningless bell vibrated and emitted a greater amount of heaven-defying sound waves, it could not shake Zemo in the slightest. Chapter 70, The Might of the Heavenly Emperor. The beginning is alive. Zemo uttered this sentence. The beginningless clock quieted down. The internal divine essence no longer flared up. The two of them were also considered old friends, having crossed paths so many times before. Even Gu Tianshu, who was on the side, was so shocked that he didn't know whether it was true or not. In terms of Gizmo's realm, there was no need to lie to him at all. The beginning has left you here to act as his backhand, and in a few hundred years, he will summon you, so be good. After saying that, Gizmo turned around and left. Gizmo had just left in the front, and the Black Emperor arrived in the back. When it saw the magnificent figure on the Dao platform, with 7 big words written behind it, golden and shining, Gizmo, come here. Seeing this scene, the Black Emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of dog's blood, his eyes reddening. Wang Wan, Gizmo, this emperor is going to bite you to death. Behind him, Duandi also arrived and saw the few words behind the figure. His eyes widened with disbelief. The jeweled buildings towered. The buildings and pavilions were dusty, revealing the heaviness of history. And the most conspicuous place, that was a huge altar. A magnificent figure stood on it, lifelike, with its back to the heavens, and the mist surrounding it. However, 7 words were carved into the back at this point. Gizmo is here. Those 7 words, shining brightly, seemed to have been deliberately obliterated with imperial might, so that anyone could easily see them without being harmed. The Black Emperor cried out as he padded up to the altar, cursing Gizmo as he ran. It held a breath in its heart and would definitely seek justice for the great emperor in the future. He recalled that he had seen Gizmo's silhouette in that secret territory with Yifan in the past, and he had an idea in his heart. Boom! Space shook, only to see the 7 big words behind Wu Shi, emitting a burst of golden radiance and shocking power, at this moment as if they were coming to life. Sensing that someone was cursing the current heavenly emperor, a golden light shot out from those big words and rushed towards the Black Emperor. The heavenly emperor could not be insulted, and insults would be sensed and punishment would be sent down. For a moment, the big black dog felt his scalp tingle, and even his soul trembled. The fear was extreme at the moment. The ray of light was flying rapidly, while he seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move. Boom! In an instant, the Black Emperor was beaten into a rain of light and directly exploded. Dang! The beginningless bell rang, and the sound of the bell was so long that it broke space and time, spreading to the ages and resounding throughout the entire Beta Earth. When the bell sounded, the eyes of the world gathered here. The beginningless bell rang, seemingly to collapse the ages, and many people's souls actually trembled involuntarily. Many of the cultivators' faces turned white as they looked in that direction of the Purple Mountain, nearly kneeling down directly. The beginningless emperor, who dared to disobey when he swept across the 8 wastelands and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths in his life. In that era, he was synonymous with invincibility. No matter what supreme being or holy spirit, as long as he dared to come out, he would kill them all, strong to the extreme. And now, the beginningless bell rang, even stronger and more powerful than those previous times, almost shocking the world. Could it be? The heavenly emperor has traveled to the Purple Mountain? Someone wondered. In today's world, I'm afraid that the heavenly emperor is the only one who can make the beginningless bell emit such a sound. Some people lamented that the heavenly emperor had gone after all. Thinking back to the legends of those days, the 2 men fought bloody battles along the way, leaving behind many glorious deeds. And I'm afraid that today's emperor's appearance at the Purple Mountain was to settle some of those grudges. Of course, this is only a partial guess. The world was curious as to what kind of change had happened to the Purple Mountain. It was able to emanate such a stunning divine might. Just as the outside world is divided and speculating, Duanda's face turned white as he climbed up from the corner of the ruins, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and his clothes almost shattered. He was naked, and the heaven-swallowing demon cover on his head was emitting a radiant light that enveloped him within it. Otherwise, he was afraid that sooner or later, he would become an ash fly, and fortunately, the beginningless clock had no intention of targeting him. Instead, he blocked off a piece of space, and even so, he was seriously injured and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immeasurable ing Heavenly Father, it's really bad luck. Following this dead dog all day long is no good. Nearly burying myself here. Duanda cursed and almost exploded with anger. Having just encountered this dead dog and been bitten a few times, he had wanted to fish for something, so he followed him in. I didn't expect this to happen. It's just bad luck. Duanda trembled as he looked at the figure on the Dao platform, as well as the beginningless bell, and the words behind beginning had been worn out. Not to mention the Black Emperor. Even the beginningless bell would not allow anyone to insult beginning. There was no way to do it earlier, but now that the man is gone, it can be rubbed out. Amidst the haze of smoke and mist, that magnificent figure, seemingly sensing something, suddenly turned around, 2 golden lights radiating from his eyes. For a moment, Duanda's scalp exploded. Luckily, the 2 golden lights dispersed in front of him, and it wasn't the real beginning. Duanda's heart was already a little chilled. This place was just too weird. He trembled as he approached. With such a shocking blow, the ancient buildings around them collapsed and had been reduced to rubble. Duanda's figure kept walking through the ruins, and between his reaches, he grabbed a good thing. The spears and shields from the ancient times, both of which were treasured weapons, belonged to the ancient clan, where they were supposed to be the descendants of the 8 divine generals. Their masters should have fallen in that turmoil just now, sealed for ages, weakened to the extreme, and now that they were shaken so hard, they naturally went up in smoke. It's a bit of a shame that the gods in these weapons are dead. Duanda was very sad, but these remnants of the army, they were no better. Throwing out a random piece to the outside world would be able to stir up a storm. Suddenly, a phoenix flew over, radiant fire emanating from its body. Tao and Dharma were intertwining, and the aroma of precious medicine was overflowing. Holding a few medicinal plants in its beak, the phoenix flew straight towards the Tao platform, directly causing Duanda's eyes to widen and his harumphs to flow all over the place. Suddenly, the Tao platform erupted with radiant light, and the Tao and the law were mingling in a vibrant manner. Duanda was immediately attracted to it, and he didn't feel the aura of a great emperor. The divine light there was dazzling and contained the hope of life. Duanda immediately ran up, and several medicinal plants were thrown here, fusing with the light mass as the entire starry sky trembled slightly. At that moment, a purple pagoda flew in from nowhere. Good stuff. Duanda was attracted. His eyes lit up, and with a big hand, he intercepted the purple tower at that one and included it in the sea of bitterness. The heavenly emperor is not someone you can disobey, and this disaster is a warning to you. An old voice came out with a voluminous sound, and it was unknown where the person who opened his mouth to speak was. Instantly, Duanda only felt a little hairy. This was too weird, as if there were others. Perhaps in that person's eyes, he was just a mole and had no time for him. Duanda was just about to raise his legs and run away when all of a sudden, a large mouth bit his ass, almost making him jump in pain. Chapter 71, Killing Intent. Dead fatso, really black-hearted, stealing my pagoda. I'll bite you to death today. I can't believe you came back to life. Duanda's eyes widened, and behind him was a ball of light, the very same ball of light that was on the dais just now. At the critical moment, the beginningless bell protected the Black Emperor, otherwise he would have died, which was the punishment for disrespecting the Heavenly Emperor. 1. Dare to steal my pagoda. Dwayne's eyes rolled back and his fist pounded hard on the dog's head. What pagoda? I didn't see it. Don't bite it, you big shot. Meanwhile, outside the dragon transformation pool, hand over the sacred body, or else you're making an enemy of the Heavenly Emperor. Yi Fan was ultimately exposed, and it was an Earth origin master who denounced and exposed him to the Ji family. Nowadays, the Ji family, the Heavenly Emperor, is in the world. It is not too much to call it the first big family in the universe. No one dares to disobey otherwise. If you really want to mess with an invincible Heavenly Emperor, anyone will not be able to eat and walk. For a while, many people waited for the opportunity to move outside the dragon transformation pool, and there were even some who directly struck out. The current Heavenly Emperor, although he was in the way of Divine King Jiang Taishu's divine might, but in front of the Heavenly Emperor, who was Divine King Jiang Taishu, this matter attracted a considerable amount of attention. A small half of the people were watching the dragon transformation pool, and more of their gazes were attracted to the Purple Mountain. Even within the Jiang family, there was infighting and bickering. There were even some of the clansmen who had begun to regret rescuing back Divine King Jiang Taishu. Is there really no way out? Yi Fan was somewhat helpless. The influence of heaven and earth was just too great, though it had never been done to him. Just the fact that a part of the clan had let the wind out of his sails had made it almost impossible for him to go anywhere. The Heavenly Emperor has yet to return. I apologize for brushing off the face of being a God King today. The contemporary head of the Ji family apologized. Regarding the old God King, the Ji family head was very respectful and had once heard of the legend of the God King growing up. Actually, I came here today because I was thinking that the Ji family would spare someone. Divine King Jiang Taishu said again, his white hair like a waterfall, and his expression aged a bit. The God King can say anything. Spare that little friend named Ji Fan. He has a favor with me, so I can sacrifice some benefits to preserve him. The Ji family head's face changed slightly as he said, since he can make the God King plead for mercy, then I'll give it a try for now. It's actually not our main lineage that wants to target Yi Fan, but a few other side lineages that have their eyes on the root of Xin Huang in Yi Fan's hands. It's the world's top practicing weapon, and it's not rare in the universe. For this emperor-level material, even the older generation in Ji's family took a default attitude. Senior is not incapable, and now that there is a great completion sacred body out there, as long as he opens his mouth, no one will dare to target Yi Fan. The Ji family head spoke once again. As soon as he spoke, the void shook. The golden yellow light shot straight up into the sky with a bright glow, running straight towards the holy city. Outside the divine pool, the golden light shook heaven and earth. causing some people to change their faces. It was a supreme pressure of supreme power, causing the several kings who had struck out to instantly turn into a streak of bloody mud. Great success, Saint Body. The crowd was shocked in unison. A few days ago, the Great Completion's sacred body came out and shook the world. But after the appearance of an invincible figure, the Heavenly Emperor attracted most of the attention. However, there was no doubt that the Great Completion's sacred body was one of the top supreme beings in the world. Who would dare to mess with it? The Great Perfection's sacred body has shown its attitude. Quite a few people saw it, some of them blushing. Even those few veins of the G-Clan's people, their souls were trembling, almost cold from head to toe. The current Great Completion's sacred body was in the same camp as the Heavenly Emperor, so if they were to make it clear to the Heavenly Emperor, I'm afraid that all of them in this group would have to eat their words. They forgot that the sacred body had such a backer, and some of them hung their heads and stumbled, immediately going far away and no longer targeting the sacred body. At the same time, in the G-Clan's forbidden land, G-Zjia stepped out from it, his face sullen and cold. Half a day later, the world shook and was in an uproar. A few days ago, the group of G family members who had majestically hunted down the sacred body were now summoned back overnight. The various industries under their control were also quickly allowed to be picked up by others, and those few veins would be severely punished. G-Zjia was majestic, and his attitude alone was enough to show the attitude of the G family's forbidden land. It also shows the attitude of the Heavenly Emperor. Directly waved his hand, and punished all the people of those several veins to face the wall for hundreds of years. And at this time, the sacred body was almost invincible. With such a powerful supreme being standing behind it, who under the heavens would dare to mess with it? Shortly afterward, the decree of the great sacred body was passed down that those who were two great realms greater than the sacred body were not allowed to make a move against the sacred body. The world caused a huge shock. At this moment, in the desolate ancient forbidden land, the great achievement sacred body, which was more than 100 meters tall and had thick chains wrapped around its body, nodded slightly. For so many years, he had been silently paying attention to the growth of the sacred body, but would not intervene. He wouldn't make a move if a peer-to-peer heavenly pride killed each other, but if it was due to the appearance of an irresistible force, or if it exceeded Yifan's own level by too much, he would strike. After all, the holy body is inherited from one lineage, that is also counted as one's own descendant, and he categorically won't care if his descendant doesn't compete. But as far as he knew, that one, who had also sized up Yifan, was obviously very unusual, and had even prepared the harmonization flower. Ji Zimo took a step across the vast sea of stars at the moment, and he didn't know about the Northern Dipper. Even if he knew it was the protagonist, Yifan, he wouldn't pay attention to it, because the gap between the two was too great. Just like Yifan in the original story, who knew that the immortal emperor's second son had been born, but still didn't care. He stayed still in the starry sky as a maroon planet appeared before him. Ji Zimo looked at the planet in front of him. His gaze was calm to the point of being terrifying, and the slightest hint of killing intent filled out, causing this heaven and earth to boil. Space was constantly shattering and the chaotic aura was churning. Mars, a strange planet, is covered in brown earth, as if it were the end of days, but your place here was also a pure land before the endless ages, and the great Thunderbolt Monastery was settled here. Ji Zimo descended on Mars, took one step, and immediately arrived at the North Sea Fountain. Who is the visitor? A violent shout came, reversing the 9 heavens, like rolling rushing thunder, shaking the heavens. This pressure was like divine, and several small mountains exploded. A huge crocodile leapt out from the Arctic Spring. When he saw Ji Zimo in front of him, unable to help but blink his eyes, an incomparably terrifying feeling swept over him for a moment, almost chilling his soul. The face of Ji Zimo in front of him was expressionless as he swept a glance at this large crocodile. Known as the Crocodile Ancestor, a party of ancient demon saints, the Crocodile Ancestor gulped, nervous and incomparable, a bad feeling spreading in the bottom of his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered. During the next moment, his body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Ji Zimo didn't even take a second look, and took a step into the Arctic Sea, which had been sealed by Shakyamuni with great magic power, and even had monks chanting here. After thousands of years, this place was still deadly, with black seawater flooding the area, and from time to time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was heard, and the grievances were overwhelming. 72. Travel to Mars. Ji Zimo's figure traveled across, directly ignoring the seal of the Sakyamuni. There were great terrors in here, once claimed to have buried an epic and recorded many blood and tears, and the beginningless and the immortal heavenly emperor had faced off here for more than 2,000 years. This time, he came here to find the immortal heavenly emperor to avenge his backstabbing at the beginning. Even if he could not completely kill the other party, he was bound to hit the other party hard. He was fast and took one step. In a flash, it was the end of the road. He is the Emperor of Heaven, and as long as he intends to project, nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. In an instant, he captured this space in time, where two extremely powerful people had once faced each other for more than 2,000 years. With divine light in the heavens and the great Tao roaring, these two figures were overwhelmingly powerful. The most powerful emperors and emperors in the ancient world, facing each other at this place. Even if you leave a moment behind, it's enough to move the needle. Ji Zimo walked to the final place of this world, and along the way, he saw too many corpses, piled up and drenched in blood, some of which were still burning to this day. One can't help but be moved, and where it ends, the chaotic passageway comes into view. A large bell shrouded in a ball of meat at the mouth of a chaotic passageway stalemate. Ji Zimo examined it carefully. That one big bell looked like the beginningless bell, yet it wasn't. The real beginningless bell was in the Purple Mountain. This bell was condensed from powerful laws of order, enveloping the immortal emperor and preventing him from making a mess. Looking at the meatball, Ji Zimo smiled coldly. In the midst of nirvana, at your weakest period, you deserve this calamity. The immortal emperor at the moment would be just like the empress a few hundred years later. In the midst of nirvana and weak. Of course, any weaker was still better than the average great emperor. But Ji Zimo was not an ordinary great emperor, but a true heavenly emperor. Ji Zimo smiled coldly as densely packed runes appeared around him. The golden-colored light formed one mysterious symbol after another, which immediately surged towards the chaos channel, ultimately sealing it off. Go! He reached out and threw his hand. 4 handles of radiant immortal light, scattering all around. An arcane and incomparable diagram was quietly suspended above this world. The 4 immortal execution swords, blocking this piece of emptiness. Once you want to escape, you will definitely suffer endless killing. Maybe it didn't do much for the immortal emperor to be able to subvert it with his own power. However, Ji Zimo had never thought of suppressing the immortal emperor with this formation, only making it impossible for him to get out of the trap easily. Ji Zimo slapped out his palm and a rain of light fell from the sky, flashing with an overwhelmingly ferocious light and emitting an unrivaled aura. Boom! The meatball senses danger and revives. A burst of overwhelming light surged from its interior. The multicolored divine radiance shone through the ages, overwhelming the universe. Too terrifying, even a single ray of radiance could decimate a starfield. The 2 rays of light instantly collided, collapsing everything, shattering the stars and collapsing the heavens. Ji Zimo's figure lurched, and another Ji Zimo steeply appeared. In a flash, he came beyond Mars, and with a big hand, he threw the planet into the depths of the universe. Otherwise, everything will fall apart and that starfield will cease to exist. Ji Zimo's entire body emanated a crystalline and radiant light. The light of the Emperor's Tao flowed, the heavenly heart seal rumbled, and the power of the entire universe was at his disposal. The heavenly Emperor seal appeared, suppressing the ages, and was incredibly strong. The eternal blue and gold's great Tao laws ticked, forming a brilliant rain of light that was brilliant and dazzling, ruthlessly suppressing the meatball. This seal, symbolizing the Supreme Emperor, was powerful against the heavens, enough to quake the world. Clank! 5 rays of light appeared. They were 5 feathers, flashing with an overwhelming light, like 5 immortal heavenly swords, breaking everything. When this blade came out, it instantly wore down a large portion of the inscriptions. The starry sky trembled, displaying densely packed spatial cracks, and this piece of heaven and earth had long since been unable to withstand the 2 men's attacks. Boom! The 2 forces clashed strongly, incomparably strong. Ji Zimo was cold and lightning, his hair flying, his battle suit hunting, like an immortal king, suppressing everything. His large palm slapped down, reversing the 9 heavens, like a truly massive world crashing into it. The heavenly emperor palm, a forbidden technique jutsu he had created, fused the great hand seal of the void, the beginningless palm technique, the 8 desolate barbarian strength of the Jiang clan, the overwhelming killing power of the Tai Huang scripture, and the 6 paths of reincarnation with their unrelenting, heaven and earth suppressing aura. Rumble! The void exploded as this palm fell, grinding out all the immortal light emanating from the immortal emperor and viciously jerking the meatball away. Ooze! The meatball was slammed into the starry sky and was stopped by a transparent barrier as an immortal sword chopped in and slammed hard into that meatball. Surprisingly, the clanging sound that came out of the meatball was like iron and stone, but it also shook it back with a fierce shock. Ji Zimo's figure shook, and a figure appeared beside him. The man had a deep gaze and a magnificent figure. The moment he appeared, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The beginningless bell, which was interwoven with laws and runes, sensed this person's appearance and clanked as if it had come to life. This person was none other than beginningless. His face was expressionless, the light in his hand reversing the long river of time, and an overwhelming immortal light struck. nearly shattering this world. Boom! The most terrible great shaking came from there. Beginningless slapped his palm out, unleashing the supreme mastery. Beginningless. The years were reversed, and the cycle of reincarnation was reversed. Everything went back and forth, and the ball of flesh miraculously reverted to a human figure. Seeing the right moment, Gizmo violently slapped his palm down. This palm, unparalleled. The great Tao made a sound. The universe slightly trembled. Rumble. A silhouette was viciously jerked away. Cracks all over his body, and the light shone brightly as the immortal heavenly emperor violently opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Gizmo's figure, he was visibly startled, and then he slapped his palm out, wanting to cut through this void and head to the universe outside. Being in the nirvana period, the weakest time, it was incomparably fatal for an absolute enemy to hit the door. The immortal execution sword chopped at him, burning with unparalleled immortal light, and within that immortal light, worlds crumbled, and the blood of immortals stained the heavens. It was overwhelming to watch, full of sadness and death. Even this formation is sought. The immortal heavenly emperor was visibly startled. How could he not recognize that this was the number one killing formation of the ancient times? At that time, the supreme emperor was trapped by this formation, and although he eventually subverted this formation, it took him most of his time. Although he could also break this formation and thus leave, the two people behind him did not give him the slightest chance. The immortal light reversed and killed again. Rumble. It wasn't that the heavenly emperor's figure directly exploded. It wasn't that he was weak, but that he was in a period of nirvana. All the body's functions are minimized, and it is impossible to exert one's original strength. A huge blood aura filled the world, and beyond the ancient star, powerful fluctuations still flowed, almost destroying thousands of star fields, powerful to the extreme. That kind of light, it could not be blocked at all. The fluctuations here were so great that they were almost on the verge of destroying the 10,000 paths, startling the supreme beings of the Baidu prohibited area. Chapter 73, Battle with the Heavenly Emperor. They were shocked and recognized the fluctuations of the Heavenly Emperor, who had overthrown a forbidden zone not long ago, leaving them with a deep memory, knowing full well that they can't be enemies. And now they're shocked. Who is it? Fighting against the Heavenly Emperor. And who is able to fight against the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be that the beginning has revived? Never. A terrifying shadow stood in the sky above the forbidden area, taking in the situation there. It's him. It's really him. That supreme being's voice was trembling, as if he had seen something incredible. What exactly? Another supreme being opened his heavenly eyes, and the northern dipper shook, all having a fear originating from their souls. This can't be. How can he still be alive and not have decapitated himself? Immortal Emperor. A voice came out from the forbidden area, causing the world to stare in disbelief. Those who heard it shook physically and mentally. It was never possible. The immortal heavenly emperor was a figure from the mythical era. How could he still be alive now? No one will believe it, but it's the truth. A truly overwhelmingly terrifying heavenly emperor who had never decapitated himself and had lived from the mythic period until today was like an immortal myth. The supreme beings in the forbidden area had smiles on their faces at the moment. Such a supreme figure coming out should be able to suppress the might of the heavenly emperor and not make it so difficult for him anymore. However, things went beyond their expectations, and some supreme beings witnessed that the immortal heavenly emperor's body exploded and was smashed into a mist of blood that filled the sky. For a moment, they looked there in shock, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. From the ancient mythological period to the present, not to say over 1,000,000 years, then at least 800,000 years have passed. After living for so many years, I'm afraid that a pig could become immortal, being a heavenly emperor that covers the heavens and is absolutely unrivaled. And now he is being treated like this. This caused a shadow to fall over the hearts of the supreme beings. If the current heavenly emperor Gizmo did not defeat him, I'm afraid that the entire Baidu would be his world. The void. Brilliant immortal light flickered as the immortal emperor's body recast itself, looking at Gizmo with a slightly surprised gaze. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years of separation, you've actually become a great emperor. When I shattered you in the beginning, I thought that I wouldn't live long, but it turned out that you were allowed to find the immortality pill. The immortal heavenly emperor was an old monster who had lived from the mythical period to the present day. What kind of experience was there? And with just a glance, he knew how Gizmo had repaired the immortal platform. No need for words. We're here to settle the score today. The immortal execution sword once again killed. The light appeared at first glance, emitting the power to cut off everything in the world. Just like opening up the sky and breaking through the chaos. The power of the extreme Tao contained a terrifying power. The divine light rushed into the sky. The entire starfield trembled, and the void echoed with the aftermath of the power. The powerful forces of both sides collided, and the surrounding stars violently exploded, and the heavens were nearly shattered. Zimo slapped out his palm, as if the entire universe was suppressing it, shocking the heavens and earth. Unstoppable. Although the immortal heavenly emperor was now in the nirvana stage, he was still powerful and was by no means something Zimo could easily defeat. The immortal heavenly blade attacked, the great palm shattered, and the extreme light flickered, instantly coming before him. Shun. The heavenly emperor's seal suppressed and came. White light and blue light intermingled. The laws and divine haze continuously intertwined in the void, and the light of chaos flashed from time to time. Boom! Where the immortal heavenly emperor and Zimo were, the stars shattered like dust, turning into a brilliant rain of stars that showered the void. Every strike they exchanged tore through the void, devouring everything around them. Can the current heavenly emperor defeat the immortal emperor? When this statement was made, no one even picked up on it. One was the heavenly emperor Zimo, who was invincible in this world, and the other was the immortal heavenly emperor, who had lived from the mythical period to the present and had never cut himself. The current situation was still an evenly matched one, and a closer look would reveal that the immortal emperor was slightly inferior. In various regions of the Beidou, one brilliant light after another lit up, and one imperial weapon after another revived, enveloping over their own clans to protect the race. The commotion caused was so great that the universe trembled. Who the hell is fighting and how come we're the ones who suffer? Someone couldn't help but grumble. However, with their strength it was impossible to gain any insight into the battle between Zimo and the immortal emperor in the void. Only the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were able to see this amazing battle. Who can win? Another supreme being opened his mouth to inquire. Can't guess? The other supreme being shook his head. The strength of the two already they were incomparable. Even with extreme ascension, it was impossible to beat one of them. The four immortal execution swords carried endless killing fury, surging like monstrous ocean waves, flashing with overwhelming immortal light, forming a large formation to encircle the immortal heavenly emperor. Kid, you don't talk about martial arts and actually engage in a sneak attack. The immortal heavenly emperor was furious and opened his mouth to curse. Zimo smiled faintly as the heavenly emperor's seal forcefully suppressed the past, the emperor's aura flowing and divine light surging. However, it was extremely difficult to seriously injure the immortal heavenly emperor who was in a weakened stage, and would even be chased after in turn. The void exploded, forming several black holes that continuously devoured the surrounding matter, and the immortal heavenly emperor's body was split into pieces, but then quickly reassembled itself, its own aura of extreme Tao power emanating out. At one time, the four immortal execution swords all chopped over, the furious chi filled the air, and the living beings that died in this void seemed to be guided by the furious chi to form a Death Star field. The immortal heavenly emperor didn't want to engage Zimo too much when he was in his weakened stage, and after his body coalesced, he wanted to escape. It was important to know that in his later years, Beginningless had been sneak attacked by his opponent and froze without catching up with him. He had no choice but to keep watch in his old neighborhood, and at the end of the day it was to no avail. Therefore, the immortal heavenly emperor was confident that Zimo would never be able to keep him, and the immortal heavenly blade flew in, emitting an overwhelming light that broke everything. His large palm slapped down, reversing yin and yang and isolating the nine heavens, like a truly massive world crashing down. At the same time, Zimo used the digital mystery, splitting into three and appearing as three doppelgangers, and together they slapped a palm towards the immortal heavenly emperor, destroying the heavens and pushing everything across the ground. Boom! The supreme beings who were far away in the Beidou Forbidden Zone felt this terrifying might, causing their scalps to tingle. It was simply powerful to the extreme. The immortal heavenly emperor is definitely stronger than the stone emperor. Meanwhile, the supreme being stared intently at the battle in the void, and in his heart, he was expecting the two to end up in a lose-lose situation, so that they could catch the cicada with their mantis and reap the benefits, before striking out to finish off the two and share the essence in their bodies. One must know that ever since Zimo had pacified a forbidden zone, the supreme beings in the other forbidden zones were all very afraid of him, fearing that it would be their turn next time. Of course, all that thinking is a bit unrealistic. Just watch the battle from the sidelines. The opening of the immortal road was imminent. There could be no more mistakes. They had waited too long and slumbered for too many years. The void was dead silent, and countless stars in the universe transformed and fell, emitting a bright and dazzling light, adding a few colors to the battle. Chapter 74, The Battle. Leave now and I can let you go. Don't piss me off later and die with you. Zimo was not the least bit afraid of the immortal emperor's threat. How could someone who valued his life so much do such a thing? It would be known from the fact that he only sneaked up on the late elder emperors and was reborn in blood with their emperor blood. Seeing that Zimo was not intimidated by himself, the immortal emperor was ready to slip away. It would be unwise to continue fighting. The Gaishur immortal light struck, and the immortal emperor turned around and vanished into the void. Seeing this scene, Ji Zimo definitely wouldn't let him leave this place, slapping his palm away and casting the Xingzi's secret to chase after him. Rumble. During the chase, the two were constantly exchanging blows, going up to the 9 heavens and down to the 10 earths below. Hundreds of rounds were exchanged without seeing the difference. Meanwhile, all of the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were silent, having fantasized about staging a sneak attack while the two were weak. Now, it seems that basically there is no that possibility. The immortal emperor escapes, Ji Zimo chases after him. Emperors and emperors fought, countless immortal lights flickered in the void, and not a single living being survived wherever they passed. Boy, do you really want to kill me that badly? The immortal emperor looked towards Ji Zimo, who was in hot pursuit, and opened his mouth to ask. At least they had become a party of heavenly emperor. How could their belly be so small? There was no need to grasp themselves so much. Although 100,000 years ago, Beginningless had also engaged in a sneak attack while fighting Ji Zimo in the Emperor's success battle, causing his immortal platform to shatter. But it's been a long time, so I guess it's time for the grievances to die down a bit. This debt Ji Zimo was bound to settle, not to beat the immortal emperor to death, but also to severely injure him. Let him recuperate for a while, at least he could not be counted on by this old six afterward. Actually, it's possible not to kill you, unless you let me shatter your Dao platform, and we can settle this score. With these words, the immortal emperor felt that he had been teased by Ji Zimo. What is the difference between this and killing him? Negotiations failed, and the two men once again traded blows. The stars were disillusioned, collapsing the heavens and destroying several star fields. In this place, the aura of emperor and royalty emanated. Just have to fight to the death? What good would that do you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Begging for forgiveness won't work with me. Ji Zimo didn't pick up on the immortal emperor's words at all. Stalling for time and leaving while he wasn't paying attention didn't exist. In that case, if he didn't get real, he really thought he was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. The immortal heavenly blade chopped away a slash as the light of the emperor's Dao flashed, destroying everything. Ji Zimo was startled, and the immortal execution four swords emitted a terrifying and overwhelming killing attack and chopped over as well. Boom! The void trembled, and the aftershocks spread through the universe like ripples. Rumble! Divine light churned and the world-destroying thunder appeared. This void instantly turning into a sea of thunder as golden rays of light continue to fall. The undying heavenly emperor's extreme power around his body emanated, directly crushing this attack, and the multicolored light, flashing with overwhelming brilliance, chopped towards Ji Zimo. The great Dao roared, the heavenly heart seal rumbled, and the power of the entire universe was at his disposal as he slapped his palm away. Intense fluctuations shook out thousands of stars and turned them into endless dust, and the heavenly Dao all wailed and everything trembled. Put! Ji Zimo sprayed out a mouthful of blood, slightly distressed. The immortal emperor had moved for real. Just now, he was just fighting mindlessly and didn't strike hard, but since Ji Zimo was chasing after him, he had to fight through his weakness. It's not a wise choice, but there's no other way. Moreover, the first great emperor Ji Zimo, who had just been certified as an emperor, even if he was in his peak state, he would not necessarily be a match for the immortal heavenly emperor in his weakened stage. I'll give you one last chance to get out of here and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you continue. Humph! The immortal emperor grunted coldly with an unpleasant expression on his face. Ji Zimo's face was like stopping water, without any ripples, standing in the void, with an aura that took the 9 heavens by storm. The 4 immortal execution swords surrounded the surrounding area. Immortal light flickered, and the power to kill filled this void. The current heavenly emperor had actually fallen. The supreme beings were very shocked, as expected of an immortal heavenly emperor who had lived from the mythical period to the present. The strength displayed would actually be that strong. Even Ji Zimo, who had overthrown a forbidden area, had fallen into a disadvantage. It was simply appalling and unbelievable. The figure of the beginningless suddenly appeared, and an overwhelming immortal light that reversed the long river of space and time struck, and the immortal heavenly emperor was instantly blown up and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Kid, you make me angry. Stay here today, the immortal emperor said coldly. Then I'll see if you've got what it takes. The heavenly emperor's seal suppressed the past, emanating an imperial aura and flowing with endless chaos, like a giant hand from the heavens slapping and destroying. In a flash of light, the immortal heavenly blade flew in, cutting out an overwhelming immortal light that destroyed everything. The collision between the emperor and the king shook the entire universe as the space around them distorted and time seemed to stand still. Rumble! Every collision between the two was accompanied by a thunderous roar, an overwhelming kill, destroying the heavens and the earth. As the immortal heavenly blade chopped at him, Ji Zimo's body instantly exploded and then turned into a ball of light that coalesced and recast. The two were evenly matched right now, but of course a big reason for that was due to the fact that the immortal emperor was in a weakened state, and the more he fought, the more he was shocked. Ji Zimo's strength was completely different from the previous great prides that became emperors. Too much stronger. Completely at a different level. It was as if he had met a peerless heavenly pride that was invincible in the world, and no one was able to stop the other party from advancing. The immortal heavenly emperor speculated in his heart that if he hadn't sneaked up on Ji Zimo himself and used the immortal heavenly saber to chop up his Dao platform, I'm afraid that the one who would be the first to become an emperor wouldn't be beginningless, but Ji Zimo. But he was also the heavenly emperor who claimed to have buried an era, and the mere first heavenly emperor was not yet his enemy. The power of the extreme Dao radiated a dazzling light, a terrifying power that seemed capable of collapsing the entire universe. Kid, this is your own way to seek death. You can't blame me. When I bathe in your emperor's blood, I will be able to be reborn in nirvana again. An icy cold voice that was not mixed with any emotions rang out. Terrifying power struck Ji Zimo. Countless star fields broke, powerful to the extreme. Even Ji Zimo didn't dare to be careless, as both the heavenly emperor's seal and the immortal execution four swords emitted a brilliant light, accompanied by extreme killing power. Boom! The supreme beings in the forbidden area were terrified. The terrifying fluctuations made them feel fear. So strong, if the two join forces to attack the forbidden zone, I'm afraid that no supreme being will be able to withstand them. When this statement came out, it instantly attracted the attention of many supreme beings, wanting to see who was crowing and not afraid that it would turn into reality. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the supreme being immediately closed his mouth and said no more. But in case Ji Zimo looked at their forbidden area as displeased one day and came to exterminate the supreme being, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to stop him unless they embraced the group. However, the road to immortality was coming soon, so it was expected that Ji Zimo wouldn't do things so desperately. Ji Zimo's blood stained his battle clothes. He was in a very sorry state, and the light emitted by the immortal execution four swords had dimmed a lot. Kid, this is what you get for offending me. Chapter 75 Imperial Soldiers Help. The immortal emperor's face was cold. It seemed that if the tiger didn't give out, he really thought he was a sick cat. Kid, do you really think that you, a first world emperor, can beat me? Ji Zimo ignored it and slammed his fist, creating turbulence in the void. Seeing this scene, he revealed a sneer. This strike simply couldn't do much damage to him at all and was still stubbornly resisting. Originally, if I had been kind and let you retreat, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Now, I won't even let you go if you try to leave. Saying that, his gaze revealed a greedy look. He had never bathed in the emperor's blood of a heavenly emperor for nirvana rebirth, so he guessed that the effect would be better. Ji Zimo's body was surrounded by bright immortal light, and the aura of a king in the world was emanating from all over his body, as that heavenly emperor who was invincible to any enemy appeared. Talking so much nonsense to me? Are you too scared to make a move? As the words fell, he executed the all-character secret, a tenfold increase in battle power. This was the first time he had used the all-character secret since becoming an emperor. A palm containing countless laws slapped over, just like the palm of the Rulai god, carrying supreme imperial might, terrifying power that set off a storm. The immortal emperor couldn't help but be surprised at the power of this palm and didn't dare to underestimate it. Absolute immortal light appeared, and the immortal emperor utilized the power of the extreme Dao to the extreme. Boom! A bright light bloomed in the void. Beidou, the beginningless bell in the purple mountain, sensed the aura of the immortal emperor and emitted an overwhelming light, the bell sounding as if it were leveling everything in the world. He then pressed on and shot up into the sky, flying in the direction where Ji Zimo was. The void mirror, the extreme Dao imperial soldier that protected the Ji clan, was also out of Ji Zijia's control and flew out with a vibrating sound. For a time, the Jiang family's Hongyu furnace, the great Xia ancient dynasty's Tai Huang sword, the Guhua ruler of the Guhua imperial dynasty, the sacred emperor's immortal iron stick, and several extreme Dao imperial armaments emitted brilliant and dazzling rays of light. The immortal execution four swords around Ji Zimo exuded extreme killing power, and the heavenly emperor's seals coalesced with an aura that terrified the world. The beginningless bell was the first to arrive and flew into the hands of beginningless, who had been branded with the emperor's shadow by Ji Zimo. Immediately after that, the void mirror, constant Yu furnace, Tai Huang sword, ancient Hua ruler, and immortal iron rod all flew in. At this moment, the major forces that possessed extreme Dao emperor soldiers still didn't know what had happened and why their emperor soldiers had suddenly gone out of control. Even the immortal emperor was shocked when he saw this scene. It had actually attracted so many extreme Dao emperor soldiers, and at the same time, an unpleasant feeling welled up in his heart, causing his hair to stand up and sweat. He, the immortal heavenly emperor in his weakened stage, would likely plant himself here if he continued to fight. Ji Zimo looked at the drifting extreme Dao emperor soldiers with slight regret, and only the void emperors and the beginningless emperors were left from the previously branded emperor's shadows. Otherwise, Each of the Extreme Tao Emperor armaments would have had the original Great Emperor in control and would have been much more powerful. Kid dare to fight one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to bring so many Extreme Tao Imperial armaments? Now, the immortal emperor wimped out. The sudden change of heart caught him by surprise. This made Zemo a bit speechless. At least he was a generation of heavenly emperor. Why was there so much nonsense? Was he stalling for time waiting for support? The Void Emperor appeared, his imperial aura flowing, the great Tao roaring beside him, and the void mirror suspended high above his head, defying everything. The beginningless bell struck out an overwhelming immortal light. The bell roared, the void bell was trembling, and the sound of the bell was so long that it seemed as if it could shake one's soul. Subsequently, all sorts of Extreme Tao Imperial armaments exuded a terrifying aura that covered the sky, and the endless light flooded the void, as if heaven and earth had reopened and everything had returned to chaos. When the immortal heavenly emperor saw this, his imperial aura flowed, and the immortal heavenly blade, which had the power of the Extreme Tao added to it, chopped out into the past. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. Two forces strong enough to destroy the world collided. Boom! Countless starfields fell, the heavens crumbled, and the void was turned upside down. Only the immortal heavenly emperor's figure flew out backwards, like a stream of light crashing through several stars. Zemo immediately chased after him. Several extreme imperial armaments followed behind him, and Beginningless pinched his spell as the beginningless bell roared and chaotic immortal light appeared. The absolute strike struck at the immortal heavenly emperor, not giving him a chance to catch his breath as countless forces of law intertwined, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The immortal heavenly emperor did not hesitate to turn around and vanish. The heavenly emperor who took several pieces of extreme imperial armaments, he himself would be a cutie if he fought him again. Don't try to run! Zemo shouted in the void and chased after him. Going in. The Supreme Being looked on dumbfounded. Is this playing the eagle catching the chickens? How to play a moment to change a place? So once again, the scene of the immortal emperor fleeing and Zemo chasing was staged. Boy, how about we talk it over? Looking at the several pieces of imperial weapons surrounding Zemo, the immortal emperor said with a headache. It really did not think that there would actually be so many pieces of the extreme imperial armament that would go to help him. And what he had done before, he did not feel that there was much cruelty. It was just that he wanted to bathe in imperial blood and be reborn in nirvana. And what was wrong with just living? As long as you let me break your Tao Dai, this debt will be settled. Dream on. The immortal heavenly emperor was completely enraged, covering the heavens and the earth, exuding extreme power that shook the ages. Don't really think that with so many extreme Tao Emperor armaments to help you, I would be afraid too. Rumble. The sound of the bell was long, breaking space and time, and seemed to shake down the ages. The Void Emperor's figure was as if he had traveled through time and space, using the Void Realm to strike the ultimate blow, cutting through the stars and pointing directly at the immortal heavenly emperor. Bang! The immortal heavenly emperor's entire body exploded, turning into a rain of blood and scattering, but they all quickly regrouped. The golden yellow light formed one mysterious symbol after another, and these symbols immediately shrouded toward the immortal heavenly emperor. The four immortal exorcism swords carried the extreme power of killing and destroying and floated around him, forming a large formation that enveloped him. No way to trap me. The immortal emperor insisted on leaving, and no one could keep him. When the immortal heavenly blade struck a blow, the heavens and earth changed in color, and the wind and clouds surged, as if the entire world trembled under the blow. Even if it was the #1 killing formation in the ancient world, he couldn't even stop him from leaving if he wanted to. Immortal heavenly emperor, if I don't shatter your immortal stage today, I'll have to severely injure you. Zemo was also hit sharply and put down harsh words. One after another of the extreme Tao Emperor armaments were emitting unparalleled radiant immortal light. At this moment, Zemo was like an emperor ruling the 9 heavens, with the world's divine weapons all for himself. The two engaged in an exchange of blows, and the aftermath of each collision could shatter the stars and break the 9 heavens. Countless starfields were affected, the heavenly Tao wailed, and the universe trembled. The battle between emperors and emperors had reached a stage of deep water. Even though Zemo possessed several extreme Tao Emperor armaments, as well as the Emperor shadows of the beginningless Emperor and the Void Emperor, facing the immortal heavenly Emperor was still a bit of a struggle. The other parties had lived for too long and was incredibly powerful. The two branded Emperor shadows could both be almost as strong as their own bodies, yet they still fought hard. Unexpectedly Zemo, but even if he couldn't completely kill the other party, he was bound to severely injure the other party. Chapter 76, Peacefulness. A figure was slightly distressed. This was none other than the immortal heavenly emperor. Zemo was holding the heavenly emperor seal, ready to suppress it at any time. The light emitted by the immortal heavenly blade was brilliant and dazzling, like a small sun that illuminated the void. Boom! A sword slashed out, and the huge blade cut through the void, carrying an unrivaled might, slashing straight at Zemo. Wherever the blade passed, space cracked, time seemed to have stopped, and everything was eclipsed under this blade. The Heavenly Emperor's seal emitted an imperial aura and suppressed the past. Its power was like a vast sea of stars, illuminating the darkness of the entire universe, with all the laws within its grasp. For a time, the aura of Emperor and royalty filled this void. Immediately after that, the immortal Emperor's figure disappeared. Zemo wanted to go after him, but it was too late, letting him slip away. The ultimate end of this battle. The two rippled into thousands of starfields being broken, countless living beings suffering, a tragic sight that the devils in hell would be afraid of. The immortal Emperor's aura disappeared, so Zemo had no choice but to call it quits. Several extreme imperial armaments, emitting brilliant immortal light, flew back to the northern domain. Seeing the return of their own imperial soldiers, those forces breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing what had happened until now. The supreme beings in the restricted area saw the end of the battle, but their hearts did not calm down for a long time. What kind of character was the current Heavenly Emperor that actually made the extreme Tao Emperor soldier bow down and would go to his aid? If only the Void Mirror had appeared, they would still understand. But what the hell was the Jiang family's Hangyu furnace, the Great Xia ancient dynasty's Tai Huang sword, the Guhua ruler of the Guhua dynasty, and the Sacred Emperor's immortal iron rod? Pressing the root had no connection with the Ji family, the Void Emperor, yet he went to help Zemo. It was simply unbelievable. The battle is finally over. Some powerful Holy Land clan sighed as they looked at the great sacred soldiers floating in the inheritance above them. The fight between the immortal Heavenly Emperor and Zemo was sensed even by the distant Beidou. As the heavens and earth collapsed, and all living things were terrified. The Void Mirror is back. Zejia frowned. He was surprised when the Void Mirror automatically flew into the void just now. Why would this happen? Maybe Zemo was in some kind of danger and summoned over. But as a great emperor of this world, standing at the very pinnacle of the world, who exactly could threaten the Heavenly Emperor? This made Zejia puzzled. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise the Void Mirror wouldn't have been able to come back. What's the big black dog barking at here? Yi Fan looked at him with a dark face. Ever since he came to the Jiang family, the Black Emperor had disappeared out of thin air and was nowhere to be seen. And now it's coming from nowhere. I should say that the dog's nose is pretty good, and it's coming on the scent. 1. Don't make any noise. I seem to sense the aura of the beginningless spell. The Black Emperor's dog face was heavy, having sensed it when the beginningless spell left the Purple Mountain. Sure is a dog with a nose like that. Yi Fan taunted, instantly causing the Black Emperor to be displeased and open his big mouth to bite on it. Kid, bold. See if I don't bite you to death. Dead dog, do you believe I'll make you into a dog meat hot pot? I see you're getting bolder and bolder, and stewing in this Emperor's thoughts. Can't keep you. Zemo from came to a dead planet. There was no existence of any living beings. Bare, not even a weed. The injuries on his body were recovering rapidly, and he looked at the endless dead land with great calmness. After his encounter with the immortal Heavenly Emperor, he had a deeper understanding of the Tao. To be honest, he had traveled all the way from the Tao beheading scripture 100,000 years ago to his current certification as an emperor, and he didn't seem to have stepped out of his own path. Basically the battle all relied on the 9 secrets were maintaining, and didn't enhance too many means, in case he met the ruthless emperor who had lived to the 9th life afterward. The other party was an inheritor specializing in the 9 mysteries and possessed numerous secret methods of restraint. Moreover, on Beidou, the ancient scriptures and Tao laws of various powers, he basically scoured all of them when he was in the quasi-imperial realm, and it was completely possible to integrate his own understanding plus these, and it was definitely possible to get out of his own path. So it was on this dead planet that the retreat began. Although the Heavenly Court had just been established not too long ago, with the two of them, Deshang's sacred body and Gai Jiuyue, not much would happen. After all, this is the power created by the Heavenly Emperor. Who dares to be an enemy of the Heavenly Court is being an enemy of the Heavenly Emperor. If you offend can only be a dead end. No one can save. At best, the disappearance of the Celestial Emperor, at best, is not so easy to collect the talent you want to collect. However, with the name of the Heavenly Emperor, it would still be able to attract many heavenly prides to come and join. For example, Yi Fan would definitely go. The same lineage of Saint Body, with the cover of the Great Completion Saint Body, the entire Beidou would almost not dare to offend him, and the next days would be much more comfortable. Other than Zemo, it was the Great Completion Sacred Body that was strong, and as long as the Supreme Beings in the Forbidden Area didn't come out, no one would be his opponent. Even if a Supreme Being came out, he would not necessarily be a match for a great sacred body. 1. Kid, even if you have a great completion saint body to cover you, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The Black Emperor raised his dog's head, his nostrils facing the sky, extremely arrogant, almost making Yifan unable to resist wanting to beat him up. Dead dog, I don't even know if the beginningless emperor is still alive or not, and you really think you have someone behind you? When these words came out, the big black dog was immediately enraged. It was fine to talk about him, but he wouldn't allow anyone to dare to talk about the beginningless great emperor. Impossible. The current heavenly emperor has personally admitted that the beginningless emperor is still alive, and that he is the strongest, not to mention the great completion sacred body. Even Ji Zimo isn't good enough. With a retort, he was ready to pounce on Yifan. Dead dog, you're pulling this stunt again. Let's see if I don't stew you into a dog meat hot pot today. Are you worthy? Damned brat. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in a weakened stage right now, where would he be my opponent? When the road to immortality begins, let's see how I'll shade you. The immortal heavenly emperor came to a planet and looked for a place of seclusion, intending to wait until the period of weakness had passed and he was reborn in nirvana before going to find Ji Zimo. Since the extermination of a forbidden area, the Supreme Being had witnessed another encounter between Ji Zimo and the immortal heavenly emperor. After the final victory was Ji Zimo's, they were completely terrified of this heavenly emperor, and the entire Beidou appeared calm like never before. Due to the previous battle between Ji Zimo and the Stone Emperor rippling through this heaven and earth, those powerful forces were afraid to show their heads for a period of time. And now this has happened again, and it has produced such a tremendous amount of commotion that it is nothing short of an extinction-level blow. They also didn't dare to let their own family's heavenly pride go out to practice, and they all let them stay in the family and develop peacefully, fearing that this situation will occur again someday, in case their own heavenly pride dies for no apparent reason. Not to mention finding who to avenge. How to die is not expected to know. So Beidou, then, drew an unprecedented calm, a peaceful, so that the world exclaimed, with the existence of today's heavenly emperor. So what if dark turmoil appears? The heavenly emperor alone can pacify it, invincible to the world, and no one can stop it. Chapter 77, The Return. Time passes, and 3 years go by in the blink of an eye. A brilliant immortal light illuminated this dead planet. The mountains crumbled and cracked everywhere, and vibrations arose in the void. Ji Zimo awoke from it, and a flash of divine light surged in his eyes. Boom! The entire planet couldn't take it and exploded into dust and disappeared. Not even close, he said with a sigh. 3 years is too short a time to really get out of one's own way, unless one spends a few hundred years perhaps to succeed. After disappearing for so long, it's time to go back. Ji Zimo's silhouette was like a shooting star piercing through the sky, traversing the endless void as it left the starfield. Beidou, East Wasteland Ji family. The heavenly emperor hasn't been heard from in 3 years. Where has he gone? The head of the Ji family couldn't help but sigh. After a long period of time without news from the heavenly emperor, the Ji family was in a bit of a panic, fearing that Ji Zimo was in an accident. Although he was a heavenly emperor, not many people would be his opponent. But 3 years of no news, more or less there was still a feeling of a group of dragons without a leader. However, with a great perfection sacred body sitting in the town, and with the exception of the Ji family, none of them knew about this matter of Ji Zimo's disappearance. Don't worry, big brother, he'll be fine. The Void Realm can return safely. So can he. Ji Zijia was dressed in a purple robe. His eyebrows and sword eyes were like jade, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Greetings, elder ancestor. The current generation of the Ji family head respectfully said. Wang, kid, which place is that dead fat guy going to take us? You're really not afraid of being pitched? The great black emperor followed behind Yifan and said with a look of contempt. Yifan's face instantly darkened, recalling the times the unscrupulous Taoist priest had pitted him before. He was furious, but now that Duanda didn't look like he was fooling himself this time, he planned to believe it for once. Dead dog, if you can't talk, don't talk. Humph. When you encounter danger later, don't beg this emperor to save you. The big black dog walked past Yifan with its head raised, chest puffed out and tail wagging. If it wasn't for the treacherous terrain and the many crises that required the help of Yifan, a source heavenly master, the treasures of that place Duanda would definitely have kept it all to himself and would not have taken it to share. Immeasurable ing heavenly father. Don't talk nonsense, dead dog. I am sincerely inviting Little Leaf to search for a piece of treasure. Although there are many dangers here, but the bigger the wind and waves, the better the good things are not good. Maybe we can still find good things like the inheritance sacred soldier inside, Duanda said with a look of conviction, while Yifan's face became even darker. Sayaka, what kind of name is that? Dead fatso, you don't even deserve to be my human pet in the eyes of this emperor. Let's see if I don't bite you to death. As the words fell, The big black dog opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Duwanda. Infinite ing Heavenly Father. Dead dog don't bite. Believe it or not, I'll sell you and stew you into dog meat to eat. 1. Actually dare to have such thoughts about this emperor. Now hand over the treasures you have on you or give me 100 or 80 pounds of divine origin, or else I'll bite you to death. You're Leonizing me. You're blacker than I am. You really think I can't rule you? A man and a dog launched an exchange of words. Yi Fan looked at the scene speechlessly, fighting before he even arrived at the place. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. The three of them looked up in unison as a figure like a shooting star cut down the sky and fell straight into the 10,000 feet high mountain not far away. What's going on? Is someone trying to get ahead of us? The big black dog said suspiciously. Once these words came out, Duwanda didn't care about tangling with this black dog and rushed up to the sky. He was aware of the many treasures here, and the Saint King's soldiers were all used. He didn't want to eat someone else's leftovers. Immeasurable ing Heavenly Father. Want to rob your master Duan? No way. Boy, do we want to see it all together? When the Black Emperor turned his head to look at Yi Fan, he realized that the other party had already followed him. Exasperated, he yelled, Want, dead fatty, dead boy. Actually didn't wait for this emperor. I must take you all as human favorites. The words fell, and he quickly went after them. Ji Zimo returned to the Beidou astral domain. The emperor's Tao aura emanated, and the supreme beings far away in the forbidden zone instantly sensed it. The celestial emperor has returned? A supreme being awoke from his slumber. That's right. After his battle with the immortal heavenly emperor, his trail disappeared. Ever since Ji Zimo's trail disappeared, the supreme beings thought that he had gone into seclusion to heal his wounds. I didn't expect to be back in the Hokuto after 3 years. It made the supreme being feel his scalp tingle, emitting an aura that was quite a bit more terrifying than before. Ugh! The sigh of one supreme being, which caused another supreme being to issue a question. What's wrong with you? Are you afraid that the current heavenly emperor will still come to pacify the forbidden zone? That's right. He's too powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. The current Ji Zimo, the beginningless of 100,000 years, hasn't even managed to achieve his current level. The immortal heavenly emperor, who had lived from the mythical period to the present day, had to flee, and several pieces of extreme imperial armaments were willingly allowed to be used by Ji Zimo. If he wants to, he won't be able to resist unless several supreme beings join together in extreme ascension against a heavenly emperor. This was a supreme being's evaluation of Ji Zimo. Since all the first world emperors were so strong, it was estimated that only the ruthless man and the beginningless and the rest of them could be compared to Ji Zimo. Don't worry, the road to immortality is about to begin. Ji Zimo, he won't make a move against us. With these words, the supreme beings fell silent and then fell into a deep sleep once again. Descend on the Ji family in the eastern wasteland. Looking at an incomparably grand mountain in front of him, Ji Zimo walked to the Ji family gate. In the distance was situated an even taller mountain, towering into the clouds like a sharp sword pointing straight up to the sky, with an overall deep black color. And the first moment the elders who were guarding here saw him, they naturally recognized him. Inwardly, he was very pleased and hastened to say respectfully, Great Emperor, you're back. Ji Zimo nodded and walked in. Meanwhile, when the head of the Ji family heard that the heavenly emperor had returned, he immediately got up and greeted him, and Ji Zijie also followed at the news. Having not seen him for 3 years, the return of the heavenly emperor today caused the entire Ji family to cheer, especially the head of the Ji family, who was beaming with joy. His gaze rested on Ji Zimo. He came to the Ji family, mainly because he wanted to see how Ji Zijie was doing. With just a glance, he saw through Ji Zijie's realm, which was still at the Great Sage realm. But Ji Zimo did not have much surprise. Just 3 years? If there is an improvement to come to the quasi-imperial realm, we'll only let him have some surprise. Of course, now that the golden age is approaching, the aura is gradually recovering. As a god body, Ji Zijie was estimated to be able to step into the quasi-emperor realm before long. Big brother, where have you been for the past 3 years? Ji Zimo smiled faintly at his words. Went to settle a score with someone, had some epiphanies, went on a retreat and gained a lot. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Could it be that the current heavenly emperor was going to be even stronger than 3 years ago? Great Emperor, those supreme beings of the Forbidden Land, are you able to? Before one of the elders could finish his words, he was stopped by the Ji family head. No harm done. When the Ji family head heard this, he allowed that elder to continue. Great Emperor, are you able to pacify the other forbidden zones? Ji Zimo shook his head. This matter will easily cause dissatisfaction among the other forbidden area supreme beings. So it's sufficient to kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Chapter 78, The Little Girl. Ji Zimo stayed in the Ji family for a while and then left. In the blink of an eye, One could not see the edge of the vast expanse of the eastern wasteland southern region. The aura of his body was hidden. And to outsiders Zimo looked no different from an ordinary person. He arrived in a city, stepped into the humble tavern and sat down. What would you like to eat, sir? Xiao'er walked over and looked at Zimo and said, a jug of sake. Okay. In no time at all, the sake was brought up. Enjoy your meal. I'll leave you to it. After Xiao'er turned around and left. At the same time, a little girl came up to Zimo's heel and pulled on his robe. Big brother, can you give something to eat? A timid and pitiful voice rang out, and Zimo looked down. Dressed in ragged little clothes, wearing little shoes that showed the holes in his toes, he gazed at him with tears hanging down his face. It shook him to his core, and his thoughts went back to the old days. 100,000 years ago. He remembered that he had also met a little girl on the way to the Cheshire mansion just after the great battle with the beginningless. Much like her, both had large soulful eyes that revealed a choleric glow. However, that one was not the reincarnation of the Empress, but the girl in front of her and Nui were somewhat similar. At the same time, he sighed in his heart and wondered how that little girl was doing in the home of the rich merchant who had adopted her. As his thoughts returned, Zimo's gaze went to Nui, wanting to gain insight into her identity at a glance. However, there seemed to be a layer of mist on the other party, causing him, as a heavenly emperor, to be unable to see through the true nature. If Big Brother doesn't want to, then forget it. With that, she was ready to turn around and leave, but her hand was grabbed by Zimo, and immediately the scared little girl trembled. Can you tell brother what your name is? The gentle voice, making the little girl less afraid, opened her mouth. Big brother, my name is Nui. When these words came out, Zimo trembled, and really let him run into the reincarnation of the Empress Nui. Quite a bit of fate, to say the least. Xiao'er, a cage of buns. Okay, sir. Since he was destined to have a bond with the little girl from Shade, Zimo had the idea of taking Nui away. Here comes a cage of buns. Xiao'er placed the items on the table, then saw the little Nui beside him and revealed a smile. This guest is really kind. That girl has been begging here for quite a while before, and there are very few people who give her alms. It's the first time I've seen that you are buying her a cage of buns. Nui watched Xiao'er was conversing with Zimo and looked at the steaming buns in front of her, forcing her hunger and constantly wiping the drool that flowed out of her mouth. Eat! Zimo's voice rang out, and she had already immediately reached out and grabbed 2 buns and wolfed them down. A match for that little girl from 100,000 years ago. I say, this guest, should you take this little girl home? The looks and appearance are good. Why don't you take it back as a maid? Xiao'er looked at Nui, and if he weren't so shy, the idea of taking her home would have crossed his mind. In just a few minutes, a cage of buns was eaten up by a 3-year-old girl. Big brother, I'm still hungry. Inuyasha tugged at his shirt again. Zimo smiled faintly. This guy can eat much more than that little girl. So once again, he called for the second, and said, Xiao'er, 2 more buns. Wait a moment, customer, the buns will be right there. Thank you brother. The little girl looked up at him with a grateful gaze. No one had ever been that nice to her before. Zimo stroked her head and stayed aside obediently. Soon, Xiao'er brought 2 cages of buns. Originally thought that these were what Zimo was going to eat, but it was shocking to see that it was actually eaten by Nui who had eaten a cage of buns, not realizing that a 3 or 4-year-old girl could eat that much, thanks to his own shyness, or else with his little fortune. Sooner or later he would have been eaten up by this little girl. Nui, who had eaten a total of 3 cages of buns, was finally full. There was some loss in his eyes when he looked at Zimo. Nui, what's wrong? Asked, noticing her moody demeanor. Nui is afraid of forgetting my big brother. I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know where I came from and where I'm going. Everyone else has relatives, only I don't. Nui is very lonely and sad. In a few days, I may not even remember big brother. The little girl's head was bowed, tears in her eyes. Big brother will remember you. Still hungry? She shook her head, then pulled out a small, crystal clear stone from her tattered clothes, with 7 types of luster flowing. Seeing this, Zimo immediately recognized this thing, the 7-colored crystal stone. That was a good thing. It was able to resist the erosion of age and the power of desolation, and it could even ignore the emperor's lines and the aura of a great emperor, but it seemed as if it was part of Nui as well. Big brother gives it to you. Every time Nui forgets the past, a little stone like this appears. It's edible, it's sweet, and it keeps Nui from being hungry for many days. The little girl wanted to express her gratitude by giving this 7-colored stone to Zimo, but it wasn't very useful to him, and besides, there was no need to take the reincarnation of the Empress. Nui, no, just keep it for yourself. but the little girl insisted on wanting to give him something. Stubbornly. Big brother, take it, or Nui Nui has nothing to repay you. Seeing this scene, Ji Zimo rubbed her head. Listen. That. Well then, since brother doesn't like it, I won't give it. The little girl's voice was getting smaller and smaller, tears filling her eyes, ready to drip to the ground. Ji Zimo was slightly helpless and had to say, I like everything Nui Nui gives me. Give it to me. Hearing this, the little girl was very happy and immediately handed him the 7 colored crystals. After receiving the things, the little girl was nervous, showing a hopeful look and whispering with her head down. Can I follow you? Nui Nui is very good. She can do the laundry, scrub the floor, and learn everything. Good. Ji Zimo was naturally very happy to take her. After turning enemies into friends, the one who could restrain the 9 secrets, besides the Empress, was left with the beginningless, and when he fully stepped out of his own path, the path of invincibility would go further and further. Big brother, let's go, Nui Nui said good-naturedly. Well, go. Ji Zimo got up and prepared to take Nui Nui out of here. At that moment, the sounds of battle came from the street. Looking up, a familiar face appeared not far away. Yifan snatched away the opponent's longsword and swung it down, and on the spot, a person's head was split. You actually dared to kill someone from the Ji clan. Even if you have the backing of a great sacred body behind you, you still have to fear the might of our Ji clan's old ancestor, the great emperor. A young man threatened. Put. However, Yifan was not afraid at all and swung his sword continuously, all of them flying out. Ji Zimo took Nui Nui's hand and watched the scene with slight interest. A few children of the sideline Ji family, relying on the reputation of the Ji family to bully soft and fearful of death, deserved to die. Not worth his hand. Chapter 79 Ancient Forbidden Land. But all the people around who passed by here were dumbfounded and silenced, not even daring to utter a breath. Who is this man? He killed Ji's family. He's really not afraid of death. He is the king, Wang Chongxiao of the younger generation in Central State. It is indeed he, whom I have seen before. There were whispers, and the fear deepened. Ji Zimo pierced through Yifan, who was wearing the appearance of Wang Chongxiao, at a glance, but he wasn't going to stop it. Then the arrogant and domineering Ji family's children, whether they were dead or alive, appeared unimportant, causing trouble. Even if Yifan didn't make a move, someone else would. Yifan was as steady as a mountain, his face calm, strong and cold. Come on, little girl. The play was almost over, and it was time to take Nui Nui out of here. This place was not far from the ancient Forbidden Land, and since he had come all the way here, Ji Zimo decided to go there to seek the immortal God Pill. Moreover, he seemed to remember that there weren't many supreme beings in the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, with only the late-aged Great Completion sacred body and the ruthless human emperor remaining. And as for the Nui Nui beside him, it was only the Tao fruit that the ruthless human emperor had transformed into. What's more, in the essential sense of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land is the dojo of the ruthless emperor. Of course the current Ji Zimo can't really beat the other party. That is an existence that has already become a 9 worlds female emperor. Although there was already the White Tiger immortality pill, who would mind having more of that? Still, it was important to get Nui Nui settled first. After all, she would forget her memories every once in a while, and it could not be stopped unless that piece of 7-colored crystal was refined. 5 days later, Ji Zimo brought Nui Nui to the town next to the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, stepped into the inn and opened a room. From the table behind them came the sound of several people talking. I've heard that the ancient Hua dynasty and the Yin Yang sect are preparing to take action to enter the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. Then the wine, a middle-aged man said. Really? That's an ancient Forbidden Land. What are they doing there? Of course it's true. I have a friend who told me about it right within the Yin Yang sect, saying that he's going to search for the pill of immortality. When to go? The youth at the other table asked. At these words, the middle-aged man burped and said slowly, I'm not sure. Just the last couple days anyway. Guessed. Here's the sign. Ji Zimo took it and led Nui Nui towards the room. Wow. Brother is so big here. Nui Nui looked like she hadn't seen the world before. Well, you rest here. I'm going out for a while. Okay brother. Nodding obediently, he looked at Ji Zimo's departing back, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. According to an ancient tradition, the mortal body is the root, and people don't understand because they can't reach that realm. A dead forest with withered trees, withered branches and leaves, without a trace of life. The desolate land, withered bones everywhere. The wreckage of ancient chariots scattered amongst the barren grass. The misty fog, covering the sky and giving people a chilling feeling that, occasionally, there is a wind that whistles past, carrying a biting chill and a sense of foreboding. Ji Zimo had already arrived at the outskirts of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. The aura of age emanating from it made him smell a hint of crisis, worthy of being a transgressive mortal body ruthless emperor of the desolate ancient period. Deeper and deeper into the middle, countless skeletons appeared in the wilderness, all of which had traces of the laws of time on them, which could either make a person return to their old age, or make them old at the thought of old age. At this moment, many people had come to the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land, all of them waiting nervously as the people from the two major forces had already entered the forbidden zone of life. They weren't the only ones either. Some of the bold casual cultivators also walked in with their heads held high. After only half a minute had passed, people let out a gasp and all looked up at the sky. The divine clothes are flying out. That's right, it's the divine clothes of the ancient sages. A set of golden battlesuit, flashing with skyrocketing light, flew out on its own. It was in human form, holding a golden holy sword and carrying a golden divine bow, but it was not wearing it. The absolute divine clothes was psychic and flew back on its own. It possessed a life of its own, and within the golden battle clothes, there were crumbs floating down. That's flying dust. Heavens, the people of the Forbidden Zone have turned into flying dust so quickly, ceasing to exist under the power of the ages. The desolate ancient Forbidden Land is truly terrifying, grinding down all the strongest people in the world. At the same time, people were shocked that the ancient sages' absolute divine clothes were too powerful and didn't get damaged inside, flying out on their own. Shocking people. The divine clothes has a spirit that is threatened and doesn't dare to go deeper. I'm afraid that when it gets close to the sacred mountain, it won't be able to defend itself. G. Zimo watched this scene, his face like stopping water, waves not shocked, entering the forbidden land of desolate antiquity. Other than the vicious emperor, that late-life great completion saint body was not his opponent. Going to find an immortality medicine and living out the third and fourth lives had a greater certainty. The sage divine clothes descended from the sky, shining brightly, like an eternal phoenix bird in the midst of the splendid divine fire, the powerful aura causing people to tremble and everyone to fall back. It was as if it was a living being, holding a golden holy sword with an overwhelming sharpness, and the compelling killing chants made the chaotic leaves in the forest fly. Each and every one of them was trembling with fear, as if they were facing an ancient god, in awe from the bottom of their hearts, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship, their bodies trembling. The golden divine clothes were as bright as the sun, landing on the ground with a clang. The golden divine splendor shot out in all directions, pulsing like flames, and the golden divine bow behind them trembled lightly, tensing the heartstrings of the crowd, and many of them were about to suffocate. Clang! A metallic trembling sound was emitted, like a dragon roaring in the nine heavens, like a phoenix sounding to shake the sky, resounding through the heavens and earth. Put! Many cultivators could no longer hold back and involuntarily knelt down, kowtowing to the peerless divine clothes in front of them. This was a supreme shock originating from the soul that made people worship in awe. The ancient forbidden land is not to be trespassed. 3 years ago, the mysterious ancient coffin appeared, and the Holy Land curse dropped to its weakest, but unfortunately I missed that only chance. The people of the central state sighed softly, their hearts filled with resignation. Many people's hearts throbbed, but even the divine dynasty of the central state and the 10,000 worlds Dharma sect were unable to do so. Who else in this world could go in and thus pick the immortal god pill? It was estimated that only that current heavenly emperor G. Zimo, who had swept away a forbidden area, would have this kind of strength to sweep through the desolate ancient forbidden land. I am not willing to go against heaven. A domineering and sky-high voice came out, the boundless fallen leaves flew, and the primordial ancient forest shook, as if a true dragon had come out of the world, taking the form of a human being, and stepping out from the great wilderness, a majestic and incomparable. The aura of the sun and the moon overwhelmed the photography from the mountains and forests. The dragon gas around the body cloaked the world. There are 8 wastelands. The only one who is the only one of the air. Ancient Hua's old imperial lord is here. Imperial Lord Gu Hua wore a 9 dragons crown on his head and a 9 dragons robe. His white hair was like snow and his form was withered. Meanwhile, G. Zimo had already entered the desolate forbidden land, where the ancient tree was sky-high, its branches twisted and misty, emitting a radiant immortal light to resist the erosion of the laws of time. Boom! A soft sound ran through the heavens. Divine light blazed and shot up into the sky, supreme pressure sweeping across the entire mountain range. It immediately attracted G. Zimo's attention. Someone else had forced their way into the desolate ancient forbidden land? But then, heaven and earth were silent. The mountain winds stopped, the grass and trees didn't move, and all sounds disappeared. Chapter 80, The Sacred Fruit. G. Zimo looked at this scene blandly, only to see the old imperial lord of the Guhua imperial dynasty holding a golden holy sword and carrying a golden divine bow on his back, as if he were a god who had walked from the distant past, ingesting his heart and exuding a monstrous might. Afterwards, he stepped into the ancient forbidden land and walked in under everyone's gaze. and Ji Zimo was interested to see how far he could go. I don't know how much time has passed. Only golden light flashed, boundless fallen leaves flew, and the old imperial lord's body exploded, turning into bits of starlight scattered on the ground. And Emperor Uncle Gu Hua, who was observing from afar, cried out in sorrow, his voice miserable as his eyes opened wide and he saw everything in the Forbidden Land. The absolute imperial lord fell, ultimately failed to go against the heavens, and in his later years, he ended up sadly and buried his bones in his hometown. Shoo! With a flash of light, the ancient sage divine clothes descended from the sky. It was much dimmer, chiming and trembling gently, a trace of blood and quite a bit of ash staining it. The golden divine clothes were traumatized, and it was unknown how many years it would take to recover. Looking through the ages, who in the world cannot die? Everyone at the edge of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land was deep in a kind of despair, and since ancient times, immortal sayings were unending, but all they had seen was emptiness and extinction after emptiness after extinction. How can one not despair when even great emperors have faded into history? It's a road that will never end for them to succeed. The ancient Hua imperial dynasty left the scene in disgrace, and in the entire desolate ancient Forbidden Land, only Ji Zimo was left to enter it and had yet to come out. After what had just happened, Yi Fan's heart went cold, and he fell silent for a moment. Would he be able to succeed? Even though he had refined the unearthly stonecloth with the forbidden immortal seal, which could isolate all chi in the world, he still saw a path of no return. Finally, he sighed and turned away to go into closed-door cultivation. The deeper Ji Zimo went into the desolate Forbidden Land, the many ancient powerhouses' cultivation relics appeared, and from time to time, oozing visions appeared in the sky. The laws in this heaven and earth had mutated, and the laws were more complex and difficult to figure out. However, up to now, Ji Zimo had not found any trace of the desolate slave, and in his memories, that great completion sacred body was also a member of the desolate slave, with a strength so powerful that it was comparable to that of a supreme being, with the 7 colored crystals that Nui Nui had given him earlier. None of the power of desolation could erode him. After a while, he came to a holy mountain peak, surrounded by mist, with naked eye visibility only a mere 5 meters of pathetic distance. Boom! A huge sound came, like the sky collapsing and shaking the human form. The entire mountain peak trembled. Ji Zimo's figure lurched and instantly dissipated. A figure appeared in front of his eyes, bright-eyed and white-toothed, clear and beautiful, with a white dress that fluttered in the wind, giving people a feeling of being extraordinary. This stunning woman's body, however, exuded the aura of desolation, which was so dense that if an ordinary living being were to approach, it would definitely deprive all life. Holy Maiden Tianxian. Ji Zimo recognized the other party. He remembered that in the plot, due to the overthrow of the Tianxian Holy Land 6,000 years ago, he became a desolate slave for some reason, the hidden secrets of which he couldn't quite remember. However, since they had all been desolate slaves for so long, it was time for the Tianxian Holy Maiden to be relieved. A finger pointed out, instantly piercing through her skull, and thus, the Tianxian Holy Maiden, who had become a desolate slave for 6,000 years, welcomed her liberation. Continuing upwards to the top of the sacred mountain, a huge tree appeared with aura draped around it. Each leaf on it was crystal clear and radiant, all different. Some looked like small tripods, some like divine phoenixes, and some like immortals. The ancient tree of enlightenment, making Ji Zimo a bit confused. He remembered that this thing was not on the immortal mountain. Each leaf on the ancient tree of enlightenment can contain a great Tao, so if you drink it in water, you can be enlightened. The ancient tea tree of Wudao can bear 108 pieces of tea leaves per year, and 3,000 pieces in a cycle of 10,000 years. Bringing back the entire tree was a bit unrealistic, and it would easily attract the ruthless human emperor and the late-aged great achiever's sacred body. There would be no need for that. Just take all the tea off the tree. With a wave of his hand, the immortal light shone brightly, and 3,000 pieces of tea leaves detached from the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and were pocketed by Ji Zimo. Of course it wasn't just this ancient tree of enlightenment on top of the peak of the sacred mountain. There was also the 9 miraculous immortality pill planted by the vicious man emperor, radiating a silvery light. It was oddly shaped and resembled a moon-like holy fruit. The 9 miraculous immortality pill possessed 9 roots that could only mature once in thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and each time it produced different fruits with different efficacies, which were categorized into 9 types. And the one in front of him should be the holy fruit that realizes the unity with heaven and earth and draws the Tao into the earth, containing endless chi of the great Tao. After taking it, one can realize the unity with heaven and earth and thus draw the Tao into the body, which happens to be of great use to Ji Zimo as he prepares to walk out of his own Tao. Plucking the holy fruit, he would not take the 9 miraculous immortality pill from the remaining 8 holy mountains. When he was ready to leave, a figure blocked Ji Zimo, covered in flashing golden light. When the other party opened his eyes, it was like opening the heavens and the earth, with a power that shook the hearts of the people, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and the chaos to rage. He was slightly helpless. It still allowed him to encounter a late-life great completion saint body, and judging by the appearance of the other party, it was impossible to avoid this battle. The battle intent of the great completion sacred body in his later years went straight to the clouds, and his aura was strong enough to make all beings tremble as if they were facing a god. Zimo's invincible emperor's Tao aura flowed, immediately causing the late-aged great completion sacred body to be energized, but it did not have the slightest intention of retreating. The divine might of the great completion sacred body swept through the 10 directions, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. His fist sliced through the void, carrying a golden blow and thunderous roar straight at Zimo. Zimo slapped his palm, and the huge palm covered the sky. With the collision of the two attacks, the late-aged great completion saint body's body retreated out backwards, spewing out a mouthful of blood, golden blood blazing on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zimo executed a supreme killing blow and struck with an immortal light. The late-aged great completion sacred body accompanied the roar with a voice that shook the heavens and the earth, engaging him in an exchange of blows with the hard resistance of the physical body. After one violent collision after another, this holy mountain was unable to withstand the fight between the two and exploded. Bang! The light of the Emperor's Tao flashed as he chopped out a sword, destroying everything. Even the body of a late-aged great perfection saint body couldn't withstand it. Golden blood splattered, and although he suffered a heavy blow, it was as if he couldn't feel the pain. A mysterious rune appeared on the golden skin, and these runes flowed with ancient power, and with every attack, they could cover the 9 heavens, shaking the eastern wasteland and turning the sun and moon upside down. Powerful fluctuations were felt even by the cultivators outside the desolate ancient forbidden land, giving people the creeps and chills. What happened inside the desolate ancient forbidden land? Someone spoke up and said, "That's scalp-numbing, soul-shaking, body-shaking feeling." Only 4 words came to his mind. Stay away from here. There should be a strong person fighting inside, most likely a powerful person above the level of a great power. Quickly leave. The fluctuations caused are too great. Even further outside the desolate ancient forbidden land will most likely be affected. A voice rang out, and many people began to move away from the desolate forbidden land. And for a while, news spread into the eastern wasteland, instantly causing an uproar. Chapter 81 Battling the Late-Life Great Perfection Saint Body. The old imperial lord of the ancient Hua dynasty had fallen when he entered the desolate ancient forbidden zone. So who exactly could cause such a great fluctuation in this life forbidden zone? It was simply unbelievable. And some people speculated that it was likely that a saint-level powerhouse had stepped into it and engaged in a fight with the desolate slave. There were also some people who speculated whether they had invoked the great terror inside, or else they would not have wanted to be this big even if they had only fought with the desolate slave, and that commotion would not have been as big as it was. However, it was important to run for their lives now, so as to avoid the commotion caused by the powerhouses in the desolate ancient forbidden land from affecting them later. Under the collision of the late Nian De Chang's sacred body over and over again, his breath continued to wither while Zimo emitted a radiant immortal light. The entire person exuded the divine might of a heavenly emperor who was at the top of the world, taking the 9 heavens by storm, and was invincible in the world. Boom! Space created turbulence, the earth crumbled, and wherever the light passed, trees were destroyed and mountains and rocks shattered. The late-aged great completion saint body grew more and more courageous as it fought, flickering with extreme light, and the aura of desolation emanated out. But all of it was counteracted by the 7 colored crystals on Zimo's body, and it couldn't cause any impact at all. Light flowed from his eyes, dots of golden light spilling out into the desolate forbidden land with a majestic and unstoppable momentum. Battle intent rose, and a devastating fist smashed away, cutting through the void, like the extreme power of exterminating heaven and earth. Seeing this, Zimo returned the favor, slapping down his large palm, appending yin and yang, like a huge world crashing in. Bang! The 2 extreme powers produced a collision, and wailing sounds came from this heaven and earth, and countless skeletons of the departed dead went down in ashes at this strike. The mysterious symbols on the skin of the late-aged great completion sacred body exuded an ancient aura, and the injuries in his body recovered quickly. Monstrous chi and blood surged out as he once again blasted out a punch that was unstoppable, crushing everything, and courageous and invincible. Zimo's body split into 9 and suppressed it forcefully, facing the 6 Tao reincarnation fist of the late-aged great completion saint body without the slightest fear. Absolute killing destroys the sky and earth. Divine light surges, the earth crumbles by inches, and swings the world. Rumble! The desolate forbidden land that was called the forbidden area of life produced violent vibrations, as if it was about to collapse, and the movement was so great, it could be heard clearly from a million miles away, and for a moment it shocked people as to who had caused such a big fluctuation. Could it be that the current heavenly emperor has gone to pacify the forbidden zone again? With doubts in his heart, but all of a sudden, he attracted countless cultivators to go and watch, wanting to find out what was going on. When everything returned to calm, the late-aged great success saint body, half kneeling on the ground, had golden blood constantly flowing from his body in a blaze. The breath on his body became more and more shriveled. He looked at Ji Zimo with some reluctance, and at the last moment of his life he seemed to have dusted himself off. This battle was a smooth and hearty fight for the late-aged great success saint body, although he was almost overwhelmingly swept away by Ji Zimo. For him, he was able to draw a happy ending to this crazy life. After becoming a desolate slave, he lost his mind and freedom, and could only survive like the living dead, and only loneliness accompanied him when he was in the desolate forbidden land. Occasionally, outsiders would intrude into the forbidden zone of life, but they only added a little bit of interest. The youth in front of him had the Emperor's Tao aura flowing around him, and was powerful to the extreme. The late-aged great completion sacred body knew clearly that the other party hadn't dealt a death blow, or else he would have already met his demise, and if he hadn't guessed, this should be the current great emperor. With his strength, even the supreme emperors in the forbidden zone couldn't pose a threat to him, and it was enough to sweep away the great emperors in the entire forbidden zone. Even when encountering the darkest turmoil in history, he was able to step in and defuse it, which reassured the late-life great sage. But the late-life great completion saint body was obviously overthinking it. Ji Zimo didn't kill him, but turned around and left the desolate ancient forbidden land. I thought that the other party would end his life. Looking at the place where Ji Zimo disappeared, the laws of time reversed and began to reverse the field that the two had just engaged in battle and destroyed. The ancient tree of enlightenment was not affected as it sensed the warning of danger, and the aura of the great Tao emanated from its leaves. After taking a look at it in his later years, the great completion sacred body left this holy mountain. Arriving in the town, Ji Zimo walked into the inn where Nui Nui was lying sleepily on the bed. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly awoke from my sleep. Rubbing my eyes, I saw Ji Zimo sitting at the table drinking tea. This was tea from the ancient tree of enlightenment in the desolate forbidden land, and each leaf could contain a great Tao. It was still a great help to Ji Zimo, with a deeper understanding of the Tao. Brother, you're back, Nui Nui said with some embarrassment, having spent almost 5 days with Ji Zimo. But Nui Nui, who often wandered the streets, was more or less unaccustomed to the days when she didn't have to beg to get enough to eat. It was still a day she had fantasized about before, and now that it had come true, it was like a dream. Come on little girl, I'll take you home. Ji Zimo was ready to bring her back to the Ji family. It wouldn't do to continue following him. Okay, brother. Nui Nui nodded obediently, and was taken by Ji Zimo's hand, walking towards the stairs. During this time, a drunken drinker, seeing Nui Nui's potential as a beauty queen, is moved to take her under his wing. As a result, it was ground out by Ji Zimo's finger. Treating this kind of person, killing is enough. Well, at least they have become an emperor and stepped on the peak of the pyramid. They can't still look at other people's faces. He wasn't even afraid of the immortal heavenly emperor who had lived from the mythological period to the present, let alone this mole-like drunkard. A few days later, numerous cultivators on the northern Dipper had rushed to the northern domain of the eastern wasteland. The strange movements coming from the desolate ancient forbidden land attracted countless people to come, and although the previous old imperial masters of the ancient Hua imperial dynasty ended up falling within, there were still some who wanted to take a shot at finding the immortal god pill and divine spring within. Returning to the east wasteland Ji family, the Ji family had froze and pondered for a while after seeing Nui Nui beside Ji Zimo. Why would heavenly emperor bring back a little girl? Her name is Nui Nui. Take good care of her. With these words, the head of the Ji clan was sure to follow the arrangement. After settling Nui Nui down, Ji Zimo walked into the ancestral ground. Since he had become an emperor, many of the old ancestors sealed in the divine source were unwilling to continue sleeping, wanting to see more of the Ji family in its current glorious state. 2 emperors in one family, killing supreme beings, and pacifying the forbidden zone. Such a great achievement. Ask those great emperors who can achieve such a degree. I am afraid that not many great emperors have this kind of strength. Big brother, you're back. Ji Zijia had nothing to do and was playing chess by himself. When he saw that the visitor was Ji Zimo, he revealed a smile. You haven't broken through to Quasi-Emperor yet? Ji Zimo opened his mouth and asked. Soon, waiting for another opportunity. A quick insight into Ji Zijia's cultivation. Peak great sage, only needing to step one step further to invoke the Quasi-Emperor's tribulation. Do you need me to help you? He shook his head. No big brother, I want to get by on my own. Although he was an eastern wasteland god body, he knew in his heart that just by himself, being able to reach the Quasi-Emperor realm was already the limit, and further up would have to rely on heaven-defying luck and chance. Chapter 82 Recruitment to the Heavenly Court. After talking to GZJ for a few more words, Gzmo came to the power he created. The Heavenly Court. I haven't been over to visit in over 3 years and I'm not sure how it's developing. The magnificent building stood in the starry sky like a golden palace, lofty and magnificent, radiating an immortal light. It had a few flavors with the ancient celestial court that he had seen before in 100,000 years, but it was still more or less the same. Gzmo then prepared to find an opportunity to gather materials to perfect the heavenly court he created again. Entering into the heavenly court, there were very few people here. Other than the Great Completion's sacred body and Gai Joyue, there weren't many people. Mainly, after he left, the heavenly court had not recruited cultivators from all over the world, causing it to look very cold. After thinking about it for a while, he waited until the heavenly court was a bit more perfect, and then he went back to recruiting. It was believed that by that time, there would definitely be countless people who would grab their heads and want to enter. After all, this was a power that possessed a great emperor, and there was also a great saintly body sitting in the town, so strong that the entire Beidou couldn't find a second one. Leaving the heavenly court, Gzmo spent some effort in the Beidou astral domain, traveling through the forbidden areas and ascending to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A year's worth of time was spent finding many materials to produce them, allowing the style of the heavenly court to gradually become exactly the same as the ancient heavenly court, though there were still a few moments of divinity missing from it. But of course, this was unimportant. Up to this point, after telling Dai Joyuan and the Ji family head about the matter of recruiting this one, the Ji family then began to send people to spread the news that the heavenly court was gathering all talented cultivators from all over the world to join. For a while, the news traveled into the Beidou, triggering great shocks in the eastern wasteland, western desert, central state, southern ridge, and northern plains. From the time when the current heavenly emperor Gzmo announced the creation of the heavenly court to now, it has taken 4 years to finally start recruiting. Many forces had sent their celestial pride to the eastern wasteland to join among the forces of the heavenly court, and even the protagonist, Yi Fan, was also moving. After having the Great Completion's sacred body backing him up, many forces were afraid of the person behind Yi Fan and didn't dare to offend him easily. Wang, kid, you are going to go to the heavenly court created by the present heavenly emperor? Hearing the words of this big black dog, Yi Fan nodded. It did cross my mind. After all, it was impossible to keep growing up under the shelter of the Great Completion's sacred body, and the trials and tribulations that one should go through needed to be experienced as well. Surely it must be hard to be hunted all day. Wang, with the great sacred body behind you, wanting to enter the heavenly court is simple. The big black dog wagged his tail and said, "No, I want to go in on my own." Yi Fan decisively refused. After spending half a month to rush from the central state to the eastern wasteland, a man and a dog headed towards the Ji family. In order to prevent others from knowing his identity, he used the source heavenly book to change his appearance. "Boy, are you sure I won't be noticed dressed like this?" In recent years, the Black Emperor had often spoken out of turn against the heaven's pride becoming his human pet, and had not been hunted down for revenge. The big black dog's entire coat was now dyed white, very eye-catching and conspicuous, with the exception of the eye sockets, which were black. Yi Fan forced a smile as he gave the Black Emperor a look that was no different from the era on Earth, a dumbfounded look. Thankfully he was professionally trained or he would have laughed out loud on the spot. "Don't worry, just the way you are. Those heavenly prides will definitely not recognize you." At this statement, the big black dog was relieved that it didn't matter what he looked like as long as he wasn't recognized. "Where is this exotic species from? This dog is ridiculously long." A youth saw the Black Emperor's appearance and mocked without the slightest concern. "What do you mean?" The Black Emperor instantly exploded in anger at his words. "It's not simple. I've never seen a dog demon that looks like this and can actually talk." Bold. Yi Fan looked at this scene. He originally wanted to stop it, but there was a high possibility that the Black Emperor would bite back, so it was better to let it go. The big black dog couldn't help himself and opened his bloody mouth to bite up at the youth's thigh. In moments, screams rang out. Many passing cultivators gazed over. It was only at the youth's thighs that a dog bit down hard, and no matter how much he shook it off, he could not shake it off. "Ah!" The intense pain made him scream loudly. "Dead dog, you unclench your mouth. Believe it or not, I'll sell you to the dog meat store later." The threat didn't make the Black Emperor loosen his mouth, but instead bit harder. As the gazes of the surrounding people were all cast this way, the commotion got bigger and bigger, and Yi Fan's face darkened. If he continued to stay, he would definitely be sent by the Ji family as a troublemaker, and then he would be in trouble. "Okay, black dog, let go." Unexpectedly this time, after the Black Emperor heard Yi Fan's words and loosened his mouth, his gaze stared fiercely at the youth. "I'll let you off the hook today. You're not even qualified to be my human favorite just the way you are." With that, He turned around and pointed his ass at the youth. Wagging his tail, and Yifan left the place. Damn it, I'll remember you. All of you. The youth let out his harsh words and turned towards the Ji family. Boy, do you know why I listened to you just now? The Black Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and said, causing Yifan to be a bit puzzled and curious. Why? Alas, I just saw that the other party seemed to be a descendant of the Ji family. Saying that, the big black dog sighed, which caused Yifan's face to darken. This deserving dead dog, who was a success, does bad things and sells out his teammates faster than anyone else. It seems the biggest mistake he ever made was bringing the Black Emperor to the Ji family. The front of the Ji clan was unprecedentedly bustling with many forces waiting outside with their family's heavenly pride. The crowd was spectacular. The heavenly court has finally recruited disciples. And I don't know if there's a way out for us loose cultivators. Some loose cultivators who hadn't joined any forces had traveled thousands of miles to come here in hopes of having the opportunity to join the heavenly court. I think it's hard. All the heavenly prides have gathered together. Even the mighty level powerhouses want to enter. Yes, if one is really fortunate enough to join the heavenly court, one's ancestors' graves must be smoking. A few loose cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the heavenly pride in the void with envy. Even many of the Ji clan's children were waiting for when the heavenly court would start officially recruiting cultivators. With Gai Joyua presiding over the heavenly court, while Ji Zimo had already left. He came to a barren planet in a dead star field to prepare for seclusion and get out of his own way. Wait until the road to immortality is about to open in a few hundred years. Then awaken and come out of the world. The bright immortal light lit up the entire planet. And more bright light appeared in the dead star field. Kid, do you think we'll be discovered by that Ji family's son? The Black Emperor looked at this scene and said with some weakness. Yifan ignored it. With so many heavenly pride powerhouses, how could that Ji family's son have the chance to see them? The big black dog looked around for a while and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. So he dropped his heart. If this was found by the other side, so many people would most likely recognize themselves, and then they would inevitably run away. Dodge the pursuit. Clang! The sound of the bell was so loud that it traveled for 10,000 miles, and those Heaven's Pride powerhouses couldn't help but be shaken. Today the Heavenly Court is recruiting talents from all walks of life. If you want to join, you can do so if your qualifications are met. Chapter 83. This statement instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Several Heavenly Pride entered the Ji clan, and soon countless cultivators flocked to Yifan and the Black Emperor followed. It's so crowded. God forbid I could join the Celestial Court. A youth said. I think you're overthinking it. Many Heavenly Prides are grabbing their heads to go in. Just because you don't have some strength you can't do it. The other cultivator mocked mercilessly. For a while, the Ji clan was bustling, with countless Heavenly Pride powerhouses gathered here. And here at the edge of the universe, Ji Zimo was here preparing to go on a retreat to enlighten himself on the Tao. There was not a single sign of life on the barren planet, overgrown with weeds and strewn with rubble. Taking out the 9 miraculous immortality pill, the silver moon-shaped holy fruit flowed with a faint white light, which contained the endless chi of the great Tao. After fusing this holy fruit, he would be certain to live out his 3rd and 4th lives. Rumble! The Emperor's Tao aura filled the planet, and the heavens and earth trembled. The dome of the sky almost unable to withstand the crumbling and collapsing. The earth shook violently, and radiant immortal light shone out, making the silent starry sky a bit brighter. At this time, the Ji clan side was bustling. Countless people were climbing the immortal mountain, and the top 100 would be able to join the heavenly court. The main reason was that the current heavenly court created by Ji Zimo had too few people and still needed the help of the Ji family. Once this recruitment of talented cultivators from all walks of life was over, they could then invite the Heaven's Pride powerhouses in the beta to join them again on their own. Of course Ji Zimo had invited some cultivators above the Sage Realm to join the heavenly court before this, and the power gradually grew. Gai Joyue looked at this scene. His heart had a few more feelings. The Golden Age. All kinds of celestial pride and talent kept emerging. The great world was brilliant. If Ji Zimo hadn't certified to become an emperor in this life, then the fight on the road to becoming an emperor would probably have been intense. Dead dog, let go of me. A cultivator wailed and screamed, only to see the big black dog biting his leg to death. Obviously the Black Emperor who had just offended him, just for calling it, bald-tailed dog. Bold, how dare you bite my young master? Don't you want to live? Yifan blackened his face and settled those few cultivators. This black dog had followed him all the way and caused a lot of trouble. Dead dog, will you stop causing trouble? Kid, don't worry, this emperor is covering you. No one dares to make a move against us. Looking at the big black dog with his head held high, he swore. If he didn't know that it couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, Yifan almost believed it. Someone's made it to the top. A loud shout rang out, immediately attracting Yifan's attention. Dressed in purple, with eyes like stars and stillness like the bright moon, Ji Haoyue of the Ji clan was the first to climb to the top of the immortal mountain, exuding a majestic and overpowering aura, like an offbeat deity. It's Ji Haoyue of the Ji family. Another shriek rang out. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Ji family was truly full of talents. First there were two emperors from one family, the overwhelming heavenly emperor who pacified the forbidden zone. Now another eastern desolate god body had appeared, and it was rumored that the Ji clan had another eastern desolate god body instructing Ji Haoyue in her cultivation. Then one after another, quite a number of celestial pride climbed to the top of the immortal mountain, and Gai Zhou watched the scene with relief. It was just that there was no figure of Yifan among them, and he had heard of the other party's name. After all, the great success sacred body had personally come out to report Yifan, directly shocking the entire Beidou. The supreme being did not come out. The great sacred body was invincible. That was why Gai Zhou was naturally aware of it and still wanted to prepare to focus on the desolate ancient sacred body. Due to Yifan's use of the source heavenly book to change his appearance, a cursory glance really didn't allow him to see through the other party. Ji Ziyue of the Ji clan has also reached the top. Exclaims came again. Ji Ziyue's eyebrows curved. A pair of eyes like a clear spring. Delicate little face showed small dimples. Her skin was crystal clear, just like white snow. Very spiritual. This was the dream goddess of how many Ji family's sons and daughters. Many holy sons and daughters of Holy Land clans and other celestial pride on the top of the immortal mountain had all ascended to the top, and there weren't many spots left. Many cultivators began to engage in fierce exchanges in order to delay the others from reaching the top. In the middle of the immortal mountain, many people were stopped at the mountainside. Colorful rays of light clashed, and loud noises kept coming. Hurry up, big black dog, don't run out of room later. Kid, don't panic. This emperor is very powerful. Saying that, he scurried out in a puff of smoke. And Yifan was not to be outdone as his speed increased. The cultivators who were still trying to climb and have a fight were not the least bit aware that there were two old sixes, taking advantage of the fact that a group of cultivators were not paying attention. Soon after reaching the top of the immortal mountain, many celestial pride were waiting for the final result. Then the last few heavenly prides ascended to the top. The top 100 cultivators had already appeared, and all the later ones were sent out of the Ji clan. The many forces couldn't help but sigh when they saw the lost return of their own heavenly pride. Why was it not a pity that the forces created by the Heavenly Emperor had not joined in? Immeasurable UING Heavenly Father. Dead dog, you loosen your mouth. Why are you so bitey like that dog before? A familiar voice came, and Yifan turned his head to look and was instantly confused. Dressed in a purple Taoist robe and still holding a floating dust in his hand, he was cursing the Black Emperor who was biting him. This look instantly reminded Yifan of that unscrupulous Taoist priest Duande. Bold dead fatso, let's see how this emperor bites you to death. The fight between a man and a dog quickly attracted the attention of other heavenly prides. Dead dog, hurry up and let go of me. Duande also didn't think that he could actually meet this dead dog here. He had gotten himself into trouble when he went to Purple Mountain before. There was also that time when he took Yifan to rob a tomb. The meteor-like figure that crashed into the sky was actually a saint-level powerhouse. Frightened, they fled, fortunately not having provoked the other party, or else they would most likely die without a burial place. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Yifan immediately moved to the side, pretending that he didn't recognize these two. With so many heavenly prides watching, he didn't want to bring trouble to himself. At this moment, Gai Jui appeared in the upper air at the top of the immortal mountain, looked at the crowd, and said, "Congratulations on being qualified to join the heavenly court." As the words fell, he guided the crowd towards the heavenly court that stood in the starry sky, magnificent and grand, a golden palace, lofty and magnificent, radiating in immortal light. Those heavenly pride were all marveled by it. Such a great stroke. I'm afraid that only the current heavenly emperor could create it. What are you doing here, unscrupulous Taoist? Yifan asked suspiciously. He had never seen Duande add any forces yet. He should have gotten into too much trouble and had no place to go. So he had to hide in the heavenly court created by the heavenly emperor for a while. The big black dog nailed it on the head. And it was true. Stealing from the ancestral tomb of some holy place was discovered, resulting in a chain reaction. Basically, the cultivators of the entire frontier were looking for him, so he had no choice but to join the heavenly court to hide for a while, and wait until the wind had passed, then go back to his old job. But Duande wouldn't take advantage of this disgrace. Immeasurable ING Heavenly Father. Dead dog, you're overthinking it. How can that be? How dare you? Let's see if this emperor doesn't bite you to death. With that, the man and the dog were about to start fighting again. Yifan, who had a black face on the side, watched the scene and silently moved away, not wanting to get involved. Chapter 84, 300 years. An unknown amount of time had passed in the Dead Star field at the edge of the universe. Boom! A huge sound came out, and powerful fluctuations shattered the stars and turned heaven and earth upside down. Rays of light. Zimo's body contained endless divine light, more dazzling than even the sun, completely illuminating this dead starfield. Amidst the endless divine light, the divine chain of order surrounded his body. 9-colored divine radiance flowed behind him, and divine sunlight erupted from his body, just like a god in the immortal realm. At the same time, the great Tao rumbled. This piece of heaven and earth shook along with it, and the earth surged with golden lotuses, and radiant golden light shone in the surroundings, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the surroundings. Zimo looked up at the sky and opened his eyes, Taoist rhythm flowing through them. Rumble. An endless sea of thunder emerged, dense and terrifying, with golden thunder pouring down like heavy rain. He was bathed in the center of the golden sea of thunder, and the thunder with destruction was nuisance, but on Zimo's body, it couldn't even make half a wave. The commotion caused by Zimo's exit was so great that even the entire universe trembled. Beidu's starfield. The supreme beings in the forbidden area were startled and opened their heavenly eyes, looking up at the starry sky. Heavenly Emperor, he's gotten stronger again. A supreme being looked at this scene incredulously and said with a trembling voice, "In the edge of the universe, a heavenly emperor figure that was invincible in the world appeared before their eyes. How long has this passed? The breath emanating from the heavenly emperor is even more terrifying, and every time he awakens he will see Zimo's strength rise another layer. The speed of raising his strength is really too fast, just like sitting on a rocket, climbing at an unimaginable speed. Perhaps there was a place for him, a first world emperor, in the battle on the road to immortality." It made the hearts of the supreme beings tremble with fear, and throughout the ages, they had never seen any heavenly pride that was the same as the current heavenly emperor. Do you think the heavenly emperor will come to Beidu again to pacify a forbidden area? When these words came out, many awakened supreme beings fell into silence. No one dared to guarantee that Zimo wouldn't do this, but the odds should be against it. The path to immortality is imminent, and in this day and age, due to Zimo coming out of nowhere, in his powerful strength, it was enough to sweep through the 8 wildernesses of the universe. There would not be any ungrateful supreme head iron to start a dark turmoil. After fusing that silver-colored holy fruit, his body exuded an extremely dense aura of the great Tao, as if he was about to become one with heaven and earth. With a deeper understanding of the Tao, Zimo was on the verge of completely stepping out of his own path, just short of copying it. He wasn't prepared to come out of the gate right now, prepared to use the enlightenment tea leaves again to poke through this layer of window paper. Thinking of this, Zimo continued to begin his seclusion, which made the supreme beings in the Beta forbidden area breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no idea of pacifying the forbidden area, otherwise it would be as terrifying to them as the supreme being unleashing dark turmoil. This also made the 5 big words of the heavenly emperor Zimo deeply engraved in the supreme being's mind. A lingering nightmare. Zimo took out the enlightenment tea leaves that emanated the aura of the great Tao, floated in the air, and brewed it with the spiritual spring, the faint fragrance refreshing the heart. Each leaf contained a great Tao, and with this item, it probably wouldn't take too long. During the period when Zimo was in seclusion, the Ji family was completely devoid of messages from the heavenly emperor. At this time, Jia had even broken through the great sage realm and crossed the quasi-emperor tribulation, becoming a quasi-emperor first sky powerhouse. Even after Gai Zhou received the white tiger immortality pill, the wound of the great Tao had been healed, and his realm had also come from the great sage to the quasi-emperor triple sky, recovering extremely fast. No word yet from the heavenly emperor? Jia shook his head, facing Gai Zhou. He didn't hide it and said with a sigh, "Alas, it's been a long time since I've seen my big brother, too." The disappearance of the heavenly emperor was still relatively significant to the Ji family. However, the Ji family was still at the peak level, and no one would come to offend them at all. And even if someone from the hell came over to mess with them, they would have to weigh whether or not they would be able to withstand the heavenly emperor's wrath afterward. After all, when they were crossing the emperor's tribulation earlier, those few supreme beings and emperor lords who had made a move now had grave grasses that didn't even know how high they had grown. The celestial court was guarded by a great sacred body, and no one would dare to mess with it. Nowadays, there was no news of the heavenly emperor in the entire Beidu, and rumors said that perhaps he had gone to another star realm. Of course, this is just their guess. Where exactly it went is anyone's guess. In a humble tavern, many cultivators gathered here to talk. Where has the heavenly emperor gone this time? No news for so long? Yeah, I've heard it said that it seems to be exploring the depths of the universe. What kind of character is the heavenly emperor? How could he go and do that kind of thing? He created the heavenly court. With this kind of power, I dare say that he is the strongest from the ancient times to the present. Another cultivator sniffed and retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Rumor has it that the young emperor of 100 000 years ago when beginningless were born in the same era. But why was it beginningless that became an emperor in the end? But the beginningless emperor is still not as strong as a heavenly emperor. Can he pacify a forbidden area? I also think that the heavenly emperor is the strongest. There aren't many great emperors that can be compared to him. I really don't know what they're talking about. Only the beginningless emperor is the strongest. The Black Emperor looked at their argumentative discussion and said with disdain, 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. Not realizing that 100 years had passed, Yi Fan could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. During the period between Ji Zimo's seclusion and his awakening, a long time had passed, and Yi Fan had already reached the Sage King, and even the Black Emperor had reached the Sage Realm. Kid, are you also admitting that beginningless is the strongest? Looking at the big black dog saying this to himself, Yi Fan was speechless. This was said from 100 years ago when Ji Zimo became an emperor. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, the Black Emperor also acquiesced. He also felt that the beginningless emperor was the strongest. How did this dog get in here? Or a bald-tailed one? Ha ha ha, a drunken cultivator. Seeing the Black Emperor's appearance, scoffed. The big black dog's face immediately darkened. Bold, how dare you insult this emperor? I'm going to take you in as a human favorite. Saying that, the aura of a saint emanated out, instantly scaring that cultivator out of his wine. Hurriedly kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, which made the big black dog nod in satisfaction. However, the death penalty could be waived, but the living penalty could not be escaped, and the cultivator had to be taken as a human pet, and that cultivator was extremely scared, and was dead set on not being willing to do so. After all, to give a dog as a human pet, one could be laughed to death if one said it. How could one go to meet people in the future? The cultivators who were talking sensed a powerful aura and their gazes all gazed over. What a strong aura! Which strong person is here? One of the cultivators spoke up. Time passed, and it was not known how long it had passed, but in this vast and boundless universe, there came a shining light once again, lighting up this dead star field. In a planet, the earth cracked inch by inch, countless divine haze filled the sky. The aura of the great Tao directly shattered the planet. Divine sunlight continuously intertwined. Divine light was monstrous, and the great Tao roared. A figure emitting a bright golden light slowly appeared. The void created turbulence. Ji Zimo opened his eyes and burst out a brilliant light that shocked the heavens and moved the earth. Chapter 85, The Road to Immortality opens. Boom! The edge of the universe produced violent vibrations and golden light. The power of the great Tao pervaded this starfield, and eventually it could not withstand it and crumbled and fell. The terrifying to the extreme aura that flowed around Ji Zimo had consumed thousands of enlightenment tea leaves, and he had finally stepped out of his own path. No longer a great emperor who had become a different kind of Tao. The might of the heavenly emperor shone through the ages. The gods chanted, and all living things worshipped. Time passed too quickly, and the mere act of stepping into one's own path had turned this Baidu upside down. Of course the heavenly court created by Ji Zimo was still standing and had grown quite a bit. 200 years. The road to immortality was about to open. And over these days, Yi Fan and the others had traveled up to the heavens and down to the earth, having been to the interior of the solar planet, only to find that Duanda was no longer there, nowhere to be found. A few people's hearts jumped. Duanda's physical body came from too big, although it had been broken, and now it was being re-established, but it still makes people think a lot. He had said that this life would never miss, to enter the immortal domain, and would not leave Beta half a step, but now that he was facing the supreme beings of several forbidden zones, what was he going to fight for? And where was he now? Of course they didn't worry for Taoist Wuliang. This fat man was more treacherous than anyone else and wasn't someone who wanted to die by any stretch of the imagination. And then they traveled to the western desert and discovered something shocking. Thousands of temples in the western desert all rose up and landed on Mount Sumeru. This great mountain towered into the firmament, the first peak of the northern Dipper, magnificent and boundless, surrounded by many small stars. This strange terrain is rumored to have been constructed by a single thought of the Buddha after he moved to this mountain, invoking the starry river of the Lord's sky to hang down. And it was also during this day that all the Buddhists in the western desert began their trek to Mount Sumeru, as if they had received some most important Buddhist decree. Billions and billions of Buddhists moved in unison, crossing the domain gates left behind by the Buddhist sect and traveling to Sumeru, as if they were performing an unprecedented grand Buddhist sacrifice that shook the hearts of the people. So many people, so much Buddha light, revived the entire western land, as if a gigantic Buddha had come from the distant past and was approaching the current world step by step to appear in this world. Moreover, Yi Fan, the sacred emperor's son, and the others also realized that there were also countless points of light flying in from outside the domain, which did not enter Mount Sumeru. That was the power of faith from the many Buddhist legacies across the universe, and now all of them had been added to this place. The water of the Buddhist sect is indeed deep. It makes one unable to see through it. Boom! Outside the ancient forbidden land, the great rift crumbled open, growing larger and larger, making people's hearts skip a beat. The saints who had escorted the various holy lands away all returned one after another. The saints from outside the domain also continued to descend, and the Beidou was tense to the extreme, like the last brief moments of a storm. The current heavenly emperor had disappeared for 300 years without a trace. Even the Ji family wasn't sure if he was in seclusion or where he had gone. The road to immortality was about to begin, so the heavenly emperor should be returning as well. These days, they had been using their great magical power to collect a large number of mortals and send them outside the domain temporarily. The stars on the ancient road of the human race, as well as the inhabitable heavenly domain space, were almost bursting at the seams, and the land of life, such as Ziwei, was also their target, being transported with a large number of living beings that stayed for the time being. And because the number of people was too vast, an inexplicable mysterious energy was formed that acted on Yifan's several people, triggering very bad consequences. All beings are not to be deceived, and against their will, even with good intentions, there will be a calamity. They knew they had to stop, or not only would they not be able to continue, but they might be put in mystical chains and sent to the land of the end of all time. What's done is done. Let's be on our way too. With one last glance at the Beta Star realm, they entered the starry sky and would head to the heavenly court to join their deceased family members. The so-called Golden Age, the so-called ultimate change of the ages. Leave it to the ancient supreme beings. Let those above the quasi-emperor realm fight it out, and we'll quietly watch a flourishing world. On this day, the Black Emperor carved supreme formation patterns, and with its attainments today, getting a great formation that crossed the dark universe was no longer a problem. We won't get lost, will we? The Black Emperor isn't very reliable. Get ready. Who in the world knows about the Black Emperor's unreliability? It lost itself last time. The crowd laughed out loud. The big black dog had lost himself to the universe last time, and had been laughed at since his return, but it had left him out of temper, and he really couldn't argue with it. Endless star fields receded and desolate scenes appeared. They went straight to the edge of the universe, to the most desolate and bitter land, where river after river of stars flew by without finding a single living star. On this day, the east wasteland Rui Chi surging, the ancient forbidden land within the chain sound, clattering shocked the southern region. Sound up to tens of millions of miles, shocked the world. It was like a behemoth moving, and at the same time all the other forbidden zones of life were emitting abnormal changes. That ray of light that pierced through the 9 heavens became even more blazing, tearing through the pale universe. The road to immortality is going to appear. The world was shocked, and the saints from beyond the domain had their blood veins swelling, but they were also tense to the extreme. Death may be inevitable, and all have long expected the worst, but it has to be fought. Countless powerful people, tens of thousands of races, and many sages didn't have much longevity left. How can I be worthy of the great world I've only seen if I don't take a chance? There are even some people, still in the peak state of life also came, standing in the starry sky, looking down below, not going to approach, waiting for the opportunity, becoming immortal. The dream of all cultivators since the beginning of time, had never been able to come true, and all the ancient emperors and great emperors had jointly speculated that the only path to immortality would appear in this world, and that this might be the only chance. The Beidou's people were almost suffocating, while the agitation within the powerful grew stronger and stronger. And at this moment there was no need for what the ancient supreme within the forbidden zone of life had indicated. The people had already sensed that the immortal gate was about to open wide. Buzz! The first to produce a change was the ancient forbidden land, and on this day, the 9 majestic holy mountains shook violently, and a terrifying large crack appeared. The holy mountain inside the forbidden area was actually about to crumble apart, not caused by the immortal path, but by the people inside themselves. The mist filled the air and spread outwards. A slender figure stood there, absolute and lonely. Her hair was spread out, her eyes were as clear as water, and the light mist was like a veil, making her hazy and still unable to see through it. However, people can see in that nothingness stood a woman, proud and independent, body slender and abundant, immortal tears green gold, phoenix blood red gold, divine marks purple gold, dragon pattern black gold. Several iron chains clanked and chirped, emitting skyrocketing light, rushing up from under that abyss. They wrapped around the woman's body, binding her and restricting her movements. Some said it was her sealing herself, fearing that her flesh would be too strong and cause the heavens to crumble, as a way of locking up her already body. Boom! The 9 magnificent holy mountains shook, and large cracks appeared one after another, black crevices that looked like they were connected to hell, dark and eerie, spiriting an inexplicable power outwards, devouring heaven and earth's Tao source. Chapter 86, The Tough Man Emperor. The 9 holy mountains were crumbling, large cracks expanding from the mountain to the foot of the mountain. This was a forbidden area of life. When had such a thing ever happened? Unprecedented, making people's souls tremble with it. There is a mysterious mist there that condenses with the years, depriving everything, but any living being that approaches will inevitably die of old age, turn into withered bones, and finally become dust. Rumble. The rushing rays of light flew up and didn't enter the sky on the dome of the sky. Very splendid. And like 9 hanging galaxies falling down from the sky, connecting to the tops of the 9 holy mountains respectively, the earth and rocks splashed, the light changed, and all 9 divine medicines rose up, transforming into blazing masses of light that left the surface of the earth. The immortal pill, with its splendid plants and translucent leaves, was different from its usual appearance, blossoming with immortal light and power to its fullest, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. The fog is even bigger. That mysterious power is still flowing. It's a good thing that there is no surging out, all around the mouth of that abyss, otherwise it could be an extinction catastrophe, and all beings would be deprived of life. Instead, the 9 divine medicines that were plucked from the ground became even more radiant, and it was like they were about to melt, becoming photoplasmic and ceasing to exist in their true form. Did she want to destroy the immortality pill? The hearts of the crowd were shaken. She's refining medicine. It's rumored that this is the means of the great emperors of the ancient world, refining the great medicine of the human world in the void, which can prolong one's life. There were old saints who marveled, and the more they understood, the more fearful they became of that woman, who did not move, but only gazed with her eyes, focusing on the process of this medicine's photochemistry. The road to immortality seemed to be really opening up. Otherwise, why did she act like this? Perhaps to renew her life, to battle the ancient supreme at her peak state. This was the speculation of many people and old sages, all holding their breath and paying nervous attention. Unfortunately, everyone guessed wrong. The great medicines weren't taken or destroyed. They were like 9 rounds of suns across the sky, hanging there while rapidly rotating, accompanied by the roar of the great Tao. Uncountable fragments of the great Tao flew out, detaching themselves from the light, arranging themselves in the void space, reassembling themselves, and becoming a rain of light like flying fairies, extremely brilliant. This process lasted for a long time, and then the 9 clusters of light rushed together, colliding with the most piercing light, while those great Tao fragments followed and melted together. Finally, amidst the shocked gazes of the people, an immortal pill took shape and materialized, and the 9 plants merged into one, becoming a complete immortal pill. That's what it is, called the 9 miraculous immortality pill. At the same time, the 9 holy mountains were crumbling, rumbling and destroying in the smoke and dust. The 9 divine springs dried up and never flowed again, and all the divine water was gone. It's a shocking change. Huge cracks spread, up to an unknown number of miles. The 9 holy mountains eventually fell, and in the process that woman's body immortal gold made a sound, and all kinds of light flew. It was like there was a heavenly sword she sweeping out, clanging, and all those immortal iron chains snapped, and she was completely freed from her bonds, standing proudly in the earthly realm, overlooking the 10,000 realms of the heavens. With a rumbling sound, the earth sank, hundreds of miles collapsed near the abyss, and below it was a huge ruin, in which there was even a huge monument, looming over it, with 3 big words engraved on it: the road to immortality. That kind of writing was so ancient that not many of the saints could recognize it. Some said that it was Tongtian immortal script, while others said that it was the writing of the mythic era. Could it be that the immortal gate would really end up opening here? Because there were rumors as early as many years ago that the path to immortality appeared under the abyss of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land. It's finally certain that the Tianqian Holy Land was mad back then because of the madness. And this is for the purpose of breaking into the path to immortality. Everyone in Beidou in that world, the most glorious Holy Land in history, constructed a great formation through the heavens and killed their way in with imperial weapons, hoping to break into the immortal gate in an instant and fly to immortality at the right time. Unfortunately, they were wrong. The immortal gate did not open. Flourishing to the extreme, Tianqian broke in and then the Tongtian Grand Formation collapsed. They could not exit at the first opportunity. Even with an emperor's artifact in their hands, they could not protect them safely. There's another monument. The crowd marveled at who had moved all this. It was rumored that in the earliest days, the owner of this place was not a woman, who was later inducted to take her place. It was a gigantic ancient monument with runes flashing and great Tao flowing on it, transforming into strand after strand of invincible fist intent that burst out from there. 6 paths reincarnation fist. Some people were shocked to see such a few big words. As for the specific cultivation method, but couldn't see it, shocked and excited at the same time, and couldn't wait to jump on it immediately. The invincible fist technique recorded on the path to immortality. This claim is really true. Right here. Some people actually think of the legends. Huge ruins, collapsed palaces. What kind of place is this? How it looked was like a piece of immortal heaven, suspected to have fallen out of the immortal realm, and that aura was frightening. The 9 holy mountains collapsed to reveal the true scene under the abyss, allowing the world to speculate about the secret place for 10,000 years to finally see the light of day, and allowing the people to see the truth. But today it was all too bizarre. That woman descended downward with the clouds, and the 9 myriad divine pill followed in its wake, arriving in front of the huge monument inscribed with the 3 words Road to Immortality. There were a dozen people to meet them, and there was actually someone in that ruin. It's all desert slaves. It is impossible to identify the origin due to the amazing antiquity of the costumes. It was as if he was the master of the forbidden area of the earthly realm, and the light in the center of his brow flashed, and a boom sounded like it had split the heaven and earth. A huge door of light unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere there, and she just took a step inside. It's jaw-dropping to watch. What made it even more astonishing was that the heavenly steel inscribed with the words Road to Immortality and the ancient steel inscribed with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had transformed into a pair of gigantic portals, blocking and closing off that pathway. But the woman, with a dozen or so desolate slaves, just entered that path and disappeared. A mysterious world isolated. The crowd froze. The world of cultivators want to step on the road to immortality. Just like this was her in? This woman waited until the most correct time not. This is to become immortal? Yet none dared approach, dared not tread that way, for a great deal of mist rose from the ruins and flooded the place, a power that could deprive it of years. Zemo, who was far away at the edge of the cosmic wasteland, had already detected the horrifyingly terrifying aura, and he frowned with some surprise. I didn't expect that the road to immortality would actually be open so soon, and I couldn't be bothered to go to the heavenly court in G family to take a look. Immediately turned into a ball of light, crossing the boundless chaos, crossing the void, flying over. This road to immortality, he was bound to break through, and also almost at the same time, godlike auras erupted from all the major forbidden zones, disrupting the heavens and the earth, sweeping across billions of miles. All the major forbidden zones were moving, the supreme beings were moving, and someone was going to come out of the world. Immortal Mausoleum, a mysterious ancient land. Rumor has it that there is a fairy buried here. How many heroes in the ancient times deep into it are like muddy cows into the sea, and there is never in or out. On weekdays, it was so desolate that you could barely hear the movement. The huge graves were dead silent, and there were no creatures of any kind. But now, in the center area, there was a rushing light tickling the 33 layers of heaven. Chapter 87, the Supreme Being appears. With such a big commotion, the entire starfield was in turmoil. A creature was about to come out. The path to immortality would appear. The Supreme Beings in the forbidden area finally couldn't sit still, and they all reacted successively. Immortal Mausoleum out of a living soul, shrouded by the clear light, cannot see his real form, blood chi crown contemporary, overflow so a wisp let the nearby great desert crumble. It was not at all like a being that had paid a great price and was on the verge of decay by now. He is still powerful in the world and has invincible power in this earthly realm. It was a storm, and it wasn't a scouting servant or an emperor's son level figure, but a supreme being who had actually come out. In a split second, he collected the overflowing wisp of chi, and only his skull was emitting a rushing light that penetrated the heavens. At that very instant, the ghosts cried out. Heaven and earth trembled, and all the gods looked like they were afraid. This heaven and earth would pour with blood rain for a while, and the divine flowers would bloom with fury for a while, and amidst the bloodlight, crystalline petals fluttered, bizarre to the extreme. For millions of miles around, all the living beings, many cultivators did not tremble. The supreme being came out of the world. Even if he masked away his aura and everything was introverted, it still felt like a supreme god had returned. Originating from instinctive fear, the being in the immortal mausoleum had his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, as if he was reminiscing about the great days of the past, and seeing the sky again made him feel as if he had been in a different world. His every move made the 9 heavens and 10 lands tremble as he took a step, and an immortal light avenue appeared under his feet, cutting through to the south, arriving outside the desolate ancient forbidden land in the snap of a finger. In just one step, he had arrived here, and was generally the same as the resurrection of the great emperor of the ancients. Although the emperor's aura was internalized and not released, it still caused all of the living beings in the entire southern region to be terrified, and those in the nearby region couldn't help but kowtow. With the appearance of the supreme being, the heaven and earth great Tao all wailed. All the spirits shared the same respect, and all the races in the heavens had to submit. The supreme being in the immortal tomb arrived outside the desolate forbidden land and looked into the depths of the forbidden land, his eyes so deep that they looked like oceans condensed into an unfathomable depth. Looking more closely, inside the universe, The stars and rivers were disillusioned. The heavens collapsed. The heavens opened up. And all the spirits were first born. That kind of light made people palpitate, as if they were facing a founding father of the era of the opening of the heavens and the earth. When really, their souls were trembling. The supreme being in the immortal tomb stared at the ruins under the abyss of the desolate ancient forbidden ground and the pair of huge stone doors, stepping away and actually feeling the urge to go in. It's a pity that a deceased person was suppressed, and this place changed ownership like this. I don't know if he's still around. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum spoke to himself, and as soon as these words came out, the saints kneeling on the ground in the distance all sweated. He continued to take steps, to enter the forbidden land of the desolate ancient world, not knowing whether he wanted to ask for a wicked talk for his deceased, or to enter that path to immortality. Roar! Just then, in front of the pair of huge stone doors, a majestic figure appeared, covered in golden hair, looking terrifying to the extreme, wrapped in a thick, shocking mist. The crowd was chilled. This kind of hissing sound was too terrifying, and the cultivators in the southern region all felt a little familiar. They were all shocked by it. It was a tall creature, capable of 10 feet, that had actually appeared out of thin air, with intimidating golden hair and a blood aura that was completely at odds with what the supreme being had said. He was shackled, clattering and heavy, forged of divine gold. The scalp of all the saints is numb. If there is no accident, this should be the original owner of the desolate forbidden land, which is really desolate. If she hadn't come, I would have sat down and not been able to hold on any longer, and it was she who allowed me to live. The real desolate let out a low voice, and between the golden fur and the chaos, a pair of eyes as bright red as blood actually came through, frightening people. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum stopped and did not go in, because if it was hidden, the majestic figure covered in golden hair revealed a wisp of pressure that went toe-to-toe with him. It was a mistake for you not to go with me and stand on your own in the first place. The supreme being from the immortal tomb said indifferently, I will have a battle with you, but not today. The man with golden hair all over his body had even more blood-red eyes, revealing a world-defying domineering aura that instantly swept across the entire eastern wasteland. And then there was a flash of light and he disappeared. The heavenly emperor had not been seen for 300 years, and in his later years, the great completion's sacred body seemed to think that this time, the dark turmoil should be fought off. I'll wait for you and look forward to fighting you. The only one who survived. The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum said coldly, seeming to have no concern or worry at all. And the air of being the only one is undoubtedly evident. People were shocked. Who was the man covered in golden hair with a rush of chi and blood? He seemed to possess a great origin. When he was a gaijin in ancient history, able to find the roots and origins. Swish! The supreme being in the immortal mausoleum turned around and walked directly towards the great crack in the immortal path, leaving the ancient forbidden land with his hands behind his back, where he watched the thousands of feet of the gigantic crevice alone, until long afterward, the light in place exploded the void and he was gone all at once. Since this day, the Beidou astral domain was in turmoil, and several major forbidden areas of life all appeared in even more terrifying fluctuations, with a beam of light rushing upwards. It is rumored that that represents the number of ancient supreme beings, one light for one person, representing an era of brilliant fruitfulness. That is their Tao, which never withers. There was at least one ray of light rushing upward within each life forbidden zone, and the ancient mind of Taicho might be 3, or even 4, perhaps for the most. There had never been a life like today's, where not one supreme being came out, but moved in unison. Since this day, all the many powerful people in the universe had rushed here like moths to a flame, and there were more and more people, boundless and starry. This is a great world. So many are strong people appearing in unison, manifesting undoubtedly. Quasi-emperors are more than just the 2 that initially appeared. This heaven and earth is volatile. The star field trembles chaotically. The Big Dipper star field has undergone extremely horrifying changes. The 5 continents, the eastern wasteland, the northern plains, the central state, the southern ridge, and the western desert all began to glow. That's what? The crowd was so shocked that their souls were about to fly out. The 5 continents were like 5 colored altars, emitting different lights as if they were about to be resurrected. This huge true method is truly unprecedented and shocking to the world. Where is this going to cross over to? Does it mean that this is the path of immortality? Rumble! When the 5 continents rose up in a hazy glow, outside of the desolate ancient forbidden land, the great rift in the void there became even more enormous, constantly exploding. Vaguely, the sounds of a true dragon roaring and an immortal phoenix chirping in the 9 heavens were emitted, resounding through the Beidou. The immortal road was really about to open. Getting closer and closer, people seemed to feel the aura of the immortal realm. It was the immortal spirit of that realm hissing, descending all kinds of aura and majestic power. Buzz! A divine gun crossed the sky, and billions of strands of Swiss light flew from the depths of the universe, tearing through the void, and landing directly on being blocked. Quasi-Emperor, definitely a supreme Quasi-Emperor. Buzz, with another loud bang, a blue and gold emperor he appeared, 33 layers high, representing the supreme 33 layers of heaven, and with Mother Chi dropping down from each layer like a hanging river of heaven, it flew straight into this great star. However, when he came to the sky above the immortal mountain, he found that there was no supreme being inside, and apart from a turtle crawling slowly, the only thing left was the enlightenment tree, which emitted the aura of the great Tao. Chapter 88, Paramount Emperor Battle. The immortal mountain's supreme beings are all dead? An incomprehensible voice came from within the imperial pagoda cast in eternal blue gold. However, there was no one who replied back, and a figure that emitted a terrifying aura appeared in the void. A plump if handsome, blue-robed youth flew from the G-clan. G-Zijia's face was calm and cold as he said, "Who is it that dares to trespass over my G-clan? Who are you to yell at me?" A cold voice came from within the imperial pagoda cast in eternal blue gold. Very unhappy. As a would-be Taoist, in this life, he would blossom with the brightest luster, and apart from the supreme being, he could command the entire universe. This is the G-clan. Those supreme beings have long been suppressed by the current emperor. If you don't want to die, get lost. G-Zijia did not care about the other party's face in the slightest. Now G will be in its prime and will not allow anyone to offend. Moreover, the current him had long since entered the quasi-emperor realm and was not afraid of the other party at all. Humph. Good. Very good. A cold snort came from the imperial pagoda, and the entire heaven and earth shuddered as a mighty pressure surged forward. At that instant, G-Zijia slapped out a palm, a large handprint of incomparable terrifying power that broke the heavens and slapped away. The collision of the two attacks shook the entire eastern wasteland, due to the immortal mountain to block the killing machine, to limit here, but there is still a kind of breath spread over the sky, does not destroy everything, but can sweep the human world. Imperial War. Everyone was stunned, all looking towards that area, simply unable to believe this. The world was shocked, although most of them had never seen an emperor or felt that kind of fluctuation. In just this instant alone, they knew, that is the emperor, different, with a power that transcends reincarnation. What happened? Did the Imperial War actually break out? The crowd was horrified, all looking out incredulously. This should be a real quasi-imperial battle. I saw what seemed to be the G-clan's oldest ancestor over there making a move. There were great saints who made a judgment, their hearts jumping in fear, stained with the word emperor, and could really be described as an emperor battle, far superior to them, not an order of magnitude at all. Boom! In the sky above the G-clan, G-Zijia raised his hand and exuded an aura that caused the void to stir, and the heavens were torn apart, even hitting beyond the realm, as countless stars were decimated. Buzz! The imperial pagoda cast in eternal blue gold fell, constantly enlarging as the void exploded. This was an unbearable imperial might, a vast majesty, and the divine court's emperor was actively enraged and began to strike out forcefully. 300 years ago G-Zimo decimated the imperial lord of the divine court, but his strength was not known. However, since the disappearance of the Emperor Lord was too long, a paragon emperor who claimed to be able to replace the Emperor Lord and create the will of the heavenly court came. Boom! The imperial pagoda cast in eternal blue gold shook violently, and the 33 layers of the pagoda body and the 33 layers of the heavens seemed to condense together, with the power to destroy the stars in the sky, and the mother's chi was like a river of stars, with a total of 33 hangings, a vast expanse of them, smashing down, each strand weighing as if it were billions of pounds. G-Zijia's divine might was vast, and his divine body emitted an unparalleled radiance as the heavens and earth trembled. Humph! Suddenly a cold snort came, a figure fell in the starry sky, and the entire imperial tower, like a lightning strike, shook violently for a while, and the eternal blue and gold light flourished and flew out diagonally. Afterwards, an overwhelming immortal light struck, covering the sky and the earth, emitting a world-destroying aura. The Lord of the Divine Court's heart immediately jumped as he shouted, "I have no intention of offending, nor do I want to make a grudge against you, but I'm just passing through this place. Why do I need to be so aggressive?" Once these words came out, G-Zimo didn't have any nonsense and grabbed with his big hand. That imperial pagoda, which was forged from eternal blue gold, was instantly seized by him, followed by a palm strike, and that imperial lord was turned into ashes flying with the wind. Boom! The great Tao fluctuated horribly, sweeping through the stars of the heavens, and many stars outside the domain trembled, while this land was fixed without a single tremor. Mortals do not know, but the saints feel distinctly, scalp numb. This kind of might is too terrifying, beyond their understanding, what to take to fight. There is no hope for eternity. If the immortal road was opened, They couldn't even have a chance to fish in troubled waters, and they could only wait for the Supreme Being to go in before they could act. The gap was really too big. It was a difference between clouds and mud. The Imperial Pagoda wailed and trembled as countless cracks appeared on it. It was then fused into the Heavenly Emperor seal by Gizmo, emitting a brilliant immortal light. Big brother, you're back. Gizmo was surprised to see that the visitor was none other than Gizmo. He nodded. He has been in seclusion for the past 300 years, and now that the road to immortality has opened, he has awakened. Waiting for 10,000 years just to break into the immortal realm, to become a Taoist and fly to immortality, is the dream of every cultivator. Immortals were not visible. It seemed that no one had ever succeeded in killing their way into the immortal realm. All the problems had accumulated in this life. The hopes of the ancient heavenly father of the mythic era, the expectations of the great emperors of the ancient race of the wastelands were all about to fall to the ground. And there was going to be a result. It's the calm before the storm. Going to the Northern Dipper? There and now it will become the strongest battlefield in the ancient world. Even if there is no hope of becoming an immortal, one should still go and see it. Of course, the trials on the ancient road have reached the extreme point, and it is unknown until when the final extreme of the Emperor Road battle will open. One should go to the Burial Emperor Star. The current heavenly emperor, who hasn't appeared for 300 years, must be sweeping in at this time. How can one miss it? The appearance of a supreme being from 10,000 years ago. Perhaps there might be an ancient emperor and great emperor from the past who might make an appearance. A supreme being of this level should be seen no matter what. Not bad. Maybe there will also be an ancient heavenly father from the mythic era. Maybe the most incredible one has arrived. How can we miss it? That is, we can't get involved in it. It's only right to witness it. On the ancient road of the human race, some young rising saints are all discussing recently the Beethoven in East 68 deserts. But all the strong people are all in the hot discussion and attention. It is not only limited to this road, the ancient road of the Holy Spirit, the ancient road of the divine race, and the road of the ancient imperial race. Every one of these supreme paths is looking out at the Baidu astral domain, waiting for that moment to come. I don't know how many people will move, rushing towards the Burial Emperor Star. Even if they can't participate in it, they still want to witness it, to see one of the most blooming prosperity, and to listen to one of the most intense and strongest battle songs of the immortal road. Boom! With a loud sound, the sky collapsed and a Tao body passed across the sky, causing many stars to tremble and shaking the vast sea of stars. What kind of person? This powerful and strong? Next to them, many people in a holy city on an ancient road let out exclamations of shock, seeing the figure that had crossed the starry river and was far away, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. It's Tai Chu. He's the first person to carve his name on the ultimate ancient road's crystal monument. There were actually people who recognized him out. Once had the chance to see, watching from afar. This time said his origin, immediately attracted some people exclaimed. In the universe, there were many ancient paths, and only the strongest could break the shackles and make the ultimate leap to enter the final one before the heavenly pass and leave their names behind. The first person to arrive would be impressive no matter what. And he was naturally tugging at people's hearts at this time as he traveled across the sky to an unknown starfield. Boom! Chapter 89, The Emperor. There was another huge earthquake. Many figures went across the sky. Each one of them had a monstrous amount of magic power that shook the holy city below, and it was about to collapse. And all of those people were able to cross the universe by the power of their already bodies. They are all people who have left their names on the crystal monument. The most powerful people on the various ancient paths. I can't imagine that all of them have moved. Are they all traveling to the Beta Star region to witness it? Undoubtedly, the Beta Star region became the center of the entire universe, very much in the spotlight. All the races shared the same period, and all the storm clouds all gathered there. Under the bright starry sky, a slender figure appeared, shrouded by 108 divine rings, transcendent, the entire person divine and incomparable. Even his hair was tinted with a layer of golden luster, and the entire person was incomparably brilliant, just like the sun saint sun approaching the world. He was peaceful and serene, his body emanating a crystalline, precious radiance, his eyes deep, and he spoke to himself. Is it finally opening? It's time for me to go back. The bones of a paragon emperor, the blood of a supreme being. This will be a feast like no other. The visitor was no other than Shaking Light. In an instant, he disappeared. Boom! With another loud bang, a terrifying figure appeared. Taking one step at a time, many stars retreated horizontally under his feet. And he had a momentum that swallowed mountains and rivers. Who is this person? Why is he so special? As if he can be the only one in the great universe. Only he can become an emperor. That kind of aura comes from his bones. Don't worry, it's impossible for him to become an emperor. The current heavenly emperor hasn't fallen. It's only been a mere 100 years since he witnessed the Tao. It's impossible for something to happen. However, they are still shocked to feel a supreme oppression. Heaven and earth alone, looking down on the ancient domains. Is that person's aura? Lifting his hands and feet like a human lord descending. He's the emperor. What? A great emperor or an ancient emperor? Those who didn't know better exclaimed with a look of horror. No, his name is Emperor. Once inscribed in front of the majestic pass of the one true path, ranked in the 50th position. His name is seen in the word emperor. Extremely terrifying and powerful. During the Taiku era, this name had shocked the immortals and made a great commotion, killing all the emperor path contenders who had rushed to the ultimate heavenly pass at that time all by themselves. But at the end of the day, he sighed softly at that majestic pass, and without going in, he turned his back on it and left. When someone told this secret story, the people on the Starfield Ancient Road were all shocked. How powerful must this be? If a person killed through all of them, wouldn't he be the world's king? Stunning and invincible? But he chose to leave. He chose to seal himself in the divine origin and wait for this life to appear. And now that he has come out again, I really don't know what kind of storm clouds will be stirred up. It's just that the water of the hidden Emperor Star is too deep, and with him being this strong, the supreme beings who see him can only lie down on their backs and can't fight against him. One big shot after another headed towards the Beidou, leaving the people on the ancient road speechless. They had already deeply understood that it was that they couldn't compete with the supreme being, and they couldn't compete with that immortal sect either. And now go forth just to see a golden spectacle open. Affected by this, more and more people, the ancient road to form a storm, all to that direction, all the saints on the road. The seal of the flying immortal star has loosened. Those crusaders have hit the road, and a great attack that will break the heavens and the earth is about to begin again. It wasn't just them, the Violet Star Realm, the Gochan Star Realm, the Tong Tian Star Realm, the Amatba Star Realm, the Fire Sang Star Realm, the Feathered Star Realm, the Eternal Star Realm, and many other lifelands all swarmed. 100,000 riders of gods and devils stepped on the universe. Millions of strong people across the Beidou. This is a crazy era, hidden for 10,000 years. All the cultivators, many strong people all cannot sit still, have the strength are rushing to the funeral Emperor Star. The universe was too big, vast and boundless, and the tens of thousands of clans that could cross the universe were all focused on rushing toward a single domain. A terrifyingly large storm. In the starry sky, a middle-aged monk with a face full of compassionate appearance sat on a futon, as if he hadn't moved for 1,000 years. His body was almost drowned in dust, and this was still the case when he stood up and took a step into the starry sky, with the golden cicada following behind him. In another star field, an old man who looked simple and finished then, with a natural aura, rode on a green ox, and had also gone on his way, towards the starry ancient field. On the main seat of the Ji family, Ji Zimo looked at many of the clan elders, many of whom had awakened from their divine origins, and all of the present-day family heads could only stand on the sidelines. Big brother, the road to immortality is about to open. Do we need to kill our way in together? Ji Zijie spoke up. No need. Then guarding the Ji family is sufficient. He shook his head. Looking at the situation at this point in time, saints were basically everywhere in Beidou, and even the quasi-emperors had many of them, all for the sake of entering the path to immortality that was like a dream of red dust. Moreover, the Ji family could not send out all of their mainstays and topmost powerhouses at this moment, and should retain their strength. With him around, the dark turmoil in this world, it was estimated that those supreme beings wouldn't dare to start it, or else they'd show their heads and take seconds. As for the heavenly courtside with Gai Zhouyue and the Great Perfection Sacred Body in attendance, there was no need to worry, and even they would want to fight for this path to immortality. Boom! 10 days later, a shocking roar occurred in the Beidou starfield. A world-defying divine power rushed out from the center star, quickly spreading out into the universe, and all of the many stars blew up. The Beidou starfield looked like a big explosion had occurred, bursting out from a pole and causing many stars to fall and turn into pieces. Splendid light was shining, radiance was flying. This universe was terrifyingly incomparable. Various saints' breaths were surging, and roars and cries of alarm were rising and falling. There was a shocking change in the Beidou star domain, and outside the desolate forbidden area, the large crack collapsed, expanding to tens of thousands of feet in length at once, and directly disappearing into the forbidden area. A terrifying light rushed upwards. The Gaishur divine power originated precisely from here. Extremely radiant, the road to immortality was about to appear. This place was crumbling. The immortal path is going to appear. It's really going to manifest in the world in this life. The heavenly gate is opening. The immortal realm is about to appear. And the ultimate ancient path, which has been anticipated for millions of years, is going to traverse the two realms. It was like an ancient incantation that resounded through the heavens and earth. and it was like a sacrificial sound that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so vast and divine that the starry realm was about to be broken apart. The only comforting thing was that this life ground of Baidu was incomparably sturdy, protected by great emperor formations and suppressed by many supreme beings, and could not crumble. Otherwise, without these spell formations and the lord of the forbidden zone, it would inevitably shatter and turn into cosmic dust like many stars outside the domain. The place itself was motionless and showed no signs of destruction, despite the light that broke through the firmament. Bang! The immortal road exploded and a corpse fell, causing people's hearts to shake. Either an ancient emperor or an ancient heavenly father. That costume was too old, but immediately afterward he transformed into one of the rays of the rushing sky. This was a great catastrophe of heaven and earth, and some saints were rushing towards the Baidu astral domain when they were accidentally swept by the overwhelming divine power that exploded out, and they were turned into blood and mud on the spot, unable to stop it at all. It won't be too long, it's about to blow up. The immortal path will appear, and the supreme being will be returning to his throne. All sorts of immortal light flew about, and half of the charred body crashed down, turning into pus and blood, becoming flying ash. Chapter 90, The Kirin. Another appearance of the Emperor's corpse also detonated the chaos, making the great rift vast to the extreme, and a hissing sound came from it, as if there were living beings roaring. It's a real dragon. It's a real dragon. I want to see a dragon crossing the sky so badly. No, that's Shui Yuqing, the demon emperor of old. He almost fought his way in, but unfortunately he eventually collapsed. This is his remnant. On this day, the Beta Star region was all shaken, and many powerful people were all ready for the final preparations. They didn't rush towards the desolate ancient forbidden land, but they rushed up to the sky and fled to the outside of the domain, because they knew the supreme beings in the forbidden area couldn't hold back. They might have to come out, and they had to make way for them. Some of those whose lifespan was about to end stayed in the Baidu, because their lives, the 5 dots, had really gone to the extreme and could not withstand any more tossing and turning, and might be transformed into the Tao in the process of flying to the outside of the domain. The others all rushed to the nearby star field, avoiding as far away as possible, waiting for that moment to come. Boom! The immortal path was collapsing, the clouds were tossing and turning, divine light was shining, white as a light veil, peaceful. Just one inhale would refresh one's mind and quickly fall into the realm of enlightenment. A true immortal chi. It can nourish one's yuan shen and fleshly body. Most likely it will be useful to those in the quasi-emperor realm. They were shocked, and many of the old cultivators dragged their would-be decaying bodies forward and desperately drew on them, surprisingly having a trace of essence, a great deal better than the state they were in not too long ago. Rumble! The stars were trembling chaotically, and the Arctic immortal light was flying in the sky, like a blooming firework, and there was no telling how many people had been nourished, which was a sign that the immortal gate would be opened. If for nothing else, a shadowy figure appeared, towering in the darkness of that great rift, immortal and lofty in the chaos. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the great rift collapsed. Surprisingly, there was rubble flying out, wrapped in immortal chi, with immortal power. Vaguely people heard the chirping of immortal phoenixes, and through a slit they saw the great wasteland immortal realm where grass and trees were abundant. However, the cloud turned and covered that all up again, and all was blocked on the other side. Up here, this is the day. There were supreme beings in the forbidden region of life roaring loudly, shaking the star buckets outside the domain so violently that some of the small stars directly fell. Too terrifying and overwhelming. Boom! The sky collapsed and the great crack in the immortal realm released eye-catching light, chaotic rocks, dead wood, and rubble that splashed together before turning into flying ash. Right there in the depths, the chaotic gas was shaken apart, revealing a huge majestic pass. It wasn't made of stone. It was completely condensed by the laws, and many great saints and one party's teachings ancestor would tremble when standing in front of the rift, and would not be able to stand at all. After waiting for 10,000 years, it has finally appeared. This is the vicissitudes of the Supreme's voice, containing how much bitterness and helplessness, waiting for a long time, paying an irreparable price, finally seeing this life. Ouch! A roar of living beings came out from the immortal road, shaking the eastern wasteland, while at the same time a small red bird flew out from that majestic pass and hovered there, blazing fire in the sky. It's the vermilion bird. That's a being that belongs to the immortal realm. Roar! There was another roar, and a snow-white giant tiger appeared, as if it was carved out of white jade, exuding a monstrous pressure that shocked the land in this eastern wasteland. Another immortal spirit, another being from the immortal realm has descended. Now even if I die immediately, I have no regrets. I witnessed the opening of the immortal road. The appearance of the two immortal spirits caused many of these old men with little life left to directly turn into rains of light, becoming part of the Tao of heaven and earth and returning to the natural great Tao. This is not an immortal spirit. Suddenly someone yelled. This is just the laws of the immortal realm. The immortal gate is tightly closed and hasn't been opened yet. This is the laws intertwining, guarding this giant gate from approaching. Clang! After a large bell rang out leisurely, the heavens and earth trembled. It was surprisingly coming from the depths of the universe. An immortal rule ripped through, striking through the great crack in the immortal road. Boom! At the same time, an ancient pagoda flew out from underneath the great eastern wasteland and suppressed it, causing the place to crumble, while it itself quickly disappeared again. At this very moment, the right time, the right place, has appeared. The immortal road will be wide open. Kill in! A supreme being roared, causing the stars and rivers of the heavens to tremble and many stars to crumble. At this moment all the major forbidden zones of life were filled with light, and the auras of ancient emperors and great emperors filled the air and erupted. A shocking change has begun, and this world of prosperity is here to stay. Rumble! Laws fluttered, the heavens and earth trembled, and the immortal sound irrigation in the major forbidden zones was unending, and the various phases of the law shocked the world. Huge figures spread beyond the domain, each figure a flooded universe, all a supreme Tao. The supreme beings appeared, they were repairing their Tao fruits. Extreme ascension, restoring their battle power to the peak, to engage in the ultimate battle and fight their way into the immortal realm. The supreme being in the immortal tomb was the first to move out. An ancient chariot pulled out, and this time he sat on the ancient chariot, using it as a substitute for walking. Chaos in all directions flooded the place, and it was vaguely possible to see that he was a humanoid creature. It was impossible to say exactly what race he was. He wore a purple and gold crown on his head and was clad in a Taoist robe that made it impossible to see his true face. His grayish-brown hair draped over his chest and behind his back, and within one pair of eyes was the sight of the destruction of the sun, the moon, and the stars. This seemed to be a Taoist man, making one suspect that he might be an ancient heavenly father from the mythic era. Perhaps the chariots will not be used, perhaps they will fail, perhaps they will die in battle, and they will fall in splendor. Ow! In the North Domain, in the Tai Chu ancient mine, the immortal light of all things, the stars and rivers dropping down, boundless, let them meteorological, shocking the ages. A Qilin came out, immense and incomparable. It was also tens of thousands of miles long, straddling heaven and earth, crushing everything in heaven and earth. It had a body of ghastly scales and armor that looked like it was cast in immortal gold, and it shone with a bluish-purple light. It was towered straight out of the ancient mine of the Tai Chu, and it was a monarch in the universe, pressing down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if it could cause the 3,000 great worlds to instantly crumble. It was a supreme being, no different from the Qilin in the immortal realm, and the light there in the skull was sky-high. That was its fruit position, proving that it had once been an imperial Tao Supreme. With a loud roar, the immortal path opened, and one supreme being appeared one after another, and the greatest change opened up. A huge Qilin tens of thousands of miles long rushed out of the Tai Chu ancient mine and straddled the northern domain's dome, shaking the hearts of the people. It bore the head of an ancestral dragon and was covered in blue and purple scales that shone with a cold metallic luster. Talisman after talisman appeared on its skull, beams of light reaching the heavens and tearing through the universe. And after millions of years, the supreme emperor of the imperial Tao once again reigned over this world. The staff comes, drinking these 2 words in its mouth, shocking the people. The whole eastern wasteland earth trembles. The mighty pressure of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The gas rushes to the bucket of bulls. The world is the only one in the world. Boom! A brilliant blue light from outside the domain flew in, cutting through the dark universe, running through the boundless icy star field, and descending directly into the Beidou star field. What's that? Everyone several exclaimed in astonishment. A weapon that was powerful to the extreme was fully resurrected at this moment, and swept out the supreme majesty of a Taiku emperor. Chapter 91, Fighting the Immortal Road. The crystals were radiant, emitting an eternal light that illuminated the entire eastern wasteland, and the divine might swept over billions of miles. Every wisp of pressure emitted made the great saints tremble, and no matter how far apart they were, they made the ancestors of the first domain unable to resist while kneeling down. It was too terrifying. A ray of blue light concurs, making the sun, the moon, the stars of the heavens, etc., all dim, and there is not a bit of light to speak of in front of it. It's the unicorn staff. Someone spat out those 2 words in shock. That's an ancient imperial artifact from the Fire Forest cave. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. The Kirin staff was a supreme artifact of one of the great royal clans of the ancient times, and it was known throughout the world. The crowd was shocked. All of them could not believe this fact, which surpassed the world's knowledge. How is it possible that the Qilin ancient emperor is still alive? Millions of years have passed. How did he do it? Don't all the ancient great emperors sit down and die? He actually lived for millions of years. breaking common sense. The world was shocked. The news of the Qilin ancient emperor's emergence shook the Baidu and spread throughout the world. Once a generation of supreme, the might of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, wherever it passed, all the spirits submit. After a long time it returned against the heavens. With a rumble, blue and purple light erupted and covered the sky. In this instant the huge Qilin transformed into a middle-aged man, with a thick head of long blue hair cascading down, his purple pupils as sharp as heavenly swords, looking out of the world. He was majestic, his immortal aura wrapped around his body as he stood in the void. With a wave of his hand, the unicorn staff, cast from eternal blue gold, flew forward. With one last look into the depths of the universe, he took a single step with the divine staff cast in eternal blue gold in his hand. You're here and ready to do it already. The Taoist from the immortal mausoleum opened his mouth, still seated on that ancient chariot, with an immortal sword across his knees, his body shrouded in chaos. And not far away, there were 4 others. Several great forbidden areas of life had supreme beings coming to this place, about to launch a heaven-shattering attack. This place looked like it was going to shatter, the Tao of heaven and earth turning to ash, and a terrifying aura filled the air, running through the ancient and modern future. 10,000 years of waiting, endless anticipation, all exploded in this world. It will be here that the final and most grueling conquest will take place, charging into the immortal realm to become a true immortal. Kill it in! The Kirin ancient emperor was the first to move as he raised his brilliant blue divine staff and killed his way into that huge crack, crashing into the tightly closed majestic gates and launching his strongest attack. At this moment, the fluctuations of a true ancient emperor appeared, suppressing the ages and shattering the ancient and modern future. This power was too terrifying. Ji Zimo stood in the void and looked down below. He was also in awe. The scene was just too big, worthy of the path to immortality. The supreme being had waited too long in order to wait for the past. The most brilliant light emitted, the most dazzling light shone, and the swift emperor struck. Kill a clear sky and a path to immortality. The supreme being roared. Everyone moved, striking out in unison. At this moment imperial weapon fluctuations shook the heavens. Immortal light blossomed, and the great emperor of the ancients came to the world. The strikes of the several great supreme beings were so loud that the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, shocking the world and suppressing the ages. The stars are falling westward for ages. A supreme being droned, his words following the law, cutting across the path of the ancient immortals, and only his Tao blossomed, transforming into a flood of stars that penetrated ahead and struck at the majestic giant city. Tearing apart the heavens, a huge red divine bird flew in. The supreme being battled. The stars of the heavens were falling, and all the domains were trembling, smashing that red divine bird's feathers. It let out a wail and reformed into a rain of light, penetrating the road ahead. Ji Zimo took the heavenly emperor's seal and was also ready to kill in. The aura of the great Tao filled the air, the laws intertwined, and the divine sun echoed, causing the supreme being in the distance to instantly recognize him. The current heavenly emperor is also going to break into this path to immortality? A supreme being said. The supreme beings in the forbidden zone had all seen Ji Zimo's strength before, pacifying the forbidden zone, pushing across the ages, and the fierce battle with the immortal heavenly emperor, overthrowing thousands of star domains. His strength was comparable to that of the ancient great emperors. So what if it's a heavenly emperor? This immortal road must be killed in, another supreme being said, as he ascended supremely and became a true ancient emperor. Immortal chi surged as one divine and demonic figure after another appeared. One after another wore armor, terrifyingly monstrous, blocking the way forward. Great enemies endless, overwhelmingly monstrous, all of them made of laws, not real bodies. The Tao breaks the 2 worlds. The Kirin ancient emperor roared, holding a blue gold divine staff with a radiant body. A person suppressing the 8 wastelands of the universe, waving the imperial weapon in his hand. And all of a sudden, the Jian immortal path was slashed into 2 realms. Blood erupted and millions of gods and devils were ambushed. This battlefield was extremely bloody and terrifying. Even though it was only the Tao that was transformed, it seemed so real, like it was really a flesh and blood body that was being robbed. The scene here was transmitted to the domain through some spell formations, shocking the hearts of the people. Just one move. Millions of gods and devils flew into ashes. Is this the majesty of the ancient emperor? Shocking the ancient and modern future. No matter when, as long as it comes out of the world, it is the world's first and only. Several great supreme united Sun A together. Really the ultimate anticlimax. Each standing in a piece of the star universe congregation. By a hanging star river dazzle. Each is the master of the universe, comparable to the real big universe. The characters of the ancient great emperors joining hands in a great battle was something that had never happened before. Everything was just for the sake of becoming immortal. And at this moment there were no reservations. Fiercely fighting forward. And Ji Zimo didn't participate in it. He remembered it. He had sneaked in earlier while the immortal emperor was in his weak stage. Once 300 years had passed, the other party should have already been reborn in nirvana. And one had to keep an eye on the fluctuations in the void to avoid being stabbed in the back by him. At the same time, he was also using the source of the Tao to copy the pure origin of heaven and earth from the emperors and emperors of the world. Thousands of troops and horses were galloping, and in that great rift in the void, a distantly glowing world of immortality was floating just ahead, and they approached at great speed. And at this time, hundreds of thousands of immortal shadows appeared as if they were feathering the sky. It was a brilliant rain of light that turned into an eternal scar that destroyed everything. One sword swings the world. The old Taoist from the immortal mausoleum shouted loudly, resounding through the clouds, his body glowing as his chaotic aura was shaken away, revealing a bronze-colored face with a voice like a golden bell, gray threads of hair, and an old Taoist robe. It was really an ancient garment from the mythic era. Buzz! As soon as the sword came out, the universe and stars lost their colors, opening up the heavens and making the immortal path collapse. Put! The immortal sword swept across, sending blood and flesh flying, chopping all of the immortal shadows in front of them into pieces, becoming nameless corpses and blood mist in the havoc. The ancient chariot rumbled as he resumed his seat on it and traveled towards the front of the first road, God blocking the killing of gods, immortal blocking the killing of immortals. There were many great formations in the Baidu astral domain that could reflect everything near the immortal road, and it was unknown how many people were paying attention. And now there were a total of 6 supreme beings who had set out to kill their way into the immortal road. At this moment, endless immortal spirits appeared. Green dragons soared, and immortal phoenixes spread their wings, allowing them to surround them as the most terrifying fight unfolded, and blood was splattering. Millions of gods and devils, millions of immortal spirits, all of them were blasted to death, and Ben wasn't able to block the supreme being's forward movement at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the dome of the sky exploded, the great crack in the immortal road crumbled, and the majestic gate building was directly collapsed. Smoke and dust rose up as they killed their way in. Chapter 92. Immortal light rushed into the sky, tearing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the world. The world was shocked. The magnificent ancient city in front of the road to immortality was breached, and the Heavenly Father, the ancient Emperor, the Great Emperor, and the Holy Spirit all powered up together and killed their way directly into the city. Light rained down and filled the sky, and that large crack as well as the path to immortality was all light, brilliant and crystalline, yet terrifying as well. A single grain of such a point of light would be enough to pierce the stars. They're killing their way in. They're really going to become immortals. Everyone was shocked and all of them exclaimed, "This is something that can change history, completely reversing the accounts of immortality throughout the ages. A new era in ZJ province, where immortality is no longer illusory, and is clearly a miracle. You guys are too early to be happy. This is just an immortal pass. There have been people who have fought their way in the past. Maybe it's only after you go in that you'll be on the path of Jin Huanjuan's feathered immortal flight." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, dousing the excitement and enthusiasm of many people, causing this heated atmosphere to cool down quickly, and the crowd was dumbfounded. A paragon emperor spoke up and made the judgment that there might still be changes on the feathered flying immortal road. Who would have known that the road ahead would be a hot river? And who would have known the outcome of the immortal road? Everything happens next on the immortal path, and the misery may have just begun. Boom! In a most terrifying light, the entire Hongda's divine capital was shattered, torn apart by the 6 supreme beings within, raging and surging out endless immortal light. In the end, the light was again cut off by the various imperial artifacts, not raging out, and they're away from the 6 figures. Golden holy light with a hint of ruddy color, like an evening sunset. It spilled over them, looking magnificent and a bit bleak. Why is that? Is waiting for 10,000 years all for nothing? Is the so-called immortalization ultimately the greatest deception of all? How could it be so? We are unwilling. No one can live with that. And in the end it all comes to nothing. Clang! There was a bell ringing. It was so crisp and clear that it resounded through the road to immortality and through the universe. It's still there, just out of the way, sinking in the underworld. A supreme being spoke. Since there is no longer a way to travel there, we will fight our own way to succeed the immortal path. The 6 supreme beings struck again, as one after another imperial weapon flew out, penetrating the front path and killing directly. A radiant avenue was formed as the supreme being struck out, constructing a supreme avenue from the runes of the avenues. It led directly into the distance, running through to that world. It was a sea of worlds, and crossing it might be immortal. What's in that sea? The red dust, the past, the future. Each respective experience appears, killing all the way forward. The light eventually rained down. The sky was filled with a rain of light, crystalline petals fluttering and a warm fragrance. And when I arrived, I saw a monument. towering into the heavens. Standing beside the road in front of me, the ancient monument was astonishing, with only one talisman inscribed on it. Then, simple and direct, just the word, just in this life, see the end, accompanied by a loud roar. The eternal blue gold cast Chilan staff was the first to strike out, killing ahead in penetrating this ancient path, as countless gods and devils, and immortal spirits fell, and all sorts of light showers exploded. At the end of the ancient path was a pair of doors with large, bloody letters, past, future. The plaque that appeared at the top was also two words, present. In the surroundings, the mist surged and was hazy, and the chaotic aura spread, making the place more and more mysterious. Perhaps behind this door, the immortal realm was within reach, and vaguely one could hear the roar of a true dragon, the chirping of an immortal phoenix, and it seemed like there was a vast immortal realm. Boom! A violent force blasted all of the supreme beings away, unable to pass through. The immortal Tao laws intertwined, unable to be shaken. Even though the supreme beings all struck out, it was still to no avail, and instead, it was even blocked back and struck at each of them. The last hurdle may be immortal if you get through it, never having set a precedent and made a miracle. The spell formation opens, fusing the 10,000 paths into one. Impact this door, the supreme being bellowed. The other supreme beings nodded their heads and pneumatically moved mountains and rivers, and the entire starry sky trembled. The central state, the northern plains, the southern ridge, the western desert, and the eastern desert transformed into 5-colored altars, which in turn evolved into gigantic phalanxes, attracting the power of all the heavens and all the worlds to coalesce the radiant filaments of light. The crowd was horrified. How was this Beidou astral domain formed? Was it artificially placed? At this moment, all the worlds of the heavens trembled, and all the domains of the universe trembled, and at the same time, the beginningless bell roared. This was a horrifying great killing spree that swept through the universe and was enough to astonish the world. Rumble! The massive beam of light struck into the gate that was flooded with chaos, crashing into the most brilliant rain of light that shattered the heavens and broke the stars of the outer realm. In order to open this door, all sorts of imperial Tao weapons flew about, shattering the Qianquan and crashing into the pair of stone doors in a deafening manner. But even if they were as powerful as the ancient celestial sovereign, the emperor and the emperor were still struggling, and could not be hardened at all in a short period of time. The absolute great formation still emitted immortal light, and the 5 elemental beams of light reversed and became a chaos, fusing the various fragments of the great Tao and uniting all the paths. Boom! It was a heavenly conquest. Everyone's were shocked to the fact that to open this door, it would require the 6 supreme beings to make a move, and it seemed that it hadn't even hidden yet, accompanied by yet another supreme being strike. Boom! With the help of the spell formation, he broke the immortal gate and directly killed his way in. After arriving here, a grand immortal realm seemed to be in sight, and a vibrant life was vaguely visible. However, there was an aura that permeated them that seemed to slow down the deepest decay of their bodies, and could allow them to prolong their lives. At the end of the immortal road is a chaos cave. Finally, they came to the final end. There was no way out. Everything would end here. Break in. One supreme extermination had due and was the first to act. Striding to the front of the chaos cave, the Kirin ancient emperor was majestic. His thick hair was spread out. His eyes were deep and profound. He was even more direct. Not saying a word, he directly leaped into the cave, holding the blue and gold divine staff, and pounced into the cave. When the others saw this, they naturally refused to lag behind. But, as time went on, there was still no sign of movement there. Did they make it? Have the 7 resurrected and returned supreme beings become immortal? A long time passed, but not a single movement appeared. This very moment, someone roared, and the supreme beings in the forbidden zone of life who hadn't moved and were still watching moved. For figures came from different directions and killed their way into the immortal road, crumbling the ancient road and blocking its closure, destroyed and unstoppable, killing millions of gods and devils, splitting off endless immortal spirits, chopping up all the laws of the immortal Tao, topping the rain of light like a feathered flying immortal, rushing into the shattered immortal door, and with a long leap, similarly disappeared into the chaotic ancient cave. Ji Zimo was still watching and didn't go in. The flying gods and devils were all smashed out by him using the heavenly emperor seal, and the immortal spirits were suppressed. Suddenly, the entire immortal road was shattered, and then it began to expand again. Out of it flew moving off figures, stopping it all and holding open the great gap of darkness. This person was glowing all over, possessing a supreme power, and a rain of light flew out from his body in the sky, like one piece of star after another, bright and splendid, incomparably dazzling. Chapter 93, The Desolate Tower. Cien. Is this Cien? It was too blinding there. All the rain of light pounding and spreading out into the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands. more brilliant than the stars of the heavens exploding, beautiful to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. Ah! A sorrowful roar came. That immortal was hissing. The voice was mournful and very terrifying, shaking the great universe, giving people a feeling of despair. At this moment, near the eastern wasteland, some of the great emperor formation patterns crumbled, unable to block his sound waves that shook the hearts of the people. The desolate forbidden land, the purple mountain, the G family, and other places appeared some great Tao runes, which finally blocked this kind of fluctuation, or else this ancient land of life in the Beidou astral domain would definitely be shattered and destroyed in this loud roar. As the rain of light flew out, a supreme being retreated from the chaos cave, his body covered in blood and flesh. The crystalline beads of blood were as clear and beautifully dazzling as a ruby, spilling out onto the floor and revealing the glistening white bones. The first batch of supreme beings to go in. There were as many as 6. What else could not be broken? But the truth caused tragedy. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang came from that chaotic cave. Blood splattered in all directions. Bright red blood spilled up, and glistening white bone chunks all crashed out. Then one supreme being after another appeared, dripping with blood and shocking to the eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the desolate forbidden land exploded, and the pair of huge stone doors opened up, and a magnificent white woman appeared, her clothes hunting, ethereal as a fairy, looking this way, actually about to make a move. The majestic man with golden hair all over his body also stood not far away, advancing and retreating with her, with the same goal. Amitabha. In the distant western desert, a no good resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and the entire western land flourished with Buddha's light, especially Mount Sumeru, where 10,000 lights flowed, and the great Tao rumbled, suppressing the world. Dang! At the same time, a bell rang in the northern domain, shaking the universe. The beginningless bell chimed, and it was fully resurrected at this moment. What's going on here? Beidou astral domain. These 3 places are extremely mysterious. Ordinary people cannot really explore. Today they are all glowing, and it is infinite divine light, not weaker than the breath of the immortal domain great rift. Ah! No! Beginningless, you can't do this to me! Miserable screams rang out, where light rushed skyward. The aura crowned the ancient world, and a divine list shone brightly, loosening up at a rapid pace before falling off the most lofty main peak. And, in the next moment, a total of 365 talisman seals flew up, and then exploded, transforming into 365 immortal lights and disappearing into the list. It gave off a brilliant light that shone so brightly that people could not open their eyes. The sacred cliff cracked open, and a huge piece of immortal source came out, with 10,000 channels of Ruichi and 10,000 rays of haze. Clang! With a bell ringing, the purple mountain cracked open and a large bell flew out. The chaotic chi vaporized and headed straight for the southern region. The beginningless emperor, he also made a move. Is he really still alive? Then the present-day heavenly emperor who once fought with him on the emperor's path should make a move. But the heavenly emperor has disappeared for 300 years without a trace to speak of. But he should also be attracted by the road to immortality. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Within the sealed god list, a voice came out, shaking the heavens and making the heavens shake, rumbling and conveying the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands. On the road to immortality, I have a part to play in doing something. Boom! The heavens and the earth are all changed. The immortal Tao laws of the beginningless emperor in the past reappeared in the world, terrifying to the extreme. The long river of time, the sea of space, transformed into chaos, endless, together with Yarrow. What a beginningless one! On the road to immortality. Some people sighed softly, and the Supreme Being's eyes revealed a radiant light as he stared at all of this. Clang! The great bell was long. The Qiankuan shook, and the beginningless bell flew in, spilling down the supreme immortal Tao laws, striking the chaos cave and causing the place to undergo a great collapse. When the beginningless bell rang, the entire universe shuddered, and the eastern wasteland earth shook, and an ancient pagoda deep within the strata resonated along with it. The ancient pagoda shook, vibrating a wisp of heaven-opening chi in the depths of the earth's veins, and countless streaks of light rushed upwards, suppressing it towards the chaos cave. This is the desolate tower, someone exclaimed in shock. The desolate pagoda that disappeared for a long time moved, drawn by the beginningless bell, shedding endless light. It was the power to open the heavens. Is it hard to believe that in order to become an immortal, it is necessary to open up the heavens and the earth? Now, when the beginningless bell rang, it could actually catalyze the power of the desolate pagoda, shocking out a fluctuation of the immortal Tao laws. Boom! The sky fell apart and there was a big explosion in the chaos cave. Between heaven and earth, the only thing shaking was a beginningless bell, hanging at the entrance of the immortal success cave, dropping ray after ray of light. Unfortunately, in the end, all the light disappeared, and the blood aura became clear in the chaos. It was the blood of the Supreme Being, yet it still couldn't penetrate the immortal realm. Zimo had copied the imperial shadows of the 6 Supreme Beings and the Ruthless Man, and he was still waiting. Not having killed the immortal realm with the Supreme Beings, the thousands of gods and devils in front of them were all destroyed with a palm strike, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Even the infinite immortal spirits were suppressed and unable to take a step forward, but in contrast to the movement on his side, the Chaos Cave side was much bigger, and everyone was watching there, curious to know if anyone could become immortal. The fact that the beginningless emperor did not appear made the world regret. Has the man who could once compete with the current heavenly emperor fallen like this? In the western lands, a huge statue of Buddha stood up, over 100 million feet tall, as if it were a true body descending to the world. On Mount Sumeru, the Buddha's light shone brightly, and the great thunder sound temple even erupted with unparalleled power, and that Buddha statue transformed into a giant that opened up the sky and the earth, and then stood up and took a step onto the immortal path to impact the Chaos Cave. Boom! The violent battle, the infinite Buddha power boiling, made the Chaos Cave even more tattered and crumbled beyond recognition, and he rushed in. Is this the Dharma body of Emperor Amitabha? How could you leave something like that behind? Does that mean he's still alive too? This was Amitabha Buddha's Dharma body, which had unexpectedly reassembled itself in the void and directly struck in. But unfortunately, it ultimately failed and did not succeed. Boom! The western desert once again underwent drastic changes. The Weiqi vaporized, the haze was bright, and the immeasurable power of faith surged and surged. An old monk, with his head in the sky, immense, manifested on Mount Sumeru, with a face of compassion and sorrow. It looked like he had been sitting there 10,000 years ago. The old monk sitting on Mount Sumeru was constantly chanting, "The golden rain of light, converging towards the Big Dipper from all corners of the universe, landed on Mount Sumeru, turning the place into an immortal land on earth, peaceful and incomparable, with billions of strands of Weiqi, incomparably astonishing." Boom! The entire Mount Sumeru rose up from the ground, and the old monk sitting on it transformed into a 6'6" golden body, exuding a monstrous divine might and universalizing the world. He actually held Mount Sumeru and the Great Thunder Sound Temple as a whole hostage and flew in to forcefully open the immortal path with the help of the power of all beings. Through the void, through the endless star fields, countless Buddhists were chanting sutras, and the rain of light was endless, like a divine river converging to reach the Big Dipper and flood Mount Sumeru, gathering the thoughts of all beings to open up the immortal realm. This kind of means was heaven-defying and powerful to the point of being frightening. Coupled with an Amitabha emperor, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 94. Boom! Eventually, Mount Sumeru shrunk and crashed into the road to immortality, and the beings were chanting sutras that shook the entire immortal road. Even the lord of the desolate ancient forbidden land struck out, slapping into the Chaos Cave with a divine might that covered the world, causing a great collapse to occur there. Amitabha! The beings were chanting the Buddhist great emperor's call, resounding through the heavens and earth surprisingly, bursting out into sheets of light and rain, like endless clean white feathers flying around, splendid and beautiful. On the road to immortality, the supreme beings were all shocked, revealing incredible light at this moment. Is someone really going to become immortal? Surprisingly, it blossomed with such luster. Feather transformation and ascension, a rain of light filling the sky. Isn't that the scene? The chi of immortality filled the air, a sign of a successful metamorphosis. Boom! In the Chaos Cave, the explosions came violently once again, and the immortal light became even more abundant, crashing and flying out as if it had flown over from another world. At the same time, the sky collapsed and the Chaos Cave, which was already in a state of disrepair, was rushed out as rocks pierced through the air and Mount Sumeru crumbled apart in pieces. Inside, the most terrible things were happening. Vaguely hearing the lamentations of the beings, the blood and light was infinite, a life was perishing, and the Great Thunderbolt Temple had even collapsed in half. Clang! The bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple crumbled, and one of the pieces flew out, impacting on the path to immortality and settling on the Chaos Bell, which was drenched in blood. The blood of sentient beings as well as Amitabha Buddha's blood, which was shocking to the eyes. If you lose, the Buddhists also lose big and can't pass the entire western desert. Billions of miles of Buddhist lands. All the Buddhists are dead. The universe, the 8 wastes, the thoughts added by all beings exploded. A supreme being whispered, and even they were moved. In the blink of an eye, all of these whales disappeared and turned into a large rain of light, branding the path to immortality and continuing to construct the path. Mount Sumeru was in tatters, dyed red with blood, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple at the top of the mountain had collapsed for the most part and was about to be worn out. Within the body of the mountain, the endless power of faith seemed to dry up, no longer a single strand of it overflowing, and the cracked Mount Sumeru, carrying the broken temple, flew off into the sky and landed again in the Western Desert. The Western Desert became a dead zone. Perhaps only a heavenly emperor who became a Taoist in his current life can become an immortal. When these words came out, many peoples looked in the direction of the heavenly court, which was the power created by Zemo, also known as the heavenly emperor. The heavenly court stood in the starry sky, and the fluctuations coming from the eastern wasteland had never caused it to falter for a single moment. Brilliant and golden and radiant, the great perfection saint body sat in it, and he had no thoughts of breaking into the path of immortality. Not even the supreme being had killed his way in. It made the Deshang holy body, which didn't have that kind of idea in the first place, veto it even more. You're not going to break in? The heavenly emperor has been kind to me. There's no need for that, not to mention that this road to immortality is not something I can touch. Guy Zhou shook his head. It was obvious that this kind of ethereal immortal, currently he did not have the strength to be able to become one. The heavenly emperor hasn't shown up until now. Is it because he doesn't want to? Someone spoke up and asked. Right at this moment, the late-life great completion sacred body desolate lord was once again about to strike, preparing to shatter the path to immortality and sweep this place away. Slowly, I know you mean to destroy this place, thinking that this life is defeated and no one can become immortal, but we are not willing. We still have to break in, the Qilin ancient emperor said. He was extremely injured and covered in blood. Not bad, rather die in battle on the road to immortality. Another supreme being said that their end was already predetermined and wanted to end in battle. Good. I'll give you time. If you die in battle on the immortal road, it's just a matter of time. If you return, a battle will settle the grudge. The desolate lord, who was covered in golden hair, said to a supreme being, kill. Some ancient emperors once again leapt into the immortal cave and began their final fight for their lives. The supreme beings wailed sadly in the heavens and earth, once dominating all domains, fighting all over the world, looking down on the world. There is nothing they can't do. There is no enemy they can't suppress. Everyone was a character invincible in a period of time, the level of an absolute heavenly pride, and now they were going to fall like this. Aside from the two that had been crushed, all the other supreme beings rushed in for a last-ditch effort. Eventually, the place became chaos, with blood blooming and songs of lamentation coming out. There are supreme beings whose lives have come to an end. He left behind a sentence, ran out of oil, no longer had a trace of blood chi, and his yuan shin decayed, directly transforming into the Tao. Everyone was lamenting. It was too much of a pity, invincible in the ages, but it ended in regret like this. When Zemo saw this scene, killing his way into the middle of the immortal realm on his own power seemed unlikely. With the deaths of the 7 supreme emperors, he didn't believe that he was strong enough to fight against 7 extremely sublimated ancient emperors. This road to immortality is finally going to fall away, and the weight of the ages has turned into a dream of red dust. However, one of the supreme beings was not dead, and the everlasting heavenly father rushed out of the immortal path, drenched in blood and suffering a heavy blow. Seeing his appearance, the late-aged great completion sacred body exuded a monstrous golden blood aura, blocking the eternal heavenly father. I don't have much life left, and you've come this far, so a battle at this time isn't a deception. It's time to go. 2. Zemo had a premonition that the ruthless man was going to make a move to break this path to immortality, so he turned around and left. Boom! The woman in white struck out, slapping the chaos and completely burying the path to immortality. Clang! The beginningless bell chimed with a long, lingering sound that resounded through the 8 wildernesses of the universe, entering the great crack in the crumbling immortal path alone and filling it in. In the ancient Emperor Mountain of the Northern Domain, a brilliant immortal light erupted as a huge stone scripture book tore through the universe, wrapped with a crystalline skull breaking through the sky. On top of that, there was a splendid immortal phoenix with bright plumes, which spread its wings and disappeared into the edge of the universe. A supreme being tried to make a move, but the beginningless bell roared and shook out a huge wave, blocking it at once and failing to get his hands on it. This is the beginningless scripture. It's a pity that it flew away just like that. Some marveled that a scripture like that, mighty as it was in ancient times, still did not win. The purple mountain was in tatters, finally broken after towering for 10,000 years. The mountain fell to the ground and the place was desolate. That immortal phoenix just now should be the divine phoenix immortality pill. Not bad. That must be the immortal first essence that once accompanied the beginningless emperor, and also flew away with the stone scripture. The words fell, which was even more shocking. Clang! The beginningless bell suppressed down and landed on the road to immortality, and as those great cracks of darkness closed, accompanied by the last long ringing of the bell, it completely disappeared in the midst of it. And so it falls. There was a sigh of sadness from everyone. The Burial Emperor Star. What is meant by the Burial Emperor Star? And now it has received the most comprehensive interpretation. The Burial Emperor Star is true to its name, and now this fall is also consistent with its name. At this time, the great battle between the late-aged Great Completion Sacred Body and the everlasting Heavenly Father was about to begin. A supreme-level battle that shook the ancient world was about to break out. Many people had watched over. This level of battle was rare to see in 10,000 years, yet the fall of the path to immortality is not the end of the storm. The current Heavenly Emperor hadn't disappeared for a long time, but it made some supreme beings become bold. Bang! A supreme being lifted his feet and took a step. This time it was no longer as restrained as the one on the road to immortality. The supreme aura spread over the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 enemies, and all henceforth trembled. Chapter 95, The Lord of Reincarnation. And at this moment, the Baidu astral domain directly collapsed. With just a single kick, a tall green-colored figure stepped out, directly causing the Baidu astral domain to nearly fall apart. In the distance, it was unknown how many stars exploded, like a brilliant rain of fireworks, very beautiful, yet also too terrifying to the extreme. Ha! Cold and indifferent laughter came, without a bit of emotion, and did not know how many billions of living beings died. All of them were not put in the heart, depending on all beings like ants, whether mortals or cultivators. In his eyes even a worm is not as good as a foot to step down, all be trampled into blood mud, kill a clean. And he was the supreme being who had been one of the greatest initiators of the dark unrest, the Lord of Reincarnation. From the Sea of Reincarnation, one of the 7 forbidden zones of life, a supreme being wore a feathery green and gold battlesuit that shone with the coldest light. Boom! With a flash of light, a terrifying imperial aura filled the air, instantly causing the Lord of Reincarnation's face to change. The sudden change of events took him by surprise, and the force so powerful that it struck him to the extreme that he pierced through several stars before stopping. Zimo's figure appeared in the void, his face calm and his gaze cold. Who are you? As the Lord of Reincarnation, he had only awakened when the road to immortality was about to open, and he was unaware of what had happened during that time. Heavenly Emperor! When these words came out, the supreme beings in the major forbidden zones of life, the supreme beings who had previously awakened from their slumber, all had their bodies shaken. The ruthless man who might have pacified a forbidden zone, the immortal emperor of the mythic period, was chased and beaten. Heavenly Emperor? Never heard of it. However, the Lord of Reincarnation had already seen that Zimo was the great emperor who had certified as an emperor today. When the eternal Heavenly Father saw this scene, his heart was slightly startled, but he didn't believe that a few supreme beings who had come out of the world and were preparing to unleash dark turmoil, how could they not be able to defeat a great emperor anymore? So pranced up to the stars. You're finally here. The late-aged Great Completion Sacred Body sought his arrival and lowered his heart. With him there, it was basically impossible for those supreme beings to succeed if they wanted to start a dark turmoil. If you want to stop us, it depends on whether or not you have the skills. Shoo! A sword sliced through eternity, as if it was flying out of the sky. Extremely splendid. The everlasting sword was sharp and piercing, illuminating one's eyes, terrifying to the extreme. In the heavens, a star river crumbled and a large portion of the star field went out, becoming flying ash under the everlasting sword. Seeing this, Zimo slapped out a palm, shattering the stars and breaking through the void, like a giant hand in the abyss, radiating unrivaled extreme power. The everlasting sword was simply unable to penetrate and was suppressed. The duel of the Emperor War had officially kicked off. In the Forbidden Zone, those supreme beings had speculated that the Eternal Life Heavenly Father would be able to withstand a few moves in Zimo's hands. After all, the last extremely sublimated Stone Emperor wasn't even a match for him. The current Zimo was even more impenetrable, as if he had become one with this heavenly Tao. The everlasting Heavenly Father was a bit shocked as the immortal sword wailed, and the Lord of Reincarnation struck, destroying the heavens and earth with a world-shattering blow that struck, and the stars produced turbulence, battle intense surging, invincible momentum radiating out. Zimo raised his hand. The world seemed to return to the end, as if nothing had appeared just now. How? Seeing this scene, the Lord of Reincarnation was very shocked. A mere action that was no more than simple could actually make his attack, which was enough to destroy the power of the stars in the heavens, seem as if it had disappeared as well as disappeared. Is this the strength of the current Heavenly Emperor? A supreme being muttered. It's too powerful compared to 300 years ago. Another supreme made an analysis. When the road to immortality opened, they had thought that Zimo would also make a break for it, but he never showed up. I thought it wasn't going in the Baidu domain, but it turned out to be just a wait and see. Alas, it's a pity. If the Heavenly Emperor were to go and break through this immortal road, there's a good chance that he would really become an immortal. The late-aged Great Completion Sacred Body looked at this scene and originally wanted to go up and help, but seeing that Zimo's strength was this strong now, it seemed that there was no need to do so. I just don't believe that you alone can block our 6 supreme beings. the Lord of Reincarnation put down harsh words and struck again. And Zimo is not the slightest bit afraid. The avenue rumbles, swallowing mountains and rivers, the only one in heaven and on earth. I'll help you. The everlasting Heavenly Father also went up to help. Countless laws intertwined and immortal swords flew out, decimating everything in the world. The Heavenly Emperor's seal emitted a chaotic aura as divine light churned out, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! The two sides produced a fierce fight, and wherever they passed, star fields were destroyed and stars fell. The emptiness of the sky was shaking greatly, as if at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the black holes formed, constantly devouring the surrounding matter. The everlasting Heavenly Father was spitting blood from his mouth, his battlesuit was torn and tattered, and his immortal sword emitted a wail as the deity within it was nearly broken. The Lord of Reincarnation was not in a good position either. His body was drenched in blood and bruised all over. Not a single part of his body was intact. One emperor fighting 6 supreme beings. Although there were still a few supreme beings who hadn't put up a fight, the strength Zimo had displayed was enough to shock their hearts. The 2 supreme beings were being pressed by him and didn't even have the chance to resist at all, as if everything they did was futile. You guys keep watching the show here, and this is what you'll get later. The Lord of Reincarnation cried out. He really couldn't imagine that 2 supreme beings would not be Zimo's opponent even if they made a move. If he didn't seek the help of other supreme beings, I'm afraid he would be beaten and forced out of extreme ascension. The Heavenly Emperor is getting stronger and stronger. The supreme beings in the forbidden area watched this scene with furrowed brows. Only 300 years had passed and Zimo was able to possess such heaven-defying strength. In case he came to pacify the forbidden zone again someday, even if all the supreme beings came out, could they really stop him? At this moment, Zimo's battle intent was surging more and more. The 2 supreme beings who had not sublimated were only beaten in front of him. Unless it's an extreme ascension, it can be a bit tricky to fight. The Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum struck. An overwhelming immortal light attacked, but it was crushed by Zimo's raised hand. Are you really a first world emperor? Receiving it lightly, the Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum was greatly shaken. Zimo looked at them with so much nonsense. He didn't want to take care of them at all, and decisively shot to suppress them. Countless bright stars collapsed in an instant, and the wisp of breath emanating from each strike was capable of overthrowing thousands of living beings. A scene comparable to a supreme being unleashing dark turmoil. Of course there is no way it will do that again. Time back reverses and the broken places come back together, leaving no trace of destruction. With such heaven-defying strength, I'm afraid it's impossible for those few to beat even extreme ascension. The starry sky ancient path and the cultivators who were watching this battle had been shocked and dumbfounded. It wasn't until one person spoke up that the quiet scene was broken. Impossible. No matter how strong the current Heavenly Emperor is, it might be possible that all 6 supreme beings might not be his opponent. But if all of them were extremely sublimated, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. At this moment, the battlesuit cast in feathered green gold that the Lord of Reincarnation was wearing emitted a brilliant and dazzling light that shone through all the heavens of the ages. Chapter 96. One Emperor battles 6 supreme beings. Boom! The heavens crumbled and the earth cracked as the Lord of Reincarnation showed his worldly divine might. 10,000 strands of divine chains appeared in front of him, each of which could tickle the heavens and turn into splendid shackles to lock Zimo up and suppress him. But he was obviously thinking too much. Instantly crumbling the shackles, Zimo slapped out a palm. The Heavenly Emperor palm that fused all paths attacked. The 8 wastelands of the universe trembled, and thousands of starfields trembled. With an aura of suppressing heaven and earth, the everlasting Heavenly Father also stepped in to help. An overwhelming killing power that radiated a brilliant immortal light. Bang! As the 2 overwhelming forces collided, the heavens collapsed, the earth was overthrown, the universe trembled, and the void was blown apart. The aftershocks were able to shatter the firmament and interrupt the boundless stars. The remaining 3 supreme beings also struck out. Zimo was too powerful. He was only a first-world great emperor, yet he displayed a momentum that was invincible to anyone in the world. The Lord of Reincarnation coughed out a mouthful of blood, his breath wilting quite a bit, but he quickly regrouped. His eyes emitted a demonic light, and his forehead bone was crystalline and radiant, shooting out 10,000 streaks of immortal light, knotting up into terrifying runes and transforming into an immortal blade that chopped at Zimo. Facing the attack of the 6 supreme beings, Zimo exuded invincible divine might, covering the heavens and earth and looking out of the 9 heavens. The hand-to-hand combat between the 2 sides could already be recorded in the long river of history and passed down through the ages. This astonishing battle that had existed since the dawn of time never seemed to have appeared in any era. 6 supreme beings couldn't help the current Heavenly Emperor. Can such strength really appear in the body of a first-generation great emperor? A supreme exalt couldn't help but sigh. Boom! How could it be so strong? The supreme beings who hadn't fought Zimo just now wanted to curse. From ancient times to the present day, there had been any first world great emperor who was able to harden himself against 6 supreme beings, even without extreme ascension. Fighting against Zimo could be described as getting more and more frightening as the great Tao rumbled, each encounter carrying the momentum of suppressing the world. It was simply not something that any of these supreme beings could contend with. It was simply powerful to the extreme. With the strength of today's heavenly emperor, those supreme beings basically have no chance if they want to start a dark unrest. Impossible. None of the 6 supreme beings have been extremely sublimated yet. If he went to fight the heavenly emperor, it would be very difficult for him to resist the 6 ancient emperors. What do you mean by that? Can't you see that there's still the desolate lord, a late-life great completion saint body, around? If the heavenly emperor falls into a disadvantage, he'll definitely step in to help. Many cultivators nodded their heads in agreement when this statement was made. The heavenly emperor wasn't just his first person. There was also the desolate lord behind him. Rumble. This is a duel between the law and the Tao, but also a competition of their own sense and experience. Zimo is like a god descending to the world, dominating the universe and the heavens. Several supreme beings were existences that pushed everything across the board in their time, but at this moment, they were all very shocked and heartbroken. This is something they have never had in their long years. Long ago the world has been invincible. Why would they ever taste such bitter fruits? Simply unimaginable. The body of the Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum was almost torn apart by Zimo, and that unstoppable momentum caused several supreme beings to suffer. Do you expect me to be old and decrepit? I haven't lost once in my life. Today, although I paid the price in breaking through the immortal road, do you really think that I don't have the power to fight? I come from the sea of reincarnation. This life is all about being invincible. Even when I am weak, I can still sublimate in a split second and reproduce my absolute peak battle power. The Lord of Reincarnation's voice was cold and unfeeling. His face no longer had a single ripple, and his aura became more and more terrifying. The Lord of Reincarnation is tall and majestic, the chaotic aura flooding the body, like a demon god who lived in the era of the opening of the heavens and the earth, but also has a brilliant light shrouded in this cold and dark universe is particularly horrifying and oozing. At this moment, his forehead bone glowed, illuminating the dark universe, where it looked like a deity chanting sutras, sitting on an immortal platform, reflecting it, shining brightly through the ages. In front of and behind his body, an ocean appeared, an ocean transformed by souls, one of the most terrifying places in the world. The sea of reincarnation reappeared. I am in charge of the world's reincarnation. I am the Lord of the world. In the past, there was no opponent in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and I will not be defeated in this world. The battle spirit is revived. I will destroy the world. The Lord of Reincarnation's eyes were deep underneath, and among them was the scene of the sun and moon destroying, the stars falling, and the heavens and earth collapsing, and his body was drowned by chaos, which was terrifying to the extreme. The wheel was still spinning, like it was taking a turn at the entire world, and this moment actually caused many stars to fly over and disappear into it. And then, more bright and large stars fell, a hanging river of stars dropping down, all of them disappearing into the sea of reincarnation, which really looked like a dominant person, invincible in the world. After all, the Lord of Reincarnation had ascended in the extreme, and the flow of the Emperor's aura shocked everyone in the world. But Zimo was the only one who remained breezy, as if this was no more than an ordinary thing for him. Previously, on the path to immortality, he had copied the Emperor's shadows of 6 supreme beings and ruthless people, and the Emperor's shadows of the beginningless Emperor and the Void Emperor hadn't worn away during the battle against the immortal Heavenly Emperor. So the ascension of a supreme being was fearless to Zimo. The 4 immortal execution swords were thrown out, emanating an overwhelming killing power, transforming into the first great formation of the heavens to encircle the 6 supreme beings. Zimo, do you really think you can go against the heavens? A supreme spoke up. He had seen Zimo's battle before, and although his strength was powerful, he didn't believe that the other party would be able to block the dark turmoil unleashed by the 6 supreme beings. However, he didn't expect that Zimo's current strength would actually be able to make all 6 supreme beings helpless against him. Talking so much nonsense and stalling for time won't change the fact that you've lost. This statement immediately caused several supreme beings to become furious. Originally being pressed and beaten by Zimo was already very humiliating, and now he actually spoke out of turn. Really not afraid of all of them extreme sublimation to fight against him? The Celestial Emperor's guy sure divine might, facing 6 supreme beings without losing a single step. The supreme being can't even help him. Who else in this world would actually be his opponent? Everyone was in awe that Zimo had suppressed 6 supreme beings, beating even one supreme being to extreme ascension. 3 worlds of reincarnation. The Lord of Reincarnation shouted as he killed the past. The 3 ancient universes flowed. The opening aura filled the air. The 3 universes of the past, present, and future, and the laws traversed the past, present, and future. This is the real opening of the heavens and the earth. All kinds of gods and devils hissing in the middle of the chaos. There is even the vermilion bird crossing the sky, burning down the south heavenly gate, and the Kuanpang spreading its wings and shattering hundreds of millions of miles, terrifying to the extreme. Zimo slapped his palm and pressed the heavens across the ages, shattering the heavens and cracking the universe, emitting an extremely bright immortal light in the divine light churning, like a great world colliding and going. Bang! The fluctuations caused by the two were so great that even the few supreme beings didn't dare to approach and retreated. This was definitely a shocking battle of the ages, with one emperor alone against 6 supreme beings. Boom! At this moment, the Lord of Reincarnation's arm transformed into a gigantic heavenly sword, hundreds of feet long, blood and flesh becoming a sword, and it was still surging, snowy and piercing, with an aggressive cold aura. The heavenly emperor's seal suppressed it, and after fusing the small tower forged from eternal blue gold, it became even more powerful, exuding an extreme chaotic aura. Chapter 97, 6 Ancient Emperors Appear. Boom! It was as if everything in the world had returned to the place where the heavens opened. A chaotic scene where the universe was almost shaken down. A single wisp of chi emanating from it could overthrow thousands of starfields. The Lord of Reincarnation coughed out blood, his eyes wide and unbelievable as he looked at Zimo. He seemed to be facing someone who was invincible in the world, a supreme person who ran through the future of the ancient well, powerful to the extreme, making one's scalp numb and shocked. There's no time left. We need to replenish our life energy. We've consumed too much on the path to immortality. If we delay any longer, we'll surely age to death. A supreme being spoke up. He really didn't expect Zimo to be able to harden himself against 6 of their supreme beings. Does it require another extreme ascension from one of us to beat the current heavenly emperor? It was the turn of those few supreme beings to despair. Whatever. If the heavenly emperor doesn't die, it's us who will perish later. The Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum roared, shattering the stars of the heavens. The void trembled, and brilliant immortal light illuminated the silent universe. His Tao, climbing upward, eventually reached a peak, radiating an immortal light. It wasn't just him, even the auras of the other supreme beings were climbing, the imperial aura filling this void. 6 ancient emperors appeared in the world. Anyone would be shocked. This kind of scene was unprecedented, unheard of, and now it appeared in front of the world's eyes. An even more shocking battle is about to be fought. This time Zimo wasn't facing a supreme being, but 6 ancient emperors. Ancient emperors at their peak state. Since this was the case, as soon as he split into 9, many progenitor supreme emperors appeared, and even the emperor shadows of the vicious emperor, the beginningless emperor, and the void emperor appeared in front of the 6 ancient emperors. How is this possible? The everlasting heavenly father was very shocked inwardly. The silhouettes of the supreme beings and great emperors in front of him. Don't look at that, even though it was a silhouette, but it possessed the same battle power as the original. There's no turning back now. We must kill the heavenly emperor and suck the life essence of the billions of living beings in the Beidou astral domain in order to survive. As soon as these words were uttered, the 6 ancient emperors took out their extreme imperial armaments, emitting might that caused the world to disillusion, and the heavens and the worlds to be shattered. The extreme power shocked everyone, and they all turned their gazes to Zimo, wondering how he should respond. The great Tao roars and resounds, pressing across the ancient heavens, breaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everything in the world is a mirage, the void is annihilated, and the stars are shattered. This was the full force of the 6 ancient emperors, and perhaps no great emperor could catch it. Zimo slapped out his great palm, the 10,000 paths of the heavens fused within it, and the emperor's shadows branded on the side all pulled out their most powerful strikes as well. In the Beidou, the void mirror within the Ji family in the eastern wasteland rushed into the starry sky. Zijia wasn't the least bit startled as he nervously watched the duel between the 6 ancient emperors and the one emperor. The void mirror emanated an aura that shone through all the heavens. Boom! Everything seemed to have been reset. The might that covered heaven and earth, overthrowing the cosmic flood, capable of making billions of living beings die. The great Tao trembled. Countless starfields were reduced to cosmic dust, and apart from death there was only the final blooming of the stars in their momentary splendor to prove that they had been here. The power of this strike was so great that Zimo was in a sorry state as he was pierced through his body by the aftershocks. Similarly, the 6 ancient emperors were just a little bit better off than him. Those supreme and emperor shadows that were copied also only had the silhouettes of the 3 ruthless emperors, the beginningless emperor, and the void emperor left, and those supreme beings were all crumbled. The scene was too grand and spectacular. Is this the strength of the current heavenly emperor? 6 extreme ascension supreme beings can only fight him to a draw. A paragon emperor was shocked. That's an ancient emperor who can sweep through an era, the only one in heaven and on earth. The heavenly emperor is truly like no one before or since. Someone made this comment about him: why is he so powerful? The Lord of Reincarnation was completely taught. Who in the world was Zimo? A great emperor of the first world who had beaten up the 6 ancient emperors and nearly collapsed his Tao heart, more or less reluctantly. Zimo's physique quickly recovered from his injuries as his gaze rested on the 6 ancient emperors. Is this even a fight? Not having seen Zimo make a move, the supreme being in slumber couldn't help but issue a question: do we have a way back? The eternal life Heavenly Father smiled as his immortal sword flew out, penetrating everything in the stars and cutting through the void. The Heavenly Emperor's seal pressed horizontally, and radiant chaotic divine light filled the air. Bang! The Emperor and the Emperor clashed, but in an overwhelming manner, causing the immortal swords to continuously wail. The Lord of Reincarnation looked at Zimo, and his eyes were filled with the collapse of the sun and moon, and the destruction of the stars. He had never had this feeling of being so stifled before, and even a few other supreme beings were the same. As for the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone, all of them were silent, without any words, and they did not know what they were calculating in their hearts, and it seemed that perhaps there would be an even greater calamity to come. The beginningless emperor struck out a long river of time, a radiant and overwhelming immortal light that was like destroying the ancient emperor's scalp. The strength displayed by the other party was completely the same as that of the honored one, and they really didn't know how Zimo had managed to do it. The 3 universes behind the Lord of Reincarnation crashed through, and the void they were in no longer had the existence of stars, having all been destroyed long ago. Boom! A ripple-like fluctuation spread across the heavens, and the billions of miles of surviving stars were all produced to tremble by the aftermath. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. This battle, in the end, who will be able to win? A cultivator in the starry sky ancient road asked. It's hard to say, although the current Heavenly Emperor's strength is very powerful, and he's not afraid to face extremely sublimated ancient emperors. It's hard to suppress it, almost impossible. This sentence is very pertinent. Zimo, even though he walked out of his own way, it was the fusion of the law of all ways that walked out, and his strength was greatly improved. The crowd was buzzing, and many cultivators above the level of saints were speculating on the final outcome. The Heavenly Emperor is so strong. I feel like beginningless isn't even this powerful. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he was all very shocked inside. Suddenly he felt that his thigh was bitten by something, and when he looked down, he found that the Black Emperor opened his bloody mouth and bit him to death. Black Emperor? You are guilty of something. Nonsense. Clearly the beginningless emperor is the strongest. As he said these words, the Black Emperor was a bit weak at the same time, facing 6 extremely sublimated ancient emperors. The startless emperor, who had just become an emperor, was definitely not a match for them. I don't believe it. Our 6 ancient emperors are still afraid of you. The Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum struck out a supreme killing blow that covered the sky and shattered the heavens. The Void Emperor struck out, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the attacks that swept over him were instantly broken. The remaining 3 ancient emperors struck out in unison, and Zimo stepped forward and slapped his palm, reversing yin and yang and subverting the stars, sun and moon. Boom! As the void exploded, the 6 ancient emperors exchanged blows with an emperor and 3 emperor shadows. A more intense battle kicked off, and everyone was watching the scene nervously. All of them wanted to know how the battle to the final result was, but it was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to see the scene there. Apart from the realms above the quasi-emperor, only supreme beings could gain insight. Chapter 98, A Shocking Battle. The fight was getting more and more intense, and the place where the fight was taking place kept producing changes. Many star fields were all broken. The universe exploded, the void shattered, and countless miserable scenes appeared. At the end of the battle, the 6 ancient emperors were in a sorry state. Their arms were torn apart, their bodies were pierced through, and their battle clothes were tattered. Some ancient emperors already regretted why they had to start the dark unrest when the Heavenly Emperor had just not long become a Taoist. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. Time was ticking away and he didn't have much of his life energy left. At any time, he might age and perish, and he must find an opportunity to travel to the stars to kill billions of living beings, to draw on the chi of life and draw on it to replenish himself. But there was no way Zimo would give them a chance. 1 emperor and 3 emperor shadows, showing their invincibility and suppressing the 6 ancient emperors horizontally. The great Tao rumbled, intertwining and resonating with the laws, and the immortal execution 4 swords exuded endless killing power, transforming into the first killing formation of the ancient times to suppress the past. In the radiant immortal light, killing machines were revealed, and none of them were interpreting the horrifying ooze therein. Boom! The void exploded, shaking the time of the ages, and the stars broke, which was very splendid. The eternal life Heavenly Father struck out, billions of strands of immortal light, releasing an immortal radiance and striking over. However, It was resisted by the killing power permeated by the immortal execution four swords, the number one killing formation in the ancient world. It was extremely difficult for the ancient emperor to break through. They weren't immortal heavenly emperors. They were all supreme beings who had cut themselves off and relied on extreme sublimation to return to their peak state only. Zemo oppressed everything. Of course he wasn't the only one. The three emperor shadows behind him displayed strength that was also extremely powerful. In the desolate ancient forbidden land, the woman in white was magnificent and transcendent. Looking at the scene in the void without much stirring, it was only Zemo's copying of her emperor's shadow that made the other party a little displeased. No good. The pupils of the Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum contracted as a ray of immortal light ran through his body, and Zemo took advantage of the situation and slapped down with a large palm, as if a party of the world, crashing away, not giving him a chance to react at all. His body exploded, turning into an infinite rain of light scattered into the void. Seeing the scene caused many people to be shocked. 6 ancient emperors joined forces, but allowed Zemo to decimate one, powerful to the extreme, beyond everyone's imagination. The death of an ancient emperor in the Great War had shocked the remaining 5 ancient emperors. Then, the Lord of Reincarnation did not speak of martial virtues and roared with a fury that ran through heaven and earth. Are you guys still going to watch on here? Now that the heavenly emperor's strength is such that the 6 ancient emperors like us are no match for him, do you want to watch after we are overthrown? And then wait for the heavenly emperor to overthrow you all? With these words, the supreme beings in the forbidden zone of life all fell into deep thought. Now that the road to immortality had passed, if Zemo had beheaded these 6 ancient emperors, he would definitely look for them next time. But he was so powerful that no supreme being dared to step forward and go up to be the leader. The clash between the two sides produced a violent Big Bang, and the universe looked like it was destroyed and returned to its original point. The eternal life Heavenly Father exerted the Tao to the extreme, and the immortal sword radiated the brightest light, illuminating the past, the present, and the future. Penetrating through the ancient and modern futures, it seemed to possess supreme power, sharp enough to cut through the universe of the heavens. Zemo also fused the Tao into the heavenly emperor seal. Everything in heaven and earth, every blade of grass and every tree all trembled. Hang after hang of stars and rivers trembled, and all of the ancient world was going to be suppressed. Boom! A shocking sound was emitted, and the entire body of the everlasting Heavenly Father was smashed into flesh. The immortal sword was nearly shattered, but the Godhead was broken. The fall of another ancient emperor caused the Lord of Reincarnation and their 4 ancient emperors to frown. However, the Baidu astral domain, those supreme beings in the forbidden area, seemed to have not heard his words just now and were indifferent, all of them watching the show. They wanted to escape, but the extremely sublimated ancient emperor at the moment simply had no way to retreat. Kill me! An ancient emperor roared, invoking the stars of the heavens, transforming into an extremely bright light and pushing across. Boom! Zemo's battle intent was monstrous. Endless rays of light flew, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths were wailing. The universe was about to explode, terrifying to the extreme, and the Tao was infinite. Not good. Another ancient emperor has fallen. Are we really not going to help? In the forbidden area, a supreme being opened his mouth, but none of them were responding to each other, and they were struggling within themselves. The laws of the imperial Tao intertwined, and Zemo waved his big hand, breaking everything in the world. Bang! Brilliant light continued to flow as the clash between the emperor and the emperor began once again. However, it was still difficult for Zemo to really battle the 6 emperors with one emperor and kill them all. The fall of 2 ancient emperors was enough to shock them, but there was no way back after extreme ascension. The Lord of Reincarnation, his body glowing with light, and the divine chain of order was like a clanging sound, like a chain forged from immortal gold, flew out from within his body. The laws were interwoven horizontally, suppressing everything in the universe, showing the world's divine might. Rumble! This battle for the ages seemed to be gradually coming to its final conclusion. Countless stars decimated and fell, battling from the 9 heavens and 10 lands to the 8 wastes of the universe. Every time he came to a place, the sky collapsed, the dome of heaven broke, and the earth trembled. The universe trembled and fought from one place to another, rippling through many stars and rivers, and thousands of starfields turned into flying smoke, never to be seen again. The battle was so intense that it blew up the void and became a thing of the past. The Void Emperor urged the Void Mirror, and it immediately induced tremors, emitting a soft chirping sound and erupting into a brilliant light as the ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. An immortal light was emitted, dissolving the Lord of Reincarnation's attack and dispersing all the laws of the Imperial Tao, shocking all the ancient emperors. They looked at this scene incredulously, as if it was like a dream. However, the Lord of Reincarnation was not willing to show weakness, his hair flying like a god-devil of the world, and with a single step, he stepped on the earth and killed towards the Void Emperor. Boom! He struck with a brilliant light that collapsed everything and many formations burst into pieces. Buzz! The void mirror glowed like a round of sun, rising up into the air and burning with flames, fixing that attack in the void, unable to fall. The Lord of Reincarnation roared angrily, his entire body blossoming with light, his blood aura running through the heavens and shaking the 8 directions, and the divine chain of order shooting out like an immortal feather cast in immortal gold. However, the ancient mirror tweet so that one, fusing with the Tao of the great emperor of the void. This moment emitted a monstrous divine might. The mirror was smooth as jade and emitted a brilliant light, blocking all the law attacks back in their original form. It was a sound that opened up the heavens, and the Reincarnation Lord's body shook, causing the starfield to collapse and tremble. Boom! The void stood still, time stood still, and suppressed eternity. The Reincarnation Lord's body was difficult to move. His body was stiff, and he couldn't get rid of the bindings at all. The other ancient emperors naturally couldn't just stand by and watch as their imperial Tao breath flowed, and they struck with a killing force. Bang! Successfully breaking away from his bonds, the Lord of Reincarnation roared. The heavens collapsed, the stars fell, and this star field was instantly dimmed, terrifyingly boundless. Blood splattered and the Tao flashed, hitting the mouth weak. The light emanating from the Reincarnation Lord's body dimmed quite a bit. Zimo fought another ancient emperor, and his opponent's number had shrunk to 3, while the Emperor's shadow of the vicious emperor on his side was shattered. Chapter 99. Are you guys seriously still not going out? The Heavenly Emperor will come to clean you up next. The Lord of Reincarnation shouted angrily, and for a moment, the stars of the heavens trembled, resounding throughout the universe. A single emperor fighting 6 emperors had already killed 3 of them, and the rest had basically suffered heavy injuries, and it was only a matter of time before they fell. It was a question, which made the supreme beings in the forbidden zone enough to have their brows furrowed in need of contemplation. Zimo's power to suppress the 6 ancient emperors by virtue of his invincibility was something that could not be thought of or done in any era. He was so powerful that he had surpassed everyone's imagination. Facing the Void Emperor's rounds of attacks with the Void Mirror of the Extreme Emperor Soldier, the Lord of Reincarnation spat out blood, his body crippled and tattered. The other 2 ancient emperors were equally bad, looking at the imperial shadows in front of them, which were great emperors capable of calming the dark turmoil. Boom! It is like a big bang in the universe, destroying everything in the world, and all living things ceased to exist. The supreme beings in the Beta Life Forbidden area were all watching the battle. The current Heavenly Emperor was putting too much pressure on them, and there were already supreme beings who were ready to strike, clearly never allowing Zimo to go against the heavens. Bang! There was a huge commotion coming from the forbidden area, and finally a supreme being couldn't hold back. Everyone who saw the scene was inwardly shocked that the words of the Reincarnation Lord had actually worked. The prosperous Heavenly Father rushed into the starry sky, his breath rising, and he also wanted to participate in the midst of this dark turmoil. His appearance caused the Lord of Reincarnation to reveal a smile. This was just the beginning. There would definitely be supreme beings making their appearance later. There's a supreme being out in the world, and it's extremely sublimated. Is the Heavenly Emperor going to battle the 7 ancient emperors? The Celestial Emperor is going to be quite a bit easier than before, and now the addition of a supreme being won't necessarily turn the tide of battle. What about the 2 supreme beings? Hearing this, the cultivator asked suspiciously. What? Look, 2 more supreme beings have emerged. With these words, only 2 more figures appeared in the starry sky. The scene instantly scorched as Zimo once again faced 6 ancient emperors. He frowned, not expecting that there were actually people who believed in the words of the Lord of Reincarnation. Extreme Ascension and himself fighting for their lives. He thought that the strength he had shown was enough to deter them, but he was like an outlaw. My intention was not to get involved in this battle, but there's no way to ensure that the outcome for the Lord of the Immortal Mausoleum and the others won't be ours. An ancient emperor's eyes seemed to have stars disillusioned in them, shattering the heavens as he said in an icy tone. Then fight. Zimo had now suffered a considerable amount of damage, and his physique was constantly and rapidly recovering for him. He didn't hold back, coming up to strike a supreme killing move. The 9 secrets in 1. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the void exploded, and the universe was about to be shattered. That ancient emperor knocked blood out of his mouth in a big gulp and looked at Zimo with great shock. This strike was completely sweeping, like he was simply powerless to resist and was nearly worn out. While watching this battle, one didn't feel anything, only thinking that these extreme ascension supreme beings were just trash. However, it was only now after the exchange of hands that he knew exactly how powerful Zimo was. No good. The ancient emperor struck a strike intertwined with the laws of the imperial Tao, spreading the sky and shattering the heavens. Zimo slapped his palm, showing his invincibility, the killing move of the fusion of the 10,000 paths, suppressing the heavens and the ages. I'll help you. Another supreme after extreme sublimation struck out. The extreme imperial armament running through the stars and decimating everything in the world. With 1 against 2, Zimo was unafraid, radiating an aura that was the only one in heaven and on earth, covering the heavens and the earth, shattering the void and collapsing the universe. Boom! The heavenly emperor is powerful to the extreme, fighting 2 more ancient emperors all in a crushing manner. Who else in the world would be his opponent? The astonishing scene caused the cultivator to exclaim. An overwhelming sense of fear filled the hearts of the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone, and even after 10,000 years had passed since they had fallen into slumber, it was difficult to erase what had happened today. They now felt that even if they were not involved in this dark turmoil, they were on board. The attitude of a few supreme beings was likely to anger Zimo and come to settle scores in the Forbidden Zone, leveling 1 or even a few places once again. Instead of waiting until later to be settled by the Heavenly Emperor, it's better to just give him a kill. Another supreme being couldn't help himself and stepped out of the Forbidden Zone of life, rushing towards the starry sky, his breath climbing, his radiant light extremely dazzling. Seeing this, Zimo wanted to step in to stop the other party from ascending, but there was no chance of freeing his hand in the face of the 2 ancient emperors' attack. This really should be a battle like no other before or since, right? Someone muttered. And everyone didn't expect the words spoken by the Lord of Reincarnation to cause the 4 supreme beings to come out. Today you will die. The ancient emperor roared. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and the stars of the heavens were shaken. The extreme Dao imperial soldier radiated an extreme light, striking a supreme killing move that was as dazzling as the sun. Bang! Zimo's body exploded and blood splattered as he suffered a considerable amount of damage. Facing the many ancient emperors, he appeared to be struggling more and more, and the branded emperor's shadow nearly collapsed. Boom! The heavens were trembling and everyone felt their scalps tingle. It seemed that the extreme ascension of a few supreme beings had started to turn the tide of the battle. Can't give him a break, the Lord of Reincarnation roared, and the star crashed through, destroying the heavens and shaking the ancient world. One after another overwhelming killing attack came, seemingly about to decapitate Zimo here. Boom! 1 divided into 9. 9 secrets in 1 9 Zimo released in unison. The immortal execution 4 swords and the heavenly emperor seal, all emitted a brilliant immortal light, and executed the strongest strike. There's no chance of surviving this, is there? The supreme being who hadn't come out of the Forbidden Zone opened his mouth and asked. It won't be. The heavenly emperor is already heavily wounded. Can the heavenly emperor block it? Some cultivators couldn't help but raise questions. It shouldn't be possible. 8 ancient emperors striking with all their might. That can definitely upend everything in the world. Unless it's a void immortal perhaps to withstand it. The Paragon Emperor spoke, shocked the entire audience. Zimo, if he died in battle, that era, then, is about to become the most horrific descent into darkness in history. With the emergence of the 8 ancient emperors, hundreds of millions of living beings would die, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Within the desolate forbidden land in the eastern wasteland, the late-aged Great Completion's sacred body saw this scene and had to go help the current heavenly emperor. Boom! After everything returned to calm, Zimo nearly had his body torn apart and still suffered a great deal of heavy damage, and the immortal execution 4 swords were nearly shattered. In his later years, the Great Completion's sacred body was covered in radiant golden hair, and the most terrifying blood chi erupted all over his body. Heavenly Emperor, let me help you. In his later years, the Great Completion's sacred body struck out, once again causing shock to the world. Boom! The heavens crumbled and the earth split. And it was unknown how many stars smashed under this punch, becoming shattered under the Geisher punch. Clang! There was an ancient emperor's extreme imperial soldier striking. The most dazzling light erupted with that fist and the imperial soldier as the center, spreading out in all directions and sweeping through the heavens, with many stars and rivers destroying, and endless stars becoming fragments. It was extremely tragic. Chapter 100, The Tough Guy Strikes. The late-life Great Completion sacred body's outburst ignited a great deal of hope for everyone in this uninhabited starfield, but the powerful fluctuations shocked all over the universe as well. A bloody light appeared on that world-defying fist. Blood flew over 3,000 miles, revealing the eerie white bones, and the extreme Dao imperial armament left a terrifying wound on its fist, and the ancient emperor spewed a mouthful of blood from his mouth and fell back a few steps. In his later years, the Great Completion sacred body roared, his blood chi rushed to the sky, golden hair flew all over the sky, his fists were glowing, and his wounds were rapidly healing. That was an injury from an imperial weapon, and it was amazing that he had healed it in the first place. It was truly astonishing. The physique of the sacred body lineage was visible. The starfield was bleak, incomparably bleak and miserable. The white-clothed woman looked at the battle in the void. Zimo was drenched in blood. Extremely tragic. Many formations were directly obliterated and became cosmic dust, and countless formations exploded into beautiful rains of light that flew in all directions. A great destruction under the blooming fireworks. Zimo slapped out a palm like a great world crashing into it. The great Tao rumbled, and the heavens and earth emitted a wailing sound. In his later years, the great completion sacred body was extraordinarily powerful, causing all the various great paths of the heavens and the worlds to submit. This is a kind of true egotistical way. Even if the face as an ancient emperor is also so, there is me invincible. Against the ancient emperor shot also this kind of calm, regarded as a piece of grass. However, it was still too difficult for him to really harden himself against the ancient emperor. Even with his addition, he was still no match for the 8 ancient emperors. All the emperor's shadows branded by Zimo had collapsed, and the void mirrors all wailed and were almost shattered. The Lord of Reincarnation's body swelled like Panga, who had opened up the heavens and the earth, and there was not much time left for him. Even if you, a great saintly body, come to help the heavenly emperor, it will still be useless. 8 ancient emperors have struck out, but only to exterminate one person. I don't know when. The woman in white appeared in the void. This is the first time she opened her mouth. Her tone is cold, but there is also a kind of magnetism, if not emotionless, when like heavenly music, extremely moving. It's useless for anyone to come today. The Lord of Reincarnation roared, his head full of thick hair flying, his tattered green and gold battle suit glowing, and the god within was also angry, and the part of it that had been shattered just now, it wanted revenge as well. Boom! The two rushed together. Desolate took the initiative, and this woman with a slender and delicate body even took on several ancient emperors at the same time all by herself. This was really shocking and made people feel unbelievable. What only the present heavenly emperor could do. Could she also do it? A slender, peerless and dusty white woman dared to do so, and the power of the flying immortal struck the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands, instantly killing the 5 ancient emperors. Boom! Almost in an instant, the universe looked like it had been destroyed. Everything in heaven and earth withered, and a shudder ran through all beings no matter how far apart they were. It was too terrifying. The strikes of the several ancient emperors were like they were trying to destroy the 10,000 paths, creating a huge commotion. Kill! The ancient emperor let out a great roar. His blood aura covered the world. The extreme imperial soldier in his hand collapsed the universe. The most terrifying great cracks and annihilating light splattered, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The extreme Tao imperial soldier cut across the 9 heavens, dropping down an endless waterfall of chaos, directly slashing down at the desolate lord's face, its ferocious might overwhelming and monstrous. Dang! A ray of flying immortal light collapsed out from between the white-clothed woman's crystalline fingers, resisting the extreme imperial soldier, letting the eerie coldness attack as the surrounding cosmic emptiness crumbled. Her hair danced upside down, as if she was meeting a huge ocean wave, yet her body was motionless, as quiet as a rock. Once my way is out, heaven and earth are reversed. Another ancient emperor killed, his body bursting with immortal aura, like a hanging galaxy exploding, too bright, condensing into the supreme immortal Tao laws, causing the great universe to be about to be destroyed. These rays of light coalesced together and emitted a resounding sound, surprisingly forging a cage, 10 feet in circumference, capable of suppressing 10,000 spirits and locking up ancient emperors. Clang! The desolate lord snapped his fingers, and a heavenly sword chi flew out, transforming into a large rain of light. That was the power of the flying immortal, invincible in the world. All of the light struck the cage, causing a huge pillar of immortal gold to dim, unable to approach and blocking the suppression of the 10-foot cage. Having the ruthless emperor's hand had alleviated a lot of Zimo's pressure, and in his later years, the great completion sacred body was already struggling a bit to face the extremely sublimated reincarnation lord. The 2 ancient emperors in front of them had long been shocked and didn't want to speak, trading blows with the heavily injured Zimo without gaining the upper hand. The desolate lord, her hands moved in unison, and with a gentle stroke, an ancient vessel appeared. Not this real physical object, but one made of interwoven Tao rules. Surprisingly for the foot 2 ears round tripod, there is no light, only a kind of ancient and too strong Taoist rhythm. Boom! This tripod forged from Tao lines flew out and struck through the stars. This was far more intense than the battle just now, a battle that shocked the ages. One person alone against the 5 great ancient emperors. The white-clothed woman was really too strong to come. With an unparalleled style, facing the 5 emperors still calmly, seemingly not realizing that she would be undefeated at all. With the desolate lord and the great perfection saint body joining in, can this battle reverse the tide of battle? It's impossible. It's still too much of a stretch, someone said with a sigh. Just then, suddenly the desolate lord himself shook, his expression confused. Zimo naturally noticed this situation. The injuries on his body were still recovering quickly. Facing the 2 ancient emperors was much easier. and he had a chance to catch his breath. Boom! The white-clothed woman's body emitted endless light. Her divine might was overwhelming, and she was many times more terrifying than just now. What's going on here? I feel like she's even more dangerous. Her yuanshin is suddenly near nothingness and her physical body is inexplicable. Can she defend herself even like this? The eyes of several ancient emperors were cold. They didn't immediately attack. It felt weird. The woman in white in front of them was too mysterious. And this state of affairs made people feel that something wasn't right. The desolate lord was even more lost, forgetting to strike, not knowing where he was, facing the 5 ancient emperors who didn't seem to have the slightest reaction, his 2 eyes voiceless and bewildered. Boom! However, huge fluctuations erupted from her body as layer after layer of immortal light wrapped around her, and then it unexpectedly turned into a large cocoon, with strands burying her in the middle of it. With this sudden turn of events, the situation of Zemo and the late-aged Great Perfection Saint body was going to be in danger. The branded silhouettes of the beginningless emperor and the void emperor had both been crushed by the ancient emperor. The battle was simply too gruesome, and it was almost impossible for Zemo to achieve victory against so many extremely sublimated ancient emperors. Boom! There were ancient emperors who wanted to take the life of the woman in white, but they watched as the radiant imperial Dao laws landed on top of the cocoon and melted. What? It shocked him that this woman could be so bizarre, trying numerous methods to no avail. Don't mind her anymore. Hurry up and kill the heavenly emperor. If we don't draw on the life energy, we won't last long. At these words, several ancient emperors nodded, their gazes all resting on Zemo's body. The great completion sacred body in its later years wasn't much of a danger to them at all, and the Lord of Reincarnation alone could handle it. Chapter 101, Desperation. The heavily injured Zemo had no hope of winning against the 7 ancient emperors. Everyone was in despair. Was the heavenly emperor going to die in battle? The situation on the side of the late-life great completion sacred body wasn't optimistic either, and with the emergence of several supreme beings, it completely reversed the battle. The 6 paths reincarnation fist shook the heavens and the earth, striking until the heavens crumbled, but it itself entered the state of being about to wither away. Even though it seemed that they had already seen this tragedy, there were still people in the universe praying, hoping that the heavenly emperor would win, hoping that the great completion sacred body in his later years would win, and once again turn the tide and create a series of miracles. The holy body visions were united, and in his later years, the great completion holy body roared in anger, covered in golden hairs that stood up, and all of his unique secret techniques blossomed, and the Lord of Reincarnation was a bit overwhelmed to deal with it. The exchanges between the two were extremely tragic, and it was unknown how many brilliant stars had been destroyed and how many moves had been killed in the fight up to now, yet it was still scorching and inconclusive. However, it was obvious that both the Lord of Reincarnation and the late-aged Great Completion Saint body had reached the end of their lives, and all of them couldn't take it anymore. He had long since been heavily beaten by the Heavenly Emperor, nearly losing his soul, and no longer had much time. However, the late-aged Deshang sacred body is still not the opponent's opponent. This battle is really killing to the madness. The late-aged Deshang sacred body spells the great emperor-level characters of the past, so that the stars and rivers are losing color and dimming. Sacred body blood and emperor blood were splashing, and the terror was boundless. But in the end, to everyone's disappointment, the body of the late-aged great completion sacred body was pierced through, dripping down drop after drop of crystalline and bright red blood. Extraordinarily poignant. The eyes of the late-aged Deshang sacred body were bleak, having once fought for a lifetime, guarding the peace of the human race, and being crowned as a human sacred body. Today the curtain was finally going to fall. His life has come to an end. The spirit was pierced, must die, back to heaven pan power. If other people have long been turned into the dust of the universe, only he stood and did not fall. He was covered in blood, the golden hair on his body shed and burned, and finally his black hair was draped over his shoulders, finally revealing his true face, and although his eyes were dimmed, it was hard to hide that kind of worldly valor. Sword eyebrow slanting, face like a knife cut, firm and unparalleled, body robust, possessing a kind of momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, majestic. He had been on the warpath all his life. This was not the first time he had faced the dark turmoil. He had once fought a bloody battle, and now he was back on earth, dying and shedding his last drop of blood. Looking at the heavenly emperor who was still fighting, the late-aged great success saint body seemed to know the outcome. He had thought that with the current heavenly emperor around, those supreme beings wouldn't dare to start the dark unrest, but he had miscalculated, and the heavenly emperor's power had in turn made the supreme beings even more crazy. There were dark upheavals in the mythic age. There were in the ancient world. There were in the desolate world. There was never more than that, and I have come to the end of my life. The world calls me the human sacred body, and I am ashamed to say that I have not been able to quell the turmoil in this life. but I am at the end of my strength. In his later years, the Deshang Saint body was no longer capable of going on a campaign to quell the dark turmoil, and he just planted himself in a pool of blood. He would be incarnated here, taking one last look at the ancient starfield he had once guarded. Ji Zimo looked at the ancient emperor in front of him. While that lord of reincarnation didn't have much time left, he was prepared to swallow the life essence of billions of living beings to replenish himself first. But in Ji Zimo's eyes, he was the best to kill. The tattered and torn body emitted a brilliant and dazzling light that was extremely dazzling and piercing, and the 9 secrets in Unity Ultimate Taboo was once again unleashed. The killing move that shattered the heavens and shattered thousands of stars and rivers, powerful to the extreme, caused the Lord of Reincarnation to be in disbelief. The Heavenly Emperor actually had the chance to make such a powerful strike that he couldn't even resist in time, instantly exploding into a rain of light and scattering into the universe. The sudden change caused several ancient emperors to freeze, but it couldn't change the battle situation. Extremely sublimated supreme beings, the Ji Zimo who had suffered heavy injuries was no longer their match. With each exchange, the injuries on the current Heavenly Emperor worsened, and each ancient emperor took out their strongest killing moves, not giving him a chance to catch his breath, determined to kill him here. Boom! It was like a god or devil roaring. The stars of the heavens were trembling, and the ancient avenues were about to be shattered. Imperial blood splattered. Ji Zimo was extremely wretched. The last time he was like this was 100,000 years ago when he appeared in the final showdown with the beginningless. The void mirror let out a wailing sound as the gods within it trembled, and the void emperor's silhouette broke. Ji Zimo held the 2 great emperor weapons against the 7 ancient emperors, and the immortal execution 4 swords flew out once again, with densely packed runes appearing around him. The golden yellow light formed one mysterious symbol after another, and these symbols immediately blocked towards the 7 ancient emperors. 4 handles of radiant immortal light, scattered all around, an arcane and incomparable diagram, quietly suspended above this side of the void. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Your end is already predetermined. The Dechang hegemonic body snorted coldly and looked at Ji Zimo. The number 1 killing formation of the ancient times was completely inadequate in front of the 7 ancient emperors. This era is finally coming to an end. A paramount emperor lamented. After the fall of the heavenly emperor later, what would face them would be a tragic dark turmoil. This battle could not be participated in at all below the supreme. Even if the heavenly court subdued great completion sacred body came, it would still be a death sentence. Then let's run away, a cultivator said in a panic. Escape? Where do I run? The paramount emperor laughed. No one could answer in the face of this question. This battle was fought too fiercely. There was no doubt that the heavenly emperor displayed great power, but facing so many supreme extreme ascension, no one could stop them. Boom! Ji Zimo's figure retreated violently, and he was still resisting. The battle was so intense that emperor soldiers from all over the universe had been awakened, especially those who had fought against the immortal emperor alongside Ji Zimo. Boom! The devil-subduing pestle vibrated, crushing everything, and vaporized from the sky with a purple aura. Clang! Immortal light sliced through eternity as the Tai Huang sword came out, illuminating the 9 heavens, tearing apart the universe, and killing here. Wow! The 9-Li diagram, shattering the heavens, came from an extremely distant land, crossing billions of stars and rivers, and pressed down. Buzz rumble. The Western Emperor Pagoda rushed into the sky. Immortal tears of green and gold, tear light sprinkled all over the universe, shaking the 33 layers of the sky, covering the world and suppressing the fall. A single piece of imperial soldiers, all awakened together and came out in unison. The universe was slashed across, as one after another of the most radiant immortal light flew out, and it was unknown how many imperial artifacts were revived, crushing everything as if they were opening up the heavens and suppressing the earth, coming together to deal with the dark turmoil. Everything in the heavens and earth, the universe and the floodplains, were all trembling. The entire world was trembling. There had never been a time like now, when so many great emperor weapons were resurrected and came out together. It was like exterminating the world. This was not a simple revival, but a true and complete resurrection, comparable to the strike of the ancient great emperor. So many weapons killing, the heavens and earth would wither. What's more, they actually all floated around Ji Zimo, exuding a frightening aura, as if any of the imperial soldiers would listen to his commands. The several ancient emperors were shocked and no longer had the composure they had just had. Each one of them revealed a look of gravity. But the only way to get the final result is to fight. Chapter 102, Imperial Soldiers Help. The sound was so great that not only those few ancient emperors, everyone was shocked. Ji Zimo smiled slightly. Sure enough, he still had help. Clang! The extreme imperial soldier in the hands of an ancient emperor trembled violently, its ebony light cracking the sky as if it could cut through all obstacles. But Zimo's Emperor Dao laws were fused amongst an Emperor artifact as he rushed forward and unleashed a supreme strike. Boom! The descending pestle smashed down, so furious that the universe collapsed in an instant. With a clang, it clashed with that extreme imperial soldier, shocking that ancient emperor's arm and revealing a shocked expression. At this time, it was like a purple angry lion, roaring to shatter the universe. Its body was filled with purple light, and it smashed over under Zimo's use. Clang! With a shocking sound, the devil surrendering pestle smashed down once again, the purple weapon emitting billions of feet of light, vaguely as if there was a great Buddha standing in the void, wanting to suppress the ancient emperor. The extreme imperial armament in that ancient emperor's hand was trembling, and this strike caused his arm to go numb once again. Boom! When the opponent was just about to use a forbidden secret method to deal with it, Zimo once again activated an imperial weapon, and the radiant immortal sword instantly slashed down. It was too sharp, too radiant, shining so brightly that the ancient emperors could barely open their eyes. He split into 9, with each doppelganger controlling several imperial weapons each, and struck out at the 7 ancient emperors. The Taihuang sword fell, its attack power unrivaled in the world, its dragon's head as a blade and its tail as a soldier, possessing supreme offensive might, cutting through the universe and penetrating the future. The ancient emperor shook, splitting the sharp edge and blasting the demon descending mortar and pestle, and also tried his best to dodge the Taihuang sword, but he was still slightly slower by an instant, and the brilliant light slashed through, and his arm was chopped off. The Taihuang sword with the Dozi's secret enchantment was even more powerful. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, an endless rain of tears flew, a green and gold tower pressed down, shaking the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands and wailing. The universe was about to explode. The Western Emperor Pagoda smashed into the other party, terrifyingly monstrous, with infinite Tao rules and endless light, instantly causing that ancient emperor to tremble and almost get smashed. Roar! With a loud roar, he spewed out a blazing light from his mouth, which was the laws of the imperial Tao, transforming into flames to drown the Western Emperor Pagoda. Wow! Ancient scrolls speckled across the sky, the 9 dawns diagram truncated the path ahead, and inside was a bright starry sky, vast and boundless. Its defense power was absolutely amazing. All the flames were taken in, and its own light shone brightly, breaking down the laws, and Zimo also divided some of his power to help it. Due to the fact that the current heavenly emperor was manipulating so many imperial weapons against the ancient emperors, the battle once again became a stalemate. Dang! With a loud sound, a mouthful of great seals smashed down, and the great seal of the Tai Emperor appeared. Although a corner was crippled, it was still overwhelmingly powerful, suppressing all things in the universe, especially now that it had been resurrected. It was extraordinarily powerful under Zimo's use. In a moment of inattention, the great success overlord body was almost smashed by the human emperor's seal, and his cheek was lightly grazed, dripping with blood in a horrifying manner. Kill! There were ancient emperors hissing. The universe trembled. All beings were chilled. The situation was once again reversed, and this was not the result they wanted. The battle was unprecedentedly fierce, and there were ancient emperors splattering the stars with bright red blood that was shocking to the eyes. Boom! The void was constantly being blown up. The universe was trembling, and all the heavens and the ages were being suppressed. Is this the heavenly emperor, able to command all the imperial soldiers in the world? This battle made the blood of many cultivators boil as they watched, and the reversal of the situation made many feel that there was hope for life again. Zimo had used almost his entire life's learning, and each imperial weapon used the techniques and Tao used by the great emperors before him, maximizing the power of each strike. Even the 7 ancient emperors were having trouble supporting themselves, and 2 of them had suffered considerable damage even after fighting this battle for a long time. He naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The heavenly emperor seal, the void mirror, the human emperor sword, and so on. The absolute killing to the extreme like light bloomed, inciting the bodies of 2 ancient emperors with a single strike shocked the world and the supreme beings in the forbidden zone. The enemies he faced had shrunk to 5, and Zimo had killed 6 extreme ascension supreme beings from the beginning until now, powerful to the extreme. The invincible posture once again appeared before the eyes of the world. Even though he was heavily wounded, he was able to battle 2 ancient emperors. Bang! 5-colored light blossomed in the universe. The stars disillusioned and the universe shattered. Another imperial weapon emanating might. It caused those extreme ascension supreme beings headaches, and with the help of so many imperial soldiers, Zimo instantly had the hope of turning the tables. Boom! The void exploded as an ancient emperor's body was pierced through, blood flowing. The extreme imperial armament in his hand was crippled as his gaze rested on Zimo's body. Terror! After spitting out these 2 words, the entire person exploded into cosmic dust, the fall of another ancient emperor. the Decheng hegemony body had completely panicked, and the imperial armament was like a divine aid. Ji Zimo had beaten them to the point where their scalps were numb and their hearts were shaken. However, he was now at the end of his strength, and as long as the ancient emperor delayed, it was only a matter of time before the heavenly emperor fell. Bang! The prosperous heavenly father's face was unsightly as his laws continued to intertwine, striking out an overwhelming immortal light, but it was resisted by Ji Zimo using the Jolie diagram and transferred to another starry sky. What a fight! His figure trembled in utter shock. Boom! The universe collapsed, and a brilliant river of stars was overthrown. Stall for time. Now the heavenly emperor is at the end of his strength. The Decheng hegemony body gained insight into the truth, and divine thoughts were transmitted to the three ancient emperors. This battle, the heavenly emperor can definitely win. With the help of so many imperial soldiers, it's hard to lose. A saint spoke up. The crowd nodded at his words, all agreeing with him. Yeah, I didn't expect the heavenly emperor to actually have a chance of being able to win. But there's a chance that the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone won't stand idly by. Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by the others, fearing that he was speaking in Crow's mouth, and that a supreme being might even come out to help. Ji Zimo frowned. Thereafter a few rounds of exchanges, they were almost no longer attacking in a single-minded manner, looking for an opportunity to strike and finish themselves off. Instead, they were stalling for time. At this point, the damage he had suffered was beyond his physique's ability to recover from. And it seemed that the several extremely sublimated supreme beings were waiting for their strength to run out, but none of them thought that Ji Zimo was having the White Tiger Immortality Pill and the Ginseng Fruit Immortality Pill. For a few ancient emperors to stall for time was undoubtedly to be able to survive for a little while longer. Nothing more. I thought the Heavenly Emperor was going to lose, but I didn't expect this kind of turn of events to occur. A Supreme Father of the Life Forbidden Area in the Beidou Star Domain smiled bitterly. This amazing and world-shattering battle was too wonderful. Perhaps it would not even occur after this, nor would it be possible. The supreme beings in the major forbidden zones had all been pretty much killed by Ji Zimo. In fact, the supreme beings who were not involved were wondering if they needed to make a move to participate in the battle along with the only 4 extreme ascension supreme beings left. There was no doubt about Ji Zimo's power, and as for whether or not he would come to pacify the remaining forbidden zones, it was probably very likely, and now was a heavenly occasion, a good time to decapitate him. And whether or not there would be a supreme being coming out would depend on whether or not there was a supreme being who would once again act as a leader. However, most of the supreme beings held a purpose at this time, not wanting Ji Zimo to live. Chapter 103 Conclusion. The battle was too intense, and by the end of the fight, even several imperial artifacts were shattered and the stars of the heavens were decimated. This battle was undoubtedly the most shocking, so big that it was unimaginable, and the intensity was even more shocking to the world. Ji Zimo was weakened to the extreme. Looking at only the last extreme sublimation supreme great achievement hegemonic body left, and did not immediately make a move. Everyone watched the scene nervously as the heavenly emperor powerfully fought 10 ancient emperors, so powerful that one's scalp went numb. Sweat stood on end, and was terrified. The Decheng hegemony body didn't suffer any damage, and noticing the other party's delay in launching an attack, he laughed out loud, thinking that Ji Zimo had run out of strength. Give up, you have no resistance left. Although the words were said, Ji Zimo's strength was too powerful, and fearing that he still had some kind of backhand, he didn't make any moves. Instead, he was very much on the defensive, ready to deal with the killing move that was likely to come next. After an overwhelming killing blow struck, accompanied by the tattered stars of the heavens being shattered, the face of the great achievement hegemony body changed slightly. Boom! Blood splattered, and the hands of the Decheng hegemony body were nearly shattered. How is that possible? Why are you still able to fight back? Ji Zimo didn't have any nonsense. The injuries on his body were very unpromising, and took out the fruit that the ginseng fruit tree had produced, which was a real immortality pill. The pill of immortality. You continue to seek the pill of immortality. Decheng hegemonic body said in disbelief. It was too late to stop. Watching Ji Zimo eat the immortality pill, the injuries on his body gradually recovered, and his state was about to reach the peak moment, apparently to live out the second life. Although he had the intention to stop it, the imperial weapon beside the heavenly emperor did not agree, emitting a terrifying killing power. It's over. However, he could take advantage of this and hurry up to absorb the life essence of billions of living beings. He still had a chance. Thinking of this, the Decheng hegemony body instantly disappeared into the void and came to a star, and then prepared to overthrow all the living beings of the planet, turning them into his own sustenance. Boom! A sword on that ran through the stars and broke the heavens struck, and this time, it wasn't the heavenly emperor who struck, but the emperor's soldiers flew in to stop him. A mere few emperor soldiers are still going to stop me. The Dechung hegemonic body laughed coldly. He couldn't defeat Ji Zimo, but he could still be decimated by these few pieces of imperial armaments? Several imperial weapons joined forces to unleash a killing move without anyone's control. For a while, there was really no way for him to get out of it. It was just too difficult to deal with, making the other party furious. But he didn't know that the Heavenly Emperor had already gained insight into his position and came to the star in a flash. The Heavenly Emperor's seal emitted monstrous divine might and suppressed. The earth crumbled, the heavens collapsed, and the entire planet shook, threatening to explode at any moment. Boom! Dechung hegemony body chi on the heart. By this absolute killing power at all no resistance. His body shape stormed back, nearly collapsed. He just glanced at the return to the peak state of Ji Zimo. Saying nothing, he immediately fled. He had to look for an opportunity to get rid of the Heavenly Emperor, or else there would only be one word of death in front of him. But for him to try to escape from the Heavenly Emperor's hands was simply delusional. Traversing thousands of starfields could not get rid of Ji Zimo behind him. And even the Great Achievement Hegemony body felt that the other party seemed to be insulting himself, and he always maintained a distance that was not far from him, probably unable to endure this humiliation. The Dechung hegemony body fortunately did not flee, to fight to the end. Boom! The laws of the Imperial Tao intertwined as if they were going to shatter this world, shattering the stars and turning them into cosmic dust, and the stars and rivers trembled. As for Ji Zimo, his face was cold, and the immortal execution four swords flew out, carrying endless killing power to control the other party. The 9 secrets were united. The ultimate taboo. The universe trembled. The extremely dazzling light pierced the eyes of the Great Achievement Hegemony body. As everything returned to calm, the Great Achievement Overlord's blood splattered and his body was tattered and in a sorry state. He seemed to realize a problem. Just how powerful Ji Zimo was. Seriously injured, yet still able to fight with several ancient emperors in a battle that would turn thousands of stars into nothingness. And the universe would crumble, beheading 4 ancient empresses and destroying 6 extreme ascension supreme beings in succession. This kind of strength would not have been possible if he had been allowed to manipulate so many emperor soldiers. Obviously, the two sides are simply not on a level above. Perhaps the other side even in the face of desperate situations can be calm. This kind of powerful strength was something that they could not even compare to. Cloaked in his shoulders, he looked at Ji Zimo unwillingly and eventually turned into a rain of light that exploded and spilled onto the earth. At this point, this amazing battle that had never seen the light of day was declared over. And dozens of ancient emperors were no match for today's Heavenly Emperor. And all of them were decapitated. There weren't many in the entire universe that could compare to this kind of strength. And after Ji Zimo put down a bit of slack and returned to the peak of his state, even if there were supreme beings who wanted to come out, they categorically wouldn't dare to come out under their own deterrence. Boom! The universe exploded, and the immortal emperor came to attack, chopping a blade from above the 9 heavens, wanting to forcefully split Ji Zimo. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. This blade stunned the world, surpassing the world's understanding, unrivaled, and shaking the universe. However, it was resisted by the Heavenly Emperor seal, trying to suppress the other party, but the immortal Heavenly Emperor did not hesitate to leave when he saw that he did not win. Ji Zimo's heart was slightly shocked. This damn old 6 actually engaged in a sneak attack. Last time he didn't beat the other party into a serious injury and let him escape. This time, he wanted to cut himself down, naturally in order to retrieve the face of being chased and beaten 300 years ago. Fortunately, the immortal Heavenly Emperor didn't engage in a sneak attack while fighting multiple extreme ascension supreme beings, or else that would have been a real possibility of being decimated. The immortal Heavenly Emperor came over still because the battle between the two sides was too intense, and even though he fell into a deep sleep, he awoke. At the same time, his inner mind was also very shocked, having not seen Ji Zimo's strength become even more powerful for a long time. There was also the help of several emperor armaments, so if they really fought, there was a real possibility that they would lose. Now, the battle was completely over, and no supreme being in the forbidden area of the Baidu astral domain spoke anymore. Such a chance and such strength could be considered heaven-defying to the extreme, but at the same time, there was also some worry about the current Heavenly Emperor. Would it come to them later to settle the score with these forbidden zones? Even though they didn't do the thing, it would touch Ji Zimo's wrath, and leveling several forbidden zones would be possible. And all of them were in the midst of shock and cheering. The wonderful and brilliant battle made all of them tremble with fear, fearing that after the death of the Heavenly Emperor, the Supreme Being would unleash a terrifying dark turmoil that would be so tragic that countless living beings would have to be annihilated for the sake of it, becoming part of the Supreme Being's sustenance. Now the Heavenly Emperor actually overcame an almost impossible battle to win with his own strength. This would go down in history as even the most forgettable great emperor of the entire era, and no one would be able to compare to it. The great emperors and emperor sons of the Ji clan had spent their entire lives fighting against the dark turmoil, and it was the heavenly emperor of the Ji clan, Ji Zimo, who stepped in during this darkest of times. Such deeds have been passed down through the ages, and it is estimated that they will not be forgotten by the world for a long time. Chapter 104, The Pacification of the Forbidden Zone. Ji Zimo's gaze was placed in the Forbidden Zone as he pondered in his mind whether he should immediately go over to settle the score now. However, if he was really going to make a move, it was expected that the supreme beings of the other Forbidden Zones shouldn't sit idly by. His current reputation was just too loud, but it wasn't his style not to have an axe to grind. So with a flash of his body, he crossed the endless void and arrived at the Beidou astral domain. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Taichou ancient mine. He remembered that he came here before, or when he became an emperor. Time passed quite quickly. 300 years. Ji Zimo came here again. What are you doing here, Heavenly Emperor? We supreme beings didn't put up a fight. Some supreme beings looked at him with great vigilance, and wondered if the other party's purpose for coming was to pacify this forbidden zone and decimate them. The forbidden zones. Those supreme beings who made a move were killed by you. I advise you to behave yourself. The supreme beings in the other forbidden zones are watching. When these words came out, several supreme beings looked at him very nervously. Ji Zimo's entire body exuded the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, cloaking the 9 heavens, his large palm slapping away, striking decisively and swiftly, showing no mercy. It was like a great world falling from the firmament crashing into the sky. The supreme beings were shocked in their hearts. If they didn't descend extremely, it was absolutely impossible for them to be the heavenly emperor's opponent. Boom! The Taichou ancient mine was directly leveled to the ground, but the few supreme beings still remaining were not annihilated by this strike. Heavenly Emperor, you're too arrogant. Some supreme beings were furious and prepared for extreme ascension, wanting to engage Ji Zimo. However, he didn't even give it a chance and struck with an overwhelming immortal light, and his body was instantly shattered, shaking all the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. Ji Zimo's move instantly cut off the life of several supreme beings, not even having a chance at extreme sublimation. That's to say nothing of resisting. Heavenly Emperor, are you really not going to give us supreme beings a chance to live? If you kill us, the supreme beings of the other forbidden zones definitely won't stop. They were furious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about Ji Zimo, so they had no choice but to resort to this. Today, I will only destroy this one forbidden area, and whoever dares to block it will be killed without pardon. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes were cold, radiating invincible majesty, so powerful that no supreme being dared to make a move easily. As the words fell, these supreme beings from the Taichou ancient mine panicked and hurriedly opened their mouths. Don't listen to him. After the Heavenly Emperor pacifies this forbidden zone, he will definitely go and pacify other forbidden zones and come to settle the score with you. Nay, what that supreme said did not cause any movement, and all were silent. They were obviously all thinking that Ji Zimo was now recovering to his peak moment, not to mention that those emperor soldiers had not fallen into slumber, and there was no guarantee that all the supreme beings would step in to deal with it together. So it was definitely not cost-effective. So pacifying a forbidden area is just one more crisis that won't be dealt with by Ji Zimo right now. Those supreme beings had lived for so long, there was no one who didn't want to die. Don't you listen to the Heavenly Emperor's gullible words, he will never let you go. Listening to the roar of this supreme being, Ji Zimo felt very noisy, and with another palm, he slapped the other party's body, and the blood splattered into nothingness. Subsequently, these few supreme beings didn't even have a chance to resist before he overpowered them, and thus this place, the Taichou ancient mine, was removed from the list. The gazes of the supreme beings in the remaining forbidden zones were all placed on him. Seeing that Ji Zimo really didn't renege on his words and left the Taichou ancient mine without coming to the other forbidden zones, it was also a relief to wipe away the sweat. Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. The destruction of the ancient mine of Taichou is none of their business, as long as they are still alive. The Heavenly Emperor is so strong. At the same time, the Black Emperor had to admit that with Ji Zimo's current strength, I'm afraid that Beginningless wasn't even as strong as the other party. You finally admit it. It's not easy to get it out of your mouth. Yi Fan lamented a sentence and smiled. Nonsense. Nothing was just said. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and took a bite. You say you won't admit it with your mouth, but in your heart you've admitted it long ago, haven't you? Daring. See how this emperor bites you to death. The destruction of another forbidden area drew cheers from everyone. Behind the scenes of this dark turmoil, the Ji family had undoubtedly become the topmost family. There was no other family that could be compared to it. Moreover, the heavenly court had also leapt to become the strongest force, attracting many young celestial pride and powerful people from all sides. Everything in the world had almost returned to peace. And Zimo had taken his own sensory experience and understanding of the Tao to create a technique called the Heavenly Emperor Scripture. It was left behind in the G clan, and as long as a supreme talent appeared in the clan, they would be able to comprehend this scripture. Arriving at a humble tavern, Zimo ordered a pot of clear wine, and then heard the surrounding cultivators boasting about themselves. There's no doubt about the power of the Heavenly Emperor. One person can hold off several supreme beings without a problem, and in the end, all of them were killed. That's for sure. Now the Heavenly Emperor has pacified the dark unrest in a forbidden area with his own power. Since the beginning of time, which great emperor would be that strong? Yes, no one in this world will ever be a match for the Heavenly Emperor again. A few cultivators drank and talked freely. I've heard that the Heavenly Emperor has created a power called the Heavenly Court. Should we join in? This statement caused many cultivators to laugh. How long have you been in seclusion? This brother? The Heavenly Emperor created the Heavenly Court a long time ago. Ha? When was that? How come I don't know? The cultivator said in surprise, once again causing a big laugh. Alas, but it's a pity. At that time when the road to immortality opened, the Heavenly Emperor didn't go over there. Otherwise I'm afraid that they would have all become immortals already. Some people couldn't help but sigh. With the strength of a Heavenly Emperor, that could definitely become an immortal. The great completion Saint Body died in order to fight against the ancient emperor. He deserves our respect as well. The words fell. There is not a single person in the room to refute. Late in life, the great sacred body of the great success bloomed to protect the human race for the last time, and his death deserves to be remembered by the world. Zimo sniffed and was also in awe of the late life great success saint body, but he had managed to quell the dark turmoil, so he must be able to rest in peace. Leaving the tavern, he returned to the G clan, remembering that when he went to the forbidden land of the desolate ancients, he had encountered the Tao fruit of the ruthless emperor, Nui, and didn't know how he was doing now. She was still the same as before, but so much better than before, and the head of the G family had sent someone to take good care of her. Of course it was similar to that time, and from time to time he would lose his memory. He came back this time to return the 7 colored crystals that Nui had given him. The dangers faced were now almost gone, and the system's voice then sounded in his head. Ding! The host's strength has reached that of a great emperor. Does he proceed to traverse the heavens and the worlds? Hearing this, Zimo frowned and thought for a while before saying, no. When the words fell, the system did not speak and disappeared. He was in no hurry to travel through the outside world of the heavens, and was already certain about living out his 3rd and 4th lives. Perhaps it would wait until he became an immortal before Zimo would challenge that unknown perfect world, as opposed to the shadowed sky, which was much more dangerous over there. Chapter 105, The Cow and the Calf. Time flew by, and several months passed. Zimo traveled all over the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and saw through the world of red dust. At his stage, if he wanted to go further, he would have to live out 9 lifetimes, wait for the road to immortality to open again, and kill in with the beginningless emperor and the vicious emperor. As for the supreme beings in the forbidden zone, with the current heavenly emperor in place, no one would dare to come out and start a dark turmoil again, and they would be able to spend tens of thousands of years in peace again. The supreme being had now imprinted the name of the current heavenly emperor so deeply into the depths of his memory that it was likely that he would never forget it. That battle was just too terrifying. 11 Supreme Extreme Ascension ended up losing. It was simply unbelievable to the Supreme, and after everything returned to calm, it made Zimo remember the Zimo and that little green cow that he brought back from the Eternal Star region. They were still sealed in the divine source and fell into a deep sleep, and it was not known if they had awakened. However, there was no news from the G family side, and it was obviously still in slumber, a seclusion, and the entire Baidu astral domain had changed dramatically. The Heavenly Emperor Seal had carried his own Tao after fusing that small tower forged of eternal blue gold, fusing the fruits of his cultivation, and had already metamorphosed into an extreme Tao Emperor soldier. There was basically no place in this world that he couldn't go to. The years flashed by. Phew, this grandpa has finally awakened, and I don't know how long I've been sleeping. The green ox walked out of the broken divine source, breathing in the fresh air that had been missing for a long time, and lamented. Where is this place? It asked with some confusion. The Hind family. At these words, the green ox hurriedly shook his head to look for the other party. Jie looked at its appearance and smiled faintly. Don't look for it. The voice sounded again. The green ox finally found the other party. Its ox eyes rolled. The memory of the ox head had only a little impression of him, but couldn't remember who it was. Who are you? Go away and meet your master. Hearing these words, the green ox immediately remembered that one magnificent youth, and his eyes lit up for a few moments. Big brother, he's still alive? Jie nodded, then led by him to the immortal mountain. After this forbidden area was moved here by Ji Zimo, it became the territory of the Ji clan. Soon, Ji Zijia brought it to a flat place, and at first glance, he saw the ancient tree of enlightenment rooted next to the small lake. Each leaf on it is crystal clear and radiant, and the patterns on it are different, with bells, swords, guns, swords and halberds, emitting the atmosphere of the great Tao. A figure then appeared next to him, with a chessboard on the table and the youth's back to the green ox. At the first sight of the other party's back, Qingyo's eyes moistened, not expecting to see the boss after so many years of slumber. Boss, it called out softly, afraid that it wasn't the other side, or that it wasn't quite what it thought it was. Go over and take a look. Ji Zijia laughed, looking at Green Ox's dumbfounded appearance. The Green Ox walked over step by step. Ji Zimo was sipping his enlightenment tea, and when he saw the Green Ox acting like this, he almost spewed out his tea as well. I mean, do you have to get so abstract? Hearing this familiar voice, Qingyo burst into tears and almost jumped over to hug his thighs, but it was finally in control, afraid that its boss would give it a kick out. By the way, boss, have you become an emperor yet? It looked at Ji Zimo in such a leisurely manner. Obviously too much time had passed for too long, and it was eager to know the outcome of this Emperor's Path contest. But before that, I remembered as if the boss had lost, but in this era, the Green Ox was unknown. Do you think your boss became an emperor? At these words, the Green Bull's nostrils gasped and raised its haughty head. That's for sure. Who is my boss? Pushing all the enemies in the world. A great emperor is naturally achievable. By the way, boss, where's Sister Chu? The last time Qingyo and Ji Zimo met was at that time in the Eternal Starfield. It clearly remembers that the boss would go to meet Chu Zimo after he became an emperor, but Ji Zimo didn't seem to succeed and never came back after that. Even when Qingyo and Chu Zimo looked for him, the other party was in death closure, unable to meet. Chu. Yes, boss. Before that I fell into a slumber in the self-sealing divine source with Sister Chu. This name Ji Zimo hadn't heard for a long time, and after failing to compete with Beginningless for the Emperor's Path, he recovered the injuries in his body and went to the Eternal Starfield once. The purpose of that time was to bring Chu Zimo and Qingyo, who had sealed themselves in the middle of the divine origin, back to the Ji clan. Ji Zimo shook his head, obviously still sleeping, not awakening with the Green Ox piece by piece. So much time had passed that he almost forgot about the other party. Brother Mo, if you return from the Emperor's Path, could you come and see me once? The voice rang behind him like a crisp bell. May. Ji Zimo nodded again and quietly left. This memory was called out from the depths of her mind, but she hadn't awakened yet, and Ji Zimo didn't really want to disturb the other party. Perhaps there were feelings between him and Chu Zimo, but at the time, he was so focused on competing on the Emperor's Path that it was left unsettled. As for the matter of waiting until Chu Zimo awoke from her slumber, that would wait until that time. Boss, have you really become an emperor? When these words came out, Ji Zimo's face was a bit dark. This little calf didn't even believe his words now. He didn't speak, emitting an imperial aura that scared the hairs out of his body. It was only at the realm of the Sage King now, and there was still a long way to go before it could break through to the great sage. The breath was withdrawn before the Green Ox came back from his shock and gasped, "Worthy of being the boss, you've really become an emperor." After chatting with the Green Ox for a while longer, it was ready to leave the Immortal Mountain and the Ji clan. It is not ready to go out and break into the world, but after sleeping for so long, not seeing the female calf for a long time, it is very empty and impatient. Then want to have a good day and night. Boss, I'll go first. The Green Ox was still very grateful to Ji Zimo. If it wasn't for him, he might have to end up alone on that almost lifeless planet. And now you get to go to a cowgirl calf. And the two are completely different. Another couple of years went by. Fleetingly, far too quickly. A woman walked out of the divine source, with a slender figure. Her skin as crystalline as divine jade, her eyes like stars, like an immortal spirit descending to the earth. A purple dress, her skin as white as snow, her brute waist is slender, and her hair dances lightly. The woman was no other than Chu Zimo. As for Ji Zimo at this time, he had already left the Beidou star domain and traveled to other star domains, and the Green Ox had also left the eastern wasteland and traveled to other places to find a more beautiful female calf. That was from the Ji family's ancestral land, whether it was a member of the Ji family or not, but the status was definitely not ordinary. Ji Zijia naturally knew the identity of the other party, but Ji Zimo wasn't here right now, so he walked up and said, "Spend some time in the Ji family, Big Brother might quite like to see you." As the words fell, Chu Zimo nodded without speaking. Ji Zijia, who was watching this scene, said in his heart, "Big Brother, I can only help you so far. The rest is up to you." Chapter 106, An Old Friend. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Zimo traveled through the boundless void and returned to the Beidou star region. As for the heavenly courtside, with the great success Saint Badi and Gai Joyua around, he wasn't very worried, not to mention that there were no brain-dead people looking for trouble. Stepping into the eastern wasteland, his first destination was to return to the G clan. Seeing that it was Ji Zimo who had returned, the head of the Ji family immediately came out to greet him, and after several hundred years had passed, the Ji family had changed another family head. He then stepped into the Ji clan's ancestral land and went to talk to Ji Zijia. Big brother, you're here. Ji Zijia saw Ji Zimo's arrival and smiled slightly. Right, big brother. You guys talk, I'll go first. As the words fell, the other party didn't make any explanation, then left the place. With the current realm of Great Emperor Ji Zimo, nothing could be hidden from him. Naturally, he sensed that something was wrong, and there was a familiar aura in the ancestral land. Brother Mo. Chu Zimo walked out from it, her eyes looking straight at Ji Zimo. A gentle voice, like a brittle spirit, rang out. Looking at Chu Zimo's absolutely beautiful face, he clearly froze, not expecting to awaken from the divine origin during this time. We haven't seen each other since we parted ways in the eternal starfield. There was a hint, in her tone, of blaming Ji Zimo. At that time, the other party had promised themselves that they would see her when they returned from the Imperial Road, but they didn't realize that it would actually be the last time in that era. The battle for the Emperor's path resulted in serious injuries and no chance. Ji Zimo explained that at that time, he was shattered by the Immortal Emperor's immortal stage and used the immortality pill to recover. Chu Zimo naturally understood, but her gaze remained on his body, not leaving it. She could sense that Ji Zimo's strength was now very powerful, and it was likely that he had already certified as an emperor. So she asked, "So did you become an emperor?" Nodding, Ji Zimo didn't deny it. Hearing those words, Chu Zimo faintly smiled, like a fairy who had transcended the world. Today is considered a meeting with Brother Mo. It's time to leave this place. Although she had feelings for Ji Zimo, her own status was simply not worthy of the other party, and it was time to go. Turning around, his back was a bit forlorn as he prepared to leave the Ji clan's ancestral land and return to the Eternal Star region. Don't go away. Stay here with me, okay? Ji Zimo smiled faintly. The end of the Imperial Road contest, the end of the dark unrest, and the end of pacifying the Forbidden Zone. He was now eager to experience the days of having a wife. When these words came out, Chu Zimo had tears in her eyes, not expecting him to say these words. Beauty into the arms. To Ji Zimo's feeling is still very good. From coming to the world of the shadow of heaven, tens of thousands of years, there weren't a lot of women who had crossed paths with him, other than Chu Zimo of course, and the rest had passed away. Chu Zimo had never been like now. His heart was deeply touched. You really want me to be with you? Chu Zimo's voice carried a hint of trembling, and her emotions were somewhat complicated. No, Kazimo snickered. Yes, buried deep in his arms, feeling happier than ever. It's been a long time since I've been back, and my lord's heart is very happy. The Green Ox entered the ancestral land at this time. After all, it was basically considered a regular visitor, and the clansmen within the Ji clan did not stop it. However, seeing the image of Chu Zimo and Ji Zimo embracing together, he was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly left as if he was invisible. When the two of them came to the Immortal Mountain for a stroll, Ji Zimo recounted to Chu Zimo about the time when he had fought on the Emperor's path. Should I say no? Having a wife and not having a wife are two different things. Of course, this one news quickly spread within the Ji family. This matter of the Heavenly Emperor having a partner was simply like powerful news, shocking the hearts of every Ji family member. The Green Ox in particular was blowing awesome in front of those Ji family's sons and daughters. So happy. Even the news had spread out of the Ji clan, shocking to the entire eastern wasteland. In a restaurant in a city, several cultivators were gathered around a wine table, talking loudly. A friend of mine in the Ji family told me that the current Heavenly Emperor already has a mate. Hearing these words, everyone in the restaurant was shocked as to which woman would be so lucky. Is it really true? We must know that the Heavenly Emperor has been alone since he came out of the world to prove himself. Could it be a stunning woman that he found in the universe? I'm not sure about this, but the matter of the Heavenly Emperor having a mate does seem to be true. As the words fell, there wasn't a single person present who wasn't shocked. Say, just what kind of woman would be favored by the Heavenly Emperor? When these words came out, everyone was in deep thought as to which woman it would be that could become the Heavenly Emperor's companion. Of course, once this news spread, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Betostar region, and even the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were aware of this matter. And some of the women with some good looks wanted to show their faces in front of Ji Zimo, thinking about whether they had a chance to become his consort. Anyway, some Holy Land families even wanted to give their own proud daughters of heaven to the Heavenly Emperor. But as for whether the other party agreed or not was one thing. Say, when do you guys think the Celestial Emperor will have his wedding? A cultivator asked. This my G family friend, on the contrary, didn't say anything to me, but since it's the wedding of the heavenly emperor, it's definitely loud and no one can compare. Yes, that's the wedding of a great emperor. Who can be compared to that? Many women were envious of the heavenly emperor's companion. Which divine and stunning woman had actually managed to take the heavenly emperor down? Alas! How wonderful it would be if I had the chance to become the heavenly emperor's companion. A woman exclaimed. Don't even dream about it. Tiger back and waist. Do you really think the heavenly emperor's vision would be that bad? Humph. I don't believe you. What if the heavenly emperor likes my kind? The moment these words were uttered, they directly shocked all the people around them. In the end, who gave her the courage to actually dare to be so brazen? Really daring to say anything? Really not afraid of encountering someone from the G family who would hear her and execute her? These words were simply an insult to the heavenly emperor. Boom! Suddenly, the tiger-backed woman's body was instantly blown apart. Blood splattered and turned into blood and flesh scattered in one piece. Seeing this scene made the people in the restaurant's hearts tremble. Fortunately, no drinker spoke nonsense, or else they too would have to go with the woman. Whoever dares to insult this heavenly emperor will be killed without pardon. A young man wearing the G-clan's attire looked straight at the people in the restaurant with a cold face, causing everyone to shudder, and one by one, they didn't dare to speak. It wasn't until that G family member left that the crowd came back to their senses. That was close. I'm glad I didn't say the wrong thing or I would have ended up like her. The heart and soul are not settled, and they do not dare to discuss this topic again. If they say the wrong thing, they are afraid that they will be heard by the people of the G family, and they will also be transformed into a weekend and scattered all over the place. Alas! Looking at the way boss and sister Chu are in love, it's about time for me to go find the female calf to play with. The green ox then turned to leave this place of wrongdoing for it, having eaten nothing but feeling his stomach was full. Chapter 107, The Unknown Ancient Realm. Although this matter was basically unknown and unheard of in the Eastern Wasteland, there was no news after the past few years. G Zimo did not have a wedding with the mysterious and stunning woman they expected. Many people expressed slight regret that they did not see that companion of the current heavenly emperor. Dazzling with nebulae and filled with chaos, this was an unknown ancient domain that had been difficult for the outside world to enter since the beginning of the ages, unless it can only be reached by the occasional special person tearing through the void at the right place at the right time. It's simply not possible to exit. This place is cut off from the outside world, unless one waits for the opening of the Golden Age. Perhaps there will be some who will fight and will engage in the strongest battle destined for ancient times, to illuminate the light of immortality and radiance in this place. Passing through the heavy mist, he entered the vast river of stars, where the vastness was boundless and the stars were brilliant. Here, there is a large star, vibrant with life, looking down from the sky, aquamarine sea, lush earth, filled with an air of savagery. In the mountainous terrain, the ruddy scales and armor glowed morosely, full of blood, and it was unknown how many living beings had been slaughtered. There was even what looked like a vermilion bird's firebird cracking the sky, crossing the sky, bright red like a phoenix blood cast in red gold. With a long chirp, the pallid mountains and land were trembling. Boom! Not far away, a mountain was crushed and collapsed, in which magma boiled and reddish, rushing out like a torrent. It's a prehistoric scene, with all kinds of beasts, all the world's exotics. There were many clans surviving on this star, each of them naturally powerful. And although they were cut off from the great universe and couldn't break through that mist, they all knew how to cultivate, and all of them were very powerful. The star was huge, no less than the Big Dipper and others. Dang! A bell rang, shaking heaven and earth. It was a peculiar bell that swung open leisurely, able to spread across the frontier, reaching every inch of land, and could be heard by all. Dang! The sound of the bell was so long that all other sounds in heaven and earth disappeared and quieted down, and an emotionless sound wave came through, echoing in everyone's ears. The flying immortal battlefield is about to open again. Everyone should not climb the immortal platform, so as not to attract a killing curse. The moment this voice without emotional ripples came out, it triggered an outcry. The news was unavoidably shocking, and everyone couldn't help but look towards the first domain. That direction is the Immortal Terrace area, also known as the Flying Immortal Battlefield. There are too many secrets, and there is no telling how many great men and women have bled there throughout the ages. Finally, is another spoof of the Golden Great World coming from the outside world? Someone's coming in again. The Immortal Ascension platform. We're going to be connected to the outside world for a while here, and those people are coming again. Many people showed concern. The ones who came were too powerful for those who came. There were clear records in the ancient texts that could be compared to the most extreme people in this world, and the numbers were far superior. Don't worry, as long as we don't enter the Flying Immortal Battlefield, there won't be any accidents, so don't go and pick up any advantages, or you'll be in big trouble, an old cultivator said. As for some sects, They were all discussing their strategies. This was a reincarnation. The outside world had arrived at another radiant golden great age. It was worthwhile for them to go out and explore. In ancient times, there were also people on this star, a time period through the destructive mist area, to go to the outside world to experience. When then come back has been for the absolute top-like characters. Of course, very few would return. As far as 99% of the Jedi were lost. The immortal platform has already glowed and will be transformed into a battlefield, which will produce many unbelievable mutations, chipping away at the Tao, chopping off cultivation, and is the most dangerous place, so don't get involved. On this day, many elders within the sects were admonishing and sternly urging their children to behave themselves, never to explore out of curiosity and then lose their lives for nothing. One route was as thick as a mountain, rushing up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 ghosts, with a bright light and a vast breath, like a god descending and suppressing the world. Here it comes, finally. Many people gasped in shock on the gray, cloudy ground, and outside the battlefield a number of people rushed to watch. The golden bloom outside shocked them, and the light shining from the Gaijin characters was truly dazzling. Having their Tao lineage chopped off and their cultivation cut down, those people were suppressed. Only at this time did they breathe a long sigh of relief. Those people were really too powerful. Each and every one of them was like a deity, suffocating people, as if the gods had descended from the heavens. Vaguely, there is still a faint aura of the great Tao that is diffusing and spreading, and has not really been chopped, and in the end, it was converged by itself. Some people don't ever lose their way. This made people feel horrified. How powerful must this be? Even the flying immortal battlefield was disabled? This was a battlefield, and upon arriving here, different camps, people from different regions, would endeavor to grill other absolute powerhouses, like there was a terrifying rivalry. All the pillars of light then disappeared, and they didn't know what it was like in the depths of the flying immortal battlefield. After all, this area was too vast to come. The only thing that was spilling out was the rain of light, filled with a mysterious aura. Boom! Suddenly hundreds of miles away chaotic rocks pierced through the air, the light dazzled, and dozens of huge pillars of light descended again. 2 of them were too close, and before they could stabilize, someone stepped in for the kill, and went straight to war. The 2 beams of light crashed together, fragments of Dharma Tao erupting. Their Tao lineage is not yet decimated, and they carried out such a shocking strike that naturally shook the mountains for miles. Even the earth outside the battlefield trembled as a huge crack spread out, several feet wide and terrifying, and many mountain peaks rumbled and roared as rocky mountains collapsed and smoke rushed into the sky. That kind of big explosion shocked a lot of people's guts, and all of them fell back. The doctor roared sadly. I don't know what race of strong, huge body across the sky, like a fire phoenix, covered with flames, but covered with red scales. Tens of thousands of feet of the body rumbled and shattered violently. Large swathes of blood rained down, directly exploding to the fringe of the battlefield. That kind of fluctuation, absolutely monstrous, terrifying to the extreme. Some people screamed miserably and were unfortunate enough to be drenched by the rain of blood and were pierced through on the spot. And then they were even chopped up by the fragments of the great Tao contained in that crimson blood. Indeed, it's a Gaijin powerhouse, a peak great sage being decimated like this. It's too terrifying. On the outskirts of the battlefield, everyone's faces were pale and lost their blood color. How powerful that had to be. The short-lived Armageddon shook the world by having an overwhelmingly powerful person like a fire phoenix file a tax return. The crowd retreated, all of them choosing to avoid it from a distance. Even standing outside the flying immortal battlefield couldn't be so safe. The people inside were too powerful, each as strong as a god, with blood and gas moving through the heavens. G. Zimo looked at this scene with a calm expression. He had traveled all over the 9 heavens and 10 lands and saw that there was something peculiar about this place, so he set foot here. The scene in front of him was the flying immortal battlefield, and he didn't immediately go over, but watched from the side. Roar! Another area. The distance can be 300 miles. The same 2 paramount emperors encountered. A humanoid creature step out of the light column. Nonsense can also be covered by the mist, directly through into another huge light column. There was a huge lion there, cast in gold, taller than a mountain. And the 2 met and fought miserably. Chapter 108, Flying Immortal Battle. Put. In the end, the humanoid creature was torn apart, and the giant golden lion swallowed him in one gulp, blood splattering in all directions and striking through the void. The crowd was astonished. Just how powerful was that person? The fragments of laws contained in the rain of blood pierced through the void, inevitably to the strongest, yet they were reduced to someone else's food. The light dissipated, and the mountainous lion landed on the ground and disappeared from the firmament, apparently decapitated from the Tao. In this way, from time to time, pillars of light from all over the place reached the sky, brilliant and dazzling, like an immortal pillar of heaven and earth that had existed for eternity, spreading out an overwhelmingly powerful fluctuation. In just half an hour, there were many people whose like pillars encountered each other in a bloody battle. Outside the flying immortal battlefield, the crows were silent. Many people were like petrified. These extraterrestrial gaijin powerhouses were too powerful. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. And so far, they hadn't found a single powerhouse below the Great Saint Realm. How many huge beams of light had descended? No one could say, for all they had seen was this area, just as far as they could reach with their celestial eyes open. The flying immortal battlefield was too vast, and even though the pillars of light were heavenly and could shake one side of the territory, it was impossible to see them all if they were too far apart. Many people were scared to death, and then felt a chill down their spine. This feeling is very difficult. So many strong people in the end how to cultivate. Each one of them had chi and blood like the sea, and were not old farts who were about to die. Finally, the flying immortal battlefield slowly calmed down. No pillars of light continued to descend, and there were no longer any powerful fluctuations in the laws spreading, but it was even more awe-inspiring. Light rained down, and a peaceful aura appeared within the flying immortal battlefield, and the earth that had been shattered just now slowly healed and returned to flatness. The flying immortal battlefield was actually able to automatically heal as if it was alive, which had caused a burst of surprise. During the next 2 days, terrifying fluctuations came from the flying immortal battlefield from time to time, with people dueling in life and death battles. There was a battle that spread to the periphery, and many people saw a humanoid creature pulling up mountains with his bare hands to suppress a great saint-level Tyrannosaurus Rex. But unfortunately, he failed, and his body was torn apart, splattering blood in all directions. On this battlefield, races with naturally powerful and unrivaled flesh bodies had the advantage. A hanging river of stars descended from the sky. A hazy figure appeared hundreds of miles away. A huge pillar of light ran through the sky, and another group of people appeared. There was a great Tao treasure vase hanging over that person's head that was so terrifying that it directly absorbed his pillar of light in the first place, where it became a terrifying black hole. In that area, not coincidentally, 7 or 8 huge beams of light appeared directly, and some people recognized the most extraordinary pillars of light. And even more so, one person was right next to that black hole. Boom! The result was pathetic. The man burst into pieces, and all the blood and rain and broken bones were swallowed up by the black hole, making people's hair stand up in sweat. And then the rest of the pillars of light dimmed, and there was no more bloodshed. It was just a cold sound that came out, shaking the square miles lightly. If you can't perform the heaven-swallowing demon technique, you are prey here. The last fragments of the great Tao dissipated, and the heavens and earth returned to tranquility. In these few days, the flying immortal battlefield was shaken by the bloody battles within the battlefield, as many extraterrestrial powerhouses descended upon the area, almost exterminating half of them in the first place, some of them fighting their way outside of the battlefield. And this place attracted more people, even though the elders of all the major immortal cultivation sects repeatedly emphasized and warned their children not to come here. Many people including themselves still came. The temptation was too great. Boom! On this day, the depths of the flying immortal battlefield erupted with endless divine auras, where a huge divine gate appeared, and if nothing else, people saw a majestic heavenly gate, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. Almost at the same time, some more divine gates appeared all over the flying immortal battlefield, and through the portals, what was seen was still the majestic ancient heavenly pass. Flying immortal battle. How are the people of this world so powerful, so quickly communicating between the two realms and being able to freely travel between the domain and this battlefield? So terrifying. This was one of the most important battlefields, and such divine gates could be built on some divine mountains branded with ancient seals, while some Tao mountains even had ancient caves remaining. Countless people have died here before. Every golden age will have the strongest characters arrive and have a great battle here. Too many legacies, divine materials, and so on were left behind, all of which were sealed down, waiting until the battlefield opened once more. Over the past few days, there were roars coming from the battlefield from time to time, and even though many of them had chipped away at their Tao and were being suppressed terribly, the sound still possessed a terrifying penetrating power, and in the vicinity of that light door, there were more than a dozen figures guarding it, and it became their divine land, not allowing outsiders to step in. A great saint has come out, someone exclaimed. It was an old Taoist man, belonging to the star, who had once gone in to take the immortal fate, and who had literally opened an ancient cave. But in the end, he was almost killed, covered in blood, and escaped with 9 deaths. Song Yu Taoist, it is said that its body is a savage bird flowing with phoenix blood, quenching the blood and flesh, and became even stronger after transforming into a human being. I never thought that the negative trauma would be this serious. Everyone was surprised, A group of strong men stepped forward and guarded him against an attack. This life is different from the past. There are too many people coming. Beyond the past. Sangyu Taoist estimates that the least is 10 times as many as in the past. And this number of people are shocked many people cannot say anything. Moreover, the people of this world were very powerful, each against the heavens, and he had seen some beings of unknown races, destroying the world, relying on nothing more than their fleshly bodies, and could easily tear apart great saints. The depths of the battlefield were very cruel, with blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was simply a tragic scene of hell on earth. The rune seals on some of the valleys and mountains have great wonders, and may be the greatest immortal destiny of all. Every mountain peak branded with an ancient seal could herald an immortal destiny, or seal an ancient inscription that recorded an ancient inheritance, or even an imperial Dao lineage. The main reason was that too many people had come in the past, and there was no lack of emperor sons and emperor Dao heirs, and after their deaths, some of the fragments of their own Dao had transformed into talismans, leaving behind some of their imprints. In addition, there are bizarre immortal objects growing in this place, and there are blood crystals and divine marrow under the ground, which are rumored to be after the death of a supreme figure, born from being nourished by the earth veins. It contains fragments of the great Tao, which can renew longevity and enhance the understanding and realization of the laws. Don't ever touch those light doors, it will kill you. This was Taoist Song Yu's final reminder as he left. The light gate carries a power that, once opened, recognizes only the brand of the person who opened it. Anyone who wants to pass has to get his permission or they will be worn out, unless you can crush with violent force. And at this time, the changes in the light gate were still ongoing. The mountain peaks there were skyrocketing. The light gate was situated on top of the peaks, and some pavilions appeared. And then, a light mist appeared, guarding the place, and it could be vaguely seen that it was an energy provided by the majestic heavenly pass behind the light gate, protecting those areas. In a few days, dozens of sects appeared on the flying immortal battlefield, and an immortal gate was a kind of Taoism, all under the shelter of the light gate, making it difficult for outsiders to attack and enter. Chapter 109. Immortal gates are only possessed by the most powerful and heroic, and each gate belongs exclusively to one person. Their consent was needed to pass through, and now the Imperial Pass had transformed the place into one impenetrable fortress after another through the Gate of Light. Soon after, the native powerhouse Son Long who had gone in earlier, he also came out. Though drenched in blood, it was immensely rewarding, as he managed to kill 2 people and had to go in after a short respite. Ji Zimo quietly watched the scene. The flying immortal battlefield was an extremely special place, a great place to compete for the qualifications to become an immortal when the road to immortality opened. Strong people from all walks of life fought fiercely for the chance to become an immortal, and the chance to become an immortal was extremely rare, with only 1 or 2 spots or so in a single lifetime. Moreover, the flying immortal battlefield contained endless great emperor sensations and immortal treasures, and for these cultivators who were fighting, it was a place where they could obtain great enhancement and opportunities. Legend has it that as long as one is able to ring the imperial bell, one is qualified to witness the Tao and become an emperor. But Ji Zimo had only been certified as an emperor for only a few hundred years, and they were mainly here for the opportunity. There are actually the senses of ancient emperors and great emperors in there, with the experiences of their lives. If we get it, there's absolutely no problem in becoming a quasi-emperor. It was undoubtedly sensational, making the cultivators understand why someone would insist on constructing a light gate. And those powerful people looked like they wanted to stay here for a long time because there was a supreme treasure buried. The more one learns, the more awe-inspiring it becomes. Although this place has a supreme immortal destiny, it has nothing to do with us. A monk sighed. These days, the group of them thundered and came here every day to watch. None of this concerns me after all. With a sigh, Ji Zimo left the place. Time might have passed too quickly, and the Beidou Star region had all undergone drastic changes. It was a golden age, but the appearance of today's heavenly emperor made it impossible for anyone to prove themselves as an emperor. Perhaps it would be necessary to wait for tens of thousands of years for Ji Zimo's passing before he could blast the heavenly heart seal again, or else it was likely that he would still suffer from the injuries of the great Tao. Just like Gai Zhou Yue, after stepping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he came to a dead star field. Ding! It has been detected that the host's emperor Tao is deficient. Does it go back to 100,000 years ago? During the time period of the Emperor War Front, the icy voice of the system in his head rang out. Without Ji Zimo, who hadn't pushed all his enemies across the board in an invincible manner, eventually sealing himself as a divine origin and waiting until this era to emerge, the Emperor's way was flawed. Ji Zimo pondered for a moment. At that time, he had copied the Undying Emperor's silhouette, and as a result, the Undying Emperor had detected it and shaded himself, causing the immortal terrace to be torn apart. He ended up not having the chance to participate in the final Imperial Path contest again, and if he were to do it all over again, he might actually have a chance to witness the Tao and become an emperor in that life. Moreover, if this flaw was not filled, even if he became immortal, he would be destined to be difficult to compare with the ruthless emperor and the beginningless emperor. It would be better to take this opportunity to go back to the Emperor's Path contest of 100,000 years ago, and once again experience that battle that was rather regrettable for him. System, what's required? This crossing is a return to the past, and if one didn't fail to prove themselves as an emperor in that era, they will be obliterated. The system's voice sounded again, and G. Zimo was a bit surprised. It's almost like a quest, and the punishment's too severe if you fail. But to be on the same starting line as the vicious emperor and the beginningless emperor, this was ultimately inescapable and needed to be faced. Even if he went back to the old days again, he would still have to hold the momentum of suppressing everything and fight against the beginningless and immortal heavenly emperor. Ding! Does the host go back to 100,000 years ago, in the time period of the Emperor's Road contest? System, traveling in a year. Ding! Host's request received. Will be alerted 1 year from today. The words fell, and the system was no longer heard. It wasn't that G. Zimo wasn't reluctant to give up, but he was mainly staying for a while as he prepared to exterminate the remaining few forbidden areas, get rid of the aftermath and avoid unexpected situations during the time of absence. Beidou, the Sea of Reincarnation. G. Zimo looked at this ocean of boundless yuan qi and abundant everlasting matter, and now there was still one last supreme being left. Upon detecting the aura of the heavenly emperor, that supreme being frowned but didn't dare to offend in the slightest. He said, "Heavenly Emperor, what is your business here?" His voice was so loud that it pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the supreme beings in the other forbidden zones heard it. Eyes all looked in the direction of the Sea of Reincarnation, and a supreme said speculatively, "What is the heavenly emperor doing at the Sea of Reincarnation? Is he going to level that out of the forbidden zone? Not sure. Let's observe first. If we really pacify the Sea of Reincarnation, we must not sit idly by." Another supreme being, as if he was facing an enemy, frowned and said, "At this moment, all the supreme beings who had awakened in the forbidden area were watching, wanting to know what the current heavenly emperor was preparing to do." G. Zimo didn't have any nonsense. His big palm slapped down, shattering the sky and the sky. The heaven and earth trembled, like a world crashing into it. When that supreme being saw this, he trembled in fear, but soon his breath climbed up, wanting to ascend extremely and fight with the heavenly emperor for his life. However, in front of G. Zimo, that extreme ascension supreme was like a mole cricket shaking a tree. His body smashed and blood splattered, spilling into the Sea of Reincarnation. Thus the last supreme being in the Sea of Reincarnation, a forbidden area of life, was beheaded by the heavenly emperor. What? The heavenly emperor has really made a move, a supreme said with great shock, unable to believe that the scene before him was real. Moreover, it was also with a thunderous method. That extreme sublimation supreme was chopped down before he could even resist. G. Zimo's strength was so powerful that it made their scalps numb with horror. No! The heavenly emperor has pacified the Sea of Reincarnation. It's not over yet. A cry of alarm caused those supreme beings to place their gazes on G. Zimo, who was heading towards the immortal mausoleum. The current heavenly emperor seems to want to pacify all the forbidden zones. We can't let him sit like this. Come together to stop him. A roar rang out, and all the supreme beings in the forbidden zone heard it. Subsequently, radiant and dazzling immortal light shone through the heavens and the ages, and an immortal tomb's supreme being had begun to ascend in the extreme, preparing for the shocking battle that was to follow. However, the commotion here had already made many people notice, and a cultivator opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on? What's happening over at the immortal mausoleum? Could it be that a supreme being is preparing to unleash dark turmoil? What are you thinking? With the current heavenly emperor here, how could they dare?" Knowing that the 11 extreme ascension supreme beings were not even a match for the heavenly emperor in the first place, someone nodded. "That's true, but there shouldn't be anything good over there. Let's observe for a while. If those supreme beings really want to make a big move, the heavenly emperor definitely won't sit back and do nothing." As the words fell, G. Zimo had already arrived in the sky above the immortal mausoleum, a forbidden area that had existed since the chaotic ancient era, with countless chaotic ancient stone monuments that were mysterious and unpredictable. "Heavenly Emperor, you really want to do this?" That extreme ascension supreme said with a strong grip of anger. If it wasn't for the fear of G. Zimo slapping him to death, he wouldn't have been extremely sublimated before he made a statement. "In this life, the forbidden zone will cease to exist." The voice was so loud that everyone heard it and looked at G. Zimo's magnificent figure, not realizing that on this day, the heavenly emperor would be prepared to overthrow the forbidden zone in its entirety. Chapter 110, shocking the whole audience. What? The Heavenly Emperor is going to pacify all the forbidden areas of the Northern Dipper. Is this the strength of the Heavenly Emperor? There was no cultivator who was not shocked when these words came out. But this is good. After that, no supreme being can start the dark turmoil. Unless a great emperor cuts himself. Heavenly Emperor, do you really want to do this? That Extreme Ascension Supreme said with a gloomy expression. Behind him were two other supreme beings, which were already all the supreme beings in this forbidden area of the immortal tomb. After 11 Extreme Ascension Supreme beings were exterminated by Zemo for launching the Dark Unrest before, there were very few remaining in the major forbidden zones. Don't think that the supreme beings in the other forbidden zones won't make a move. If you do this, no one will live. After Zemo said that sentence, in this life, the forbidden zone would cease to exist. All the supreme beings in the forbidden area wouldn't just sit back and watch anymore, and would definitely step in to fight him to the death. Zemo didn't talk too much nonsense. His body emanated the radiance of the Imperial Tao, and his invincible posture once again appeared in front of the crowd. However, those supreme beings were completely unafraid, and the three extremely sublimated Emperor Tao powerhouses were prepared to harden themselves against the current Heavenly Emperor. The entire heaven and earth of the two sides' engagement looked like it was about to annihilate, and the starfield was close to collapsing, with terrifying auras flowing and laws extinguishing the world. An overwhelming killing blow struck, with billions of light, swift and fierce, making the faces of the three supreme beings change in shock when they lifted their hands. Boom! The immortal mausoleum, a place that had existed since the chaotic ancient era, was instantly smashed and crumbled without leaving a trace, shocking the world and those supreme beings. Chaos exploded, immortal light flashed, and nothing in the world could be more radiant than this. The scalp of those three supreme beings was numb as the current Heavenly Emperor suppressed them with his invincible stance, and the unparalleled power of the power struck the entire space and blew it apart. Bang! At this moment, the heavens and earth were silent, and all the cultivators who were watching this battle were too surprised to speak. An extremely sublimated Supreme's chest was observed, but fortunately, his powerful physique did not allow him to fall under this blow. Zemo's entire body emanated the aura of the Great Tao, overwhelming, vast, and brilliant. Boom! The sky is falling and the ghosts are crying. It was also at this time that there were already supreme beings arriving from the other forbidden zones. Zemo's actions had already touched off the wrath of the crowd. Even though the three forbidden zones were pacified, there were only 3 forbidden zone supreme beings, but there were quite a few of them. It seems that he was right in the first place. The Heavenly Emperor really won't let up. Ugh, I regret it. I should have stepped in to help then, a Supreme said with a sigh. Zemo's strength was too terrifying. Even though he didn't want to face it, he had to face it. There were several beams of light rushing into the sky in the forbidden zone, which made those cultivators realize that a supreme being had headed to the immortal tomb to help. No way? There's a supreme being out to help this time? I guess these supreme beings should have no way out. They are all tied to the same rope. It shouldn't work otherwise. The extremely sublimated supreme being, with his clothes fluttering and his eyes flowing with divine radiance, exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. The golden-colored light formed one mysterious symbol after another, which immediately surged towards the surroundings of the immortal tomb, eventually sealing it off. Go! Zemo reached out and threw his hand for handles of radiant immortal light, scattering all around. An arcane and incomparable diagram was quietly suspended above this world. The 4 immortal execution swords, blocking this piece of emptiness. Once you want to escape, you will definitely suffer endless killing. Zemo, who had lived out his second life, looked at the 5 extremely sublimated supreme beings in front of him and was completely unafraid. Just like a god who suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and uniquely ruled over the ages, the great war continues to begin. Endless light poured down in this heaven and earth. Nay, not all supreme beings thought that way. There were some supreme beings in the forbidden zone that didn't move, but were silently observing. The great palm fell, divine light surged, and the might was unparalleled in the world. Zemo's killing move, the Heavenly Emperor's palm, was as if he was going to suppress a few extremely sublimely sublimated supreme beings. The laws of the Imperial Tao flowed and intertwined as they struck out in unison, and their power was also beyond imagination. Boom! It was also an intense clash of greatness, rare in the ancient world, and Quantico's warp, an extremely sublimated supreme being chattering blood. His already heavily damaged body was even worse. Zemo didn't give it a chance. The 4 immortal exorcism swords, radiating infinite killing power, swept over, covering the sky and the earth, as the gods and devils roared. Bang! It was simply too late to resist, and his body was instantly pierced through, turning into a rain of light and scattering all over the place, causing dismay. After only a few rounds of this exchange, some supreme beings couldn't take it anymore. The might of the current Heavenly Emperor caused an extremely sublimated Supreme to roar in anger. Are you guys still going to watch here? Are you really not afraid that the Heavenly Emperor will be looking for you next? It seemed that putting together 5 supreme beings was already the limit, and no beams of light were seen emerging from the other forbidden zones again. Ha ha ha, today's Heavenly Emperor is invincible in the world. Just 5 extreme ascension supreme beings in the district, easily taken down. That's right, there would be no one in this world who would be his match. Seeing Zimo kill 1 and power down 4 more extreme ascension supreme beings made everyone very excited. At this rate, the forbidden area of the immortal tomb would soon be pacified, and the remaining 2 forbidden areas would not be far behind. Zimo's aura of the great Tao emanated around him, the laws intertwined, and a terrifying killing move struck. With all the laws dazzling, the waves of the Tao were vast, the divine radiance rained down like rain, and beams of light filled the sky. Seeing such extreme power, the extremely sublimated Supreme stretched out his arms and continuously made seals and performed secret techniques. Buzz! The divine light was dazzling, radiant and amazing. It was an amazing immortal light. Zimo held the Heavenly Emperor seal. Endless chaotic chi surrounded him. An extremely killing strike, colliding. Boom! Various beams of light appeared, and the spread of killing and destruction was chaotic and monstrous, almost drowning the place. The current Heavenly Emperor grew more and more courageous as he faced the 4 extreme ascension supreme beings without the slightest bit of fear, displaying the momentum of taking the 9 heavens by storm. The place was almost shattered. The firmament ruptured and the heavens crumbled from the blow. All sorts of laws presented themselves. The 8 wastes of the universe trembled. Everyone trembled, and the aura emanating from them was too terrifying. Zimo's 10,000 paths came out in unison. Divine light churned, and the void exploded, seemingly wanting everything in the world to be destroyed. Boom! A world-shattering great collision. Chaos filled the air, and the immortal river impacted. An extremely sublimated supreme being. His body was broken and aged. His entire body's whiskers and flesh had dried up and turned into white bones. Then all at once it exploded into cosmic dust. Another extreme ascension supreme was killed by Zimo, causing all the cultivators to cheer. It doesn't look like it will take long for this restricted area to be pacified. A mere extreme ascension supreme. In front of the current Heavenly Emperor, there is no comparison at all. In front of the Heavenly Emperor, they are merely struggling needlessly. A cultivator said with great excitement. Zimo blasted the 9 heavens and 10 earths, illuminating a brilliant and dazzling on that shone through the ages. The supreme beings in the forbidden area who had yet to make a move were silent. Going to the immortal mausoleum to fight against Zimo nowadays was simply looking for death. There was no way those 3 extremely sublimated supreme beings would be a match for the Heavenly Emperor. And at any moment, they might turn into a rain of light and spill out onto the earth. Chapter 111, Fleeing. Rumble. The place had been struck and blown up. The heavens cracked and the sky collapsed. Zimo looked at the 3 extremely sublimated supreme beings in front of him, displaying invincibility to the fullest, not fearing anyone at all. The Heavenly Emperor's seal strongly suppressed it, and the chaotic aura covered all directions, burying the entire heaven and earth. Seeing this such a terrifying killing move, their faces were very grave as the extreme Tao imperial soldier laws intertwined, and a blinding light shone on this place of heaven and earth. But the strength of today's Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying, so powerful that it fluctuated to the extreme. The stars trembled, and if it wasn't for Baidu's imperial Tao formation, it would have been shattered and turned into cosmic dust. So strong, these 3 supreme beings, even if they were sublimated, they wouldn't be a match for the Heavenly Emperor. A supreme said with a frown. He could no longer continue to stay in this place. If those 3 supreme beings were killed by Zimo, after pacifying the immortal tombs, the next one was the last 2 forbidden areas of the Northern Dipper, and there was no way one could last more than a few moves in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor, and one wouldn't even be given the chance to ascend to the extreme. It was necessary to leave this place. Although the probability of not being discovered by Zimo was small, it was better than staying in the forbidden area and waiting for death. The supreme beings in the other forbidden area thought the same thing. If they didn't leave, their lives would be lost. They didn't believe that they could still beat the current Heavenly Emperor, who was almost invincible in the world, even after they had ascended. Boom! The powerful aura spread out, and the stars of the heavens and the universe trembled, and a star field that looked like the Milky Way nearly collapsed. An extreme ascension supreme's body instantly exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Zimo's body flowed around him with the momentum of cloaking the 9 heavens, and the Heavenly Emperor's seal once again suppressed it, instantly transforming yet another extremely sublimely sublimated supreme into cosmic dust that disappeared into the world. In a short moment, the current Heavenly Emperor had decimated 2 extreme ascension supreme beings, and everyone was very shocked inwardly. Too strong. Why are you so strong? Feeling Zimo's strength directly, only the last extreme ascension supreme being left said in disbelief. Bang! He didn't talk nonsense with the other party, and that Extreme Ascension Supreme exploded his body in the void, blossoming into a bright and dazzling firework. As of this moment, the Immortal Tomb, a forbidden area, was also pacified by Gizmo. In just one day, the two forbidden zones were pacified, causing everyone in Beidou to cheer. The commotion caused was just too great. The gazes of all the cultivators were all attracted, and some had even begun to speculate on how the present-day Heavenly Emperor was going to defeat those three Extreme Ascension Supreme Beings in this battle. How wonderful it would be if I had that strength. A cultivator muttered. Given your strength, I guess you'll have to make a trip to the Hook every day to listen to the music. What words? I'm not such a person. All with the strength of a great emperor level, doing such things. He retorted. Yes, that's for sure. I'm going to make at least 2 trips, or the senior one. This statement drew laughter from the surrounding people, and there are not many people who can compare with him in this ambition. After pacifying the Immortal Mausoleum, Gizmo was going to go to another forbidden area and kill the supreme beings there. Leaving the Beidou and traveling to a time 100,000 years ago is still a good idea to get your preparations in order. He came to another forbidden area, but he didn't find the supreme being sleeping in it, which seemed to have disappeared. But Gizmo had a way to find out for the other party. Taking out the Heavenly Emperor seal, the radiant immortal light flashed, and the picture began to reverse non-stop. It was soon discovered that the supreme being who had left from here had fled out towards the outside of the Northern Dipper. Trying to run was almost impossible. Gizmo rushed up to the sky, crossing the boundless void with great speed. In an instant, he found the supreme being who was fleeing, and his great palm slapped down like a god descending. The stars of the heavens trembled, the void exploded, and the universe collapsed. Boom! That supreme being didn't even have the chance for extreme sublimation, and was directly injured by a slap, dripping with blood, unable to allow for much thought as his breath climbed. Bang! A finger was pointed out, directly piercing through his torso, which then exploded. Gizmo's face was calm as he once again traveled through the boundless void to the edge of the universe, and that supreme being had already been waiting here, his gaze resting on Gizmo's body as he smiled faintly. Heavenly Emperor, you're a little faster than even I thought. Battle! Gizmo exuded an aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and was invincible. There's no need for you to expend your strength to fight me again. I know I'm no match for you. The supreme being released, no matter how much more struggling. The final end was death. Not expecting that the once invincible supreme heavenly pride of an era would now end up in such a state, he then turned into a rain of light and spilled out onto the bleak edge of the universe, ending this life. Gizmo looked at this scene and without saying much, he turned around and stepped into the void, heading to the Beidou Star region to pacify the last forbidden area. Is this the boss? It's really too strong. This was the first time that Qingyo had seen Gizmo, who had become an emperor, make a move, and it was completely one-sided, decimating those Extreme Ascension Supreme Beings without any effort. The Green Ox, who had been sleeping for so long, had his eyes wide open, having the honor of seeing the boss make a move. I have no regrets in this life. Chu Zimo, who was sitting on the stone chair, smiled faintly, like a fairy out of the dust. On the other side, in the restaurants in the Holy City, many people were talking about this matter. After a few hundred years, the current Heavenly Emperor has struck again, and is still too powerful to be imagined. Someone couldn't help but marvel. The Celestial Emperor is powerful over the group, and all 5 Supreme Beings are no match for him. It seems like the Heavenly Emperor has become even more powerful. Perhaps only the beginningless Emperor from 100,000 years ago can be compared to that. This statement immediately caused one of the cultivators to be displeased as he opened his mouth and said, "Nonsense! No matter how powerful the beginningless Emperor is, he can't be a match for the current Heavenly Emperor. How it's impossible to be a match for the Heavenly Emperor." That cultivator wasn't willing to show weakness either, and argued over who was more powerful, Gizmo or Wu Shi. Gizmo, who had returned to Beidou, came to this last forbidden area, and the Supreme Beings inside seemed to have run away as well, and were nowhere to be seen. But in his presence it was all in vain, just more time to breathe. The Heavenly Emperor's seal flew out once again, emitting a bright and dazzling light as time retreated and flowed backwards, searching for the Supreme Being's silhouette. Time passed by, and in the universe, the fleeing Supreme Being traveled through thousands of starfields, occasionally striking out, exterminating the living beings on one side and inhaling the life essence. Bang! A shocking roar echoed through the 8 wastelands of the universe. Gizmo's body was entwined with immortal light, his brow furrowed as he struck with an overwhelming killing blow. Seeing this, that Supreme Being's body was wrapped in the divine chain of order and pulled several stars to crash into it. Boom! For a moment, the universe trembled as this starfield collapsed and countless stars transformed into bright fireworks that blossomed, while a figure flew out backwards. A mouthful of blood was coughed out of the Supreme Being's mouth. and then the entire person's aura climbed upwards, emitting a powerful aura of the Imperial Tao. Chapter 112 All flat in the penalty area. The extremely sublimated Supreme Being's gaze rested on Ji Zimo's body, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Could not fear him in the slightest. The extreme Tao Imperial soldier was intertwined and entwined by the laws, emitting a wisp of breath that could shatter several stars and deal a devastating blow to thousands of living beings. Heavenly Emperor, they'll be afraid of you. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. The golden light flourished, and the absolute killing moves swept away. The void was set off by huge fluctuations, and the universe nearly collapsed. But all of this was futile in Ji Zimo's eyes as the Heavenly Emperor's seal flew out to suppress it, carrying an endless chaotic aura. Wherever it passed, thousands of gods and devils roared, and all the heavenly realms trembled. Boom! The commotion caused was so great that the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths could feel such amazing fluctuations. That extreme ascension Supreme Being's figure kept falling back. Every time the two of them exchanged blows, countless stars blossomed into beautiful fireworks, very magnificent and wild. Surprising. The paramount emperors and saints who were watching the battle were in awe. Before, when the Heavenly Emperor was fighting the Supreme Being of dark unrest, the scene was even bigger than this. It was also emotional to actually see him strike again after all that time. This Supreme Being wouldn't be a match for the current Heavenly Emperor even if he were extremely sublimated. Yes, at that time, the Heavenly Emperor was not afraid to face several extreme ascension Supreme Beings, displaying an invincible posture and suppressing them. Boom! There was another earth-shattering roar, and the universe was blown apart, the stars all being overthrown by the aftermath. Put! Blood splattered as he looked at Ji Zimo inwardly with shock. How can you be so strong? Ji Zimo didn't talk nonsense with him. The Heavenly Emperor's seal flew in once again. The light of the Emperor's way flowed, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air as if it wanted to suppress these 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! As the ringing sound echoed through the universe, everything in the world seemed to return to peace. After exchanging only a few moves, they were reduced to cosmic dust. There will be no more Supreme Beings in the world, unless the great emperors of later generations cut themselves, a paragon emperor said with emotion. Today's Heavenly Emperor is invincible and has pacified all the forbidden areas of the Northern Dipper, so there will be no more dark turmoil in the future. Everyone was cheering that all the forbidden areas in this world had been pacified by Ji Zimo. Returning to Beidou, he prepared to take this time to spend more time with Chu Zimo. Ji Clan. Qingyo was lying on the immortal mountain in boredom, looking at the sky inside. Alas, recently the female calves have been absent, and it's too much trouble to look elsewhere, making me so lonely. Shoo! The breeze blew, and Green Ox twisted his head and swept it, not noticing that something was not quite right. Boss! Nubizi smelled a familiar scent and immediately climbed up. Ji Zimo smiled faintly. Where's Chum Hum? Boss? Sister Chu went out. She told me that if boss comes back, there's no need to wait for her. Hearing this, Ji Zimo nodded and didn't say anything more. Leaving Beidou, he came into the eternal starfield. At this time, Chu Zimo looked at the previous Chu family's traces had not left a trace. Feeling a little sad. 100,000 years passed in an instant for her who was self-sealed in the divine origin, and Ji Zimo walked over from behind her. Zimmer, you're here, she said with some delight at the sight of the familiar face. Ji Zimo nodded. Looking at the Chu family that he had come to before, he also sighed a little. Things had changed long ago now. Time had passed too quickly. Chu Zimo turned around and looked again, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Let's go back. Good. Leaving the eternal star realm, Ji Zimo brought Chu Zimo to walk to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Months passed and the two came to a star and walked on the streets. A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes had his eyes greedily placed on Chu Zimo's body, and beside him, there were several guards. The little beauty is not bad-looking. Why don't you exchange words with me in the adjacent restaurant? This statement immediately drew the eyes of the surrounding passers-by. Ji Zimo's brows furrowed when he heard this. Where did this person get the guts? Get out! The terrifying aura emanating from his body scared the surrounding people into sweating and shivering. What do you mean? Do you really think I'll be afraid of you? With that, he was ready to have the guards behind him subdue Ji Zimo. Bang! A loud sound echoed through this place, and several figures instantly turned into ashes. So powerful. This Gu Lin is considered to have messed with the wrong person and actually met such a strong person. His death is not unjust. Who told him to often scourge women? If it wasn't for the strong background forces behind him, otherwise there would have been cultivators retaliating against him long ago. Who is it? Who actually killed my young master? Several figures appeared from the void, and a ray of light struck out, carrying a terrifying killing opportunity. Ji Zimo's face was cold, and he pointed his finger. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the firmament nearly collapsed from the blow, and the figures disappeared into the air without the slightest chance of resistance. So strong? Who is this man? Someone couldn't help but marvel. Even the Gu family dares to mess with them. That's a power that possesses half-step great powers. Ji Zimo didn't continue to stay here and left the place with Chu Chu Zimo. The minutes ticked by. In the last few days, the two returned to Beidou and descended on the immortal mountain next to the Ji clan. A year's time was nothing at all to Ji Zimo, but of course she was still happy to accompany Chu Zimo for a long time. Boss, you're back. The green cow, just after rejoicing with the mother calf, saw the arrival of the two men and came over with joy. Although a long time had passed, Qingyo's cultivation was still in the Sage King, and if he wanted to break through to the great sage realm, he still needed some feats. Certainly for the current life, the green ox is very content. I've got something to take care of, and I shouldn't be back for a while these days. Zimmer, be careful. Chu Zimo nodded, concerned. Good. After making goodbyes with them, a few days later in time, Ji Zimo came to a restaurant. I recently heard that a secret realm is about to open, and I don't know how many cultivators will go over there. A middle-aged cultivator said, alas, those are all places where only the mighty and above can go, and will just be cannon fodder in the past. That's right, there's nothing to be gained by fighting with them. The sound of several people's conversations spread out, and when some cultivators heard them, their brows furrowed bitterly as they chimed in. Ji Zimo left the place after finishing the last glass of wine and rose towards the sky. Coming to the edge of the universe, he quietly waited for the time to pass minute by minute. Ding! The time has come. Please make sure the host is ready to return to 100,000 years ago, within the time period of the Imperial Road Contest. In his head, the system, which had been silent for a year, sounded a cold electronic voice. He was ready to go back to 100,000 years ago at any time and once again battle against the beginningless and immortal Heavenly Emperor. This time, it definitely wouldn't be like last time, when the immortal Heavenly Emperor sneak attacked and broke his own immortal platform into pieces. Ding! Start teleporting back 100,000 years. After the system's voice fell, Ji Zimo's figure disappeared into the edge of the universe. Chapter 113, Returning to the Imperial Path Struggle. The minutes ticked by, and in this Beidou astral domain, the sky was covered with densely packed thunder. Ji Zimo looked at this scene, and with one mouth, he swallowed all of them into his stomach for melting. Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven. Ji Zimo's eyes radiated a few moments of light as he turned his head and slowly gazed at the descent of an overwhelming figure. That was beginningless, the peerless emperor known as who is the peak at the end of the immortal path, and the Tao of beginninglessness becomes empty at the sight of it. You've come this far too. Beginningless looked at Ji Zimo quietly. The two sides met and fought on the emperor's path, each other being the strongest enemy on this path, causing each other to suffer many losses and staining the starry sky with blood. I'm going to take the ultimate leap. And rumor has it that before great Emperor Hun Yu took the ultimate leap, 8 or 9 challengers came. It just so happened that he stepped into the divine forbidden and cleaved everyone to death. He may not be the strongest, but he was born in response to the heaven's choice. Ji Zimo smiled faintly. The sky was trembling. The second thunder tribulation was about to descend. He was going to cross successive tribulations, breaking everything and finally making the ultimate leap. I don't believe in heaven, let alone heaven's determination. Defeat you and I'll enter the Emperor realm. At this time, another heavenly tribulation landed. A heavenly tribulation that he had attracted from beginningless, to fight Ji Zimo in a fair battle. The final battle. He would become a great emperor between heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The sky almost exploded. The heavenly tribulation of the 7 heavens of the quasi-emperor, half a foot into the realm of the forbidden, without any concealment. The thunderous light shocked the world and attracted everyone's attention. Someone in the current world is going to witness the Tao. Living together on that trial road, many people's eyes were drawn to this. One powerful figure after another appeared in the void. There were heavenly demon bodies and saint bodies. They recognized one of the figures and fell silent. Gu Tiande, Xia Longyin, and the others also saw Ji Zimo's figure, not realizing that he had gone this far. The heavenly tribulation was sensational. The absolute great tribulation was striking, and the people in the Beidou watched from afar. The white-haired old man, with a stooped figure, looked at the figure in the sky and suddenly burst into tears. He looked in the direction of Yao Qi and muttered, "Protecting the way for your son, and now it's finally the right thing to do." Unbeknownst to him, when Ji Zimo returns in 100,000 years, this history will be turned upside down. In the middle of the Ji clan, the great ancestor looked up at the sky and saw that figure with a shocked expression. In the forbidden area, there was already a supreme being awakening, and the wisp of breath that flowed out inadvertently caused the heavens and earth to shake tremendously. A pair of eyes swept over the event, and wherever his gaze passed, it was like a mountainous pressure pressing down on the hearts of the crowd. It was only after their eyes swept over that those people were able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Supreme Being awakens. Those who have become Taoists have had to face this hurdle since ancient times. If they pass it, they become successful. But if they don't, they die. In particular, the 3-month period after the Emperor's tribulation could definitely be called a period of death. Zemo and Beginningless exchanged blows. Mixing with the roiling heavenly tribulation, the world shook, breaking space and invincible to everything. Soon, the heavenly tribulation of the 7th sky of the Quasi-Emperor passed, and the heavenly tribulation of the 8th sky of the Quasi-Emperor arrived quietly. The heavenly tribulation filled the sky, and 2 huge grinding wheels appeared, with quite a few silhouetted caves on them, the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the divine might of the world. The 2 of them looked at each other and rushed up into the sky, fighting against the milling silhouette. Facing the familiar opponent in front of him, Zemo let out a sigh of emotion in his heart, but his hands were not merciful at all. After all, it was the most crucial moment of the Emperor's Path contest, and absolutely no mistakes could be made. Against the sky, a fist ruthlessly collided with a silhouette, and for a time, both were bloody, white bones and flesh. Zemo exuded a monstrous battle intent, invincible for a long time. It had been a long time since this feeling had reappeared. The pores of his entire body were stretched and he was dripping with immortal radiance. The heavenly Emperor's seal rushed up to the sky, instantly condensing an aura that terrified the world with the 9 rays of light that emerged from his body. For a time, the void shattered, and in front and behind him, 9 rays of light revolved around him, shattering everything, strong to the extreme. The 9 secrets of heaven and earth. The ultimate strike. He stayed back with this move and didn't use his full strength, constantly copying the great Emperor's shadow as he fought. This time there could not be the same result as last time, or the only thing that awaited Zemo was death. The 2 of them fought, emitting an aura that was powerful to the extreme. This caused the Supreme Beings watching in the Forbidden Zone to change their faces. These 2 people were too terrifying. The heavenly pride surrounded by those 9 clusters of light gave off a destructive aura that subverted the heavens, and Beginningless had time in his left hand and space in his right, a fusion of time and space that was stunning to the extreme. Possessing an infinite grandeur, this secret art would not be worse than the 9 secrets when pushed on. This place was shrouded in divine light, chaos filled the air, and heaven and earth were reorganized, isolating almost everyone in the world except for the Supreme Being. Click, click, with the sound of 2 voices. The 2 gigantic extermination grinding discs directly collapsed. The heavenly Emperor's seal emitted an ethereal blue light, crazily devouring the fragments of the world destruction grinding wheel, causing the heavenly Emperor seal to become even more terrifying. The terrifying great catastrophe that condensed into a great mill of annihilation. The party that fought with the 2 was the will of the great Tao, which was shattered by the divine abilities that each of the 2 exerted. Zemo, who once again fought with Beginningless, was still very emotional in his heart. The other party was still as powerful as usual, but this time he was destined to become an emperor. Zemo wolfed down the essence of this heaven and earth, devouring all of it to replenish his physique. Beginningless did likewise. Opening his mouth, the thunder in heaven and earth was swallowed by him and melted into immortal essence. In a flash, the 2 displayed a strong appearance, and even the Supreme Being frowned a bit. It was too powerful, crossing the heavenly tribulation of the 8th heaven. Which one of them didn't die 9 deaths? And yet these 2 could easily break it. Boom! A loud bang came out. The great tribulation in the sky descended, breaking through the sea of thunder, and the power of a higher level of tribulation unfolded, using chaos as a base to open the great tribulation against the heavens once again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the restricted area, several eyes exploded, staring at the 2. A sense of crisis surged through their hearts, a strong feeling telling them that something big would definitely go wrong if this went on. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, an overwhelming thunderbolt struck down, penetrating through all of the 8 heavens' heavenly tribulation. It was as if the light of heaven had reappeared and shattered everything. The sight is astounding. The 9 heavens' great catastrophe of the cover of the world was truly annihilating, with radiant stars shining in the heavens and the earth, thunder sweeping through the world, and the heavens exploding, with all things being damaged. Even if it was predicted in advance, Zemo had suffered a considerable amount of damage, but fortunately it was much better than before, and there was a greater hope of becoming an emperor. The secret formula box of the word of the person operated, instantly restoring him to his original state, but he knew that this was just a foreplay, and that something even more violent was about to come up behind it. In the middle of the sky and the earth, a ray of immortal light emerged. A large rain of light flew down, and Zemo's body was crystalline, radiating a radiant light, and now the 2 of his heavens merged into one, becoming infinitely terrifying. The great Tao rumbled, and the heavens and earth shook. Kill. After crossing a small section of the lightning tribulation, the 2 once again fought together. with all sorts of world-defying divine techniques bombarding the space here. Chapter 114 Advanced Foresight. Blood flew horizontally and bones splattered, mixed with overwhelming immortal light. This kind of action also finally made the supreme beings in the scenic area breathe a sigh of relief. If the two were truly allowed to join forces to become emperors, the two would be enough to overwhelm the Forbidden Zone. But what they didn't know was that after 100,000 years, G-Zimo had already pacified all the Forbidden Zones. G-Zimo's black hair danced wildly, like a demonic god. His divine might was overwhelming and uncontestable, and behind him, a huge Taiji diagram emerged and merged with him, and heaven and earth roared. A terrifying figure also emerged behind the beginningless, and that figure stood in the midst of the chaos, overwhelming and heaven-defying, like a true immortal king of immortality, cloaking the 9 heavens and being invincible. G-Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm clicked. The secret of the word of the person flowed. His arm reattached. His face filled with wariness. The immortal kings behind beginningless roared furiously, fighting fiercely, their blood and bones breaking apart. Bang! The two of them once again faced each other with a palm. And here the sky crumbled. Ghosts cried and wailed. And all sorts of shadows flashed out, all of which were human masters that existed in the ancient times, breaking the space of time and allowing those people to reappear briefly. The narrow path was not very serious, and spots of blood appeared on G-Zimo's body. This was not the case with beginningless, as the entire person was torn apart in its entirety, and then the immortal light flowed and continuously reorganized. The two men's weapons were also constantly battling in mid-air. The sound of clanging spread throughout the world, various immortal lights dueling and true bodies colliding, strong to the extreme. The two men frantically killed, but each had reservations, and there were layers of forbidden means stored in their hands, because they didn't reach the final step, and no one used them. The two of them were killing extremely maniacally, enough to make those supreme beings tremble with fear. Let them know that if they dared to come and block their path to enlightenment, they would surely be buried in this starry sky. Boom boom boom. It's going to come up. G-Zimo had already sensed the time when he had failed in his Emperor Road battle here 100,000 years ago, and this time he was undiscovered and would become an emperor no matter what. 9 Taoist temples appeared in the sky, grandiose and incomparable, as if they were in a different time and space, and then stacked one on top of the other. A heavenly court also gradually emerged, the pale emperor's shadow, majestic breath, covering the 9 heavens, suppressing the world. The mythical ancient heavenly court appeared before G-Zimo's eyes once again. He remained the same as before, separating from beginningless, one rushing up to heaven and the other striking at the Taoist temple. Instead of facing that unknown danger, it would be better to fight with these ancient 9 heavenly beings once more. G-Zimo stepped into a Taoist temple. A Taoist man's brow glowed greatly, and his yuan shin emitted immortal light that was immortal, rolling over and over, cutting down the sky and destroying the earth. G-Zimo, who was familiar with his opponent's moves and styles, responded obviously many times better than last time. He didn't back down and mixed it up with him, fighting fiercely. The supreme beings in the forbidden area frowned, which meant that G-Zimo was even stronger than they had imagined. But where did they ever know that G-Zimo was copying the 9 heavenly kings? The 9 heavenly dawns were extremely terrifying, with various immortal laws striking, covering the heavens and the earth, and ultimately the 9 secrets were united, striking a forbidden strike. G-Zimo had almost been hit several times, but he had already responded and dodged them all. On the other hand, the 5 elements Tao Palace was glowing, invoking the sea of bitterness. Heaven and earth transformed into the 4 poles, and a large dragon on the back spine raised its head, hooking up the blood chi rushing to the sky and rushing straight to the immortal terrace. Beginningless was trying to break into the realm of the great emperors, running through the immortal terrace, and taking a direct step into the realm. Countless laws flowed and runes emerged as he continued to learn and perfect himself in the battle with his enemy. And once this calamity passed, he transformed into an emperor. The innate saint body Tao birth. The Tao texts were infinite, and all kinds of Dharma phases competed to present themselves, resonating with heaven and earth. For a moment, the supreme beings in the forbidden zone couldn't sit still. This was a desire to become an emperor. The supreme beings in the forbidden zone changed their faces. G-Zimo also detected the changes in Rushur, the sea of bitterness, the Tao Palace, the 4 poles, the dragon transformation, and the immortal stage, emanating a terrifyingly radiant light. For a time, always the scriptures flowed on their own, and the figures of those people emerged and stood in the 9 heavens. Boom boom boom. The universe was trembling. The 2 supreme beings were fighting for the heavenly heart seal, and the heavens could barely withstand it, nearly breaking apart. The 9 heavenly sovereigns struck with a joint strike, the ultimate move of the 9 secrets, the supreme mysteries on display. The 9 heavenly dignitaries, invincible in the heavens and on the earth, At this moment once again struck the ultimate blow, ruthlessly striking his body, but it was found to be nothing more than a shadow. And behind Zimo's back all the Heavenly Emperor's shadows emerged to support him through this period of time. Boom boom. Beginningless killed. Both of them were battling. Both of them were supreme figures of the ages. Once one of them became an emperor, it will surely block the path to the rear. And it is also possible that both will become emperors. This place, Beginningless chose very well, unable to show the number secret. Otherwise the 9 great heavenly beings would also show the corresponding number secret. Also unable to cast the divine prohibition. Otherwise also more suffer from the calamity. Zimo's battle intent was even more majestic. This time he didn't let those 9 heavenly dignitaries get their hands on him. There was no doubt that he had succeeded in this advance. The Void Emperor appeared, holding the Void Ancient Mirror to deal with the 9 great celestial emperors, which wasn't real. It was just a branding, and it was the strongest branding in Zimo's hands. Boom! The figures of the 9 heavenly dignitaries appeared, and Zimo managed to copy the 9 heavenly dignitaries, joining hands to target Beginningless. Beginningless had obviously not anticipated this situation, and in a moment, Beginningless was also shattered. His chi and blood dissipated, and his advance failed. The two of them fought in the Thunderbolt and eventually fought directly to the Heavenly Palace. In the palace residence of the Holy Emperor of Battle. The Holy Emperor of Battle emanated golden light, cloaking the 9 heavens. His aura was intense and overwhelmingly invincible. Zimo fought a great battle while copying a fighting Saint Emperor to fight with the Beginningless Jedi. In the end, the Battle Saint Emperor's stick shattered, and the two fought their way out of this heaven and earth. Beginningless was the birth of the innate Saint Body Tao, and it was only at this moment that he truly displayed his overwhelmingly terrifying strength. Even if the 9 great celestial emperors were to join forces, it was also hardened by him, crumbling a few of them. Of course, in the end, it was only Zimo's own brand. Otherwise it would never have shattered so easily. The desolate pagoda shook the world as if the immortal realm had reappeared, and the surrounding thunder resisted the attack as a great emperor emerged, terrifying to the extreme. Immortal bells emerged, and the sound of the bells was long and vibrated through the ages. Zimo dueled with Beginningless, dueling Beginningless with one hand and fighting against the heavenly tribulation with the other, imitating the emperor's shadows of the heavens, which was truly powerful to the extreme, causing the heavens and earth to be moved. This point caused his consumption to increase dramatically, and he had no choice but to collapse a few of his shadows, otherwise he would have consumed himself to death. The two fought their way into a palace once again. A woman of great splendor with a mask on her face, laughing instead of smiling, crying instead of weeping. It was none other than the ruthless emperor. The power of the flying immortal illuminated this ancient hall, and that attack was overwhelmingly heaven-defying, on the verge of blowing the two apart, and both of them detected the light flowing from this empress. Not as if she was dead like those emperor shadows, but a vivid existence. Beginningless heart shook. The rumors of this empress in the outside world had never stopped since ancient times, and it seemed that she was really living in this world. The empress was too heaven-defying. This stage was almost on the verge of fusing into a chaotic body. Zimo knew that if he were to copy the other side, he would surely suffer a heavy blow like he did last time. Chapter 115, Both Become Emperors. The empress, against all odds, would never allow anyone to trample on top of her, much less allow herself to act as a punching bag. Zimo, who knew about this matter, didn't stay for a moment and left decisively. Boom! The brand of the Void Emperor was crumbled by Beginningless, killing nakedly, disregarding everything in the outside world, and Zimo also rushed to kill. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky, even their blood was boiling, and in the end, even their chi and blood were about to steam dry. However, Zimo, who was in the middle of the battle, always kept a hand to deal with the undying heavenly emperor that would appear next. Eventually, once again, he fought his way into an ancient hall, and just as he stepped into the place, the sounds of the heavenly Tao rumbled, as if they were the sounds of the sacrifices of the children of the mythological period. A figure then appeared, with a phoenix wrapped around his body. It was none other than the immortal emperor, and his traces were exactly the same as the female emperors, alive and well. Beginningless didn't know if the immortal emperor was still alive or not, but he could see the end of it. The odds were that he was. The three of them engaged in a shocking duel, and Zimo didn't brand the immortal heavenly emperor's mark this time as he did last time, but instead, he once again copied the Void Emperor's silhouette. Zimo faced off against the true immortal emperor, while the Void Emperor he branded once again faced off against the Beginningless. The four of them struck out the Gaijin immortal light, and suddenly, Zimo felt that the immortal heavenly emperor in front of him flashed a few disdainful colors in his eyes, and his heart snapped. In an instant, an overwhelming killing blow exploded in front of him. It was the ultimate secret art of the 9 secrets in unity. Zimo's face was calm, not as wretched as it was in the beginning, and he struck out with a single blow, blocking it. Zemo showed his invincibility. The more the immortal emperor fought with him, the more shocked he was, but the action in his hands did not stop. The powerful force, like a tidal wave, attacked, and Beginningless sensed that there was a hint of trouble, and slapped out a divine palm, enveloping the immortal emperor in its entirety, covering heaven and earth, and growing more and more fierce as the battle raged on. Zemo showed great power, swallowing mountains and rivers, not fearing all the enemies in the world. The figure shifted, flashing out 9 Zemo in a flash, and it was time to really go all out. For a moment, Zemo completely used his full strength and no longer had any reservations. Boom! The sky rioted, chaos emanated, and the 9 Zemo frantically killed the immortal heavenly emperor. For a moment, all sorts of divine lights flew, and several emperor shadows appeared behind them. Beginningless retreated to the side, and in just a moment, he gained insight into the truth before sighing and taking this opportunity to forcefully transmigrate. His body crackled as the 4 poles shimmered with radiant immortal light, evoking the chanting of the 5 palace deities within him, echoing the bitter Sea Dao Palace. A large dragon behind it rose up into the sky and went straight into the immortal terrace. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and thunder surged wildly as he fought to strike, half of his body stepping into the emperor's way, about to become a heavenly emperor who would overwhelm the heavens and cover the earth. Zemo glanced back at Beginningless. The previously hidden means revealed themselves as much as they could. Many branded emperor shadows appeared, and the immortal emperor was shocked to see this. The other Zemo did the same, exuding their own extreme divine might, the power of the 9 of them covering the sky and the earth, directly blowing up an immortal heavenly emperor in front of them. Zemo also rushed over, not letting go of the opportunity to become an emperor this time. Damn it! The immortal emperor's figure gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and the 9 figures behind him rushed forward, not allowing Beginningless to take advantage of this opportunity to become an emperor. An endless divine might erupted and swept away. Beginningless couldn't care about transiting the emperor's tribulation when he saw this. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the 2 of them exchanged blows once again. The great Tao tribulation descended, the divine rules flashed, and the lightning rioted, almost destroying the heavens and completely collapsing the earth. There were billions of thunderbolts, striking the universe at the edge directly into ruins. It's horrible. Is this still human? Some people are extremely shocked. The 2 were still exchanging blows, and their terrifying power turned the ancient hall upside down, turning the sun and moon upside down. The might of severing everything caused everyone to be in shock, especially the supreme beings in the forbidden zone. Nay, the images within the divine court could not be seen at all, and there was no way to know the exchange between the 2 of them. Boom! By the end of the fight, the heavens and earth were trembling, and the extreme power emanating from the undiluted emperor's shadow and the 9 doppelgangers was such that the void was actually sending out huge waves. Zemo's understanding of the Tao was far stronger than before, by an unknown amount, but it was still a bit difficult to be able to help Beginningless. It seemed as if the history he was rewriting made the heavenly Tao intolerable. As boundless terrifying thunder descended and bloomed with blinding light, a figure then appeared, directly shocking the world. That's Beginningless. Where is Zemo? Has it already failed? Someone sighed softly. Beginningless was against the heavens and covered the world. His figure was magnificent. He fought hard and blasted his way up to the heavens in the midst of the thunderbolt, his body's immortal radiance emanating out. At the same time, an incredible scene took place. The 10,000 ways of heaven and earth were actually scrambling to merge with the Beginningless emperor and help him become an emperor. And the light was so bright and brilliant that it almost made one's hair stand on end. Surprisingly, it's this kind of physique, the supreme beings in the forbidden zone murmured, and no one dared to make a move easily. Bang! Another figure appeared. Zemo was like a lofty mountain, majestic and shocking. His body stood between heaven and earth, radiant, like a heavenly god descending. Every step made the void tremble and the stars lose color, as if it contained endless power, and his black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, each strand of hair exuding supreme majesty. Even the 10,000 paths of heaven and earth were stripped of many of them to merge with the heavenly emperor, helping him to become an emperor, take the world by storm, dominate the 10,000 realms, and shake the heavens. It's Zemo. Someone was shocked. After all, history was not allowed to change too much, but the great Tao still acquiesced to Zemo's becoming an emperor. This caused the hearts of the supreme beings in the forbidden zone to chill. The appearance of dual emperors in one era was horrifyingly astonishing and completely unimaginable. The joint efforts of the 2 to become emperors was enough to press down on the forbidden zone, causing the supreme beings to not dare to unleash dark turmoil. Beginningless and Zemo had both become emperors, at their peaks, completely taking the universe by storm and sweeping across the 4 wastelands. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Geishur aura surged, and the power of the ancient supremacy came to suppress it like an ocean, stern and rigid, wanting to kill all the paths of heaven and earth. At the moment when they both became emperors, there were still supreme beings who couldn't help but strike out, wanting to test the reality of Beginningless and Gizmo. In fact, it was more of a desire to exterminate one of them. Here, or else their forbidden area would have absolutely no chance of respite. Beginningless stood still in the starry sky, his body glowing with divine light behind him, and before that attack could reach Beginningless' body, it had already crumbled inch by inch and turned into a wisp of wind. Harmless, innate sacred body Tao fetus. Surprisingly, this kind of physique is not weaker than the chaotic body. In the middle of the forbidden zone, I don't know who said such a sentence, causing almost all the supreme beings to fall into silence. This was undoubtedly a chaotic body becoming emperor, terrifying to the extreme. Yet it did not end there. As the beginning descended before the forbidden zone of life, taking one step in and returning to the trace, finding that one supreme being who had struck out, he stepped hard on the place where he was sleeping. For a moment that supreme being was furious, and an overwhelming killing fury was displayed. As a result, he was thrown onto the mythic battlefield by the Beginningless, slapping down with two palms and directly killing them as if they were destroying the world, causing the supreme being to be completely emboldened and silenced without uttering a single word. Chapter 116, Goodbye to the Old Man. Gizmo looked at this scene, and genuinely did not think that those supreme beings would actually be that bold. Neither of the two men's becoming emperors stopped them from doing it. Those people simply don't know any better and don't know how to die. At the same time he was like a bright sun, exuding a domineering aura that took the 9 heavens by storm. The two supreme giants had undoubtedly added a huge mountain to their hearts, and now that both had become emperors, the terror was definitely making it hard for them to fall asleep. Beginningless came and stood in front of Gizmo, gazing at Gizmo, the opponent who had made him feel the most arduous along the way. Not knowing how much blood and bones he had lost, both becoming emperors was undoubtedly the best outcome for the world or the two. The Supreme's gaze was like a torch, as if it could pierce through all illusions, and the two of them, both of whom had become emperors, were like feeling that suffocating pressure, and the world watched this scene with great emotion. They knew that the becoming of an emperor by the two supreme prides would be the most shocking event in this heaven and earth, and would spread this matter to every corner. This was really too heaven-defying. It had never been heard of two great emperors appearing in one era, and in the G family's great ancestor was also very happy. Now their G family was considered to have two emperors in one family. Gizmo, there's no grudge between you and me, but today's result may be what we both want. I have something to say to you. Gizmo spoke calmly, snapping a finger. A large formation instantly wrapped this place, isolating it from the prying eyes of the world. Beginningless was silent and speechless, listening in silence. The immortal emperor didn't die. He has been alive all along. I gained insight into his technique, bathing in the blood of the emperor and being reborn in fire. Despite suspecting that the immortal emperor was not dead, he was relieved to hear Gizmo's pleading voice and finally understood. However, upon hearing that he had bathed in the blood of an emperor and was reborn from the fire, with the cold light in his eyes, he was almost on the verge of piercing through this heaven and earth. I already know. Thanks for telling me. Beginningless was about to turn around and leave, only to be called out once again. Since you have become an emperor, I will copy your emperor's shadow. Beginningless' face darkened at the words, then loosened his frown a moment later, then hardened as he watched an emperor's shadow being coalesced in front of him. No harm done. Beginningless reached out and flicked his hand, and two divine radiance fell into it, making that beginning seem to come to life as if he were alive, with divine splendor flowing in his gaze. For a moment, Beginningless knew some of the answers, and his lips parted lightly. Emperor, alive! Gizmo quickly responded to him again. In the glorious great world, celestial pride came forth, with the heavenly demon body in the front, and the saint body in the back. Even the Xiaolongyin that had been sealed by the ancient times had come out, and the great world struggle had finally come to an end after the intense strife between the two, beginning with the fact that both Gizmo had become emperors, extremely powerful, invincible in the universe, defying the party. Walking in the forbidden zone, the supreme being dared not speak, and about the so-called dark turmoil disappeared without a trace. The world rejoiced that there was such a powerful being suppressing the world, and the world was at peace. Both becoming emperors drew cheers from everyone, and with such a great world, there would definitely not be any sudden changes. Gizmo returned to the G clan, and the great ancestor looked at him with a few bright lights in his eyes. The G family was also a double emperor by now, although Gizmo would become an emperor in the future. But now there was no more exciting news than this, and all the children of the G family were cheering and jumping for joy. Ding! It has been detected that the host has successfully arrived at the great emperor realm, rewriting the history of failure. The icy voice of the system in his head rang out. Ding! Traveling back to the afterlife requires a year's wait before it will be transported. Please continue to stay in this time period. For 1 year. Ji Zimo nodded at his words. This also made him suddenly, once again, recall what Chu Zimo had said. Brother Mo. If you return from the Emperor's path, could you come and see me once? The voice rang behind him like a crisp bell. May. Now that he had returned to this time period and had become a great emperor, it was just the right time to go and make up for the regrets of the past. Traveling through the boundless void, looking at that planet that surrounded that imperial star, thoughts swirled as he entered it and came to the Chu family that he had visited 100,000 years ago. And at that moment, seeing that an outsider was preparing to break into the Chu family, those few guards were immediately ready to stop them. But it just happened to be seen by the green ox that was preparing to go to the mother calf, and it froze as its gaze was placed on Ji Zimo's body. The bull's eyes then rolled and almost hugged Ji Zimo's thigh, a scene that made him smile faintly. The green ox after 100,000 years was also not much different from today. Boss, where's Chum Hum? Hearing these words, the green ox pondered for a moment. Having spent the past few days sleeping in the sun without paying attention to Chu Zimo's traces, doesn't seem to have gone out? Stayed at the Chu family. The cow's eyes cleared for a few moments and she spoke. Boss, have you become an emperor? Don't look at it all day to go to the mother and daughter calf to play. For some things, the green cow is very clear. Clearly remembering a passage that Ji Zimo had once said to Chu Zimo. With the green ox in the room, those guards wouldn't dare to do anything to stop them. Not to mention the fact that the youth didn't seem like a character to be messed with. Walking into the Chu family, it was still the same familiar layout as the Earth 100,000 years ago. And walking inside the villa that he had lived in before, there wasn't much change here. It was still the same. Boss, you wait here for a while, I'll go call Sister Chu over. Saying that, the green ox wagged its tail and happily left the place. After a moment's time, the door of the room was pushed open. 2 figures appeared in front of Ji Zimo's eyes. It was a woman, slender, with skin as crystalline as divine jade, and eyes like stars. It was like an immortal spirit descending to the earth. A purple dress, skin white as snow, slender waist, hair lightly dancing. When Qingyo called Chu Zimo, he didn't say who the visitor was, wanting to give her a surprise. Chu Zimo briefly froze in place when she saw that familiar face. It was none other than Ji Zimo. Brother Mo, you're here. As the words fell, Ji Zimo nodded, his gaze resting on her body with a slight smile. Beautiful as always. Hearing these words, a faint blush surfaced on Chu Zimo's cheeks, just like the evening sunlight in the sky. Splendid and charming. Her skin was already as white as snow, and the blush that was tinted by her shyness at this moment added a touch of moving delicacy. Chu Zimo's eyes were like water, sparkling with a bit of starlight, and due to her blush, they were a bit mesmerized and shy. The green ox looked at this scene, knowing that his current self would be no different from redundant. He must quickly detach himself from this battlefield, leaving the duo with enough space. Boss, Sister Chu, you guys chat first. All of a sudden I remembered that the mother calf is still waiting for me. While saying that, he left the middle of this villa. Her gaze rested on Ji Zimo's body, with his handsome face and deep-eyed look, and that smile was mesmerizing to behold. Brother Mo, do you remember what I said to you before? The voice is pleasant and light, like a pure and wonderful note, as if not eating earthly fire, and her clear and beautiful face like a fairy, adding a few points of unique beauty. Chapter 117, Visiting the Forbidden Zone again. Naturally, I remember. After the green ox left, only Ji Zimo and Chu Zimo were left in this villa. Have you become an emperor? As the words fell, Ji Zimo nodded. In this era, the news of the duo becoming emperors had almost spread throughout the 8 wildernesses of the universe. The 2 great emperors were very stunning and unbelievable when placed at any time. Brother Mo, it looks like you accomplished your goal. Chu Zimo smiled faintly. She was happy for Ji Zimo. The 2 talked a lot while Green Ox stayed outside the villa. Alas, boss has Sister Chu with him. I so want to go find the mother calf. He sighed, but the green ox had just returned not long ago and did not want to leave this place again. After waiting for a long time, it was only then that the 2 of them, Ji Zimo and Chu Zimo, were seen coming out of the Eternal Star Realm. After spending several months in the Eternal Star region, he bid farewell to Chu Zimo and returned to the Beidou Star region. At this time, the front of the Ji family's gate court was very lively. Unprecedented bloom. The Ji family has 2 emperors in one family. Even though a long time has passed, the place is still overcrowded. The clan elders in the ancestral ground, who were witnessing this historical scene, were not sleeping in the divine origin. Ji Zimo didn't stay here too long as he arrived in front of the immortal mountain. 100,000 years ago was destroyed by him. This time naturally also want to give this place to bring back to the Ji family again. It was a great black mountain towering in the sky, a place that, throughout the ages, did not want to be mentioned, and no one dared to enter it of their own accord. Zemo descended here, and with a sweep of his gaze, he saw a turtle slowly crawling beside a pool. The old tortoise shell exuded crack after crack. The ancient tree of enlightenment was rooted beside a small lake, and each leaf on it was crystal clear and radiant, with different patterns on it, from bells to swords and spears. A powerful aura emanated, and the headless horseman in the mountain trembled, being suppressed by this powerful aura and eventually kneeling on the ground. A touch of breath flowed out and resisted Zemo's pressure before the headless horseman quickly returned. "Why are you here?" An icy cold voice came out, obviously incomparably scornful of Zemo, not wanting him to stay here. At the same time, in this mountain, 3 icy gazes were cast. After tens of thousands of years of great battles, the supreme beings in the immortal mountain, after being consumed by successive generations, there were only 3 left. "I come from the desolate ancient G clan, and although the immortal mountain didn't put up a fight, we're worldly enemies, so let's make an end to it today. Sooner or later, this place will be overthrown." This time once again in a scene from 100,000 years ago, Zemo's cold voice spread throughout this heaven and earth, and for a time, the heaven and earth shook, the mountains were upended, the rivers boiled, and the imperial Tao aura rushed out of the sky. Anyone could see that Zemo had come this time and was prepared to flatten this forbidden area without leaving them a single living thing. "Humph, so you want to flatten the immortal mountain? If you flatten the immortal mountain today, won't you flatten all the forbidden areas in the future?" A voice that spread throughout the Beta Earth, which was obviously not spoken to Zemo, but to all the forbidden areas. For a moment, the world was abuzz with what they had heard. The great emperor actually wanted to level the immortal mountain. "Humph, are you trying to force all of us supreme beings to all extremely ascend to fight you in the immortal mountain?" A voice came from yet another supreme being, directly putting the issue into the open. He wanted to goad all the supreme beings into opposing Zemo. "Don't you go too far." At the same time, there were other Forbidden Land supreme beings who spoke up. "All forbidden areas, one glory, one loss. Though in different times, there are fights between each. But now, a forbidden area was destroyed. This is definitely a big thing. The reason why the rabbit died, all the supreme beings understand in their hearts. Today, Immortal Mountain will be destroyed, and those who stand in my way will die." Zemo's gaze swept across the forbidden zones between heaven and earth, his gaze blazing with a supreme dignity. Boom! A dozen or so Emperor shadows emerged behind Zemo, each of them overwhelmingly powerful, standing in the void. It was interwoven by laws and contained the laws of the Emperor's Tao, definitely possessing incredible battle power. For a moment, the remaining supreme beings of the Forbidden Land fell silent. What's more, even though the beginningless Emperor was not in the Baidu, if several supreme beings were to appear, it would definitely draw out the other party to show up. 2 great emperors were something that any forbidden area could afford to mess with. Rumble. Zemo's body was divided into 9, and he suppressed it in a strong manner. The immortal mountain was directly upended, and the supreme powerhouses inside rushed out of the sky. In a matter of moments, he was slapped into a bloody mist, and the other supreme powerhouse was also scared and pale. "Junior, you're bullying people too much." The Stone Emperor charged violently into the starry sky, wanting to ascend extremely and fight Zemo with all his might. Boom! Zemo's large hand stretched out, a large purple hand that pinched one of the remaining supreme beings in the forbidden zone, and with a poof that person was directly grabbed into bloody mud. This caused a crowd of concerned supreme beings to look on in shock. They too had once reigned supreme, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, invincible in an era, but in front of Zemo, there was still no power to fight back, as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain, suppressing them. Unless extreme sublimation, there was absolutely no half resistance, and they watched with varying expressions. This kind of battle power, unprecedented. Not many people could be found in the ancient times, having already fought with these supreme beings, and even more so with 11 extreme ascension supreme beings. Zemo was not at all afraid of facing them. Whether it was the understanding of the Tao and the laws, it was extremely profound, and Ben had already stepped out of his own Tao, and was even more powerful after becoming an emperor compared to when he had just become an emperor 100,000 years ago. The Stone Emperor only felt his scalp tingling with pressure. The other party had battled off 2 supreme beings in an instant, causing him to be incredibly vigilant as he leapt and rushed into the starry sky without the slightest hesitation. A moment of extreme sublimity. Zemo looked at an emperor's shadow that appeared behind him, waved his hand, and in a few moments the smoke dissipated. So far, he had consecutively decimated 2 supreme beings, displaying his own unparalleled battle power, which was enough to shock the other forbidden lands. All of them were silently concerned and alert to the core. The Stone Emperor frowned, his face ugly and scornful. The other party had no intention of letting them go. There was no more retreat, and there was no more choice. In this moment of extreme sublimation, his Tao, sectional climbing. Eventually, a pinnacle was reached, radiating immortal light. Boom! The true Emperor's Tao aura emanated, and this universe trembled as the distant planets, one after the other, exploded one after the other. The Emperor's aura emanated. The Stone Emperor did not conceal it, and by now, there was absolutely no way for him to retreat. Shi Huang looked at this pale universe, never having thought of being forced to the point he was in now. He was completely and extremely sublimated. There was no way back, and he became a Geisha Emperor who could only fight to the end. As long as Beginningless didn't come over on the premise, today either he would die or Ji Zimo would die, and then devour all of his flesh and blood essence and return to the Immortal Mountain once again. Fighting with the Stone Emperor for the second time, Ji Zimo saw his extreme ascension and smiled slightly, making his opponent furious. Chapter 118, Shocking the World. Junior, what are you laughing at? As Shi Huang's pair of ice-cold eyes swept over, starfield after starfield trembled as the true laws of the Imperial Tao flowed without a single flaw. A true ancient emperor appeared, a figure who was once invincible for an era, absolutely no rival in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so powerful that it suffocated everything in the world, and the darkness of the light was scattered so that no one could see a bit of hope. Beidou. Everyone was watching nervously. The emperor battle was about to break out. One was a true emperor, and the other was a peerless, recently certified emperor. Both of them, at this moment, were the topmost existences in this world, standing there, invincible in the world. Do you think that just because you've extremely ascended into an ancient emperor, you can turn everything around? Ji Zimo walked from the Beidou, taking one step and spending a lifetime of flowers, radiant light blossoming like a supreme being who had walked pellucidly from the immortal ancient. Ha ha ha. The Stone Emperor looked up to the sky, light flowing in his eyes, and now that he had reascended to this realm, the passage of 10,000 ancient years made him incomparably emotional. Ji Zimo, I wanted to live for myself and go against the heavens, so why did you come to stop me? And now, this emperor is extremely sublimated, standing in the same realm as you, and only one person exists between you and I. Today, this emperor is going to make a clean break with you. With the Void Emperor, Stone Emperor's eyes released endless killing intent. It was hard to be forced out alive and strong to such an extent, not to mention the fact that the Beginningless Emperor had not appeared. In case the other party manifested, he was definitely not a match for the two. It's true that we have to make an end, but today it will only be your death. In the next moment, the most brilliant light erupted in the universe, more dazzling than the explosion of millions of suns, shaking the ages, and a shocking battle that ancient history would have to record appeared. Ji Zimo was the first to strike. A golden yellow light emanated out. This kind of light, even if a supreme being saw it, they would have to change their face. No one in the world knew what that yellow light represented. It was the light of the heavenly Tao, the light of the great Tao, stirring up the heavens. All the ages would shatter, the heavens would tremble. It was a supreme killing attack. It was Ji Zimo's own Taoan law. The world was shocked, and on the Beidou, one brilliant light after another lit up, and one imperial weapon after another revived, enveloping over their clans to protect the race. And some of the old great saints of the ancient existences were awakened and watched the real emperor and king face off. One after another were shocked and unable to speak. The supreme beings all appeared generation after generation, and no one had ever faced off at the same time, at their peak. And now, two true emperors and emperors waging a duel, rare in the world. This was like a myth. Unbelievable. Boom! In the middle of the universe, Ji Zimo slapped his palm out fiercely. Golden light flashed, and the great Tao resounded. Countless stars crumbled. That was the power of the great Tao, and an extreme power that could stand alongside the power of the non-immortals, surpassing the laws of the world. And for a moment, everyone was shocked to realize something. The Stone Emperor's figure was regressing. Even he himself was incredulous. It was because the Supreme Being's dictionaries all firmly believed that he was the strongest, and at this moment, for him to take the initiative to retreat was undoubtedly slapping his own face. Endless light shone brightly, stunning the world, and great fluctuations erupted there, which could not be viewed by non-supreme exalts. Soon enough, some people realized that blood was raining down, and every drop of blood there contained unparalleled power, blazing in the void as the laws of the imperial Tao flowed, only to see that in the center of that battlefield, all the paths of heaven and earth wailed, and an emperor-level powerhouse shattered his bones and splattered the universe with blood. In the restricted area, some people's divine thoughts fluctuated and spread out, capturing the results of the battle. How is it possible? There really is someone powerful to such an extent. In the Forbidden Zone, some supreme beings stared with wide eyes, their eyes filled with disbelief. They saw an ancient emperor, who was forced backward as soon as he made his entrance, and then his entire body was torn apart, blood raining down as the imperial Tao wailed. The fluctuations there were too appalling, even with a ray of immortal light from a great emperor. Some star fields couldn't withstand it, and in an instant, they crumbled. Galaxies darkened and shattered into ashes. For a time, the universe seemed to stand still and fall into a dead silence, without a single sound. To die, before saying so many words, I thought he could be a bar with Gizmo. It seems, alas, a true emperor collapsed in the starry sky, his opponent so powerful that he despaired, not giving him half a point to display his Taoan law, unable to deliver a forbidden strike, making people lament and grieve. There was no fighting back the entire time. Ancient emperor-level powerhouses were like papier-mâché in front of Gizmo, making one's hair stand on end. However, this was really the case. Unable to resist head-on, and after exchanging a few moves, he hadn't even utilized his forbidden mastery. Previously, it was already heaven-defying enough for the beginningless emperor to kill 2 supreme emperors, but now that Gizmo had actually exterminated 3 supreme emperors, they weren't even a match for the 2 great emperors. Gizmo, you have bullied me too much. Today, even if I die, I will still make you seriously injured. An incomparably angry voice came from the starry sky battlefield. Immediately after that, an overwhelming explosion came from there. The Stone Emperor was unable to defeat Gizmo and directly blew himself up, ready to pull Gizmo on before he died. Even if Gizmo didn't die, he would still have to suffer a serious injury. The world was dumbfounded. The Stone Emperor was a holy spirit who had become a Taoist, and was an extremely strong powerhouse in the ancient times. No one in the 8 wildernesses of the universe was his opponent, and he didn't expect to be pushed so hard. The starry sky was shattered. A huge fluctuation as if a large stone had been thrown on the surface of a calm lake, and the ripples surged into the 8 wildernesses of the universe in an instant. This battle didn't last long, as the supreme beings observed that the Stone Emperor had lasted through 8 moves. There were also supreme beings who thought it was 5 strokes, and it was recognized that there were no more than 10 strokes. Their hearts were chilling as they realized the truth. Unknowingly, a figure as terrifying as this had appeared in the universe, one that could be called unparalleled in the ancient world. There were no more supreme beings here, yet there were still some descendants of supreme beings and even a few sons of ancient emperors who were trying to frantically flee. Their fate had been sealed, and it was simply impossible for them to leave this place alive. Suddenly, a trembling voice came. Is the great emperor going to drive out all the people? It was the headless horseman, his armor glowing with an icy sheen, riding a celestial horse that stood in the way. Humph. He grunted coldly. No need to say anything to this kind of wanting moral abduction. The headless knight's body crumbled inch by inch. Although it was a quasi-emperor, in front of a true great emperor, it was still like an ant. Gizmo stared at them indifferently, causing chills to run down their spines as the big formation was launched and the death of the headless horseman delayed time for them. His hand flicked in the void, instantly transforming into a square of formation patterns. The group of shadows on the altar disappeared, and there was a lurch in space. In a flash, it appeared in front of him again. How could this group of people not have thought that they had clearly ascended the altar and were about to travel far into the stars and break away from this place? But they did not expect the bad news that appeared in front of them, which was undoubtedly like a nightmare. Gizmo saw such a trick for the second time. Chapter 119, Reenacting History. I'll fight you. A great saint immediately killed. Despite knowing that it was a moth to a flame, he still bloomed his entire body, his voice shaking the heavens and sweeping across the 9 skies. Only within the next moment, his figure cracked inch by inch, shattering like ceramic. As the palm slapped down, a group of people were directly vaporized, their immortal stages shattered, and their divine souls dissipated into ashes. Immortal Mountain. Destroy. Gizmo's voice reached the heavens and nearly boiled in the starry sky, and now he alone had pacified a forbidden area, doing what could not be done since the great emperors of all generations, and should be recorded in ancient history and be remembered for ages. It really did. There were some great saints trembling with excitement, especially those ancient emperor clans. The great emperors and their families, and the emperor's sons had all paid a terrible price in order to quell the dark turmoil. After all the hard work over the generations, and now, a forbidden area has been destroyed. What a feat! A few moments later, the entire beta was on the verge of sealing up. A newborn great emperor, crusading against the forbidden zones, against all odds, wiped out a forbidden zone, creating an immortal legend that shook the 10 deserts and 8 regions. With such great achievements, perhaps the beginningless emperor would follow suit and pacify a forbidden area once again, which would definitely shock the world. The commotion here had long been known by the powerful in the universe, and it had sparked a great cheer. And now that the world has an invincible powerhouse who radiates a radiant light and shines in the world, who would dare to start a dark turmoil? All of the people in the Forbidden Zone fell into silence. Zemo had directly decimated a Forbidden Zone with such strong means, making almost all the Supreme Beings fearful of it. Not only was he the only one, but there was also this great beginningless emperor who was comparable in strength to the other party. Living in this era, every Supreme Being was not very comfortable in their hearts, because such an invincible existence came out of the world. It was as if there were two knives on their necks, making them feel the danger to their lives. There had been a time when they would have worried about their own well-being, and it was so stifling it was infuriating. In the G family, Jeezy's body couldn't help but vibrate greatly as he looked at that one figure. That one new emperor, surprisingly, was from the G clan, and besides, he was already so powerful that he had exterminated a forbidden area with a single strike. This made him sigh deeply, and he couldn't help but feel proud of it. The pride of being in the G family, or rather, the pride of Zemo becoming an emperor. The G family, one family, two emperors. Zemo walked in the immortal mountain, and now it was all his. The ancient tree of enlightenment emitted a radiant light, each leaf crystal clear, with the figures of some people engraved on it. There were also some Supreme Emperor soldiers that had endless years of age, making people quite emotional. And that one Shin turtle, with its back cracked and incomparably vicissitudes, was now slowly crawling towards Zemo step by step. A moment later, it had arrived in front of Zemo, expressing its willingness to submit, not willing to follow Zemo. Its owner has been killed by Zemo, and now everything here belongs to Zemo alone. Who can disobey? Who dares to disobey? Zemo stepped in front of a cave, where there was then a piece of immortal tear green gold as big as a person, emanating a faint fury. This was also an immortal heavenly emperor in the future, very powerful and composed of pure immortal tear green crystals. It was claimed that the physique was strong and unrivaled, very powerful, and could not be seen to be weaker than the chaotic body. And now, this piece of immortal gold was once again intercepted by Zemo again in advance, and it was impossible for that heavenly emperor from later history to appear again. Greetings, great emperor. In the immortal tear green gold, a divine sense fluctuation came from the other party, who was too powerful. Even the current immortal tear green gold had to submit. Zemo stretched out a finger and wore out its divine sense. Such a big piece of immortal gold. It's not good to make it into some kind of weapon, but also have to make it into a living being. The moment it was worn out, a curse followed. The Holy Spirit, that which is born and grows, is loved by the heavens, and whoever puts it to death will surely suffer karma. Boom! Zemo let out a vibration, completely dispersing that cursed power. He circled around the immortal mountain and eventually stood atop the dark peak, his gaze sweeping towards the rest of the forbidden area. Watching him move, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Was this not the end? The great emperor is going to raise his butcher's knife again and pacify all the forbidden zones? This is too fierce. Several restricted areas. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Icy cold gazes flickered out. A forbidden area had already been destroyed. If Zemo wasn't satisfied, then they naturally had to come out into the world to fight as well. Zemo flew high into the sky, and the entire immortal mountain was lifted by him and brought back to the G clan. People once again produced a shocked look, annihilating a forbidden area, and now even taking away the lair together. Shocking people. 7 great forbidden zones of life, and now one less is being swept away forever. The great emperor is too heaven-defying. The world was in an uproar. This was an incomparably brilliant achievement that was enough to influence the ages. G clan. Zemo lifted the entire immortal mountain, causing this imperial clan to fall into a complete frenzy. Ancient saints after ancient saints walked out of the forbidden land, their pupils all revealing shock. Big brother, you're going against the odds. Jia also from looking at the figure that appeared in Zemo's pupils. When something like this happened, he had never thought of it when he was dreaming. The great ancestors in the ancestral ground were trembling with this excitement. 2 emperors from one clan, and now they've even leveled a forbidden zone. Zmo. It is truly a supreme honor for my G family. Zemo became an emperor, and the G family once again took a leap of faith and became the top family in the universe, leaving all the other emperor clans in the dust. After Zemo placed the immortal mountain in the middle of the back garden, he cloaked the 9 heavens and looked at the broken years. By this time, even the heavens' remarkable men and women had watched over to witness this moment in history, an incomparably radiant achievement. Just having 2 emperors in one gate was enough to shake the ages. After the assembly dispersed, Zemo stood at the top of the mountain cliff, his mighty wind whipping his divine might. Time to make a name as before. The great success saint body appeared behind him and spoke. My name is Celestial Emperor, and I will start the celestial court. Zemo spoke blandly. As with 100,000 years later, his name was still Heavenly Emperor, and Beginningless was still the same Beginningless Emperor. As for the other party's whereabouts, Gizmo didn't know and wouldn't want to know. It is not far from leaving this time period. There is no need to think about it so much. First of all, the things you have done after 100,000 years, in doing it again, too much easier than before. Shortly afterward, Gizmo called himself the Heavenly Emperor and established the ancient Heavenly Court. When the news came out, it immediately shocked the entire Beidou, and over these days, quite a few great saints of the clans came to have an audience with Gizmo and were warmly entertained. There was still an unbelievable gleam in their eyes when they heard the news. In the forbidden area, the supreme beings were silent and speechless. After all, establishing the Heavenly Court was not a good thing for them. The Heavenly Court was established, but in just a few months, Gizmo traveled through the forbidden areas and ascended to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and spent some effort to find the materials to make it. A magnificent heavenly court stood in the starry sky with a grand atmosphere. It was the ultimate pattern of the ancient heavenly court, skillfully arranged, like a behemoth in the starry sky. Chapter 120, Departure. This time it was a bit faster than before, mainly because he didn't have much time left and had to get himself moving a bit faster. After another long time had passed and Gizmo had done all the things that needed to be done, it was almost time for him to leave. He went to the Eternal Star Realm to say his final goodbye to Chuzimo, and then talked to GZJ for a long time. In the edge of the universe, it was in this same place before when it came to this time period. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and in the blink of an eye Gizmo would be leaving this place. Ding! Detection time has arrived. Please prepare the host to travel back to the era in which he is. The cold electronic voice of the system in his head rang out. Gizmo faintly returned. Good. A few more minutes passed before the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Have begun traveling back to the era in which you are. 1,000 years passed after Gizmo disappeared. The sky was quiet, and only on that road of the strongest trial was there still a fight. On this day, a woman who called herself Chuzimo brought a green ox and piloted a huge battleship, stopping in front of the G family's gate. This woman possessed the cultivation of a sage king, and the bull behind her, which also had the cultivation of a sage king, claimed to be Gizmo's friend who wanted to meet him. As a result, it was strictly rejected by the current family head, GZJ. In the end, the woman took the green ox and once again piloted the battleship away. 5,000 years later, boom! The gates of the G clan shook once again, and a brilliant immortal light rested in front of the G clan's main gate, which was an invitation with only one word for war on it, with a surging battle intent that shocked the heavens and moved the earth. In the outer heaven battlefield, a figure stood proudly with incomparable Xianhao in his gaze. That person's name is Battle Sky. He once wanted to follow the Heavenly Emperor on the path of the strongest trial, and after being harshly rejected instead, it galvanized the fighting spirit in his heart, and he's now a terrifying quasi-emperor. More than 5,000 years have passed, and the world wants to know if you are still alive or not. Warrior Heaven was glittering with divine light, that oath from back then, and now came to dialogue. He had already reached the 7th heaven of the quasi-emperor, and even if he was facing the current Heavenly Emperor, although his strength was not good, the other party must have suppressed his cultivation to fight with himself so that he wouldn't be spoken of by the world. Staring closely at the G clan's ancient door, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Once I was willing to follow you and was rejected by you, and now that I have grown to such an extent, I wonder if you have ever regretted it. I have come today for no other reason than to prove myself. He wanted to personally defeat that heavenly pride who had once looked down on him, so that he could open his eyes and see how far he had grown nowadays. In fact, he mainly knew that Gizmo wasn't in the G family, and seemed to have disappeared, and since the creation of the Heavenly Court, there were no more messages from him. The Heavenly Emperor left this place. He traveled the universe. A great saint of the G clan stepped forward and replied, "Then I'll give you 100 years. If after 100 years, Gizmo doesn't come out of the gate, I'll personally hit the door." Warrior Sky was spirited and made a 100-year promise. Boom! The sky shattered as a crystal and white bone great rod struck over, shattering heaven and earth with its might and shaking the entire starfield. Warrior Sky frowned, sensing the danger. His figure avoided far away. A primitive savage appeared, his upper body naked, his lower body clad in a manifest animal skin, carrying a white bone great stick in his hand, his head cloaked, emanating in overwhelming imperial might. Dongfang Tai, I've never messed with you. Why are you striking out at me? Warrior Sky inquired in a stern voice. The Heavenly Emperor has been kind to me, and since he's not here, I'll take this calamity for him. As soon as the words fell, behind Dongfang Tai, two overwhelming rays of light illuminated the heavens and the earth, one side being the hardest to the sun, and the other being the coldest to the Yin. I can't believe it's him. Many people exclaimed out in shock. This human demon elder, who had been famous in the ancient times, was even more famous 5,000 years ago. By now, the Taiyan Sun divine skill was greatly accomplished. The divine power was overwhelming, and he himself had reached the quasi-emperor realm. Incredibly powerful. Rumble. The great battle between the two unfolded on the mythic battlefield, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, and a random wisp of breath exuded was enough to cause thousands of great saints to crumble. There is an insurmountable gulf between the two and they cannot be compared. At the same time, at the edge of the universe, the greatest heavenly demon body once again challenged Beginningless, and lost miserably without the slightest suspense between the blood flying across the ground. The war between the two in the mythological battlefield came to an end, fighting for a day and a night, and in the end, Battle Heaven was defeated miserably. The current generation of the G family's head was already a descendant. All the holy lords of the Holy Land of the Northern Dipper were changed once every 500 years, and the G family was no exception. G Zijia had already reached middle age, and now he looked as divine as jade, like a party overlord. His thoughts went back to the words Ji Zimo had once said to him thousands of years ago. There are times when it's better to see future generations in full bloom than to remain here. He then came to the G clan's ancestral land and sealed his own divine source into slumber. I don't know how much more time has passed. Boom! The sky exploded as the immortal emperor came to attack. A gentleman who chopped a blade from the 9 heavens above, wanting to forcefully split the Beginningless. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. This blade stunned the world, surpassing the world's understanding, unrivaled, and shaking the universe. Beginningless' face changed slightly, having remembered what Ji Zimo had said to him. The immortal emperor struck out against the late great emperor, bathed in the emperor's blood, and was reborn in nirvana. Beginningless was unprepared before and was taken advantage of as a blade slashed at him, directly splitting him in half. Immortal emperor, the beginning was enraged, his body recasting itself in the distance, condensing the power of the great Tao, ancient runes appearing one after another, and the 10,000 paths rumbling as they began to revive. This overwhelming battle stunned the world. Beginningless, the beginning roared, the river of ages reversed, time turned back, and the undying emperor's supreme light struck and was directly torn apart in the void. The immortal heavenly emperor's face changed drastically, not expecting that an existence that had become an emperor in one life would be able to tear him apart. He turned around and left, because the sneak attack had already failed, and there was no point in staying any longer. As for why he dared to fight with the beginningless emperor, it was mainly because Ji Zimo seemed to have disappeared into thin air without any news. But the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor, and if he insisted on leaving, there was nothing Beginning could do. After the immortal emperor left, Beginningless was filled with rage and descended on Beidou to fight the immortal emperor. He broke into the purple mountain where the immortal emperor's bones were buried, and waited here for the immortal emperor. At the same time, he discovered the Phoenix immortality pill, and with a big hand, he swallowed it in one mouthful, and his body's light was so bright that it collapsed the ages, and the great Tao rumbled. 30,000 years had passed, and the people on the Beta looked at the peerless heavenly emperor curiously, wondering what had actually made him so angry. In this world, the two supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone could no longer hold out any longer and came out across the world to bloodily cleanse this world and unleash dark turmoil. But it turned out to be 2 slaps from Beginningless that smashed it into a roiling blood mist, and his real body went to the Forbidden Land to suppress the supreme beings. For a time it actually caused all the supreme beings to unite against the beginning, claiming that once they struck, they would raise their nests. Beginningless retreated. Despite his unparalleled power, it was impossible for him to decimate all the supreme beings. Chapter 121 Immortal Heavenly Empress. This life went by quickly, and the immortal emperor acted as if he had never appeared and later tangled with him. Beginningless thought a lot. I'm afraid that the immortal emperor had also laid his hands on the ruthless emperor. The result was obvious, and now that he had hit a wall with him, he was unwilling to appear. In this life, soon to be in his old age, he was walking the world when he saw a little black dog by the roadside, dying in the freezing cold, about to die. The world is lost, and it is as if I have been abandoned by the times, and so have you. Beginningless smiled faintly, feeling a strong bond with this black dog. He picked it up and turned around to leave the place. Another few decades had passed, and Beginningless cultivation was overpowering enough to turn the tide. He looked down the long river of time, a radiant great world that shimmered with vitality. The little black dog also grew up and claimed to be the Black Emperor, and Beginningless smiled bashfully and sealed it. That night, on the Violet Mountain Tao platform, an overwhelming aura was emitted. The great Tao crumbled, and the 10,000 paths wailed. It was the aura of the Tao of transformation. The powerful force even awakened the sleeping supreme beings, who silently looked in the direction of the purple mountain and then closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. The power was so great that all the paths collapsed and everything seemed to have come to the end times. Cosimo awoke and understood. More than 50,000 years passed, and beginningless delved into the way of eternal life, causing him to pine away at heart, living more than 10,000 years less. The 10,000 paths glowing with radiance, and the Tao of transformation clearly containing the hope of life. Time moved brilliantly. A great world opened up. The aura revived once again, and all sorts of outstanding people from heaven and earth reappeared in the world. Various physiques also reappeared, extremely radiant. 8,000 years after the opening of the great world, the immortal road was opened, claiming that the immortal realm could be reached by traveling far around the road. The immortal clock also appeared in the sea eye of the North Sea of Mars near the ancient Earth, and countless people caught wind of it, and even the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were no exception, and traveled to the North Sea eye of Mars. As a result, a tragedy occurred. The immortal emperor did the bureau, burying everyone. Since then this era fell. Mars North Sea eye, claimed to have buried an era. The immortal emperor was also here, having obtained the blood of some supreme beings, and was reborn in nirvana. Beginningless also came here, originally wanting to save the current world masters, but unfortunately, he came one step too late again and confronted the immortal emperor here. After another 20,000 years or so, the Green Emperor came out of nowhere, and his predecessor was the Pill of Immortality. He detached himself from the broken heel and was radiant and incomparable, soaring all the way to the top that no one was his opponent. On the ancient path of the starry sky, he met a man named Lone Heart Pride, his only opponent on the path of the emperor. In the end, Qing Di became a great emperor, invincible in the world. 10,000 years later, the Green Emperor met the desolate tower in the starry sky and suppressed it forcefully before disappearing. 2,000 years ago, a man of great talent came out of nowhere, named Gai Jiuyue, reaching the ninth sky of the quasi-emperor in less than 1,000 years, and his strength was so powerful that even supreme emperors had to look sideways. The Qing Emperor had disappeared for more than 5,000 years, and Gai Jiuyue had blasted the heavenly heart seal over and over again to become an emperor against the heavens, but he had failed once again. He had suffered an extremely severe injury from the great Tao. His immortal terrace shattered, and his cultivation fell to the peak of great sage. As time passes, the 9 dragons pulling coffins down to earth, once again opening a whole new chapter. Northfield, somewhere in a crumbling city, the tavern was filled with people, cheering and applauding. In that era, the beginningless emperor, his lifelong archenemy, was the heavenly emperor Ji Zimo. These two are both wizards who have amazed the ages, one astounding the world and the other solving the gods. On the road to becoming an emperor, they constantly battled, fighting all the way to the 9th heaven of quasi-emperors. On the high platform of the tavern, there was a storyteller, dressed in a Confucian white robe, telling stories from the ancient past, and his words were quite infectious. It brought the applause to a crescendo. The strength of both great emperors is unparalleled. Someone spoke up in shock. Impossible. The beginningless emperor is invincible. Entering the forbidden land, sitting under the ancient tree of enlightenment, with his back turned to the supreme being, the supreme being dared not speak. He is the most powerful great emperor in my heart. Some disbelieved and were indignant, always refusing to believe that whoever fought at the end of the immortal path, and that the beginningless emperor, who saw the beginningless path become empty at the first sight of it, also had enemies. One must know that in the rumors, the beginningless emperor alone pushed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the supreme beings of the world. He was incomparably strong, almost destroying all of his foes horizontally, especially during those tens of thousands of years. His fame reached its peak. In a certain room on the 2nd floor, Yi Fan's eyes were deep, dressed in a gray robe, extremely low-key, eating the delicacies on the table, followed by a big black dog like a hairy calf. This dog is very unusual, calf-sized, black hair like silk, eyes like copper bells. People are surprised that the dog's tail is bald in half. Who fights at the end of the immortal road, and at the first sight of the beginningless Tao becomes empty? I didn't realize that even this legendary great emperor had an enemy. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Entering the Purple Mountain a few months ago had allowed him to see the remaining might of the beginningless emperor. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, it still shook him. Even a powerful person in the back, named Gu Tianshu, was extremely praising the beginningless emperor. Those profoundly impressive words were extremely impressive even to him. The dog beside him was the same mysterious creature that had appeared near the village after his return from the Purple Mountain. This time when he returned from the holy city, he met this calf-sized dog that called itself the Black Emperor. Fart. Time flew by and Ji Zimo was in the edge of the universe. This returned to 100,000 years ago had gained other benefits for him besides making up for his flaws. After spending a long time, he seemed to be helped by the system here, and even lived another life, which was already his third. He did not know exactly how much time had passed in the original world during this period of time, yet he felt extremely powerful fluctuations. It seemed that someone was fighting in this universe, and with extraordinary strength, but the only threat to Beidou right now, there was only the immortal heavenly empress left within the Purple Mountain, who was suppressed by the beginningless bell and sealed in the divine origin, and that was the wife of the immortal heavenly emperor. Now that the beginningless bell had landed on the road to immortality, the inner side of the Purple Mountain would probably awaken without this extreme Tao Emperor soldier in a short while. Then bring that 8 divine generals. Come to scourge this place now. Must strangle the other party in the cradle. Can't allow her to make any waves. It was also unknown if the immortal heavenly emperor would come over to help in the meantime. With Ji Zimo's strength that was invincible in the world and had already lived a third life, it was estimated that the immortal heavenly emperor would have to weigh his own strength. Not to mention that during the fight, there was a possibility that the help of other extreme Tao imperial armaments would be attracted once again. Hundreds of years ago, this was the case, beating the immortal emperor, who was in the nirvana stage, not daring to fight again. In a moment, Ji Zimo's figure disappeared into the cosmic borderlands, heading in the direction of Beidou. It was the arrival of a golden great age, with powerful people like clouds, and the arrival of a pale era filled with the aura of conquest in great battles, allowing everyone to feel the atmosphere. Chapter 122. A great war is about to begin. Whether it was the cultivators on the stars or the saints walking in the universe, each and every one of them had nervousness in their hearts, not knowing if they would be affected by the war. Fortunately, the current heavenly emperor has pacified the forbidden areas of the northern Dipper, and half of the supreme beings have been killed by Ji Zimo, a powerful strength that has never been seen in the past, with which not many people can be compared. His strength was simply terrifying, so much so that his exploits were proclaimed everywhere. On the other hand, the Ji clan that Ji Zimo was a part of and the heavenly court that he created were renowned, one being the strongest clan of the 10,000 races and the other being the most powerful force. And in this Beidou astral domain, the time that the heavenly emperor had left hadn't been very long. Even if another 1,000 years passed, the topics about him still couldn't possibly be reduced. In a tavern, a storyteller said, "The heavenly emperor 100,000 years ago. It is a peerless wizard who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the beginningless emperor, especially in the middle of this era." First, the immortal mountain, a forbidden area, was pacified, and again, some people sniffed and praised it, but others refuted it. The current heavenly emperor is clearly much stronger than the beginningless emperor. The heavenly emperor is not afraid at all in the face of many supreme beings, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That would certainly be invincible in battle, invincible in the world. And it would not be too much to call him a deity. Yes, the heavenly emperor has been absent for a long time. The strength he has displayed is evident to all, pacifying all the forbidden zones. Such strength, in the place of the beginningless great emperor, would be absolutely impossible to do. At these words, everyone around them nodded in agreement. But in the final battle for the emperor's path, why did the beginningless emperor win? The cultivator retorted again. The system taking Ji Zimo back to the time period of 100,000 years ago is only making up for its own flaws and will not change the history of that time. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would be unable to allow it, and send down an annihilating heavenly calamity that would make even a great emperor's scalp tingle. Upon hearing this, there were some people who were dumbfounded, but there were still people who argued with him. Ji Zimo descended into the Beidou and didn't stay here for too long, and in an instant, he arrived in the sky above the Purple Mountain. Due to the absence of the suppression of the beginningless bell, this place became not as mysterious as it was before, not to mention that all those forbidden zones of life had been pacified. So basically, they wouldn't encounter any great terror. But that's it. Purple Mountain here is still very mysterious. No one stops here, or come here to explore the treasure. Occasionally, cultivators above the level of great powers would appear and come here, wanting to seek out the supreme treasures that were birthed inside the divine source. Entering the interior of the Purple Mountain, the place was full of mystery as the purple gas rose and clouds surrounded the area. And in this place where the original beginningless bell was located, a tombstone appeared, and Ji Zimo directly entered it. And inside there was a divine origin that emitted a 7-colored light. One of them is the immortal Empress of Heaven, but the other party is in a deep sleep and has not yet awakened. I have to say that the wife the immortal emperor found was quite good looking. Seeing this scene, Ji Zimo didn't think much about it and was ready to make a move to shoot it out. The emperor's Tao aura was not hidden and emanated out, causing the entire Purple Mountain to vibrate violently. Sensing such a powerful aura, the immortal heavenly empress awoke from her slumber. and without the suppression of the beginningless bell, spiderweb-like dense cracks appeared on top of the sealed divine source. Bang! In just a few seconds, it shattered and she stepped out of it, tall and well-proportioned, with elegant curves that exuded a noble aura. Wearing a dress the color of a phoenix fire, her face was exquisite and perfect, her features were three-dimensional, and the immortal emperor's hair hung down like a waterfall, just like a goddess. The first moment she came out from the divine origin, she saw Zimo. The immortal heavenly empress sensed that his strength was extremely powerful, her brows furrowed, and suddenly her face changed drastically. Her heart was shocked. The great. Her gaze was placed on Zimo's body, and it was obvious that the other party had come for a purpose that was definitely not to save herself. It was likely that he had come to kill himself, and although he did not know why the beginningless clock did not continue to suppress him here, perhaps it was to help the great emperor in front of him. Who are you? Her voice was unique, light and pleasant. The man who came to kill you. Zimo didn't have any emotions. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more normal. When these words came out, the immortal heavenly empress's entire body was like being struck by lightning. The man in front of her, she would definitely not be his opponent. Spare me and I'll promise you anything. Powerless resistance was futile. All she wanted now was to, quickly, pray for the appearance of her husband, the immortal emperor. I want you dead. Hearing that the other party was prepared to talk nonsense with herself and stall for time, Zimo didn't waste useless effort with her. The immortal heavenly empress sniffed, and without hesitation, she struck out a shocking law that swept through the 8 directions, and the entire eastern wasteland could feel the strange sounds coming from the side of the purple mountain. Boom! For a moment, the heavens crumbled, the ghosts cried out, and the intense fluctuations caused the entire eastern wasteland to tremble for a moment, even affecting the stars of the heavens in the starry sky. However, she knew deep down that this strike would definitely not be able to resolve Dang Dadi, and that she must quickly escape this place and seek the help of the immortal emperor. Seeing this, Zimo shifted the battlefield to the starry sky in order to destroy Beta when he did it. Not being able to detect the aura behind him, he originally thought that the other party was not chasing him over, and was just about to leave the place when a figure stopped him. Today, you will fall here. He didn't hold back, and a terrifying and overwhelming killing move was revealed. The universe produced turbulence. Everything only felt trembling, the stars of the heavens were flickering, and the void couldn't withstand this massive force and exploded. This caused the immortal heavenly emperor to feel a sense of despair. Having just emerged from the world, was she going to be exterminated by a great emperor? Such a powerful force was simply not a spider that she could withstand. What's more, the injuries in her body, which hadn't recovered, were like devastation, and were about to overwhelm her. And just then, boom! The universe exploded with a loud sound as the immortal emperor came to attack. A gentleman who chopped a blade from above the 9 heavens, running through the stars of the heavens and pressing across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. This blade stunned the world, surpassing the world's understanding, unparalleled, and shaking the universe. Bang! Some star fields couldn't withstand it, and in an instant they crumbled, the galaxies darkening and shattering into ash. The terrifying power spread out, and the universe almost couldn't even withstand it, collapsing and exploding. Seeing that the immortal emperor had stepped in to save his wife, Zimo's purpose of wanting to do what he wanted to do was accomplished, to fight with the other party again. Last time, at the end of a fierce battle with several extreme ascension supreme beings, it was fortunate that he had consumed the immortality pill, or else he would certainly have been decimated by that strike. Then there was even less to say about what happened 100,000 years ago, and the immortal emperor's anger was great at this time. Previously had he sneak attacked himself when he was in the nirvana stage, and now he almost killed his wife. This time new scores and old scores were settled together. A shocking battle was about to be fought, and this battle would definitely be as stunning as the last time he fought the 11 extremely sublimated supreme beings. Chapter 123, Fighting the Immortal Emperor Again. Boom! The 10,000 paths crumbled, the universe exploded, and the void created ripples. Terrifying power spread out, and everyone in the world felt it, with saints looking towards the source, eyes wide. He couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. Tion D. He actually came back. The moment these words came out, the cultivators around the saint, all of them were shocked. Nay, their cultivation was not enough to see the battle over there. Not only saints, but quasi-emperors also felt this powerful fluctuation and placed their gazes over. Even the cultivators on your starry sky ancient path. For a moment, all places gathered their gazes in the starfield where Zimo and the immortal heavenly emperor were both located. It was a dead starfield, devoid of any life, with only a few stars emitting light. What's going on? Who is fighting the current Heavenly Emperor? A question was raised. It's been a long time since I've seen the Heavenly Emperor, and when I see him today, the strength of his opponent will certainly be formidable, and it'll be another battle for the ages, the other man exclaimed. So what? The Heavenly Emperor is an invincible existence. No one can possibly beat him. Today, it's time to settle the score between us. The immortal Heavenly Emperor looked indifferent, while the immortal Heavenly Empress, who wanted to leave this place, was blocked by the immortal execution 4 swords thrown by Zimo, and then the Emperor's shadow, which had previously returned to 100,000 years ago, appeared, not letting her go at all. The other side had no choice but to join in the battle, which was about to start. Cultivators above the level of saints were watching the battle, and some of them, not knowing the identity of the man and the woman, were speculating. That woman is so beautifully born. Who is she? I think I've seen this woman before. It seems to be in an ancient ruin. Who is she? The other party thought back for a moment while an ancient sage spoke. It's the immortal Queen of Heaven. Immortal Diva? Some people were puzzled, not having heard of the woman's identity. That other man is actually the immortal emperor. The quasi-emperor was shocked. He was a figure sealed in the divine origin for an unknown number of years, and now that he had awakened, he had met the coming of the great world. But I didn't realize that someone in the current world had already become an emperor and was unusually powerful, so I had to continue to wait and prepare for the coming of the next era. However, the strength of the current heavenly emperor was too astonishing, so he didn't immediately fall into a deep sleep, but instead took a look at this blooming world. Boy, you're good, doing whatever it takes to lure me here. The immortal heavenly emperor's anger soared in a straight line, and here he was the one who engaged Zimo. While the immortal heavenly empress was too strong to participate in this kind of battle, he could only watch the battle from afar and avoid within the range of the 4 immortal execution swords. The 4 immortal execution swords. Zimo heard this sentence, almost black face. More than this, even more unconscionable things. You do not die, Emperor. On the extermination did not do less? Buzz. The sound of the blade resounded as a vast and unfathomable terrifying energy surged out from within the immortal heavenly blade. Infinite immortal light surging out as it chopped out a blade. It shattered the stars and rivers, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, causing everyone to feel the power of this blade and be horrified. The celestial emperor's palm slapped out and the stars overthrew, like a world crashing through, and the power was much more powerful than when he had previously faced the supreme. Boom! The terrifying power instantly turned this starfield into cosmic dust and disappeared into this void. Bang! Another blade slashed out. The immortal heavenly blade was like the first ray of sunlight that opened up the heavens. The beam of light was incomparably bright and shocking, and the blade she spread out like a sea, shaking the starry sky of the ages. It was as if it was able to illuminate the entire universe, emitting a blade aura strong enough to shake the stars. Who is this? Actually so powerful. I feel like those extreme ascension supreme beings aren't that powerful. An exclamation of surprise rang out. The other cultivators' thoughts were also the same. The strength shown by that man was so powerful. The person he was facing was the immortal heavenly emperor who had lived from the mythical period to the present. Zimo had already seen him before and knew the terror of the other party. The heavenly emperor's seal flew out, emitting chaotic divine light, and wherever it passed, gods and demons roared and the stars trembled. The hangings of stars and rivers swept by the blade's awnings were to be dimmed, as if nothing could fight against it. The deity within the immortal heavenly blade was like a living great emperor, looking down on the 4 directions and not to be looked up to. The heavenly emperor seal fought with it, an extreme Tao emperor armament dueling with an extreme Tao emperor armament, creating a commotion that shattered the surrounding stars, all of them. The terrifying power spread out like ripples, and everything around them was in the process of being annihilated, with no traces left behind. As for the many emperor shadows behind Zimo, they engaged the immortal heavenly emperor in battle, as he split into 9 and struck the absolute 9 secrets, the forbidden strike, powerful to the extreme. Even the immortal heavenly emperor was slightly startled in his heart, having not seen him for a long time. His strength had become even more powerful again. A monstrous killing intent emanated from his body, covering all directions, and all the attacks that came his way were overpowered. Seeing this, Zimo struck with a supreme killing blow, and the two of them exchanged blows in one piece. The fluctuations caused by the fight. The universe seemed to produce a big bang as everyone was shocked to witness the battle. So strong, is this the immortal heavenly emperor? To live from the mythical period until now, it's simply powerful to the extreme. The saint marveled. That wouldn't necessarily be a match for the current heavenly emperor. He's invincible. None of the 11 extreme ascension supreme beings are a match for him. Once this statement was made, many cultivators felt that he had a point. I think so too. With the strength of the current heavenly emperor, it's very likely that the immortal emperor won't be able to defeat him. What you all say is a bit wrong. The immortal heavenly emperor came from the mythic period, and his strength isn't as simple as that. A few people argued. The two exchanged blows again and again, emitting a power that no starfield could withstand. And the immortal heavenly blade and the heavenly emperor's seal fought so fiercely that the astral regions of the heavens trembled, and everyone felt a wave of trepidation. The immortal heavenly empress who was in the distance was even able to directly perceive that terrifying fluctuation that was extremely powerful, causing her body to tremble unconsciously. So strong, this is definitely not an ordinary great emperor. The strength of the immortal heavenly emperor, she knew how terrifying it was, but yet he was fighting that present-day great emperor, so it was definitely not ordinary. Kid, it's been a long time, but you've gotten stronger again. He frowned, his gaze resting on Zimo, who had been on the verge of catching up with himself from 100,000 years ago until now. It's not even close in comparison to you. Saying that, an overwhelming immortal light struck, containing the laws of 10,000 paths, and Zimo exuded an unstoppable aura. And when the immortal heavenly emperor saw this, the stars of all the heavens were flickering, and the power of the stars was constantly gathering towards him, the starlight shining brightly, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This supreme power made the scalps of those cultivators numb and their hearts tremble as they watched. It's not really possible for the heavenly emperor to be unable to defeat him. There were already cultivators who were shocked when faced with the strength of the immortal emperor. Zimo actually looked like an even match with him for a while. Chapter 124, Intense. Both of them were already at the top of their game in this universe, and the great clans in the Beidou had already felt it, looking up to gain insight into the starry sky above them. A terrifying power that made their scalps numb. It was just too powerful. Just who is fighting? Actually, even we can't see the battle, a saint said with a trembling tone. This power made him unable to imagine what kind of person possessed such great strength. Could it be that there are paragon emperors fighting? But he then shook his head. He was still able to gain insight into the battles of the paragon emperors. Such a distant place, but can feel that emanation of a wisp of breath, actually make their own body trembling, is by no means a quasi-empire can have. Jie also walked out from the Ji clan's ancestral land, and he naturally paid attention to the battle. It's Big Brother. He's back. Seeing that familiar figure, a small smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. On Immortal Mountain, Zimo sat on a stone chair drinking tea that emitted the aura of the great Tao. She had a slender figure. Her skin was as crystalline as divine jade, and her eyes were like stars. It is like an immortal spirit descending to the earth. A purple dress, skin white as snow, slender waist, hair lightly dancing. With a hint of an imperceptible smile, she lightly opened her red lips, each step of her movements extremely elegant and flamboyant. And not far away, the green ox was lazily lying on the ground, bathing in the sunlight, lazily. According to rumor, it was heard that having a blade of grass in its mouth would make others think it would be strong, and it mimicked it. Ugh, how long has it been since the boss came back? Ever since that one time I said goodbye to him. Beidou out of the commotion. It naturally can feel, but it has nothing to do with it. As long as the universe is not destroyed. Tomorrow also proceeded to find the mother calf. Your boss will be back soon. Zimo faintly smiled. Her voice was pleasant and light, like a pure and wonderful note, as if she was not eating earthly fire, and her clear and beautiful fairy-like face added a few more points of unique beauty. Sister Chu, did you know that the boss is coming back? The green ox sniffed and stood up, looking up at the sky, not noticing anything strange. The only difference was that there was a terrifying aura coming from that deep universe that made its bull body tremble. Who's fighting? So powerful. It sighed and its bull's eyes widened as it tried to find out what was going on. Nay, it was so terrifying in it that even it, a sage king, couldn't see it. Wow. With this kind of strength, it should be a duel of a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Speaking of which, the green ox who had seen this scene, secretly swore in his heart, deciding that in the future, he would also strive to be strong, and in the future, he would stay away from the mother-daughter calf, and couldn't go on being decadent like this. Kid, why are you so strong? The immortal heavenly emperor was very shocked within his heart. The strength that Zimo had displayed definitely wouldn't be as simple as a first great emperor. That terrifying power even made him feel the danger. Fortunately, he had lived from the mythological period until now, and was not something that Zimo could compare to now. Zimo, who was already a third great emperor, that emanated an emperor's aura that was terrifying to the extreme. Spreading this void, the stars of the heavens were flickering, and the branded emperor's shadows, each exuding an extremely strong aura, as if the original body had descended, were all as strong as they had been in life, especially after Zimo's branding of the beginningless emperor. The terrifying might of the combination of the laws of time and space made the immortal Heavenly Emperor very fearful, and it wasn't just that. The aura emanating from Zimo's body was as if he was one with heaven and earth, displaying an invincible posture. With a wave of his large hand, the surrounding void appeared as if it was torn apart, revealing black cracks as endless chaotic power surged out. The immortal heavenly blade flew in, emitting a bright and dazzling light, and with each swing, it carried the power to open up the heavens and the earth, collapsing all the paths and severing the stars. Two extreme attacks swept in. The 9G Zemo struck the absolute 9 secrets, the forbidden strike. The immortal light surged out, and that terrifying power crashed away. Boom! It was as if the world had returned to the very beginning of the Big Bang, without any sound, as if all living beings had been annihilated. When everything returned to calm, all eyes looked over, only to see that the immortal emperor's arm was torn open. Blood splattered everywhere, and he had suffered a considerable amount of damage. Meanwhile, Zemo wasn't much better. His body was pierced through with a terrifying force that he didn't even resist. For a moment, the two fought as if they were evenly matched, with neither side taking advantage. The immortal heavenly empress who was watching the battle from afar was inwardly shocked in a million ways, and unbelievably placed her gaze on Zemo's body. Such strength! It was completely unlike what a great emperor could exert. It was too strong. The immortal emperor could actually only fight him to a draw. It was also at this time that the extreme Tao imperial soldier in the Beidou, thoroughly was sensing the aura of the immortal heavenly emperor, rushed out as it did a few hundred years ago. The void mirror, the extreme Tao imperial soldier that protected the Ji clan, was also out of Zijia's control and flew out with a vibrating sound. There was also the Jiang clan's Hongyu furnace, the great Xia ancient dynasty's Tai Huang sword, the Guhua ruler of the Guhua dynasty, the sacred emperor's immortal iron stick, and several extreme Tao imperial armaments emanating bright and dazzling light. Zemo's extreme imperial armament, the heavenly emperor seal condensed an aura that terrified the world. Immediately after that, the void mirror, constant Yu furnace, Tai Huang sword, ancient Hua ruler, and immortal iron rod all flew in. At this moment, the major forces that possessed extreme Tao emperor soldiers still didn't know what had happened and why their emperor soldiers had suddenly gone out of control. Even the immortal heavenly emperor saw the scene and said in his heart that it was not good. This situation was not just the same as that time, and the time when several supreme beings had unleashed the dark unrest, and each of them flew into the hands of the emperor's shadows that Zemo had copied. The void emperor, the Hongyu emperor, the Tai emperor, the ancient Hua emperor, and the holy emperor of battle. As for the beginningless clock, he was still on the path to immortality, and it seemed that the aura of this side was isolated there. Otherwise he would definitely come over to help. Several extreme Tao imperial armaments came to Zemo's aid once again, instantly shocking everyone. Those saints on the eastern wasteland were also guessing who was fighting in the depths of the universe, and the only one who could make the extreme emperor's soldiers help was the current heavenly emperor. The undying heavenly empress looked at this scene and kind of couldn't quite believe her eyes. What kind of operation was this that could actually make so many extreme Tao emperor soldiers voluntarily come to the aid of that great emperor? Exactly what kind of strength and prowess is simply shocking and unheard of. She was worried as she set her gaze on the immortal emperor, and with the addition of several extreme imperial armaments, the situation instantly changed. Even the immortal heavenly emperor, who had been in nirvana many times and bathed in emperor's blood, he couldn't help but look grave. Zemo was like a god, with an extremely bright light emanating from his surroundings, looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the heavens and the ages. It was as if he was the master of this world, swallowing mountains and rivers, unstoppable and invincible to anyone. Chapter 125, Terror to the Core. The Void Emperor took the lead and activated the Void Mirror, which immediately induced tremors, emitting a soft chirping sound and erupting in brilliant light as the ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. An immortal light was emitted, causing the immortal heavenly emperor to face a grave expression in his heart as his imperial aura flowed. The immortal heavenly blade flew from the void and chopped away a blade. The light of the emperor's Tao flashed, destroying all things. Clang! The Tai Huang also struck out, immortal light slicing through eternity as the Tai Huang sword flew out, illuminating the 9 heavens, tearing through the universe, and killing. Powerful to the extreme collided. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and the heavens almost collapsed. The immortal emperor's figure appeared, and the power of the extreme Tao spread out like it was endless. This starfield was filled with the aura of emperors and kings, and it was very spectacular and amazing. The sword chi fell. Its attack power was unrivaled in the world. Its dragon head as a blade, its dragon tail as a soldier, its supreme offensive might, cutting through the universe and penetrating the future. The Tai Huang sword with the Dozi's secret enchantment was even more powerful. Seeing this scene, the immortal heavenly emperor's Zhou Shin emitted a flow of imperial aura, and the immortal heavenly blade, which was enhanced with the power of the extreme Tao, chopped over. The blade cut through the ages, as if opening up the sky and the earth, and wherever the blade swept through, a god or devil revived, awakening from the chaos, with a domineering aura that covered the world. Two forces strong enough to destroy the world collided. Boom! Countless starfields fell, the heavens crumbled, and the void was turned upside down. The immortal heavenly emperor's figure was then seen flying backwards, like a stream of light crashing through several stars. 5 colors of light bloomed in the universe. The stars were disillusioned, and the universe crumbled. The Everdew furnace emitted a strange light that shone like the Milky Way, blazing hot enough to make the void burn and crack. The Hongyu emperor gently waved his hand, and the Hongyu furnace emitted a brilliant light, like the Milky Way pouring down, illuminating the void. An invisible suction force erupted from it, and a mysterious rune flew out from his fingertips. Huge pillars of light gushed out from the mouth of the furnace and shot straight up into the sky, and wherever they passed, all matter was vaporized and the void was left with a deep trail. The immortal heavenly empress in the distance looked at this scene and changed color. This strike was powerful to the extreme. The pillar of light struck the star where the immortal emperor was located in the distance, and the star was instantly pierced through, and the universe trembled. Bang! Zimo didn't let his guard down and seemed to have gained insight as the heavenly emperor palm slapped away. Rumble! The void produced an explosion, and as this palm fell, the surrounding stars were all affected by the aftermath, turning into cosmic dust without a trace left behind. And the figure of the immortal emperor once again appeared in front of Zimo's eyes. He was in quite a bit more of a mess than he had been just now, and several emperor shadows with strengths not much different from those in front of him were struggling to cope with so many of them. Now that Zimo had displayed enough strength to be able to threaten him, the immortal emperor had no thoughts of taking the immortal empress away from this place. After all, with so many equivalent great emperors' silhouettes, as well as many extreme imperial armaments, and with Zimo, a heavenly emperor, present, it was somewhat difficult to leave. Kid, I admit that your strength is strong, but don't think that I can't deal with you. The immortal emperor is still the same as before. Quite a lot of nonsense. Zimo did not reply. The heavenly emperor seal flew out, carrying the chaotic aura to suppress. Bang! The immortal heavenly blade once again attacked, and the emperor and emperor's extreme Tao soldiers, once again, exchanged blows. The stars of the heavens trembled, and all things were frightened, as a cultivator opened his mouth. The immortal heavenly emperor could be so powerful that even the current heavenly emperor couldn't help him for a moment. That's for sure. This is a character who has lived from the mythical period to the present. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. What was said does have some truth to it. With such a heaven-defying character, it should take some effort for the heavenly emperor to win. A few monks talked. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of unparalleled battle. The heavenly emperor's strength is undeniably powerful, and the immortal emperor is not to be underestimated. Yeah, it's not that easy for two powerful people to split up. The two paragon emperors looked at the scene in the depths of the universe and said, Zimo and the immortal heavenly emperor were constantly exchanging blows, going up to the 9 heavens and down to the 10 earths below. The fight was so hard that many emperor shadows struck out, and for a moment, the stars were disillusioned, collapsing the heavens and destroying several star fields. The void trembled, and the aftershocks spread through the universe like ripples. Rumble! Divine light churned, and world-destroying thunder appeared as this void instantly turned into a sea of thunder, with golden rays of light continuously falling. The undying heavenly emperor's extreme power around his body emanated, directly crushing this attack, and the multicolored light, flashing with overwhelming brilliance, chopped towards Zimo. The great Tao roared, the heavenly heart seal rumbled, and the power of the entire universe was at his disposal as he slapped his palm away. Intense fluctuations shook out thousands of stars and turned them into endless dust, and the heavenly Tao all wailed and everything trembled. The immortal heavenly emperor coughed out a mouthful of blood and was somewhat in a sorry state as the power of the extreme Tao erupted around him, shattering the stars and destroying the universe. The figure of the beginningless suddenly appeared, and an overwhelming immortal light that reversed the long river of space and time struck, and the immortal heavenly emperor was instantly blown up and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Boom! The heavenly emperor's seal once again suppressed the past, emanating an imperial aura and flowing with endless chaos. In a flash of light, the immortal heavenly blade flew in, cutting out an overwhelming immortal light that destroyed everything. The collision between the two, the space around them distorted and time seemed to have stopped, shaking the entire universe. Each clash was accompanied by a world-destroying loud noise, an overwhelming killing attack, destroying the heavens and the earth. Boom! A sword slashed out, and the huge blade cut through the void, carrying an unrivaled might, slashing straight at Zimo. Wherever the blade passed, space cracked, time seemed to have stopped, and everything was eclipsed under this blade. The heavenly emperor's seal emitted an imperial aura and suppressed the past. Its power was like a vast sea of stars, illuminating the darkness of the entire universe. With all the laws within its grasp, the power of the extreme Tao contained a terrifying power. The divine light rushed into the sky, the entire starfield trembled, and the void echoed with the aftermath of the power. The powerful forces of both sides collided, and the surrounding stars violently exploded, and the heavens were shattered by the blow. Zimo slapped out a palm, as if the entire universe was suppressed, shocking the heavens and earth. Unstoppable. And then his body was divided into 9, and his overwhelming killing blows struck. Boom! Almost destroying thousands of star domains, powerful to the extreme. That kind of overwhelming killing was simply unstoppable. Burning with unparalleled immortal light, the world crumbled within that immortal light, and the blood of immortals stained the heavens. It was overwhelming to watch, full of sadness and death. The immortal heavenly emperor's body retreated violently, but with an immortal body, he had almost eternal life and recovered quickly. Cut off time and space. His voice rang out, and the blade light of the immortal heavenly sword transformed into a crack in space and time. And when Zimo saw this, the heavenly emperor's seal erupted into a monstrous divine light that raged across the sky. Rumble. Even though the immortal heavenly empress was watching the battle from afar, she felt the heart-pounding sensation as the terrifying aftershocks spread out. She immediately made a parry, with a big wave of her hand. Immortal light enveloped her, and the aftermath was still relatively easy to fend off. Chapter 126 Immortal Body. So strong, I feel immersed in this power. A cultivator muttered. That's right, I even felt as if I was being asked to take the hit. Another cultivator chimed in. This was too powerful to believe. The gazes of the cultivators and the various family forces of Beidou were all gathered above. At this time, they all knew where their own extreme Tao Emperor soldiers had gone, and looked at the great emperors who had single-handedly created the powers of the great clans. Some of the clan elders had tears in their eyes. It had been an unknown period of time since they had seen the figure of a great emperor, yet they still showed such great strength and majesty. And in the depths of this universe comes a powerful wave. One after another of the extreme Tao Emperor armaments emitted a brilliant and dazzling light, as well as that mighty to the extreme, as each emperor's shadow exerted their own greatest strength. Zimo was no exception, slapping out a palm like a great world crashing into it. The great Tao rumbled, and the heavens and earth emitted a wailing sound. Nay, the immortal heavenly emperor possessed an extremely powerful recovery physique, and even if he suffered from even the heaviest of injuries, he would still be able to recover for a short period of time, which was extremely heaven-defying. Seeing this scene, Zimo's brows furrowed. His eyes seemed to penetrate an endless sea of stars. The stars disillusioned and the universe collapsed. The immortal emperor tickled the stars of the heavens, falling with devastating power, cutting through the void like a meteor shower. The many emperor's shadows were undaunted, and several extreme emperor armaments emitted unparalleled light, illuminating this dark void with brilliance. Look, what a powerful strike! There were rumors before that the current heavenly emperor was able to summon the great emperor's doppelganger to fight fruitfully. Someone marveled. What do you think can? This is clearly just the ability of the current heavenly emperor. It's not as simple as summoning a doppelganger. Can't you see the aura they emit? It's terrifying to the extreme. Does it mean that these are the remnants of my own will? I don't know. Only the current heavenly emperor and the immortal heavenly emperor know. That cultivator shook his head. The means displayed by Zimo was very counterintuitive and extremely powerful. Alas, when will I be able to reach such heights of the heavenly emperor? Someone sighed and looked at the battle between Zimo and the immortal emperor and spoke. Just by you. Don't dream. It's a difficult task whether you can cross the heavenly tribulation or not. As the words fell, violent turbulence came from the universe, covering an extremely wide area. Even though Zimo and the immortal heavenly emperor were located in an extremely remote location without any signs of life in the starfield, but they all felt a shudder that made their scalps tingle. Boom! It was as if the universe had exploded, destroying everything in the world, and all living things ceased to exist. The heavens and earth trembled, the void exploded, and the universe was about to be shattered. Zimo slapped his palm, showing his invincibility, the killing move of the fusion of the 10,000 paths, suppressing the heavens and the ages. The immortal heavenly emperor wasn't false at all. The power of the extreme Tao filled the entire battlefield, and the absolute killing moves struck, releasing a blazing light as well as that seemingly endless energy. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were going to be overthrown, and the entire universe was going to collapse. Boom! He was unafraid, exuding an aura that was the only one in heaven and on earth, covering the heavens and the earth, shattering the void and collapsing the universe. All 9 Zimo struck a supreme blow. The heavenly emperor palm attacked, the heavens and the ages trembled, and the great Tao stars were shaken. Everyone felt their scalps tingle as the terrifying power shocked the world. as if they were back to the time when those supreme beings had started the dark unrest and were finally stopped by the current heavenly emperor. Nowadays, the heavenly emperor is so powerful, but how come that immortal emperor is still acting like nothing? Some cultivators couldn't help but ask the doubts in their hearts. The immortal emperor is not an ordinary character. There will definitely be a mystery. Not to mention that this kind of battle is not something that we can touch. Just take a look. That's right. Keep watching. The people around them were all silent, so the cultivator continued to gain insight into the images of the battle. Boom! The most dazzling light erupted at the center of the two, spreading in all directions and sweeping through this part of the heavens. Many star rivers were destroyed, and endless stars became fragments. Extremely tragic. Almost in an instant, the universe looked like it had been destroyed. Everything in heaven and earth withered, and a shudder ran through all beings no matter how far apart they were. How horrible! And on this battlefield, Zemo's gaze was placed on the body of the immortal emperor. The other party really wasn't normally powerful. If it were a different extreme ascension supreme, he would have long ago not known how many times he had been overthrown. The immortal heavenly emperor gently pointed a finger, and a golden seal appeared in the void, which radiated an immortal light, containing the laws of the universe. It locked onto Zemo as if he was able to suppress everything, and Zemo's body radiated a bright and dazzling light around him. Extremely dazzling and piercing. The 9 secrets united in the ultimate taboo. The 9 Zemo released once again. The killing move that shattered the sky and the heavens and crumbled thousands of stars and rivers, powerful to the extreme, left everyone in disbelief. The immortal heavenly emperor, who had mastered the laws of time and space, struck an overwhelming radiance, while a figure appeared and also struck an overwhelming radiance. Boom! It was like a god or devil roaring. The stars of the heavens were trembling, and the great Tao of the ancient world was about to be shattered. That figure was none other than the beginningless emperor. He exuded a terrifyingly monstrous imperial Tao aura. The Tao was infinite, the light was endless, and the long river of time was reversed by the intertwining of law and light. The strength of the beginningless emperor was extremely powerful, and the immortal heavenly emperor didn't dare to be careless as his imperial aura flowed. A sort of judgment condensed from the laws of the universe emitted a monstrous killing intent, as if neither matter nor soul could escape its judgment, and the entire universe trembled. Everyone felt the terror that came from the depths of their souls, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. Rumble! The universe collapsed, and a brilliant river of stars was overthrown. The beginningless great emperor reversed the light in his hand, reversing the long river of time, and struck with an overwhelming immortal light, directly shattering this void. He then slapped out his palm and unleashed the supreme mastery. Beginningless. The years were reversed, the cycle of reincarnation was reversed, and everything was going back and forth. Seeing the right moment, Zemo violently slapped his palm down. This palm, unparalleled. The great Tao made a sound. The universe slightly trembled. The immortal emperor was instantly and viciously jerked away. Blood splattering, but with his powerful physique, he quickly recovered back. How can this be a fight? Zemo's brows furrowed, not expecting that this strike hadn't even caused the immortal emperor to suffer a serious injury. After Nirvana, he had also become more powerful, and wanting to take down the other party wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. And as the immortal heavenly empress watched this scene, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Even though that great emperor was as powerful as he was still inferior compared to the immortal heavenly emperor. The many emperor shadows behind him once again launched a fierce attack. The stars of the heavens were all decimated, after an overwhelming killing blow struck, accompanied by the tattered stars of the heavens being shattered. A change occurred on the immortal heavenly emperor's face. Terrifying power swept in from all directions, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Chapter 127, Serious Injuries. Boom! The void produced an explosion. The universe trembled, and the surrounding stars were all affected by the aftermath, turning into cosmic dust without a trace left behind. With every encounter between Zemo and the immortal heavenly emperor, countless starfields fell, the heavens shattered, and the universe turned upside down. And at this time, he had already thought of a way to deal with the immortal emperor. He could constantly recover from his injuries, then let the beginningless emperor's beginningless technique strike back to before. The many emperor shadows once again used their extreme emperor armaments and struck out killing blows that were terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, the immortal heavenly emperor condensed the laws of the imperial Tao and intertwined them together, the stars of the heavens flickering as he mobilized the power of the stars again. Bang! Shattering the stars and rivers, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Thousands of stars ceased to exist. The many emperor shadows were extremely powerful, and the immortal emperor's body was pierced through. At the same time, the beginningless emperor struck with a beginningless technique. The years were reversed, the cycle of reincarnation was reversed, and everything was going back and forth. Seeing this scene, It didn't give the immortal Heavenly Emperor a single chance at all. The 9G Zemo strongly suppressed and struck the strongest blow. Immortal light surged out, and that terrifying power crashed. Rumble, powerful to the extreme. The supreme killing blows struck, and the stars of the heavens, which were already tattered and broken, were shattered. The universe collapsed, and a gigantic big explosion occurred. No matter how far away, one could feel the power of the scalp. Too terrifying. With this strike, it should be impossible for the immortal Heavenly Emperor to exist, right? A cultivator said with great shock. I don't dare to say anything. The immortal Emperor's strength is also very powerful. As to whether or not it can be in this strike from the current Heavenly Emperor, it's hard to make a judgment. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattered, and thousands of star fields trembled, when everything returned to calm, only to see that no figure appeared in the void. The void was blown apart. This overwhelming killing power was so great that it was unimaginable and unbelievable. There was no more movement coming from the void. G. Zemo didn't issue a warning. While everyone assumed that the immortal emperor had been struck by such a powerful killing move from the current heavenly emperor that he had been beaten to dust without leaving a trace. This is the heavenly emperor. Even the immortal heavenly emperor who lived until now during the mythical period is not his match. The immortal heavenly empress in the distance was shocked as she watched the scene. She actually couldn't detect the immortal heavenly emperor's signs of life anymore. Had it really been overpowered by this overwhelming kill of G. Zemos? But after a long time had passed, G. Zemo still didn't leave this place, and his eyes seemed to have stars disillusioned in them, shattering the heavens. Why hasn't the current heavenly emperor left yet? Is it possible that the immortal emperor hasn't died yet? They had thought that the battle was over, but G. Zemo was slow to make any movement, as if he was still in this void, searching for traces of the immortal emperor. It's quite possible that the immortal emperor is still alive. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked, and many cultivators were silent. Even the saints and quasi-emperors did not open their mouths to speak. All of their gazes were on G. Zemo in the depths of the universe. Even the immortal heavenly empress noticed something strange. The other party delayed in killing themselves. Instead they continued to stay in that area where they fought with the immortal heavenly emperor. It was obvious that the immortal heavenly emperor was not dead. At this time G. Zemo frowned. He could sense that the immortal emperor had not left the area, probably hiding somewhere to recover from his injuries. Such a terrifying strike did not allow the undying heavenly emperor to be overwhelmed. His physique could be considered extremely powerful. However, wanting to recover and heal in a moment was simply impossible. G. Zemo still possessed the brand of the beginningless emperor. Allowing him to go back to serious injuries once again was all that could be done. In case he was allowed to escape this place, G. Zemo would definitely not give the immortal emperor a chance. In order to find the other party's figure, with a bright and dazzling light emanating from their bodies, many heavenly emperors and the 9G Zemo made their moves at the same time. Even if he didn't know where the immortal emperor was located, the terrifying power covered all directions and there was nowhere to stop it. Rumble. The heavens were about to collapse. The earth was about to be overthrown. The universe trembled. The void exploded. And the aftermath could shatter the heavens and interrupt the boundless stars. A monstrous light illuminated this void, while a figure instantly appeared. The immortal heavenly blade flew in with a flash of light, cutting out an overwhelming immortal light, destroying everything. After the immortal heavenly emperor was revealed, he was currently caught in a state of suffering heavy injuries, his broken and tattered body shocking everyone to the core. Such a terrifying power of the current heavenly emperor didn't even overthrow him? A cultivator couldn't help but murmur. This immortal heavenly emperor was simply too powerful. The peerless killing of today's heavenly emperor couldn't even help him, only causing him to suffer a heavy wound. The heavenly emperor did guess correctly. The immortal heavenly emperor is quite tenacious. He's still alive even after being in such a state. There were also cultivators who marveled at the immortal emperor's terrifying physique and that tenacious vitality. If it was placed on the supreme being, he would have died 1,000 times without knowing it. It's unbelievable that he's still alive. The saints all gave a sigh of relief. I admit that you're very strong now, far more powerful than before by an unknown amount. But if you want to kill me, you're still a bit short. The immortal emperor's gaze rested on G. Zemo's body. Just now, he almost planted himself in his hands. But fortunately, by virtue of the laws of time and space, he was able to barely withstand this strike. But he himself also suffered great damage. The power of the extreme Tao emanating from his body was much weaker, and the wretched scene was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Stay here. There's no way you're leaving. G. Zemo's tone was icy cold, and many emperor's shadows appeared in the void, blocking all the places where the immortal heavenly emperor could possibly escape, not giving him a single chance. Really think you can stop me? The immortal heavenly blade flew out, and the light of the blade was like a shocking blade running through the stars, and a hanging Milky Way would hang down. And G. Zemo was not afraid at all. The heavenly emperor palm struck out, covering the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the ages trembled. Rumble. The collision of the two attacks was as if everything in the world had returned to the place where the heavens opened. A chaotic scene where the universe was almost shattered. A single wisp of chi emanating from it could overthrow thousands of starfields. Seeing this, the immortal heavenly emperor executed his absolute immortal light. The long river of time was reversing, and he turned around to cross the boundless chaos, preparing to take the immortal heavenly empress away from this place. Bang! The void emperor struck again, urging the void mirror, which instantly induced tremors, emitting a soft chirping sound and erupting in brilliant light as the ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. An immortal light was emitted, striking the immortal heavenly emperor. Boom! It was as if countless starfields were broken, and a powerful force ran through the stars as everyone's hearts tightened. However, this overwhelmingly powerful strike was resisted by the immortal heavenly blade, but it also trembled. With such a turn of events, it was naturally impossible for Zimo to let the immortal emperor and the immortal empress of heaven both go, with the battle having been fought to such an extent. Never losing the battle, the heavenly emperor's seal flew out. The light of the emperor's Tao flowed out, carrying the endless chaotic aura and suppressing it forcefully. The immortal heavenly emperor pointed out a finger. The void created turbulence, and a golden seal emerged. It emitted an immortal light, and a strike containing the laws of the universe struck over. Chapter 128 The End. The heavenly emperor's seal was instantly immobilized, but that wasn't all. Zimo slapped out a palm that was unrivaled. The great Tao made a sound, and the universe trembled slightly. The many emperor shadows also used their extreme emperor armaments to strike, but they were all blocked by the immortal emperor's strike. His body had long been tattered and torn, and his arms were torn apart one by one, while the undead body was still rapidly recovering his injuries for him. Bang! The void produced a huge turbulence. The immortal heavenly blade emitted an unparalleled immortal light, and a blade chopped out as if it had the power to open up the sky and the earth, to chop up the universe. The Hanyu emperor gently waved his hand, and the Hanyu furnace radiated a brilliant light like the Milky Way pouring down, illuminating the void. An invisible suction force erupted from it, and a mysterious rune flew out from his fingertips. Huge pillars of light gushed out from the mouth of the furnace and shot straight up into the heavens, and wherever they passed, all matter was vaporized and the void was left with a deep trail. The Tai Huang also struck out, immortal light slicing through eternity as the Tai Huang sword flew out, illuminating the 9 heavens, tearing through the universe, and killing. Powerful to the extreme collided. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and the heavens almost collapsed. However, the final result ended with the immortal heavenly emperor fleeing with the immortal heavenly empress. Zimo truly did not expect that the immortal emperor would actually be so hard for him to stay here. With the traces of the immortal emperor completely disappearing, Zimo also had to call it quits. 100,000 years ago, the beginningless emperor all stayed in the immortal mountain to go to the immortal emperor to settle the score could not. Now that he had beaten him into this state, he counted it as a great success. On a star, the cultivators who were watching the battle were given a shock. What? This can actually even allow the immortal emperor to escape? Yes, such a powerful current emperor didn't even let him stay. Just how powerful is he? Someone asked a question, but of course there was no one who could give that person a reply. If there was, it would be Zimo. Alas, this is the immortal heavenly emperor who has lived from the mythical period to the present. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve, and the heavenly emperor can't even help him. It wasn't just this place where everyone was abuzz. Beidou. The green ox on the immortal mountain, its mouth was wide open, looking at Zimo in the depths of the universe, sighing. So strong, boss is worthy of being a heavenly emperor, but that opponent seems to have run away? It was puzzled, not realizing that the terrifying power that made itself tremble with fear had actually allowed that person to run away. Forget it, cultivate or whatever, whenever you want. A little heifer calf can't be like this. I'd better go on playing. As the words fell, he left the immortal mountain. Although Zimo wanted to continue chasing after him, the immortal emperor's use of the laws of time and space was extremely subtle, and there was no trace of insight at all. And so the battle, too, had finally come to an end, and many people were talking about the battle, which counted as brilliant. It's a pity that the current heavenly emperor didn't keep the immortal heavenly emperor in place, or else the other party would be dead by now. Yes, the reasoning is indeed correct, but what kind of old man is the immortal heavenly emperor? To be able to escape from under the hands of the current heavenly emperor, that's the first of its kind. When this statement was made, many people felt that it made sense, as it seemed that from today's heavenly emperors battling against each other, not a single one had been able to escape. However, the immortal heavenly emperor did it, and also took the immortal heavenly empress along with him. which could be considered very heaven-defying, far stronger than those supreme beings. After a long time, the Heavenly Emperor has become even more powerful, and the Immortal Emperor is actually not weak either. There was an exclamation. I really don't know if we'll see the Immortal Heavenly Emperor face off against the current Heavenly Emperor again after that. If you want to see it, at that point, I guess it's a split between life and death, and only one person will leave alive. Another cultivator spoke up. The battle was already over, so Zimo didn't continue to stay in this void and headed to Beidou. Zimmer, finally coming back? Zimo looked at the sky. He could no longer feel the heart-stopping aura as well as the aftermath. The battle seemed to have ended, but there were still these many people discussing this matter. Jie walked out from the Ji clan's ancestral land, and the return of the Void Realm clearly declared that there were no more obstacles. But Zimo didn't go back to the Ji family in the first place. He once again came to the Purple Mountain and entered the interior, which was filled with mysterious purple gas rising in clouds. The great saints who were originally here also left the Purple Mountain after the opening of the road to immortality and the departure of the beginningless bell. After all, there was no longer a need to continue staying here for that great saint. And as for the immortal Heavenly Empress who was suppressed here among them and sealed by the divine source, it wasn't something he could stop either. Leaving was the best option. As for Zimo revisiting his hometown, he still wanted to search for the immortal Heavenly Emperor from the scent left behind by this immortal Heavenly Empress. This battle actually ended in this way. It was really something Zimo did not expect. After all, he was trying to chop both of them in that void. Nay, the immortal Heavenly Emperor had gone through multiple nirvana and was extremely powerful, and even though he himself was already a third world emperor, and then by virtue of the many emperor shadows and several extreme emperor armaments, he still hadn't been able to decimate him. Simply terrifying to the extreme. Any supreme being placed in front of the immortal Heavenly Emperor would not be enough. The most important thing is that his movements are very secretive. Zimo, if you want to find him again, it will not be simple. It is very difficult to find each other's traces. On the divine source that sealed the immortal Heavenly Empress, her scent did indeed remain, but it was more or less difficult to search for the scent and find the two. The immortal emperor had already escaped without leaving a single trace of his whereabouts as well as his breath behind. Helplessly, it should be impossible for Zimo to find the immortal emperor with this, so he also left the Purple Mountain and flew in the direction of the Ji clan. Meanwhile, Jia looked at the sky and wondered just how long it would take for Zimo to return. Since that goodbye, Zimo's entire person has completely disappeared. There is no half a bit of information about him everywhere. Of course, that is the current Heavenly Emperor. It surely wouldn't be something that anyone would be able to find out. And now the shocking battle with the immortal Heavenly Emperor had allowed everyone to once again see the invincible Zimo in the world. The strength displayed made countless people feel powerful, and their hearts were very shocked. Zimo looked at the magnificent and incomparable mountain, over 1,000 feet tall, and inside the gate, one island after another was suspended in the sky. Tens of thousands of waterfalls flowed down from the island, incomparably spectacular, while the immortal aura was hazy, an absolute treasure. And in that not far away black big mountain, that is exactly the immortal mountain. It seems that with the power of the system to return to 100,000 years ago, the process of making up for the defects of that time, the Ji family was still the same as before. Not much had changed. Big brother, you're back. Jia came into the void, his gaze resting on Zimo's body. The other party still hadn't changed much. Are Zimmer and Cowcap still around? Zimo nodded and opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 129, The Battle on the Other Side. Big brother, Qingyo ran out again, but sister Chuhi's still there. Ever since Zimo and Zimo got together, the way Jia addressed her also changed. Good. Zimo nodded. Traveling through 100,000 years ago to the present, time had not passed long for him. The current Zimo's strength was only a great sage, and if he wanted to enter the quasi-emperor realm, it was still possible to rely on the Ji family's help. Afterward, if his lifespan was about to end, he would give the White Tiger immortality pill to Zimo himself, so that she could live out her second life. Meanwhile, after the battle between the current Heavenly Emperor and the immortal Heavenly Emperor ended, while Yifan was at the Imperial Pass, he was also in the middle of a fierce battle. In the past, the Golden Heavenly Maiden dueled with Yifan and fought for more than 3,000 moves. Her divine valor was incomparable, and the strength of her physical body was evident. After many years, she had transited to become a quasi-emperor, opening up the treasure of the imperial body, which was also many times more powerful, which was the clan's renowned undefeatable imperial body technique. She was very domineering and did what she said. She really stepped down. Her whole body was glowing, as if she was cast from Daojia gold, and the royal blood in her body was boiling. The Golden Heavenly Maiden's eyes flashed with a crazy light. She just wanted to kill Yifan in his best and most powerful area, and crush his supreme holy body with one foot. What made Yifan feel powerless was that his physical body had difficulty moving, while his control over the law and Tao was weak and strong at times, and had not completely broken through the physical prison, and now it happened to be at a low point, making it difficult to effectively kill and injure the opponent. As he watched the golden foot step towards his face, his eyes filled with fire and his fists crunched as he struggled. If this was stepped on his face, regardless of whether or not he succeeded in crossing the threshold, it was destined to become a pile of shame to be nailed to the trajectory of his life. Obviously, the other party wanted to do just that, to humiliate him in this way, to avenge the hatred of that year. Now it was impossible to control the heavenly tribulation anymore. The control of the Tao and the law was at its weakest, and it was impossible to beat the golden heavenly maiden into that imaginary domain that was like a flooded immortal realm. Boom! The golden blood within Yifan's wounded body burned, crimson like haze boiling, instantly rushing out along those bloody mouths, transforming into a carrier of unyielding battle intent. It was a blood man, separated from Yifan's blood due to his anger, due to his unwillingness, and composed of fragments of the great Tao, transforming into a blood-colored god of war. This is the origin blood of the sacred body. Many people exclaimed in shock, and even more people's eyes revealed a blazing light as they stared ahead. Yifan's physical body as well as his sea of consciousness was considered a cage, trapping his dharma and Tao, while his essence blood was unwilling and rushed out, containing the most original fragment of this lineage's great Tao. This power was so powerful that it had long manifested itself in his physical body during the weekdays, and this was the first time it had been stripped away and combined into a single strike. The blood of the most innate holy body, crimson like a haze. It's really beautiful. Isn't this the legendary human body's great medicine? Just in time to spare me from refining it. You sent it to me on your own. The golden heavenly maiden laughed loudly, but no matter how you looked at it, it was cold, especially a pair of golden eyes that were chilling to the extreme. This blood and the body contained by the saint body origin fragment condensed a terrifying battle intent, his blood-colored hair flying, and with a roar, he came towards the kill. Well, the sacred body origin that is truly a great medicine for the human body, a great creation. Many eyes blazed in the dark. However, the battle intent displayed by this blood-colored body was indeed so terrifying and earth-shattering that it swept out with a leg, shaking the golden heavenly maiden into the air and sending her backwards. However, the blood-colored body also dimmed a bit. After all, this wasn't Yifan's body. It was an instinct that lacked the divine sense to dominate without corresponding changes. Din come. Inside Yifan's tattered body, his essence was almost drained as he let out a Tao drink, and the 10,000 things Mother Chi cauldron fell straight down and disappeared into the blood-colored flesh. There were deities in the tripod that could fight in place of his will, dominating the blood-colored body and melting it into one to meet the golden heavenly maiden. Boom! It's a riot. The heavens and earth exploded, and with Yifan's dharma and Tao suppressed, the origin fragment in the crimson blood appeared and fought for him. This kind of powerful strength, which was originally the manifestation of the extremes of the physical body, was now deprived of it, a terrifying manifestation that shook the golden heavenly maiden, who all turned pale and spilled blood from her mouth. As for that blood-colored flesh, and what exactly happened to the tripod on his brow, outsiders couldn't tell because he was originally made of blood. Boom! The punching intent was matchless, the battle aura surging. Yifan's blood god was fighting, shattering the heavens, killing the golden heavenly maiden as she retreated, blood dripping continuously from the corners of her mouth. Not good. Yifan, he's in the midst of a tribulation. The origin has been detached from his physical body for too long. His body as well as his divine sense will be worn down by the divine chain of order at any time. The Black Emperor said. Yifan's body is empty, tattered and torn, only part of the blood essence remains, and now it all depends on the power of divine sense to hold on. A mistake as the form of God is destroyed. Ha ha! The golden heavenly maiden laughed crazily. She knew that the blood god was very strong and fierce, but could not hold on for long, because once Yifan's divine sense and also his physical body were extinguished, everything about him would also become void. Tremble. Sacred body, pay for your sins. 1 foot crushes you in metamorphosis. I think this is the best response for you. The golden heavenly maiden said coldly as she was at a disadvantage in physical combat and began to execute a terrifying secret technique. The dark universe was torn apart, and one figure after another stepped out, like a great sun suddenly shining with divine light. It was one ancient deity after another, clad in golden armor, all sun godlike beings, their light illuminating the dark universe, out to conquer. This is the descent of the gods. The crowd was not moved. This kind of secret art was actually refined by the golden heavenly maiden. It was really worthy of being an ancient emperor's daughter. It was rumored that this was not a secret art that could be refined with talent and bloodline alone. It was very mysterious and needed to be opened for some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Without a doubt, this secret art was extremely powerful, and the sky was densely packed with golden figures everywhere, collectively drinking out a divine sound from their mouths. Kill! They struck out at the same time, and the golden runes in the sky spread as if they were alive, and then turned into golden waves striking the sky, lifting the bloody man out with a bang. Let's not stop here. The blood god retreated backwards, and instead of dispersing, the light suddenly blazed, and was intentionally avoiding it, because Yifan's law and Tao at this time had fluctuated to a peak again, and was able to utilize this power. The blood reversed back and didn't enter Yifan's body. His body was covered in Dharma Tao light flashing in unison. All kinds of secret techniques erupted, and he controlled the heavenly tribulation thunder light. Boom! The golden heavenly maiden was also shaken into that immortal realm, void realm, being impacted by the immortal beasts and almost crossing the threshold, spilling a golden aura outside. The crowd was dumbfounded. Originally thought it was a sure thing, but it was still survived by Yifan and escaped. He was now physically bound. The golden heavenly maiden was in that immortal realm, void realm, with the divine underworld, and now it was terrifying there, and they were in big trouble. Chapter 130, Intense. Die. The dragon lady came in and sent out 10,000 dragons to directly exterminate Yifan. She didn't come for the duel. Her purpose was simple. She just wanted to kill this enemy. Get out! The golden heavenly maiden roared and shattered the sky, pouncing on Yifan. Ah! Drive me! The sound of the sky collapsing came. Yifan was covered in incandescent fire burning, and the heaven descended on the legal chains that were bound to him. There was also the entangled remnants of the supreme being in his body, which was already cracked all over, and now it had finally reached a critical point. Ka-chow! It was as if something inside Yifan's body had collapsed, a sound that was even more terrifying than thunder, followed by an immortal light that ran through the universe, rushing up and cutting through the Qianquan. With a loud boom, all four poles of heaven and earth trembled. Yifan let out a loud roar, and like a scaly dragon breaking free from its cage, he rose up into the air, shattering the bonds of the order law divine chains and causing them to crumble. It worked! Transitional success! Cries of astonishment rang out as Yifan made a breakthrough in the midst of all these difficulties, shattering all shackles and obstacles and taking the most important step in his life. Disturbing my tribulation and thinking you can kill me just like that? You can't! Yifan was like a dragon leaping through the 9 heavens, rumbling, his body glowing with light, the law and the Tao raging, while his fleshly body became even more powerful. As soon as the line character's skill moved, this space and time seemed to freeze. People's eyes widened in shock as Yifan's torso grew larger, and with one foot, he stepped towards the golden heavenly maiden, falling like a mountain. Boom! It was impossible to dodge. It was just too fast. In the midst of 10,000 feet of golden light, Yifan's big foot landed, and the golden heavenly maiden was forced to only tough it out, her arms vibrating in unison as she struck to the heavens. But the power of the kick was too strong, crushing her laws and pressing down with an overwhelming light that covered her underneath. People trembled, and from afar, after one of Yifan's big feet stepped down, the golden heavenly maiden fought against it with all her might, her hands bracing the sky as she managed to resist that big foot. As for Yifan's fist, it had long since blasted towards the divine underworld, shattering the vacuum and suppressing it, and the divine underworld roared in anger, but it was directly suppressed. Yifan succeeded in his tribulation. He broke the cage of his body, allowing the law and the Tao to surge in unison, breaking free of the shackles and truly completing his metamorphosis. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex coming out of the world, his terrifying aura spreading across the sky, and this only just subdued the children of the ancient emperor below. Although they were still fighting against each other, it looked as if they were being trampled by him with their feet for one, and bent down by him with their big hands for the other. This scene stunned and froze the crowd. After many years, such a person had appeared again, so powerful that one's blood rushed and trembled along with it. Was this the rise of the sacred body, Yifan? The true path of return? It was too domineering. Feet on the ancient imperial daughter. This kind of sight, how had anyone ever seen it before? Many people's blood boiled with it. Yifan chopped through the bondage, crushed all the order divine chains, opened the body shackles, just recovered this strong, shocking, like a demon lord returning against the sky. No one can resist. Yifan finally made a breakthrough. After too much suffering and hardship, this one day of heavenly success, many people knew that no one could stop him anymore. This time it announced his true rise, informing the world that the person who had once swept the starry sky ancient road was back, and many great enemies were going to start trembling. The one who felt humiliated was the golden heavenly maiden, who was trampled by a large stomp that was draped in radiant golden light. Her body shook violently, and if it wasn't for the forcefulness of her arms, which vibrated with a shocking ancient emperor's secret technique, she would definitely not have been able to withstand it. This posture, this result, caused her golden blood to boil violently. Never had a child of the emperor been this submissive. Her eyes were as sharp as heavenly swords, her golden pupils bursting with beams of light. She was doing everything she could to counterattack. Tens of thousands of golden runes flickered as the gods descended, blasting upwards together to destroy the figure that was like a heavenly god. The golden heavenly maiden felt more humiliated than the divine meditations, but she was the heavenly maiden of the hall. The attention of all, the four directions of heaven and earth were honored together. The most brilliant pearl in the world. How had she ever suffered from these? But now everything had been rewritten, and a man this powerful had lifted his foot and trampled her below. Get up for me! The divine underworld roared, and all the beasts roared, and all around him, all the strongest bloodline ancient beasts of the mythic era rioted, making him the god of all beasts, resisting Yifan's fists with force. Boom! Finally, he broke free, and at this time, the dragon lady also used the descent of the gods, and an existence like the sun god stepped out into the void, illuminating the immortality and helping her to get out of the trap. Yifan didn't block, but rather, his face was cold and his arms shook, breaking the last of the legal chains in the void, and then he struck the sky with a fist, where an immortal realm void realm was enveloping him. This strike surpassed people's understanding as all of the lightning in the void directly disappeared, and then the sky collapsed with a boom. The apocalypse is over. Originally, this heavenly tribulation lightning would gradually disappear. Now it was blown away by Yifan's punch, directly punched back, a great disrespect to the heavens. Without the thunder, the place was silent, the stars had long since been destroyed, leaving only darkness and nothingness, and a few confronting men. The dragon lady's eyes were cold as she stretched out a finger and pointed it. The void cracked and the scene from not long ago reappeared. A large star was crushed by that enlarged finger and directly crumbled. There are a few more, and that's all it is. Heartache? The dragon lady laughed coldly, her fingers pressed down, and a few more large stars exploded, and it was clear that there were still some cultivators on it who had not retreated and died. Needless to say, I've only killed one section of heavenly soldiers and generals, weak as ants, the golden heavenly maiden herself said, and a blood mist filled the air in front of her, and some figures appeared with anger and unwillingness. Are you guys trying to provoke me? You can't mess with my mind. You'll die faster this way, Yifan said calmly, experiencing too many great joys and sorrows. Although there was anger in his heart, his Tao heart did not move. His battle power soared to a frightening height, and the blood in his body was like a tsunami sound that shook the starry sky. You guys, no way. Yifan directly shook his head, like a god in the sky looking down on them. This feeling was very bad. How had anyone ever belittled them like this? The golden celestial maiden's complexion became colder and colder, mobilizing her entire body's essence to fight to the death. Yifan, don't grab it. Let's split it in half. You kill too. I'll kill too. The sacred emperor's son came carrying a black immortal iron rod with a brilliant haze, his body covered in golden hair that was brilliant and crystalline. Monkey, you can't say that. These people are coming for me. I need to take care of myself, Yifan said. Once these words came out, the golden heavenly maiden and the others' faces became even more gloomy. Treating them as what? Killing them if they want to, actually scrambling to get on. Sure can't tolerate it. Boom! The dragon lady struck out, and the 10,000 dragon bell in her hand shone brightly, transforming into a furious dragon. Each section a large purple and gold bell that roared and buzzed in this heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of bell waves gathered into a beam of light, killing towards Yifan. This sky was collapsing, chaos was beginning to open, and everything was being destroyed. With a thought, Yifan's Xingzi technique was in operation, and at the peak, time stood still, and as if it was being reversed, the power of time could be seen to be disorganized. He shifted across tens of thousands of miles in a flash, avoiding the surefire strike. Meanwhile, on the other side of the immortal mountain, Ji Zimo's gaze was placed on Chu Zimo's body.